Chapter 1: Crowdfunding a Cultivation University. Celestial courts have vanished, demons run rampant. Fellow Daoist, if I told you that even in this era of advanced technology, countless bloodthirsty demons still lurk in the shadows, wantonly slaughtering our human brethren, would you choose to turn a blind eye, or take up the sword of dawn to shatter the darkness untouched by sunlight? For the rise of the immortal path, and for the future of all humanity, I intend to establish a cultivation university to teach the world the methods of immortal cultivation. While revitalizing the immortal path, it will also ensure that we humans are no longer defenseless against demons and monsters. However, funds are currently tight, and I sincerely hope our fellow humans can lend their generous support and contribute financially. As long as each person crowdsources 10,000 yuan and transfers it to bank card number 6227 x times x times x times x times x times 3923, I will surely live up to expectations and spare no effort in building the Cultivation University, defending the indomitable spirit of our humanity. Shizhou Province. In a shabby rented room, Su Ming lay on the sofa, typing a long, impassioned message in the text editing box. No matter how you looked at it, the message resembled a poorly crafted scam text. But in fact, this really wasn't a scam. Just the day before, Su Ming, who had unfortunately failed the college entrance exam, had already prepared to repeat his senior year of high school. But right at that moment, a virtual fluorescent panel suddenly appeared in his mind. Immortal Cultivation University System. University Missions. Personal Attributes. Academic Affairs System. Reputation Value Store. Ethereal Secret Realm. Path to Immortality Gate. Immediately afterward, a cold, mechanical voice also sounded in Su Ming's mind. Ding! Identity verification successful. The Cultivation University System binding is complete. At that moment, after being stunned for 3 seconds, Su Ming's dim eyes suddenly brightened. This voice. This interface. What is this system? Su Ming is an avid novel reader, so he's naturally no stranger to the concept of a system. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly and happily accepted the reality. But he never expected that he could obtain a system without either time traveling or being reborn. But none of that matters. What matters is that now that he has the system, he has the chance to turn his life around. Thinking of those protagonists in novels who, no matter how miserable their lives were before, could defy fate and rise to prominence with the help of a system, Su Ming felt a surge of excitement. After that, he spent 3 minutes quickly figuring out what his Cultivation University system was all about. In short, it's about establishing a cultivation university, recruiting disciples widely, and personally teaching students skills like sword flight, body refinement, artifact forging, pill refining, talismans, and formations, guiding the world in cultivation. Although all of this seems incredibly fantastical. After all, a university that doesn't teach academic subjects like arts, sciences, engineering, or business, but instead instructs people in the ethereal practice of cultivation? Who would believe it if you told them? But the truth is indeed so. As long as he establishes a cultivation university and teaches students to cultivate scientifically and duel civilly, he can obtain various rewards such as immortal techniques, secret manuals, and heavenly treasures. Thinking of this, Su Ming grew even more excited. Without hesitation, he immediately accepted the system's novice task. However, Su Ming never expected this. The newbie mission from this damn system is practically hellish difficulty. Newbie mission: establish a cultivation university campus. Mission deadline: unlimited. Mission rewards: 50,000 reputation points, 1,000 foundation establishment pills, 100 high-grade alchemy furnaces, 100 high-grade forging tables, 100,000 cultivation books, 10,000 spirit herb seeds. The rewards are indeed generous. But the problem is, this damn system wants him to build a university campus. Not to mention anything else, constructing a university first requires money, and undoubtedly an astronomical sum at that. You know, even building a regular-sized university requires at least 3 billion in funding. But he's just a student who just finished his college entrance exams. Forget about 3 billion. He can't even scrape together $30. Let him build a university? That's pure nonsense. But complaints aside, the system task still needs to be completed somehow. Therefore, Su Ming had been racking his brains since last night. How on earth could he come up with 3 billion in such a short time? This problem had stumped Su Ming all night long, leaving him with no solution. It wasn't until just now that he managed to come up with a slightly more reliable idea. That's right. It's crowdfunding. For one person to come up with 3 billion is undoubtedly extremely difficult. But with so many people around the world, if everyone contributes a little through crowdfunding, wouldn't 3 billion be achievable? If each person contributes 10,000 yuan, only 300,000 people are needed to raise 3 billion yuan in school construction funds. Although this method doesn't seem very reliable either. But Su Ming really had no other choice. Coincidentally, he also discovered a feature called targeted SMS sending in the system's reputation value store. It can automatically filter the target audience and send targeted SMS messages. This feature is simply a perfect match for crowdfunding. So Su Ming no longer hesitated and immediately finalized the plan to crowdfund the university. And then, the scene at the beginning unfolded. Su Ming lay on the sofa, typing a passionate crowdfunding appeal into the message box on his phone. However, something still seemed missing. At that moment, Su Ming snapped back to reality and frowned at the text he had typed on his phone, feeling that something was lacking. What could it be? Suddenly, Su Ming had an epiphany. Immediately, I typed out another 20 or so lines on my phone. Fellow cultivators, rest assured. I have already drafted a roster of school beauties. All those who participate in this school fundraising campaign will enjoy the following benefits and privileges. Applicants who do not meet our school's admission score threshold will receive a 100-point reduction for enrollment. Direct relatives applying to our school will receive a 50-point reduction for enrollment. Enrollment gift, 1 foundation establishment pill. Enrollment gift, 1 basic chi refining manual. Free library borrowing privileges upon enrollment. School. That should do it. Su Ming gave a light chuckle. Even though it's crowdfunding, just asking people to fork out money, what kind of sweetheart would be willing to do that? Of course, offering corresponding perks to those who participate in the fundraising will make this campaign appear more sincere and appealing. After writing this, Su Ming reviewed the crowdfunding appeal he had drafted from start to finish. Only after confirming there were no typos did he slowly call out to the system. System, I want to use the targeted SMS sending feature. Ding! The targeted SMS sending function is now ready. The system's voice had just faded. Su Ming suddenly saw a circular button appear on his phone screen, with the words confirm send prominently displayed. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming ultimately clicked the button. Ding! The targeted message was successfully sent. Across the nation, a total of 162.87 million eligible individuals aged 18 to 70 have successfully received the text message. Listening to the system notification tone, Su Ming lay back on the sofa, gazing at the ceiling where some of the paint was peeling, and casually picked up a nearby ice pop, taking a hearty sip. Hope everything goes smoothly. Su Ming smiled helplessly. In reality, of course, he hoped the crowdfunding plan for building the school would be successfully completed. As for the reason, it wasn't entirely because he wanted to complete the task and receive the system's reward. More importantly, the system had personally told him that demons and monsters truly existed in this world. Moreover, in recent years, strange phenomena have been occurring frequently, and those demons and monsters have become increasingly rampant. If this cultivation university of his can't be established, not to mention all of humanity, even he himself might be doomed. Chapter 2, Scam Text Message? Sweetheart. As if I'd believe it. Su Ming's crowdfunding call had just been sent out. In an instant, it spread across the entire country. Billions of people's phones simultaneously chimed with text message alerts at that very moment. At the same time, Haeong Province. A comic convention was being held in a large shopping mall. The scale of this convention was quite large, attracting a significant number of young people. Moreover, most of them were high school graduates who had just finished their college entrance exams. After all, the college entrance exams just ended, and everyone wants to take this summer vacation to relax properly. The entire venue was bustling and packed with people. However, just as the comic convention was in full swing, ding dong, beep, ding, countless phones at the comic convention venue simultaneously chimed with various text message alert tones at this moment. The crowd attending the comic convention instinctively checked their phones and immediately burst into laughter. What kind of scam text is this? Trying to rally the entire nation to fund a university, and a cultivation university at that? This is the dumbest money-grabbing scheme I've ever seen. Ha, cultivation? Give me a break. Do scammers even bother thinking these days? What the hell? Straight up asking me to transfer 10,000 yuan? Only a fool would fall for that. What the hell is this about building an immortal cultivation university? How is this any different from I'm Qin Shi Huang, send me money? Seriously, it's 2025, does anyone still actually believe in immortal cultivation and fortune-telling? The bustling anime convention was filled with people sneering and mocking. Everyone dismissed that poorly crafted scam message with utter contempt. Just have fun and take photos as you please. No one took that text message seriously. Lanying City. An old residential area. Zhao Kai lay on the bed, engrossed in reading a cultivation novel. Just 2 days ago, his college entrance exam results came out. 456 points. Exactly 1 point short of the undergraduate admission cutoff. However, he wasn't discouraged. Moreover, his parents carefully comforted him, telling him not to feel burdened in supporting his decision to retake the college entrance exam the following year. So he felt little pressure and planned to relax for a few days before starting his home study to prepare for next year's exam. But then again, he recently became obsessed with a cultivation novel. It tells the story of the protagonist punishing evil and promoting good, saving all living beings in the world. In the novel, the righteous image and deeds of the protagonist made his blood boil with excitement. He often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if he could become a cultivator, a true hero who upholds great righteousness and defends the weak against the strong. But it was just a fantasy after all. After all, he knew that the concept of cultivating immortality was ultimately just a fabrication. Ha! Zhao Kai, who was reading a novel, suddenly saw a text message notification pop up in the message bar. Without much thought, he instinctively clicked on it. To his surprise, the beginning of the message immediately shocked him. Celestial court vanished, demons run rampant. Fellow Daoist, if. Upon seeing this bizarre text message, Zhao Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crowdfunding to establish a cultivation university, with everyone contributing 10,000 yuan? Ha, are scammers these days really this unprofessional? Zhao Kai immediately recognized it as a scam message and scoffed at its clumsy deception. They even sent out the bank card number. The very first demand was to transfer 10,000 yuan. Such a crude scam tactic practically screams, "I'm a fraudster," right to your face. Sweetheart. Just got fooled. Zhao Kai smirked disdainfully and was about to exit the message interface. But the content following the message once again caught his attention. Fellow cultivators, rest assured, I have prepared a roster of school beauties. All those who participate in this school fundraising campaign will enjoy the following benefits and privileges. Applicants who do not meet our school's admission score will receive a 100-point reduction for enrollment. Direct relatives applying to our school will receive a 50-point reduction for enrollment. Upon enrollment, receive one foundation establishment pill as a gift. Enrollment comes with a free basic chi cultivation manual. Enrollment grants free library borrowing privileges. After reading through more than 20 lengthy benefits and privileges, Zhao Kai was completely stunned. All sorts of preferential admission policies with lowered score requirements. Free cultivation manuals, immortal artifacts, and spiritual medicines for everyone. Even the food and drinks at school are all made from spirit-rich ingredients, and everything is at a 20% discount. After reading this, Zhao Kai actually felt a momentary temptation in his heart. But reason told him that this was clearly a telecom scam. If he believed it, he would truly become a naive fool. However, Zhao Kai suddenly realized that the New Year's money he had saved over the past 5 or 6 years amounted to just over 10,000 yuan. Moreover, in novels, it was precisely by making choices that ordinary people couldn't comprehend that protagonists embarked on their fantastical and thrilling journeys. A thought suddenly sprouted in Zhao Kai's mind, the idea of transferring the money. But the next second, he slapped himself hard, feeling ashamed of the thought he had just entertained. How could I be so stupid to fall for such a clumsy scam? Am I out of my mind? Zhao Kai calmed down, resolutely exited the text message interface, and went back to reading his novel. But after tossing and turning in bed for half an hour, he just couldn't get into the story like before. So, he reopened that text message. Why not give it a try? Qihai City. In a residential area. Su Zhuyin, at her friend's invitation, was getting ready to go out together to visit a comic convention, hoping to ease the disappointment of her college entrance exam results. But as soon as she reached the door, Su Zhuyin called out to stop her. Where are you going? Planning to go out and play again? With such poor college entrance exam results, you still have the nerve to have fun. I really don't understand why you're so lacking in ambition. Can't you use this summer vacation to study properly and aim for better scores next year? You're already this old, can't you show a little more sense? Su Zhenyan sat on the sofa, speaking to Su Zhuyin in a stern and harsh tone. Upon hearing this, Su Zhuyin felt extremely wronged in her heart. Yet she didn't argue back. Instead, she lowered her head and silently walked back to her bedroom. I understand, Dad. As soon as she closed the door. Outside the door, Zhou Yanmei's voice came again, filled with utter disappointment. Sigh, that child Zhuyin is so inconsiderate. Scoring so poorly yet still obsessed with playing around really gives me no peace of mind. Remember my colleague Xiao Lu? The one I mentioned to you before. Her son scored over 700 points this year and got directly admitted to Tsinghua University. Now look at our Zhuyin, she can't even reach the undergraduate admission line. What a shame. The harsh words pierced through the door, yet they reached Su Zhuin's ears with unmistakable clarity. She bit her lip, her eyes inadvertently turning slightly red. Failing the college entrance exam was something even she herself couldn't bear to face. After all, in her usual exams, she almost always scored 20 or 30 points above the first tier line. But on the day of the college entrance exam, she unexpectedly ran a fever of 40 degrees Celsius, and many questions she could normally answer correctly were carelessly answered wrong during the test. Faced with such a situation, there was nothing she could do about it. She had told her parents about the high fever. But they didn't seem to care about the reason, only about how poorly she performed in the college entrance exam. They even said it was because she didn't take care of her health and didn't take the exam seriously. However, the reason Su Zhuyin felt wronged wasn't entirely because of this matter. But for the past 17 years, since she was little, her parents had always been like this. They didn't care about her hard work and studying, only about that single sheet of grades. They often compared her to the high-achieving children of relatives or colleagues, urging her to study harder. They always placed high expectations on her, hoping she would stand out from the crowd, hoping she would be extraordinary. But they overlooked. I'm just a very, very ordinary person. I've tried so hard, why do you still not acknowledge me? What more do I need to do to satisfy you? At this thought, Su Juin completely lost control, and tears burst forth from her eyes like a dam breaking. The bitterness in her heart was something no one could understand. Yet at this very moment, ding dong! Su Juin's phone suddenly emitted a crisp text message notification tone. She subconsciously picked up her phone to check. To her surprise, the beginning of the message immediately caught her attention. Celestial court vanished, demons run rampant. Fellow cultivator, if. Su Juin stared at this strange text message. For a moment, she was lost in thought. A university that teaches people to cultivate immortality? Cultivating immortality. Chapter 3, Cultivating Immortality? Livestream exposes the scam. A small county town. On the street. Come on, hey folks, send some small gifts. Your host is a pioneer in cracking down on feudal superstitions. Those so-called Taoist priests who commit fraud under the guise of cultivating immortality, fortune-telling, and feng shui, they're all targets of this livestream. Speak up, what do you guys want to see today? Should we play some eerie supernatural games, or expose the scams of street fortune-tellers? Just say the word, and I'll mercilessly dismantle those stubborn superstitious beliefs. Zhou Tao held up his selfie stick and shouted excitedly into the camera. Don't be fooled by how composed he appears in front of the camera. In reality, he's just a high school graduate who recently finished the college entrance exams. Not long ago, the exam results were released. Unfortunately, he didn't make the cut. In his view, attending a junior college was useless. Repeating a year, he feared he wouldn't be able to persevere. So he simply started live streaming to see if he could make a living as a host. Due to the education he received since childhood, he believed in science and resisted feudal superstitions. So the theme of his livestream simply became cracking down on and banning superstitions. As it turned out, his choice was the right one. In just 2 short days, his account gained a whopping 100,000 followers. Every time he went live, the number of viewers skyrocketed, with the online audience typically hovering around 7,000 to 8,000 people. In the first 2 days of broadcasting, his earnings were quite impressive. It was 700 or 800 yuan every day. To put it in perspective, in their small county town, earning 200 yuan a day is considered a high wage. And here he was, a fresh high school graduate, making 700 or 800 yuan every day. This made Zhou Tao very satisfied. As a result, he became more and more motivated in his live streaming. The streamer is spreading positive energy by cracking down on feudal superstitions. Well done. Superstitions can be deadly. Supporting the streamer with a small gift. Unlike those streamers who just skirt the edge or put on a show, this one is genuinely doing something positive, definitely hitting that follow button. Keep it up, streamer. Let all those money-grabbing frauds vanish for good. In the live chat, the comments were unanimously supporting Zhou Tao's live content. Small gifts were continuously being given out. Zhou Tao wasn't idle either. At the moment, while chatting with the live stream audience, he was also reading the bullet comments and contemplating which type of feudal superstition to debunk today. Speaking of feudal superstitions, I just received a text message today claiming to crowdfund a Cultivation University, asking people to transfer 10,000 yuan. I almost burst out laughing. Haha, I got that same text too. All I can say is, the scam technique is just too crude. Bah! Screw this cultivation nonsense. It's all made up to deceive people. Host, you should go expose that fraud today. Indeed, that text message was received by many people, and it seems to have caused quite a stir. There's a real risk someone might fall for it. Host, hurry up and debunk that Crowdfunding University scam text message to prevent more people from being fooled. Zhou Tao watched the barrage of comments. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Because just moments ago, he had also received that text message. However, he immediately recognized it as a telecom scam. After glancing at it twice, he exited the message interface without paying it much attention. He never expected that scam text message actually caused such a huge impact. It has already spread across the entire country. Zhou Tao stared at the barrage of comments, lost in thought for a moment. Soon he made up his mind today's live streaming target would be that highly influential scam text message. The reason is simple. This matter has a huge impact, and the traffic will undoubtedly be massive. For him, it's undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to gain followers. Moreover, he genuinely despises telecom fraud. Zhou Tao immediately made up his mind and shared his thoughts with the netizens in the live stream. The live chat instantly flooded with bullet screen comments, all expressing their support. The frequency of small gifts being sent also increased rapidly. Zhou Tao didn't hesitate either. Since he had taken the money, he was determined to deliver real results. So I immediately took out my backup phone and directly replied to that scam message. Dear Taoist Master, I intend to contribute 100,000 yuan, but for safety reasons, could you provide an alternative contact method? Brothers, this scammer is openly promoting feudal superstition, using the guise of spiritual cultivation to swindle money. It's absolutely intolerable. No more words needed. Now we just wait for the scammer to reply to the streamer's message, and watch how the streamer exposes this utterly unscrupulous fraudster. As soon as Zhou Tao finished speaking, the audience in the live stream immediately became excited, and the stream's popularity surged abruptly. The number of viewers in the live stream soared directly to 12,000. Everyone was waiting for Zhou Tao to expose that fraudster and give them a good thrashing. Shizhou Province. A rented apartment. Su Ming was currently leaning back on the sofa, looking pleased as he checked the system in his mind. Because he never expected it. His crowdfunding call had been posted for less than an hour, and already 30 people had taken the bake-off. Participated in the crowdfunding. This instantly added 300,000 yuan to his bank account. However, this money didn't really have much to do with him. After all, it was all meant for building the school. What truly brought him immense relief was the realization that his Cultivation University system didn't seem as unreliable as he'd feared. Because just moments ago, when the 30th crowdfunding participant transferred 10,000 yuan to his bank account, the system suddenly chimed with a notification, gifting him a beginner's grand package. The rewards in the beginner's package were remarkably generous, directly granting him golden core stage cultivation and a mystical technique called 6 transformations of profound thunder. The beginner's gift pack actually grants cultivation directly? Seems this system is pretty good after all. Su Ming curled his lips into a slight smile, delightedly eyeing the rewards in the beginner's gift pack. Ding! Host has obtained beginner's gift pack 1. Open now? Yes, open it. Su Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, scenes of his chi cultivation and technique practice flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, as if he had personally experienced them all. Countless immortal cultivation knowledge surged into his mind like a torrent, merging with his memories. He felt every inch of his body, meridians, and bones undergo earth-shaking transformations at this very moment. A mysterious and profound force circulated endlessly within his body. It was as if his entire being had undergone a complete transformation. Is this the power of a cultivator? The Golden Core Stage. Su Ming felt the vast spiritual energy of a Golden Core cultivator within him, experiencing an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and astonishment. Ding dong! Just then, a text message notification suddenly rang out. Su Ming snapped back to reality. Subconsciously, he picked up his phone and opened the text message. Unexpectedly, the content of the text message made his eyes light up. Hello, Taoist priest, I intend to donate 100,000 yuan, but for safety reasons, could you provide another contact method? Someone actually plans to donate 100,000 yuan alone? Chapter 4 must be a scam. Looking at that text message, Su Ming felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. After all, 100,000 yuan is no small amount. Moreover, he had only managed to raise 300,000 yuan for the school construction fund so far, still a far cry from the 3 billion needed. At this moment, he desperately needed money, especially that 100,000 yuan. Su Ming didn't think much more and directly replied to the other party. Many thanks for your support, fellow cultivator. You can add me on WeChat, Ningmengxia666. After the message was sent, the smile on Su Ming's face gradually faded, and he couldn't help but frown. At present, although the text message for crowdfunding the Immortal Cultivation University has only been sent out for an hour, 30 people have already participated in the crowdfunding. But at this rate, it would still take over 400 days to raise 3 billion. This speed is too slow, he can't wait that long. Moreover, those who participated in the crowdfunding trusted him enough to send him money. If this cultivation university of his can't be built within a year or so, and there's no news of its opening for a long time, wouldn't that make him a fraud who's just making empty promises? He doesn't want to betray everyone's trust. So now, he must find a way to speed up the fundraising process. Strive to get the Cultivation University up and running within 3 months. Su Ming stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then resolutely turned off his phone and stood up to walk back to the bedroom. He opened his computer, skillfully navigated to a Word document, and began designing the name, school regulations, motto, and other essential elements that a university should have for his Cultivation Academy. He planned to initially refine the framework of the Cultivation Academy and then quickly establish the school's official website. Only in this way, his crowdfunding text messages sent to the public nationwide would carry more credibility. This would attract more people to participate in the crowdfunding for establishing the Immortal Cultivation University, thereby accelerating the speed of raising funds for the school's construction. At the same time, a small county town. On the street. Everyone, look! That audacious scammer actually replied to the streamer. It seems the streamer was right. No matter how clever a scammer is, they can't resist the temptation of money. The streamer is about to add the scammer's WeChat. Watch as the streamer exposes their clumsy tricks and reveals the truth to everyone. Joe Tao held up a selfie stick, displaying the text message records from his backup phone in front of the camera. As soon as he finished speaking, the live chat immediately erupted with comments. Damn, this scammer has some nerve, actually posting his WeChat ID. He's really not afraid of getting caught. Haha, aren't all scammers like this? The moment they see money, their brains stop working. Looks like the scammer on the other end has taken the bait. The streamer quickly exposes his scam and gives him a good thrashing. Yeah. Must thrash him, must expose him. The audience in the livestream were all outraged. Everyone was denouncing the scammer who had been sending fraudulent messages all over the country. Many people have even taken screenshots and submitted reports to the relevant authorities. Joe Tao, observing the continuously rising viewership in the livestream and the constant barrage of comments, immediately realized the timing was just right. Without hesitation, he promptly used a backup phone to search for the WeChat ID the other party had sent. The profile picture was a misty landscape photo. WeChat name. It's actually called Su Ming, which looks like a real name. Joe Tao was somewhat surprised, but didn't think much of it. He continued to click the Add to Contacts button. I didn't expect the request to be approved as soon as I sent it. Brothers, this scammer on the other side is way too eager instant approval. The moment I mentioned transferring money, they became more enthusiastic than anyone else, which just proves they're definitely a scammer. But this is good too. The streamer can start fishing for information now and gather evidence of their fraud. In front of the camera, Joe Tao spoke with an impassioned tone, her demeanor and gestures highly expressive. In just a few sentences, she boosted the live stream's engagement by 2 to 3 times. Small gifts continuously flooded the screen. The barrage of comments also refreshed rapidly. After speaking, Joe Tao immediately typed a message in the WeChat chat box and decisively clicked send. Hello, Taoist Master. I intend to donate 100,000 yuan to your school. However, before doing so, may I ask a few questions? Su Ming, greetings, fellow seeker. Thank you for your trust in this humble Taoist. Su Ming, feel free to ask whatever questions you have, fellow seeker. Brothers, that scammer on the other side replied instantly. It seems he's already drooling over the streamer's 100,000 yuan. But he probably never expected that the streamer is actually here to bring him to justice. Alright, now the streamer will start coaxing information out of him to expose his clumsy scam. As soon as Joe Tao finished speaking, he then typed out the second paragraph in WeChat and sent it to the other party. May I ask, Taoist Master, when you mentioned cultivating immortality in the text message, are you referring to the kind of eternal life, flying through the skies and diving into the earth as described in fantasy novels? This question was certainly not asked casually by Joe Tao. The reason he asked this was that the definition of fraud involves occupying public or private property through fabricated facts or concealed truths. If the scammer on the other end gives a positive response next, it would clearly be a fabricated story. After all, something as mystical as cultivating immortality is obviously made up. Anyone could tell that with just a bit of thought. In that case, all he needs to do is transfer 2,000 yuan, and the scammer's crime would be undeniable. Just as Joe Tao finished his train of thought, his phone suddenly dinged. Looking up, it was clearly a WeChat message from that scammer across the street. Su Ming, it is indeed about cultivating immortality, and for us cultivators, not only eternal life and the ability to fly and burrow through the earth, but even summoning wind and rain or moving mountains and filling seas are as easy as turning one's hand. Su Ming, these supernatural powers are the basics of cultivating immortality. If you're interested, fellow Taoist, you can attend our school after it opens and learn the details in class. Joe Tao looked at the other's reply. His eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. The other side gave a positive response. This indicates the other side had already fallen into the trap he set. Now he just needs to transfer the money, and the other party's charge of fraud will be undeniable. Chapter 5. Could it be that the scammer on the other side really knows how to divine? Brothers, look quickly. There's no doubt the other side has fallen into the trap set by the streamer. The other party's affirmative reply means the streamer now only needs to transfer the money, and the fraud charge against them will be 100% confirmed. Joe Tao faced the phone camera, his face brimming with excitement as he explained his plan to the over 10,000 viewers in the livestream. Truth be told, he hadn't expected the scammer on the other end to be so utterly unsuspecting. If the other party had responded vaguely to his question about whether the immortality cultivation mentioned in the text message was the kind from novels capable of eternal life, flying through the skies, and vanishing into the earth, or if they had simply sidestepped the question altogether, then for the time being, he really couldn't do anything about the other side. But who would have thought the other side would be so brazen, actually leaving themselves completely unguarded and telling him straight out? The cultivation mentioned in the text message was exactly the kind of cultivation found in fantasy novels. Not only could one achieve immortality, fly through the skies and burrow underground, but even summoning wind and rain or moving mountains and filling seas were trivial matters. This is just too much bull. Cultivation is clearly fake, a human fantasy, completely fabricated. Yet that scammer across the way is treating fiction as fact, stating it unequivocally with absolute confidence and conviction. He even replies instantly. Who on earth gave him such confidence? At this thought, Joe Tao had no idea how to evaluate the scammer across from him. He could hardly imagine that in the year 2025, how mentally unstable the person opposite must be to come up with such clumsy fraud tactics and rhetoric to swindle money. Joe Tao was too exhausted to even complain. So he directly displayed the chat history from his backup phone on the livestream. The vast audience in the live stream burst into laughter at this moment. I'm dying of laughter. I wonder if the other person could keep a straight face while saying that. This is hilarious. Cultivating immortality? Summoning wind and rain, moving mountains and filling seas? Does he really think he's the Calabash brothers? That scammer's techniques are so clumsy, if word gets out, he'll be the laughingstock of his peers for life. Thumbs up. Damn, this scammer really dares to boast. Such outrageous lies. 666. Host, keep pressing him, make him demonstrate flying through the sky, diving into the earth, and summoning wind and rain. 1. Yeah, since that scammer over there is so confident, why don't you just let him put on a show and see how he tries to cover up his lies? Grinning. Great idea, streamer, quickly roast the opponent. Seconded. 1. The live stream chat is scrolling like crazy. The most popular suggestion was to have Joe Tao continue interrogating the scammer by playing along with his claims, demanding he demonstrate his alleged abilities to fly, vanish, and summon wind and rain to see how he would attempt to justify his lies next. Coincidentally, Joe Tao had the same idea. He was curious to see how the other party would respond if he asked them to demonstrate their magical abilities. Should I find an excuse to brush him off? Or should I perform a little magic trick to fool him? Joe Tao found the situation increasingly amusing, so he immediately typed out a reply and sent it over. Joe Tao, extraordinary power? I see, thank you for your explanation, Taoist priest. Joe Tao, master Taoist, to be honest, I've been fascinated by immortal cultivation since childhood. Now that I have the fortune to meet you, I won't miss this divine opportunity. I'm determined to support you with 100,000 yuan. Joe Tao, but before that, could you grant me a small favor? Su Ming, feel free to speak your mind, fellow Taoist. Joe Tao, I would like to witness the esteemed Taoist master's magical prowess to broaden my horizons. Would it be convenient for you? Su Ming, I understand what you mean, fellow cultivator. The path of immortal cultivation is indeed extraordinary, so it's only natural for you to have concerns. Su Ming, since you are willing to trust me, I will not let you down. Su Ming, how about this? Since we're chatting on WeChat and it's not easy to demonstrate spells and magical powers, let me divine a fortune for you, fellow Taoist. How does that sound? Looking at the message from the other side, Joe Tao couldn't help but let out a scornful laugh. Fortune telling? It seems I wasn't wrong. That scammer across from me was indeed planning to use some petty trick to brush me off. Fortune telling is nothing more than ominous signs, dangers, good or bad luck, all that mystical jargon he's all too familiar with. And let's be honest, it's just random guessing. If they guess right, they claim the fortune telling was accurate. If they guess wrong, they just say it was a miscalculation in the divination. No matter the outcome, the other side always has an excuse to brush it off. It seems that the scammer on the other side isn't completely foolish after all. Joe Tao's thoughts had just settled, and he was about to type to let the other side begin their performance. However, the other side suddenly sent a message. Su Ming, fellow cultivator, I ask you to walk 3 steps to the southeast, that is, to your left, within 10 seconds. Joe Tao was momentarily stunned when he saw the message from the other side, so he replied, what do you mean by this, Taoist priest? Su Ming, 10. Su Ming, 9. Seeing that the other side didn't respond and instead started counting down, Joe Tao didn't think much of it and simply followed the other person's instructions, taking 3 steps to the left. Su Ming, 1. Watching the countdown reach 1 on the other side, Joe Tao was just about to type and ask what this meant. But at that moment, whoosh! A motorcycle sped by, swiftly running over a roadside puddle and splashing a large wave of water onto the sidewalk. The water splashed precisely onto the public bench where Joe Tao had just been sitting. Joe Tao stood there in a daze, momentarily stunned. The over 10,000 netizens in the livestream were also stunned at this moment, flooding the chat with question marks. From their perspective, they first saw Joe Tao's backup phone's WeChat, where the scammer named Su Ming on the other end inexplicably started a 10-second countdown. Then, something utterly bizarre happened. After the 10-second countdown ended, the public bench where the host had just been sitting was suddenly hit by water splashed by a passing motorcycle. Is this a coincidence? But how could such a coincidence exist in this world? This is just too damn unbelievable. What's going on? Damn, the scammer on the other side just told the streamer to move away, and then water splashed over? Can't be this coincidental, right? What the hell is going on? Wow! Did they really just do a fortune telling for the streamer on the other side? Holy crap! The live chat exploded with messages, all expressing shock and confusion. Yet, at this very moment, No one was more bewildered than Zhou Tao himself. He stared blankly at the public bench where he had just been sitting, now soaked in dirty water, his shock surging like a mighty river, unstoppable. He had never imagined that after taking just 3 steps to the left, as instructed by the scammer across the street, a motorcycle would speed by, splashing a huge wave of water that landed perfectly on the very bench he had just vacated. What is this? A coincidence? But this is just too damn coincidental. At this thought, Zhou Tao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A bold idea gradually emerged in his mind. Could it be that the scammer across from him actually knew how to divine? Divination, something so mystical and elusive, could it truly exist? Zhou Tao had to admit, although he had always championed science and firmly opposed feudal superstitions. But at this moment, the belief he had held firmly in his heart for over a decade was shaken for the first time because of this incident. Chapter 6, Coincidence, it must be a coincidence. However, Zhou Tao's moment of doubt lasted only briefly. Because he quickly realized, fortune-telling and divination, which lack any scientific basis, absolutely cannot exist in real life. How could that fraudster across from him have actually performed a divination for him, and with such uncanny accuracy? This is simply too fake, too superstitious. Since the idea of feudal superstition was ruled out, then he could confidently conclude that what had just happened was undoubtedly just a coincidence. Yes, it must have been a coincidence. The truth of the matter was actually not that complicated at all. It must have been that scammer across the way spouting some nonsense, and then by some coincidence, his words turned out to be prophetic. Although the probability of such a coincidence is extremely small, it doesn't mean it can't happen. Even if the odds are 1 in 100 million, it's still a possibility. Facing the live camera, Zhou Tao thought this with a somewhat dazed expression. Although this explanation sounds very far-fetched, even a bit absurd, but it's still much more believable than the scammer who sent fraudulent messages nationwide, falsely claiming to crowdfund Cultivation University, actually being able to divine fortunes, right? Moreover, he absolutely refuses to believe that fortune-telling and divination are real. These superstitious nonsense, only fools would believe in them. Zhou Tao had just finished his thoughts when he noticed the livestream's popularity was rapidly soaring. The number of online viewers had actually reached 18,000. Not only were question marks flooding the public chat, but small gifts were also exploding like firecrackers during New Year, wildly spamming the screen. Wait, is the other side really capable of divination? What the hell? Are you kidding me, bro? Is the streamer in cahoots with that scammer? Scripted? What script? Sending fraudulent text messages nationwide no matter what, they'd have to be locked up. Would a small-time streamer with just 100k followers dare to pull something this big? LOL, there's always some know-it-all popping up to claim it's scripted. Holy, what's going on over there? The entire live chat is spamming question marks. Some people have even started to suspect that this whole thing was scripted. After all, the absurd scene just now, if it were called a coincidence, would be far too unbelievable. It's as if that fraudster on the other end, who falsely claimed to be crowdfunding an immortal Cultivation University, had actually predicted the streamer's fortune correctly. Zhou Tao watched the dizzying barrage of comments in the livestream. Although the viewership was skyrocketing, some were actually accusing him of colluding with a scammer and staging a script. This made him instantly furious. He immediately told the nearly 20,000 viewers in his livestream that he believed it was all just a coincidence. He even swore a solemn oath, guaranteeing with his personal integrity that everything that had just happened was absolutely not scripted. After hearing Zhou Tao's analysis, the vast majority of netizens couldn't come up with a better explanation at the moment. Thus, nearly 20,000 people in the livestream agreed with Zhou Tao's statement, believing it was all just a coincidence. After all, from a probabilistic perspective, low-probability events don't equate to impossibility. The clumsy scammer opposite pretended to divine fortunes, and his words coincidentally came true, nothing more than a mere coincidence. But at this very moment, ding dong! Zhou Tao's backup phone chimed again with a WeChat notification. He glanced at the screen. It was another message from that scammer across the way. Suming, Xian and Li are void, Sun and Zhen reveal the yin. This is the hexagram of loss and gain. Suming, if this humble Taoist's calculations are correct, had you not moved 6 feet to the southeast, that is, to your left just now, you might have encountered some misfortune. It's just a coincidence, and yet you're putting on airs? Zhou Tao felt a surge of disdain in his heart and immediately typed a reply. Revered Taoist, to be honest, I'd much rather witness your mastery of flying on a sword or controlling water and fire. Would you be so kind as to demonstrate? Zhou Tao did not respond directly to the other party but instead made another request. After all, if the scammer on the other side realized that his random guess had actually hit the mark, wouldn't that give him the perfect opportunity to seize the moment and boast about himself? Zhou Tao certainly didn't want that to happen. He came to expose and interrogate that fraud across from him, not to see the smug look on the other's face. Suming, very well. Coincidentally, according to our school's crowdfunding sponsorship rules, anyone who contributes a full 100,000 yuan will receive an additional marrow cleansing pill as a gift. Su Ming, since I see you have such a strong interest in cultivation, perhaps this humble Taoist could first use a spell of teleportation to deliver this marrow cleansing pill into your hands. Su Ming, kindly place your right hand horizontally across your chest, forming a sword finger gesture, while your left hand should be open with the palm facing upward, resting flat in front of you. You agreed so readily? And even boasted about using some kind of teleportation spell to deliver a pill directly into my hand? Is there something wrong with their head? Zhou Tao looked at the reply, momentarily stunned. After all, the requests he just made were all visible to the naked eye, leaving no room for coincidence or deception. And fantastical scenes like manipulating water and fire or moving objects telekinetically only appear on television. But in reality, they defy science and are impossible. That fraud across from him actually agreed to do something impossible. Isn't he afraid of the scam being exposed? Zhou Tao couldn't understand for the life of him where the other party got the confidence to actually agree to his request. But Zhou Tao couldn't afford to worry about that right now. He was eager to see what tricks the other side had up their sleeve. And he was already certain that the other side would soon be exposed and make a fool of themselves. Soon, Zhou Tao displayed the chat records in front of the live broadcast camera. The over 20,000 netizens in the live stream room saw this and immediately flooded the screen with mocking comments. Everyone regarded the scammer with the WeChat name Su Ming as nothing more than a joke. Zhou Tao also casually scoffed a few times. Then he fixed his phone onto the live streaming stand. He himself faced the live streaming camera directly, assuming the posture as instructed by the other party. Right hand placed horizontally across the chest, forming a sword finger gesture, left hand in a palm-up position, held flat in front like this, right? Zhou Tao looked at his posture in the live stream and realized it was exactly like a Taoist priest from a fantasy movie so ridiculously Chinibu. Brothers, why do I feel like a clown right now? The streamer joked. Zhou Tao couldn't hold back anymore and started bantering with the viewers in the chat. The barrage was filled with laughter, everyone mocking Zhou Tao's awkward, overly dramatic pose. However, just as Zhou Tao and the more than 20,000 netizens in the livestream were laughing and joking around, an unimaginable scene unfolded. A faint, ethereal blue glow gradually emerged from the palm of Zhou Tao's left hand. Then, countless wisps of white mist appeared out of thin air, coiling like dragons as they converged from all directions, gathering together in Zhou Tao's palm. The ethereal strands of qi drifted and intertwined, eventually coalescing into a radiant sphere bursting with dazzling crimson light. Before long, the drifting strands of qi gradually faded, and the brilliant crimson glow slowly dissipated. A translucent, marble-sized crimson pill suddenly materialized out of thin air in Zhou Tao's palm. The entire process took less than 5 seconds. But those magnificent and dazzling mysterious lights truly and overwhelmingly illuminated everyone's eyes. Witnessing this scene, it wasn't just Zhou Tao. Over 20,000 netizens in the live stream. Everything's blown up. Chapter 7, No way, are they really cultivators? Holy! What the hell is that? What am I seeing? What the hell is going on? Amazing, 666. The more than 20,000 netizens in the livestream were still posting funny comments. But almost instantly, shocked and bewildered comments flooded the livestream. The barrage of comments exploded like a bombardment, instantly throwing the livestream into chaos. At this moment, over 20,000 netizens online are utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe what they just witnessed with their own eyes was actually real. Because what they just saw was something that completely defies the laws of science and should not exist at all. What just happened has entirely surpassed the limits of their understanding. At this moment, Zhou Tao in front of the live camera was already standing there in a daze, his face stiff as if petrified. Witnessing the unbelievable scene just now, his mind first went completely blank. Then, deep in his mind, there was a sudden thunderous roar, like a bolt from the blue, and an overwhelming tsunami of shock instantly exploded in his heart. He felt his scalp tingling with numbness. The shock in his heart was 1,000 times stronger than that of any netizen in the livestream. After all, the netizens in the livestream were merely watching through a screen. But he was right there, experiencing this scientifically impossible scene firsthand as it happened to him. The previous divination could still be explained away as coincidence. But what about this incredibly vivid scene before his eyes? That cold-to-the-touch crimson pill had genuinely materialized out of thin air into his hand. Zhou Tao had always revered science since childhood and firmly opposed feudal superstitions. Yet he never imagined that the scene unfolding before him would completely shatter his worldview. Right now, he felt like his whole world was collapsing. Holy, freaking, crap! Zhou Tao was dumbfounded, exclaiming in astonishment. With his right hand forming a sword finger gesture in front of his chest, he stared blankly at the translucent, crystal-clear crimson pill resting in the palm of his left hand. He felt that the crimson-red pill in his hand was constantly emitting a wondrous and exquisite aura, filling him with delight and awe. That indescribably marvelous sensation, he could truly smell it, hear it, see it, and even feel it. Though reluctant to believe it, Zhou Tao had no choice but to admit it now. Everything before him had completely transcended the realm of science. This means he had firmly resisted and was convinced it was fictional, something conjured up from fantasy since childhood. Damn it, it actually exists. The person on the other end with the WeChat name Su Ming, how could he possibly be a fraud? He's genuinely a cultivator. No way, is that guy across from us really a cultivator? What's going on? Holy? Damn bro. This can't be special effects, right? Stop with the damn special effects talk. The video quality is so clear you can see the streamer's pores, can't you tell if it's effects or not? Wait, my CPU is fried, how did they do that? CPU fried? My whole worldview just collapsed, damn it. Holy. 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 The live chat in the stream was still scrolling wildly. The vast majority of viewers were marveling at how unbelievable the previous scene had been. But a small portion remained rational, trying to figure out what had actually happened. Special effects, AR, AI, editing, nearly every conceivable video manipulation technique was speculated about by the stream's audience. Without exception, they were all debunked. The reason was none other than the fact that the video footage was live streamed and so clear that even pores were visible. Under such circumstances, the slightest trace of manipulation would be glaringly obvious. Anyone who frequently surfs the internet could spot the anomaly at a glance. So the nearly 20,000 netizens in the livestream are still utterly shocked and completely bewildered. Zhou Tao snapped back to reality at this moment. Watching the storm-like barrage of comments and small gifs flooding the livestream, a relieved smile instantly curled at the corners of his lips. He cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly at the camera. Brothers, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. From now on, the account Xiao Tao takes you against superstition will be permanently retired from the internet. Zhou Tao paid no attention to the barrage of comments in the live stream. After shouting this out, even though the live stream's popularity was skyrocketing, with the number of viewers soaring to nearly 50,000. Yet he didn't even glance at it, resolutely shutting down the live stream without hesitation. Since it's the will of heaven, then he must make the most correct choice. Meanwhile, the netizens in the livestream were even more confused. Damn, where's the streamer? Did he just quit the internet? Where'd he go? What's this? What just happened? Is it special effects? Yeah, the streamer hasn't explained yet. How was that done? Is it real? 666. Chinese internet slang meaning awesome or skilled. Fools are still asking what happened, while the wise have already started transferring money. Hearted gesture of appreciation. It's just for the live stream effect, you adorable bunch. Did you really believe it? Evening, Shizhou Province. A rented apartment. Finally got it done. Su Ming sat in front of the computer, looking at the school's official website he had just built, and couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. Although as a freshly graduated high school student, he knew nothing about websites or coding. Fortunately, he had a system to rely on. In the system's reputation value store, there was a function called custom website construction. It's incredibly simple and straightforward to use. Just visualize the website interface in your mind, and the system will instantly materialize it. Moreover, this feature is completely free and doesn't consume any reputation points. The website can simultaneously accommodate 500,000 users browsing online without crashing, ensuring exceptional stability. Thus, Su Ming spent only 2 or 3 minutes finalizing the school rules, motto, and emblem that had taken him an entire day to design, as well as the school's admission score requirements and the division of cultivation majors, among other basic information about the institution. Combining their own imagination, they constructed an exquisitely designed webpage in their mind. The webpage featured elegant illustrations, comprehensive information, and aesthetically pleasing layouts. In short, it was very high-end. The domain name was also simple and easy to remember. Piaomiao. It is actually the pinyin of the school's name Piaomiao. That's right. Su Ming named the Cultivation University he founded Piaomiao University. The path of immortality is vast and boundless, ethereal, and infinite. Su Ming felt that the ethereal nature of the words Piaomiao perfectly matched the essence of the immortal Cultivation University. It just exuded an air of sophistication. Now that the basic information and official website of the school are sorted out, the next step is to consider obtaining the school operating license and constructing the campus. If memory serves, the school operating license requires approval, right? But after all, the university I'm founding is one for immortal cultivation. Will the approval go through? Or, more importantly, could I end up being arrested for fraud? Su Ming rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling with a slight headache. Chapter 8, Jolie Mountain? Bizarre incident. Following the standard procedure for establishing a university, one must first obtain an operating license, then apply to the authorities for land allocation. The problem, however, is, will this conventional process work for me? Su Ming fell into deep thought. After all, the university he founded was a cultivation academy. If he were to actually apply for an operating license, he was afraid he'd be treated as mentally deficient and forcibly confined to a psychiatric hospital, let alone having land allocated to him. Moreover, the system had warned him long ago that the demons and monsters existing around the world were becoming increasingly restless. He no longer had time to slowly go through the approval process for school qualifications or follow the formal procedures to establish a school. Given this situation, it would be better to act first and report later when it comes to founding the Immortal Cultivation University. First, establish the Immortal Cultivation University to train a group of capable cultivators. By the time demons and monsters become completely rampant, perhaps he won't need those tedious school establishment procedures anymore. Su Ming pondered carefully once more. In the end, he still felt that acting first and reporting later might be the most reasonable solution at present. Since there's no need to worry about school qualifications and land issues, all that's left now is to raise sufficient funds to contact a construction team and start building the campus. The initial estimate for the school construction funds is 3 billion. From the launch of the crowdfunding text messages until now, Su Ming sorted out his thoughts while checking his phone for the balance. Little did he expect that ignorance was bliss. One glance left him utterly shocked. 32,766,000. How did it suddenly become so much? Su Ming was astonished. To think that his crowdfunding text message had only been sent out for 2 hours. In the first hour, 30 people participated in the crowdfunding, which had already surprised him. I never expected that in the next hour, it would skyrocket by over 327 million. Converted to the number of people, that's more than 30,000. What's going on? It's the same 1 hour period, how can the difference be so huge? Su Ming was completely baffled. He was about to add the newly built school website to the crowdfunding text message and resend it, hoping to attract more people to participate in the crowdfunding. Little did he expect that before he could even resend the message, the number of participants in the crowdfunding surged absurdly high. This left Su Ming utterly astonished. But he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, the faster the funds were raised, the better it was for him. Now that over 300 million has been raised, perhaps it's time to contact a construction team and start preliminary work on the campus. But where should the campus be located? Su Ming stroked his chin, his gaze inadvertently falling on a news alert that popped up on his computer screen. Why has the once popular tourist destination Jiuli Mountain turned into a desolate wasteland? The truth is bizarre. Jiuli Mountain. Su Ming stared at the computer screen, lost in thought. At the same time, a certain live streaming platform. In a black screen live stream room. What's going on with this stream? The host has already ended the broadcast, yet there are still over 30,000 people online in the room? 666. What just happened? Can someone with the details explain? It seems the streamer really encountered a cultivation master. Items just appeared out of thin air in their hands. No way. Is this for real? I have the video, DM me. I also recorded it. Please say young master, send it to me. Young master, please send it to me. Young master, please send it to me. Ha, new viewers in the livestream, don't ask too many questions. Just Baidu search the hottest scam text message online, transfer 10,000 to the bank account in the message, and you're done. Trust me, you'll come back to thank me. Already transferred. Grinning. I've also shared it. Sending love. 666, what a bunch of cuties. Getting scammed out of money and still acting proud here, ha. Clearly a black screen livestream, yet the viewer count keeps rising without fail. Tens of thousands of netizens are chatting up a storm in the livestream. Time passed, and night fell. The originally peaceful night rippled with waves due to a strange scam message. The entire nation gradually grew lively because of it. The next day. Early morning. At the break of dawn, the brilliant glow of the morning sun cast its light upon the towering Jiuli Mountain. Jiuli Mountain was once one of the most popular tourist attractions in Shizhou province, averaging 30,000 visitors daily. Unfortunately, a terrifying and bizarre incident later occurred, leading to the permanent closure of Jiuli Mountain as a tourist destination. Since then, no one has visited it again. Over time, Mount Jiuli became a desolate mountain, completely uninhabited. Hee, classmate Su, do you want to know what that eerie incident was? On the overgrown forest path, a slender high school girl with a bun hairstyle smiled brightly at Su Ming. I don't want to know, Su Ming said expressionlessly. And classmates, I advise you to hurry down the mountain and go home. The end of this path might be very dangerous. Su, saying things like that is really rude. You've been telling us to go back since we started climbing the mountain. We're clearly out here camping. Don't be such a killjoy, okay? Beside them, a girl with light makeup and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye shot Su Ming an annoyed glance. Yeah, man, if you're scared, just go back by yourself. No need to keep spouting all this ominous nonsense, it's really annoying. Next to the girl, a burly man with well-defined muscles also curled his lip impatiently at Su Ming. As he spoke, he deliberately or unintentionally flexed his well-built muscles, clearly implying he was ready to teach someone a lesson. Obviously, they all strongly disapproved of Su Ming's actions. Alright, sorry, I won't say any more then. Su Ming gave a faint smile and said nothing further. He followed behind the three of them, continuing along this rugged forest path. In truth, Su Ming wasn't very familiar with them. He had come to Jiuli Mountain this morning to assess whether the mountaintop was suitable for constructing a campus for the Cultivation University. He just hadn't expected to run into them who were out camping right after starting his ascent. After exchanging a few casual words, they set off up the mountain together. However, they hadn't gone far when Su Ming's spiritual sense detected something unusual. The mountaintop was saturated with a dense demonic aura. With his golden core stage cultivation, his spiritual sense couldn't possibly be mistaken. He was certain that powerful demons must be lurking at the summit of Jiuli Mountain. That's why he repeatedly urged the three of them to hurry down the mountain and go home. Yet no one believed him. Instead, they thought he was speaking ill omens and reacted with strong aversion and resistance. This left Su Ming feeling somewhat helpless. But it doesn't matter anyway. After all, he's going to clear out the demons on the mountaintop later. Although he's attained golden core stage cultivation, he hasn't had a chance to use it yet. This is the perfect opportunity to test his skills. The path up the mountain wasn't difficult to walk. Although there were many forks in the road, fortunately, the girl named Li Shiyu, with a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, knew the way. Under her guidance, it took just over 40 minutes to reach the mountainside. After taking a few photos at the mountainside, the group continued chatting and laughing as they made their way toward the summit. Su Ming, who had been given the cold shoulder, could no longer join their conversation at this point. So he simply took out his phone and resent that crowdfunding text message, which included the school's official website, to a nationwide targeted audience once again. This time, with the credibility backing of the school's official website, he believed more people would definitely participate in the crowdfunding. Just as Su Ming was thinking this, the phones of the three people beside him rang one after another with message alerts. I'm so fed up, why do these scam messages keep coming non-stop? Can't even block them, damn disgusting. I got them too. Is it this one about crowdfunding to build a cultivation university? Yeah, that's the one. Absolutely disgusting. It's obviously fake, and the scam is so poorly executed, yet they keep sending it drives me crazy. The three of them instinctively glanced at their phones, thinking it might be some important message. Who would have thought it was that disgusting scam message again? The three of them instantly found common ground and began denouncing it in unison. Su Ming followed behind them, his lips twitching slightly as he silently put away his phone. But just then, the girl with a bun hairstyle, named Louis, perhaps feeling that she shouldn't leave Su Ming out in the cold, deliberately slowed her pace and initiated a conversation with him. Hey, classmate Su, didn't you receive this text message? Chapter 9, the half-human, half-snake creature. No, nothing, huh? Su Ming scratched his face and chuckled awkwardly. Louis, with her hair tied in a bun, blinked her clear eyes, somewhat puzzled. Huh? Classmate Su, you actually didn't receive it? That's strange, every one of my friends received it, but you didn't. Maybe I'm just lucky, huh? Su Ming said with a wandering gaze. This scammer couldn't even come up with a believable script crowdfunding to build a cultivation university? How stupid is that? Seriously, it's 2025, and they're still using that feudal superstition nonsense to scam people? I'm speechless. I'm not that bothered, honestly. I just find this text message so fake it's kind of funny, huh? The three of them complained. Su Ming, who was following behind them, felt awkward for a moment but soon became at ease. He smiled and said, cultivating immortality? I don't think that stuff is necessarily fake. As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them cast incredulous looks at Su Ming. After a moment of silence, the burly Zhang Yueshuan burst into laughter. Ha! Dude, why so serious? Don't tell me you actually think that way? Classmate Su, you're truly hilarious. Li Shiyu covered her face and mocked. Louis also covered her mouth and chuckled softly but said nothing. Seeing this, Su Ming decided not to continue the argument. He simply smiled faintly, not responding to the crowd's mocking laughter. Buddy, I'm putting it out there, if immortality cultivation really exists in this world, I'll jump right off here, alright? Zhang Yueshuan pointed at the nearby cliff and scoffed with disdain. His first impression of Su Ming was extremely poor. Not only had he been spouting ominous nonsense the entire journey, but now he even seemed to believe that something as undeniably fake as immortal cultivation might actually be real? This guy's brain must be seriously messed up. Su Ming didn't respond, but followed behind the group with a faint smile on his face. He knew that if things continued this way, it would only make everyone unhappy. Moreover, there was no need to argue over who was right or wrong in this matter. If he put himself in the other person's shoes, his reaction might have been even stronger. Strangely enough, though, the latter half of the journey after reaching the mountainside turned out to be much easier than the first half. The path was not only free of fallen leaves, but there wasn't even a single wild grass by the roadside, making the walk extremely smooth. The group chatted and laughed as they walked for over 50 minutes, finally reaching the summit of Jiuli Mountain. The two girls were now completely exhausted, panting heavily, and suggested taking a break on the spot. Zhang Yueshuan's well-built muscles certainly weren't for show after such a long mountain hike. He was still full of energy and vitality. But considering the feelings of the two girls, he still agreed to their suggestion. While resting, everyone took out their phones to capture the breathtaking scenery at the mountaintop. No wonder it's Jolie Mountain, the view is truly stunning. Indeed. Flowers and plants cover the entire mountain, and the clear blue sky above makes it feel just like a fairyland. Such a beautiful scenic spot has actually been closed down, what a pity. Let's take a few photos to commemorate it. The three praised it endlessly. Although Su Ming also found the scenery here breathtakingly beautiful, his true focus wasn't on it. He looked around while the mountaintop terrain was somewhat uneven. Fortunately, the area was vast, roughly estimated to be at least 3,000 acres. Building a university of ordinary scale would be more than sufficient. The vast terrain, combined with the picturesque and verdant scenery of Jolie Mountain, is enveloped in mist beyond the mountains, as if bordering a fairyland. Whether it's the scenery or the name, it perfectly matches the atmosphere of a cultivation university. Additionally, its remote location, almost cut off from the outside world, means there's no need to worry about plans being discovered too soon. Given all this, Jolie Mountain is indeed the perfect choice for building a campus. Su Ming gazed at the breathtaking scenery around him and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Next, he would need to start considering finding a construction team. Why has the demonic aura suddenly grown stronger? At that moment, Su Ming's keen senses suddenly detected something unusual. It seemed like there was some trouble that needed to be dealt with, and his expression changed slightly. A demon is approaching. Everyone, please stand beside me. Su Ming looked around warily, his powerful spiritual energy surging within him, ready for battle at any moment. But as soon as he finished speaking, the three who had been playing around looked at each other in confusion. They stared at Su Ming with blank expressions. What is that? A demon? And you're standing right next to them? This guy named Su Ming, why is he always acting so weird? The three of them didn't take Su Ming's words seriously. After a moment of silence, Zheng Yueshuan shot Su Ming an impatient glance and snorted coldly. Hey, why are you always so jumpy? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with your brain? He stopped mid-sentence. A sudden rustling sound erupted. Suddenly, a monster with dozens of eyes on its face plummeted from the sky, emitting a piercing, maniacal laugh. Delicious. More delicious. Yum. The laughter was shrill and eerie, echoing across the entire mountaintop. The three who had previously found Su Ming's behavior puzzling were completely speechless upon witnessing this scene. They froze in place instantly. The fear in their hearts erupted like a towering tsunami, exploding violently within them. The two girls were so terrified they couldn't even scream. Their minds raced, but they couldn't come up with a single reasonable explanation for the terrifying and bizarre thing before them. It had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake, with no facial features or hair on its head, only dozens of eyes and mouths densely packed together, and a foul-smelling, sticky substance oozing from its body. How could such a thing possibly be human? No. It should be said that in this world, how could such a thing possibly exist? Xian Lei Lubian, first transformation, Fulei Palm. Seeing the three fall into panic and unable to recover, Su Ming immediately activated the spiritual energy within his body, channeling it through his meridians and into his palms. Muttering a spell under his breath, he struck out with a single palm strike. Though the palm strike appeared weak, it erupted with the power of thunder and lightning as it was unleashed. Countless blinding arcs of electricity erupted from Su Ming's palm with a deafening roar. Bang! The palm strike was as swift as lightning. The half-human, half-snake monster had no time to dodge and was immediately blasted away, crashing into and breaking a pine tree in the distance. For a moment, dust and sand swirled in the air, obscuring the view. It hurts so much. Ah! It hurts so much. Am I going to die? No, I can't. I've already died many times before, I won't die again. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something delicious. 1, 2, 3 delicious things. I'm going to eat you all. You're all going to die. Amidst the swirling sand and dust, piercing screams echoed through the air. Whoosh! However, the next second, the half-human, half-snake monster shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, raising its sharp claws and charging toward Su Ming with overwhelming force. Su Ming, seeing this, showed no sign of fear. He swiftly picked up a branch from the ground, held it between his index and middle fingers, and swept it upward from the bottom. Yen, rise! As he murmured the words, the branch in his hand suddenly burst into a fiery red flame. Then, with an unyielding advance, he wielded the branch like a sword. With a light tap of his toes, his body transformed into a blur, suddenly striking at the monster charging toward him. Chapter 10, that wasn't a scam text message at all. Ding! A blinding flash of light pierced the air. The moisture in the surrounding air seemed to evaporate in an instant. The three, still in a state of shock, regained their vision just in time to see the half-human, half-snake monster lying on the ground, its head severed from its body. The foul-smelling mucus and blood mixed together, splattering everywhere. How could this be? How could I possibly die? What are you doing? The bizarre head on the ground, covered with dozens of eyes and mouthparts, had pupils filled with fear and disbelief. After struggling to utter those words, the pupils gradually ceased trembling and completely lost all signs of life. Su Ming released his spiritual energy to investigate and confirmed that he was indeed dead. This demon may look terrifying, but its strength is a bit too weak, isn't it? It died in just 2 moves? Pretty lame. Su Ming felt a bit unsatisfied. After all, with his cultivation at the Golden Core realm, he had only used 30% of his power. Meanwhile, Li Shiyu, and Zhang Yueshuan had witnessed the entire process. At that moment, they were all speechless, too astonished to utter a single word. Demons and monsters, summoning lightning and flames. They couldn't help but doubt whether this was truly the world they knew. Are they really not dreaming? It was clear that everything before their eyes had far surpassed their understanding. The worldview they had spent over a decade painstakingly constructing now shattered like a mirror, shattering into pieces. They stared blankly at Su Ming, finally coming to their senses. Earlier, when they had gone up the mountain, the other party had been constantly warning them that there was danger at the summit and urging them to hurry down the mountain and go home. It turned out they weren't just saying unlucky things, but were genuinely trying to warn them out of concern. The 2 girls' mouths opened slightly, and the astonishment in their hearts was like a stormy sea, with towering waves crashing everywhere. Zhang Yueshuan, standing nearby, felt his heart racing and broke out in a cold sweat. You see, when they were climbing the mountain earlier, he had mistakenly thought that Su Ming was speaking ill omens and had even considered attacking him. Now that he thinks about it, he's glad he didn't do that. Otherwise, it would have been sheer suicide. Later, he even boasted that if cultivating immortality were real, he would jump off the cliff. Fortunately, the other party didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Thinking of this, Zhang Yueshuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the corpse of the strange creature on the ground, causing him to swallow hard. Several classmates, the danger has been averted. Su Ming's face was filled with a gentle smile, but he stopped mid-sentence, as if he had something else to say. For he suddenly sensed the presence of a demonic aura lingering in the vicinity. And it was very close to him. Su Ming once again released his divine sense to probe the surroundings. To his surprise, he quickly identified the source of the demonic energy. However, Su Ming did not rush to eliminate the demon. Instead, he faced the gentle breeze blowing through the mountains and continued to look at the 3 of them, smiling faintly. Everyone, the danger has passed. You are safe now. As he spoke, Su Ming pulled out 2 business cards and handed them to Lui, who had her hair tied up in a bun, and Zhang Yueshuan, who had a muscular build. These are my business cards. If you're interested in cultivating immortality, I hope you'll consider supporting the establishment of our school. Lui and Zhang Yueshuan took the business card in a daze. The celestial court has vanished, and demons and monsters now reign supreme. Fellow Daoist, if. Upon seeing the familiar phrase on the business card, the 2 of them suddenly narrowed their eyes and realized what was going on. It turned out that the poorly crafted scam text message was not a scam at all. Everything mentioned in that text message was actually true. But at that moment, plop! Only Zhang Yueshuan, a burly man, was seen kneeling on both knees, bowing his hands towards Su Ming with utmost respect, and said, "Thank you, Master Su, for saving my life. Your kindness is something I will never forget." Standing nearby, Lui paused for a moment before hurriedly following suit. This humble maiden also thanks Master Su for saving my life. Faced with their old-fashioned behavior, Su Ming felt a bit awkward. After all, they were modern people, yet they were imitating the speech and manners of ancient people. The scene looked utterly out of place. Cough cough, you 2 students, please get up quickly. Su Ming blushed with embarrassment and laughed awkwardly. Actually, I'm also a modern person. We don't have to communicate in classical Chinese. I see. Then, Master Su, thank you for saving my life. Thank you, Master Su, for saving my life. There's no need to thank me. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is my duty. However, if you insist on expressing your gratitude, please consider supporting the establishment of our school. Ha! Su Ming and the 2 of them chatted and laughed together. Master Su, thank you for saving my life. Could I have a copy of your business card? Li Shiyu, standing nearby, looked dazed, as if she had only just noticed that Su Ming had handed his business card to Lui and Zhang Yueshuan, but not to her. She followed their example and thanked Su Ming as well. Upon hearing this, Su Ming's expression instantly turned indifferent. What do you want my business card for? You're a demon. Do you really intend to support me in founding a cultivation university? Upon hearing this, Lui and Zhang Yueshuan suddenly sucked in their breath, their eyes darting toward Li Shiyu. Li Shiyu's expression suddenly twisted, and her previously delicate and adorable face now looked utterly bizarre. Su Daoxiang, what are you saying? I don't understand. Li Shiyu's eyes darted around, her voice trembling, as if she had transformed into a different person in the blink of an eye. Still pretending? I sensed something off about you when we were heading up the mountain. There were clearly many forks in the road, yet you seemed extremely familiar with the terrain, always leading us along the shortest path. You claimed it was your first time here, but how could you possibly be so familiar with these mountain trails? After all, this place has been abandoned for over 2 decades. Later, when that half-human, half-snake demon attacked us, there were clearly 4 of us, yet it said it wanted to eat 3 people. Moreover, its greedy gaze never once looked in your direction. Most importantly, your emotions are fluctuating too wildly, and the demonic energy on your body can no longer be concealed. Su Ming held the branch he had just used to slay the half-human, half-snake demon, and slowly walked toward Li Shiyu. Don't come any closer. I told you not to come any closer. Li Shiyu's entire body was trembling, her eyes suddenly turned blood red, and her 2 arms transformed into sharp claws. She suddenly went berserk, grabbing the burly Zhang Yueshuan and holding him tightly against her chest, pressing her claws firmly against his Adam's apple. Zhang Yueshuan looked terrified and struggled desperately to break free. But his muscular body seemed as weak as a stuffed toy in front of the slender Li Shiyu. No matter how much he struggled or how red his face turned, it was all in vain. Don't come any closer. If you dare to approach me again, I'll kill you. Bang! With a dull sound, the sword's glow flickered. Li Shiyu's head had already been severed by Su Ming and lay on the ground. For a moment, blood gushed out, creating a horrifying scene. Zhang Yueshuan and Lu Yi stood there in shock, unable to recover from the terrifying sight before them. Don't be afraid, you two. You're safe now, Su Ming said with a gentle smile. At that moment, the warm morning sun shone down. A gentle breeze blew, rustling the leaves in the forest. Fallen leaves dance in the wind, and Su Ming casually catches one with his hand, placing it in the palm of his hand. He gazed at it for a moment, then smiled toward the direction where the sunlight was shining. The setting sun casts a glow on the snow-covered ancient temple gate. The real Li Shiyu is still alive. Chapter 11, ridiculed across the internet, so fake it's hilarious. Julishan Mountain, Summit. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, making the heat unbearable. Mr. Su, may I ask what you plan to build here? The middle-aged man in a suit looked at the blueprints in his hands and glanced at Su Ming with a puzzled expression. I already told you, build a school, a university. Su Ming replied calmly. Build a university? Build a university? These days, it's not easy to obtain a license to run an educational institution, especially a university. The middle-aged man laughed. I didn't expect Mr. Su, so young, to have such strong connections. You're truly a rising star. By the way, what industry are you in? And what about this piece of land? Mr. Zhang, just follow the blueprints I provided for the construction. You don't need to worry about anything else. Su Ming smiled and said, if you feel it's inappropriate, then I'll have to find another construction company. Ha, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I was just curious. Mr. Zhang hurriedly apologized with a smile. Please rest assured. Since you've chosen our company, we'll definitely complete this project efficiently and to the highest quality. Then we'll leave it to you, Mr. Zhang. No problem, no problem. Mr. Su, looking forward to working with you. Looking forward to working with you. Su Ming and the suit-clad Zhang boss exchanged a smile, shook hands, and began discussing the partnership. Actually, Su Ming had a pretty good impression of this Mr. Zhang. After confirming that the summit of Jiuli Mountain was suitable for constructing a school campus, Su Ming went online to find a private construction company. The construction company was small in scale, with fewer than 100 employees at its headquarters, and Zhang, the company's owner, was the boss. Su Ming doesn't know much about the construction industry. However, when he mentioned that he needed to build a project worth 30 billion and could pay a deposit of 3 billion upfront, Zhang boss agreed without hesitation. He also readily agreed to keep the matter confidential, ensuring strict management during construction and ensuring that no information leaks out. There was no other option to ensure the smooth implementation of this plan, which had been executed before proper authorization was obtained. The establishment of the immortal Cultivation University must remain strictly confidential. Of course, this will make everything seem highly suspicious. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang understood the situation and still accepted the commission. Su Ming was exactly looking for someone as straightforward as Mr. Zhang, as this would save him a lot of trouble. Or rather, if he wants to establish this Cultivation University, he must find someone like Mr. Zhang. Boom! As a dozen heavy-duty trucks rolled onto the mountaintop, construction of the Xiuxian University campus was about to begin. After 5 or 6 hours, over 2,000 construction workers, more than 50 excavators, and countless construction materials and heavy machinery that Su Ming couldn't even name began to gather on the mountaintop. Soon, all the workers and machinery began to bustle into activity. Surveyors surveyed, drivers drove, earth movers dug, and loaders loaded. Bulldozers, pile drivers, graders, dumped trucks. Soon, the mountaintop was filled with the loud clanging and banging sounds. The construction of the immortal Cultivation University campus began in an orderly and systematic manner. Before long, the sky gradually grew dark. Su Ming looked at the well-organized construction site before him, listening to the loud, jarring sounds of various machinery. He couldn't help but give Zhang boss a thumbs up. Contacted on the same day, work started on the same day. This efficiency is unmatched. However, The current funding for the school construction is only 300 million yuan, which may only be enough to complete the land acquisition and site preparation. Su Ming stroked his chin. He must secure additional funding before then, otherwise, without the funds, construction would halt, and the campus development would be forced to come to a standstill. Thinking this, Su Ming opened his phone to check his balance. 400,072,000. An increase of over 80 million in a single day? That's over 8,000 people. Although it's significantly less than the 3 billion increase in just 1 hour yesterday, it's still a substantial figure. However, yesterday was undoubtedly due to some special circumstances. It was a stroke of luck, something that can't be predicted or replicated. Under normal circumstances, Su Ming is already very satisfied with the current growth rate. This has completely exceeded his expectations. Consider that this was only the second day, and they had already raised $400 million. At this rate, it would only take a little over a month to raise the full 30 billion needed for the school construction. It seems that the establishment of the school's official website has provided credibility for the crowdfunding campaign, which is why so many people have chosen to participate. Su Ming sat in the distance, watching the well-organized construction site, murmuring to himself. At present, the school's information is complete, the campus website has been set up, and the crowdfunding text messages require no further improvements. All that's left now is to wait. Once the funds are raised and the campus is completed, we can begin considering student recruitment and the start of classes. In summary, everything will be handled in due course. It's late at night. A short video platform. A series of popular images and text quietly made it to the trending list. The content is a screenshot of the official website of a university named Pyongyang University. The background music is eerie, the kind often used in abstract or humorous videos. While receiving over 100,000 likes, netizens from all over the country have also been actively commenting in the comments section. Ha, isn't this the scam text message about crowdfunding to build an immortality university? I didn't expect him to even create a dedicated website for it. He's put so much effort into it, why is he so obsessed with using immortality as a scam? Wouldn't changing the sales pitch be simpler and more effective than building a website? 666. The scammer really went out of his way to create a website just to scam people. The school rules are pretty well written. All students practicing cultivation at this school are strictly prohibited from engaging in any activities that harm the collective interests of humanity. Violators will have their spiritual roots destroyed and be expelled from the school. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. All cultivators at this school are prohibited from looking down upon, bullying, or oppressing ordinary people. Violators will be confined for 30 days and given a warning to withdraw from the school. Look at how arrogant he is, he really thinks he's a cultivator. I've been in the real estate business for over 30 years and have a few billion in assets. I'll see how he dares to bully me. After all these years, I've never seen such a brazen fraudster. Are you serious, big brother upstairs? The chairman of Yao Ming Group? Holy cow, the guy upstairs is a real big shot. Did you guys see that? The school address is actually classified. It's just a shell school after all, ha. It's so fake I could laugh. The comments section was filled with mockery. Clearly, no one takes the official website of the ethereal university seriously. Meanwhile, in a certain residential area, a clean and fragrant bedroom, Su Juin stretched lazily to relieve the fatigue of the entire day. Today, she had spent the entire day doing review problems, and her mind felt numb. It's almost midnight now, so it's time to rest. So she closed the pen cap, but her phone suddenly lit up. On the screen was a push notification. Pyongyang University, you deserve to be scammed. Anti-Fraud Cultivation University official website. Pyongyang University? Is this the same Immortal Cultivation University mentioned in yesterday's scam text message? Su Juin looked doubtful and couldn't help but feel curious. She picked up her phone and was about to click on it to take a look. Little did she know that at that very moment, Zhou Yanmei burst through the door. Juin, why aren't you asleep yet? You know you have to go to tutoring tomorrow, and it's so late, yet you're still playing with your phone? What's wrong with you? You're so unmotivated. You did so poorly on the college entrance exam, can't you try harder and make us proud? Su Juin heard this and felt nothing but resentment in her heart. But she didn't argue, only forcing a smile at the corners of her mouth. I understand, Mom. I really don't know what to say to you. Sigh. Zhou Yanmei closed the door and sighed sadly. However, soon after, Su Jinyan's angry voice could be heard outside the door. Look at her now. It's the middle of the night and she's still playing with her phone. All she does is play around. She has no ambition at all. If she doesn't get into a good university, I have no idea what she'll amount to in the future. The harsh words echoed through the door, reaching Su Juin's ears. Her eyes darkened unconsciously, and her eyelids turned slightly red. Why is this happening? I'm so tired, I'm really tired. Su Juin sat at her desk covered in exam papers, quietly sobbing. The sense of injustice in her heart surged like a tidal wave. The scalding tears also fell onto the smartphone screen. Ethereal University, you deserve to be scammed. Anti-Fraud Cultivation University official website. Ethereal University, you deserve to be deceived. Anti-Fraud Cultivation University official website. Look at your phone again. Su Juin sighed with a bitter smile. If only this university really existed. Chapter 12, Immortal Cultivation University, admissions begin. Time flies, and before they knew it, a month had passed. Over the past month, the plan to establish the Ethereal University, which was initiated without prior approval, has been progressing smoothly every day. With thousands of construction workers working tirelessly day and night. The construction progress of the campus has reached approximately 30%. The campus covers a total area of approximately 2,500 acres. Road construction has been completed, with cement poured and tiles laid. The basic structure of the entire university is beginning to take shape. Su Ming was very satisfied with this. However, what had pleased him most over the past month was the successful fundraising for the school's construction. As of now, Su Ming has successfully raised 298,672 million yuan in school construction funds. Over the past 30 days, he has managed to crowdfund nearly 100 million yuan in school construction funds every day. Such rapid and steady growth was something Su Ming never even dared to dream of. This has far exceeded his initial expectations. He had originally thought it would take at least 4 or 5 months. Who would have thought that it would only take a mere 30 days to raise all the funds needed to build the school? Upon hearing this, Su Ming was overjoyed. I wonder if it's just good luck, or if the crowdfunding message was well written. Under the moonlight, Su Ming stood above the clouds, quietly overlooking the bustling construction site on the summit of Jiuli Mountain. In any case, the funds for the school construction have been secured, so the next step is. Su Ming stroked his chin. The recruitment process for the first batch of students at Pyongyang University should now be able to begin. Although the campus isn't fully constructed yet, if we can complete the admissions process ahead of schedule. Then once the campus is completed, we can start classes immediately. Alright, let's go with that. Su Ming's gaze was resolute, he was ready to act. The system displayed the list of people who had participated in the school's crowdfunding campaign. Su Ming's mind flickered. Whoosh! In an instant, a fluorescent panel appeared in Su Ming's mind. On the panel was a clear and concise Excel spreadsheet. Name, age, and personal fundraising amount. 3 important pieces of information neatly listed in a table. Su Ming quickly scanned the list of personnel compiled by the system. After finishing, he was immediately surprised. According to the system's statistics, over 250,000 people had participated in the crowdfunding campaign to establish the Ethereal University. Among them, the number of individuals who contributed 10,000 yuan on their own is too numerous to count. There are also over 60 individuals who have contributed over 1 million yuan on their own. There are even 5 individuals who have each contributed over 50 million yuan. Moreover, Su Ming took a look at the names of those 5 people. They were all top-tier tycoons whose names were well known domestically, and he had even seen them frequently on his phone. However, Su Ming had no idea who the 60-plus individuals were who had each contributed over 1 million yuan on their own. It is worth mentioning that those who participated in the school's crowdfunding campaign were not limited to people from the Great Xia Kingdom, Sakura Country, Eagle Sauce Country, and Stick Country. People from all nations should have everything they need. Although nationality is not listed in the table, Su Ming can easily determine it from the names. However, such cases are not very common. Su Ming estimated that there were only a couple hundred people in total. In fact, Su Ming was currently reluctant to pass on the methods of cultivating immortality to foreigners. However, since they had participated in the crowdfunding campaign, he couldn't go back on his word. If the other party meets the admission requirements of the prestigious university, he will still be admitted. In summary, the first students of the Ethereal University. Admissions will be granted to the first 250,000 applicants on the list. Alright, let's send another text message to announce to the entire world that the first admissions process for the Ethereal University has officially begun. The celestial court has vanished, and demons and monsters now reign supreme. If darkness must come, we cultivators shall take up swords and blades to protect the lights of every home, ensuring peace and prosperity year after year. Thank you to all our human brothers and sisters for your generous support. The funds for the construction of the University of the Eternal Sky have been fully raised, and campus construction is nearly complete. Therefore, I hereby announce that the first round of admissions for the first academic year at the Mystic University is now officially open. This admission process will give priority to those who participated in the crowdfunding campaign. If any of you are interested in applying, please visit the university's official website at Pyongyang for more details. Late at night. That was the strange text message. Yet it spread across the country in an instant. Billions of people's phones rang simultaneously with text message alerts. At the same time, the main urban area of Blue Cherry City. Inside a Chinese restaurant, Zhou Tao was invited to attend a graduation party. There were over 40 students from Class 1 of the senior year, and they were all gathered around 6 large round tables at that moment. The tables were laden with a variety of dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. Everyone gathered together, eating and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Guys, how many of us didn't make the cutoff for undergraduate admission? Are you kidding? How many? Our class is a top-tier class. How could anyone not even make the cutoff for a bachelor's degree? That's just a complete waste of time. Didn't Zhou Tao fail? The cutoff for a bachelor's degree is 456, and I think he only got 451. Oh, you didn't mention it, I totally forgot. He was at the bottom of our class, so not making the undergraduate cutoff was pretty much expected. Didn't he get into our honors class through connections? He's clearly only at the level of an average class, yet he insisted on getting into the honors class. What's the point? He still couldn't get into a bachelor's program. It's laughable. Yeah, he is no good. He'll be useless anywhere. I think he is destined for a community college education. He'll spend his whole life stuck at the bottom of society, just messing around. The students in the restaurant were chatting happily. The harsh words were spoken in a low voice, and the noise from the crowd was extremely loud. But Zhou Tao heard every word clearly. Ever since he had taken the washing marrow pill given to him by the immortal named Su Ming, not only did his physical body undergo a miraculous transformation akin to being reborn, but his 5 senses also experienced a significant enhancement. He could discern the identities of those who spoke those words. But he didn't care. Instead, he continued eating his meal without batting an eyelid, continuing to chat casually with his classmates at the same table. However, over the past 3 years of high school, Zhou Tao has consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, and his classmates have little in common with him. Moreover, many people, both openly and secretly, looked down on him as a poor student who had to rely on connections to get into the honors class. As a result, Zhou Tao had almost no friendships with his classmates. Therefore, rather than casual conversation, it was more like awkward small talk, as no one really wanted to engage with him. Zhou Tao felt a bit awkward during the meal. Fortunately, half an hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. Amidst the heartfelt goodbyes, the graduation party finally came to an end. As everyone gradually departed, Zhou Tao stood at the entrance of the restaurant, waiting for a moment before finally spotting a girl with long flowing hair and a cute, charming appearance emerge. The girl's name was Zhang Yao. She was Zhou Tao's classmate and the only friend he had had throughout his 3 years of high school. When everyone in the class isolated him, only Zhang Yao was willing to talk to him and often helped him with his homework. Although he ultimately failed to meet the cutoff score for undergraduate admission, he remains deeply grateful to Zhang Yao. So after Zhou Tao enrolled at the ethereal university, he immediately thought of Zhang Yao and planned to share the good news of his spiritual cultivation with her. This was also the main reason Zhou Tao had traveled all the way from his small county town to the main urban area to attend this graduation reunion. Zhang Yao. Zhou Tao waved at Zhang Yao as she approached. Zhang Yao, wearing a floral dress, glanced at Zhou Tao. But the next moment, she seemed not to have noticed him at all, ignoring Zhou Tao completely and turning her head back to continue chatting and laughing with her best friend beside her. Strange, didn't she see him? Zhou Tao felt that Zhang Yao was acting strangely today. But before he could think more about it, Zhang Yao and her best friend Zhou Qian walked up to him. Isn't this Zhou Tao? You're just in time. Yao and I have been looking everywhere for you. Zhou Qian laughed. Looking for me? What for? Zhou Tao asked in confusion. Of course it's Yao Yao who wants to talk to you. Oh? Zhou Tao looked doubtful and turned to look at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao's expression was icy, and the look in her eyes as she looked at Zhou Tao was even more cold and indifferent. Zhou Tao, I heard you didn't even pass the undergraduate entrance exam? Zhou Tao felt a bit embarrassed after hearing this, scratched his head, and said, You already know? My brain just isn't cut out for studying, huh? What are you going to do now? Repeat the year? I've already enrolled in university, so I don't plan to repeat the year. You didn't even meet the minimum requirements for a bachelor's degree. What university can you apply to? A vocational college? Well, I guess so. Oh, a junior college degree? I heard that getting a junior college degree doesn't seem to be very useful, and after graduation, you can only rely on manual labor to earn a living. However, for you, it should be the best option. Zhang Yao's cold tone was laced with a hint of cruelty and contempt. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao could clearly detect the mocking undertone in Zhang Yao's words. But he couldn't understand why Zhang Yao was treating him this way. Yao Yao, why are you still saying so much to him? Zhou Qian sneered. Let me tell you the truth, Zhou Tao. You and Yao Yao are simply not on the same level. With your circumstances, how could Yao Yao possibly be interested in you? Yao Yao scored over 690 on the college entrance exam this year and has already been admitted to one of the top 10 universities in the country. She'll have no problem securing a spot in a graduate program and eventually pursuing a PhD. Her future is bright. But what about you, Zhou Tao? You spent 3 years studying hard and only got into a vocational college. What kind of future do you have? Who would want to date a vocational college guy like you? You're so pathetic. Zhang Yao, actually Zhou Tao, I think you might have misunderstood what happened before. I'm telling you clearly now, it's impossible between us. Zhang Yao's face turned icy, and she coldly said, I blocked all your contact information. Let's not have any further contact. I hope you won't come bother me again. Seeing Zhang Yao's extremely serious expression, Zhou Tao found it hard to believe. Zhang Yao, are you serious? Aren't we friends? Friends? Don't be ridiculous, Zhou Tao. You're a poor peasant from the countryside, with no money and no education. What kind of future do you have? Who would be your friend? Zhou Qian laughed. Zhang Yao, do you really think that? Zhou Tao stared straight at Zhang Yao, his tone more agitated than usual. Alright, Zhou Tao, I've said everything I needed to say. Please step aside, we need to leave. Zhang Yao's expression was as cold as an iceberg, utterly indifferent. At this point, Zhou Tao finally understood. It turned out that Zhang Yao had never regarded him as a friend. In Zhang Yao's heart, Zhou Tao was nothing but a complete loser. He's a guy who couldn't even pass the college entrance exam and will never amount to anything in life. As for why Zhang Yao has been so kind to him over the past 3 years of high school, perhaps it's because she's a warm-hearted person? Or is she just teasing him? But none of that matters anymore. What matters is that the friendship he had cherished throughout high school suddenly became a joke. However, though his friend was unkind, he could not bring himself to be ungrateful. Though the outcome is laughable, over the past 3 years, Zhang Yao has indeed helped him with many things. Therefore, Zhou Tao still plans to inform Zhang Yao about the ongoing admissions process at Pyongyang University. Alright, I understand. Zhou Tao said calmly. However, Zhang Yao, there is something I need to discuss with you. Zhou Qian, could you step out for a moment? Step aside? You. Qian, go wait for me outside. I'll be out soon. Alright, I'll go out first. As Zhou Qian left, she shot Zhou Tao a highly contemptuous glance. Alright, what do you want to say? Just say it. Zhang Yao crossed her arms and spoke indifferently. Zhou Tao didn't beat around the bush either and spoke directly. Zhang Yao, you should have received a fraudulent text message in the past few days claiming to be raising funds to build a university for cultivating immortality, right? Zhang Yao was completely taken aback by the question. He had thought Zhou Tao was trying to confess his feelings. But to his surprise, the other person asked such an odd question. I've received it before. What's the problem? Listen to me, transfer 100,000 yuan to the bank card number in that text message. If that's not possible, 10,000 yuan will do. Seeing Zhou Tao remain unfazed, with a serious expression on his face, Zhang Yao was completely speechless. She stared at Zhou Tao as if he were a cute little kid, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhou Tao, are you out of your mind? Zhang Yao snapped back, cursing Zhou Tao angrily with extreme annoyance. She had thought Zhou Tao was just academically poor, but she never expected him to be mentally impaired as well. Not only did she fall for a scam text message with an extremely crude scheme, but she also planned to drag her into it as well. Sure enough. A college guy is a college guy. With such low intelligence, what kind of future can he possibly have? At that moment, Zhou Qian's scream suddenly echoed from outside. Yao Yao, are you ready yet? Your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Zhang Yao turned her head to look. Sure enough, a white BMW X5 was parked on the side of the road directly opposite the restaurant entrance. Zhou Tao, you actually believed that scam text message? Are you out of your mind? I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Zhang Yao puckered her lips, shot Zhou Tao a disdainful glance, and walked away without looking back. She was completely fed up with Zhou Tao. Watching Zhang Yao storm off angrily, Zhou Tao didn't chase after her or say anything else. The message had been delivered, and that was enough to repay Zhang Yao for her help over the past 3 years. As for whether he believes it or not, that is none of his concern. Zhou Tao walked out of the restaurant and saw that the man who came to pick up Zhang Yao was a tall, handsome man dressed in expensive, trendy brands. The eye-catching BMW emblem on the car further highlighted his wealthy demeanor. Zhang Yao was sitting in the passenger seat, laughing so hard she could barely contain herself. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tao didn't sigh with regret. Instead, he laughed with a sense of relief. Ding dong! Just then, Zhou Tao's phone suddenly rang with a message notification sound. He instinctively opened his phone to check. It was a WeChat message from the immortal named Su Ming. Su Ming, hello, Zhou Tao. Congratulations on being admitted to our university. The official admission notice will be delivered within 3 days. Please wait patiently. Su Ming, seeking immortality through cultivation, with passion and freedom, treading lotus petals to purify the sword's essence, riding the wind to shape the divine soul. The path to immortality is vast and boundless, all in the realm of the ethereal. Chapter 13, Recruitment Plan, Dishonest Scammers. At dawn, the sun was just beginning to rise. Su Ming sat atop the clouds, silently surveying the well-organized construction site on the summit of Jiuli Mountain. He had been sitting there in the sky for an entire night. Su Ming had finally finalized the plans for recruiting students to the Ethereal University. After a night of careful consideration, Su Ming decided that the first round of admissions for the first class of students at Pyongyang University would prioritize selecting candidates from the over 250,000 people who had participated in the crowdfunding campaign. Secondly, the first intake of students at the Ethereal University will only admit 100 people. The reason is simple. At the current PO University, he is the only teacher. If there were too many students, he simply wouldn't be able to handle them all. Moreover, he teaches cultivation. If students encounter problems during their practice, they might end up losing control of their cultivation, leading to serious consequences such as losing their spiritual energy or even dying. Su Ming naturally couldn't allow such a situation to occur. Since he had admitted the students, he had to take responsibility for each and every one of them. However, Su Ming's energy limits him to teaching only 100 students at a time. Additionally, for the first recruitment of the Ethereal University, Su Ming decided to only admit students with extraordinary talent and innate aptitude for cultivation. The reason was quite straightforward. Since the number of students enrolled in the first year is small, the quality cannot be low. To enable the university to grow rapidly, Su Ming plans to train the first 100 students admitted to become faculty members of the university, responsible for teaching the next cohort of students in the art of cultivation. This would perfectly resolve the shortage of faculty at the Ethereal University. Since the goal is to cultivate teachers, the students admitted this time must undoubtedly possess extremely high cultivation talent. After all, the establishment of the Ethereal University is aimed at guiding people from all over the world to cultivate together and ultimately resist the brutal demons. If the teachers at the school are all incompetent, then this world would be doomed. In short, the plan for the first enrollment of PO University can be summarized in 4 words. Admit fewer students, but admit the best. Regarding specific admission criteria, the path of cultivating immortality is arduous and filled with hardships, requiring an unwavering dedication and sweat that few can imagine. Therefore, in addition to natural talent, one must also understand the importance of diligence and hard work, and possess an unwavering willpower to succeed. Therefore, in order to screen out lazy and indolent individuals, Su Ming established the sole admission criterion for the Ethereal University. All applicants with a college entrance exam score of 400 or above are eligible to apply for admission. Scoring 400 points on the Gaokao is not difficult, even those with limited intellectual abilities can achieve it through hard work. This is enough to show whether someone knows how to work hard. However, due to the unique nature of the first enrollment, only those with exceptional talent were admitted. Therefore, for this round of admissions, Su Ming added a hidden condition. Students must pass the system's student qualification assessment and achieve an excellent rating. The above is the entirety of Su Ming's enrollment plan. First, only 100 students will be admitted. 2. Admission requirements: a college entrance exam score of 400 or above, and exceptional natural talent for cultivation. The entire program is not complicated. When it comes to implementation, it is also very straightforward. System: display the student qualification check interface. Su Ming thought to herself. A neatly arranged table immediately appeared in his mind. Within the table, there were over 200 names. Most of the names belonged to the Great Xia Kingdom, with only a very small number belonging to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Stick Kingdom, and the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. To the right of these names, their cultivation qualifications are displayed. All of them are the golden words excellent. This means that the over 200 people listed in the table all possess exceptional cultivation talent. All of them meet the admission criteria for the first intake of students at the Ethereal University. Su Ming's task was straightforward. All he had to do was follow the principle of fairness, rank everyone based on their college entrance exam scores, and admit the top 100 candidates in order. The only complication is, although the system has compiled everyone's college entrance exam scores, those data were all self-reported by the students when they registered on the official website of the Ethereal University, so there is a possibility of fraud. Therefore, Su Ming needs to verify each one individually. Fortunately, there are only a little over 200 people, so the workload isn't too heavy. From last night until now, Su Ming has already verified the college entrance exam scores of 88 people. All are genuine scores. Su Ming also sent an admission text message to all 88 people who passed the verification. If everything goes as planned, Su Ming only needs to verify the college entrance exam scores of another dozen or so students to fill the quota of 100 students. Continue with the verification. Once all the students are admitted, we can begin preparing for the start of the school year. Where did we leave off with the verification? The last one was Su Juin, so the next one should be. Thinking of this, Su Ming, sitting above the clouds, stretched lazily and continued with the first enrollment process for the Ethereal University. At present, everything was proceeding smoothly and orderly. Su Ming estimates that in about another month, the Ethereal University will be ready to welcome new students and officially begin the new academic year. Linhai City. A certain residential area. Hello Chen Xinyan. Congratulations on being admitted to our school's first intake. The official admission notice will be delivered within 3 days. Please wait patiently. An elderly man with wrinkled face and white hair sat on the sofa, looking at the text message received on his old phone, and burst into laughter with a wide smile. Xinyan, come quickly and take a look. Grandma has enrolled you in the Immortal Cultivation University, and they've sent you an admission text message. You've been accepted. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Xinyan, who was reviewing her university physics notes nearby, hurriedly put down her books. She took the old phone from her grandmother's hands and carefully read the text message again. After reading it, she furrowed her delicate brows. This text message was indeed sent by the same scammer who had previously claimed to be raising funds to build a university for cultivating immortality. Last time, since she wasn't home, her grandmother received the text message and was scammed out of 10,000 yuan that very day. Upon learning of this, she immediately reported it to the police, but has not received any response so far. She knows that the 10,000 yuan is likely unrecoverable. Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan hated the scammer who had lied about raising funds to build a cultivation university with a vengeance. Using something as fake as cultivating immortality to scam people out of their money. This scam is truly low level. Unfortunately, her grandmother has limited education and has always been deeply superstitious, which is why she fell victim to that convincing scam text message and lost her money. Thinking about her grandmother, who was over 80 years old, being deceived in such a way, she felt deeply upset. She couldn't help but want to drag that unscrupulous scammer out into the street and expose them to public shame. Grandma, there's no such thing as cultivating immortality in this world. Those things are all fake. Chen Xinyan puckered her lips and said angrily. Xinyan, don't talk nonsense. Immortals must not be offended. I've seen an immortal with my own eyes, how could it be fake? Facing her grandmother's serious expression, Chen Xinyan did not argue. Instead, she used the excuse of needing to receive the enrollment notice from the Cultivation University in time to swap phone cards with her grandmother. In this way, she avoids her grandmother being deceived a second time. And more importantly, she really did need to receive the enrollment notice from the Immortal Cultivation University. That way, she could use the address in the enrollment notice to track down the scammer's hideout. The unscrupulous scammer across the street actually planned to defraud her grandmother again, which was simply unbearable for her. No matter what, she would personally go there and expose the con artist's scheme. However, the prerequisite is, the other party will indeed act as stated in the text message. Send her an official admission letter within 3 days. Chapter 14, Admission Letter. 3 days later. Early morning. Chen Xinyan was currently holding an English vocabulary book and standing on the balcony reading aloud. To be honest, she was feeling pretty disappointed right now. Because she waited for 3 days and never received the so-called official admission letter from the prestigious university. She had originally planned to use the school address on the admission letter to track down the shady scammer's hideout across the street. But now it seems like there's no hope. But maybe it's for the best. The so-called official admission letter never arrived, which only serves to prove that the other party is a fraud. Breaking one's word is the most compelling evidence that the other party is a fraudster. Well, at least this way, I can convince Grandma not to believe that scam text message anymore. Using cultivation as a scam to make money, such a low-level scam tactic. How could he come up with something so ridiculous? If immortality truly existed in this world, wouldn't the scientific and technological advancements of modern society, which have developed over hundreds or even thousands of years, all become a joke? Immortality? That's just too far-fetched. Chen Xinyan snorted lightly, unable to resist venting her frustration. But before she could finish her sentence, a casual glance revealed a slender white crane perched on the balcony railing, having appeared there unnoticed. Even more peculiar was, the white crane's beak was holding a colorful letter. Is that a crane? Seeing this, Chen Xinyan was a bit dazed. Before she could react, the white crane on the railing suddenly flapped its wings and flew toward her, dropping the letter from its mouth into her hands. Chen Xinyan finally got a clear look at the envelope's cover. The background of the cover was a landscape painting of misty mountains and clouds. Above the background image is a bold yet elegant calligraphy inscription in bold brushstrokes. Pyongyang University, Admission Notice. Upon seeing the admission letter, Chen Xinyan was momentarily speechless. She never expected that the unscrupulous scammer would actually send her an admission letter. And it even looked legitimate. What's more, the scammer even trained a white crane specifically for this purpose to deliver the messages. It seems that although the scammer has no conscience, he still has some skills. He managed to tame a white crane. But such a petty trick won't fool me. While white cranes are indeed called celestial birds, they have absolutely nothing to do with the false notion of cultivating immortality. Chen Xinyan chuckled. Without hesitation, she tore open the cover of the admission notice. She wanted to see for herself. Does this so-called admission letter actually include the school's address? If it does, Then she must go there personally, no matter what, to expose that unscrupulous swindler's scam. Upon tearing open the envelope, Chen Xinyan found only a plain A4 sheet of paper. Is this what they call an official admission letter? It's so sloppy. This scammer is ridiculous. Chen Xinyan snorted derisively, pulling the admission notice out of the envelope. A piece of A4 paper so carelessly put together it couldn't get any more careless. She unfolded it and took a look. The path to immortality is vast and mysterious. The entire page was filled with these 8 boldly written characters. Not a single other character is visible. Not to mention the school address. It seems that the scammer isn't completely stupid. He hasn't been arrogant enough to reveal his hiding place to the public. But why did he send this mysterious note? Is he mocking the victims for falling for such a low-level scam as cultivating immortality? What a despicable fraudster. Thinking of this, Chen Xinyan clenched her fists in anger. Now it seemed clear that she had no way of tracking down that unscrupulous scammer's hideout and exposing him. What about her grand plans for immortality? Are they all just illusions? Go deceive children instead. Chen Xinyan was so angry she clenched her teeth, immediately preparing to tear up the mysterious A4 paper in her hand and throw it into the trash can. But at that moment, an utterly unimaginable scene unfolded. The A4 paper in Chen Xinyan's hand suddenly emitted a faint yet dazzling glow, shimmering yet breathtakingly vibrant. The 8 bold characters written in ink on the paper also began to fade away gradually. In their place appeared a brand new page with golden characters shimmering in the light. Admission notice. Chen Xinyan, you have been admitted to the first class of Xiuxian students at Pyongyang University. Please report to the university on September 1, 2025, with this letter. School address, summit of Jiuli Mountain. Upon seeing this, Chen Xinyan was completely dumbfounded. But she managed to steady herself and look down at the A4 paper in her hand, which was slowly rising into the air, floating there as if by magic. Suddenly, countless brilliant blue electric arcs erupted around the A4 paper, swirling and intertwining in the air, crackling and sizzling. Ultimately, they formed 8 massive characters, each standing 7 feet tall. The path to immortality is vast and boundless, all existing in the ethereal realm. These 8 thunderous characters, each stroke brimming with dazzling electric light, were written with such force and power that they exuded an unmatched sense of dominance. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xinyan was completely speechless. The scene before her eyes, which completely defied the laws of physics and common sense, was like a meteorite crashing into the sea, causing an unprecedented shockwave in her heart. She couldn't find the words to describe it rationally. In short, it was like this. She spent over a decade building her worldview. In this moment, it completely collapsed. So there really is such a thing as divine magic in this world. Chen Xinyan's eyes were blank, and her belief was on the brink of collapse. She never could have imagined it in her wildest dreams. These scenes, which she had only ever seen in fantasy movies, were now unfolding before her eyes in real life. She never could have imagined it. There are actually gods in this world. On the other side, Blue Cherry City, an old residential area. After receiving the bold and impressive admission letter from the prestigious university, Zhao Kai, he knew that his impulsive decision to transfer all the 10,000 yuan he had saved up over the years to that fraudulent text message was the right choice. After all, the facts proved it. That fraudulent text message was not actually a fraudulent text message. The person who sent that text message nationwide about crowdfunding to build a university for cultivating immortality is not a scammer, but a genuine immortal. He was grateful for his decision back then. This gave him the opportunity to cultivate immortality. Cultivating immortality to seek eternal life, understanding the Tao to see cause and effect. What an epic and momentous journey this will be. Unfortunately, those fellows from Feichuan missed out on this divine opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhao Kai lay on the sofa and sighed. Back then, after he transferred 10,000 yuan to that crowdfunding message, he specifically told his 3 closest friends about it. He had originally planned to convince everyone to take a gamble on this. If it turned out to be true, they could all become immortals. Little did he know that his 3 best friends all mocked him, laughing at him for falling for such a foolish trick. They said his 10,000 yuan was definitely down the drain, and he might as well have used it to wash his feet and treat himself to a nice meal. Hearing those words, Zhao Kai felt deeply disheartened at the time. Because in the more than 20 days that followed, the elusive university did not respond to him at all. Even he himself began to suspect that he had been deceived. But fortunately, he ended up winning the bet. The mysterious admission letter from the ethereal university speaks volumes. During dinner, Zhao Kai smiled broadly in front of his parents. Dad, Mom, I don't plan to repeat the year. I've found a great university and have already been admitted. Zhao Guoxiang looked confused, but you didn't even meet the minimum score for a bachelor's degree. What good university could have accepted you? Zhao Kai smiled and said, the best university in the world. Zhao Guoxiang and Jolie heard this and immediately shot Zhao Kai a disapproving glance. They knew that their son probably found repeating the year too arduous and couldn't keep going. So they decided to just get by and settle for a vocational school instead. But that's not so bad either. They don't have any special demands on Zhao Kai as long as he's healthy, happy, and safe. That's all they ask for. Chapter 15. Are you a divine being? August 15. There are only 2 weeks left until the official start of the semester at Piao Piao University. After completing the first round of admissions for Piao University, recruiting a total of 100 students, Su Ming. He then instructed the system to shut down the official website of the university. After all, he had originally established the campus website to enhance the credibility of crowdfunding messages and facilitate student recruitment. Now that the funds for establishing the school have been fully raised and the student enrollment is complete, therefore, the campus website no longer serves any purpose. More importantly, he established the ethereal university using a plan of acting first and reporting later. Keeping the campus website online would only increase the risk of the act first, report later plan being exposed. Therefore, for safety's sake, Su Ming had no choice but to decide to temporarily close the official website of the ethereal university. However, Su Ming hadn't expected it. His decision caused an instant uproar among netizens who were following the news about the elusive university. Isn't it supposed to be about admissions? Why is the official website gone? Could the president have been arrested for fraud? Ha ha. After more than a month, has that scammer who used such a crude scheme involving cultivating immortality to deceive people finally been caught? The website is gone. Even a fool can tell that the scammer has either fled or been caught. Ha, I remember a few idiots who were scammed out of 10,000 yuan by that fraudster and didn't even realize it. They argued with me, insisting that the immortal Cultivation University was real. Where are they now? 1. I'd been there too. Stupid enough to get scammed and not even realize it. Then they told me I missed my chance at immortality and would regret it later. I really wanted to laugh. There are so many naive people online. If I didn't use the internet, I wouldn't even know that people could be so foolish to the point of no return. They actually believe in cultivating immortality. That's just too ridiculous. I'm a victim, I have the right to speak. I transferred that 10,000 yuan too, and in the end, I got nothing. A whole 10,000 yuan, just down the drain. I hope everyone else doesn't fall for it. That text message is a scam. 1. I was also scammed. I transferred 10,000 yuan and got nothing in return. That text message is definitely a scam. The victims are speaking out. Let's see if anyone else is still denying it. Ha, there's no controversy left online now. The Immortal Cultivation University incident that went viral last month was nothing but a malicious scam. Comments are flooding the internet. All of them believe that the disappearance of the ethereal university campus website is because Su Ming embezzled funds and fled, or has been apprehended. Even those who participated in the school's crowdfunding campaign, having received no response, now believe they were deceived. Everyone online now believes that the truth has finally come to light. The recent Immortal Cultivation University incident that went viral last month is undoubtedly a hoax, a blatant scam. However, such a result has emerged. For Su Ming, however, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Because once the truth came to light, the buzz surrounding Piao University online quickly died down to nothing in just a few days. Not only did it disappear from the trending charts, but it was even difficult to find through active searches. Without the buzz, the university remains largely overlooked. This is undoubtedly advantageous for keeping the plan, which was implemented before proper authorization, under wraps. Unfortunately, over a month later, no one in the world still believed that immortality was real. The misunderstanding that Piao University is a scam is likely to persist for some time. But it doesn't matter. By the time the next admissions cycle rolls around, all misunderstandings will naturally resolve themselves. Su Ming glided through the air, standing atop the 9-layer mountain, smiling calmly. Looking down at the nearly completed campus of the ethereal university, he also planned to continue with the preparations for the upcoming semester. Today is August 15, and there are only 2 weeks left until the start of the academic year at Piao University. He must complete the preparatory lessons for the 6 core courses of his cultivation specialty: sort control, body tempering, artifact forging, pill refining, talismans, and array techniques within this half-month period. Since he was about to become a teacher, he would take it seriously. By preparing lessons in advance before the start of the school year, he can effectively improve classroom efficiency and make it easier for students to understand the art of cultivating immortality. Moreover, if the students practice well, Su Ming can also gain more reputation points in the system. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was August 31st. Tomorrow is the official opening day of Piao University. The campus of Piao University has also been completed on schedule this afternoon, according to Su Ming's plan. To be honest, from late June until now, in just over 2 months, the campus of a university has been constructed. Such an astonishing construction speed left Su Ming in awe. He had originally been worried that 2.5 months would be insufficient to build a university campus, especially since the campus covered an area of over 2,500 acres. He had even planned to utilize his golden core cultivation to personally oversee the construction of the campus and accelerate its development. But now it seems that he had overestimated the situation back then. The construction crew Mr. Zhang hired is working at an astonishing pace. Su Ming stood at the entrance of Piaomiao University, gazing up at the four elegant yet imposing gold-embossed characters of the university's name above the gate, and couldn't help but praise them sincerely. In fact, after the campus was completed, Su Ming spent 3 hours leisurely exploring every corner of the entire campus of the ethereal university. He visited the academic buildings, administrative offices, cafeterias, dormitories, library, and even the unique buildings dedicated to cultivation: the Alchemy Tower, the Forging Tower, and the Sword Control Practice Square. Su Ming carefully explored every corner. To be honest, Su Ming was very satisfied. The current campus of Piaomiao University is not only vast in area, with a clever layout, exquisite decoration, and beautiful landscaping, but it is also situated on top of a mountain, giving it an otherworldly, ethereal aura, resembling a utopian paradise. Such a campus. It perfectly matches the atmosphere of a cultivation university. Tomorrow is the first day of school. It's time to start preparing for the first class of the new term. As the last rays of sunlight faded, a mischievous smile played on Su Ming's face. But at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. "Mr. Su, Zhang, who is working on the campus construction for you, is everything to your satisfaction?" Mr. Su turned his head and saw that it was Mr. Zhang, the boss. And beside Mr. Zhang was a young girl who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. The girl was tall and slender, with a delicate and charming appearance. She was dressed fashionably, yet she still gave off an air of being a well-behaved girl next door. However, Su Ming did not recognize her. Very satisfied, Su Ming looked at Zhang Boss and smiled. "Thanks to you, Zhang Boss, otherwise this campus wouldn't have been built so quickly." "Ha, Mr. Su, you're too kind. I do my job for payment, this is only my duty." Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. "Mr. Su, this is my daughter, Zhang Miaoka. Her school starts tomorrow, so today she is accompanying me out for a rare stroll along the highway. Miaoka, this is Mr. Su." Mr. Zhang introduced them politely. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Su." Zhang Miaoka smiled gracefully, nodded slightly, and replied, "Hello." "Hello." Su Ming smiled back, then looked at Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, it's almost dark, and this is a remote area far from the city. Who would be so idle as to come here to stroll along the highway? If you have any business, Mr. Zhang, please just say so." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but chuckle, then smiled respectfully and said, "Indeed, nothing can be hidden from Mr. Su. Mr. Su, actually, I do have a question I've been meaning to ask you." "What question?" Zhang Boss paused, his expression suddenly turning serious. "May I ask, Mr. Su, are you an immortal? Chapter 16, believe in science, or use the reverse lightning technique? Zhang Jianjun isn't stupid. A couple of days ago, when he came to the construction site to supervise the work, he discovered that the university's main gate was carved with the 4 characters, Piaomiao University. He knew it. The fraudulent text message circulating online recently about crowdfunding to build an immortality university was likely sent by the young man named Su Ming sitting before him. Moreover, that so-called scam text message was likely not a scam at all. Because only he knows. The mysterious university mentioned in the scam text message is not a shell school, nor is it a fictional institution. Rather, it was built by the young man named Su Ming, who spent a staggering 30 billion to establish it. And this project was personally contracted and supervised by him. Despite the widespread online condemnation of the young man named Su Ming, who was being accused of being a fraudster and a scammer. But Zhang Jianjun knew the truth deep down. The young man named Su Ming was not a fraudster. On the contrary, he is very likely a true immortal. After all, if that young man named Su Ming is a fraud, then, after swindling $30 billion, he would have long since changed his name and fled. But in reality, the other party not only didn't flee. Instead, they were exactly as described in the text message. Using the money donated by netizens, they built a university campus. You know, that's a whopping $3 billion. Even if you put it in front of the world's richest person, they would be absolutely moved. But what about this young man named Su Ming? Without even batting an eyelid, he waved his hand and spent $3 billion to build a university campus. Such a noble attitude toward money, treating it like dirt. What else could it be but the work of a divine being? At this moment, Zhang Miaoka, standing nearby, heard her father ask such a question in all seriousness. She felt extremely embarrassed. After all, she was a student at a top-tier university. Naturally, she wouldn't believe in those superstitious tales of ghosts and spirits like her father did. Despite her father having told her before coming here that the ethereal university was likely not a scam, she was fully aware of the entire situation. However, even she couldn't explain why this young man named Su Ming was behaving in such a confusing manner. She still refused to believe that the other party had built this university with the genuine intention of teaching people how to cultivate immortality. Because this isn't just unscientific, it's so absurd it's beyond redemption. Seeing Zhang Boss's serious expression, Su Ming smiled indifferently. Mr. Zhang, you really know how to joke. There are no immortals in this world. We are modern people, of course, we should believe in science. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Jianjun's expression visibly darkened. Zhang Miaoke, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, then said to Zhang Jianjun, "Hee, Dad, you should give up now. I told you, there's no such thing as immortals in this world. It's completely ridiculous." Now Mr. Su himself has admitted that he's not an immortal. Just believe in science and stop bringing up your superstitious ideas. Zhang Jianjun ignored Zhang Miaoke. Instead, he asked again with a very serious expression, "Mr. Su, are you really not an immortal? Mr. Zhang wants the truth?" "Yes, Mr. Su." "Alright then, Mr. Zhang. Actually, your daughter was right. There are no immortals in this world. We must believe in science." At this point, Su Ming changed the subject with a sudden smile. "I merely know a few minor spells." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhang Miaoke, standing nearby, immediately wore an expression of confusion. The next second, the two hadn't even reacted yet. They saw the young man named Su Ming slowly raise his right hand. Almost instantly, countless crimson electric arcs erupted from the palm of his hand, crackling and whistling as they twisted and intertwined around his palm, erupting into a deafening roar akin to the simultaneous cries of 1,000 birds. In an instant, countless dazzling crimson electric arcs flickered wildly through the air. The air around them was instantly filled with the acrid smell of burning. At that moment, Su Ming, just like a god who controls thunder and lightning descending upon the mortal world, holding the divine thunder in his hands, the divine light shines brilliantly. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jianjun froze for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. He knew his guess was right. The young man before him, named Su Ming, was indeed an immortal. This world truly has immortals. And the immortal is right before his eyes. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang Miaoke was left speechless, her worldview crumbling to pieces in an instant. She had come today intending to see for herself who this madman was who had sent fraudulent text messages about a Cultivation university across the country, defrauded people of their money, and then fled without a trace. As for the cultivation mentioned in the text message, she didn't believe a single word of it. But she never could have imagined. The young man before her, named Su Ming, was the mastermind behind the Cultivation University scam. She actually performed a spell that she had only ever seen in wuxia movies. The other party is actually a cultivator. Looking at the two who were still shaken, Su Ming spoke again. "But speaking of which, Mr. Zhang, it seems like you've broken our agreement." As he spoke, Su Ming aimed the crimson blood palm thunder in his hand at Zhang Jianjun. Zhang Jianjun snapped back to his senses and was immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly knelt down and explained. "Mr. Su, regarding the matter of building this university, I have never told anyone else besides my daughter. Please believe me." However, before he could kneel down, Su Ming gently clenched his palm, and the palm-sized lightning in his hand instantly dissipated into countless sparks, lifting Zhang Jianjun, who was about to kneel, back to his feet. Su Ming had only intended to scare him. After all, Zhang Jianjun had indeed broken the agreement to keep his secret. And the plan of the ethereal university to act first and report later is simply too important. It determines whether he can cultivate enough cultivators to resist the increasingly restless demons. Mr. Zhang, the matters I mentioned in my text message regarding the demons are not exaggerations. Therefore, the confidentiality of the Mystic University is of the utmost importance. Su Ming said solemnly, "I hope Mr. Zhang can keep this secret." Zhang Jianjun hurriedly nodded emphatically, "Mr. Su, I will keep it confidential." "Then I'll be counting on you." Su Ming smiled and said, "If Mr. Zhang has nothing else to do, please go back. It's already late, and in this remote wilderness, you never know what kind of man-eating monsters might come out." Upon hearing this, not only Zhang Jianjun, but even Zhang Miaoke, who had always scoffed at tales of ghosts and demons, was so frightened that her face turned pale. Not only Zhang Jianjun, but even Zhang Miaoke, who had always scoffed at tales of ghosts and spirits, was so frightened that her fair face turned pale. In the past, she was an atheist and naturally had no fear of demons and monsters. But now, she has witnessed the existence of immortals with her own eyes. This means that the bloody and terrifying demons and ghosts in the movies are probably real too. "Mr. Su, actually, Zhang has another favor to ask of you." Zhang Jianjun snapped back to his senses, hurriedly bowed deeply, and clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. Su Ming was taken aback. "Oh? Zhang Jianjun, I would like to ask Mr. Su to take my daughter as his disciple." Zhang Miaojin, seeing this, suddenly understood and immediately knelt on both knees, bowed his hands, and paid his respects with the utmost respect. "This humble maiden, Zhang Miaoke, humbly requests that Mr. Su take me as his disciple." Chapter 17, The Official Start of School. For Zhang Miaoke, although she had once been a staunch atheist, dismissing tales of ghosts and spirits with contempt. But now that things have come to this, She certainly wasn't foolish enough to be stubborn. She was well aware of what cultivating immortality entailed. World-renowned universities? Popular celebrities? Top-tier billionaire? These so-called top members of society. What are they in the presence of cultivators? After all, they are merely mortal beings. How can we possibly compare ourselves to the transcendent immortals? And now, an opportunity to become an immortal was right before her. No matter what, she must seize this opportunity. Su Ming saw this and simply watched the two of them in silence. Zhang Miao, seeing that Su Ming remained silent, spoke again with a firm voice. I, Zhang Miaka, am willing to be your servant, to do anything for you. But I beg you, please take me as your disciple. Zhang Jianjun, standing nearby, also hurriedly said. Mr. Su, my daughter just turned 18 this year and is still a virgin. If you don't mind, let her be your disciple. She will definitely take good care of you. Zhang Miaoka heard this and immediately realized that her father was talking about marriage. Her fair face flushed red like a rose. But she did not refute it. Instead, she spoke in a soft and delicate voice. If Mr. Su would take me as his disciple, I would serve you well. Seeing this, Su Ming could no longer bear to watch. Just a moment ago, she was still a sweet and adorable little girl next door. But now, she had spoken such explicit words. To cultivate immortality, he would even sell his own beauty. Truly, he would stop at nothing. It seems that the allure of cultivating immortality for ordinary people is truly beyond imagination. If it were someone else, faced with such a delicate and alluring young woman making the first move, one would likely lose control. But Su Ming, he couldn't bring himself to drag an innocent person into the filthy swamp. Let alone, he is now the president of Piyao University. As a role model, one must lead by example. Therefore, no matter what, he would never do anything disgraceful. Mr. Zhang Miaoka, do you think I'm a good person or a bad person? Su Ming smiled faintly and asked. Zhang Jianjun replied without hesitation, Mr. Su has gone to great lengths to establish this ethereal university, all to resist the demons of the world. Such a noble cause makes you a good person, of course. Zhang Miaoka also said, Mr. Su has the noble cause of eliminating evils for the people. He is naturally a good person. Su Ming spoke slowly, good, very good. Since you all think I am a good person, do you think I would agree to take you as disciples if you beg me in this manner? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Miaoka suddenly understood. That's right. That kind of pleading might work on a petty person. But they never considered that if the other party is an upright and virtuous person, such an approach would only backfire. Their actions just now were clearly judging others by their own low standards. Su Ming spoke decisively, turned around, and walked deep into the campus of the ethereal university. Those who seek immortality must first cultivate their hearts. Such an impatient mindset will never lead to immortality. Additionally, our university is an accredited institution. If you wish to pursue immortality, you may enroll through the proper channels. There is no need to resort to such unconventional methods. However, this year's enrollment quota has already been filled. Those wishing to apply must wait until next year. Mr. Zhang Miaoka, I have said all I can. While it is still light out, you should hurry back as well. Watching Su Ming's figure disappear into the distance, Zhang Jianjun and Zhang Miaoka both felt utterly ashamed at that moment. They had indeed acted impulsively just now. In their eagerness to seek a master and cultivate immortality, their first thought was to judge others by their own low standards, resorting to such despicable means. If they hadn't been so impatient and had taken the time to consider their options and asked to become disciples in a proper manner, would the outcome have been completely different? Hurry up! You're too impatient. That young immortal named Su Ming actually enlightened them with just one sentence. The gap in their levels of understanding was starkly evident. It's truly shameful. Under the setting sun, the father and daughter stood in silence for a long time, until the sun had completely set, before reluctantly leaving Jiuli Mountain. Night fell, and the moon shone brightly in the clear air. Pyeongmyo University, President's Office. With campus preparations, admissions, and lesson planning all complete, everything is ready for the start of the new semester. Su Ming sat at his desk, his expression determined. After speaking, he pulled out his phone and tagged all the members in a WeChat group. Pyeongmyo University, Freshman Discussion Group. Su Ming, attention all students, Pyeongmyo University will officially open tomorrow, September 1st. Please arrive on time to register at the school. School address, top of Jiuli Mountain. Su Ming, the mystical journey begins tomorrow. To facilitate communication between teachers and students. As soon as the admissions process concluded, Su Ming established this Pyeongmyo University Freshman Communication Group. He then added all 100 students admitted to the first cohort of the Ethereal University into the group. However, since no one in the group knew each other, so the group has always been pretty quiet, with hardly anyone speaking. Su Ming has never posted anything in the group either. And now, this freshman group has finally come in handy. Although the admission notice clearly stated the start date and school address. However, it is still highly recommended to send another notification before the start of the semester. Come back to your senses. Su Ming looked at the new student group again. Little did he know that this glance would leave him utterly speechless. Because he hadn't expected it. His message had been sent less than 3 seconds earlier. The new student group was flooded with messages, reaching 99 plus in an instant. Su Juin, got it. Cute. Zhou Tao, got it. Li Feiyan, got it. Lu Mang, finally, school is starting. I'll be able to become an immortal soon, ha. Funny dog head. Ilya Milan, got it. Mr. Su. Zhang Daniu, got it. Grinning. Lin Mushuet, got it. Upon receiving the notice of the start of the school term, everyone was instantly in an uproar. The usually quiet freshman group suddenly became extremely lively. As he watched the messages flood the screen, Su Ming couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seems everyone has been eagerly awaiting the start of the new semester at the ethereal university. However, this just goes to show that students have an extremely strong desire and passion for cultivating immortality. As a result, when he teaches his students about cultivating immortality, he will undoubtedly find it much easier. I wonder if everyone will still be this enthusiastic after tomorrow's first day of school. Su Ming looked at his phone screen, a mischievous smile curling the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he changed his mind and typed in the group chat. Su Ming, everyone, due to the special nature of PO University, please do not spread the existence of our university. Violators will have their admission revoked. Please remember this. To ensure the smooth implementation of the Act First, Report Later plan. Su Ming could only demand that every student keep this matter strictly confidential. Despite having previously issued a special announcement in the group chat regarding this matter. But it never hurts to emphasize it again. Chen Xinyan, got it, Mr. Su. Cute. Li Shiyu, got it. See you tomorrow, Ms. Su. Yay. Yi Chen, got it. Zhao Ruidong, got it. The next day, early morning. September 1st. Today is the official opening day of Piaomiao University. The first 100 students of Piao University have already packed their bags and set off on their journey to cultivate their spiritual powers. Each of them is filled with anticipation and excitement. After all, they are going to cultivate immortality. This means that from now on, they will no longer be ordinary. Chapter 18, Back to School. Chapter 18, Back to School. Heiyang Province, Lin family. In the vast and luxurious estate of the Lin family. Lin Feng dragged 2 suitcases and left the place with a blank expression. Others leave home for school filled with reluctance. But Lin Feng was the exact opposite. He couldn't wait to leave this home that had broken his heart. The Lin family, to which Lin Feng belonged, was one of the 3 major families in Heiyang Province. His father is the eldest son of the Lin family patriarch. Born into a distinguished and influential family, his father was also a highly respected elder within the clan. Such a background could be described as a dream start in life. Unfortunately, he is the illegitimate son of his father, who was born after his father got drunk and had an affair with a bar hostess. He is an utterly disgraceful existence. For 18 years, no one in the family has ever given him a friendly glance. His cousins never respected him as their older cousin and humiliated him in every way possible. He was just the son of a bar girl. What could he possibly amount to in the future? My mother is a lowly bar girl. Does that mean I can pay you and have a good time with your mother too? Ha! Lin Feng, you should know that you're a bastard and don't deserve to step foot in the Lin family's door. You never will. Lin Feng still remembers these lines, which only appear in mindless, sensational novels. Yet in reality, they were spoken by his own cousins. Moreover, it wasn't just his younger cousins. Every elder in the family frequently spoke to him in a sarcastic and dismissive manner, implying that he was unworthy of the Lin surname and would amount to nothing in the future. Even his own father disowned him, warning him never to claim to be a descendant of the Lin family in public. For the past 18 years, Lin Feng had been nothing more than an insignificant pebble within the family. Anyone who passed by could casually step on him without a second thought. Such humiliation and heartache no one can understand. Especially this year, after Lin Feng took the college entrance exam. When the elders and younger members of the clan heard that he hadn't even made it into a second-tier university and had only been admitted to a vocational school with little practical value, they mocked him relentlessly. Coming from such a distinguished family, yet only managing to get into a shabby vocational college? You've brought shame upon the entire Lin family. I've always said he'll never amount to anything in his life. In my opinion, it's time to cut ties with him and sever all connections with the Lin family. Cousin, you're really something. You actually got into a junior college. How are we, who went to universities ranked in the top 50 by QS, supposed to compare to you, a junior college graduate? Ha! That's hilarious. Cousin, what else can you do besides live off your parents? You couldn't even get into a university, and you only managed to get into a vocational college. What kind of future do you have? Such harsh words. Lin Feng had heard such words countless times in recent days. The endless humiliation had already left Lin Feng physically and mentally exhausted. He had thought countless times about leaving the Lin family, but after careful consideration, he always chose to stay. Simply because he wanted to fulfill his mother's last wish. Xiaofeng, Mom hopes that one day you'll be as amazing as your dad. For this very reason, Lin Feng endured humiliation and hardship for 10 years. Over the past decade, he has worked harder than anyone else. He has been waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to completely turn his life around. And now, he finally got his chance. In fact, Lin Feng scored over 700 points on the college entrance exam this year, which would have allowed him to choose any of the top universities in the country. However, he lied and claimed he only scored around 400 points, leaving him eligible only for a vocational college. Because he had told the elders of his clan that he would attend a junior college. It was actually that school called the Ethereal University. And the reason he kept it a secret from everyone was because the school had a rule prohibiting anyone from openly discussing the existence of the university. The mystique of the Ethereal University left him speechless. Therefore, he was fully aware of this. That Ethereal University that taught people how to cultivate immortality was his chance to turn his life around. Mom, don't worry. I'll be more powerful than anyone else in the future. Lin Feng looked up at the sky and sighed wistfully. He then dragged his luggage out of the Lin family home and boarded the high-speed train bound for the Ethereal University. Kunlun Mountains. Amidst the mist-shrouded mountains and forests lies an ancient sect. Inside the sect's grand hall. At 89 years old, Yu Wuhui swung his wooden sword, and the blade suddenly emitted a piercing sound like the roar of a tiger and the cry of a dragon. A brilliant blue sword chi, imbued with boundless power and carrying an unparalleled icy chill, surged forth in an instant. The sword energy was sharp and unstoppable. Facing this sword, the young Li Feiyan was completely defenseless. He frantically swung his sword to block, but was still knocked back 10 meters by the sword chi. In a disheveled state, he was about to get back up. Yi Wuhui, however, appeared before him in the blink of an eye, looking down at him with a smug expression. What do you say? Have you decided to leave the sect and seek another master to teach you cultivation? Li Feiyan, with his stern expression, slowly stood up and smiled indifferently. Yes, Senior Yi, I have made up my mind. Since that is the case, I shall not hold you back. However, could you give me a reason? Senior Yi's martial arts are too weak, and as a junior, I am solely focused on pursuing the path of ultimate strength. As soon as Li Feiyan spoke these words, Yi Wuhai's expression immediately darkened. As the first sword of the Great Xia dynasty, his cultivation was so profound that even countless geniuses with extraordinary talent could not hope to match him. Despite his fame that echoes across the land, this is the first time he has ever heard anyone dare to say his martial arts are weak. My martial arts are weak? Yes, Senior Yi. Seeing Li Feiyan's serious expression, Yi Wuhai smiled instead of getting angry. How amusing. Since that's the case, then leave the sect immediately and go pursue this so-called path of ultimate strength you speak of. However, I must warn you that from this day forward, even if you were to change your mind, the sect would never take you back as a disciple. Li Feiyan bowed deeply and clasped his hands in respect. Thank you, Senior Yi, for your kindness. With that, he dragged his luggage and left without looking back, completely departing from Kunlun Mountain. Yi Wuhai's gaze did not linger on Li Feiyan for even a moment longer. Instead, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and continued to meditate, cultivating his spiritual energy. The words of an ignorant young upstart would not anger him. Instead, they amused him greatly. To say his martial arts are weak? He is hailed as the first sword of Huaxia. If his martial arts are weak, then who in this world dares to call themselves a strong warrior? Those who seek the path to ultimate strength would not choose him as their master but instead go out into the world to seek out those deceitful charlatans as their teachers. It's utterly foolish and laughable. Yi Wuhai was well aware of this. Li Feiyan, that young man, will likely regret his decision today within a few days. By then, he certainly won't give Li Feiyan a chance to back out. After all, he was just a mediocre outer disciple. Losing one wouldn't make much of a difference. At the mountain gate, over 100 disciples of the sect, dressed in blue robes, watched Li Feiyan's departing figure as he walked down the mountain, unable to help but discuss the matter among themselves. Brother Li Feiyan is truly foolish. He actually left the sect on his own to seek another master elsewhere. How ignorant of him. Yes, and he even dared to claim he would seek a path to ultimate power surpassing even Master Yi? He truly has no sense of his place in the world. They must have been deceived by some unscrupulous fraudster. Otherwise, how could they possibly do such a ridiculous thing? I guarantee that guy will regret it. He'll have nowhere to cry when the time comes. Li Shidi is naturally slow-witted, and now he's rushing to achieve results, trusting a fraudster. He'll likely have little success in his cultivation in the future. Not only will he find it difficult to achieve anything, but in my opinion, he is destined to remain a weakling with low cultivation for the rest of his life. Listening to the whispers behind him, Li Feiyan paid no heed. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was only 5 in the morning. It was still early. Before heading to Pyongyang University to register, he decided to go buy some dorm supplies first. Li Feiyan smiled lightly, dragged his luggage, and hurried down the mountain. Chapter 19, Opening Ceremony. Qihai City. A certain residential area. Just a moment ago, Su Jinyan and Zhou Yanmei had packed their belongings and were preparing to personally take Su Juyin to the review school. But as soon as they stepped out the door, Su Juyin gathered her courage and told them she didn't plan to repeat the year. The reason was that she couldn't endure the hardships of repeating the year and didn't want to go through the exhaustion of senior year again. Moreover, she had already secretly enrolled in a junior college without telling anyone. The reason she kept it a secret until now was because she was afraid they wouldn't approve. Now, she has already paid her tuition fees, and the vocational college has already started classes today. The die is cast even if they wanted to oppose it, it's too late now. Upon hearing these words, Su Jinyan and Zhou Yanmei were furious. You really think you're all that now, hiding something this big from us for so long? Zhou Yanmei was so angry she clenched her teeth. Just because repeating a year was tiring, she didn't plan to repeat it? She even planned to go to a junior college to just play around there? You're always chasing after fun and have no ambition at all. You're such a disappointment, completely useless. Su Jinyan, standing nearby, could no longer contain his anger. Slap. With a swift slap, a loud smack landed on Su Juin's fair cheek. He flew into a rage. This is ridiculous. I've told you countless times that competition in this society is brutal. If you don't study hard, what kind of future do you think you'll have? You're actually afraid of hardship and don't want to repeat the year? You're planning to go to a vocational college and keep playing around. You have no ambition at all. How could I have given birth to such a useless daughter? Let me tell you, Su Juin, if you really go to a vocational college, your life is over. No matter where you go, people will look down on you, and you'll never be able to hold your head up high for the rest of your life. You're such a good for nothing. You'll never amount to anything in your entire life. The harsh scolding from his strict parents. This caused Su Juin's heart to ache deeply. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to flow freely. Su Juin, I don't want to waste any more words with you. You must report to the remedial school today. Su Jinyan said angrily. As for the crappy junior college you enrolled in? I'll talk to my friend at the education bureau in a few days and have your enrollment there revoked. You're trying to drive me crazy. Zhou Yanmei snapped. Do as your father says, did you hear me? Su Juin's eyes welled up with tears. I understand, Dad, Mom. After a long silence, Su Juin finally packed her belongings and left home to go to school. However, she had just stepped out of the house. The once tender and melancholy face suddenly revealed a resolute expression. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. This time, I'm going to make my own decision. Su Juin's gaze was firm. She took out her phone, opened the navigation app, and entered the destination without hesitation, Jolie Mountain. That's it. The first 100 young men and women admitted to the ethereal university. This morning, they packed their bags and set off from various provinces and cities across the country, heading toward the same destination. Shizhou Province, Jolie Mountain. It's just that. Each of them left without mentioning a single word about the elusive university to their families. Therefore, every parent believed that their children are starting school normally and attending regular universities such as undergraduate or vocational colleges. No parent is aware of this. In fact, they have been kept in the dark by their own children. And at this very moment, the young boys' and girls' journey had already deviated from its original course. Shizhou Province. Liaoning City long-distance bus hub station. It was exactly noon. The vast hub station was crowded with a sea of passengers waiting for their trains. The waiting area for the final destination to Yulong Town was packed with dozens, if not hundreds, of young people carrying large bags and suitcases. Upon seeing this scene, the drivers who regularly travel this route couldn't help but express their surprise. Why are there so many people today? This is really strange. A confident young man overheard this and immediately approached the driver. Sir, are there usually few passengers on this route? The driver shook his head. Yulong Town is very remote. The town is mostly elderly people living alone. Even during the spring festival, there are no more than 30 people on this bus. As for usual days? 10 people at most. I have no idea what's going on today. Why are there so many people? The young man smiled upon hearing this. He then turned around and looked at the young boys and girls sitting in the waiting area. If I'm not mistaken, none of you are heading to Yulong Town, but rather Jolie Mountain, right? No sooner had he finished speaking. The hundreds of teenagers sitting in the waiting area all turned to look at him in astonishment. Seeing this, the boy smiled gently. It seems we're all classmates now. The scorching sun blazed overhead, melting the very stones beneath it. On the slopes of Jolie Mountain, over 100 young boys and girls, burdened with large bags and luggage, endure the unbearable heat as they struggle forward through the mountainous terrain. Jolishan Mountain was once a scenic area. However, it has now fallen into disrepair over the years, with many areas either inaccessible or blocked by thorns, branches, and dense spider webs. Additionally, the scorching heat and the mountainous region's native flower mosquitoes, caterpillars, and spiders make the conditions even more challenging. All these obstacles made the young boys and girls feel a bit overwhelmed at that moment. I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. It's hot and exhausting, and my whole body is swollen from mosquito bites. I'm about to cry, wha? You must be drenched in sweat, bro. You can't even walk a few steps. With that kind of determination, how are you going to fix a chicken's feather? Just go home and watch TV. This student may speak bluntly, but he has a point. Mr. Su built the school on such a high mountain, perhaps to test our willpower. Exactly. Everyone must persevere. After a chorus of complaints, the young boys and girls looked determined and full of fighting spirit. In the end, after 3 hours of arduous trekking, the entire group of 100 young men and women from Pyongyang University finally reached the summit of Jiuli Mountain at 6:30 p.m. At that moment, they were disheveled and covered in dust. Their bodies are covered in small cuts from branches and swollen red welts from mosquito bites. Panting heavily, they were already exhausted and on the verge of collapse. However, when they stood atop the mountain and saw the school gates of the ethereal university, which resembled the entrance to a fairyland, they immediately felt that all the hardships of the journey had been worth it. The setting sun cast a golden glow on the mystical mountain, creating a scene so breathtaking it seemed like a dream. No wonder it's called the ethereal university, it's truly magical. Impressive. Bro, how come you seem both cultured and uncultured at the same time? Unbelievable, it's so great. Unbelievable, this is simply amazing. The scale is huge, it's so impressive. Just as everyone was marveling at the sight, everyone's phones began to ring simultaneously with message notifications. Pyongyang University, Freshman Discussion Group. Su Ming, everyone, the first opening ceremony of PO University is about to begin. Please gather at the school playground as soon as possible. Upon receiving the message, the young boys and girls couldn't help but feel excited. The fatigue that had been weighing them down vanished in an instant. Because they knew, when they stepped through the gates of the ethereal university campus, their lives were about to undergo a complete transformation. Chapter 20, The Sudden Appearance of a Monster. The evening sun was still scorching. All 100 young men and women of the ethereal university. At this moment, they are enduring the scorching heat and gathered on the vast school playground. However, they had been standing under the scorching sun for half an hour, but the promised opening ceremony still hadn't begun. The scorching heat, combined with the exhaustion from their long journey to school, had left them physically and mentally drained. And now, they had to stand under the blazing sun and wait, and they had to wait for a full half hour. This made everyone feel a bit irritable and impatient. It's so hot. Didn't Mr. Su say there would be an opening ceremony? Why hasn't it started yet? I can't take it anymore. Where is Ms. Su? Why isn't she here yet? Mr. Su isn't going to stand us up, is he? The playground was filled with murmurs. Almost everyone was complaining impatiently. However, despite this, there were still a few young men and women with unwavering resolve. Even though the heat was unbearable and they were utterly exhausted, they did not utter a single complaint. Instead, they looked refreshed and radiant, their expressions full of vitality. Tang Xiaoro, with her 2 ponytails, was staring intently at the green trees with their lush leaves surrounding the playground. Her eyes, as clear and bright as autumn water, held a subtle expression, as if she were deep in thought. Judging by the color and softness of the soil, these trees must have been transplanted within the past 3 days. Jiuli Mountain, with an elevation of over 3,000 meters, has an atmospheric pressure of approximately 90,000 pascals. Combined with direct sunlight, the ground temperature can reach around 42 degrees Celsius, and the absolute humidity is roughly 27 grams per cubic meter. Under such conditions, newly transplanted trees typically exhibit wilted stems and leaves. However, the trees in the school not only have no wilted leaves, but are all vibrant and lush with greenery. All signs point to the fact that the trees and vegetation in the school must have been nourished by divine magic. At this thought, Tang Xiaoro couldn't help but feel excited. It seemed that her guess was indeed correct. Divine arts were indeed far ahead of modern science. Li Feiyan, with his cold and handsome appearance, was currently furrowing his brows slightly. For he sensed an odd, primordial energy permeating the air around him. But this was clearly the campus of the ethereal university. Why would the innate energy unique to energy masters appear here? As everyone knows, the power possessed by Su Teacher is clearly countless times purer than innate chi. Therefore, the strange innate chi surrounding him could not possibly be Mr. Su's power. Where exactly did that innate energy come from? Li Feiyan looked doubtful and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. On the other side, Xia Luyun, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and looking scholarly, also sensed that something was amiss. He clearly remembered that the first admission round for the ethereal university had only admitted 100 students. But when he counted the people present, he found there were actually 101. Strange, why was there an extra person? Xia Luyun was utterly perplexed. It's so hot. Why isn't Mr. Su here yet? Let's go hide under the tree to escape the sun. Mr. Su isn't here anyway. Alright, let's go together. The scorching sun was unbearable for the young boys and girls on the playground. So they all decided to seek shade under the trees at the edge of the playground. However, just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the lush green belt at the edge of the playground. The teenagers walking toward the edge of the playground heard the sound but hadn't had time to react. Suddenly, they saw a huge four-legged tiger leap out of the dense greenery ahead. And when they looked closely, what was that supposed to be, a tiger? It's clearly a monster with the body of a tiger and a head composed of two goat heads. Roar! The monster suddenly opened its massive jaws, emitting a sharp and eerie growl. Deafening. See this scene. The 100 young men and women present were all taken aback. The next moment, everyone gasped in shock. Immediately afterward, fear surged like a flood, instantly breaching and overwhelming their mental defenses. Every face turned into a mask of sheer terror. After all, the terrifying monster before them was not only enormous in size with sharp fangs, but also covered head to toe in bright red blood, a sight that was truly horrifying. It was clear at first glance that it was a bloodthirsty, ruthless creature. And before this, they hadn't even come into close contact with wild beasts more than a few times. But now, they had seen monsters that were hundreds of times more terrifying than wild beasts. How could they possibly not be afraid? Although they understood that if immortals existed in this world, then demons and monsters were also highly likely to exist. However, this sudden appearance of the monster left them no time to prepare mentally. The overwhelming sense of pressure shattered their mental defenses in an instant. Many girls were so scared that they screamed out loud. Even the boys were trembling uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat from the sheer terror. Each of them was acutely aware of this. If they were targeted by the monster before them, they would be doomed. Everyone, stay calm. Do not run away under any circumstances. Stay where you are and do not move. Suddenly, Xia Luyun, wearing glasses, shouted loudly, though his face was also filled with fear. However, compared to the others around him, his expression held an extra touch of composure and calmness. Upon hearing the sound, everyone looked confused, and dozens of eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Xia Luyun hurriedly explained. That monster is injured, and badly so. It definitely won't attack us recklessly. Before attacking, beasts typically assess their own strength and that of their opponents. They only launch an assault when they are certain of victory. If that monster sees us running away, it will know we're no match for it, and then none of us will stand a chance. Everyone agreed that he had a point. Therefore, they all stood where they were, not daring to move an inch. Time ticked by, second by second. The terrifying monster, however, has yet to launch an attack on the crowd. Seeing this, the crowd's panic and fear eased slightly. The facts turned out to be exactly as the male student wearing black-rimmed glasses had said. As long as you don't run around, that monster won't attack without provocation. That male student was right after all. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. However, not only beasts, but humans too, when faced with such a situation, assess the strength of both the opponent and themselves. In a crowd, Li Feiyan finally realized where the innate energy he had just sensed had come from. That's right. It's coming from that monstrous creature right in front of us. Although he had once been a chi master, he had only heard rumors about monsters. Now, upon seeing them for the first time, he finally realized that the power contained within these monsters was actually innate chi. This certainly broadened his horizons. However, the price for this new knowledge seems a bit steep. Because he had just assessed his own strength against that monster. The result was brutal. His strength was 50% weaker than that monster's. If he were to fight head-on, he would certainly die. But if he doesn't fight back, he has no divine artifacts or magical treasures, and the students around him are all ordinary people. In the current situation, he seems to have been trapped in a dead end. This student, continuing this stalemate isn't a solution. If that monster grows impatient, we're still doomed. You're so thoughtful. Do you have any ideas on how we can escape this situation completely? Li Feiyan sighed helplessly and turned his gaze toward Xia Luyun. Upon hearing this, everyone around them immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yeah, if this standoff continues, we'll eventually be attacked by that monster. Standing still is just a temporary measure. Everyone panicked again, their eyes once more turning toward Xia Luyun. Chapter 21, A Moment of Crisis. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Xia Luyun shook his head. No, in the face of absolute power, all methods are futile. Upon hearing this, everyone grew even more panicked. Does that mean we can only wait to die? How did this happen? Why are there monsters on the campus of the Ethereal University? I'm only 18, I don't want to die. Just as everyone was panicking and filled with fear, suddenly, someone shouted from within the crowd. I've got an idea. Since this is the campus of the Ethereal University, we can ask Mr. Su to save us. Upon hearing this, everyone around them suddenly understood. That's right. We were so flustered that we even forgot about Mr. Su. That's right, Mr. Su is a highly skilled cultivator. As long as he shows up, we'll definitely be saved. Right. Hurry up and call Mr. Su. Everyone seemed to have found their only lifeline. Hundreds of young boys and girls all pulled out their phones at that moment, using every possible means of communication: WeChat, text messages, phone calls to try to get in touch with Su Ming. They had never met Su Ming before. But from that bold and imposing admission letter from the prestigious university, it was not hard to tell. Mr. Su is undoubtedly a mystical cultivator with profound abilities. As long as Master Su appears, they will definitely be saved. However, Li Feiyan, furrowed his brows slightly, looking at Xie Luyun with great confusion. He simply couldn't figure it out. The classmate in front of him, wearing black-rimmed glasses, had remained calm and composed even in such a chaotic situation, and had quickly brought the situation under control before it could escalate further. What a meticulous person. How could they not have thought of asking Mr. Su to come to their rescue? Just as Li Feiyan was puzzled. Why isn't Mr. Su answering the phone? She hasn't replied on WeChat either. What should I do? This is it, we're done for. At such a critical moment, we can't get in touch with Mr. Su. On the playground, the teenagers holding their phones were in a state of panic. Because they had discovered that no matter what communication method they used, they couldn't get in touch with Su Ming at all. Seeing this, Li Feiyan began to understand a little. Having Mr. Su come to save them was indeed a way to save them. However, the prerequisite is that Mr. Su can arrive in time. If we are unable to contact him, or if Mr. Su is unable to arrive in time, then this solution would undoubtedly be ineffective. Did that student already anticipate that this method would fail, which is why they didn't mention it at all? Or am I just overthinking it? It's just that the classmate came up with this idea, and I didn't expect it? Li Feiyan sized up Xie Luyun. He noticed that Xie Luyun was looking around restlessly, as if searching for something. What should I do? What should I do? I can't get in touch with Mr. Su no matter what I try. How could this happen? Are we really going to die here? Everyone, look! That monster seems to be getting impatient. It's coming toward us. We're doomed. That monster will tear us to pieces. We won't even have a proper burial. The young boys and girls immediately fell into a state of panic. Every face was filled with an expression of utter horror. Suddenly, the terrifying monster let out another deafening roar. Roar! With a sudden leap, its massive body shot forward, its gaping maw snapping open, and it lunged directly at the crowd. At this sight, screams erupted, and everyone scrambled to flee. The scene instantly descended into complete chaos. The terrifying monster, its gaze now fixed on a slender girl. Roar! With a deafening roar, the massive, terrifying monster suddenly spread its razor-sharp claws and lunged directly at the girl. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone thought to themselves, this is bad. In their minds, they could already envision the gruesome scene of the girl being torn apart and left in pieces. When Su Juin saw the bizarre-looking monster lunging toward her, she knew she was probably going to die. At that moment, her mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. From childhood to adulthood, she had always obeyed her parents without question, living her life like a puppet on a string. Now, she made her first decision for herself. Before she had a chance to truly experience what it meant to be alive, she faced such an outcome. This left her eyes filled with despair. Tears also welled up in her eyes at that moment. The monster was enormous in size, yet moved with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it leaped in front of Su Juin. Its blood-red maw suddenly opened wide, revealing teeth as sharp as knife blades, which lunged toward Su Juin with a savage bite. Those around them, seeing this, quickly turned away, afraid to witness the bloody scene. Su Juin was so scared that she closed her eyes, waiting for death in despair. However, just when everyone thought a bloody scene was about to unfold, at that critical moment, thunder, come! Amidst the chaotic crowd, a figure suddenly stepped forward. Chapter 22, The Slaying. The Ethereal University. The chaotic scene on the playground. Amidst the crowd, the person closest to Su Juin was a girl with skin as smooth as jade and a slender figure. At that critical moment, suddenly, the young woman stepped forward and threw a bright orange talisman from her hand. Thunder, come! Chen Xinyan murmured softly. Then, her words became law. As soon as her voice fell, the orange-yellow talisman paper she had thrown into the air suddenly began to move on its own, like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly flying toward the monstrous creature with its hideous and terrifying appearance. As the talisman approached the monster, it suddenly burst into flames and burned to ashes. Immediately afterward, boom! Sizzle! Around the monster, dozens of azure blue lightning bolts suddenly appeared out of thin air, unleashing an intense barrage of attacks upon it. In an instant, thunder and lightning roared, shaking the heavens. The scene is utterly surreal. Roar! The monster was bombarded and forced to retreat repeatedly, emitting piercing screams from its mouth. Hundreds of young boys and girls around them were left speechless at the sight. That's amazing. That girl can actually use magic? Could she be a cultivator like Mr. Su? Just as everyone was in shock. In the crowd, another figure also sprinted toward the monster at breakneck speed. A cold-looking young man gradually began to glow with a crimson aura, as if divine light had descended upon him. He gripped his long sword, leaped into the air, and swung it toward the brutal monster. Whoosh! With a single sword strike, he pierced both of the monster's heads at the same time. Li Feiyan twisted his wrist, causing the sword blade to churn relentlessly inside the monster's head. Put! The foul-smelling blood gushed out. Bang! Soon, the enormous, hideous monster finally lost all signs of life and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, the teenagers on the playground were completely dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the girl casting the spell and the boy who had dealt the fatal blow to the monster. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on here? Aren't we supposed to start cultivating immortality yet? Why can those two students already cast spells? Who are those two, anyway? Everyone was utterly astonished. Li Feiyan, covered in blood, drew his sword and exhaled deeply. The spell cast by the girl earlier had limited destructive power, but it had precisely broken through the monster's defenses. This gave him a 70% chance of being able to slay the monster with a single sword strike. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and immediately drew his sword. Fortunately, the 30% chance of failure did not materialize, and with a single strike, he completely killed him. At that moment, Chen Xinyan tucked the talisman paper into the shoulder bag she carried with her. She had originally planned to go all out, using the last 10 thunder summoning talismans she had on her to fight the monster to the death. But what she didn't expect was, among the people present, there was actually another powerful individual. With a single sword strike, he had slain that overwhelmingly oppressive monster. As she thought of this, Chen Xinyan walked up to Su Juyin, who was still shaken, slightly curled the corners of her lips, and revealed a delicate and gentle smile. "Are you okay, classmate?" Seeing Chen Xinyan's gentle smile, Su Juin's fear and despair melted away instantly. She slowly came to her senses and stared blankly at Chen Xinyan. "No, I'm fine. The danger has passed." The crowd, who had been trying to escape, naturally stopped in their tracks and returned to the playground. "Brother, you're too strong. You killed that monster with just one sword. That was so cool. Yeah, thanks to you and this beautiful lady, we were saved. You too, we haven't even started cultivating yet. How did you learn magic? Did you cheat?" Everyone gathered around Li Feiyan and Chen Xinyan, lavishing praise on them. In the crowd, Xia Luyun never imagined that the terrifying monster had been killed by the two students working together. He had analyzed the situation for a long time and had already found a 100% foolproof way to escape. But he hadn't had a chance to implement it yet. The two surprising students then joined forces and managed to kill the monster. It was truly unexpected. Xia Luyun exclaimed in astonishment, but the next moment he furrowed his brows. However, this might cause problems for the opening ceremony, right? Classmate, could you tell me where you learned that spell? Beautiful lady, were those talismans you just cast ones you drew yourself? On the vast playground of the ethereal university, young boys and girls gathered around Li Feiyan and Chen Xinyan, filled with curiosity. Just as everyone thought the crisis had been averted and the tension began to ease, a strange, hoarse voice suddenly rang out, shaking the air, echoing in everyone's ears. I had thought this school must have something special about it, but now it seems like nothing more than a bunch of misfits playing house. How ridiculous. Since you so-called cultivators refuse to follow the rules, I shall have no choice but to take your lives according to the regulations. Humph. Chapter 23, Xia Luyun remains unfazed. Upon hearing the sound, everyone was taken aback. They followed the sound and turned their heads to look behind them. There stood a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, slowly walking toward the crowd. The man was muscular and tall, but his face bore an eerie smile, making him look extremely unsettling. Everyone was stunned. Who was that man? Were those strange words just now spoken by that middle-aged man? They're all just delicate little kids. Looks like we'll have another feast. The man's eyes widened wildly, and he suddenly let out a strange, chuckling laugh. His entire demeanor seemed to transform into something grotesque and, as soon as he finished speaking, blood-red tendons began to emerge from his body, spreading like vines, covering his entire body in an instant. The sight was utterly bizarre and terrifying. A terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from his body. Everyone present gasped in horror at the sight. In this situation, even if they were as slow as they were, they could tell that the man standing before them was no longer human. He was a ruthless demon, a monster who killed without batting an eye. What was even more despairing was, the man was emanating a real sense of pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe and causing their entire bodies to tremble. Everyone could feel it clearly. Even that ferocious and terrifying monster from earlier was no match for this eerie-looking man. This time, they probably won't even be able to escape. First there was that monster, and now this thing that's neither human nor ghost. What on earth is going on? What's the point of thinking about that now? We should focus on how to contact Mr. Su. Why hasn't Mr. Su come yet? I really don't want to die. For a moment, everyone became frightened and anxious. Among the crowd, Chen Xinyan silently clutched the remaining 9 thunder summoning charms in her hand, holding them tightly. Forget it, no matter what, I'll fight him to the end. Who lives and who dies is still uncertain. She clenched her teeth, her eyes hardening, and immediately prepared to charge toward the man with the terrifying appearance. But as she took 2 steps forward, she was stopped by Li Feiyan's outstretched hand. It's useless. Attacking recklessly will only get you killed faster, Li Feiyan said coldly. In fact, from the moment that man appeared, he knew they had no chance of winning. Because the man before him was a 7th realm Qi manipulator. A Qi master is a practitioner who has mastered the extraordinary power known as innate Qi. The cultivation levels of Qi masters, from lowest to highest, are divided into 9 distinct stages. Among them, the 7th realm Qi master is the strongest of the strong, and even across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, they are as rare as feathers on a phoenix. They are beings capable of founding their own schools and factions, nearly invincible in their might. They are beings who can establish their own schools and are nearly invincible. He has been cultivating for 12 years since childhood, yet he is still merely a 1st realm Qi manipulator. To put it bluntly, the man before them could probably take the lives of everyone present with a single move. What should we do? Are we just supposed to wait and die? Chen Xinyan stopped in her tracks and looked anxiously at Li Feiyan. It's useless. The opponent is a 7th realm Qi master. Li Feiyan shook his head. Unless a miracle happens, we're doomed. Upon hearing those words, it wasn't just Chen Xinyan. The young boys and girls around them suddenly had their pupils dilate and their hearts turn to ashes. Even the male student who had slain the terrifying monster with a single sword strike uttered the words certain death. Then how could these ordinary people, who knew nothing about magic, possibly have any chance of survival? They're completely doomed now. Everyone was so desperate they were on the verge of breaking down. Many people, at that moment, even broke down and started crying on the spot. However, Li Feiyan noticed that fear was written all over everyone's faces. Xia Luyun, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and appearing gentle and refined, remained calm and composed throughout. This left him deeply puzzled. Why is that student acting so strangely? Little ones, remember this for next time. Disobeying the rules will lead to a very unfortunate outcome. But since you encountered me, you can consider yourselves lucky. I'll let you depart painlessly, preserving the freshest, most tender flesh. Poof. The man's laughter was eerie and sinister, echoing in the ears of the young boys and girls like the whispers of a demon. Qi Yan Sword Chen. The man raised his right hand lightly and roared loudly. Instantly, a mystical light flashed. Behind him, dozens of long swords containing boundless power and burning with raging flames shot out instantly, hovering in midair. In an instant, the blinding flames illuminated the sky, searing the eyes and ears. Seeing this scene, the young boys and girls were completely devastated and screamed as they fled. The scene instantly descended into chaos. However, even in the midst of this extreme chaos and panic, Xia Luyun remained as calm as a mountain in the face of a collapsing peak. He turned his gaze toward the chaotic crowd, where he spotted a teenager wearing sunglasses and a casual t-shirt. Without hesitation, he shouted at the teenager. Mr. Su, if you don't do something now, we're really going to die. Chapter 24, An Existence Like a Cheat Code. Xia Luyun had barely finished speaking. The panicked teenagers, who had been fleeing in all directions, suddenly stopped in their tracks, filled with confusion and doubt. Everyone's gaze. All eyes turned towards Xia Luyun. Everyone was well aware of this. In the current situation, fleeing is undoubtedly the worst option. Only the appearance of Mr. Su can be their true lifeline. But, however, the crowd couldn't figure it out. Why did the male student wearing black-rimmed glasses address the guy wearing sunglasses as Mr. Su? Li Feiyan and Chen Xinyan furrowed their brows, sharing the same confusion as everyone else. Especially Li Feiyan. As a Yuqi, he was most sensitive to the fluctuations of extraordinary power. However, the power possessed by Mr. Su far surpasses that of a Qi master by countless times. If Su Laoshi were nearby, how could he possibly not sense it? Just as everyone was utterly perplexed. Su Ming slowly removed his sunglasses, the corners of his mouth curving upward in a faint smile that was both calm and deeply meaningful. He looked at Xia Luyun. What is your name, young man? Xia Luyun answered promptly, Mr. Su, my name is Xia Luyun. Xia Luyun, you did well. Su Ming smiled broadly. I'm curious to know how you guessed my identity? Mr. Su, can we discuss this later? After all, that man over there is still trying to take our lives. Alright, disrupting the first opening ceremony of Pyongyang University and even attempting to harm its students, this deserves punishment. Su Ming gave a faint smile and slowly tucked his sunglasses into his pocket. With that, he tossed a talisman into the air. The talisman rose without a breeze, dispersing into countless specks in the air before coalescing into a chilling mist of ice. Su Ming reached his hand into the icy mist. When he pulled it out, a sharp ice sword glinting with a cold, menacing light appeared in his hand. Around the blade, snowflakes seemed to bloom and fall, as if containing the essence of extreme coldness. In an instant, a cold glow appeared, resembling an icy divine blade. The young boys and girls present witnessed this scene, their pupils contracting sharply as they stared in disbelief. Elegant. Calm. Unmatched dominance. Such a breathtaking presence, who else could it be but Mr. Su? The aura contained in that admission letter from the Ethereal University perfectly matches that of the young man before us. The young man before them, who was roughly the same age as they were, was indeed Mr. Su. At that moment, the astonished young boys and girls once again saw hope in their eyes. Meanwhile, the man covered in blood-red flesh and tendons, whose appearance was utterly terrifying, felt his heart surge with a mix of fear and awe upon seeing this. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his expression was one of extreme terror. Impossible. How could such a powerful being exist in this world? It must be a hallucination, definitely a hallucination. You cowardly pretender, I'll kill you now and drink your blood and eat your flesh. The man clenched his teeth, his expression nearly, and his aura suddenly surged. 10,000 swords converge as one, severing souls and shattering spirits. He uttered a soft command, and the dozens of flaming swords in the air instantly converged into a colossal blade of unimaginable size. The flames danced wildly on the blade, unleashing a power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Even the moisture in the surrounding air is instantly vaporized, leaving the air dry and barren. Immediately afterward, the massive blade tore through the air, unleashing a howling gale and erupting with earth-shattering might, descending from the sky with a single strike. Straight towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming held his ice sword and, instead of retreating, advanced toward the giant blade, swinging his sword at it. His strike seemed ordinary and unremarkable. There were no dazzling flashes of light, nor any grand, awe-inspiring phenomena. Simply holding an ice sword, he swung it toward the opponent's imposing, fearsome blade. It looked like a sewing needle facing a broad sword that could cut through iron, like hitting a stone with an egg. However, it was just this ordinary sword. Yet in the blink of an eye, it sliced the massive blade in the air, blazing with crimson flames and radiating overwhelming might into 4 pieces, shattering like a mirror into shards. In an instant, mystical light erupted in all directions, illuminating the entire playground. A single sword breaks all techniques? The man's heart raced wildly, and he knew something was terribly wrong. He immediately turned and fled. But as soon as he turned around, a frost-breathing ice sword was already pointed directly at his head. You cannot kill me, otherwise, the company will not release me. Dawn. Before the man could finish speaking, a brilliant blue light flashed, and his head crashed heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. Su Ming released his spiritual energy to investigate. After confirming that the opponent was completely lifeless, he finally crossed his arms behind his back and turned to look at the stunned teenagers on the playground behind him. He slowly curled the corners of his mouth upward, revealing a gentle smile. Students, the demons have been vanquished. Welcome to the Ethereal University. See you there. The young boys and girls were all so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. They only knew that Mr. Su could definitely save them, but they never imagined that Mr. Su could be this incredibly strong. Frostblade, one strike, instant kill. Elegant and majestic, utterly dominant. This scene, this moment. Everyone can't help but marvel. Mr. Su, you're like a cheat code. As evening fell, the sun set in the west. At the vast sports field of the Ethereal University, 100 young boys and girls are standing in perfect formation, 10 rows deep. Meanwhile, Su Ming wields a cold, mist-shrouded ice sword, hovering at the front of the formation. So, was that monster with 2 goat heads earlier deliberately arranged by Master Su? And the evil demonic cultivator that appeared afterward was purely an accident? Experiencing life and death right at the start of the semester, is this the first lesson of the semester at the Ethereal University? Mr. Su is so kind to us. Wow, that's great. Wow. The young boys and girls who had narrowly escaped death relaxed and began chatting with one another. The entire playground was bustling with activity. Xie Luyun, can you tell us how you knew that the guy wearing sunglasses was Mr. Su? In the crowd, a boy looked at Xie Luyun in confusion. As soon as he spoke, dozens of eyes in the vicinity all turned to look at Xie Luyun in unison. They were also curious to know how Xie Luyun had suddenly recognized Mr. Su at that moment. This is simply too strange. Chapter 25, The First Day of School. Under the eager gazes of everyone present, Xie Luyun pushed his glasses up and smiled. Actually, it's quite simple. From the moment we entered the campus, I noticed that there were 101 people in our group, but the school clearly only admitted 100 students. Just as I was still puzzling over why there was an extra person among us, that terrifying monster appeared. Moreover, there were several suspicious aspects about the monster. First, it was covered in wounds, clearly having been injured recently. Second, despite the school campus being so large, the monster had chosen to hide around the playground. Even more coincidentally, the playground was the exact location where Mr. Su had instructed us to gather. Based on the above, I boldly speculate that the monster's attack was deliberately orchestrated by Mr. Su, with the aim of testing our response to dangerous situations. To ensure our safety, Mr. Su not only severely injured the monster in advance but also disguised himself among us to ensure he could intervene promptly and rescue us in an emergency. In summary, the extra person among us was Mr. Su. Mr. Su has always been among us. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look shocked. This student named Xia Luyun had not only noticed that there was an extra person among them long ago. Moreover, in the midst of the chaos and tension just now, he was able to remain calm and think through the suspicious details. That's truly impressive. Li Feiyan had finally come to a complete understanding. At the time, Xia Luyun didn't mention the idea of contacting Mr. Su to save them because he already knew that all of this was Mr. Su's scheme. And since Mr. Su was testing their performance in a crisis, he naturally ignored the calls and messages from everyone. Xia Luyun's quick thinking was truly unexpected. But how did you know exactly who Mr. Su is? The young man asked again. Everyone else was also curious about this. After all, none of them had ever seen what Mr. Su looked like before. Xia Luyun explained. It's also quite simple. When that monster first appeared, everyone was so frightened that they dared not move an inch. I took advantage of this opportunity to send a few messages to Mr. Su on WeChat. In such an extremely tense and dangerous situation, who else but Su teacher would pick up their phone to check messages? I looked around and sure enough, I spotted Mr. Su wearing sunglasses. After Xia Luyun finished speaking, the young boys and girls around him were utterly astonished. In such a critical situation, he had managed to remain calm and composed, with an extremely meticulous mind. This student named Xia Luyun is truly remarkable. Amazed, everyone couldn't help but praise him generously. Lu Mang, who had been looking so casual, couldn't help but exclaim. Holy crap! Are you a golden needle mushroom or something? How can you be so thin? His remark caused everyone to burst into laughter. The young boys' and girls' moods also completely relaxed at that moment. Despite having just narrowly escaped death, after witnessing Su Ming's absurdly powerful strength, everyone felt deeply reassured. At that moment, the playground was filled with laughter and joy, bustling with activity. After listening to Xia Luyun's analysis, Su Ming couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. Because what Xia Luyun had said was almost identical to his own plan. The only difference was that his purpose was not to test everyone's performance in the face of danger. Rather, he wanted to instill a sense of crisis in everyone's minds. The path of cultivating immortality is fraught with danger, with life and death hanging by a thread at every turn. It must never be taken lightly. Only by cultivating a sense of crisis can we motivate everyone to practice with greater diligence and dedication. However, except for Xia Luyun, Li Feiyan and Chen Xinyan, these two students, also left him deeply impressed. These two individuals had already mastered magic before even arriving at the ethereal university. Where on earth did they learn it? Could it be that there have always been immortals in this world? It seems like after the opening ceremony, I should go find those two students to find out more about the situation. Su Ming muttered under his breath. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd below with a solemn expression. Everyone, please quiet down. At the sound of his voice, the young boys and girls quickly fell silent and looked up at Su Ming. Su Ming spoke solemnly. Everyone, I have already explained the monster attack to you, but my purpose is to instill a sense of crisis in your hearts. From the very first crowdfunding message, I have been emphasizing that the celestial court has vanished and demons and monsters now reign supreme. In this world, there are indeed brutal and bloodthirsty demons and monsters. And in recent years, these demons have become increasingly restless, and a great catastrophe is inevitable. Whether it's for saving the world or for the greater good, or even just to protect ourselves, we must all give it our all to cultivate our spiritual powers. This is your first lesson of the new school year. Su Ming's voice rang out like a great bell, solemn and resounding. The young boys and girls in the audience immediately grew serious, deeply moved by his words. The terrifying monster that had suddenly attacked them moments ago had filled them with such fear that they felt there was no escape, no matter what they did. The path of cultivating immortality is fraught with countless dangers, and they would inevitably face even more perilous enemies in the future. If they do not diligently cultivate themselves in their daily lives, they will be utterly doomed when the critical moment arrives. Therefore, even if it's not for saving the world, it's simply to ensure that they won't be helpless when faced with danger again, to protect themselves, and to protect those they love. They will strive even harder to train. At this point, Su Ming added. Next is the second matter. As you all saw earlier, that demonic cultivator with blood veins exposed on his body sneaked into the school campus, intending to kill everyone at our university. What I want to say is that although our university was recently established, it seems to have already been targeted by those demonic forces from the outside world. Our current situation is far from optimistic. Upon hearing this, the young boys and girls were all so frightened that they sucked in a cold breath. Su Ming changed the subject and said, however, please rest assured, everyone. Tonight, I will set up a protective array around our school. No matter how powerful those demonic cultists may be, they will not be able to set foot here. In fact, that demonic cultivator with blood veins all over his body was truly an unexpected surprise. Su Ming never imagined that, besides demons and monsters, there were also heretical demons in this world, and they had even come knocking on his door. However, fortunately, the enemy's strength was so weak it was almost laughable. A single sword strike was enough to kill them. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. But despite that, it still served as a wake-up call for him. The ethereal university of today may already be lurking in the shadows, and he must prepare defensive measures to ensure the safety of the students. Coincidentally, just moments ago, he had completed the achievement of recruiting 100 students. The system rewarded him with an array formation named Chuanji Tianyan Array. This formation was incredibly powerful, containing profound and mysterious principles of the Tao. Even a cultivator at the great perfection stage who dared to enter it would be instantly annihilated. It is absolutely perfect for use as the protective array of the ethereal university. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, everyone sighed in relief once again. They had witnessed Su Ming's power firsthand, so they placed great trust in the assurances he had made. At this point, Su Ming continued. The third thing is that I would like to congratulate everyone on officially becoming the first batch of cultivators at the ethereal university. From now on, you are all true cultivators. However, as the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. I will soon send the student code of conduct to the WeChat group. Please make sure to memorize it and adhere to the rules. Any violations will be dealt with strictly. Lastly, I would like to address the issue of choosing a major. The audience below listened in confusion. Cultivating immortality. Do I still need to choose a major? At our university, we offer 6 cultivation majors: sword control, body cultivation, artifact forging, alchemy, talismans, and array techniques. Su Ming gave a detailed introduction to each of the 6 majors one by one, then continued. The above is an overview of each major. You can carefully consider which major to choose based on your preferences. If you later feel that your choice is not suitable, there is no need to worry too much. Everyone has 2 opportunities to change their major, and all you need to do is follow the application process. Upon hearing this, the young boys and girls immediately began whispering among themselves. Cultivating immortality actually requires choosing a major? I never would have guessed. What should I do? I feel so lost. All these majors sound pretty good, and it's really hard to decide. I'm completely lost. It feels like I'm back to when I was filling out my college application forms. My decision-making disorder is acting up again. I want to choose swordplay, but I've never been very coordinated since I was a child. The young boys and girls frowned, each with an expression of indecision. And among the crowd, Tang Xiaoro, with her 2 ponytails and a cute, playful appearance, pursed her pink lips and wore an expression of utter confusion. A university that teaches people how to cultivate immortality, yet it only offers a mere 6 specialized courses? Why are there only practical application majors for such a mysterious subject as immortal arts, and no theoretical research majors? That's really strange. Tang Xiaoro muttered in confusion. Just then, Su Ming, who was suspended in mid-air on his sword, spoke again. I now declare the first opening ceremony of the University of the Ethereal to be officially concluded. Everyone may now collect their belongings and return to their dormitories to settle in, take a shower, and rest. The men's dormitories are on the left, and the women's dormitories are on the right. Additionally, the time for selecting majors has been scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. The location is room 404 in the first teaching building. Finally, with the start of the new semester, we hope everyone will achieve academic success in the coming term. The path to immortality is vast and mysterious, all lies in the ethereal. As Su Ming finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd below. The path to immortality is vast and arduous. All lies in the mist. The final words left the 100 young men and women present utterly speechless, their hearts trembling with awe. Each of them understood. Starting tomorrow, their lives will undergo a complete transformation. From this day forward, they will embark on a grand and mysterious journey of cultivating immortality. Seeking the way of immortality, seeking the path to heaven. Seeking the way of the immortals, seeking the way of heaven. Seeking the way of the immortals, seeking the way of heaven. Such an extraordinary life, how could it not be thrilling? As the sun set, the opening ceremony came to a close. The young boys and girls dragged their luggage, filled with excitement and anticipation, and headed toward the dormitories of the Ethereal University. Tomorrow, their journey to cultivate immortality would officially begin. At this very moment, they can hardly wait any longer. Chapter 26, Above Heaven and Earth, I Am the Only One. The Ethereal University. Girls' Dormitory. Louis, who had just finished showering, was currently wrapped in a white bath towel, sitting in the dormitory drying her hair. She had been exhausted all day, and after the shower, she felt much more relaxed. But just then, Dawn! A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Louis was startled and turned her head to look. At the door stood a girl with 2 ponytails, looking extremely cute. The girl locked eyes with Louis for a moment, then smiled playfully. "Hello, my name is Tang Xiao. Is your dormitory full?" Louis blinked blankly and then said, "No, it's just me." Soon, Tang Xiao dragged her luggage into the dormitory. After finishing drying her hair, Louis changed into a loose, comfortable outfit and prepared to help Tang Xiao make the bed. But when she reached Tang Xiao's side, she discovered that the soft and adorable girl in front of her had not placed soft and fluffy plush toys on the table. Instead, there was a pile of densely packed, worn-out, yellowed books. High-energy physics, quantum field theory, quantum chromodynamics, introduction to electrodynamics, advanced organic chemistry. Looking at the covers of these books, Louis couldn't help but gasp in shock. She had studied science in high school, so she was well aware of how difficult and academically rigorous the knowledge in those books was. Moreover, those books were all from different fields: thermodynamics, electromagnetism, chemistry, and even biology, with enormous gaps between them. As the saying goes, specialization is the key to mastery. Knowledge is something that can never be fully mastered. Moreover, academic knowledge is extremely demanding on one's intelligence. Even those scientists with exceptional intelligence typically only specialize in a single field. For example, a physicist is likely to know very little about medicine. Therefore, no matter how great a scientist may be, they cannot excel in multiple academic fields that are vastly different from one another. However, the cute girl in front of him was named Tang Xiao. Yet she has worn out and yellowed over a dozen academic books from various fields. Thinking of this, Louis's pretty face was filled with disbelief. She really finished studying all these books? Tang Xiao, are these books yours? Surprised, Louis couldn't help but ask. Tang Xiao shook her head. Of course not. Seeing this, Louis finally let out a sigh of relief. It was all in her head. But the next moment, Tang Xiao gave a mischievous little laugh. These books were written by professors from top universities. How could they be mine? I was just asked to help them check for any mistakes. Upon hearing this, Louis was completely flustered. A 17 or 18-year-old girl was helping a professor write a book and checking for mistakes? Did I hear that correctly? Just then, dong! The knocking sounded again. Louis and Tang Xiao turned their heads in unison to look. There stood a tall, slender young woman with an aloof demeanor, dragging 2 suitcases at the doorway. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Muxue. Do you still need anyone in your dormitory?" "Girls' dormitory, another room." Su Juin sat dejectedly at the desk, her pretty face filled with frustration. Just moments ago, her parents had called her. During the call, her parents urged her to study hard and not bring shame upon them. If she fails to meet the college entrance exam cutoff this year, they plan to stop supporting her and let her go out and find work on her own. They also said that since she is already 18, they're no longer legally obligated to support her. These harsh words pierced Su Juin's heart deeply. The bitterness and injustice she felt were something no one could understand. Therefore, she could only sit alone on the chair, feeling downcast and lost in thought. Before she knew it, her eyes had turned red. But at that moment, a clear, pleasant, and extremely gentle voice rang in her ears. "Hello, classmate. My name is Chen Xinyan. If you're feeling down, why not come out and take a walk around the playground with me?" Su Juin looked up. A girl with skin as white as snow, clear eyes, and a smile as warm and gentle as spring breeze was tilting her head to look at her. She stared blankly at the other's gentle smile. Su Juin felt as though a cloud had parted, revealing the sun, and the thick gloom vanished instantly, leaving her with a rare sense of warmth. She stood there in a daze for a moment before gently nodding her head. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, the boys seemed to be on the same wavelength. They quickly tidied up their beds and rushed to take a shower. Immediately afterward, everyone gathered in the hallway, excitedly discussing tomorrow afternoon's major selection. "Guys, what majors are you planning to choose?" "Of course, we're choosing sword mastery. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Lu Benwei, the path of the sword would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness." "You've read too many novels, haven't you?" "I can wield swords and train my body. When the time comes, I'll go out and slay demons and monsters, and with some cool poses, I'll definitely charm a bunch of girls." "I've decided to choose alchemy. My parents both have cancer, and the hospital issued a critical condition notice last month, so I have no choice." Everyone was chatting happily in the hallway, and the scene was extremely lively. However, just at that moment, Zhou Tao, who was in the crowd, suddenly felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He instinctively pulled out his phone and glanced at it, his brows furrowing slightly as a cold expression flashed across his face. Because he saw that both his WeChat and QQ had sent him message notifications. The class group chat from his high school days had kicked him out of the group. He initially thought the group had been dissolved, but he specifically searched for the group number and found that it was still active. In other words, he was really kicked out. The person in charge is the class study committee member. Zhou Tao never expected that he would be so unpopular. Right after graduating from high school, he was kicked out of the class group chat. It seems that every student in his high school class not only refused to acknowledge him but also looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. They believed that as a poor student with poor grades, he was simply unworthy of being in the same group as them. Thinking about this, Zhou Tao felt pretty defeated. After spending 3 years in high school, he hadn't even made a single friend. In fact, everyone in the class disliked him, and everyone shunned him. I really am a failure. Zhou Tao looked dejected, but he quickly put away his phone and smiled with a sense of relief. He looked around at his new classmates and rejoined the conversation about choosing majors for tomorrow afternoon. For him, past failures are not to be feared. What is frightening is that we may fail again in the future. Pyongyang University marked the beginning of a new chapter in his life. This time, he absolutely would not allow himself to fail again. It was 8 o'clock at night, with a bright moon and few stars in the sky. Pyongyang University. President's office. Su Ming was currently sitting at his desk. Li Feian and Chen Xinyan were sitting across from him. Assuming that the students had already tidied up their dormitories, Su Ming sent a WeChat message and called the two of them to the office. This was because these two students were quite special. They had already mastered the art of casting spells before even arriving at the ethereal university. So, Su Ming naturally had to ask for clarification. Su Ming had just asked Li Feian. From Li Feian's response, combined with the vast knowledge and system of cultivation in his mind, Su Ming analyzed the information and arrived at several important conclusions. First, there are no immortals in this world. However, there does exist a group of practitioners who are very similar to immortals, known as Qi Masters. The innate Qi controlled by Qi Masters is very similar to the spiritual energy controlled by cultivators. The two can be said to share the same origin, yet they have fundamental differences. The difference lies in the fact that the spiritual energy of cultivators is closer to the fundamental source of the Tao than the innate Qi of Qi Masters, resulting in fewer impurities and a purer, more refined form of power. In simpler terms, spiritual power is countless times stronger than innate Qi. How powerful is it exactly? The cultivation levels of Qi Masters, from lowest to highest, consist of 9 levels. As for the cultivation levels of immortals, the stages of Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, and golden core are well known and need no further explanation. In fact, even the golden core stage is unnecessary. With cultivation at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, one's strength can match that of a Qi manipulator at the 9th realm. A mere Ji realm practitioner like Xiao Karami has already reached the pinnacle of Qi manipulation masters. As for Su Ming's current cultivation level, he had already reached the peak of the golden core realm. This means that Su Ming, as he stands now, is unmatched in the world. In all the heavens and on earth, he alone is supreme. This explains why the demonic cultivator covered in blood and veins was so easily defeated by Su Ming. Secondly, Su Ming now finally understands why Li Feian possesses magical abilities. Because before he came here, he was already a Qi master. However, his cultivation was low, and he was merely a low-level, first realm, Qi master. Third, Qi masters in this world are also divided into two factions, the righteous and the evil. For example, the demonic practitioner covered in blood veins mentioned earlier clearly belongs to the evil faction. As for the righteous faction and the overall situation and structure of the external Qi masters, Li Feian wasn't very clear either. However, this was not surprising. After all, Li Feian was merely a weak Qi master at the first realm, and had no access to deeper realms. Li Feian is, after all, just a weak first realm Qi manipulator and has no access to deeper knowledge. Taking into account the above three key pieces of information, Su Ming decided that, for now, he would ignore all the external Qi masters. Because, to put it bluntly, what does the outside world have to do with him? All he needs to do is run the ethereal university properly and teach the students how to cultivate immortality. When the external Qi masters insist on causing trouble for the PO university, he can intervene then. Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, may I leave? Li Feian, who appeared cold and composed, suddenly spoke. Su Ming snapped back to reality, nodded, and smiled. It's fine. You can go now. I'll go then, Mr. Su. Li Feian said, standing up and heading toward the door. Meanwhile, Su Ming's gaze turned to Chen Xinyan standing beside him. He smiled faintly. Chen Xinyan, tell us, why did you already know how to use magic before you came to Pyongyang University? As soon as she said that, Li Feian, who had just reached the office door, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Chen Xinyan. It was obvious. The question Su Ming asked, he also wanted to know the answer. Chapter 27, The Sudden Realization of the Thunder Law. Faced with Su Ming's question, Chen Xinyan paused for a moment. Then, she scratched her cheek with her fair, slender fingers and hesitantly said, technically speaking, I don't really know how to use magic, do I? Indeed. As a cultivator at the Golden Core stage, Su Ming could naturally tell that Chen Xinyan and Li Feian were completely different. Li Feian could use spells because he was a Qi manipulator, possessing innate Qi within his body. But Chen Xinyan, She possesses neither the innate chi of a chi master nor the spiritual energy of an immortal cultivator. He is completely and utterly an ordinary person. So, strictly speaking, she couldn't really be called someone who could use magic. Rather, she cast talismans imbued with magic. But typically, talismans must be cast by cultivators, as their activation requires spiritual energy to be channeled. However, Chen Xinyan, being an ordinary person without spiritual energy, how exactly did she manage to cast the talismans? But you did indeed cast talismans imbued with magical power. Can you explain how you did it? Su Ming asked. Chen Xinyan thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Actually, it's nothing special. Didn't you send each of us an admission letter, Mr. Su? When you open that admission letter, the 4 characters Xian Tu Hao Dang, Jia Zai Piao Miao appear, formed by lightning bolts. At that moment, when I saw those 4 characters, my mind was suddenly filled with strange symbols. I vaguely sensed that these symbols had some special connection to lightning, so I quickly sketched them down on paper with a pen. However, strangely enough, when I traced those symbols with a ballpoint pen, sparks began to fly from the tip of the pen. It scared me half to death. Then I studied it for over 20 days and discovered that if these symbols were combined according to a certain pattern and drawn on paper, then that piece of paper would transform into something resembling the talismans described in novels. As soon as one recited the incantation, the paper would instantly erupt with numerous arcs of electricity. So, I drew a few and brought them to school. As soon as Chen Xinyan finished speaking, Li Feiyan, standing at the door, flashed a look of astonishment across his cold, composed face. Even Su Ming, who was sitting across from Chen Xinyan, couldn't help but feel a slight jolt of surprise. A bold guess suddenly emerged in his mind. But, need to confirm this. Chen Xinyan, can you show me the talisman you drew? Su Ming asked. I left the talismans in the dorm, but I have photos. Chen Xinyan said, then handed her pink-cased fruit-shaped phone to Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the phone screen. He examined the orange-yellow talisman paper in the photo and the crooked patterns on it. Soon, Su Ming understood everything. His bold guess earlier had indeed been correct. Chen Xinyan, who was clearly just an ordinary person, was able to cast talismans because she had gained a sudden insight into the principles of thunder. The crooked patterns on the talismans are the best proof of this. Because those patterns are the most primitive and ancient Thunder Dao patterns. The talismans drawn using the Thunder Dao patterns are highly unique. They place no requirements on the caster, and even ordinary people can easily activate and cast them. Therefore, Chen Xinyan, despite being an ordinary person without spiritual power, was able to cast the talismans. However, it is precisely because the Thunder Dao patterns are too primitive and too ancient. The talismans drawn using it place no demands on the caster, making them extremely easy to use. Therefore, their power is also weak and unsatisfactory. This point, from the fact that Chen Xinyan used talismans to attack the demonic creature but only managed to create a loud commotion without inflicting any real damage, it was clear. In contrast, the Daodian symbol patterns, which have been refined, innovated, and perfected over countless years, demonstrate far greater power and effectiveness. The talismans currently used by cultivators are all drawn using the Daodian symbol patterns, but the minimum requirement for those who cast them is that they must be cultivators themselves. If, at that time, Chen Xinyan had used talismans drawn with Thunder Dao patterns instead of Daodian symbol patterns, then that demonic creature would have been blown to pieces long ago. But then again, the student before him, Chen Xinyan, had already gained enlightenment about the Thunder Dao patterns simply by seeing the admission notice. Observing the extraordinary phenomenon, she comprehended the mysteries of heaven. Such insight is truly remarkable. Although the Thunder Dao patterns are already outdated in the current cultivation system. However, sudden enlightenment is something only pioneers of cultivation can achieve. This left Su Ming somewhat speechless. He never expected that among the students he had recruited, there would be someone with such extraordinary aptitude. He was certain of it. The young woman before him, named Chen Xinyan, was certain to achieve great heights in her spiritual cultivation in the future. Thoughts flashed by in an instant. Su Ming snapped back to reality and immediately told Chen Xinyan about the Thunder Dao patterns and his extraordinary, lavishing praise without hesitation. Chen Xinyan listened with a smile spreading across her face. But Su Ming finally reminded her not to become complacent because of this, lest it ruin her calm disposition. For cultivators, while insight is indeed important, it is far from sufficient to become a qualified cultivator. After hearing Su Ming's words, Chen Xinyan seemed deep in thought. Finally, with a solemn thank you, Chen Xinyan left Su Ming's office. Xia Luyun, Li Feiyan, Chen Xinyan. I wonder which students will surprise me next. Su Ming sat in the soft office chair, a hint of anticipation creeping onto his lips. It was late at night. Shizhou Province. In a high-end private room of a luxury KTV. Chen Jie, dressed head to toe in luxury brands, is surrounded by a large group of scantily clad, stunningly beautiful female models. In his left hand, he held a bottle of expensive imported liquor as if it were a beer, taking big gulps until he was completely drunk. Occasionally, when he felt like it, he would embrace the stunningly beautiful models around him, holding them close. His hands roamed freely over their bodies, his touch rough and brutal. He had been in a bad mood lately, so he would come here every few days to let loose. And the reason he's in a bad mood is mainly because of what happened recently. He was scammed out of a whopping 80 million yuan by a fraudulent text message promoting a crowdfunding campaign to build a university for cultivating immortals. Although this amount of money was nothing to him. But because of this incident, he has lost all face. When his parents found out about this, they severely criticized him. I thought you were just lazy and good for nothing, but I never imagined you could be so foolish as to fall for such a poorly executed scam text message and lose a whopping 80 million yuan. Now everyone around us is laughing at us, saying that I, Chen Yangye, gave birth to such a stupid and useless son. You've completely disgraced me. Your father was right. Why did you believe that nonsense about someone teaching you how to cultivate immortality? Is that even real? How could you fall for such a thing? I think you're truly beyond foolish. Except for your parents. The wealthy friends he associates with, who are also second-generation rich kids. They also mocked him relentlessly. Hey, Xin Xiao, weren't you supposed to be cultivating immortality? Why are you still here in this mundane world? Xin Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so into skipping stones. Spending 80 million on skipping stones, that's pretty extravagant. Ha! Thinking about these words, Chen Jie grew increasingly angry. You! He suddenly shouted angrily, and with his right fist, he struck the delicate, fair-skinned female model beside her, hitting her chest. Bang! His punch was full of force. Plus, he's always been into working out. With that punch, it struck the delicate, stunningly beautiful female model standing beside him, knocking her unconscious instantly. She collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ah! The female models around him were so frightened that they screamed and ran away from Chen Jie. Seeing this, Chen Jie became even more enraged. Get the hell out of here! Get back here right now! He bellowed, causing the female models to tremble all over and huddle together, too scared to move. Don't you understand human speech? Are you forcing me to take action? Chen Jie walked over and slapped each of them hard across the face. The female models were now desperate and helpless, their tears streaming down their faces, smudging their makeup, making them look pitiful and vulnerable. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie pushed open the door and hurried forward to stop him. He spoke in a humble tone, smiling apologetically, Mr. Chen, please calm down. It's just the women making mistakes. Why bother getting involved with them? After saying that, he turned to the female models and shouted angrily, what are you standing there for? Get out of here. The female models, seeing this, rushed out as if they had been granted a pardon. But just as they reached the door, Chen Jie erupted in anger. Stop right there. If any of you dare step out that door today, I'll cut off one of your legs. At those words, the female models immediately stopped in their tracks, terrified to the point of collapsing to the ground. They knew that Chen Jie was capable of doing such a thing. Chen Xiao, you! Bang! The middle-aged man tried to say something else, but Chen Jie kicked him in the stomach. The kick sent him flying, slamming him hard into the wall. Chen Jie felt that wasn't enough, so he went over and landed another dozen punches on his face. The middle-aged man was beaten until his skin was torn open and his face was covered in blood. How dare you ruin my mood? What kind of person are you? Do you really want to call for backup? Alright, I'll give you a chance. Call your boss right now. Chen Jie sneered. The middle-aged man was so weak he could barely muster the strength to dial his boss's number. The KTV his boss had established was specifically designed to cater to high-profile social elites, so he knew many influential figures in the city. If his boss intervenes, the other party would certainly dare not act so recklessly. The phone was answered quickly. The middle-aged man briefly explained the situation to his boss. But the response he received left him utterly despairing. If you can't do it, get out. Tonight, you must take good care of Chen Xiao no matter what. Seeing the middle-aged man's expression of collapse and despair, Chen Jie kicked him hard in the face again. He then adopted a haughty expression, looking down on everything, and sneered. Do you understand now? In the entire West Zhou province, no one can touch me. I can do whatever I want to whoever I want. Just then, a muscular man in a suit knocked on the door and walked into the private room. Xin Xiao, the person who sent that scam text message has been found. His name is Su Ming, and he resides at Unit 501, Building 10, Linshan Garden Community, Lanying City, Shizhou Province. Chen Jie heard this and immediately burst into excited laughter. Great! Bring the gear tomorrow. If you dare to cheat me out of my money, I'll take your life. I've told you, no one in the entire West Zhou province can touch me. I can take down anyone I want. Chapter 28, Students Choose Their Majors. The next day, at 2 p.m. Piaoxiu University. First Teaching Building, Room 404. 100 young men and women brimming with youthful energy filled the large lecture hall, sitting neatly and orderly. Each of them sat upright, their faces showing a mix of excitement and nervousness. After all, they were about to choose the cultivation specialty they wanted to pursue. Once they've chosen their specialization, they will officially become true cultivators. Immortality, sword flying, and summoning wind and rain. These false and unrealistic fantasies will all become reality. At this very moment. Standing at the center of the podium, Su Ming, with a faint smile on his face, announced to the crowd below in a loud voice. Dear students, after a night of consideration, I believe you should now have a clear idea of which major you intend to choose. Now, starting with the male student by the window, please tell me your chosen major one by one. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the male student sitting by the window stood up without hesitation. He chuckled and shouted loudly, Mr. Su, my name is Lu Mang, and I want to major in sword control. As soon as he said this, caused the students present to burst into laughter. This guy's name is pretty unique. That's a great name. It's memorable and easy to remember. Everyone below started joking around. However, they didn't mean any harm toward Lu Mang himself, they just found his name amusing. Is very unique. At this moment, Su Ming moved the mouse and typed the word sword control next to Lu Mang's name on the computer spreadsheet. He then handed over a deep blue badge with a smile. The Sword Mastery program is quite good. This is the Sword Mastery Department's badge. Take it. The badge in front of me is intricately engraved, with a delicate design, elegant colors, and a lustrous sheen. At its center is a carved pattern of a long sword, striking and exquisite. Lu Mang's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran up to the stage to take the badge into his hands. The badge was not mandatory to wear, but it was required to enter special areas such as the school library, alchemy lab, and weapon forging room. Therefore, my suggestion is that even if you don't wear it on a daily basis, you should keep it with you at all times. Got it, thank you, Mr. Su. Lu Mang thanked him and carefully returned the badge to its place. The 4 or 5 male students sitting behind him noticed this and all turned their attention to him. Bro, can I take a look at your badge? Wow, that badge is so cool. Wow. Just looking at it gives me a strange feeling. Could this thing be a magical artifact? Just then, a male classmate sitting next to Lu Mang stood up voluntarily. Mr. Su, my name is Zhao Kai, and I want to choose the physical training major. Zhao Kai said firmly. Alright, here's the badge for the physical training department. Come and take it. Thank you, Mr. Su. Zhao Kai walked up to the stage, took a beautifully designed refining system badge from Su Ming's hand, and then returned to his seat. That was it. All 100 freshmen at the Ethereal University began to choose their cultivation majors one after another in order. The students' major selection process began in an orderly and systematic manner. Mr. Su, my name is Lu Benwei, and I also want to choose the sword mastery major. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Wang Xiaoman, and I would like to choose the alchemy major. My name is Zhang Dainiu, Mr. Su. I plan to major in weapon crafting. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Sakura Chio, and I would like to major in talisman making. The process of selecting a major is proceeding step by step. However, at this very moment, 7 or 8 girls sitting together began to discuss the matter anxiously. I still don't know what major to choose. What should I do? Me too. I think all 6 majors sound good, it's so hard to choose. What 6 majors? We girls have to rule out physical training first, right? That makes sense. Physical training doesn't seem like a good fit for girls to practice, does it? Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, a slender girl with a faint smile on her face stood up. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Louis, and I would like to major in physical training. Louis, with skin as smooth as cream, a fair and delicate face adorned with a faint smile, looked at Su Ming on the podium and spoke in a soft voice. As soon as she spoke, all sounds in the classroom came to an abrupt halt. Over 100 young boys and girls all turned their gaze toward Louis. Everyone wore expressions of astonishment. They were momentarily dumbfounded. Did I hear that correctly? The girl in front of him, with her sweet face and slender, graceful figure, actually intends to choose the physical training major? Chapter 29, Connecting Cultivation and Science. Upon hearing that Louis planned to choose her major, even Su Ming, who was standing at the lectern, couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in his eyes. Even he hadn't expected that. There were actually girls who chose the physical training major. And she's a slender, sweet-looking, adorable girl. That's a good choice. Here's the badge for the training system. Come and take it. Su Ming smiled. Thank you, Mr. Su. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Louis smiled faintly, ran to the podium to take the chest badge of the refining system, and then returned to her seat. Are you feeling feverish? How could you possibly choose the physical training major? Tang Xiao, standing beside her, reached out and touched Louis' fair, delicate forehead. Her big, sparkling eyes widened like copper bells. No, I just think physical training suits me better. No way. Body training is obviously not suitable for girls. Schwer, you agree, right? I'm not sure. We know nothing about true cultivation right now, so all our guesses might just be jumping to conclusions. The cold and elegant Lin Mushue shook her head and spoke softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming on the podium began to speak. Everyone, in fact, for us cultivators, gender does not affect any profession. The strength of cultivators lies in our spiritual power, not in our physical strength or stature. Regardless of gender, as long as one's spiritual power is strong enough, they are considered a powerful individual. Therefore, ladies, there is absolutely no need to worry. If you wish to choose physical cultivation, there is no need to hesitate, just go for it boldly. After hearing Su Ming's explanation, the young boys and girls in the audience all looked surprised, as if they finally understood. However, the astonishment on their faces did not diminish in the slightest. Because they weren't surprised by that at all. Rather, the fact that girls are choosing to practice gymnastics is itself an extremely absurd thing. Which family's innocent and sweet young lady would, for no reason, enjoy lifting barbells, boxing, and occasionally watching brutal combat matches? What's the difference between girls choosing bodybuilding and these activities? That sweet girl named Louis is definitely a bit different from the rest. Soon. Continue with selecting your major. Mr. Su, my name is Zhou Tao, and I plan to choose the Fulu major. Mr. Su, my name is Lin Feng, and I would like to choose the sword control major. Mr. Su, my name is Su Juin, and I also want to choose the sword mastery major. The process of selecting majors is proceeding in an orderly manner. Soon, it was Tang Xiaoro's turn. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Tang Xiaoro. Today, Tang Xiaoro has her hair tied up in a high ponytail, with 2 strands of smooth bangs framing her forehead, looking full of energy and utterly adorable. Tang Xiaoro, what major are you planning to choose? Su Ming asked with a smile. Tang Xiaoro chuckled mischievously and replied. Mr. Su, can we take all 6 cultivation majors at our school at the same time? As soon as he said that, everyone present was left speechless. 6 majors at once? Is that even possible? Su Ming was taken aback for a moment and said, Tang Xiaoro, the principles and truths encompassed by cultivating immortality are endless. Even the strongest cultivators cannot master every aspect of cultivation simultaneously. Only by focusing all one's energy on a single discipline and continuously delving deeply into it can one hope to reach the pinnacle of mastery and become a true master. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's future cultivation and transformation, each person is only allowed to choose one field of study. Tang Xiaoro pursed her pink lips, furrowed her delicate brows, and spoke thoughtfully. But Mr. Su, I don't want to achieve such high cultivation. I came to cultivate immortality simply to study the laws and mysteries of immortal techniques, to see if I can connect cultivation with modern science, and to explore the relationship between the two using mathematical models. Connect immortality cultivation with modern science? Tang Xiaoro's words left the young men and women present utterly astonished. Even Su Ming was instantly startled. Connecting cultivation and modern science. To be honest, this kind of setup is commonplace in novels and anime. Therefore, if it were merely an idea, Su Ming would naturally not be surprised. What truly surprised Su Ming was, the girl named Tang Xiaoro standing before him wasn't just talking the talk, she was actually planning to take action and do it. And if someone else had said that statement linking immortality cultivation and modern science, Su Ming would only think they were overestimating their abilities and setting their sights too high. After all, the students he had recruited were all high school students, and their knowledge of modern science was insufficient to achieve such a feat. After all, the students he had recruited were all high school students, and their knowledge of modern science was simply insufficient to combine cultivation with modern science. But unfortunately, the one who said this was Tang Xiaoro. Su Ming clearly remembered this when he was admitting new students. This girl named Tang Xiaoro scored 750 on the college entrance exam, with no points deducted in Chinese all-perfect scores. Su Ming was quite surprised and asked the system to investigate Tang Xiaoro's background. The results revealed that Tang Xiaoro came from an intellectual family, with many of her elders being renowned scientists both domestically and internationally. Therefore, if it were Tang Xiaoro, perhaps she could truly connect immortality cultivation with modern science. Mr. Su, I came here to cultivate immortality, but I was really just interested in learning about those fascinating immortality techniques. So, can I choose all 6 majors at the same time? Tang Xiaoro's playful voice snapped Su Ming back to reality, and he smiled slightly. I am free from constraints, and my path is endless. At our university, we respect every student's thoughts. Tang Xiaoro, you are certainly free to choose 6 majors simultaneously. However, the cost is that your course load will be 6 times that of other majors, and your future will inevitably be unable to attain the path of enlightenment, thus forever losing the chance to become an immortal. Can you accept this? Su Ming's words were true. Combining immortality cultivation with modern science is undoubtedly an extremely innovative way of thinking. And innovation is the primary driving force behind the development of all things. This is true in today's society. The same applies to cultivating immortality. If successful, cultivating immortality will inevitably usher in new developments and progress. Therefore, Su Ming not only agreed but also strongly supported Tang Xiao in pursuing that direction. However, given that human energy is limited, her potential for cultivation would inevitably be limited. Therefore, this choice comes at a great cost. Su Ming had thought that Tang Xiao would hesitate and think it over after hearing this. But the next second, Tang Xiao's eyes lit up and she excitedly shouted out in a crisp voice, "Of course I can accept it." Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't say anything else. Under the stunned gazes of over 100 young boys and girls, he reluctantly agreed to allow Tang Xiao to choose 6 cultivation specializations simultaneously. And he temporarily named her major the Immortal Cultivation Science Department. As for the badge, Su Ming casually gave her a badge from the Sword Control Department. They're all universal anyway, as long as it can open the doors, it'll do. Xiao Rou, you actually said I had a fever? I think you're the one with a fever. You actually chose 6 majors at the same time. Lu Yi opened her mouth slightly, staring blankly at Tang Xiao. In response, Tang Xiao stuck out her tongue and giggled playfully. Looking at Tang Xiao in her seat, Su Ming on the podium was lost in thought. If Tang Xiao could truly achieve this linking cultivation with modern science, then spirit-powered nanotech armor, spirit energy spaceships, and fully automated intelligent alchemy furnaces. These cutting-edge technologies that currently exist only in fantasy might one day become a reality. Su Ming smiled faintly. He sensed something vaguely. The cute girl named Tang Xiao standing before him might just bring him an unexpected surprise in the future. At that moment, after a moment of surprise, the young men and women in the audience continued to choose their majors one by one. Mr. Su, I want to choose the alchemy major. My name is Wu Wenyao. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Lin Muxue, and I have chosen the array formation major. I would like to choose the alchemy major. Mr. Su, my name is Ilya Milan. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Xin Weiwei, and I would like to choose the talisman specialty. Time flies. The process of selecting majors for freshmen at the Ethereal University is proceeding in an orderly manner. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the major selection process finally came to a complete end. Every single student. They have all chosen their desired majors. Su Ming quickly organized the list and then solemnly announced to the crowd below. Tomorrow is Monday, and the school's cultivation classes will officially begin. Please be prepared. Upon hearing this, the young boys and girls in the audience erupted into chaos. Everyone was filled with excitement, nearly jumping out of their seats. Tomorrow. Finally, it's time to officially begin my cultivation journey. Chapter 30, Su Ming? You've got the wrong person. Shizhou Province. Linshan Garden Community. Chen Jie was currently leading a group of over a dozen martial arts experts, armed with steel knives and clubs, strutting around the residential area with an air of arrogance. Normally, dealing with people like this, Chen Jie never personally intervenes, he always has his subordinates handle such matters. But this time is different. That scammer named Su Ming not only swindled him out of a staggering 80 million yuan, but also completely ruined his reputation. Who is Chen Jie? The top tycoon of Shizhou Province, the son of Chen Yangye. To put it bluntly, with the Chen family's vast resources, they could easily dominate the entire Westzhou province and control everything with a single hand. He is as noble as an emperor. No one had ever dared to defy him, everyone held him in awe, not even daring to glance at him twice. But this time, that fraudster named Su Ming. How dare he scam his money and make him lose all face? Chen Jie has never been treated this way before. So no matter what, he must go personally to teach that arrogant Su Ming a painful lesson. Cutting his tendons is too lenient. He should be made to wish he were dead, that would be satisfying. Chen Xiao, this is the 10th building. Chen Xiao, this is the 10th building. Chen Xia, this is the 10th building. Chen Jie, a muscular man, stopped beside him and spoke respectfully. Building 10, room 501, right? Let's go up. Chen Jie didn't say much, he simply led over a dozen people and walked into the building in front of them. No elevator? Chen Xiao, that scammer is really a deadbeat, so poor he lives in an apartment, and it's even this kind of smelly, run-down apartment. Yeah, no wonder he's scamming everyone. And he even had the nerve to scam you, Chen Xiao. His nerve is truly unbelievable. Daring to scam Chen Xiao's money? That guy must really not fear death. Chen Xiao, don't worry. I'll definitely give him a good beating later and make sure you get your revenge. One after another, muscular, intimidating martial arts experts began to flatter Chen Jie. Chen Jie ignored them. Soon, the group arrived at room 501. Bang! Bang! Chen Jie said nothing, just rushed forward and kicked the door twice with all his might. Immediately, curses and insults echoed from inside the door. A young man in a suit pushed open the door and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you? Why are you kicking my door?" But when he saw that everyone in front of him was holding weapons, his expression suddenly turned fearful. "What are you up to? If you don't leave, I'll call the police." The young man picked up the phone and threatened. "Your mother." Who do you think you're threatening? Shen Jie didn't say a word, he just punched the young man in the face. The punch was delivered with tremendous force. Plus, he's been working out regularly, so his entire body is built with strong muscles. With a single punch, he knocked out several of the young man's teeth, leaving his mouth filled with fresh, bloody blood. The young man was knocked senseless and fell to the ground immediately. Shen Jie stomped on his face with the sole of his shoe and growled, "I asked you, is your name Su Ming? Su Ming? You must have the wrong person. My name is Shen Tianze. Look, here's my ID card." The young man was so frightened that his voice trembled as he hurriedly pulled out his ID card. Shen Jie moved his foot aside, took the ID card handed to him, and examined it carefully. "Shen Xiao, it seems like we really have the wrong person. I'm not blind, do I need you to tell me?" Shen Jie is very angry right now. The young man in front of him looked exactly like the person in the ID card, but his name was not Su Ming. It seems that this guy in front of me is indeed not Su Ming. This means the real Su Ming is long gone. Shen Xiao, that guy must have known someone would come looking for him, so he fled in advance. That's right, he scammed so much money, he probably ran away. Shen Xiao, now that he's already fled, what should we do? Shen Jie ignored everyone and made a call on his own. "Hello, Uncle Chi, please locate someone for me. I'll send you their information via text message right away." In just a few words, Shen Jie hung up the phone and sent a text message from his phone. "Run? Do you think I'll let him get away? Even if he flees overseas, I'll track him down." Shen Jie sneered. "Just wait here. It won't be long." As soon as he said that, the dozen or so people around him immediately began to flatter and ingratiate themselves. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Shen Jie received a text message. He opened it and a cold smile immediately appeared on his lips. "Ha, this is quite amusing. You thought you could hide in the deep mountains and forests and I wouldn't find you? Let's go, get in the car. To Jiuli Mountain." Shen Jie let out a loud laugh and then led everyone away. However, before leaving, he delivered another powerful kick, landing it squarely on the face of the young man named Shen Tianze. The force of the kick was immense. The young man's front teeth were instantly knocked out and fell into his throat. "I hate it when people threaten me. It doesn't do any good, but it really makes me angry." Shen Jie angrily left those words behind and slammed the door shut as he left. Inside the door, Shen Tianze, with blood all over his face, looked utterly tormented. His hands were wildly pounding the cement floor. Why? Why is God doing this to me? Shen Tianze completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. At 28 years old, he was weeping uncontrollably with unbearable grief. He had a very difficult childhood. At the age of 16, he dropped out of school to support his younger sister, who was 10 years his junior. Without an education, he could only do physically demanding manual labor that even adults found exhausting. In recent years, he became a salesperson, thinking that life would be easier. But to his surprise, he was subjected to oppression from his superiors and managers. There were several big deals he had been negotiating for 2 or 3 months, spending every day drinking with the clients to seal the deal, but his superiors had all taken them away from him. Just a few days ago, he had a deal worth a $5,000 commission snatched away by the manager of his department. He had been counting on that money to pay for his medical treatment and buy his sister a better phone and computer, as she needs them for university. But reality was cruel, and his hopes were dashed. After going through all of this, Shen Tianze had thought he was already unlucky enough. But just now, he was suddenly attacked out of the blue. His face was beaten to a pulp, and half his teeth were knocked out. The money he has on him now is barely enough to cover his sister's living expenses for next month, let alone the medical expenses for treating his injuries. Thinking of this, Shen Tianze wept bitterly, his heart filled with sorrow that no one could understand. Drip! Just then, the crisp ringtone of a mobile phone sounded. Shen Tianze instinctively picked up his phone. When he saw the caller's name, he quickly forced a smile. "Hey, Weiwei? Why did you think of calling your brother? How are things at school? Are you getting used to it? Do you have enough money? If not, I'll transfer you another 2,000. On the other end of the phone, Shen Weiwei's voice came through. "Nothing much, just calling to let my brother know I'm safe. I'm doing well at school, and I have enough money. Don't worry, brother. Brother, I have to go now. My classmates are calling me to go to the library to study in advance. I'll call you again another day." Beep. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Shen Tianze's lips curled into a warm smile. As long as Weiwei is happy, all my hardships are worth it. On the other side, Piaoxiu University. Girls' dormitory. Weiwei, who are you talking to on the phone? Everyone has gone to the library to study cultivation knowledge. Do you want to come with us? Sure, I'll be right there. Shen Weiwei hung up the phone and, at her roommate's invitation, headed to the library of the ethereal university together. After all, classes were set to begin officially tomorrow. If you study in advance, you'll find it easier to grasp those fascinating cultivation concepts during class. Chapter 31, The Ethereal University Library. Evening. Piao Miao University. Library. The library at Piao Miao University is beautifully decorated, clean, and tidy, with books filling every shelf. However, in general, university libraries are filled with books on academic subjects such as literature, science, business, and commerce. However, the library at Piao Miao University is different. The shelves were filled with books like The Basics of Qi Cultivation, The Essentials of Sword Control, and The True Interpretation of the Nine Swords of Xian Shuang. Every single one of them is about cultivating immortality. They look mysterious and utterly absurd. And at this very moment, all 100 students of the Ethereal University had already gathered at the library. Everyone planned to review their course material in advance before tomorrow's classes. Although they had a strong aversion to previewing when they were in junior high and high school. But things are different now. They are now attending a university dedicated to cultivating immortality. Everyone's attitude toward previewing has undergone a complete transformation, becoming full of enthusiasm. At this moment, the 100 young boys and girls, they all stood in front of the bookshelves, carefully flipping through the cultivation books they had taken from the shelves. However, almost everyone had a completely bewildered expression on their face. Everyone was frowning, completely unable to understand the content of the book. Clearly, they recognized every single character, but once they were put together into a sentence, they were completely baffled. For example, terms like spiritual roots, spiritual energy, and meridians mentioned in the book. Despite these terms, they had seen them countless times in xianxia novels and were already quite familiar with them. But novels are ultimately just novels, they are fictional creations. Trying to apply fictional elements to real life simply doesn't work. Therefore, although they had been intently reading books in the library for half a day, but even now, they were still completely confused. I'm about to throw up. 3 whole hours, and all I did was study for nothing? I don't understand a thing. I give up. I'll just wait for Mr. Su to teach us tomorrow. Everyone looked utterly dejected and started complaining. However, just as everyone was looking gloomy, there were still a few people in the crowd. Their expressions, alternately focused and pensive, seemed as though they had already mastered the profound secrets of those ancient cultivation texts. Lin Muxue held a book titled Foundations of Qi Cultivation in both hands. Her cold, clear eyes shone with a brilliance as bright as the stars. Immortals refine the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth into spiritual power and store it in their dantian. This process is called Qi cultivation. The 4 Qi cultivation processes described in the book begin with the practitioner achieving a state of mental clarity and purity, free from distractions. Following this, one must regulate their breathing, condense spiritual energy into spiritual power, and finally circulate this spiritual power through the meridians, storing it in the dantian. Lin Muxue focused intently on the text in the book while murmuring the words under her breath. Before she knew it, even she herself didn't notice. Around her, there were over 100 extremely tiny white threads of energy coming from all directions, merging into her fair and smooth skin. On the other side, Li Feiyan held a copy of Beginner's Guide to Sword Control in his hand. Beneath his cold and handsome exterior, he alternated between confusion and astonishment. Grip it properly, reverse grip, both hands in a proper grip, both hands in a reverse grip. Surprisingly, even these 4 basic sword grips can give rise to many unexpected sword techniques. The mysteries contained within cultivators are indeed far more profound than those of Qi manipulators. However, for now, it's best not to aim too high. Let's start by studying that book on the basics of Qi cultivation and lay a solid foundation for cultivating immortality. Li Feiyan muttered under his breath. He placed the Beginner's Guide to Sword Control back on the bookshelf, took down a copy of Foundations of Qi Cultivation, and began reading it carefully. As he read the book, he tried to imitate what he saw. About half an hour later. Buzz! Suddenly, Li Feiyan's entire body suddenly burst into a dazzlingly brilliant azure light, blindingly bright. The impure primordial energy within his body was purified in an instant, transforming into purer spiritual energy. The method of transforming Qi described in the book is indeed effective. Li Feiyan smiled indifferently, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The dazzling light emanating from his body vanished in an instant, leaving behind only a faint glow. At that moment, the young boys and girls around him were all drawn to the extraordinary sight. Everyone was stunned. Everyone rushed to ask Li Feiyan what was going on and why his body was still glowing. Li Feiyan didn't hide anything and told them the truth directly. After all, they were all classmates. In other words, Li Feiyan, not only did you understand the content of the book in just half an hour, but you also successfully put it into practice? No way, that's unbelievable. Li Ge, tell me the truth, you're cheating, aren't you? Everyone was amazed. However, after the initial amazement, everyone became even more enthusiastic about reading and reviewing the book. Some people had already taken the lead. But they had worked so hard to obtain the opportunity to cultivate immortality. How could they possibly be willing to start off at a disadvantage right from the very beginning? This time, They will give it their all no matter what. They will never let themselves regret it. In the library, the young boys and girls are full of enthusiasm. Jiuli Mountain. At the foot of the mountain. Chen Xiao, that kid is really good at hiding. He actually hid himself in this desolate mountain. Jiuli Mountain used to be a tourist attraction. Chen Xiao, I think that guy is probably hiding on the mountaintop. You're right, Chen Xiao. Why don't we head to the summit first and take a look? In response to everyone's suggestion, Chen Jie pondered for a moment, his expression suddenly turning cold. Alright, let's go to the mountaintop first. Once we catch that guy, I'll make him wish he'd never been born. Chapter 32, Chen Jie regrets everything. At dusk. Shizhou Province, Jiuli Mountain. At the foot of the mountain. Chen Jie had lived a carefree and reckless life for over 2 decades, and at this moment, he finally tasted the bitterness of despair and collapse. This was the first time he had ever felt such profound regret for his actions. When a young man, standing on a flying sword, soared toward him from mid-air and placed an ice sword, sparkling with snowflakes, against his neck. Chen Jie finally realized he had been wrong. His mistake was, he shouldn't have done it under any circumstances. You shouldn't have provoked that fraudster named Su Ming. Damn it! How could they be scammers? They're clearly genuine cultivators. You must know that just a few hours ago, he had just stopped by to teach a few arrogant rich kids a lesson. Those rich kids lived in mansions worth hundreds of millions, drove luxury cars worth tens of millions, and were thriving in society, symbolizing the upper class and inspiring awe in countless people. But in front of him, Chen Jie, he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even utter a sound, kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, and begging for mercy. Even the so-called powerful and influential bigwigs who were called in to help by the rich second-generation kids were no match for him. When they stood before him, he could only speak in a low voice, bowing and scraping. So lowly, like a dog. In the entire West Zhou province, I am the sky. Just a few hours ago, Chen Jie had spoken these words with unmatched arrogance in front of those rich second-generation kids. But now, his arrogance. His capital for looking down on everything. His arrogant status, so high that he doesn't even bother to acknowledge anyone else. In the presence of this cold-eyed young man before him. It's nothing but a joke. He's been living a carefree and reckless life for over 20 years, and this is the first time he's ever experienced the taste of collapse and despair. In the presence of this young man before him. No matter how powerful the Chen family's heritage may be, no matter how vast their wealth may be, rivaling that of a nation. No matter how noble and dazzling Chen Jie's status may be. All his pride and self-respect. Not even worth mentioning. And all of this. Simply because the other party was an immortal cultivator. A cultivator who possesses extraordinary powers and divine abilities. Just a few minutes ago, he had just arrived at the halfway point of Jiuli Mountain with his group when he spotted the young man who claimed to be Su Ming. At that moment, he was still furious. He didn't yet understand the gravity of the situation. At a single command, he ordered the dozen or so burly, menacing henchmen behind him to grab their weapons and attack. Their plan was to first hack the young man named Su Ming, the fraudster who had swindled him out of 80 million with a dozen or so blows, then subject him to torturous torment worse than death. But he never could have imagined. The other party simply spread out his right hand, and a crystal-clear ice sword, adorned with sparkling snowflakes, suddenly materialized in the palm of his hand. Immediately afterward, the sword slashed through the air, instantly unleashing a blindingly white, icy sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so burly henchmen he had sent out, armed with sharp weapons, were instantly knocked to the ground, their cries of pain filling the air. And just as he stood there speechless, still reeling from the shock, the other party had already mastered the flying sword, slowly flying toward him, and placed the sharp ice sword against his neck. Friend, we have never met before, yet you intend to kill me upon our first encounter. Is that not a bit unreasonable? At that moment, Su Ming's spiritual energy surged within him, and the ice sword in his hand remained motionless, pressed firmly against the other's neck. He had no idea who the person in front of him was. He had just been sitting in his office, compiling statistics on the students' major selections. Little did he know that his spiritual awareness suddenly detected over a dozen strangers heading toward the summit of Jiuli Mountain. To ensure the secrecy of the ethereal university, he immediately decided to go out and see what was happening, intending to send the visitors back. But he didn't expect it. The stranger before him had ordered his men to attack him with steel knives and clubs without a word. He intended to take his life. Chen Jie now regretted it deeply. Despite his once prestigious status, he has never felt so afraid or so lowly in his life. He never imagined that he hadn't been deceived. There were actually cultivators in this world. From the very beginning, he shouldn't have provoked this young man named Su Ming. No matter how wealthy he is or how high his status may be, in front of him, he has nothing. After all, the other party is a cultivator with supernatural powers. With just a flick of the fingers, he could take his life in an instant. Su Xianchang, please listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. At this thought, Chen Jie's usual arrogant and domineering demeanor vanished without a trace. He hurriedly stammered out an explanation of the situation. Su Ming listened carefully, and his brows furrowed slightly. Chen Jie. Male. 26 years old. The son of the wealthiest individual in Shizhou province, he possesses extensive connections and a prestigious background. Mistakenly believing that the crowdfunding text message he sent was a scam, he was defrauded of 80 million yuan. Enraged, he decided to take revenge on himself. After understanding the situation, Su Ming furrowed his brows slightly. To be honest, the 80 million yuan donated by Chen Jie had indeed played a significant role in the establishment of the university. This is something Su Ming is deeply grateful for. But, without fully understanding the situation, the other party hastily decided to take revenge and even planned to kill him. Moreover, he had only just admitted his name was Su Ming in words. He didn't say he was the Su Ming who sent the crowdfunding text message. If by chance there was someone with the same name as him on Jolie Mountain, that person would likely need a tragic end. Chen Jie's actions were reckless, brutal, and tyrannical, completely unreasonable. Such a cruel and vicious rich playboy. Should I really fulfill the benefits I promised to the crowdfunding contributors back then? In other words, such a person. Is he truly qualified to enter the ethereal university and become an immortal cultivator? This point still needs to be questioned. Moreover, it is strange that Su Ming remembered when he was raising funds to build the school. He clearly gave every major client who contributed over 50 million yuan a special thank you gift package. The package includes 5 bone marrow cleansing pills, 3 foundation building pills, and 1 top grade life restoring pill. He believed that the gifts he had given were already quite generous. But why does Chen Jie still think he's a fraud? Could it be because he thinks the pills he gave him were too few? Never mind. I don't care. If the other party had spoken to him properly just now, there might have been room for negotiation. But the other party came in with the intention of taking his life. He wasn't falling for that. Since it was all a misunderstanding, I won't make things difficult for you. Take your people and go back. Su Ming snapped back to his senses and spoke coldly. Seeing that the other party had calmed down, the icy sword pressed against his neck was withdrawn, and Chen Jie finally exhaled in relief. He abandoned his usual arrogant and boastful demeanor, instead smiling obsequiously and saying, Master Su Xian, I was indeed in the wrong about this matter. I sincerely apologize to you. I truly am sorry. However, Master Su, since it was all a misunderstanding, I did participate in the crowdfunding campaign to enroll in your school for cultivation. What do you think about that? Chapter 33, The Foundations of Cultivation. Cultivation. Chen Jie wasn't stupid. Since everything was just a misunderstanding, he naturally had no reason to be angry. Not only is he not angry now, but he is thrilled beyond belief. Because the mystical practice of cultivating immortality is actually real. This means that his 80 million was not wasted, but instead contributed to the crowdfunding for the establishment of the Immortal Cultivation University. As a result, as agreed, he would receive over 20 discounts and benefits, as well as priority access to become an immortal cultivator. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he were to become an immortal cultivator, then the Chen family's influence would surely spread beyond Westzhou province and even across the entire country. By then, all those who are currently mocking him for being scammed out of 80 million will be proven wrong. At that point, they will realize that they were the ones who were wrong. Only he, Chen Jie. He is the real winner. Su Ming looked at Chen Jie indifferently. Let's talk about it next year. This year's enrollment quota is already full. Additionally, please do not mention the matter of cultivating immortality to outsiders, or else both of us will be in trouble. Having said that, he turned and left resolutely. Master Su, please rest assured, I will never mention it. Master Su, please take your time. Watching Su Ming's receding figure as he walked up the mountain, Chen Jie's lips curled into a smug smile. It's only a year, isn't it? He can wait. After next year, everyone will know the name Chen Jie. The influence of the Chen family will inevitably spread across the entire nation, shaking the very foundations of the great Xia kingdom. With the Chen family's deep-rooted foundation and the magical powers of the cultivators, achieving all this is as easy as pie. Exchanging a mere 80 million for such a tremendous return, even my father, who has dominated the business world for decades, has never made such a profitable investment. Just wait and see, you who mock me now. One day, I'll tear your mouths wide open. Chen Jie couldn't help but look forward to it. He looked at the dozen or so henchmen still lying on the ground, their faces twisted in pain, and grinned widely. Get the hell up. Tonight, I'm taking you all out for a proper celebration. Pyongyang University. President's Office. In fact, Su Ming was unsure whether Chen Jie had the qualifications to enter the ethereal university and become an immortal cultivator. Therefore, his previous response was non-committal. His second statement, however, was made with the intention of not revealing the matter involving the ethereal university. However, objectively speaking, it could also prevent Chen Jie from being targeted by those evil chi masters from outside, which could lead to his death. After all, the previous evil sorcerer covered in blood veins was lured here by the mysterious university, and we already have a precedent to learn from. So when Su Ming said that both of us would be in trouble, he wasn't using his status as an immortal cultivator to threaten him. As for whether or not to enroll Chen Jie in school next year, sigh. Never mind. Since I've already made a promise, I can't go back on my word. Whether Chen Jie will be able to secure admission next year depends entirely on whether he can meet the admission requirements. Su Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He looked at the computer on his desk. He just wanted to finish compiling the students' major selections as soon as possible. Then prepare for tomorrow's lecture on cultivating immortality. Keep in mind, currently, the university is newly established, and he has to prepare all the course materials and PowerPoint presentations himself. Although there are only 100 students, he has quite a lot on his plate. 10 minutes later, Su Ming quickly finished organizing the students' major selections. Sword Arts Department, 32 students. Refining System, 23 people. Symbol and Talisman System, 15 people. Formation Arts Department, 12 students. Alchemy Division, 10 people. Weapon Forging Department, 8 people. That's the overall situation regarding the choice of majors. Among these students, several left a particularly deep impression on Su Ming. Xia Luyun, with his meticulous mind. Li Feiyan, the former Imperial Qi Master. Xin Xinyan, a woman of extraordinary insight. The sweet girl who chose the cultivation system, Lu Yi. And Tang Xiao, who plans to combine cultivation with modern science and has chosen 6 specialized fields. Each of these students is unique in their own way. And it's not just them. The 100 students in the class were all carefully selected by the system for their exceptional talent. Su Ming was quite looking forward to it, wondering which students would surprise him next. Su Ming smiled and stopped thinking about it. He had to give a lecture tomorrow, and he hadn't even started working on his lecture notes or PowerPoint presentation yet. The next day, the 100 young men and women of the Ethereal University finally welcomed the long-awaited cultivation course they had been eagerly anticipating. At that moment, in room 404 of the first academic building at Pyongyang University. In the spacious lecture hall, 100 young men and women sat upright, all intently focused on Su Ming at the lectern. To be honest, Su Ming was actually a bit nervous inside. After all, this was his first time teaching, and he was teaching others how to cultivate immortality. Su Ming cleared his throat and spoke up. Alright, everyone, class is now in session. Today, we will discuss the most fundamental quality of an immortal cultivator, Qi cultivation. Su Ming infused his vocal cords with spiritual energy, and his voice rang out like a great bell, loud and clear, exuding an air of authority. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the laser pointer in his hand to point at the 2 prominent characters displayed on the blackboard screen in the PowerPoint presentation. Qi cultivation. Upon hearing this, the young boys and girls were all invigorated and immediately perked up. Everyone was so excited that they were beaming with energy and couldn't contain their excitement. After waiting so long, it's finally time to officially begin our cultivation journey. Su Ming cleared his throat and addressed the crowd below in a loud voice. Qi cultivation is the foundation of cultivating immortality. The spiritual energy we possess as cultivators comes almost entirely from Qi cultivation. So the question arises, what exactly is Qi cultivation? The answer is actually quite simple. Cultivators condense the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth into spiritual power, which is then integrated into one's own body. This process is called Qi cultivation. To achieve Qi cultivation, the process can be roughly divided into 4 steps: purifying the mind, inhaling Qi, condensing Qi, and returning to the body. I will now provide a detailed explanation of each of these 4 steps in turn. First, purifying the mind refers to eliminating all distracting thoughts, including greed, anger, ignorance, jealousy, arrogance, and doubt. Su Ming's voice was strong and powerful, every word clear and resonant. Over the next 3 hours, Su Ming explained the art of Qi cultivation in meticulous detail. Every detail and difficult point was thoroughly analyzed, breaking down the process of Qi cultivation as if unraveling a sweater and then weaving it back together into its original form. The entire lesson was logically clear and easy to understand. During this time, the students in the audience all took out paper and pens and began taking notes on the parts they found important. Everyone listened intently, paying close attention. No one was dozing off or daydreaming. Additionally, Su Ming intentionally observed everyone's performance during class. From the initial frowns and confused expressions on their faces. By the end, everyone had found their groove and were wearing expressions of sudden understanding. Su Ming knew that the students had understood this most basic Qi cultivation lesson. However, although Qi cultivation is fundamental, it is ultimately an extremely abstract concept. Moreover, none of them had ever come into contact with cultivation before, so they had no concept of what it entailed. The process of going from nothing to something, from 0 to 1, is always the hardest part. Yet his students had gained a basic understanding of cultivating immortality in just 3 hours. Such talent! Indeed, he is truly deserving of being selected by the system as someone with exceptional talent. Su Ming was greatly pleased by this. He sensed it vaguely. His 100 students. In the not-too-distant future, they will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary accomplishments in the path of cultivation. Chapter 34, The Students Practice Chi Cultivation. In the not-too-distant future, we will undoubtedly achieve extraordinary destiny beyond the realm of cultivating immortality. In the large lecture hall. Mr. Su is such a great teacher. His explanations are clear and concise, right to the point, and easy to understand. Exactly. In just a few words, he clarified the confusion that had been puzzling me for ages. That's truly impressive. Everyone, look. I can now condense spiritual energy. I'm a true cultivator now, ha. How did you do it? After the spiritual energy enters the meridians, what kind of rhythmic movement do you use to control its flow direction? I know how to do this. Let me teach you. First, gather the spiritual energy. After Su Ming announced the end of class, the young boys and girls did not rush to leave the classroom. Instead, they remained at their desks, reviewing the key points from the previous lesson and attempting to apply them in practice. Many students, through discussions with their neighbors, even managed to successfully practice Qigong right there in the classroom. White threads of energy flowed in from all directions, continuously merging into their skin, creating a scene that was utterly surreal. With their assistance, the students who had temporarily been unable to master Qi cultivation quickly learned the technique as well. Now, almost every student in the classroom has mastered Qi cultivation and is actively practicing it. This caused countless white threads of energy to drift through the classroom, creating a dense and astonishing sight. Look over there. What's going on with that girl? At that moment, a male student suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone turned to look in the direction he was pointing, filled with curiosity. There stood Lin Muxue, who usually appeared cold and aloof, with her eyes slightly closed. Suddenly, countless invisible lines resembling ripples of water began to drift toward her snow-white skin from all directions, creating an illusion as though the very fabric of space was warping. What the heck is going on? Is the space warping? You two were daydreaming in class, weren't you? That female student has clearly mastered the art of Qi cultivation to the level of expertise. Therefore, her Qi absorption process is much faster, and the spiritual energy she absorbs into her body contains almost no impurities. As a result, the white Qi threads have become invisible, making the entire Qi cultivation process appear as if the space itself has warped. From novice to proficient to mastery to perfection, we're all still at the novice stage, and that beauty is already 2 stages ahead of us? Wait, what's going on here? This is just the beginning of the cultivation journey, and she's already created such a huge gap between us? That girl with extraordinary talent and outstanding abilities is the perfect template for a fantasy novel protagonist. Everyone was left speechless, marveling at her extraordinary beauty. Tang Xiao and Louis, sitting on either side of Lin Muxue, also had their lips slightly parted, their charming faces wide with astonishment. Both of them had mastered the art of Qigong to the level of proficient, which made them among the best in their class. However, they never imagined that even with such proficiency, there was still a significant gap between them and Lin Muxue. Xiao Rou, it seems we need to work even harder. Louis' fair cheeks were filled with surprise as she spoke blankly. Shui's sister is truly amazing. We have to work harder too. Tang Xiao blinked her clear eyes, paused for a moment, then said. On the other side. Xia Luyun, Zhao Kai, and Lu Mang sat side by side. Man, it's true what they say, comparisons are killing me. The gap is just too huge. Zhao Kai shook his head and sighed as he looked at Lin Muxue in the distance. Have you noticed that the student's desk has no paper or pen? This means she didn't take any notes during class, yet her mastery of Qigong far surpasses ours. Xia Luyun, wearing glasses, exclaimed in amazement. That's right. You noticed that so quickly. You really are amazing, Inoki Mushroom. Lu Mang exclaimed in surprise. So that means the beautiful woman is really strong. She's the protagonist's template, so doesn't that make us all just cannon fodder? Zhao Kai smiled. You can't say that. She's powerful, but we shouldn't belittle ourselves. Besides, even cannon fodder has its purpose. Lu Mang heard this and was immediately startled. Zhao brother, those words don't sound like something a cannon fodder would say. You're starting to sound like a useless protagonist. Zhao Kai chuckled. I wouldn't dare to call myself the protagonist, but I do really want to be like the protagonists in some novels, a great hero who fights demons, upholds justice, and protects the righteous. At that moment, Xia Luyun suddenly furrowed his brows and said, By the way, have you seen Li Ge? Lu Mang looked around. You didn't mention it, so I didn't notice. Where's Li Ge? He's not in the classroom either. Zhao Kai shook his head. I don't know. He seemed to disappear as soon as class ended. Lu Mang said, Come on, Li Ge already knew magic before he came here. Why should we worry about him? Let's just focus on getting familiar with the Qi cultivation process. Xia Luyun and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement with Lu Mang's words. The casual conversation soon came to an end, and the three continued to close their eyes and concentrate, sensing and familiarizing themselves with the chi cultivation process. In the vast classroom, over 100 young boys and girls closed their eyes slightly, held their breath, and focused intently on practicing the chi cultivation process. In an instant, countless white threads of energy filled the entire classroom, creating a scene of extraordinary mystery. At the same time, Piaomiao University, Library. Li Feiyan held a copy of Beginner's Guide to Sword Control in his hands, completely engrossed in reading. The cultivator channeled the spiritual energy within his body into the sword in his hand, flowing with the natural momentum and moving as he willed. Blazing fire, the sword sings. He murmured softly as he channeled his spiritual energy, then gently swung the straight branch he held in his right hand through the air. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted from the branches, dancing and refusing to die out. The spiritual energy was overwhelming, and the heat was unbearable. Li Feiyan examined the branch in his hand closely. With just a thread of spiritual energy, he could keep the flame burning continuously. However, if he were to use his innate chi, he might not be able to maintain it for even 10 seconds. In terms of energy consumption, the impure innate chi cannot be compared to the pure spiritual energy. Compared to chi masters, cultivating immortality is indeed the path to ultimate power that I seek. Li Feiyan smiled faintly, feeling extremely content. Drip! Just then, the phone rang. Li Feiyan pulled out his phone and saw that it was his father, Li Jianan, calling. He hesitated for a moment before finally answering the call. A deep, authoritative voice came through the phone. Fei Han, I heard that you left Kunlun? Li Feiyan didn't intend to hide anything and replied honestly, yes, Dad. On the other end of the line, Li Jianan erupted in anger. This is complete nonsense. Master Yi Wuhui is the strongest chi master in the Great Xia Kingdom. Do you know how much effort I put in and how many people I begged just to get you into Kunlun? And you just ran off without a word. You're ruining your own future, you know that. Chapter 35, Li Jianan's Rage. Li Jianan is extremely angry right now. He spared no effort and exhausted all his resources to secure a spot for his son to enter the Kunlun Gate and train under Master Yi Wuhui. But his son not only failed to cherish it. Instead, he actively ran away from the Kunlun Gate. It's utterly foolish beyond redemption. In recent years, the Li family has been declining in the Imperial Chi Master realm, and many other families are planning to take them over. He could only pin his hopes on his son, Li Feiyan, to learn the true skills from Master Yi Wuhui and achieve rapid progress in his cultivation. He hoped that in the newcomer division of the Imperial Chi Conference 5 months later, he would achieve outstanding results, bringing honor to the Li family and re-establishing their prestige. Despite his son's average abilities. However, Master Yi Wuhui is undoubtedly the greatest swordsman of the Great Xia dynasty and one of the strongest chi masters in the entire world. With his guidance, then his son will definitely be able to do it. But he never expected it. His own son had run off from the Kunlun Gate without a word. Without the guidance of Master Yi Wuhui, his own son would inevitably be crushed by the other prodigies at the Imperial Chi Conference, let alone achieve a top-ranking position. Well, that's just great. The hopes he had pinned on his son have been completely dashed. The Li family will now have no chance of escaping their gradual decline. The hope for the family's revival was completely destroyed by his son. How could Li Jianan not be furious? Facing Li Jianan's anger, Li Feiyan remained unfazed. Dad, I will take full responsibility for what I have done. Li Jianan said angrily. Responsibility? You can't take any responsibility. This is the end. Our Li family is finished. The hope for the family's revival has been completely ruined by you, you good for nothing. Everything is over. Li Feiyan said, Dad, don't worry. At the Imperial Chi Conference in 5 months, I will win first place. After saying that, Li Feiyan hung up the phone decisively. He shifted his gaze back to the Beginner's Guide to Sword Control in his hands and continued to study it intently. Those who cultivate the way of the sword must understand sword postures, sword forms, and sword intent. Only by mastering countless sword postures can one comprehend sword forms, while sword intent is the essence of all. The other end of the phone. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Li Jianan's face fell, his heart already dead. The words his son had spoken before hanging up, he hadn't taken to heart at all. Still managed to come in first? Doesn't he know what his son is like? He is just average, and now he doesn't even have Master Yi Wuhui to teach him anymore. What does his son have to compete with those prodigiously talented prodigies? It's sheer folly. Alas, one wrong step, and everything is lost. Li Jianan looked up at the sky and sighed sadly. He now regretted it deeply. If only he had known. He shouldn't have pinned his hopes on his unreliable son in the first place. Piaomiao University. Boys' Dormitory. Xia Luyun, Zhao Kai, and Lu Mang had practiced qigong in the classroom for most of the day and still hadn't rested after returning to the dormitory. They continued practicing until midnight, and by then, their mastery of qi cultivation had finally reached the proficient stage. Although progress is slow, it's better than nothing. However, as night fell, they decided to rest for the night. Lu Mang stopped his qigong practice and, as soon as he opened his eyes, saw Li Feiyan returning to the dormitory with a straight branch in his hand. Li Gu, where did you go during the day? Why did you come back so late? Lu Mang asked suspiciously. Chapter 36, Fist Strength Test, 300 kilograms passed. Li Feiyan smiled indifferently. Library, time to review my professional courses. No way, starting to review professional courses already? Su teacher told us to get familiar with qi cultivation first, didn't he? Lu Mang asked in surprise. My mastery of qi cultivation has reached the pinnacle, there's no need for further familiarization. Is that really true? You've already reached the pinnacle of mastery so quickly? Lu Mang's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed. I have some basic knowledge of qi cultivation, so I picked it up quickly. You call that fast? It's ridiculously fast, okay? Lu Mang looked utterly disbelieving. The beautiful girl named Lin Muxue in his class had just finished class and was already mastering qigong, which had already amazed him. He never expected that Li Gu would be even more outrageous. He had already reached the pinnacle. Li Feiyan heard this and looked astonished. Mastered qi cultivation right after class? At that moment, Zhao Kai suddenly spoke up. Yeah, there's this girl in our class who's pretty good looking, but she just seems a bit aloof. Li Feiyan was utterly astonished. You see, the reason he had reached such a high level in qi cultivation so quickly was because the qi cultivation of cultivators and the qi absorption of qi masters were very similar. He only needed to make slight adjustments to the qi absorption process to easily switch between the two. Before coming here, he had already spent an entire year cultivating qi absorption. That girl named Lin Muxue had, in just a few short hours, nearly caught up to a year's worth of his efforts. Though shocked, Li Feiyan remained calm and said nothing. Xia Luyun looked at Li Feiyan and asked in confusion. Brother Li, when you said you have a foundation in qi cultivation, does that mean you could already use spells before coming to school? Lu Mang said, yes, Li Gu, can you tell us where you learned the spells you used before? After speaking, Zhao Kai also cast a curious glance at Li Feiyan. Li Feiyan had no intention of hiding anything and directly told the three about the existence of qi masters in the outside world. Upon hearing this, the three were all taken aback. Who would have thought that such extraordinary beings, similar to cultivators, already existed in this world? Li Feiyan smiled faintly. Actually, there's no need for you to be surprised, let alone frightened. The spiritual energy we cultivators control is far beyond the impure primordial energy of the qi manipulators. Xia Luyun pondered thoughtfully. Are you saying that, overall, cultivators are much stronger than qi masters? Li Feiyan smiled and nodded. Indeed, the strength of a qi master is completely incomparable to that of an immortal cultivator. Lu Mang exclaimed in surprise. I get it. So, as long as we follow Master Su and cultivate our cultivation, we'll be able to beat all those qi manipulators out there. That's so awesome. Zhao Kai exclaimed excitedly, that's fantastic. Once I've mastered the art, I'll definitely go and punish those evil qi manipulation masters myself. Facing the excited Lu Mang and Zhao Kai, Li Feiyan smiled without saying a word. In truth, he was also a bit excited. The day when the master of qi truly faced off against the cultivators. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning. In the large lecture hall. 100 young boys and girls sat neatly in their seats, each looking vibrant and full of energy. Today, their second session of the cultivation course officially began. They understood that the initial lessons were crucial foundational courses, so no one dared to slack off. Everyone perked up and focused intently on Su Ming at the lectern. Su Ming calmly inserted the USB drive, set up the projector and PowerPoint presentation, then turned to the audience and smiled. Yesterday, we learned about the cultivation techniques of immortals. How did everyone find it? Which stage have you reached so far? As he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone expressed that they felt pretty good, that their qi cultivation practice was going smoothly, and that there were no major issues. Su Ming listened and got a general understanding of the situation. At present, most of the students in the class had mastered the second stage of qi cultivation and were proficient in it. Only a handful of 7 or 8 people. In just one day, they mastered the third stage and became proficient. Su Ming was very satisfied with this. It seems that all the effort he put into preparing the lesson was not in vain. The students all understood. Excellent. It seems everyone has a good grasp of qi cultivation. However, as cultivators, merely mastering qi cultivation is insufficient. We must also learn to utilize the spiritual energy derived from qi cultivation. Only then can we truly be called cultivators. Therefore, today's lesson will focus on the activation, circulation, and enhancement of spiritual energy. First, the activation of spiritual energy refers to the next 5 hours. Su Ming used a visually appealing PowerPoint presentation to clearly explain to everyone how cultivators should utilize their spiritual energy. Just like the first class, the knowledge points were presented in a step-by-step manner, starting from the basics and gradually delving into more advanced concepts, with every detail explained thoroughly. The students in the audience were initially confused, but gradually began to nod in understanding. Everyone was fully focused on the lecture, taking notes diligently whenever key points were mentioned, ensuring they didn't miss a single piece of information. 5 hours flew by in the blink of an eye. Before the class ended, Su Ming channeled his spiritual energy and raised his right hand. As a faint blue light flashed, a crystal the size of a table, clear and translucent, instantly materialized and floated in midair, creating a scene of utter fantasy. Su Ming pointed at the floating crystal and declared in a loud voice, "This crystal can test your fist strength. Tomorrow during class, each of you will come up one by one to take the test, which will assess your mastery of spiritual energy. The passing standard is a fist strength of 300 kilograms. If the assessment is failed, 5 points will be deducted from the cultivation score in accordance with regulations." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted instantly. Testing punching power? You need 300 kilograms to pass? That's way too extreme. We've only just started cultivating immortality. The boys are fine, but what about us girls? Yeah, this is so unfair to us girls. Students complained that it was impossible to do, and girls even felt it was unfair. After all, they are physically weaker than boys. However, amidst the chaos and complaints of everyone around them, a clear, pleasant female voice suddenly drowned out everyone else's voices. "Miss Su, may I take the test early?" Chapter 37, Even Tyson Can't Help. Early testing? Who's that, being so arrogant? It's the only girl in our class who chose the physical training major. Lu Yi? Look at her delicate, slender figure. A single punch from her probably wouldn't even break a newspaper, yet she's actually planning to take the test early? Yeah, that's 300 kilograms. The young boys and girls were all amazed and started discussing it. At that moment, Su Ming nodded on the podium and smiled. "All right, if you're confident, come up." With that, he finished speaking. Lu Yi's lips curled into a sweet smile as she ran playfully to the floating crystal. Amidst the astonished and skeptical gazes of the crowd, Lu Yi took a deep breath, then focused her gaze and struck out with a swift punch without hesitation. A straight punch. Directly at the surface of that crystal clear, diamond-shaped crystal floating in midair. Just as everyone thought. The slender and delicate Lu Yi, with her arms as white as jade, would surely fracture them from her own punch. Bang! Lu Yi's delicate fist, upon making contact with the crystal surface, suddenly sent out a powerful gust of wind, producing a deep, thunderous roar. This punch was powerful and forceful. It instantly shattered her previously soft and adorable girlish demeanor, transforming her into a fierce and domineering figure. Above the diamond-shaped crystal, the results of the punch power test began to appear. 88. 196. 387. 576. The fluorescent numbers rose rapidly and finally stopped at 576. 576 kilograms. With her sweet and adorable appearance and slender figure, the delicate young woman Lu Yi managed to deliver a punch with a force of 576 kilograms? Is that even possible? After all, even a physically fit adult male can only punch with a maximum force of around 160 kilograms. Holy crap! 576 kilograms with one punch? Are you kidding me? You're telling me she's a girl? I feel like I can't beat her. Don't even mention you, even Tyson wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone in the classroom was speechless. No one could have imagined that such a sweet and adorable girl could pack such a powerful punch. This student named Lu Yi, who specializes in physical training, is way too over the top. Not bad. She controls the points where she releases her spiritual energy very well. Su Ming smiled and praised Lu Yi, then turned to the crowd below and said sternly, "Everyone saw that, didn't you? The spiritual energy within us cultivators is so powerful that even a slender young woman can deliver a single punch with a force of 576 kilograms. And to pass this assessment, all it takes is a single punch capable of delivering 300 kilograms of force. This figure is something even many ordinary people can achieve. As cultivators, if you cannot even meet this standard, what are you cultivating for?" Upon hearing this, everyone found it reasonable. Yeah. Many ordinary people, after long-term training, can punch with a force of 300 kilograms. And they are cultivators. Possessing spiritual energy, this formidable power. If even such a simple standard cannot be met, one is no better than an ordinary person. That would be utterly disgraceful. At this thought, everyone felt ashamed, and no one dared to complain anymore. "Mr. Su, I want to try too." Amidst the crowd, Li Feiyan, who had been calm and composed, suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. "Of course you can. Come on up." Su Ming smiled and said, "Everyone here is welcome to give it a try." Li Feiyan walked steadily to the diamond-shaped crystal, showing no hesitation or preparation, not even gathering his strength. He raised his hand and punched forward. Bang! Above the diamond-shaped crystal, the test results quickly appeared. 66. 188. 300. The number is just right, exactly 300 kilograms. Such a careless, extremely casual punch had a force of 300 kilograms. And it was also extremely precise, not missing by even a single digit. Is this a coincidence, or is it intentional control of the force? Everyone was baffled, feeling both amazed and confused. Impressive. The spiritual energy is controlled with great stability. Su Ming praised, then turned to look at the others. Is anyone else willing to test early? Mr. Su, I'll give it a try. All the girls passed, so I'll give it a shot too. I'll give it a try too. 2 students took the lead, and all the young boys and girls gained confidence and eagerly tried it out. That's how it was. Half an hour later. Out of the 100 students in the class, 26 passed the assessment on the spot. The strength of their punches ranged from 300 to 600 kilograms. The remaining 74 students have not yet passed the assessment. However, their punching power in the test was all between 150 kilograms and 290 kilograms. Such values are already far beyond those of the average person. This indicates that they are at least capable of using spiritual energy, though they are still relatively inexperienced. Su Ming was very satisfied with this. For him, after finishing a class, as long as the students haven't come away empty-handed, he considers himself successful. Those who have not yet passed the assessment should not be discouraged. After all, tomorrow is the official assessment, and you have ample time to practice how to use your spiritual energy. If you have any questions, feel free to come to my office or send me a message on WeChat. Alright, that's all for today's class. Class dismissed. As Su Ming announced the end of class, the young boys and girls also began to leave the classroom one by one. However, they weren't thinking about relaxing. Instead, they headed to the playground to continue practicing their spiritual energy. After all, they knew that these recent lessons were all laying the foundation for cultivating immortality. If they can't even lay a solid foundation, then what's the point of cultivating immortality? Moreover, this opportunity to cultivate immortality is something they worked so hard to obtain. Therefore, they must give it their all and not slack off in the slightest. They must give it their all and not let up even for a moment. The scorching sun blazed overhead, melting the very stones beneath it. On the vast playground, over 100 young boys and girls endure the scorching heat, sweating profusely. 8 o'clock at night. Girls' dormitory. Chen Xinyan finished her shower, changed into fresh clothes, and sat down at her desk, intending to review the cultivation knowledge she had learned today. At that moment, her gaze sharpened, and she decisively raised her right hand, placing it diagonally in front of her body, forming the gesture of a sword finger. Xian Tianjin Yan, Ming Guangwan Xian, Feng Xian Jingnian, Zhe Tianin. Suddenly, she was seen murmuring softly. Hum. In the blink of an eye, the tips of her right index and middle fingers suddenly erupted into a ball of dazzling lightning the size of a ping-pong ball. Countless thin, thread-like arcs of electricity swirled around her fingertips, emitting a faint crackling sound, creating a scene of utter fantasy. Oh! Zhuyin, look! I did it! Chen Xinyan exclaimed joyfully with a smile. At that moment, Su Zhuyin, who was sitting on the bed practicing Qigong, heard the commotion and slowly opened her beautiful eyes, preparing to congratulate Chen Xinyan. Drip! But at that moment, Chen Xinyan's phone suddenly rang. Chen Xinyan snapped back to reality and instinctively reached for her phone to check. Mom, you have an incoming video call. Answer hang up. Upon seeing the scene on her phone screen, Chen Xinyan was so startled that she gasped in shock. Her mother had actually called her on video call. After a moment of shock, Chen Xinyan hurriedly stopped casting the spell, and the lightning in her hands dissipated into tiny sparks. She then steadied her phone and answered the call. On the screen, a woman in her 40s looked at the camera with a suspicious expression. Hey, Yan, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? What are you doing? Chapter 38, Every Major is World Class. Looking at her mother on the screen, Chen Xinyan scratched her cheek, her eyes darting around, and stammered. Mom, I'm just reviewing my lessons. Sun Mei on the other end of the phone looked skeptical. Previewing? Chen Xinyan gave a sheepish smile and said earnestly, yes, that's right. I'm reviewing my professional course. Xinyan, you just started school a few days ago. You're already reviewing your major courses? Yeah, of course. After all, the major I chose is really difficult. If I don't review, I won't be able to learn it well at all. Oh, I see. By the way, Yan, what major did you choose? Oh, Mom, why are you asking me that? You wouldn't understand anyway. You're such a child. Your mother is just concerned about you. Sun Mei said, then suddenly sighed. Sigh, you scored over 680 on the college entrance exam. You could practically choose any top-tier university in the country. But you insist on applying to some vocational college. And you won't even tell us the name of the school. I really have no idea what you're thinking. Now the neighbors and relatives are all mocking you, saying you're completely foolish. With just an associate degree after graduation, how can you avoid being discriminated against or mocked? Chen Xinyan explained seriously. Mom, didn't I tell you? This isn't just any ordinary college. Every program here is world class. Once I graduate, I'll be highly competitive anywhere in the world. I won't have any trouble finding a job. Mom, just believe your daughter, I'm really not lying to you. A mere community college, and every major is world class? You're just blowing smoke. You're blowing your own horn so loud it's reaching the sky. Sunmei naturally didn't believe a single word her daughter said and even felt like laughing. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but smile affectionately. Alright, Mom believes you. Mom knows you're mature, so I respect your choice. Even if you regret it in the future, Mom will support you in taking the college entrance exam again and applying to a better university. Although our family circumstances aren't great, your father and I will support you no matter what. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Chen Xinyan felt a warm glow in her heart and smiled sweetly. Hee, I knew you were the best, Mom. After that, Chen Xinyan chatted with her mother for a long time about everyday matters before reluctantly hanging up the video call. The entire process was filled with laughter and joy. However, Su Juyin, who witnessed the entire process while sitting on the bed. Her fair, delicate face couldn't help but grow slightly somber. Looking at her newly made best friend, her parents' unwavering care and consideration, and the warm, happy family. But what about her? During the days she was away from home, her parents did call her. But her parents weren't gently concerned about how she was doing. Instead, they warned her that if she didn't study hard and pass her exams, they would no longer support her financially and would disown her as their daughter. Thinking of this, Su Juyin felt a heavy weight in her heart, a sense of sadness she couldn't quite put into words. If only. Never mind. Su Juyin furrowed her delicate brows, stared blankly, and gently bit her pink lips. With a helpless smile, she pushed away her melancholy thoughts. At that moment, Chen Xinyan seemed to notice the subtle change in Su Juin's expression. Xiao Juyin. What are you daydreaming about? Come play a game with me, okay? Chen Xinyan giggled mischievously, then climbed onto Su Juin's bed. What game? Su Juyin froze, blinking blankly. In this game, I have to play the doctor and check Zuzuyan's physical development. Hey, Zuzuyan, those two big white rabbits in front of you seem to be developing abnormally. Let me check them with my hands. Chen Xinyan gave a seductive smile and threw her delicate body towards Su Juin's soft, fragrant body, like a big gray wolf pouncing on a little white rabbit. Ah! Yen, stop it. Stop? Alright, then I won't use my hands. I'll use. Chapter 39, The Monster That Feeds on Humans. The next day, Wednesday. As soon as Su Ming entered the classroom, a girl with a bun hairstyle volunteered to be the first to undergo the punch strength test. Su Ming smiled and agreed. Then, the girl's eyes narrowed, and she swung her fist, striking the diamond-shaped crystal used for testing strength. 56. 188. 312. The fluorescent digits quickly appeared, showing a punch strength test result of 312 kilograms, just meeting the 300 kilogram standard for the punch strength assessment. Not bad. You passed the test. Su Ming praised generously. As soon as he finished speaking, the young boys and girls in the audience, each filled with a mix of tension and anxiety, lined up to undergo the punch strength test. Fortunately, after an hour, everyone in the class passed the punch strength assessment. The punching power tested ranged from 300 kilograms to 500 kilograms. After the assessment concluded, everyone quickly returned to their seats. They all sat up straight, remained quiet, and waited for Su Ming to begin his lesson. Su Ming cleared his throat at the lectern and addressed the crowd below in a loud voice. Everyone, based on the results of this assessment, it is clear that you have all gained a basic understanding of how to utilize spiritual energy. This means that you have now embarked on the path of cultivating immortality and have become true cultivators. Upon hearing these words, the crowd below erupted into a chorus of gasps, with excitement and anticipation evident on every face. It seemed that all their hard work over the past few days had not been in vain. They had finally become true cultivators. This means that the magical abilities that only appear in Xianxia novels, such as riding the wind and controlling swords, summoning wind and rain, and so on, they will soon be able to perform them themselves. However, if you wish to become qualified cultivators, you must continue your specialized studies in cultivation. The prerequisite for taking specialized courses is that you must be able to use spiritual energy proficiently. Therefore, there will be no classes this week. The remaining days will be dedicated to practicing the use of spiritual energy, with the goal of achieving proficiency by next Monday's class. After finishing the week's schedule, Su Ming said a few encouraging words to everyone. The young boys and girls listened intently with solemn expressions, their eyes burning with a determination as fiery as flames. After Su Ming announced the end of class, all 100 students in the class headed to the playground without any prior arrangement. No one was thinking about relaxing or having fun. Instead, they were making the most of their time, diligently practicing how to use their spiritual energy. Everyone in the class is currently gathered in small groups. They were chatting animatedly about the techniques and challenges of using spiritual energy, their voices filling the air, creating a lively and bustling scene. The entire playground was just like the eve of the college entrance exams, with an extremely intense study atmosphere. Under the scorching sun, the young boys and girls fearlessly braved the heat, their spirits high and full of determination. Late at night. Boys' dormitory. Lu Mang had just finished washing up and was getting ready to sleep when he noticed Xia Luyun, who was hunched over his desk reviewing Introduction to Array Techniques, seemed a bit off. Golden Mushroom, where are your glasses? You're nearsighted with over 800 degrees of myopia. Can you even see the words without them? Lu Mang leaned in, looking puzzled. Upon hearing the nickname Lu Mang had given him, Xia Luyun glared at him angrily. Ever since I started practicing Qigong 2 days ago, my vision has gradually returned to normal. Of course I can see clearly without glasses. That's amazing. It seems we really came to the right place. Cultivating immortality truly has many benefits, Lu Mang said, glancing at Xia Luyun with a grin. After only 2 or 3 days of cultivation, his myopia of over 800 degrees had completely recovered. If he cultivated for another 10 days or half a month, wouldn't he be able to cultivate himself into a pillar of the sky? Xia Luyun was momentarily speechless and decided to bury his head and continue his prep. Damn it, why am I constantly coming across such strange things lately? Zhao Kai, lying in bed scrolling through his phone, suddenly let out a startled cry and looked over at his roommates Xia Luyun, Lu Mang, and Li Feiyan. I came across so many videos and posts saying that there are monsters eating humans lurking around the university town in our Shizhou province. While the captions and images seem to be a mix of truth and fiction, the comments section is filled with people claiming to have witnessed the monsters firsthand. Moreover, these posts generally don't gain much traction, with only 100 or so comments in the comments section, and they are often deleted or blocked by the platform after a while. Hey, do you think what people are saying online is actually true? Xia Luyun, Lu Mang, and Li Feiyan heard this. They immediately turned their gaze toward Zhao Kai, their eyes flashing with a look of surprise. Because over the past few days, they had also experienced the same thing as Zhao Kai. Eerie and bizarre accompanying images. Serious sounding copy. Is there really a monster eating people over at the university town? Chapter 40, the Cultivation Specialty Course officially begins. Thursday afternoon. In fact, Su Ming had also come across many posts and videos about monsters eating humans in the university town over the past few days. Although the information online is a mix of truth and fiction. However, the intuition of an immortal cultivator told him that those events were very likely to have actually occurred. Nevertheless, Su Ming decided to refrain from actively investigating or intervening in those matters for the time being. The reason was simple. One person's energy is limited. Even if he could save 10, 100, or even 1,000 people, what good would it do? If the day ever comes when demons and monsters run rampant, how could he possibly save the billions of people in the world on his own? Rather than wasting so much time trying to save a handful of people, it would be better to follow the proper procedures, stay focused, and work diligently to develop and expand the ethereal university, enabling more and more people to become cultivators. Only by having one more person's strength can we save more people. Sacrifice a few to save many. Though this approach is cruel, Su Ming had no choice. To fulfill the pledge he made in his crowdfunding message to defend the human race with unwavering resolve, he had no other option. If he were to waste precious time out of excessive sympathy trying to save a small number of people, it would only hinder the development of the elusive university. By the time the demonic chaos engulfs the world, the university will still have failed to cultivate even a handful of decent cultivators. By that time, this world will be completely ruined. Therefore, before the ethereal university has grown strong, Su Ming will never actively intervene in the affairs of the outside world. At least, we must wait until the current 100 students of the ethereal university have become independent cultivators capable of standing on their own before we can proceed. However, Su Ming estimated that day wouldn't be too far off. After all, the 100 students currently in the school were all carefully selected by the system for their exceptional talent. By the end of this semester at the latest, they should be ready to take on the monumental task of saving the world and slaying demons. When you put it that way, the mission of Piao Miao University really is a long and arduous one. Su Ming looked up at the ceiling of his office and couldn't help but sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, he sat up straight and turned his gaze back to the computer screen on his desk. So I need to step up my efforts, prepare my lessons thoroughly, and teach the students how to cultivate their spiritual practices properly. Su Ming smiled lightly and continued operating the keyboard and mouse, creating lesson plans for various cultivation-related specialized courses. Time flew by. Before we knew it, it was Monday. From Wednesday to the weekend. All 100 students of the Ethereal University dedicated themselves tirelessly, practicing chi cultivation and the use of spiritual energy with utmost diligence every day. Su Ming took a quick tally. Currently, only a very small number of people in the class have mastered chi cultivation to the proficient level. Most have already reached the mastery stage. As for those who have reached the mastery stage, there are currently only 2. They are Li Feiyan and Lin Muxue. Li Feiyan was previously a Qi master similar to an immortal cultivator, so his mastery of Qi cultivation had reached the peak of perfection level, which did not surprise Su Ming much. However, Lin Muxue. Su Ming hadn't really noticed this girl before. But now it was clear that she was undoubtedly one of those exceptionally gifted individuals. Su Ming was greatly reassured by this. After all, the more students like this there are, the faster the university will grow and thrive. In addition to cultivating Qi, every student in the class has now mastered the use of spiritual energy. This indicates that everyone is fully capable of keeping up with Su Ming's course schedule. This week, it's time to start the advanced cultivation classes. Thinking of this, Su Ming immediately tagged all the members in the class group chat. He also posted the course schedules for all the cultivation-related majors in the group. Su Ming, everyone, fellow students, the cultivation major courses will officially begin this week. Please follow the schedule and arrive in the classroom on time. Upon seeing the message, the young men and women were instantly in an uproar. This week, the long-awaited advanced cultivation class is finally starting. They can finally begin cultivating true immortal techniques and supernatural abilities. Chapter 41, Specialized Course in Sword Control. Chapter 41, Specialized Course in Sword Control. Monday, 8 a.m. According to the schedule, this morning's class was the Cultivation Specialty class for the Sword Cultivation Department. At that moment, on the vast sword-wielding practice square of the Ethereal University, the sun was just rising, casting a gentle glow. All 32 students of the sword-wielding department stood in perfect formation, arranged in 4 rows and 8 columns, their eyes fixed intently on Su Ming at the front of the formation. Every face was brimming with excitement. Su Ming counted the number of people and confirmed that everyone was present. Without any delay, he immediately began the lesson. "Are you all ready for class?" Su Ming looked at the crowd below and asked loudly. "Are you ready?" A resounding response echoed from the crowd, with everyone's faces glowing with enthusiasm and energy. Very good." Su Ming nodded and said, "All right, let's begin the lesson." With that said, the 32 young men and women in the audience immediately perked up their ears, their faces brimming with excitement. As cultivators of the sword-wielding school, besides our own cultivation, the sword is also a crucial standard for measuring our strength. And if one wishes to master the sword, laying a solid foundation is absolutely essential. Therefore, in today's lesson, we will not cover anything else. We will focus solely on the 4 fundamental sword-holding techniques. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the students in the audience immediately looked puzzled. The entire morning's lesson was about how to hold a sword? Something as simple as holding a sword, something everyone knows how to do, really deserves so much time and attention? Do you think holding a sword is such a simple thing? Su Ming smiled. At that moment, a young man with a crew cut raised his hand. Su Ming nodded toward him. "Speak." The short-haired young man said, "Mr. Su, I think holding a sword is really simple. There's no need to spend so much time explaining it." "You mean you want to start learning sword techniques right away, right?" Su Ming smiled. This calm smile made the short-haired boy feel a bit insecure. "It's hard, isn't it?" Su Ming didn't press the issue, but instead spoke calmly. "All right, since that's the case, then please hold your wooden sword firmly, young student." The young man complied, pointing the tip of the sword forward and gripping the hilt tightly. This exquisitely crafted wooden sword was one they had obtained from the school's armory after selecting their major. Every student in the sword arts department was issued one. Suddenly, Su Ming raised 2 fingers and gently tapped the air. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind suddenly swept toward the short-haired boy. Faced with the overwhelming force of the gust, the short-haired young man was blown so hard he could barely stand. His body tilted forward involuntarily, and in his panic, he let go of the wooden sword in his hands. Finally, he managed to brace himself with both hands on the ground, avoiding the humiliating fall face first. Su Ming withdrew his magical power, and the gust of wind suddenly dissipated. "You said you could wield a sword. Why did it fall from your hands?" Su Ming asked with a smile. The short-haired boy replied innocently. "Mr. Su, it's not my fault. You cast a spell on me earlier, and in my panic, I let go of the sword." Su Ming added. "But for us sword cultivators, the sword is everything. Losing the sword is like losing most of our power. If, in actual combat, you were to lose your sword simply because you were attacked, do you think your opponent would show mercy?" As he spoke, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the others. "Do you all understand now? The way I'm teaching you to hold a sword isn't just about knowing how to grip it. It also requires you to keep a firm grip on your sword no matter what magical abilities you encounter or how powerful the attacks you face may be. This is the most fundamental requirement for becoming a qualified sword cultivator." After hearing Su Ming's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Yes, that's right. In actual combat, the duels between cultivators are ever-changing, with divine arts and supernatural abilities, and both open and hidden attacks that are impossible to guard against. If one cannot even hold a sword tightly during battle, they would likely lose their life. Realizing this, In the following class, all the young boys and girls were completely focused and listened very attentively. For a full 4 hours, not a single second was wasted, as they feared missing any important details. That's all for today's class. I'll post the homework in the group chat later. Remember to practice diligently and submit your assignments on time. Class dismissed. As Su Ming announced the end of class, the young students finally began to organize the notes they had taken during class. After discussing for half an hour at the sword practice square, they finally parted ways and returned to their dormitories. Soon. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The Cultivation System's professional cultivation class has also begun. Chapter 42, Physical Training in the Cultivation System. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. The vast playground of the ethereal university was bathed in sunlight, with waves of heat rolling across the ground. 23 students from the cultivation system, along with Tang Shiro, totaling 24 people, were all standing neatly on the sports field. 23 students from the cultivation system, plus Tang Shiro, made a total of 24 people, all standing neatly in formation on the field. Despite the scorching sun beating down on them, causing them to sweat profusely, not a single person showed any signs of irritation. Instead, everyone looked vibrant and excited. Su Ming stood at the front of the line. He scanned the crowd with his eyes and counted the number of people. Then, with a solemn expression, he spoke in a deep voice. The physical fitness requirements for our training program are higher than those of other specialties, so physical training is required before class. Physical training is quite straightforward, simply run 10 laps around the track. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions froze instantly. The school playground was very large, with a circumference of 2 kilometers. 10 laps would be 20,000 meters. A 3,000-meter long distance run was already enough to exhaust them. 20,000 meters. Wouldn't that mean certain death on the spot? Although they knew that physical training was an essential part of the physical cultivation program. But this intensity is just way too extreme, isn't it? Everyone froze in place, their minds on the brink of collapse. But, despite this, he did not utter a single word of complaint. After a moment of stunned silence, they all clenched their teeth, their eyes blazing with a fiery determination. Their choice of major was their own. This opportunity to cultivate immortality was also something they had worked hard to obtain. If they were to retreat simply out of fear of hardship and fatigue, then they will never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. No matter how difficult or exhausting it may be, they will give it their all. No matter what, they will cultivate immortality. And so it was. Over the next 2 hours, everyone began a marathon spanning 20,000 meters. At first, everyone ran with ease. Until half an hour later. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to pass out. I can't take it anymore. It's so hot and tiring, my legs feel like they're about to give out. The playground was filled with cries of despair. But even though they were exhausted to the point of fainting, they continued to persevere with gritted teeth. They let the scorching sun beat down on them, let the sweat soak their bodies, and let their legs ache unbearably. Their footsteps did not slow down by even a fraction. For they constantly remind themselves that this is a grand and arduous path to immortality. One must never give up easily. Hold on. Damn it. Run. Keep running, damn it. Don't stop. I'm a man who's going to become an immortal. Persevere, you must persevere. I'm going all in. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their numb legs feeling as heavy as lead with every step they took. Their faces were contorted with pain, and every movement was an agonizing struggle. They clenched their teeth, trying to muster the strength to keep going. In their eyes, it seemed as though flames were burning, their resolve unwavering. Su Ming witnessed this passionate scene and smiled slightly, feeling deeply satisfied. 2 hours later. Phew. Finally finished. I'm exhausted. My legs feel numb. Finally, it's over. Amidst the chaos and despair, everyone finally managed to complete the 20,000-meter long distance run. At that moment, everyone collapsed onto the ground and immediately began to rest. 2 hours of intense training, Su Ming watched it all unfold before his eyes. His students, not a single one of them, took shortcuts or tried to slack off. Instead, they ran the full 20,000 meters with dedication and perseverance. This sense of self-discipline filled Su Ming with great satisfaction. Such students not only spare him the trouble. In the future, he can also confidently select new lecturers for the prestigious university from among them. 10 minutes later. Pre-class training is over, and everyone has had a chance to rest. Now, let's begin the lesson. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the crowd, who had been lying exhausted on the ground, immediately sat up straight and perked up instantly. After being exhausted for half a day, they had been waiting for this moment. How could they not be excited? Su Ming didn't beat around the bush, he just started the lesson. Today's lesson will start with the basics of physical training. The fundamental concept of physical training is the next 2 hours. Su Ming first explained the concept of physical training, then demonstrated the 2 techniques of fists and palms. Since these were all basic concepts, everyone found them easy to learn. If I must say so. Pre-class training is the real hell on earth. Chapter 43 must be a cult organization. Night. Girls' dormitory. Louis, Tang Xiaoro, and Lin Muxue were currently gathered around a square table. On the table lies an array formation emitting a faint mystical glow. At the center of the array, a flame the size of a fist burns brightly. Above the flame, an iron pot the size of a basin floated in midair. The pot was filled with a large amount of vegetables and lean meat, the aroma filling the entire dormitory. Wow, that smells delicious. Louis picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, her pretty face immediately lighting up with a happy expression. While eating, she glanced at Lin Muxue, who appeared cold and aloof on the outside. Shuer, you're so amazing. You learned magic so quickly, and you taught yourself. Lin Muxue felt a bit embarrassed. The array formation on the table was actually something she had learned from the Beginner's Guide to Array Formations. After activating it, it cooed out flames. She was still pondering how to use this array formation in actual combat. Little did she know. Tang Xiaoro, upon seeing this formation, actually came up with the idea of using it to cook hot pot. Even more coincidentally, this formation worked surprisingly well for cooking hot pot. And then, the current situation arose. Yeah, we can even eat hot pot in the dorm thanks to Shuer. Hee hee. Tang Xiaoro giggled playfully. Shuer, hurry up and eat. This meat is so fragrant. Here, let me feed you. Open your mouth. Tang Xiaoro picked up a tender slice of meat and fed it to Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue gently opened her mouth and took a bite, the aroma of the meat spreading instantly throughout her mouth. It was as if. It's actually pretty tasty. The vegetables are also delicious. You should try some. Xiaoro, don't put any more food on my plate. Give some to Shuer instead. I can serve myself. The three of them chatted and laughed as they enjoyed the hot pot in the dormitory. Drip. But at that moment, Tang Xiaoro received a call from her father, Tang Xiangming. On the other end of the line, Tang Xiangming's deep voice came through. Hey, Xiaoro, it's been a while since you called home. Where have you been? Dad, didn't I tell you? I got accepted into a really good university, and I've been attending classes there lately. A really good university? Which one? Tang Xiangming on the other end of the phone was dumbfounded. Because he was well versed in every top university both domestically and internationally. Why didn't you consult him beforehand about your daughter going to school? I can't tell you that. All I can say is that the knowledge I've gained at this school is far more useful than modern science. Tang Xiaoro said playfully. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiangming's pupils contracted, and he immediately sucked in a cold breath. More useful than modern science? Isn't your own daughter probably being deceived into some cult organization and brainwashed? You should know that his daughter has always admired natural science and believes that modern science is the ultimate truth. Yet now, she has said something that is far more useful than modern science. Thinking of this, Tang Xiangming couldn't help but feel worried. Xiaoro, tell your father the truth. Where are you now? Or are there any landmarks nearby? Are you still in the country? Tang Xiangming asked anxiously. Oh, Dad, don't ask so many questions. We have rules here, we can't reveal our exact location, not even a single word. Tang Xiaoro pouted and said, otherwise, I'll face a very severe and terrifying punishment. I can't reveal my location. Not even a single word. If you reveal it, you will face severe and terrifying punishment. At this thought, Tang Xiangming's heart suddenly trembled and his pupils dilated instantly. Because everything his daughter had said perfectly matched the characteristics of a cult organization. My daughter must have been lured into a cult organization. Chapter 44, reporting the case, official authorities launch a search. Tang Xiangming was completely panicked. What should he do now? He only has one daughter. Now, she's even been deceived into joining a cult organization. I have no idea what my daughter is going through in there every day. Xiaoro, listen to your father. You can use your phone now, can't you? Could you secretly send me your location? I want to come and see you. Tang Xiangming's nose tingled and his voice began to tremble. Dad, what are you saying? If we get caught, I'm doomed. Tang Xiaoro said impatiently, alright, Dad, I'm not talking to you anymore. I have to go study. Bye. Beep. On the other end of the phone, Tang Xiangming heard the sound of the call ending and his eyes immediately welled up with tears. If he hadn't heard wrong. His own daughter just said that if she's found out, she's in big trouble. What kind of inhumane life is she leading in there? Xiaoro, it's your father who failed to take care of you. It's your father who has wronged you. Tang Xiangming, a man in his 40s, burst into tears at that moment. But he quickly composed himself and put his grief aside. In its place was an expression of uncontrollable anger. His eyes were fierce, he clenched his teeth, and hurriedly dialed a number. Hello, is this Mr. Wu? I need to report a crime. Here's what happened. Tang Xiangming briefly explained to the other party that his daughter, Tang Xiaoro, had been lured into a cult organization and was now missing. After listening, the other party responded seriously, promising to mobilize official resources to conduct a search as soon as possible. After all, Tang Xiao is a once-in-a-century academic genius and a nationally protected individual. They would spare no effort to find her. After hearing the other party's assurance, Tang Xiangming finally felt a little reassured. Xiao Rou, you must be okay? Your mother and I only have you as our child. Tang Xiangming's eyes were red and moist as he stared at the ceiling, silently praying. Tuesday, 8 a.m. In the spacious alchemy classroom of the Ethereal University. 8 alchemy students, plus Tang Xiao, making a total of 9 people. At that moment, each of them stood before a forging bench. On the forging benches lie various hammers, raw stones, molds, and a mishmash of tools with names too obscure to identify. Weapon forging is an excellent profession. As weapon forgers, we can craft divine weapons and blades, greatly enhancing our own strength. In today's lesson, we will first discuss the foundational techniques of hammering and infusing spirit into artifacts. The term hammering refers to. In this professional class on weapon forging, Su Ming first lectured on theory for 2 hours. Then, he had the students begin practical exercises, practicing the skill of hammering. Soon, the sound of hammering filled the entire forging classroom. At that moment, a long-haired boy received a call from his mother. He chatted with his mother about recent events, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. But just then, Xian Shi surged, summoning wind and thunder. Wind and thunder erupted together, forging 10,000 pieces of iron. Wind and thunder hammering technique, strike for me. Beside the long-haired guy, another guy suddenly shouted loudly, his voice deafening. From his right hand, countless brilliant blue lightning arcs erupted in an instant, resembling a whirlwind, looking incredibly cool. At that moment, the long-haired boy's phone rang, and his mother's confused voice came through. Son, what's that noise over there? What's that wind and thunder? Chapter 45, I can cure liver cancer. Do you believe me? The long-haired boy smiled awkwardly and stammered, that's my classmate. He's memorizing a lesson. And it's ancient Chinese. Yes, that's right, ancient Chinese. Son, aren't you majoring in science? Why does your classmate have to memorize classical Chinese? Well, our major is a combination of liberal arts and science, you know. After a moment of awkwardness, the alchemy class ended quickly. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was still blazing, and the heat was intense. In the spacious alchemy classroom of the Ethereal University. Objectively speaking, the offensive capabilities of alchemists like us are indeed relatively weaker compared to those of sword-wielding or body-cultivating cultivators, who specialize in combat-oriented cultivation methods. Su Ming stood on the podium and addressed the crowd below in a loud voice. However, the pills we alchemists refine possess miraculous medicinal properties. Not only can they enhance our own strength, but they can also revive the dead and regenerate bones, achieving the perfect fusion of medicine and martial arts. Powerful alchemists can even use the heavens and earth as their alchemical furnace and the Tao as their medicinal ingredient to refine supreme divine pills containing boundless power and vitality. Therefore, everyone must never think that our alchemy department is inferior to other departments. Next, in today's class, we'll start by discussing the essence of alchemy, or what is known as alchemy. Su Ming spoke eloquently on the podium. After 2 hours of theoretical instruction, he had everyone begin practical exercises to practice controlling the furnace fire. Soon, the 10 alchemy students, plus Tang Xiao, made a total of 11 people. At that moment, they all stood before alchemy furnaces half a person tall, beginning to channel their spiritual energy to ignite the furnaces. In an instant, flames rose, and the crimson furnace fire illuminated the entire alchemy classroom. The flame technique manifested, and the crimson flames of the initial stage furnace ignited. Wow, you're amazing. The fire is burning so fiercely. Keep it low key, keep it low key. Ha! In the alchemy classroom, the young boys and girls were sometimes serious and solemn, and sometimes filled with laughter and joy. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. After alchemy class ended, the students all headed to the school library without any prior arrangement. Everyone intended to reinforce the alchemy knowledge they had just learned. Zhang Xiaolu, with her long flowing hair and cute, innocent appearance, had just picked up a copy of Beginner's Alchemy Tutorial and hadn't read much when she received a video call from her mother. Zhang Xiaolu hurried to the balcony and answered the call. On the screen, a middle-aged woman in a white coat quickly appeared. Zhang Xiaolu smiled sweetly and said, Mom. Chen Xiulan on the screen smiled affectionately. Lulu, how have you been at school lately? Are you getting used to it? Zhang Xiaolu nodded, yes, I'm doing pretty well at school. Mom, how about you? Have you been busy at work lately? Work isn't too busy, but your father's illness. Chen Xiulan's expression immediately darkened. Zhang Xiaolu felt a pang in her heart and frowned, what's wrong with Dad's illness? Your father's condition is getting worse. The tumor is growing larger and is in a very tricky location, making surgery impossible. The cancer cells have already spread throughout his body. Chen Xiulan said with a worried expression, right now, we can only use medication to alleviate his pain. I estimate he has at most 6 months left. Lulu, if your school is on break, you should come back often to visit your father. Chen Xiulan had no intention of keeping this matter a secret. After all, her husband could only hold on for another 6 months at most. That was an unchangeable fact. Rather than hiding it from the children and pretending it's for their own good, it would be better to simply tell the child the truth, so they can spend more time with their father and avoid any regrets in the future. If you wait until the person is gone and the tea has gone cold before telling the child the truth, the child will surely regret not having spent more quality time with their father during those final moments. However, just as Chen Xiulan was lost in her melancholy thoughts, Zhang Xiaolu, with her cute and innocent appearance, suddenly parted her pink lips and spoke with an extremely serious expression. Mom, if I say I can cure Dad's liver cancer, would you believe me? Chapter 46, Those talismans, could they really be real? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiulan on the screen furrowed her brows and said with a puzzled expression, Huh? Lulu, what did you just say? Zhang Xiaolu smiled and said, I said, if I could cure Dad's cancer, would you believe me, Mom? Chen Xiulan was speechless upon hearing this. Cure cancer? And advanced liver cancer at that? Are you kidding me? She's an oncologist herself, with a PhD from the top medical university in the country. She has published numerous papers on cancer treatment in prestigious academic journals both domestically and internationally, including Nature and Science, with impact factors exceeding 10. She understands better than anyone else how terrifying cancer cells can be. She is also fully aware that advanced liver cancer has no chance of being cured in clinical settings. However, her own daughter, at this very moment, dared to say something as outrageous as claiming to be able to cure liver cancer? What else could this be but a joke? At this thought, Chen Xiulan's heart suddenly sank, and she had a bad feeling. Her brows furrowed even deeper as she spoke with a worried expression. Lulu, you didn't run into a scammer, did you? Zhang Xiaolu shook her head. No, Mom, how could I possibly be scammed? Chen Xiulan's worried expression didn't fade. You weren't deceived? Then do you know what you're talking about? I've already explained to you how terrifying cancer cells are, especially your father's late-stage liver cancer, which is completely incurable. Lulu, Mom is warning you, if anyone claims they can cure liver cancer, don't believe them. They're definitely trying to scam you out of your money. Zhang Xiaolu said. Mom, don't worry, no one can fool me. But Mom, you have to believe me. When I come back on vacation next time, I'll definitely cure Dad's illness. Mom, I have to go now. I need to study. Bye. Beep. Listening to the sound of the phone hanging up, Chen Xiulan on the other end of the line looked even more worried. Despite Zhang Xiaolu's firm assurances that she wouldn't be scammed. But as a mother, doesn't she know what her daughter is like? Her daughter has always been innocent and easily deceived. Now, she's even gone so far as to say that she can definitely cure cancer. Even a medical doctor like her is helpless against liver cancer, yet her own daughter confidently claims she can cure it? Isn't this just a scam? My own daughter, she's probably been scammed and doesn't even realize it. Thinking of this, Chen Xiulan hurriedly dialed Zhang Xiaolu's phone again. But before the call connected, she hung up. Because she had a sudden change of mind. It was rare for the child to show such filial piety toward her father. Even if she was deceived out of some money, what could be done about it? Even if they're deceived, it's still something to hold on to. Chen Xiulan looked at her phone screen and smiled helplessly. As for what her daughter had just said about being able to cure cancer, she wouldn't believe a single word of it. If she did believe it, then her medical doctorate would be a joke. Wednesday morning. In the spacious Talisman classroom of the Ethereal University, 15 students from the Talisman department, plus Tang Xioro, made a total of 16 people. At that moment, they were all seated at their respective positions, intently focusing their attention on Su Ming at the lectern. When it comes to talismans, the first thing that comes to mind is probably the spells cast by Taoist priests, right? In anime and novels, Taoist priests typically only need to recite the incantation Tai Shan Lao Jun, hurry as the law commands, and the talismans would unleash an incredibly terrifying power. On the podium, Su Ming spoke with a strong and authoritative voice. But the reality of the talismans was completely different from what was depicted in anime novels. In anime and novels, talismans borrow power from the three pure ones of Taoism, so one must shout hurry, as the law commands, to request the three pure ones to grant power. The power originates from the divine. However, the talismans used by cultivators are activated by the spiritual energy generated by the intertwining of different talismanic patterns on the talisman paper. The power comes from the cultivators themselves. The same talisman, when drawn by a cultivator with greater cultivation, will be more powerful. Su Ming said, pointing the laser pointer at the PowerPoint slide projected onto the screen, and continued. In today's class, we will first learn the above 5 basic symbols. Thus, Su Ming spoke eloquently at the lectern, while the students in the classroom listened intently. The 4-hour talisman class came to an end all too soon. A female talisman student with a bun hairstyle was having lunch at noon. She happened to come across a middle-aged Taoist priest in a Taoist robe live streaming a product on her phone. The items he was selling were were actually Taoist talismans. What are these? A spell to immobilize someone, a spell for divine protection, and a 5 thunder spell? We have it all. Available. That girl just finished her talisman class. Of course, she knows that those things are all fake. She couldn't bear to see everyone being deceived, so she simply posted a comment in the livestream. Aren't these things fake? Everyone, be careful when purchasing them. Watch out for scams. But as soon as the message was sent out, no, who doesn't know it's fake? We're just doing it for fun. Can you stop barking? Exactly, if you don't like it, get out. We just like talisman culture. How did that turn into being scammed? I actually wanted to buy the real thing, but that's not realistic. Ha, you won't let us buy the fake ones, so why don't you make a few real ones? We'd definitely buy them. Ha, well said, upstairs. 1. A barrage of comments flooded the screen, all directed at the girl. Seeing this, the girl felt a little annoyed. What's the big deal? I was just trying to be nice, even if what I said was a bit inappropriate. But that doesn't mean hundreds of people should gang up and insult her. Wu Mengling grew increasingly angry, pouting her lips, and decided to send another message. Alright, then I'll draw some real talismans. If any of you don't buy them, you're a dog. Chapter 47, the 5 Thunder Charms are now available for public sale, first come, first served. Wu Mengling's comment instantly set the live stream ablaze. Are you serious? Draw some real talismans? You're really daring to say that. Are you serious? Draw some real talismans? You're really saying that. You're such a blowhard. Amulets are real? Even dogs know they're fake. This person is hilarious. Typical of someone who can't argue their point, so they start bragging about how great they are. Ha! If you can actually draw real talismans, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while having diarrhea. I'm following this. I'll see how this clown tries to cover it up next. 1. Go ahead and draw the talismans. I'll definitely buy them. But if I find out they're not real, you'll be in big trouble. The live stream was flooded with aggressive comments. Everyone believes that Wu Mengling is exaggerating. After all, talismans are obviously fake. Anyone with half a brain knows they're made up and couldn't possibly exist in real life. However, the other party actually threatened to draw several real talismans. That's some seriously outlandish bragging. It's just beyond belief. Such outrageous remarks. If they don't attack her, who else would they attack? At that moment, Wu Mengling looked at the highly aggressive comments but paid them no mind. She quietly finished her meal and then posted a series of photos and text on her account homepage. The post consisted of a single screenshot of a phone memo. It contains only a single line of black text. 5 months from now, this account will begin selling 10 5 Thunder Charms. Quantities are limited, so act fast. This set of text and images was just posted a short while ago. The viewers from the previous live stream immediately rushed over to visit. No way, little sister, are you really planning to sell talismans? If you end up blowing it, you'll be completely exposed. 666, first time I've seen someone brag so much without leaving themselves any wiggle room. Case solved. It turns out this person is the real scammer. They were just redirecting traffic to a Taoist master's livestream earlier. Covering my face and crying with an OK gesture. A genius at making money? Kid, you're unstoppable. Covering face and crying with an OK gesture. I'll say it again, go ahead and draw those talismans, I'll definitely buy them. But if I find out they're not real, I'll come find you in person and settle this. Of course, if you admit right now that you were just bragging, I'll let you off the hook. There were hundreds of comments in the comment section. They're all criticizing her. However, Wu Mengling didn't seem to care at all. She put away her phone and headed straight to the library of the Ethereal University, picked up a copy of Introduction to Symbols and Charms, and began flipping through it with focused attention. Afternoon. The sun was blazing in the sky, and the heat was unbearable. The 12 students from the Array Formation Department of the Ethereal University, along with Tang Xiaoro, made a total of 13 people. At that moment, they were all sitting upright in the Array Formation classroom, staring intently at Su Ming on the podium. The prowess of Array Formation cultivators like us need no further explanation, do they? Su Ming turned to the crowd below and smiled lightly. The protective array of our school is an incredibly powerful formation. Even cultivators at the Great Perfection stage cannot set foot within it. As soon as he spoke, the crowd below all let out a collective sigh of disappointment. Great Enlightenment stage. That is the highest realm of cultivation for cultivators. Su Ming cleared his throat and continued. As can be seen, the arrays we array cultivators set up contain terrifying power. However, formations are not solely for passive defense. On the contrary, the formations created by us formation cultivators are highly versatile in actual combat, capable of unleashing various unexpected offensive maneuvers with unparalleled flexibility. Today's lesson will begin with an introduction to the basic principles of array formations. What exactly are array formations? Approximately 4 hours later, the array formation class had ended. After class, Lin Mushue stayed in the library studying Introduction to Formation Techniques until 11 p.m., when she reluctantly returned to her dormitory. But as soon as she stepped into the dormitory, she saw Tang Xiaoro currently bent over the desk, furiously writing, not knowing what she was writing. Out of curiosity, she leaned in closer to take a look. All she saw was Tang Xiaoro's desk covered with dozens of sheets of rough draft paper. Some of the papers featured engineering diagrams of various mechanical and electronic components, others were filled with rows upon rows of data and equations, while still others are even diagrams of array formations. The Crimson Flame Formation, the Thunderous Lightning Formation, the Golden Harmony Formation, and the Qi Gathering Formation. These formations, Lin Mushue had actually seen in the Beginner's Guide to Formations. However, she couldn't figure out what Tang Xiaoro was up to. Before Lin Mushue could speak, Louis, who was standing beside her, asked the question she had been wanting to ask. Drawing diagrams, writing mathematical formulas, and even sketching the structures of several arrays? Xiaoro, what are you doing? Chapter 48, Combining Electronic Devices and Spiritual Power? Chapter 48. Tang Xiaoro was bent over her desk, calculating intently. After a few seconds of silence, she finally looked up, dazed, and stared at Louis and Lin Mushue. Ha? Me? I'm trying to combine electronic devices with the spiritual energy of immortals, but the energy conversion is just too complicated. The introduction of spiritual energy causes electronic displacement and deflection, so this involves a critical deviation correction factor. However, this value is non-linear, so I can only consider using a two-dimensional approach. Stop! Facing Tang Xiaoro's relentless tirade, Louis hurriedly interrupted her. Enough, Xiaoro. I know what you're doing. You don't need to say anymore. Combining modern scientific knowledge with cultivation. As early as the day she chose her major, Louis knew that Tang Xiaoro was planning to do this. Although she was surprised, but she always felt it was a fairy tale. However, if it were Tang Xiaoro, perhaps she might actually be able to do it. After all, just a few days ago, she witnessed a renowned physicist from within the country making a video call to Tang Xiaoro to seek academic guidance. After listening to their conversation, Lin Mushue didn't say a word, she just quietly walked away. After listening to their conversation, Lin Mushue didn't say a word, she just quietly walked away. She wasn't interested in Tang Xiaoro's idea of combining modern science with cultivation. But she felt that this was actually quite impressive. And she also felt a bit of anticipation inside. If Tang Xiaoro could really combine electronic devices with the spiritual energy of cultivators as she claimed, I wonder what kind of amazing thing she might create. In the girls' dormitory, Louis and Lin Mushue were both a bit overwhelmed, but they couldn't help feeling a little excited inside. The next day, according to the schedule, the 6 cultivation specializations each had only one professional class per week. They are scheduled on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, respectively. Today, Thursday, is the day when all majors take the general education course on cultivation together. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was just beginning to rise. In the large lecture hall, 100 young boys and girls sat neatly in rows, each with a radiant expression on their face and brimming with energy. As the bell rang, Su Ming calmly plugged in the USB drive, opened the teaching PowerPoint, and began today's lecture. Students, although you all come from different majors, each cultivation major actually shares many commonalities. Therefore, every Thursday is a general education class for all students, and all students from all majors are required to attend. And today, we will be discussing an extremely abstract and ethereal concept, the insights of cultivators. Su Ming spoke, then pointed the laser pointer at the projection screen and announced loudly. In Xianxia novels, we often come across the term insight. But in reality, what exactly is enlightenment? What exactly are we cultivators supposed to enlighten ourselves about? Let's start by. The duration of general education courses is the same as that of specialized courses, both lasting 4 hours. In the afternoon, Su Ming did not schedule any classes. He had intentionally set aside this time for the students to engage in self-study and practice. Although the university bears the name university, it differs fundamentally from a typical university. The difference lies in the fact that Piaomiao University teaches the art of cultivating immortality. And cultivating immortality requires spending a great deal of time practicing and gaining insights. If it were like those conventional schools in the outside world, where every day is packed with classes, that would only leave students with no time to practice, preventing them from improving their cultivation, and ultimately turning them into weak cultivators who are all talk and no action, with nothing but theoretical knowledge. Cultivation. In the end, practice is the key. This is also why Su Ming only schedules one professional class per week for each cultivation specialty. The next day, Friday. Today was a day full of homework. From Monday to Wednesday, after each specialized class in the cultivation major, Su Ming would assign corresponding homework to the students. And on Friday, it was homework time. Was to check the students' homework completion. Only by completing their homework well can students demonstrate that they have mastered the knowledge taught in class. Conversely, if the homework is not completed well, it indicates that the students have not mastered the material. At such times, Su-ming needs to provide targeted guidance and instruction to help the students resolve their doubts. However, in today's homework class, every student completed their homework very well. No matter who it was, Su-ming couldn't find a single flaw. This made Su-ming feel quite satisfied. These students, selected through the system for their exceptional talent, had indeed lived up to his expectations. He estimated that by the end of the semester, the plan to establish the Ethereal University, carried out without prior approval, could be considered a complete success. At that point, we can consider making the Ethereal University known to the world. That's it. The first class of each cultivation specialty has come to an end. All 100 students of Pyongyang University have officially welcomed their first true weekend. After all, last weekend, they were all busy practicing Qigong and had no time to rest. Su-ming had assumed that since everyone had been deprived of their weekend last week, they would definitely indulge themselves for 2 days this weekend. Little did he know. Pyongyang University, Freshman Discussion Group. Su-hao, Mr. Su, I have a favor to ask. Could we cancel this weekend? Or could you give us some extra lessons? Lu Mang, yeah, Mr. Su, not having class on the weekend is just a waste of time. Why don't you come and give us a few extra lessons instead? Ilya Milan, Mr. Su, please give us an extra class for the alchemy department. Lu Benwei, Teacher Su, I want to cultivate immortality. Please give us some extra lessons. Looking at the rapidly refreshing group messages on my phone. This time, it was Su-ming who was left speechless. He never expected everyone's enthusiasm for cultivating immortality to be so high. They were even willing to give up their precious weekends and willingly use them for extra lessons. Since the students are so enthusiastic, what else can the teacher say? Su-ming sighed helplessly and immediately typed a message in the group chat. Everyone, you can come to the classroom for self-study this weekend. I'll be there to supervise your practice. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Upon receiving this response, the young boys and girls were finally satisfied and nodded in agreement. Thus, the weekend passed. Su-ming sat at the lectern supervising the students' practice, while also writing lesson plans and preparing for class. Every now and then, a few students would come up to ask him professional questions, and Su-ming would patiently answer them. Before long, the weekend had passed. The new week's specialized cultivation classes also began. Chapter 49, 4 months later. A new week. Following the schedule for the cultivation class, the lessons proceeded smoothly. On Monday, there is sword control class in the morning and physical training class in the afternoon. Tuesday, morning class on weapon forging, afternoon class on alchemy. Wednesday, morning class on talismans, afternoon class on formations. Thursday, general introduction to immortality studies, a public course for all majors. Friday is assignment class, which is also attended by students from all majors. As for Saturday and the weekend, Su-ming would rather take a break. But he couldn't resist the students' enthusiasm for cultivating immortality, which was simply too high. Everyone pleaded with him to go to the classroom to supervise their studies. This made Su-ming feel both relieved and helpless. But since the students were so enthusiastic, as their teacher, he naturally had to lead by example. So Su-ming had no choice but to officially schedule the 2 weekend self-study sessions into the class schedule. Before long, the second week came to an end. Next came the third week. That's it. Days passed one after another. The young boys and girls' specialized cultivation classes also continued one after another. Before they knew it, the Ethereal University had been in session for 4 months. Over the past 4 months, the young boys and girls have been training diligently almost every day, spending all their time studying and practicing, with no breaks even on weekends. This relentless training regimen with no days off. In Su-ming's view, it was even more terrifying and suffocating than the intense 300-day sprint he had endured before. However, the young boys and girls did not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, they enjoyed themselves every day, wishing there were 25 hours in a day. It is precisely because of this effort, combined with their innate talent for cultivation. Furthermore, Su-ming had specifically set up a spirit-gathering array to provide the entire campus of the Ethereal University with an extremely dense and pure supply of spiritual energy. Over the past 4 months, the entire 100 young men and women of the Ethereal University, they gradually transformed from novice cultivators into newcomers to the cultivation world, mastering numerous mystical and dazzling spells and supernatural abilities. As for the students' current cultivation levels, Su-ming took a quick tally. There were 100 students in his class. The 8 students with the lowest cultivation levels are already at the peak of the Qi refining stage. 72 students have reached the Foundation Establishment initial stage, and 18 students have reached the Foundation Establishment mid-stage. The remaining 2 students are Li Feian and Lin Mushui, had made terrifying progress in their cultivation, and were now cultivators at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. He is now just 1 step away from cultivating the golden core. It is important to note that for ordinary people, cultivating from scratch to the peak of the foundation establishment stage typically takes 3 to 5 years. As for Li Feiyan and Lin Muxue, it took them only 4 months. His cultivation speed was roughly 10 times faster than that of an ordinary person. In summary, over the past 4 months, the cultivation progress of every student in the class has brought great satisfaction and joy to Su Ming. Everything is proceeding smoothly according to the plan to establish the ethereal university by acting first and reporting later. However, what is worth noting during this period is the number of calls from parents has been increasing significantly. Moreover, the vast majority of parents have already discovered that their children have not even enrolled in university or returned to high school to repeat a year. Their children have been lying to them all along. They have no idea where their children are or what they're doing right now. Every time they call, their children say a lot of strange things and then hang up in a hurry. This has made every parent of the students start to suspect something is wrong. This has caused Su Ming to become quite concerned. If this continues for an extended period, the students' parents will not only grow concerned and suspicious but may even report the matter to the authorities for assistance. At that point, the plan to establish the elusive university without proper authorization would likely come to naught. What should we do? At that moment, Su Ming was lying back in his office swivel chair, his eyes filled with confusion. But the next moment, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Why not give the students a long vacation and let them go home to explain things properly? Chapter 50, a 7-day long vacation leaving school and returning home. After careful consideration, Su Ming believed this plan was highly feasible. He then typed it out and posted it directly in the WeChat group. Everyone, fellow students, in the blink of an eye, it's already been 4 months since the start of the semester at Pia University. Over these 4 months, we've all made progress in our studies, growing from ordinary people with little knowledge into qualified cultivators. Seeing your growth, as your teacher, I am truly delighted for you. Over the past 4 months, you have dedicated yourselves wholeheartedly to your training, sacrificing sleep and rest. I can see the immense effort you have put in and the hardships you have endured. The message ends here. The group, which had been chatting and sharing memes, suddenly withdrew their messages and became serious. They read the lines of text Su Ming had posted, their hearts filled with a mix of emotions and conflicting feelings. Therefore, considering how hard everyone has worked for the past 4 months, I have decided to give everyone a 7-day vacation. Everyone can leave school and go home to enjoy the holiday to the fullest. Upon hearing this, the 100 young boys and girls in the class were all thrilled. Finally, they can go outside the school to pretend to cough and show off their magical abilities as cultivators. But before the break, I have a few requests for everyone. First, when you go home this time, make sure to explain to your parents where you are and what you are doing without revealing the existence of the university. Do not arouse their suspicions, and under no circumstances should they report this to the authorities or seek their assistance. Second, the supernatural abilities we cultivate as immortals are meant to be used, so I will not prevent anyone from using their spiritual energy. However, I urge everyone to exercise discretion. When using spiritual energy, please do so discreetly and with restraint. At the very least, avoid using spiritual energy in public settings. Third, and most importantly, I believe that recently, everyone has seen many videos and posts with titles similar to someone is suspected of being harmed by demons circulating online. They are being shared all over the internet, claiming that there are demons and supernatural beings in this world. While online content is often a mix of truth and fiction, with believers and skeptics equally divided, I want to emphasize that as cultivators at the Ethereal University, we should understand that demons are real in this world. Therefore, we must take this matter seriously. This time when you go home for the break, if you really encounter demons harming people, I hope everyone will disregard the second request I just made and instead summon the true power of cultivators to step forward immediately. I hope everyone will always remember that the establishment of the Ethereal University is to defend the indomitable spirit of our human race. As the first batch of cultivators at the Ethereal University, you must shoulder this heavy responsibility with even greater dedication. Of course, all of this is entirely voluntary. If you choose to fear and retreat, I will not blame you. However, I still hope that you will always keep in mind the motto of the University of the Clouds. As scholars of our generation, we must keep our eyes on the world, care for all beings, uphold the good and punish the evil, and never shirk our responsibilities. Keep our eyes on the world and our hearts with all beings. Keep our eyes on the world and our hearts with all beings. Supporting the good and punishing the wicked, we take the initiative without hesitation. Su Ming's words instantly energized the young men and women watching the screen, igniting a surge of passion within them. Being in the prime of their youth, they already harbored a burning passion within them. Now, they have become cultivators, possessing extraordinary powers. How could they possibly not be excited? The next 5 or 6 minutes, Su Ming reiterated several safety precautions and emphasized that under no circumstances should the existence of the Ethereal University be disclosed. Finally, that's all I have to say. You may now leave the premises. Finally, I wish everyone a pleasant holiday. Upon receiving the vacation notice, the young boys and girls were instantly in an uproar. Boys' dormitory. Over 10 male students from the sword control department were so excited that they danced around, immediately summoning their swords to fly around the entire dormitory building. The male students from the refining school were even more excited, cheering and jumping off the dormitory balconies from 7 or 8 stories high, landing smoothly on the ground and shouting at the top of their lungs. Wait, are the guys from the sword control and alchemy departments all going crazy? You guys from the talismans department have the nerve to say that? Put down your talismans first and stop treating the thunder and fire talismans like fireworks. You alchemists aren't half bad either, you're eating your elixirs like candy. Finally, it's vacation time. I've been looking forward to this day for ages. I heard there are a lot of arrogant Qigong masters out there. Anyone want to team up with me and take on those scoundrels? Bored, I'm going back to sword riding and flirting with girls. Sword riding with a busty girl, her body pressed tightly against mine from behind, so fragrant, so soft, hee hee. You're such a loser. You're already cultivating immortality and you're still so perverted. I'm planning to start a demon slaying livestream. Any brothers want to join me? We'll split the livestream earnings evenly. In the boys' dormitory, the young men were all excited. On the other side, girls' dormitory. The girls were also very happy, but they weren't as crazy as the boys. Girls, do you have any plans for the holiday? I'm planning to go back and confront that scumbag who cheated on me. He actually went after an older woman for money. I'll make him regret it. You're truly a sister of the sword-wielding clan, so fierce. My family favors boys over girls, and I've always been the favorite. But my brother always bullies me. This time when I go back. My family is from the countryside, and the area is very underdeveloped. I want to take the elixir to an auction and use the money to help develop my hometown. Sisterly duty. In the girls' dormitory, the young women were filled with laughter and joy. That's how it is. The 100 young men and women of Pyongyang University, with their youthful, innocent faces radiating excitement and joy. Eager to return home, they hurriedly packed their belongings. Taking advantage of the setting sun, they departed under the vibrant sunset, returning home from school. Soon after, as night deepened, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. What had been a peaceful night, destined to be disrupted by the departure of the young boys and girls, it would no longer be peaceful. Chapter 51, Evil Qi. Zhou Tao's home was quite far from the school. Pyongyang University is in Shizhou Province, while his home is in Heian Province, with 2 large provinces in between. Therefore, in order to return home sooner and show off to his relatives and friends, cough cough, he should have gone home earlier to show off his cultivation abilities, but he chose to take a flight instead. And to celebrate reaching the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, he splurged on a first-class ticket, a rare indulgence for him. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. On an airliner, Zhou Tao sat in first class, looking around at the luxurious facilities, his eyes filled with awe and wonder. To be honest, he was from a small county town, and this was his first time on a plane. Although he didn't know what economy class was like, the spacious cabin and comfortable seats in first class made him feel incredibly at ease. A ticket costing over $5,000 is a bit of a stretch, but it was definitely worth it. Zhou Tao sat back in the luxurious, comfortable seat of first class, basking in the comfort, and couldn't he help but exclaim, "And now that I'm a cultivator, I can just draw a few talismans and sell them for 5,000 yuan a piece of cake." However, just as Zhou Tao was in a cheerful mood, looking around with a face full of wonder, he didn't notice. Sitting next to him was an elderly man in his 70s or 80s and a young woman in her late teens. The old man had white hair, wore a zhongshan suit, and held a finely crafted iron sword in his hand, admiring it with great interest. The young woman, who was around 17 or 18, had fair skin, a beautiful face, and an elegant demeanor. Her hair was as smooth as silk, and her beauty rivaled that of a top-tier female celebrity. But that young woman was now rolling her eyes at Zhou Tao with an extremely annoyed and disdainful expression. She hated people who sat next to her the most. As soon as she got on the plane, she looked around as if she had never seen the world before, looking left and right, unable to settle down for a moment. The clothes I was wearing were also cheap, low-quality items from a street vendor. Neither his behavior nor his appearance suggested that he could afford first-class travel. But that guy. But he insists on putting on airs, just to satisfy his own vanity, and recklessly spends beyond his means without considering the consequences. Such people are utterly foolish. They deserve to be good for nothings their whole lives. You deserve to be poor your whole life. I bet that guy will probably take a photo and post it on his social media later, hee hee. Just as the girl thought this, Zhou Tao indeed took out his phone and started snapping photos non-stop, his face brimming with a smug smile. Seeing this, the girl's disdainful expression grew even more pronounced. Poof. The girl sneered, rolled her eyes, and looked away. Actually, she didn't dislike poor people. But she hates those who are poor, stupid, and love to put on airs. Such people are beyond redemption. They'll never amount to anything in their entire lives. At this point, Zhou Tao had already taken over 10 photos inside the plane and sent them all to his mother via WeChat. Zhou Tao, Mom, I'm back for the holiday. I'm on the plane, and it's first class. Little did he know that as soon as he sent the message, his mother, Wang Chunlan, replied. Taozi, is your school on vacation? How many days? Zhou Tao, yes, Mom, 7 days. Wang Chunlan, oh, that's good. But do you really need to fly home? And first class? The tickets must be expensive. Where did you get the money? Zhou Tao, just over 5,000 small change. Mom, to be honest, these days I can make something and sell it for thousands or even tens of thousands. I don't need that few $1,000s. Just making something and selling it can bring in thousands or even tens of thousands. Such a profitable product. Is he talking about the powder for his own son? Wang Chunlan's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly sent a voice message. 5,000 yuan is still a small amount? Tao Zi, Mom is warning you never touch anything illegal. Zhou Tao, Mom, don't worry. I'm talking about a legitimate business. I'll definitely follow the law. Alright, Mom, the plane is about to take off. I'll call you again after I land. On the other end of the phone, Wang Chunlan looked at Zhou Tao's reply and felt much relieved. She knew her son had always been sensible and would never lie to her. However, just to be on the safe side, she decided to wait until Zhou Tao returned and then remind him again. On the plane, Zhou Tao put on his headphones, ready to watch the Cultivation anime he had downloaded to his phone earlier. Even though it's a flight, it'll still take 5 or 6 hours. Sitting there doing nothing is so boring. But just then, Zhou Tao's gaze happened to glance over. He noticed an elderly man with gray hair and an air of distinction sitting next to him. What caught Zhou Tao's attention, of course, was not the old man himself. It was the iron sword in the old man's hand. The iron sword had intricate patterns and a beautiful appearance. More importantly, Zhou Tao could sense a faint trace of malevolent energy within the iron sword. This indicated that the iron sword must have been forged by a evil energy. It is a unique power exclusive to evil chi masters, a product of the transformation of innate chi. These concepts were not covered in class. He learned them from Li Feiyan, a classmate from the sword control department. That faint trace of malevolent energy was extremely weak and had no effect on a yu chi master, let alone a cultivator. However, it posed a threat to ordinary people. Prolonged exposure can cause immeasurable harm to the human body. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao shifted his gaze back to the old man's face. Despite his stern appearance, the old man exuded an air of natural authority. But the whites of his eyes were yellowish, with slight bloodshot veins, his complexion was pale, and his lips were bloodless. Even if he wasn't a doctor, let alone a cultivator from the alchemy sect, he could tell that the old man's body was definitely in trouble. And the root of the problem. It was likely the iron sword in the other party's hands, which contained a trace of malevolent energy. Damn that evil chi master. You've really done a lot of harm. Thinking about it, Zhou Tao felt that since he had encountered such a situation, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. After all, he was representing the reputation of the prestigious University of Piaomiao while abroad. As a student of the university, he couldn't possibly bring dishonor to his own school, could he? If there's something good to do, just do it. Thinking this, Zhou Tao smiled slightly and immediately shifted his body, leaning closer to the elderly man sitting next to him, and smiled. Old master, your sword is truly impressive. May I ask who the master craftsman is who made it? The old man was startled by the sound. Looking up, he saw that it was a teenager of 17 or 18. Moreover, his entire appearance was extremely cheap, clearly just someone from the lower strata of society. A fleeting look of disdain flashed across the old man's deep eyes, barely perceptible to others. But he quickly adopted a friendly and approachable expression, smiling at Zhou Tao and saying, "Hey, young man, you think this is a good sword too, don't you?" This sword was indeed crafted by a master swordsmith, but the master does not like to be disturbed by outsiders, so it is not convenient for me to tell you his name. Zhou Tao couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Evil chi masters are all heretics and demons. They claim they don't like being disturbed by outsiders, but in reality, they're just afraid of being tracked down by righteous chi masters, aren't they? He had originally planned to ask who the evil chi master was who forged this deadly iron sword. Then he would see when he had some free time to eliminate this menace and earn some reputation for the ethereal university. However, since the other party refused to speak, he didn't feel like getting involved in this trivial matter. All he needed to do was help the old man in front of him. Zhou Tao smiled slightly. Old man, the sword in your hand may look imposing, but it's not a good thing. I advise you to throw it away as soon as possible. Otherwise, beware your days are numbered. Your days are numbered? As soon as these words were spoken, the old man's expression immediately darkened. His gaze was as cold as ice, as if he were ready to kill. Hey, what are you talking about? Are you looking for trouble on purpose? The stunningly beautiful young woman standing beside the old man suddenly flew into a rage, glaring at Zhou Tao with eyes filled with hatred. From the very beginning, she had disliked this poor, pretentious man. And now, he dares to speak disrespectfully, cursing his grandfather to an early death. How could she possibly tolerate this? The old man was also boiling with anger at that moment. He was of noble birth and held a high position of power. When had anyone ever dared to speak to him in such a manner? He has even lowered himself to speak to a poor person from the lowest strata of society. To his surprise, the other person was so rude, cursing him to death right off the bat. He, Gu Yuanshan, had never been treated this way before. Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but there are some things you shouldn't say. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Gu Yuanshan's expression turned icy, and an air of superiority suddenly emanated from him. Zhou Tao tried again to persuade him. Old master, the iron sword you possess contains a malevolent energy. Prolonged exposure to it can be extremely harmful to the human body. I urge you to. Enough! Gu Yuanshan shouted angrily, his voice cold. Boy, if you say another word, I won't hold back. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Whoosh! In an instant, over a dozen people stood up in the entire first-class cabin. Everyone looked grim, their eyes all turning toward Zhou Tao. Wow! Bodyguards too? Such a big deal? Zhou Tao was startled, but he felt no fear whatsoever. Alright, I won't say anything then. Zhou Tao smiled indifferently, sat back down, and opened his phone, focusing intently on watching an anime about cultivating immortality. Although he had intended to help the other person, not only did they fail to appreciate his kindness, but they even called for someone to beat him up. He didn't bother getting involved in such a trivial matter. He had already done his utmost to be kind and just. At least, if the matter were to get out, it wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the ethereal university. Gu Yuanshan saw that the other party was no longer causing trouble, so he waved his hand, and the dozen or so burly bodyguards finally sat back down in their positions. What? You're giving up already? Keep talking. Why have you stopped? The stunningly beautiful young woman, seeing the other person back down instantly, snorted disdainfully and began to mock them with contempt. She had originally intended to insult him as a loser, but considering her own status, she managed to hold back. Zhou Tao ignored her and continued watching the Cultivation anime. But to be honest, ever since he became an immortal cultivator and started cultivating immortality, watching anime with an immortal cultivation theme always felt a bit lacking. It just doesn't have the same thrill as before. That's it. The atmosphere in the entire first-class cabin quickly returned to calm. Until 2 hours later. Cough. Gu Yuanshan, with his hair streaked with gray, suddenly covered his mouth and began to cough. He opened his palm and saw that he had coughed up a pool of black blood. Immediately afterward, he felt his breathing grow labored, and his vision and consciousness began to grow hazy. Snap! Just a few seconds. Gu Yuanshan collapsed weakly into the seat. His breathing was extremely weak, barely a thread of life remaining. Seeing this, Gu Lingxian, with her snow-white skin, was immediately thrown into a panic. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? What are you all standing around for? Quickly go find the flight attendant and ask if there's a doctor on board. As soon as Gu Lingxian finished speaking, the dozen or so bodyguards in first class scrambled frantically to find the flight attendant. Gu Lingxian was truly terrified now. Her grandfather is in good health and has never had any illnesses. Why did he suddenly start coughing up blood and faint? And it happened on a plane, where medical facilities are virtually non-existent. What on earth should we do now? Her grandfather is already 89 years old. If something were to happen to him, it would be disastrous. At this thought, Gu Lingxian's eyes welled up with tears. But now, she could do nothing but watch helplessly. However, just as Gu Lingxian was growing desperate and hopeless, Zhou Tao took off his headphones and walked over holding 2 talismans. Let me save him. Chapter 52, the other party is actually an immortal. In fact, the grandfather and grandson had been quite hostile toward Zhou Tao earlier. Given his personality, he would have preferred to turn a blind eye and let them suffer. But still, the same goes for him. As a cultivator at the Ethereal University, his school motto is to care for the world and harbor benevolent intentions. Therefore, in such matters, he simply cannot help but show mercy. What are you standing there for? Make some room for me. You're blocking my way. How am I supposed to save him? Seeing the other person freeze, Zhou Tao urged him. However, Zhou Tao's kindness, was seen as malicious intent in Gu Lingxian's eyes. Her eyes were red and she stared at Zhou Tao with extreme caution. What are you trying to do? Although we threatened you with bodyguards earlier, I'm warning you not to cause trouble. You're committing murder. Zhou Tao was completely dumbfounded. So this arrogant beauty in front of him thought he was trying to take advantage of the situation to get back at them? Murder? That's a bit of a stretch. Miss, the doctor has found you. Miss Gu, hello, I am a doctor at the affiliated hospital of West State Medical University. Here is my ID. Just then, a group of bodyguards returned with a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses. The man with glasses immediately pulled out his credentials to prove his identity. Gu Lingxian saw the bodyguard return and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the bodyguards were there, that loser wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Doctor, hello. My grandfather just. Gu Lingxian hurriedly used brief language to recount what had just happened to the man in glasses. The man in glasses suddenly grew serious. He immediately began observing Gu Yuanshan, taking his pulse, and conducting a series of medical examinations, each procedure performed with great professionalism. After a couple of minutes, the man in glasses frowned and said, Miss Gu, based on my preliminary diagnosis, Mr. Gu may have suffered a sudden cerebral infarction caused by a lack of blood supply to the neurons. Gu Lingxian panicked even more upon hearing this. A stroke? What should we do? After all, a sudden stroke is particularly dangerous for an elderly man like her grandfather. It's almost like a death sentence. Stroke is typically treated with thrombolytic drugs, but Ms. Gu, the medical facilities on the plane are limited. You need to prepare yourself mentally. The man in glasses stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingxian felt as though the sky was about to collapse, with a buzzing sound ringing in her ears. A wave of intense grief swept over her in an instant. Doctor, please save my grandfather. Please. Gu Lingxian completely lost control, crying so hard that her tears fell like raindrops. Miss Gu, I am quite proficient in the art of acupuncture, but to be frank, the clinical efficacy of acupuncture in treating cerebral infarction is not very promising. The man in glasses explained very rigorously, if Miss Gu agrees, I can perform acupuncture treatment on Mr. Gu right now. Not very ideal. But at least there's still a glimmer of hope, isn't there? Gu Lingxuan's eyes welled up with tears. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and said in a trembling voice, I agree. Let's try acupuncture. Upon hearing this, the man with glasses didn't hesitate. He pulled out a box from his waist, then took out a long, thin needle from the box and stabbed it directly toward Gu Yuanshan's forehead. But at that moment, Zhou Tao hurriedly shouted, Stop! Everyone was startled by the shout, and the gazes of over a dozen people, including the man in glasses and Gu Lingxian, all turned toward Zhou Tao. Quick, stop him. Don't let him cause trouble. As soon as Gu Lingxian finished speaking, dozens of bodyguards instantly surrounded Zhou Tao. Kid, I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude, one of the tall, muscular bodyguards warned harshly. Doctor, start now. As Gu Lingxian finished speaking, the man in glasses prepared to continue with the acupuncture. Zhou Tao said again, if you insert the needle like that, it will only worsen the old man's condition. He might not even make it off the plane. Zhou Tao's words clearly made Gu Lingxian even angrier. She immediately shouted angrily. If you keep talking nonsense here, watch out or I'll have them tear your mouth to pieces. The words fell. The bodyguards immediately revealed their ruthless expressions. The man in glasses, however, looked at Zhou Tao in confusion. Young man, what evidence do you have to support that claim? Zhou Tao smiled faintly and said lightly. This old gentleman has evil energy flowing within him. With that needle, you disrupted the balance of his qi and blood. It would be strange if his condition didn't worsen. Evil energy? Balance between qi and blood? The man with glasses has studied traditional Chinese medicine for over a decade. He has heard of qi and blood balance. But what about evil qi? This is clearly superstition, right? He thought the other person had noticed something he hadn't. Little did he know they were planning to engage in feudal superstition. Gu Lingxian and her bodyguards heard this and looked down on him with disdain, completely disbelieving him. Still talking about aura? Such superstitious nonsense, how could it possibly exist in real life? Doctor, don't mind him. Quickly give my grandfather acupuncture. Gu Lingxian said anxiously. The man in glasses looked speechless and sneered at Zhou Tao. Young man, in your expert opinion, how do you suggest we treat Mr. Gu? Zhou Tao smiled slightly. He calmly handed the orange-yellow talisman in his hand to everyone. It's simple. This is a concentration talisman, which has the effect of calming the mind and temporarily stabilizing the spirit. Simply place this talisman on the chest of the elderly gentleman, and that will suffice. As soon as he said this, everyone around him stared at Zhou Tao as if he were a cute little kid. They never expected it to be 2025 already. A teenager in his late teens actually still believes that feudal superstitions can cure illnesses. Still using talismans? Still using qi stabilizing and mind calming techniques to temporarily steady the mind? Can applying a talisman cure a sudden stroke? This is utterly absurd and foolish. Hold him back, don't let him get near. As Gu Lingxian finished speaking, the bodyguards kept an even closer watch on Zhou Tao. The man in glasses shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Young man, if superstition could cure diseases, then all hospitals around the world could close down. Using a talisman to heal and save lives? Ha ha. I never expected a teenager of 17 or 18 to be so superstitious. How foolish, how unfortunate. The man in glasses ignored Zhou Tao and picked up the needles, preparing to begin the acupuncture treatment. The situation was urgent, there was no time to waste. But at that very moment, everyone was surprised to find that the light in the first-class cabin seemed to have suddenly grown brighter. Immediately afterward, lightning flashes, forming a barrier. Symbol, activate. A loud, powerful voice suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled by the sound and turned their heads to look. There, Zhou Tao held up 2 fingers, between which was a talisman glowing with a deep blue light. He murmured softly. And so, his words became law. Whoosh! The talisman paper rose without a breeze, swiftly flying toward the top of Gu Yuanshan's head, instantly turning into specks of light and dissipating. Around Gu Yuanshan, a turquoise-blue circular barrier began to form, surrounded by arcing lightning, covering an area of 2 meters in all directions. The people inside the circular barrier, including bodyguards, the man in glasses, and Gu Lingxian. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of heaviness throughout their bodies. It feels as though an invisible mountain is pressing down on them, leaving them completely immobilized. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone's minds froze instantly. Everyone stared at Zhou Tao in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Why do I feel so heavy? I can't even move. And there's more. The teenager in front of me, who looks to be around 17 or 18, did he just use some kind of magical technique? With a soft shout, a talisman paper floated in midair. Immediately afterward, it emitted a faint golden glow, forming a massive light barrier that enveloped everyone inside. What else could this be but divine magic? This can't be explained by science either. The teenager in front of me, who was around 17 or 18 years old. Could he be an immortal? The utterly unimaginable scene before them sent the worldview of everyone present teetering on the brink of collapse. All of this had completely surpassed their understanding of the world. That's much quieter. Zhou Tao smiled gently and walked toward Gu Yuanshan while holding the concentration amulet. In truth, he didn't want to use the falling mountain symbol to control everyone either. But he was simply too lazy to waste his breath on them. If he didn't use the concentration symbol to control the old man, the man would be dead. If word gets out, people will say that the cultivators from the ethereal university are incompetent. Since explaining properly won't work, then let's just be blunt about it. The concentration symbol is very easy to use and doesn't even require reciting a mantra. Zhou Tao casually placed the concentration symbol in his hand on Gu Yuanshan's chest. The talisman instantly burst into a brilliant crimson glow, dazzlingly beautiful. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanshan, whose life hung by a thread, was so weak that he had only a faint breath left. Suddenly, he burst into a radiant glow. Breathing became smooth, pupils regained their clarity, and the pale cheeks even took on a healthy flush. All within just 2 or 3 seconds. Gu Yuanshan recovered so quickly that his complexion looked even better than before he collapsed. Disperse. Seeing that the person had been healed, Zhou Tao snapped his fingers, and the barrier formed by the mountain-falling talisman instantly dissipated into specks of light. The heavy weight on everyone's bodies vanished in an instant, and they could move again. But the terror in their eyes was even greater. Thud. At that moment, as soon as Gu Yuanshan regained consciousness, he immediately knelt down heavily before Zhou Tao. He bowed his hands and head, speaking with the utmost respect. Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life. Earlier, this junior was blind and failed to recognize your greatness, and spoke rashly to you. I humbly beg you to forgive my ignorance and forgive my foolish actions. Gu Yuanshan suddenly collapsed just now. His vision and consciousness remained intact. He saw it with his own eyes. The young man before him had just performed divine magic. With just a single talisman, he instantly restored him to health. Just thinking about how he had looked down on the other person earlier because of their cheap clothes, and even considered having his bodyguards teach them a lesson. Gu Yuanshan felt his face burning with embarrassment. He was relieved that he hadn't done it just now. Otherwise, don't even mention his own life. Fear not, for the entire Gu family, with their vast wealth and influence, will be destroyed because of this. The other party. But they are immortals who wield divine arts. Beside him, the fair-skinned and beautiful Gu Lingxian opened her small mouth slightly, stared blankly for a moment, then hurriedly knelt down heavily. Thank you, divine being, for saving my life. Earlier, this junior spoke disrespectfully to you. Please forgive me. Gu Lingxian spoke with the utmost respect. Although she couldn't believe that what was happening before her eyes was real. But she wasn't a little girl either. She had just witnessed that utterly unbelievable scene. Whether it was the overwhelming heaviness that left me unable to move, the circular light barrier, or the dazzling beams of light, all of these are sufficient proof that immortals truly exist in this world. And the young man before him, who was around 17 or 18 years old, was an immortal. But just moments ago, actually thought the other person was a poor, pretentious loser. He even almost blurted out some harsh words. Just thinking about it made Gu Lingxian shudder with fear. Fortunately, the divine being before her was magnanimous. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man in glasses stood frozen in place, his face blank. He had lived for over 40 years. The worldview he had painstakingly built up over the years suddenly collapsed. He never imagined that in this world, there were actually gods. The dozen or so bodyguards finally snapped out of their shock. They all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving our lives." Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere in the first-class cabin returned to calm once again. Meanwhile, Gu Yuanshan and Gu Lingxian began exchanging polite thank yous. Their attitude toward Zhou Tao underwent a complete 180-degree transformation. From his previous disdainful expression, he has become extremely enthusiastic and talkative. He kept saying he wanted to repay him, offering to give him the company, a luxury car, and a huge sum of money. Zhou Tao could tell. These two must be wealthy and powerful individuals, and they clearly intended to curry favor with him. It also gave him a taste of the kind of plot one might find in a typical urban fantasy novel. But Zhou Tao politely declined. After all, he was now an immortal cultivator, and obtaining money was incredibly easy. Why let others just give it away for free? It's better to rely on divine arts and earn it slowly on your own. That's much more interesting. The first-class cabin grew increasingly quiet. Zhou Tao was engrossed in watching an anime. Gu Yuanshan and Gu Lingxian noticed that the other seemed uninterested in engaging with them, so they decided not to make a fool of themselves. That was that. The journey was smooth. Until he got off the plane, Zhou Tao had already walked out of the airport gates. But suddenly, he felt a cool, soft hand grasp his arm from behind. He turned around. Gu Lingxian, with her charming and delicate features, was currently blushing, her face flushed with shyness as she looked at him, her voice soft as she spoke. "Master Zhou, please wait a moment. May I add your contact information?" Chapter 53, The Campaign Against the Evil Chi Master. Looking at the pure and charming Gu Lingxian before him, Zhou Tao was momentarily speechless. This was the first time he had ever been asked for his contact information by a member of the opposite sex. And she's also a stunning beauty whose looks rival those of top-tier female celebrities. Saying you're not excited would be a lie. But as a cultivator, he must maintain his composure. Coming to his senses, Zhou Tao smiled indifferently. "Of course, but Miss Gu, I have a small request. Would you be willing to grant it?" Upon hearing the word request, Gu Lingxuan's mind was suddenly flooded with countless embarrassing scenes. Although she didn't want such shameful things to happen to herself. But compared to meeting an immortal, she still preferred the latter option. Gu Lingxuan's delicate face flushed even redder as she stammered. "What request? I want to know who forged the iron sword your grandfather was holding on the plane just now?" Zhou Tao asked. Actually, Zhou Tao had no intention of getting involved in this matter concerning the evil forge master who had crafted that deadly iron sword. But he just got off the plane. In the WeChat group for his class at Pyongyang University, he saw someone recruiting people. They said they were forming a team to confront those heretical chi masters from outside the university, while also promoting the school motto and upholding justice. Zhou Tao wasn't particularly interested in punishing the wicked and promoting virtue. But seeing his classmates all signing up enthusiastically, he thought that if he went along too, it would probably be quite fun. Plus, he could probably pick up some practical experience along the way. A powerful cultivator cannot rely solely on to achieve greatness. Without enduring the trials of life and death battles, one will forever remain a delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Therefore, Zhou Tao also signed up. But the most challenging issue arose. Everyone in the class had no idea how to find A. After discussing it for a long time in the class group chat, we still couldn't come up with a reliable solution. Until Gu Lingxian asked Zhou Tao for his contact information at that moment. Zhou Tao suddenly realized that the evil Qigong master who had forged the deadly iron sword was right there in front of him. Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, Gu Lingxian felt a sudden sense of relief in her heart. She had thought the other person was going to do something inappropriate to her. But now it seems. The young immortal before him seems to be a true gentleman. "Master Zhou, you saved my grandfather's life." Gu Lingxian smiled faintly and said, "If it's just a small matter like this, I would be happy to tell you." Without further ado, Gu Lingxian proceeded to recount the entire history of her grandfather's iron sword to Zhou Tao in meticulous detail. After listening, Zhou Tao had a general understanding of the situation. According to what Gu Lingxian had said, the evil Qigong master who forged the deadly iron sword was named Yi Yuanzhong. His age is unknown, but he should be around 70 or 80 years old. And Yi Yuanzhong's current residence is located in Ningao province, on Lanying Mountain, within a secluded Taoist monastery on the mountain. Upon receiving this information, Zhou Tao first exchanged contact information with Gu Lingxian, then bid farewell and departed. Immediately afterward, he then shared the news in the class WeChat group. The group was filled with surprise, and everyone asked him where he had heard the news. After Zhou Tao gave a brief explanation, the students discussed it for a moment and then unanimously decided. 3 days later, they would set out to confront the evil Qi master, Yi Yuanzhong. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tao finally put away his phone and smiled slightly. To be honest, he had already begun looking forward to the expedition 3 days later. That's it. Zhou Tao left the airport. At that moment, Gu Lingxian and Gu Yuanshan stood in the distance, watching Zhou Tao's receding figure, unable to snap out of their daze for a long time. Xian'er, did grandfather's humble and fawning manner just now make you feel ashamed? Gu Yuanshan suddenly asked. Gu Lingxian, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words. She and her grandfather were of noble birth and held high positions of power. Even those of the highest status would show them utmost respect and awe whenever they encountered them. And now, they are bowing and scraping before a teenager of 17 or 18. How could that not be embarrassing? It is embarrassing. Gu Lingxian spoke bluntly, but compared to the opportunity to meet an immortal, those so-called status and dignity didn't amount to anything. Upon hearing this response, Gu Yuanshan smiled with satisfaction. That's good. I'm glad you understand. Xian'er, we who stand at the pinnacle of society, no matter how much power we hold or how much wealth we possess, will ultimately meet the same fate, death and oblivion, reduced to a handful of dust. If only we could achieve immortality, to sit and watch the tides rise and fall, to witness all the changes in this world from sea to land. Grandfather is willing to sacrifice everything he has for the family to secure this opportunity for us all. So Xian'er, I must remind you, from this moment onward, you must put aside your arrogant pride, be flexible and adaptable, and support your husband. Looking at Gu Yuanshan's dejected expression. In Gu Lingxuan's beautiful eyes, a resolute gaze was also reflected. I understand. Grandpa, don't worry. I'll do whatever it takes to win over that immortal. Chapter 54, A Heartbroken Father. The day the university closed for the holidays. Zhang Xiaolu from the alchemy department left school and immediately took a car to the hospital where her father worked. It was currently 3 o'clock in the morning. The largest tertiary hospital in Heian province. In a hospital ward. A middle-aged man with a pale, gaunt face, sunken cheeks, and a body so emaciated it resembled a skeleton, looked utterly sickly. At that moment, his entire body was connected to various sensors, with an oxygen mask over his nose, lying weakly on the hospital bed. By the hospital bed stood a teenage girl of around 17 or 18, and a middle-aged female doctor in a white lab coat. The middle-aged female doctor was Chen Xiulan, the mother of the young girl Zhang Xiaolu and the wife of the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed, Zhang Jianming. Chen Xiulan's face looked very haggard. As an oncologist, she had to watch helplessly as her husband's cancer rapidly worsened, yet she could do nothing to help him. She had always believed she was accustomed to the cycle of life and death and viewed death with more equanimity than anyone else. But just now, when she personally diagnosed her own husband and found out he had only 1 month left to live, she realized that the deep sorrow from within her heart would turn into tears, unconsciously flowing down the corners of her eyes. At that moment, Zhang Jianming, lying on the hospital bed, saw Chen Xiulan crying and felt both heartbroken and relieved. This showed that his wife still loved him deep down. It's just that he feels guilty towards her. From now on, my wife will have to be both mother and father. I can't imagine how difficult that will be. My only precious daughter, Zhang Xiaolu, will also become a child without a father. He could no longer fulfill his promise to watch her grow up. Thinking of this, Zhang Jianming's heart was filled with sorrow and helplessness. His nose grew sore, and his eyes welled up with tears at that moment. However, the next moment, his heart ached intensely, and his face was filled with confusion. Because his gaze had inadvertently glanced over. He discovered that his own daughter, Zhang Xiaolu, was standing nearby at that very moment, showing not the slightest sign of sadness or distress. Instead, she raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her face radiating joy as if she were overjoyed. Seeing this, Zhang Jianming froze in an instant. He felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave, his heart growing icy cold. Why? Why, after loving and raising her daughter for over a decade with so much care and effort, how could you still be smiling at a time like this? Does she not care that she's about to die, or is she actually happy about it? Zhang Jianming had always been completely indulgent toward his daughter Zhang Xiaolu, giving her the best of everything and showering her with love and affection, treating her better than anyone else. In his heart, he even values Zhang Xiaolu more than his own life. And I'm not exaggerating. His cancer was caused by working so hard to earn money to support her. However, he never expected it. His own daughter, whom he had raised with so much hardship and sacrifice. In the end, she not only felt indifferent about his death but even seemed to take pleasure in it. He was about to die, yet his own daughter was actually happy. How ridiculous. How ironic. At this thought, Zhang Jianming completely broke down. He felt as though his heart had been pierced by dozens of steel needles at the same time. The pain was excruciating. A flood of sorrow and despair swept over him in an instant, causing tears to stream down his face. They trickled down his pale, gaunt cheeks and soon soaked the pillow. Zhang Xiaolu was now a cultivator at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, and her perceptiveness had long surpassed that of ordinary people. She merely glanced at Zhang Jianming's expression. She immediately guessed that her father must have misunderstood something. However, she did not offer any explanation. Instead, she took out a red pill the size of a glass bead, picked up the water cup beside her, and simultaneously handed it to Zhang Jianming. With a smile, he said, "Dad, take this and eat it." Zhang Jianming was dumbfounded. "What is this? Sugar? But I clearly have diabetes and haven't eaten sugar in over a decade." His own daughter doesn't even know that? Oh dear. This daughter of mine, all these 18 years have been wasted. However, even if Zhang Jianming felt utterly heartbroken and completely disillusioned with his daughter, he simply couldn't bring himself to truly get angry. After all, Zhang Xiaolu was his biological daughter, and he simply couldn't bring himself to scold her. "You silly girl, don't you know I have diabetes and can't eat sugar?" Zhang Jianming sighed helplessly. Zhang Xiaolu explained. "Dad, this isn't sugar. It's medicine I bought from an old Chinese herbalist a while back. As long as you take this medicine, your illness will be cured within 3 days." Seeing Zhang Xiaolu's serious expression, Zhang Jianming was momentarily speechless. Can cancer really be cured just by taking medicine? And be completely cured within 3 days? That's definitely impossible. However, at least my daughter seems to have some filial piety. At least, she still goes to seek medical treatment for me. Lulu, your dad, and I understand how you feel, but your dad's condition is deteriorating rapidly. Taking random medications will only make things worse. Chen Xiulan, standing nearby, hurriedly pushed Zhang Xiaolu's hand away. Although she knew her daughter meant well. But as a doctor, no one understood cancer better than she did. Her husband Zhang Jianming's condition was so severe that even Hua Tuo himself couldn't save him. Her husband's condition is extremely critical, and he can only survive for another month at most. If he takes the wrong medication, he might not even last 2 or 3 days. Mom, I know all that. Zhang Xiaolu smiled, but that old Chinese medicine doctor is really skilled. The medicine he gave us will definitely cure Dad's illness. Chen Xiulan heard this and couldn't help but sigh deeply. She thought to herself, my daughter is already a top student at a prestigious university. Why is she still so naive and foolish? Cancer is known as an incurable disease. How could it possibly be cured just by taking medicine? This is simply impossible in modern medicine. Yet at this very moment, Zhang Jianming struggled to his feet, took the red pill from Zhang Xiaolu's hand, and tossed it into his mouth. He then took a sip of water and swallowed it down with a gulp. Chen Xiulan couldn't stop him in time. Realizing what had happened, she immediately scolded him angrily, her voice filled with both pain and anger. Zhang Jianming, have you lost your mind? You're in this condition and you still dare to take random medications? Don't you fear that you might die tomorrow? What's there to be afraid of? We're all going to die anyway. Zhang Jianming smiled. Besides, how do you know the medicine your daughter gave you won't work? What if it actually does help? Zhang Jianming said this, but his words didn't match his thoughts. But deep down, he knew better than anyone else that the medicine would be useless. He simply felt that his daughter was acting out of filial piety, and he couldn't possibly disappoint her kind intentions. Zhang Xiaolu giggled and said with a happy expression. Hee, Dad, don't worry. Your illness will definitely be cured within 3 days. Ha, I hope so. Zhang Jianming sighed meaningfully. Chen Xiulan could also tell at that moment that her husband had taken the pill unwillingly, not wanting to disappoint his daughter's filial devotion. Therefore, she said nothing more. She could only smile helplessly, her sorrow becoming even more evident in her eyes. The early morning night was particularly cold, adding a touch of desolation to the entire ward. The next day, around 8 in the morning, Chen Xiulan, who had been keeping vigil in the hospital room all night, woke up groggily at that moment. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she was astonished to find that the data displayed on the monitoring instrument screen, including heart rate, blood pressure, and oxygen saturation, were all within normal ranges. It looked as though her husband Zhang Jianming's cancer had been cured overnight. How is this possible? Chapter 55, the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang. What's going on? Is there a problem with the equipment? Startled, Chen Xiulan hurriedly checked all the monitoring equipment, but found nothing amiss. This was strange. Why did all the data suddenly become normal? Chen Xiulan was puzzled. But suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and the words her daughter had said floated into her mind. Mom, please believe me. When I come back on vacation next time, I will definitely cure Dad's illness. Mom, I know all that. But that old Chinese medicine doctor is really skilled. The medicine he gave us will definitely cure Dad's illness. Thinking of these words, Chen Xiulan was utterly astonished. Could it be that the pill Lulu gave her father last night actually worked? But how is that possible? That's cancer. And it's advanced liver cancer. The cancer cells have already spread throughout the entire body. Chen Xiulan couldn't make sense of the situation she was in. But as a medical professional, she had to stick to the facts. So she hurriedly woke Zhang Jianming and took him for another cancer cell test. She pulled every string she had to get the test done as quickly as possible. Finally, at 10 o'clock in the evening, the results of her husband Zhang Jianming's cell examination came out. Chen Xiulan sat in her office, carefully examining each test result in her hands. But the more she looked, the more disbelieving her expression became. This can't be. Suddenly, Chen Xiulan's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, and her hands began to tremble unceasingly. The terror in her heart surged like a storm-tossed sea, its waves crashing wildly. Because all the data in the inspection results indicate that her husband, Zhang Jianming's, cancer cells not only stopped dividing and multiplying but were also dying off at an extremely rapid rate. This indicates that her husband's cancer is being cured. As for the reason, it's unclear. None of the instruments detected anything. What could be the reason that the cancer cells stopped dividing and proliferating indefinitely and instead died off rapidly? This is simply impossible in the field of medicine. However, this scientifically unfounded practice has actually occurred. Thinking of this, Chen Xiulan looked utterly bewildered. She knew that if this matter were to get out, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire medical community. It wouldn't be. It would shake the entire world. Stunned for a moment, Chen Xiulan suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Could the pill Lulu had given her really cure cancer? Chen Xiulan was utterly shocked. She rushed out of the office and hurried to the ward where her husband, Zhang Jianming, was staying. She slammed the door open. All she saw was Zhang Jianming and Zhang Xiaolu, who were bored out of their minds watching TV. What was worth noting was, Zhang Jianming's complexion had improved significantly, and he didn't look like a patient in the late stages of cancer at all. When the two saw Chen Xiulan rushing over in a panic, they both looked at her with puzzled expressions. "Xiulan, why are you in such a hurry? Has my condition worsened again?" Zhang Jianming asked anxiously. Chen Xiulan ignored him. Instead, she took a deep breath and walked straight up to Zhang Xiaolu, asking urgently, "Lulu, where did you get the medicine you gave your father last night?" Seeing Chen Xiulan's urgent and serious expression, Zhang Xiaolu immediately realized that it must be the effect of the pill she had concocted. If I'm not mistaken, his father's cancer must be almost completely cured. However, faced with Chen Xiulan's questioning, she was momentarily at a loss for words. Although she was an alchemist, she knew she had to tell her parents about it when she returned home this time. However, her mother was a medical doctor, and if she were to suddenly learn about something that went against science, she was afraid her mother's heart couldn't handle it. "Lulu, what are you standing there for? Speak up," Chen Xiulan urged. Zhang Xiaolu gave a shy smile on her pretty face. "I already told you. I bought it from a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner a while back." "Mom, you're so mean. Why are you being so harsh?" Zhang Xiaolu puffed out her pink lips, pretending to be upset. She decided to wait a few days before slowly telling her parents about her cultivation journey. "I'm sorry, Lulu. It was Mom who was in a hurry," Chen Xiulan said, "but Lulu, can you tell me the name of that old Chinese medicine doctor?" I'm not sure exactly what her name is, but I only know her surname." "What's her last name?" "My surname is Zhang." "Zhang?" "Yeah, that's right, my last name is Zhang," Zhang Xiaolu, with her cute and adorable face, said seriously. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiulan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect, marveling at her words and admiring her greatly. The old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner named Zhang that her daughter had mentioned was simply too incredible to believe. He claimed to have eliminated cancer cells solely through internal medication and completely halted their malignant unlimited division and proliferation. This is considered impossible in modern medical science. Even if countless medical authorities devote decades or even centuries to research, they remain powerless against cancer. Yet that old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang managed to achieve it. This is no longer a matter of being skilled, it's simply unbelievable. However, Chen Xiulan was completely baffled. Since that old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang had developed a drug capable of curing cancer, why doesn't he make that medicine available to the entire world? After all, a drug that can cure cancer would undoubtedly be recorded in history, and both wealth and fame would follow. Moreover, it would save the lives of countless cancer patients worldwide and bring countless families back together. Such a win-win endeavor that benefits both others and oneself. Why doesn't that old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang do the same? Chen Xiulan couldn't figure it out, and she believed her daughter Zhang Xiaolu definitely knew even less. That was her thinking. Since the old Chinese medicine practitioner doesn't plan to share the cancer treatment medication, she'll take care of it herself. After all, she is also a doctor dedicated to saving lives. And what she needed to do was simple, just analyze the chemical composition of that drug. "Lulu, do you still have any of that medicine from the old Chinese medicine doctor surnamed Zhang?" Chen Xiulan asked. "I do have some, but why are you asking about this, Mom?" Zhang Xiaolu asked with a puzzled expression. Chen Xiulan spoke her mind without holding back. "After all, we're all family, there's no need to hide anything." "What do you mean, my cancer is cured? Ha? It really doesn't hurt anymore, ha?" Zhang Jianming, lying in the hospital bed, finally realized that the area where the tumor had been was completely pain-free, with not even the slightest discomfort. Moreover, his limbs felt much stronger than before, and his breathing was smooth. My cancer seems to be getting better, damn it. Zhang Jianming was both excited and thrilled at that moment, sitting on the hospital bed with a smile that couldn't be contained. Meanwhile, Zhang Xilu was blushing with embarrassment. Her own mother actually intended to take the pills she had refined using spiritual herbs and subject them to chemical analysis? Can that really be analyzed? Or rather, what can be analyzed? Zhang Xilu was also quite puzzled by this. However, she also felt a sense of anticipation about the analysis results. You are now physically weak, but everything else is normal, and you can be discharged and go home. Chen Xiulan said, Lulu, help your father pack his things. I'll go handle the discharge procedures. You can take your father home later. After saying that, Chen Xiulan left the ward with the miraculous drug that could cure cancer, which Zhang Xiaolu had given her. Only Zhang Jianming and Zhang Xiaolu remained in the ward, tidying up their belongings. Chen Xiulan came to the front desk. She informed the nurse at the front desk about the discharge procedures. The young nurse at the front desk frowned and advised. Lan Jia, let me be blunt. Zhang Ji's current condition means he at least has painkillers to ease his suffering in the hospital. Leaving the hospital would be pure agony for him. Chen Xiulan smiled, thank you for your concern, but his illness has been treated with medication, and there's no need for him to stay in the hospital anymore. The young nurse was taken aback upon hearing this. What? He's better? If she remembered correctly, Lan's husband has cancer. And he was diagnosed just a few days ago. He has at most a month left to live. How could he possibly get better so suddenly today? And it was even better after taking medicine. How can taking medicine cure cancer? That's impossible. If such a drug really existed, it wouldn't be called a drug anymore. It would be an elixir. The young nurse's reaction was clearly within Chen Xiulan's expectations. She smiled slightly and said, I'll explain the details later. Please help me process the discharge procedures quickly. The young nurse didn't think much of it and quickly processed Zhang Jianming's discharge paperwork. After completing the discharge procedures, Chen Xiulan didn't rush home. Instead, she contacted several colleagues and experts in the field of chemical pharmaceutical research via phone. She informed them that she had discovered a miraculous drug capable of completely curing cancer. Upon hearing this, the crowd, their emotions shifted from complete disbelief to skepticism, and then from skepticism to ultimate excitement. Soon, Chen Xiulan added them to a WeChat group. After some discussion, they decided to begin analyzing the chemical composition of the drug the next day. At that moment, each of them was filled with excitement and joy. For they all understood. Once they decipher the chemical composition of that drug, the entire world will be shaken by an unprecedented upheaval. Chapter 56, The Symbolic Scrolls of Sakura Chio. It was 11 p.m. in the middle of the night in the Great Xia Kingdom. In the Neon Kingdom, it was exactly midnight. Sagawa Chio, a student in the symbolism department at Piaomiao University, had flown back to Neon City after the holiday break. Her father had always strongly opposed her staying in the Great Xia Kingdom to live. Firstly, it was her father who believed that the Great Xia Kingdom was technologically backward, with its levels of modernization and technological advancement far surpassed by the Neon Kingdom. Life in the Great Xia Kingdom is nowhere near as high in quality as life in the Neon Kingdom. Secondly, this is also the most important point. His father believed that all cultivators from the Great Xia Kingdom were weak and incompetent, utterly incapable of standing up to the demonic beings. The cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom were nothing but a laughingstock, weak and unable to withstand even the slightest blow. And the cultivators of their Neon country, Anmyoji, with a history spanning 500 years, they possess immense magical power and an unyielding dominance. It is not something that the weak cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom can compare to. Moreover, the Soga family is a lineage of Anmyoji, mastering extraordinary supernatural powers for generations. Therefore, Sakagawa Chio's father strongly opposed her staying in the Great Xia Kingdom to train under some so-called master there. Instead, he wanted her to stay in the Neon Kingdom, remain in the Sagawa family, and become a yin-yang master far more powerful than any practitioner in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, Sakagawa Chio understood. Her father believed this. Because her father had never seen the truly powerful cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom. And she had returned this time. Is to completely change her father's perception of cultivators from the Great Xia Kingdom. Neon Country, midnight. Tokyo, Shibuya. On a typical weekday, this large shopping mall is bustling with people and filled with the sounds of voices. However, tonight, it is completely deserted, quiet as if shrouded in an eerie and desolate atmosphere. The entire perimeter of the mall, within a radius of 100 meters, was cordoned off with caution tape. Outside the cordoned-off area, every few meters, there was a police car and over 10 police officers stationed. Ensure that no onlookers are allowed to enter. At this moment, outside the police cordon, thousands of onlookers had gathered, all holding up their phones and continuously filming the large, empty, and pitch-black shopping mall towering over 10 stories high in front of them. Meanwhile, police officers in uniform were scrambling to stop people from filming, while others held riot shields and batons to prevent the crowd from breaking through. The entire scene was chaotic and noisy. It was complete chaos. This shopping mall is usually packed with people and bustling with business. Why did it suddenly close today? And why is it surrounded by police tape? What on earth happened? Yeah, that's really strange. Did a murder happen? It can't be that simple. If it were just a murder, the police wouldn't have sealed off 5 streets, including this shopping mall. There's a monster. There's a monster in that shopping mall. I saw it with my own eyes. It was eating people, that's why I ran out. That's fake, right? How could there be monsters? There must be a film crew shooting inside the mall. No need to make such a big deal out of it. Bystanders were chatting excitedly. The entire scene was filled with panic and chaos. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sirens suddenly rang out. 6 or 7 police cars quickly arrived at the scene. However, it wasn't just police officers who got out of the police cars. There were also 12 people wearing strange uniforms, each with a samurai sword hanging at their waists. Those people had just gotten off the vehicle. A middle-aged police officer dressed in uniform, with every word and action exuding authority, hurried over to them. Mr. Sagawa, I am Chief Inspector Ito of the Shibuya Security Bureau. Here's the situation. Ito-jin briefly described the strange events that had occurred in the shopping mall to the middle-aged man leading the group. Sagawa Kawano listened intently, then immediately released his magical power, activating the yin-yang technique, and gazed toward the empty, pitch-black, lifeless shopping mall. He merely glanced at it, and immediately broke into a calm smile. That shopping mall was indeed infested with demonic beings, and their power was truly terrifying. For cultivators worldwide, they are an extremely dangerous threat. However, for the onmyoji of the Neon Nation, especially those from the Sakagawa family, the situation is entirely different. In short, this exorcism operation carries a certain degree of risk. However, Sagawa Kawano believes this is a good opportunity. He could use this chance to show his daughter just how powerful a yin-yang master could be. Let her understand how foolish it is to give up the chance to become a yin-yang master and instead go to the Great Xia Kingdom to train with those weak and incompetent practitioners. Chapter 57, Exorcism Operation. Xianying, this operation might be dangerous. You're not very strong, so it's better for you to stay outside and not enter the exorcism site. Beside Sakura Chio stood a handsome young man with white hair, smiling at her. If you get hurt, we'll all be very worried. That's right, Chio-chan. Your magical power is too weak to stand a chance against those demons. If you come with us, you won't be able to help at all. You'll just slow us down. To be blunt, as a junior of the Sagawa family, you don't even know the basic yin-yang techniques of a yin-yang master, and your strength is so weak it's not even worth mentioning. So I advise you to stay outside. I don't want us to waste our energy protecting you in a critical moment. To put it plainly, we don't need a liability. I agree. I agree too. Xianying, even though they speak harshly, they are telling the truth. For your own safety, it would be best if you did not go in with me. The people around them, dressed in strange uniforms and carrying samurai swords at their waists, all urged her to stay back. Everyone believed that Sakura Chio was too weak and would only become a liability, holding them back once they entered the exorcism site. Under the moonlight, Sakura Chio's lips curled slightly, as if she were always wearing a faint smile, making her look radiant and charmingly adorable. Hearing the others please, she merely smiled indifferently, about to say something. But her father, Sagawa Kawano, spoke first, addressing the crowd. Everyone, this exorcism operation is a great opportunity for my daughter to gain experience, so I must take her with me. However, please rest assured that I will take care of my own daughter. There is no need for anyone else to worry. Sagawa Kawano is a highly respected and powerful onmyoji among the crowd. Seeing that he had made such assurances, everyone tacitly agreed to allow Sakagawa Chio to accompany him into the exorcism site. Soon, Sagawa Kawano and Shibuya Security Bureau Chief Ito-jin, dressed in police uniform, exchanged a few more words. Immediately afterward, Ito-jin ordered the dozen or so police officers stationed there to make way for the group of 12, creating a gap for them to pass through. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of thousands of onlookers, Sagawa Kono, accompanied by Sagawa Chio and the other 10 highly skilled onmyoji, made their way toward the dark and foreboding shopping mall building ahead. What? Why can those people go inside? And their clothes are so strange. Is that cosplay? It's confirmed they're definitely filming a movie inside the mall, and those people in strange uniforms are actors. There were no lights on in the mall, nor was there any other source of light. As soon as the group entered the mall's main hall, they were engulfed by pitch-black darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. All sounds from the outside world ceased abruptly at that moment. It felt as though the surrounding pitch-black environment had completely blocked out the world, leaving an eerie silence that sent shivers down one's spine. The entire shopping mall. At this moment, it was lifeless, eerie, and sinister. And everyone could sense that the air around them was filled with the aura of demonic beings. This made everyone grow vigilant at that moment. It's so dark here. Can someone turn on the lights? Insufficient lighting is not good for us. I just checked, and all the electrical equipment here is out of order. What should we do? We can't use our cell phones for lighting, can we? Everyone was discussing it. Just then, yin-yang technique, blazing flame. Suddenly, a clear and piercing voice rang out. The handsome young man with white hair murmured softly. He swiftly formed hand seals with both hands, and in an instant, he unleashed the blazing yin-yang technique. A colossal surge of magical energy erupted from his body. A massive flame, half a person tall, erupted into the sky in an instant. The roaring flames were massive and relentless, flickering endlessly. For a moment, a blinding flash of light, as bright as the sun, instantly illuminated the entire shopping mall, making it as bright as day. Upon seeing this, everyone around them was utterly astonished. Using the flaming yin-yang technique for illumination? They hadn't considered this method. But this yin-yang technique is extremely taxing on one's magical energy and is generally only used for offensive purposes. Unless one possesses an immense reservoir of magical energy to sustain it, no one would dare to waste magical energy in such a manner. Everyone was astonished. But when they saw that the one performing the flaming yin-yang technique was the white-haired young man, they all found it no longer surprising. Shinichi Mizunashi of the Mizunashi clan. Among the younger generation of onmyoji, he is a genius of unparalleled talent. At just 26 years old, his abilities already surpass those of onmyoji who have trained for 50 or 60 years. He is truly a formidable master among yin-yang masters. Using the blazing yin-yang technique to illuminate the area may seem like a waste of magical power for ordinary onmyoji. However, for Mizunashi Shinichi, the mana consumed by the blazing yin-yang technique is completely negligible. However, just as everyone was stunned and marveling at the terrifying strength of Mizunashi Shinichi. Meanwhile, the gentle and adorable Sakagawa Chiyo remained calm and composed. Her expression was quickly noticed by everyone around her. Everyone felt she was arrogant and ignorant. Shuei Hinai's strength was so formidable that even they, the elite among the onmyoji, couldn't help but marvel at him. And what about her, Chisaki Sagawa? She's not even worthy of being called a shaman. He even went to the Great Xia Kingdom to train under some so-called master, wasting a lot of time for nothing. His future is doomed to never become a true master. She was so weak that it was laughable. Why aren't you even surprised by this, and why do you look like that? Even seem to care at all? What else could this be but arrogance and ignorance? Suddenly, a short-haired girl suddenly smiled coldly at Sakura Chiyo, her expression extremely unfriendly. Chiyo-chan, what do you mean by that careless expression? Do you think Shinichi-kun is so weak that even you can beat him? Chapter 58, the most incompetent and laughable one. Sagawa Chiyo heard this and froze for a moment, blinking blankly. She couldn't believe that even though she hadn't done anything, someone still had an issue with her. Although she couldn't understand it at all. But she didn't say anything. She merely smiled indifferently and said calmly to the girl, "No, I think Shinichi-kun is pretty amazing." As soon as he said that, the short-haired girl became even more angry. This expression, so indifferent it seemed almost dismissive, wasn't it the same as before? And there's more. What does pretty impressive mean? Does that mean Shinichi isn't really that impressive? You, who isn't even a proper onmyoji and has such weak abilities that it's laughable, what gives you the right to judge Shinichi like that? Sanyo-chan, you. The short-haired girl snorted coldly, about to say something. But when she saw that the expression on Soga Kawano's face suddenly turned incredibly grim, she hesitated and stopped herself from speaking. Sagawa Kawano was one of the most powerful onmyoji in the entire onmyoji community of the Neon country. He holds immense authority and prestige. Even if Sakura Chiyo is completely useless, she is still his biological daughter. She certainly didn't want to offend such a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the onmyoji world just to satisfy a momentary impulse. Even if what she was about to say was the truth, it would undoubtedly expose Sakura Chiyo's ignorance and weakness, leaving her with nowhere to hide. But she couldn't bring herself to say it. However, she could now understand why. Why would Sakura Chiyo be so unconcerned about Mizunashi Shinichi's extraordinary abilities? Because when it comes to strength, even though Mizunashi Shinichi is now a powerhouse that countless genius onmyoji can only dream of surpassing. However, compared to the supreme powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the onmyoji world, Soga Kawano, the gap is still unimaginably vast. They are called special class onmyoji because of their extraordinary talent and unparalleled strength, having reached a level of mastery that countless onmyoji spend their entire lives striving to attain. Mizunashi Shinichi is called a master class onmyoji because the highest rank among onmyoji is master class. And Soga Kawano. He is also known as a master onmyoji. Because he integrated and improved the modern onmyoji system, and the entire onmyoji realm system was created by him. He humbly refers to himself as a special great practitioner, and no one can dispute that. If they were wolves, then Mizuno Shinichi would be a ferocious tiger. And Sagawa Kawano is a brutal beast awakened from ancient times. With a father as powerful as Sagawa Kono, it was no wonder that Sagawa Chiyo wasn't particularly surprised by Mizunashi Shinichi's strength. However, Sagawa Kawano is even stronger. What does that have to do with Sagawa Chiyo? Sagawa Kawano is undoubtedly an unparalleled warrior. But this does not change the fact that she, Sagawa Chiyo, is nothing more than a worthless who cannot even master the art of yin-yang magic and possesses strength so weak it is laughable. Relying on her father's power, she acts so arrogant and looks down on everyone else. This Sagawa Chiyo is simply too foolish and ridiculous. Thinking of this, the short-haired girl sneered, gave Sagawa Chiyo a disdainful glance, but didn't say anything else. At that moment, the thoughts of the people around her were actually quite similar to hers. They all felt that Sakura Sakagawa, relying on her father Sakagawa Kawano's influence, was arrogant and looked down on everyone else. Little do they know that she herself is the most incompetent and ridiculous one of them all. However, with Sagawa and Kawano around, they dare not speak openly. Everyone's thoughts flashed by in an instant. After regaining their composure, everyone couldn't help but praise Shuei Wujin sincerely. Shuei Wujin remained humble, saying he was just a junior and had much to learn from his seniors. Now that the mall was well lit, the exorcism operation continued. After discussing it together, everyone decided to act together. A middle-aged onmyoji with a center-parted hairstyle then took out a compass. After a series of hand gestures and incantations, a blue light suddenly emanated from the compass. The needle on the compass also shifted direction, pointing toward the right front and trembling violently. This indicates that the aura of the demon is coming from that direction. Without further ado, everyone gripped the katana at their waists and headed toward the corridor to the right front. The corridor was dimly lit. After walking for 3 or 5 minutes, they saw nothing unusual and could not see the end of the corridor. However, the eerie silence that enveloped them created an oppressive and foreboding atmosphere. Considering that his daughter was entering an exorcism site for the first time, Sagawa Kawano was worried she might be scared, so he said a few comforting words to Sagawa Chiyo. What he didn't expect was, Sagawa Chiyo's expression remained calm throughout, showing not the slightest hint of fear. Who would have thought that despite her daughter's lack of strength, she had such strong mental resilience? As Soga Kawano was thinking this, a sudden shout erupted from the crowd. Everyone, be careful! There's a demon on the wall. Everyone heard the sound. They all drew their swords and looked around warily. Sure enough, on the dimly lit wall ahead, there were hundreds of black spiders, each larger than a human, crawling densely across the surface. As soon as they approached, the spiders immediately became restless. They all opened their eyes emitting an extremely eerie crimson glow. Sigh. The spider swarm quickly spotted the group, and over 100 spiders simultaneously let out piercing, ear-splitting screeches, sending chills down everyone's spines. Immediately afterward, the dark, swarming mass of spiders charged toward the group with relentless ferocity. Everyone was stunned. Those terrifying, massive black spiders, each one possessed the power of a high-ranking onmyoji. Even more terrifying is the fact that there are an overwhelmingly large number of them. As you know, in an exorcism operation, the appearance of just 2 demons with the power of a high-ranking onmyoji is already classified as highly dangerous. And now, over 100 demonic beings with the power of high-ranking onmyoji have appeared simultaneously. This is utterly unprecedented. They never imagined that this exorcism operation would be so dangerous. Far beyond their wildest imagination. But now the demonic beings have already attacked, and they have no time to dwell on such thoughts. Everyone immediately glared fiercely and gripped their katana swords tightly. Yin-Yang Arts, 7 Gates of Mystic Fire. Yin-Yang Arts, Crimson Sand and Golden Annihilation. 9 Character Gate, 10,000 Flower Puppets, Summon. Everyone unleashed their powerful yin-yang techniques, coordinating with their samurai swords to continuously engage the hundreds of spider-like demons swarming toward them. Various supernatural phenomena, wind, fire, lightning, and thunder manifested continuously, striking the massive spider-like demons with relentless force. In the blink of an eye, the scene became utterly surreal. After half an hour of intense battle, everyone was panting heavily, their bodies covered in sticky, foul-smelling demon blood. But fortunately, over 100 massive spider-like demons were all slain by their samurai swords. Phew! Finally, they're all dead. Why are there so many demonic beings with the power of high-level onmyoji appearing at the same time? This is too strange. There's no point in thinking about that now. All the demons have already been eliminated. Everyone, don't let your guard down. The demon's presence hasn't disappeared, it's even stronger than before. What is that? Chapter 59, The Demon in Human Form. What on earth is that? Everyone held samurai swords covered in sticky, fresh blood. They had just finished killing over 100 massive spider-like demons and were now exhausted, gasping for breath, with no time to rest. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. Everyone saw ahead, in the dimly lit depths of the corridor. A strange, slender figure slowly emerged from the darkness. Snap! 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 The figure in the darkness clapped its hands. The crisp sound of the applause echoed loudly in the quiet and empty corridor. Oya, hong doni subayeshi desinya, wuha. Neon language pronunciation, with the middle part translated as, that's amazing. The shadowy figure emitted a strange and piercing laugh as it slowly approached the crowd. They soon reached a well-lit area. At that moment, everyone else also got a clear look at the true appearance of that figure. However, as soon as everyone looked over, they all instinctively sucked in a cold breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. The thing in front of them. How can that still be called a human being? Even though they possess a human form. However, its entire body was naked, covered instead by scales of black color. On top of the scales, a layer of sticky, foul-smelling mucus enveloped the creature. What was even more terrifying was that while the creature had a human-like nose and mouth, it had no human eyes. Instead, it was covered in 12 pairs of spider-like eyes, making it look utterly horrifying. Upon seeing the creature before them, everyone present was stunned. They felt a chill run down their spines, and their faces immediately betrayed a look of confusion and unease. The thing in front of him. It's actually a demon in human form. In this world, there are actually humanoid demons. And they possess sentience, capable of understanding human language. How is this possible? The demon beasts are born from the evil energies of the heavens and earth, and their forms often resemble insects or animals. This is the consensus of the Neon Kingdom's onmyoji, passed down for 500 years, and is beyond doubt. And at this very moment, a consensus that had remained unchanged for 500 years has been shattered. In this world, there actually exist demonic beings in human form. This is truly unprecedented. And the most concerning aspect, what also causes widespread anxiety is the demon in human form before them. The demonic aura emanating from its body was extremely intense. His power is likely far surpassing that of a top-tier yin-yang master, reaching an unimaginable depth. At this thought, a sudden sense of tension and unease arose in everyone's hearts, and their expressions froze in an instant. Each of them was acutely aware of this. The situation of this exorcism operation seems to be getting out of control. This could get messy. They'll die here. Everyone was so tense they couldn't speak. They merely furrowed their brows, focusing all their attention, and watched the humanoid demon with 12 spider-like eyes on its face with heightened vigilance. He gripped the katana in his hand even tighter. The demon in human form gradually approached the crowd, laughing coldly. Having managed to eliminate so many of my pets, you must be among the strongest onmyoji in the Neon Nation, right? But you're all too foolish. I deliberately killed a few people and stayed here on purpose, and sure enough, you onmyoji came right to me to die. Ha! But this is for the best. It proves that this method is highly effective. Now, all I need to do is eliminate you, and there will undoubtedly be an endless stream of onmyoji coming to their deaths. It seems that exterminating all the onmyoji in the Neon Country isn't such a difficult task after all, huh? Who should we start with? Is anyone here willing to be the first to die? Step forward now. The sound coming from the mouth of the humanoid demon was sharp and piercing. Amidst the words, there was maniacal laughter, and its arrogance reached its peak. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with fear and dread. This demon in human form had actually set a trap to lure them here. And its purpose was to kill every single onmyoji in the entire Neon Kingdom. And yet, the consensus among the onmyoji has always been that they were unaware that the demon beasts could still exist in human form. This has led to the situation where no onmyoji has ever prepared for such a threat. The truth might indeed be as the other party claimed, as long as people keep dying here, there will be an endless supply of onmyoji coming to their doom. What's even more terrifying is that the person before them, with their demonic form, possesses strength that is utterly unimaginable. If this continues, all the onmyoji of Neon Country may truly be wiped out. If such a thing were to happen, the entire Neon Nation would be completely finished. Damn it! As a top-tier onmyoji, how could I let something like that happen? Today, even if I die, I won't stand by and watch you despicable creature, harm my fellow countrymen of the Neon Nation. Suddenly, a middle-aged onmyoji erupted with righteous indignation, his voice booming with fury. Chapter 60, Leave it to me from here on out. The middle-aged onmyoji immediately performed his onmyojutsu, raising his katana high above his head. In an instant, countless crimson-red electric arcs erupted from the blade. Those around him were also moved by his words. He was absolutely right. They are onmyoji. They are tasked with the responsibility of slaying demons and monsters, and safeguarding the nation's security. Now that a formidable enemy stands before them, how could they possibly retreat? Everyone's hearts were filled with rage, and they spoke with passion and determination. However, at that moment, Sagawa Kawano's expression grew solemn, and he furrowed his brows and said, "The humanoid demons have completely surpassed our understanding of demons over the past 500 years. Therefore, everyone must remain vigilant and never underestimate the enemy. I suggest that everyone stay alert, unleash your most powerful yin-yang techniques, and launch a full-scale assault on that demonic creature, aiming to eliminate it once and for all." The handsome young man with white hair, Mizuno Shinichi, also stepped forward and said, "I agree with Senior Sagawa's approach. The demon in front of us was utterly bizarre, and the situation was spiraling out of control. If we don't act quickly and join forces to eliminate it, the situation could become dangerous." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately agreed that it made sense. The demon before them, though of an unfamiliar form, not only possessed unimaginable power but also demonstrated intelligence and the ability to devise strategies. If they continue to drag this out, they risk falling into the demon's schemes again, which could weaken their overall combat strength. Then the situation will become even worse. At this thought, everyone hesitated no longer. Yin-Yang Technique, Thunder and Fire Seal. Yin-Yang Technique, Susanu's Puppet, Summon Spirit. Yin-Yang Arts, Wooden Vines Intertwine. Everyone's brows furrowed, and they murmured incantations, immediately unleashing the strongest yin-yang arts they had cultivated. In tandem with the razor-sharp samurai swords in their hands, they unleashed a barrage of diverse spells, each brimming with immense power. In an instant, ice, fire, wood, thunder. Various grand and formidable techniques filled with murderous intent. Like a raging storm, they charged forward with unstoppable force toward the monstrous creature with 12 spider-like eyes, its appearance utterly terrifying and repulsive. But a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded. Facing such a fierce onslaught, the demonic figure merely raised its hand. Instantly, a circular black energy shield materialized around his body, enveloping him within its protective barrier. No matter how powerful the yin-yang techniques they used were, they couldn't break through that light barrier. After all, they are top-tier yin-yang masters, the cream of the crop among geniuses in their field, the pinnacle of yin-yang mastery. Even with over 10 top-tier onmyoji simultaneously unleashing their most powerful onmyojutsu, they couldn't even break through the defensive light barrier of that humanoid demon? How is this possible? That thing's power is actually this terrifying? At that moment, the figure, now transformed into a demonic form, crossed its arms across its chest and burst into a maniacal laugh. "Ha! You onmyoji, are you all teaming up to entertain me? Over 10 of you teaming up and you can't even break my defense? You're pathetic. Ha!" No sooner had he finished speaking. Yin-Yang Technique, Flow of Light and Falling Moon Slash. Only a faint shout could be heard. Shuei Wurzhen, with his snow-white hair, held a samurai sword in his hand, his gaze sharp and piercing. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of powerful energy erupted from his entire body, causing everyone around him to tremble in awe. Immediately afterward, he lightly tapped his toes, and his figure suddenly transformed into a blur, swiftly swinging his sword toward the oddly shaped demon. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed the distance and was now directly in front of the demon. The samurai sword in his hand swung down with a single strike. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted from the blade, slicing through the air in a crescent-shaped blade of light, as bright as the full moon, serene yet brimming with endless intent to kill. This single strike. The technique is powerful, like a bright moon falling from the sky, leaving those around him feeling as though they were being pierced by sharp needles. But let the water flow freely. This single strike was so powerful that everyone was left in awe. But when the edge of his blade touched the black light barrier, bang! The samurai sword in his hand. It shattered instantly, just like glass hitting a rock. Seeing this, everyone around them was stunned. Mizunashi Shinichi was the most promising onmyoji of his generation, far surpassing even these top-tier onmyoji in skill. Moreover, the yin-yang technique he wields, Flowing Light and Falling Moon Slash, is an ultimate technique he developed through years of arduous training. To this day, no demon has ever survived his single strike. However, his incredibly powerful strike. At this moment, it was no different from theirs, unable to breach even the slightest defense of that demonic being with its distorted form. Even his sword was shattered by the force. It's simply unbelievable. Shuei Wurzhen's face paled, and he hurriedly retreated dozens of steps, returning to the ranks. His face was filled with disbelief. He never imagined that his prideful sword technique would be utterly ineffective. This was the first time he had ever felt fear in his heart. The humanoid demon glared at Mizunashi Shinichi and sneered disdainfully. "Boy, your strength seems to be far superior to the others, but in my presence, you are still no more than an ant." Just then, with a solemn expression and an air of natural authority, Sagawa Kawano stepped forward. Yin-Yang Arts, the initial gate of Taitaso. Yin-Yang Arts, Ultimate Fire True Flame. Yin-Yang Arts, Heavenly Chi Blood Blade Curse Prison's Destruction. He wasted no time, his gaze hardening as his hands continuously formed seals, and he simultaneously chanted 3 Yin-Yang Arts. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire presence surged with overwhelming power. The vast and powerful magical energy seemed to solidify into a tangible form, suddenly spreading out from his body and causing everyone around him to feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles, overwhelmed by an oppressive force that seemed to sap their very souls. Immediately afterward, a circular magical array with intricate patterns and flickering blood-red light appeared before him, constantly emanating a dangerous aura. The katana in his hand suddenly flew into the center of the array, its tip pointing directly at the demonic figure in front of him. A deafening explosion erupted from the blade, igniting flames that blazed with intense heat. Then, from the flaming blade, countless faint, piercing cries suddenly echoed, as if thousands of ghosts were trapped within the blade, desperate to devour everything in their path. Soon, bang! A crimson-colored magical array flashed with a red light. At the center of the array, a samurai sword engulfed in explosive flames, carrying the overwhelming power to shatter everything in its path, unleashed a deafening sonic boom and shot straight toward the demonic creature in human form. This single strike. The flames erupted fiercely, blinding the eyes. As swift as lightning, sweeping away all in its path, leaving everyone around in awe. He was able to simultaneously perform 3 yin-yang techniques and concentrate all his magical power into the samurai sword, amplifying its inherent power to its absolute limit. What a terrifying strike! Compared to that, even the flawlessly powerful single strike just now by Mizunashi Shinichi pales in comparison and cannot hold a candle to it. No wonder he's called the pinnacle of Onmyoji combat power. Sagawa Kawano's strength is simply terrifying. Everyone watched as Soga Kawano's sword darted toward the demon in human form with such speed and precision that it seemed almost supernatural, leaving them utterly speechless. But the next second, all that could be seen was Soga Kawano's fiery blade, capable of incinerating everything in its path and shattering the heavens and earth. When the tip of the blade made contact with the black energy shield surrounding the demonic figure, whoosh! Bang! The intense flames were instantly extinguished. The blade, just like the water from earlier, shattered instantly like glass. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils contracted, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. This strike was Sagawa Kawano's full power strike. And Sagawa Kawano is even more terrifying than Mizunashi Shinichi, a supreme warrior known as the pinnacle of Onmyoji combat power. Even his full power strike couldn't break through the demon's defenses. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone frowned deeply, beginning to feel despair. Mizuno Shinichi and Sagawa Kawano were the 2 strongest among them. Even their combined strongest attack couldn't inflict the slightest damage on the demon before them, let alone break its defenses. This proves that the demon's power has reached an unimaginable level, far surpassing their understanding. They may have never had a chance from the start. In other words, they are very likely to die at the hands of the demon in human form right before their eyes. The humanoid demon looked at Sagawa Kawano and snorted coldly, saying, "Your strength seems to surpass everyone here, but unfortunately, in my eyes, you're nothing more than a larger ant. And I have no interest in playing a turn-based game with you anymore. I'm going to kill you all quickly and get home early." The demon spoke in incomprehensible words. After speaking, a flash of black light appeared in his eyes. Chie! Suddenly, 8 slender, sharp tentacles erupted from its back, appearing utterly bizarre and utterly terrifying. The overwhelming intent to kill surged suddenly, causing the air around it to grow noticeably colder. He burst into a maniacal grin, swaying the 8 slender, sharp tentacles behind him as he slowly approached the crowd. Seeing this, everyone was completely panicked. Their hearts began to race uncontrollably, their breathing grew rapid, their mouths went dry, and their limbs trembled uncontrollably. After all, they were facing an otherworldly demon of unimaginable power. They will be killed. As the demon gradually approached, everyone was so terrified that their hearts felt like they were about to leap out of their throats. What should we do? What should I do? If this continues, we'll die. However, just as everyone was on the brink of emotional collapse, their pupils dilating, and about to succumb to despair, Sagawa Chiyo, who had remained completely unnoticed throughout the entire ordeal. Yet here she stood before everyone, blocking the demon in human form. Her fair, delicate face was adorned with a gentle smile as she spoke softly. "Everyone, step back a bit. I'll handle this from here." Chapter 61, I Must Be Losing My Mind. The gentle and composed Sakura Chiyo. At that moment, she took 2 steps forward with a smile on her face, stepping forward on her own initiative to stand before the crowd, blocking the path of the humanoid demon slowly approaching them. "Everyone, step back a bit. I'll handle this from here." She smiled sweetly, her voice soft and melodious. Seeing this scene, everyone around them, including Mizuno Shinichi and Sagawa Kawano, their expressions froze instantly, their faces completely dumbfounded. What's going on? What is she trying to do? Also, what did she mean by that? Tell them to step back and that she'll handle it. At this thought, everyone's pupils contracted, and their hearts skipped a beat. Could she possibly be planning to confront the demon-like creature head-on? She's gone mad. This woman must be crazy. The person before her was a demonic creature with terrifying power that was beyond belief. Don't even mention these top-tier Onmyoji. Even Mizuno Shinichi, who is far more powerful than them, and Sawa Kawano, whose combat prowess is unmatched in the entire Onmyoji world. All were powerless against the demon before them. And what of Sakura Chiyo? Don't even mention comparing her to powerhouses like Mizunashi Shinichi and Sagawa Kawano. Even when compared to these top-tier Onmyoji, they are so weak it's not even worth looking at. Because she doesn't even qualify as a yin-yang master. Her strength is even weaker than that of a low-level onmyoji. However, she seemed to have no clear understanding of her own abilities. How dare she be so arrogant as to attempt to fight the demon in front of her alone? Who on earth gave her the confidence to do such a thing? And at this critical moment, when life and death hang in the balance, she dares to do something so foolish, absurd, and reckless. What else could it be but madness? Everyone stared blankly at Sakura Chiyo in front of them. Their eyes were filled with contempt, mockery, and disdain. However, they had no intention of trying to stop him. After all, Sakagawa Chiyo's behavior was nothing short of courting death, and they didn't even bother to try to stop her. If she wants to die, then let her. Then let her go. Xianying, what are you doing? Come back here. Chiyo Sakagawa's actions startled her father, Sakagawa Kawano, who hurriedly shouted in panic. He was the strongest person present. He knew better than anyone else that the power of the demonic figure before him had reached an unimaginable level. Similarly, as a father, he was fully aware of how weak and insignificant his daughter's strength truly was. Similarly, as a father, he also knows just how weak and insignificant his daughter's strength truly is. To put it bluntly, that demon could probably blow a breath and instantly take his daughter's life. However, he couldn't understand why his daughter was acting so irrationally at that moment, rushing forward to her death. His daughter was usually such a smart girl. Why, at such a critical moment, would she do something so foolish? If his daughter had stayed hidden behind him, he could have found a way to help her escape and survive. But his daughter, of all people, had run to the front of everyone and charged forward to her death. Now, his daughter is as good as dead. Xianying, listen to your father and come back quickly. Sagawa Kawano was so anxious behind them that he was about to cry. But Sakawa Chiyo, who was ahead, remained completely unmoved. The demon in human form, seeing Sakura's behavior, was also puzzled for a moment. But soon, he burst into loud laughter. Ha! This is the first time I've seen someone rushing to their death. I admire your courage. As a reward, I'll let you die. The demon in human form had barely finished speaking. Suddenly, Sakura Chiyo, with her long hair flowing, raised the corners of her lips slightly. Her pale right hand formed a sword-like gesture in front of her, and between her two fingers was a piece of orange-yellow talisman paper, which had appeared there at some point. Immediately afterward, the way manifests in myriad forms, the thunderous decree shatters the 9 heavens. The mysterious thunder illuminates and envelopes my body. Only Sakura Chiyo's eyes narrowed slightly, and she gently parted her pink lips, reciting a spell with calm composure. The incantation was spoken in a flat, unremarkable tone. But, upon hearing this, the people around them, they were all stunned, their expressions filled with astonishment and disbelief. Because each of them could hear it clearly. What Sakura Sagawa was speaking was not neon language. It was the clear and standard language of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 62, Jaw-dropping. The next second, the people around him hadn't even had time to react. As soon as Sakagawa Chiyo finished speaking, her words became law. The orange-yellow talisman paper between her fingers suddenly transformed into countless sparkling stars, drifting in the air for a moment before merging into her body. Then, bang! Sizzle! Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted from Sakura Chiyo's body. Every inch of her snow-white skin, every strand of her smooth hair, and every part of her body gradually began to emit faint blue electrical arcs that danced ceaselessly across her form. Immediately afterward, boom! With a deafening roar, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from Sakura Chiyo's body in an instant. The intensity of the light was so overwhelming that everyone present was temporarily blinded. When their vision returned, they were astonished to see Sagawa Chiyo's stunningly beautiful cheeks and fair arms were adorned with lightning-like patterns, sparkling and bright, dazzling to the extreme. Surrounding her body were countless azure blue lightning arcs, swirling around her like dancing dragons, emitting crackling sounds and exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. The air around her quickly filled with the acrid smell of burning. At that moment, Sakura Chiyo, just like a god of thunder descending to earth. Divine thunder swirls, shaking the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around was speechless. But before they could react, a scene that left them speechless unfolded before their eyes. Suddenly, the slender figure of Sakagawa Chiyo moved her feet lightly, and her body instantly transformed into a streak of golden light. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly approached the demon with an unusual form. Then, she raised her right hand, and lightning suddenly erupted from her arm. Without hesitation, she formed her right hand into a palm and slapped it toward the humanoid demon with 12 spider-like eyes on its face. Then, bang! The indestructible black circular light shield surrounding the humanoid demon was shattered by a single slap from Sakura Chiyo. Seeing this, everyone around them was instantly stunned. What could this possibly be? The black circular light barrier emitted by that demonic being was so powerful that even the combined efforts of over a dozen top-tier yin-yang masters couldn't break it. Even top-tier masters like Mizunashi Shinichi and Sagawa Kawano, who had unleashed their most powerful yin-yang techniques, couldn't cause the slightest damage to it. However, now, she has been defeated by Sakura Chiyo, who is even weaker than a low-level onmyoji, with a single slap. This can't be possible. What's going on? Just as everyone was finding it hard to believe, Sagawa Chiyo's movements did not stop. She shattered the defensive light shield of the demon-like creature before her with a single palm strike. She swiftly bent her fingers and aimed them directly at the throat of the demon-like creature. The demonic creature, seeing its defensive energy shield shattered, trembled violently and was utterly astonished. Especially, he could sense the power erupting from the young girl before him. It was extremely familiar, extremely terrifying. In an instant, he knew something was terribly wrong. His face betrayed his fear, and his aura surged violently as he quickly dodged to avoid the attack. But the young girl's speed was simply too fast. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Sagawa Chiyo's pale, slender right hand clamped down on the neck of the monstrous creature in an instant. She slowly raised her right hand, lifting the demonic creature into the air. Sigh. The humanoid demon was choked until its face contorted in agony. The 8 sharp, slender tentacles behind it suddenly began to twist wildly and chaotically. With each twist, an incredibly terrifying force erupted, sending deafening explosions rippling through the air. The walls and ceiling within a 10-meter radius of the corridor were instantly shattered by the impact, leaving the area in complete ruin. Seeing the demonic creature struggling fiercely, Sakura Sakagawa's beautiful eyes narrowed in anger. She immediately released her spiritual energy and squeezed the creature's throat even harder. Little did she know that this sudden exertion. She directly squeezed 5 of the 12 spider eyes on the face of the demon with the distorted form, bursting them open. Foul-smelling mucus flowed out of the eye sockets, utterly repulsive. However, once this move was executed, the opponents ceased struggling entirely. Seeing this, Sakura Chiyo smiled slightly in satisfaction and spoke in a very calm tone. Next, I have a few questions for you, and you must answer truthfully. Chapter 63, The Company. Sagawa Chiyo has many questions now. First, the demon in human form before her, with its overwhelming power, could easily kill all the onmyoji of Neon Country openly and brazenly. Yet it chooses to hide within this shopping mall, waiting passively for its prey, deliberately concealing its presence. Why go to all this trouble? What exactly is he worried about? Second, she clearly remembers that the other person just said that. And I have no interest in playing this turn-based game with you anymore. I'm going to kill you all quickly and get off work early to go home. The key point is at the end of this sentence. The other person said, I need to leave work early and go home. This suddenly reminded her of what happened 4 months ago on the day she enrolled at the university. A bloodthirsty dark chi master burst into the campus of the ethereal university, intent on slaughtering everyone there. Fortunately, Mr. Su arrived just in time and slew the evil chi master with his sword. But before he died, he uttered these words of mercy. You can't kill me, otherwise, the company won't let me go. The key point of this sentence lies in the word company. Company. Time to go home. When these two words appear together, it is hard not to associate them with each other. Therefore, Chiyo Sakagawa began to think. The humanoid demon before her, with 12 spider-like eyes on its face and scales covering its entire body. Is there any connection between this creature and thee from 4 months ago, who was covered in exposed blood vessels? In fact, Sakagawa Chiyo already had a very bold theory in her mind at that moment. However, she couldn't rule out the possibility of coincidence or that she was overthinking everything. So she had to verify it. Coming to her senses, Sakura Chiyo smiled faintly and asked directly. First question, why did you kill all the onmyoji in the Neon Kingdom? What was your purpose? The demon with an altered form, whose throat was being choked by Sakura Chiyo and held mid-air, now wore an expression of extreme agony, daring not to struggle any further. After catching his breath, he managed to force out 3 words. Sir, I was merely following orders from above. As for the specific reasons, I have no knowledge of them. May I ask which department you are from? If you are dissatisfied with my work, you may report it to the company headquarters. Why bother a lowly employee like me? Although I am of low rank and have little experience, I have always been diligent and hardworking in the company, never taking shortcuts or cutting corners. I hope you will spare my life, considering the contributions I have made to the company. I knew it. I was right after all. Upon hearing this, Sakura Chiyo was utterly shocked. She was now certain. Her bold guess was correct. But now that things have come to this, she intends to ask for more information. So she suppressed her surprise and said calmly, Oh, are you an employee of the company? I haven't seen you before. Tell me, what's the name of our company? If you can't say it, I'll have to assume you're lying. Zhaoguan Xianying said, her beautiful eyes narrowing, a flash of lightning in her gaze. The humanoid demon was startled and hurriedly said, I'll tell you. Our company is called. He stopped mid-sentence, his face suddenly turning red with anger. You're not even part of the company. Who are you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The humanoid demon suddenly went berserk, and the 8 sharp tentacles behind it began to twist wildly once more. Die, all of you. Die. A dark black light suddenly burst forth from his body, followed by an immense aura that erupted violently. The dozen or so onmyoji behind Sakura Chiyo were instantly overwhelmed by the force, their heads spinning and their bodies growing heavy, leaving them unable to breathe for a moment. Immediately afterward, whoosh! That person, with his demonic form, was manipulating the 8 sharp tentacles behind him, fiercely lunging toward the crowd behind Sakura Chiyo. Chapter 64, A Complete Farce. This scene. It caused everyone behind him to widen their eyes in shock and gasp in horror. The 8 sharp tentacles emitted an extremely intense demonic aura, powerful beyond belief and swift as lightning. With their strength, forget about deflecting them, they'd have a hard time even dodging them. If they were struck by those tentacles, they would likely die instantly. In that instant, everyone's expressions turned panic-stricken, and their fear had already reached its peak. But at that very moment, Sagawa Chiyo saw that things were going badly and made a quick decision. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she immediately channeled her spiritual energy. The faint blue electrical arcs swirling around her right arm suddenly grew brighter. Then, she clenched her fists tightly. Bang! The throat of the demon-like figure exploded instantly, and a mixture of blood and flesh, along with a foul-smelling mucus, flew everywhere. Thud! Slap! The head and body of the humanoid demon fell heavily to the ground. Its face contorted in extreme agony, grotesque and terrifying, yet completely devoid of life, not moving a muscle. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around them was completely dumbfounded. Everyone's face was frozen in disbelief, utterly speechless. The astonishment in their hearts was like a meteorite crashing into the sea, sending up waves thousands of feet high, shaking the heavens and the earth. They simply couldn't believe it. The powerful demon before their eyes, whose strength was beyond imagination, was dead. And it was still Sagawa Chiyo, who had no presence from start to finish, who was killed with just one hand. How is that possible? You must know how powerful that demon with the abnormal form is. Even if they had a dozen top-tier yin-yang masters working together, it wouldn't be enough. Even top-tier masters like Mizunashi Shinichi and Sagawa Kawano, when they unleashed their most powerful onmyo jutsu, couldn't even scratch it. However, at that moment, he was effortlessly defeated by Sakura Chiyo. At this thought, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They weren't little cuties. The facts were staring them in the face, and they had no choice but to accept reality. Reality has always been someone with little presence, even regarded by them as arrogant, with such weak abilities that she wasn't even worth looking at. In reality, her abilities surpassed everyone else's, reaching a level that was simply beyond comprehension. In her presence, they are the weaklings who are so powerless they aren't even worth looking at. Sagawa Kawano's astonishment was no less than that of the people around him, and perhaps even greater. He had brought Sagawa Chiyo to the exorcism site this time specifically to show her how powerful the onmyoji were. He wanted her to realize that giving up the opportunity to become an onmyoji and instead following those weak and incompetent practitioners in the Great Xia Kingdom was an extremely foolish decision. But now, he realized that the foolish one was actually himself. Because his daughter had only been in the Great Xia Kingdom for 4 or 5 months, yet upon returning home, her abilities far surpassed his own as a yin-yang master who had practiced yin-yang arts for over 40 years. He felt like a complete joke. No, that's not right. It is the onmyoji, a tradition passed down for over 500 years in the Neon Kingdom. It's nothing but a complete joke. He never expected it. It turned out that the cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom were so powerful that they were no match for the onmyoji of the Neon Kingdom. The onmyoji of the Neon Country are nothing but a joke in the presence of the cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom. Sagawa Kawano's eyes were lifeless, and his once unwavering belief crumbled to pieces in that instant. Everyone, the demonic beings have been eliminated. You may now leave this place. At that moment, Sakura Sakagawa turned around and smiled gently at everyone. Chapter 65, The Training System Jiaokai. After dealing with the demon, they left the mall. Sagawa Chiyo joined the others and boarded a police car, preparing to head home. However, before getting into the car, the 10 onmyoji who had entered the exorcism site with Sakura Chiyo earlier all found her and expressed their apologies with great respect. In essence, they had previously underestimated her strength and had spoken to her in a disrespectful manner. They now hoped she would forgive them. Especially the short-haired girl who had harshly scolded her earlier when she begged for forgiveness. She was teary-eyed and almost knelt down before her. This left Sakura Chiyo a bit at a loss, because she couldn't tell if the other person was being serious or just putting on an act. But overall, in the face of everyone's apologies, Sakura Chiyo did not make things difficult for them. Instead, she solemnly stated that she was a practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom and that slaying demons and eliminating evil was her duty. Upon hearing these words, everyone was utterly astonished. Their hearts were filled with complex emotions, and their minds were racing with thoughts. Then, Sagawa Chiyo and her father, Sagawa Kawano, got into the same police car and went home. Dad, the Great Summer Kingdom is a wonderful place. I like it there. In the car, Sakura Sakagawa turned to look at Sakano Sakagawa beside her and said seriously. Sagawa Kawano, with a blank expression, sighed with a look of despair. Chio, all this time, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have opposed you staying in the Great Xia Kingdom. You're not only happy there, but you're also practicing a form of magic even more powerful than yin-yang arts. What reason do I have to oppose you now? From now on, no matter what you do, I will support you. Go pursue your dreams with all your heart. Sachiko Sakagawa smiled gently and said earnestly, Arigato, Otusan. The pronunciation in Japanese is Arigato, Otusan. Sagawa Kawano paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Chio, you've grown up. Sagawa Chio looked puzzled. Sagawa Kawano stared straight ahead, looking out the window at the brightly lit streets, and said meaningfully, having a daughter like you, Sakagawa Kawano, I have no regrets in this life. Great Xia Kingdom. Pyeongmyo University, Administrative Building, President's Office. It is now 1:30 a.m., the second day of Pyeongmyo University's 7-day-long holiday. Phew, that's all for today. Suming sat at his desk, moved the mouse to save the file, then stretched lazily and shut down the computer. In fact, although the students had been on vacation for the past 2 days, Suming had been working the entire time. There's no way around it. With only 1 month left in the semester, I can see it coming to an end. He naturally needs to carefully plan and organize the final exams for his students. Only by doing so could he gain a clearer understanding of the students' cultivation progress, as well as their cultivation levels and abilities. By the next semester, he will be able to develop a more tailored teaching plan for his students. Originally, according to Su Ming's original plan, he was supposed to spend the entire 7-day holiday working on this task. But, since he works late every day, he is quite efficient and has already completed most of the work. He estimates that he will need at most 2 more days to fully complete his final exam plan. By then, he plans to travel around the world on his sword, taking a few days to completely relax. By the way, use the reputation points earned by the students over the past 4 months through their cultivation improvements and completion of various system achievements to spend freely within the system. Suming clearly remembers that over the past 4 months, he has accumulated a massive amount of reputation points, enough to go on a shopping spree in the reputation point mall. Suming was thinking exactly that. Drip. A sudden notification sound rang out. Suming picked up his phone and took a look. It was actually his student, Chio Sakagawa from the Talisman Department. After reading the message, Suming quickly understood what had happened. He also agreed with Sakura Chio's speculation. In this world, there is an organization composed of evil spirits and heretics, disguised as a company, hiding within society. Suming believed that this theory had at least a 90% chance of being true. Nevertheless, he currently has no plans to take any action. The reason is still the same. Before the University of Pyo had grown strong, he would never waste his time interfering with the evil forces outside. At least wait until this final exam is over, when he will assess the students' cultivation levels and confirm that each of them is capable of eliminating evils for the people. Only then will he consider this matter further. 3 in the morning. Zhao Kai, a practitioner of the cultivation system, had harbored a growing desire to defeat the strong and aid the weak, to become a great hero, ever since the day Pyeongmyo University closed for the holidays. And so, after returning home, he immediately headed to the nearest street known for its poor security and numerous street food stalls. This snack street. People with dragon and phoenix tattoos often came to collect protection money, and occasionally incidents of bullying, extortion, and threats occurred. The surrounding residents have always kept their distance from that area and never go there to play. But strangely enough, there was always a large crowd there. Every day, thousands of tourists from other places come to shop and sightsee there. This has led to a series of unfortunate incidents occurring one after another. However, in the snack street, there are always merchants eager to make money who keep pouring in, and as a result, the number of customers continues to increase. When he was in high school, Zhao Kai passed through here every day on his way home. Almost every month, he would see a group of people dressed in elaborate costumes, bullying vendors and beating tourists. He was filled with righteous indignation, but could only swallow his anger. Because he knew that those people were not someone he could afford to provoke. But now, everything is different. He is now a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. Just 2 days ago, Zhao Kai had just returned to this snack street. Coincidentally, just then, I noticed 8 burly men surrounding a barbecue stall, demanding 8,000 yuan in protection money from an old woman with gray temples and a gaunt, emaciated face. The old woman was so frightened that her voice trembled as she pleaded for mercy, explaining that she was ill and had children to support, and simply couldn't afford such a large protection fee. The old woman's daughter was around the same age as Zhao Kai, and facing such a situation, she too was terrified, her face pale with fear. She could only stand by, trembling all over, begging those people to spare them. But those people didn't listen at all, and even started to attack, preparing to tear down the old woman's stall. Seeing this, Zhao Kai didn't hesitate for a moment. He charged forward and, in a few swift moves, knocked all 8 of the burly men who were twice his size to the ground. Some had dislocated joints, others had broken bones, and some were bruised and swollen, their faces covered in blood. A teenager of 17 or 18 years old had beaten 8 burly men to the ground in just a few blows. This scene left the onlookers speechless. They all exclaimed in amazement and praised him for doing a great job. The old woman and her daughter also hurriedly expressed their gratitude to him and said they would treat him to barbecue, as much as he wanted. Zhao Kai, of course, politely declined. But at that moment, the 8 burly men struggled to their feet, their faces twisted with ferocity as they threatened to call for reinforcements and kill Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai beat them all up again and forced them to take him to their boss. The 8 men were so scared from the beating that they had no choice but to agree. After finding the leader of those people, Zhao Kai still only used a little force, but he beat the other 20 or so people until they were covered in bruises and cuts. To everyone's surprise, the other side refused to back down and even threatened to call for reinforcements to kill him. Zhao Kai realized this seemed to be a powerful and dangerous gang, so he immediately decided to eliminate them completely. Then, Zhao Kai spent 2 days going through 4 or 5 rounds of the same process of finding connections and seeking support. It wasn't until the day after the university closed for the semester. At 3 o'clock in the morning, he finally saw the mastermind behind it all. At this very moment. 3 o'clock in the morning, with a pitch-black sky and a chilling wind. In an abandoned chemical factory, Zhao Kai stood alone in the center, unarmed. Surrounding him were over 500 burly men armed with steel knives and iron rods, their faces twisted into menacing grimaces as they closed in on him. Facing such a terrifying scene, Zhao Kai showed no sign of fear. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth and burst into an excited laugh. Chapter 66, Not Knowing a Good Thing When You See It. At 3 in the morning, the cold wind was biting. In an abandoned chemical factory with a flat and spacious layout, Zhao Kai stood alone in the center, unarmed. Surrounding him were over 500 tall, muscular men, each wielding steel swords and iron clubs, forming a tight circle around him. Every face was grim and menacing, revealing an expression of extreme cruelty. This kid is pretty bold, coming here alone? He didn't even bring any weapons. How arrogant and reckless. He dares to mess with Sun Xiao's men? This kid really isn't afraid of dying. This fool will lose at least 2 hands today, or he won't get out of here alive. Indeed, even if he's as strong as he claims, can he really take on all of us over 500 people by himself? The murmurs grew louder and louder. The words coming out of their mouths were all extremely violent. This greatly displeased Zhao Kai. Just then, quiet. A deafening shout suddenly rang out, drowning out all other sounds. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Everyone stopped joking around and immediately shut their mouths, not daring to make a single sound. Soon, the menacing crowd around them hurriedly made way. A man dressed head to toe in expensive designer brands, with 2 young women of striking beauty and curvaceous figures on either side, pushed his way through the crowd and approached Zhao Kai. The man was dressed in luxurious attire, and every movement he made exuded the distinctive air of someone of high status. His gaze toward Zhao Kai was condescending and filled with disdain. Suddenly, he sneered with disdain, "Boy, I hear you beat up all my best men and sent them to the hospital?" Zhao Kai didn't respond directly but remained calm and smiled lightly. "I'll give you 2 options. First, turn yourself in and reform. 2, I beat you until your skin was torn and bleeding, then forced you to surrender and reform." As soon as these words were spoken, turn himself in? This kid must be brain dead. Daring to speak to Sun Xiao like that is simply asking for trouble. This kid must not have heard of Sun Xiao's reputation, right? You fool! The crowd around them erupted into chaos. The man known as Sun Xiao, however, did not grow angry upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled. "Young man, boasting is useless. Let's talk about something practical. You managed to send my best men to the hospital all by yourself. I can see you're a skilled fighter, and I've always been someone who values talent. So, how about joining me? I'll give you 50,000 a month, and you'll get a cut of the profits when we make money. What do you say? Think about it?" Sun Xiao's words were clearly an attempt to lure Zhao Kai. However, his words consistently conveyed an air of superiority, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Upon finishing his words, everyone around him was startled. Even the 2 stunningly beautiful women by Sun Xiao's side couldn't help but change their expressions, looking astonished. 50,000 a month. That's a huge sum of money. Seeing that the other party was taking a long time to respond, Sun Xiao said again, "Hey, what are you hesitating about? 50,000 a month, that's a fortune for you, isn't it? Besides, I have no quarrel with you. What good would it do you to go against me? I know you're a tough fighter, but so what? Can you take on over 500 of my men alone? At my command, I can have you killed in a matter of minutes. So, why don't we just get along and..." Sun Xiao said triumphantly, but Zhao Kai just grinned and interrupted him. "It seems like you're planning to get beaten up by me first before turning yourself in." As soon as those words left his mouth, The crowd around them erupted in anger, hurling insults at Zhao Kai. They accused him of being too arrogant and not knowing his place. Sun Xiao saw that the other party was completely unaware of his kindness, and at this point, he had completely lost his patience. He sneered disdainfully. "Ah, good, very good. You've got guts. Kid, since you won't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless," Sun Xiao said, nodding toward several muscular men holding sharp knives beside him. "Get to work. Cut off his hands first." As soon as he finished speaking, the few muscle-bound men beside him hardened their expressions, raised their cleavers, and charged straight at Zhao Kai. Each of their movements was swift and decisive, each blow delivered with brute force and ruthless intent. Facing 7 or 8 burly men attacking him from all sides, the people around them could already envision the gruesome scene of Zhao Kai being hacked to pieces by a hail of blades. But the next second, a scene that left everyone speechless unfolded before their eyes. Chapter 67, clearly a divine being. Facing 7 or 8 burly men wielding knives and charging toward Zhao Kai with fierce intent, Zhao Kai showed no sign of fear. He stood there, a calm smile on his face, showing no intention of backing away. The burly man wielding a knife who had charged to the front and was closest to Zhao Kai saw this and felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. He couldn't believe how brazen this young man was. With so many people wielding knives at him, he dared to stand there motionless? What the heck is he pretending to be? "I'll cut you to pieces with one blow." The burly man clenched his teeth and quickly charged toward Zhao Kai. His expression hardened, and the bulging veins on his muscular arms stood out prominently. The sharp, cold blade in his hand erupted with overwhelming force, slashing directly at Zhao Kai's arm. This strike was powerful and overwhelming. Just as everyone thought that Zhao Kai would be sliced open by this strike, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At the exact moment the knife-wielding thug swung his blade down, Zhao Kai swiftly raised his right hand, using the heel of his palm to block the blade, then clenched his fingers tightly and astonishingly caught the machete with his bare hands. And his hand was completely unharmed. The crowd around him was left speechless. But before they could react, what left them even more speechless happened next. Only Zhao Kai's lips curled slightly as he clenched his right hand tightly. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. The knife in the hands of the burly man holding the blade was crushed in Zhao Kai's bare hands, as easily as if it were made of glass. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around them, including the elegantly poised Sun Xiao and the 2 stunningly beautiful women by his side, were all completely speechless. The word surprise seemed to be written all over their faces. What's going on? That kid just crushed a steel knife with his bare hands? How is that possible? Is that even possible for humans? As everyone stood in astonishment, Zhao Kai's anger grew more intense. The muscle-bound men surrounding him, armed with steel knives and iron rods, were all ruthless and vicious individuals. How many people had fallen victim to their cruelty? He had no patience left to waste on these men. Today, he would make these people pay no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhao Kai immediately activated the spiritual energy within his body, and a crimson glow flashed in his eyes. On his arms, a fiery red flame suddenly erupted, flickering and burning with intense heat. In an instant, flames danced in the air, creating a surreal and otherworldly scene. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around them was completely stunned, their minds going blank. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. That kid. His eyes were glowing red, and flames were burning in his hands? What the hell is this supposed to be? It's clearly a divine being. The young man before him, who looked to be around 17 or 18, was actually a divine being. In this world, immortals are actually real. At this very moment, the crowd around them was utterly stunned. The worldview they had spent over 2 decades building had collapsed in an instant. Among the crowd, Sun Xiao, dressed in luxurious attire, stood frozen in place. He couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real. But the unbearable burning sensation constantly reminded him that it was all real. There are actually gods in this world. The teenager before him, who looked to be around 17 or 18, was actually a god. Sun Xiao's mind completely collapsed. Because of his high position, power, wealth, and noble background, he suddenly felt that everything he had once been proud of had become a joke. At that moment, the burly men surrounding him, armed with steel knives and iron rods, all screamed and scattered in all directions. But Zhao Kai naturally wouldn't give them a chance to escape. As spiritual energy surged within him, he lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his figure transformed into a crimson streak of light. 20 seconds later, over 500 muscular men were all knocked to the ground by Zhao Kai, leaving a scene of chaos and despair. Chapter 68, Stopping Bullets with Bare Hands. After dealing with the minor thugs, Zhao Kai flickered and appeared before Sun Xiao in the blink of an eye. The 2 stunningly beautiful women by Sun Xiao's side were so frightened that they turned pale with fear and began to sob uncontrollably. Plop! Suddenly, Sun Xiao knelt down on one knee, bowing respectfully to Zhao Kai. "O noble sage, I have committed countless evils in the past. I am willing to accept punishment. Tonight, I will go to the police station to turn myself in, confess all my crimes, and submit to the laws of the Great Xia Empire. However, the humble one earnestly requests the immortal to impart a few divine techniques to the humble one. Sun Shao, kneeling on the ground, had lost all traces of his earlier arrogance. He trembled slightly with fear, pleading humbly with a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai couldn't help but find it amusing. "Ha, you, a social parasite who has done nothing but evil, dare to cultivate immortal techniques? Besides, given the crimes you've committed, even sentencing you to 800 deaths would be more than enough. Even if I were to teach you a few divine arts, you wouldn't have the chance to use them." Upon hearing the word death sentence, Sun Shao suddenly panicked, his pupils dilating instantly. In the past, he had always dismissed such words with disdain, even finding them amusing. But this time was different. He knew that the teenager standing before him, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was truly capable of sending him to prison. What should he do now? "I'm of noble birth and possess wealth that countless people couldn't earn in hundreds of lifetimes. No way. I absolutely cannot go to prison, I absolutely cannot die. I'm Sun Haoshuan, no one can touch me." Suddenly, all he could see was Sun Shao clenching his teeth, his eyes suddenly filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. Without hesitation, he suddenly drew a black handgun from his waist and aimed it at Zhao Kai's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! Sun Shao didn't hesitate for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he pulled the trigger. The pitch-black muzzle erupted with a bright flame, and a copper-colored bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, shot directly toward Zhao Kai's head. Upon seeing this, Zhao Kai's pupils suddenly contracted. Fortunately, he acted swiftly, quickly channeling his spiritual energy to precisely block the bullet with his palm. The bullet, upon making contact with Zhao Kai's palm, felt as though it had struck an incredibly hard steel plate, instantly being deflected away. Seeing that the other person could block a bullet with his bare hands, Sun Shao was completely devastated. His eyes grew dim and lifeless, his expression utterly devoid of hope, despair reaching its peak. Zhao Kai was so enraged by Sun Shao's actions that his eyes widened in anger. He never imagined that the man before him, known as Sun Shao, could be so ruthless, actually intending to shoot him dead. Go to hell! Zhao Kai was so angry that he cursed loudly, raised his fist, and punched Sun Shao in the face. Bang! This punch packs 1,000 pounds of force. Sun Shao didn't even have time to scream before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious on the ground. The two young beauties beside him, with their seductive figures and stunning looks, were so terrified that they burst into tears on the spot. Zhao Kai paid no attention to them. Instead, he surveyed the over 500 people lying on the ground around him, his voice booming like thunder. Everyone present, listen carefully. You have disregarded the law and openly engaged in criminal activities. You deserve to be punished by the law. Therefore, before coming here, I have already reported this to the police. And now, before the police arrive, I advise you not to attempt to flee from here. Otherwise, you will be held responsible for the consequences. Zhao Kai's words rang out like a thunderclap, deafening and utterly authoritative. The over 500 burly men lying on the ground heard his words and felt their hearts tremble violently, terrified to the extreme. Over the next half hour, the 500 or so burly men in the entire venue did not attempt to flee. After all, the teenager before them, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was a genuine divine being. With a flick of his finger, he could take their lives. If you don't run, you'll only end up serving a few years in prison. But if you run away, he'd probably be instantly killed by that young man's divine arts. Just then, not far from the abandoned chemical factory, a sudden burst of bright lights and the sharp sound of sirens echoed through the air. Dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of police cars arrived at the scene in a large convoy. Within minutes, over 200 fully armed police officers, each holding real weapons, disembarked and slowly approached the factory. Behind them, more officers were using loudspeakers to shout at those inside, "You are surrounded. Do not resist." However, when the police officers entered the factory, they were immediately stunned by the scene before them, because they saw that there were over 500 people at the scene. Moreover, most of the faces were familiar to them. They were all local troublemakers who had been detained and educated by them on numerous occasions. What's even more surprising is those petty thugs, who would run away from the police as soon as they saw them, running faster than rabbits. But this time, "Officer, arrest me, arrest me. Please, officer, handcuff me and take me to the detention center. Officer, hurry up and get the handcuffs out and put them on me. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Over 500 thugs. Upon seeing the police, instead of fleeing, they rushed toward the officers in a panic, each trying to get there first. They were shouting loudly, "Hurry up and put handcuffs on them. Hurry up and take them back." All the police officers present were completely baffled, having no idea what was going on. They had been police officers for over a decade and had never encountered anything so unusual. The criminal is begging the police to arrest him and is more eager than anyone else? What on earth is going on here? Chapter 69, The Path One Believes In. The police officers were still confused about the situation. However, since the criminals had come right to them, they didn't bother with the details and decided to arrest them first and ask questions later. Thus, over 500 thugs quickly rushed to the police officers, urging them to hurry up and handcuff the man. The lead officer, a middle-aged man, exuded a calm and composed demeanor. He stared at the unbelievable scene before him, his face filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on here? A short while later, a young female police officer in her late 20s ran up to the middle-aged officer and reported, "Chief Shang, I just asked around briefly. Everyone there unanimously stated that there was a teenager, around 17 or 18 years old, who single-handedly took on over 500 of them and knocked them all to the ground in less than 30 seconds. The teenager's purpose was simple, to rid the people of a menace and ensure they faced legal consequences." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged police officer was utterly stunned. "What did you say?" The young female officer said, "Chief Zhang, you also think this is impossible, right? How could one person possibly fight off over 500 ruthless criminals? This is clearly made up." The middle-aged police officer frowned. "Even if it's made up, it needs to have some logic to it. In my opinion, this isn't made up at all, it's just nonsense." "Yeah, this is way too far-fetched." The young female police officer nodded, then furrowed her brows. But why would they fabricate such a lie? And why were they actively seeking arrest today? This is highly unusual. The middle-aged police officer sighed helplessly. "Who knows? Let's just take them all back first. We'll have plenty of time to interrogate them later." The young female police officer nodded in agreement. But the next second, her gaze drifted casually upward, and she saw a piece of paper the size of a palm slowly drifting down from the sky. Moreover, the speed at which the note fell was extremely slow, defying her common sense and appearing very strange. "Zhang, look quickly. What is that?" The young female police officer pointed to the ceiling and screamed. The middle-aged police officer heard the commotion and instinctively looked up in the direction she was pointing. All they could see was a small white note, about the size of a palm, slowly drifting down from above their heads. Soon, the young female police officer jumped lightly and caught the piece of paper that had drifted down from the sky with ease. She unfolded the note with both hands, and the middle-aged officer curiously leaned in to take a look. The two of them stared intently. The note contained only a single line of black text. "As cultivators, we must keep our eyes on the world, care for all beings, uphold the good and punish the evil, and never shirk our responsibilities." Upon seeing the note, I was startled to find such strange words written there. The middle-aged police officer and the young female officer both froze, then felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Their expressions changed slightly, their minds racing with thoughts, their brows furrowed as they struggled to come to terms with what had happened. They felt that everything that had occurred that night was beyond comprehension. Was simply too absurd and too strange. At 4 in the morning, the cold wind was blowing. Inside this abandoned chemical plant, the police officers were busy and excited, yet deeply astonished. Just then, no one noticed. In a secluded corner, a teenager of around 17 or 18 transformed into a dark shadow and vanished silently into the night. After seeing that every gang member had been handcuffed, Zhao Kai finally left the abandoned chemical factory with a sense of relief. Now, he had personally eradicated a vicious gang. He rounded up a total of 600 or 700 criminals who had committed numerous crimes and handed them all over to the police in one fell swoop, ensuring they were brought to justice. He was now beyond excited. After all, by eliminating the harm to the people, he has, in a way, become an unsung hero. 5 o'clock in the morning. Zhao Kai returned home, slept until noon, and then got up to order takeout. After finishing his meal, he turned on his computer, opened the electronic version of Beginner's Guide to Physical Training, and began reviewing it carefully. While reading, he also practiced various martial arts moves. Each punch and palm strike, each move and technique, was incredibly powerful, tearing through the air with a roaring wind and a thunderous crash. Today was the second day of the holiday at the Ethereal University. According to the plan, he will depart tomorrow with his classmates to Ningao province to confront the evil Qigong master Yi Yuanzhong. Therefore, with half a day remaining, he intends to practice diligently to prepare for tomorrow. However, I practiced for about 3 hours. Zhao Kai's neighbor downstairs came up to knock on the door. He said not to use a hammer to bang on the walls and floor, it's really loud. Zhao Kai felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Because he hadn't used a hammer to smash the walls or the floor, what his neighbor was referring to must have been the sounds produced by his punches and kicks in the air. Zhao Kai had no choice but to run downstairs and go to the park in the neighborhood to practice. It wasn't until 8 o'clock in the evening that he finally finished his day's practice. Now it was time to rest and recharge. After dinner, Zhao Kai had a sudden idea and decided to check out the nearby snack street, which was known for its poor security. Upon arriving at the street, Zhao Kai was greeted by a sea of people. Tourists of all kinds and street vendors lined the streets, their faces beaming with bright smiles. There was no sign of the arrogant and domineering figures with dragon and phoenix carvings on their bodies from before. "Old Lu, your business has been booming these past few days, hasn't the gross profit exceeded 1,000 yet?" "Haha, not bad." The crazy tiger gang hasn't come to cause trouble these past 2 days, so business has indeed improved a lot. Speaking of which, it's strange. The crazy tiger gang usually comes here every day to eat and drink for free, but for some reason, we haven't seen a single one of them in the past 2 days. It's better that they're not here. Maybe the police have rounded them all up. The crazy tiger gang has powerful connections. It's unlikely they'd be wiped out, but if they were, I'd cheer with all my might. Looking around at the bustling streets and listening to the laughter of the vendors, Zhao Kai suddenly felt that everything he was doing was very meaningful. He still remembered what Mr. Su had said during class. Every cultivator must pursue the path they believe in to go further on the path of cultivation. This may be difficult for you to understand now, but it is an inevitable path for every cultivator. Zhao Kai believes. Perhaps this is the path he seeks to follow. Hey, I ran into you again today. Do you live nearby too? Last time, thanks to you, my mom and I really didn't know what to do. Thank you so much. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out beside her ear. Zhao Kai turned to look and saw that it was the daughter of the old woman from the barbecue stall 2 days ago. Zhao Kai looked at the charming young woman with her bright smile and smiled gently. You're welcome. It's what I should do. When he got home, Zhao Kai went to bed early. He needed to rest up tonight to prepare for tomorrow's journey to confront the evil Chi Master. Chapter 70, The Best University in the World. The second day of the 7-day-long vacation at the Ethereal University. Lu Mang learned that his few close friends from high school had already gone home for the winter break. Despite the fact that he had to leave early the next morning with the main group to head to Ningao province to confront the evil Chi Masters. But before that, he decided to catch up with his old friends and have a meal together. By the way, show off a little. Demonstrate the power of a cultivator. It was just past 9 o'clock in the evening. Liaoning City. A bustling hot pot restaurant. Lu Mang and 2 men and 3 women are sitting around a table. The table was piled high with dishes such as beef tripe, tofu skin, and beef, making it incredibly abundant. Beside it, the sounds of customers eating and chatting filled the air, making the hot pot restaurant bustling with activity and lively beyond belief. Lu Mang sat at the same table with his 5 high school classmates, enjoying their meal while engaging in lively conversation. The atmosphere was truly pleasant. Lu Mang picked up a piece of beef tripe and dropped it into the hot pot, then turned to look at the long-haired boy sitting next to him and said, Hey, Zhang Xiang, which university did you get into? Zhang Xiang, with his long hair, picked up a piece of beef and put it into the hot pot, responding, Didn't I post it on my social media? I'm so lucky this year I got accepted into Tsinghua University. As he finished speaking, a short-haired girl beside him smiled sweetly and said, Zyajij is so impressive. He actually got into the top university in the country. Once you're successful, don't forget about us old friends. Another girl wearing a floral long dress also said half-jokingly, Yeah, Xiao Xiang will be mixing with the upper class from now on. We ordinary folks will never get to meet them. Once we graduate, you'll have to look out for us, Xiao Xiang. Wow, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University? That's really impressive. Xiaoga, no need to say anything else. This drink is on me. Everyone joked around while expressing their envy and congratulations. But at that moment, Lu Mang put the hot beef tripe into his mouth and spoke calmly. Not bad. Peking University is pretty good. Not bad? Pretty good? Upon hearing this, 5 pairs of eyes immediately turned toward Lu Mang. Everyone looked at him like he was a cute little kid. Everyone was staring at him as if he were a cute little kid. Is Lu Mang okay in the head? Where does he get the nerve to use such a dismissive tone to evaluate the most renowned and top-ranked university in the country? According to him, Tsinghua University is just average and doesn't even catch his eye? No one dared to argue with him. Because they knew Lu Mang liked to joke around, and that remark was probably just a joke directed at them. Soon, everyone was eating hot pot while chatting about their college entrance exam scores, which universities they had gotten into, and how they had been doing lately. Each of them had been admitted to a top-tier university, so the conversation on this topic was particularly enjoyable. The short-haired girl sitting across from Lu Mang took a sip of juice and looked at him, asking, Lu Mang, stop eating and tell us about yourself. Which university did you get into? Yeah, we don't even know which university you got into. You little rascal, you didn't even tell us which university you got into. Are we still brothers? Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us which university you got into. Everyone chimed in with the same question. Lu Mang pondered for a moment, then chuckled. I can't disclose the specific university. However, I can assure you that the university I applied to was undoubtedly one of the best universities in the world. As soon as he said that, everyone around them was instantly dumbfounded, looking at each other in disbelief. The best university in the world? You're really full of it, kid. Ha, Lu Mang, you're the king of bragging. Lu Mang, we're talking seriously here. Stop joking around. Tell us the truth, which university did you actually get into? Who's joking with you? I'm telling you the truth. Lu Mang shouted. Give it a rest. With your grades, you'll be lucky to get into a public university. The best university in the world? Stop bragging. Really? You're cooking it? You're exaggerating way too much. Unflappable and composed, Lu Mang, your bragging skills have reached a whole new level. Everyone burst into laughter, none of them believing him. Facing everyone's mockery, Lu Mang didn't seem to mind. He smiled and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, if you ever encounter any insurmountable difficulties in the future, remember to come find me, and I'll help you resolve them." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately stunned. After all, both in terms of family background and personal capabilities, they were far superior to Lu Mang. If they were to encounter difficulties that even they couldn't resolve, what help could Lu Mang possibly offer? Asking him for help? That's ridiculous. Chapter 71, if not now, then when? Though everyone thought this in their hearts, none dared to speak it aloud. Because they could clearly tell that Lu Mang was just joking with them. They guessed that Lu Mang, the young man, probably did poorly on the college entrance exam and ended up at a mediocre university, which he found too embarrassing to admit. That's why he's been joking around with them all this time and refusing to tell the truth. However, they could understand Lu Mang's behavior. After all, everyone has self-respect. Everyone realized that this topic might hurt Lu Mang's self-esteem. So they didn't bring up the topic of the college entrance exam or university again. Instead, we ate hot pot while chatting about other pleasant topics. But just then, 7 or 8 burly men wearing black vests, with intricate dragon and phoenix tattoos on their arms, stormed into the hot pot restaurant. They quickly gathered around a table, clinking glasses and drinking, their voices booming so loudly they shook the ceiling. The noise was so loud that customers at the surrounding tables couldn't help but glance at them with annoyance. But there was not a single person who dared to confront them. After all, those burly men were tall and muscular, with tattoos that were so shocking they made one's eyes widen. Just one glance was enough to strike fear into anyone who saw them. The short-haired girl sitting across from Lu Mang rolled her eyes at the group of burly men. What kind of people are they? How can they be so rude? The girl next to her, wearing a floral dress, hurriedly made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, keep your voice down. If they hear us, we're done for. Those people don't look like they're easy to deal with. It's better if we don't provoke them." The other 3 also muttered a few curses under their breath, with no intention of provoking the group of burly men. However, just at that moment, Lu Mang curled the corners of his mouth, revealing an incredibly excited smile on his face. How the hell could he endure this? Lu Mang flew into a rage and immediately slammed his fist on the table. His shout startled everyone. "Lu Mang, what are you doing? They're real thugs. Don't do anything stupid." Zheng Xiang hurriedly grabbed Lu Mang's arm and tried to pull him back to the chair. But strangely, he found that Lu Mang's strength was incredibly powerful. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Lu Mang at all. "Lu Mang, sit down quickly. If you provoke those people, we'll be the ones to suffer. Lu Mang, calm down. Yeah, don't act impulsively." The 5 people sitting at the same table as Lu Mang were terrified and hurriedly tried to stop him. But Lu Mang paid no attention to them. After 4 months of arduous cultivation, he had finally achieved some success and become a sword-wielding cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. All for this very moment. If not now, then when? Moreover, the motto of the university encourages him to be a person who acts bravely in the face of injustice. So today, he's determined to do it. "You guys over there, can you please eat quietly?" Lu Mang flew into a rage, his voice booming like thunder. "You're disturbing my meal. Do you understand? If you don't keep it down, I'll beat your mouths to a pulp." As soon as he said this, everyone gasped in shock, their hearts racing with dread. Lu Mang's frail build, he'd probably be no match for a dog. But right now, he dares to provoke that group of fierce-looking burly men. He's practically asking for trouble. Customers at the nearby tables also cast strange glances at Lu Mang at the same time. They thought to themselves, this young man is so skinny, yet he dares to provoke that group of muscular thugs. Though he may not be the brightest, at least he has the courage to stand up for himself. Chapter 72, Not Playing by the Rules. As soon as Lu Mang finished speaking, the 8 burly men sitting around the table all turned around and glared at him with hostile expressions. "What are you looking at? I told you to keep your voices down and stop making so much noise. Can't you understand?" Lu Mang was furious. "If you keep making noise, I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, among the group of burly men with intricately carved dragons and phoenixes on their bodies, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, with a dragon and a tiger tattooed on each arm, slowly rose to his feet and walked straight toward Lu Mang. His expression was ruthless to the extreme. Upon seeing this, Lu Mang's friends immediately narrowed their eyes and muttered curses under their breath. Even the customers at the surrounding tables couldn't help but feel anxious for Lu Mang. They thought to themselves, that kid is probably in for a world of trouble today. Soon, the imposing, muscular man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stood straight and tall in front of Lu Mang. Lu Mang, standing at just over 5 feet tall, with his frail, emaciated frame. At that moment, standing beside the muscular, burly man, the contrast was striking, and the difference in their stature was immediately apparent. For a moment, all sounds in the hot pot restaurant came to an abrupt halt, leaving the place completely silent. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Seeing this scene, everyone in the venue, including Lu Mang's friends, believed that Lu Mang was in for a rough time this time. In their minds, they could already picture the gruesome scene of Lu Mang being beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, and his skin torn open. However, the next second, a scene that left everyone present speechless unfolded. There stood a burly, intimidating man with a fierce expression, yet he suddenly smiled in a surprisingly friendly manner, reached into his waistband, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to Lu Mang with a sheepish grin, saying, "Young man, calm down. We're just a bunch of guys from the countryside. We didn't get much education and aren't very well mannered. Don't take it to heart, okay? It was indeed our fault earlier. I apologize. We're truly sorry. We'll speak more quietly later." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was left speechless, utterly dumbfounded. What was going on? Is this something a sophisticated individual would say? Lu Mang was also completely baffled at that moment, completely overwhelmed by the imposing figure of the burly man standing before him. What on earth was going on? It shouldn't be about a brutal thug acting recklessly, getting into a fight over a minor disagreement, then easily defeating everyone alone, shocking the entire crowd, and pulling off a perfect show of dominance, right? This so-called socialite is actually so reasonable? I'm truly impressed. The other party isn't following the usual script. Lu Mang snapped back to reality, gave an awkward smile, said it was fine, and politely declined the cigarette the other person offered. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Lu Mang, who had originally intended to show off, ended up in a situation that was both laughable and pitiful. The night was quiet and still, so peaceful that it seemed to hint at something eerie. At the same time, Lingdong Province, Qihai City. In the city center, a bustling pedestrian street was brightly lit, crowded with people, and bustling with activity. In front of a bustling Chinese restaurant, Su Juyin stood motionless at the entrance of the restaurant, a wooden sword strapped to her back and her hair slightly disheveled. Her eyes sparkled as she looked inside the restaurant at the various dishes on the tables, their fragrant aromas making her swallow hard. "Go! My stomach is growling because I'm hungry." Su Juyin bit her lip, walked into the restaurant, and approached a woman in her 30s at the front desk. Her eyes darted around, and she said shyly, "Manager, are you hiring dishwashers here? I don't want any pay, just let me have a meal." Chapter 73, Su Juyin of the Sword Control Department. The woman at the front desk was a bit confused. "Huh? What does that mean?" Su Juyin rubbed the hem of her clothes nervously and said shyly, "What I mean is, can I come to your store and wash dishes for a day? I don't want any pay, I just want a meal." The woman at the front desk heard this and looked at Su Juyin as if she were a beggar, sneering disdainfully. "Sorry, little sister, we don't need any workers here. Why don't you try somewhere else?" Su Juin's clear eyes darkened slightly. "All right." She looked dejected and turned to leave. Today was the second day of the 7-day-long holiday at Pyongyang University. After leaving school for the holiday, Su Juin has not returned home for the past 2 days due to the increasingly strained relationship with her parents. Additionally, she has no money, so she has been wandering around, sleeping on her sword at an altitude of 10,000 meters when she is tired, and enduring her hunger when she is hungry. After all, she was now a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so she wouldn't starve to death even if she didn't eat. However, the hardships of living on the streets have tormented her to the point of mental breakdown. So she went to the city center, intending to find a part-time job to earn some money to stay in a hotel and eat something decent. But she spent 6 hours in the city center, asking countless stores, but no boss was willing to hire her. Even when she explicitly stated that she didn't want any wages, just wanting to work in exchange for a meal, no one was willing to hire her. Su Juyin couldn't understand why this was the case. But she knew that if things continued like this, she would have to return to school early. Suddenly, she had a sudden flash of inspiration. Why not? Fly to a tropical desert island and try to survive in the wild? Sounds pretty interesting. Su Juyin sat on a bench by the street, staring blankly at the quiet night sky, her mind wandering freely. Meanwhile, the woman at the front desk of the restaurant earlier had just rolled her eyes at Su Juyin outside and snorted disdainfully. She thought to herself, that young girl has hands and feet, and she's pretty to boot. Why is she always thinking about taking advantage of others? Their restaurant serves high-end dishes, with an average spend of over 500 per person. Meanwhile, the dishwashers at their restaurant only earn 150 yuan a day. Washing dishes all day just to get a meal, where in the world is there such a good deal? Are you trying to take advantage of her? No way. The woman muttered to herself. Just then, "Help! Help me!" A sharp, piercing scream suddenly echoed from one of the private rooms. The woman was startled by the sound. Though she didn't know what was happening, she knew she would be held responsible if something happened to a customer. She hurriedly followed the sound and entered the corridor, arriving at the door of a private room. She was about to push the door open. Little did she know what would happen next. Bang! With a deafening crash, the private room in front of her collapsed instantly, along with its door and walls. Dust filled the air, obscuring her vision. Soon, the dust settled. This moment, the woman witnessed the most terrifying scene she had ever seen in her entire life. In the private room, a massive, crawling monster covered in countless eyes and mouthparts was chewing on a blood-soaked human head with its gaping maw. The floor and walls of the private room were covered in crimson blood, along with severed limbs and pieces of flesh of various sizes. The entire scene was horrifyingly bloody and utterly shocking. The woman was terrified. All 6 customers in the private room were dead. What on earth is this thing? How could such a monster exist in this world? The woman was terrified to the point of paralysis, her heart pounding wildly, her limbs numb and unable to move. She wanted to scream, but no sound came out of her throat. Suddenly, the monster turned its head and spotted the woman standing in the hallway. The next second, Sha! Suddenly, a demonic light flashed from the monster's eyes. It opened its blood-red maw, leaped into the air, and lunged directly at the woman. The woman, seeing this, her pupils instantly dilated. Fear surged through her like a tidal wave, leaving her mind blank, with only one desperate thought remaining. I'm going to die. However, just at that moment, the woman was startled to see a familiar figure suddenly appear before her eyes. Immediately afterward, a brilliant blue sword light flashed, violently unleashing a piercing sonic boom. By the time she regained her senses and focused her gaze, the terrifying monster that had been lunging toward her was now decapitated, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Still shaken, she looked toward the graceful figure before her. She realized that it was the young girl she had just chased away. At that moment, Su Juin held a wooden sword in her hand, a faint glow emanating from her body, her hair flowing gently in the breeze. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she turned her head to look at the woman behind her. Leave this place quickly. There are more than 1 demons nearby. See this. The woman was stunned and pale, her mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 74. Who on earth is this mysterious figure? The loud commotion quickly drew the attention of over 100 customers in the store. Everyone turned toward the source of the noise, curiously crowding around. But when they arrived at the private room and saw the bloody and terrifying scene, they were instantly terrified, their faces turning ashen and their hearts pounding wildly. What on earth is that? It's a monster. There's a monster. Run, run fast. Over 100 customers were in a panic, screaming and rushing out of the restaurant. Passers-by outside the restaurant saw the commotion and stopped at the entrance, curiously gathering around to watch. The chatter was constant. For a moment, the entire scene instantly descended into chaos. Inside the restaurant, the woman in her 30s stood there in a daze for a moment before quickly running away. Her expression was filled with terror. She never imagined that such a terrifying monster could still exist in this world. However, what concerned her even more was, she couldn't believe that the young girl before her, who was only 17 or 18 years old, was actually a divine being. And just moments ago, she had mistakenly believed the other person was trying to take advantage of her, and had even dismissed them with a highly disdainful tone. But in the end, not only did the other person not hold a grudge, but they actually saved her life. Thinking of this, the woman felt her face flush with embarrassment, deeply ashamed of her earlier stingy and harsh behavior. Soon, the once bustling Chinese restaurant was now in complete disarray, with only Su Juin remaining. She held a wooden sword in her hand, her body radiating a mystical glow. Her beautiful brows were furrowed as she cautiously scanned her surroundings with her divine sense. What's going on? Why would demons appear in the crowded city center? Mr. Su once mentioned that demons and monsters in the modern world have become increasingly restless in recent years. Could the inevitable disaster already be underway? Su Juin murmured softly. But before she could finish speaking, bang! With a loud bang, the ceiling of the restaurant collapsed instantly. As bricks and stones shattered and dust flew everywhere, broken wires sparked and crackled with electric sparks. Sigh! Roar! Suddenly, before the dust had even settled, Su Juin heard a chilling sound coming from all directions, rapidly approaching her. Her vision was blurry, but her spiritual awareness could perceive everything with remarkable clarity. 6 demonic creatures, resembling wolves but covered in sharp spines and scales, were charging toward her with claws outstretched, their aura filled with aggression. Su Juin's eyes narrowed, and a brilliant blue glow suddenly flashed in her eyes. She gently raised her sword, and in an instant, her spiritual energy erupted, and a mystical glow surged forth, making her appear like a celestial being. With a sudden thrust, she drew her sword. At the same time, outside the restaurant, over a dozen middle-aged men dressed in light blue robes, each holding a long sword, hurriedly arrived at the scene. It's definitely inside. These monsters are getting more and more brazen. How dare they come to such a crowded place to cause trouble? Don't think about that now. Let's go and eliminate that group first. Right, we must keep civilian casualties to a minimum. That said, that group is simply too powerful. Just that single monster covered in eyes and mouths alone requires all of us working together to barely hold our ground. And there are 7 of those monsters with that kind of power. I think this operation is extremely dangerous, and we might. What does danger matter? Even if it's dangerous, we have to go. After all, we're demon slayers. You're absolutely right. Even if we die today, we must never let those monsters harm the people. I'm ready to risk everything. Everyone frowned. Because each of them understood that the group of monsters they were facing this time was incredibly powerful. If they let their guard down even for a moment, they would lose their lives on the spot. Today's operation is undoubtedly extremely dangerous for them, with more danger than safety. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the crowd, however, their gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. They clenched their teeth, determined to face death with unwavering resolve. They immediately pushed through the crowd of onlookers and, amid the astonished stares and whispers of everyone present, charged straight toward the restaurant ahead. As soon as they entered the hall, everyone immediately grew vigilant, gripping the sharp iron swords in their hands even tighter. They looked around, but all they could see was a blurry figure in the dust-filled corridor ahead. "Little girl, it's dangerous there. Come out quickly." A man with a crew cut, wearing a light blue Taoist robe, shouted anxiously. However, the young girl amidst the dust and sand seemed oblivious, standing motionless in her spot. Soon, the dust and sand dispersed, and the view cleared once more. However, the dozen or so people dressed in light blue robes were met with a scene that left them utterly speechless. In the corridor ahead, there stood a young girl of 17 or 18, holding a wooden sword in her hand, standing quietly in place. And around her, the ground was covered in green blood, and scattered everywhere were the dismembered remains of monsters of all sizes. Among them was the creature they feared most, a monstrosity covered in eyes and mouths. Even the 6 monsters covered in sharp spines and scales have now been reduced to fragments of flesh. Drip! Tick-tock! A drop of green blood fell from the young girl's wooden sword into the pool of blood. At that moment, everyone was instantly stunned. What's going on? Those 7 monsters. Could they all have been slain by this little girl before our very eyes? No. That's impossible. You must know that each of those 7 demonic beasts possesses power that is utterly terrifying. Even if they joined forces with over a dozen people, they could barely hold their own against a single one of those monsters. And even then, they could only fight it. There was no hope of completely defeating it. But the young girl before him, barely 17 or 18 years old, had single-handedly slain all 7 of those terrifyingly powerful monsters. How is that possible? Absolutely not. Everyone stood there in a daze, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. But just then, Su Juin's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. As she sheathed her sword, she placed her left hand in front of her in a sword-like gesture and silently recited a spell in her mind. Whoosh! As she thought this, over 20 icy spikes suddenly materialized around her body and shot toward the group of middle-aged men wearing blue-green robes with a whistling sound. As they watched the spikes, each containing terrifying power, hovering just inches from their throats and foreheads, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed to have solidified, making it extremely difficult for them to breathe. Everyone was completely speechless at that moment. Because they had to admit it. The young girl before them, barely 17 or 18 years old, had already grown so powerful that she far surpassed their understanding. How could there possibly be such a powerful cultivator in this world? Who on earth is this little girl before my eyes? Su Juin pondered for a moment and decided that at this critical moment, she must act ruthless. She composed her expression, furrowed her brows tightly, glared ahead, and shouted fiercely. Who are you people? I advise you to tell the truth. If not, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 75, Setting Off to Confront the Evil Chi Master. Today is the 3rd day of the 7-day long holiday at the Ethereal University. According to the original plan, Pyongyang University has a total of 16 students who have agreed to depart together today to travel to Ningao Province to confront the evil Qigong master Yi Yuanzhong. However, despite their arduous training over the past 4 months, they had never had the opportunity to properly demonstrate their magical abilities. Therefore, each of them wanted to use this opportunity to test the results of their training over the past 4 months and gain some practical experience. Additionally, due to the unexpected incident that occurred on the day of the opening ceremony, they had already harbored deep hatred toward the evil Chi Master. Therefore, this operation. Everyone was in high spirits and filled with excitement. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. On a high-speed train heading to Ningao Province. 16 young boys and girls are currently sitting side by side in the same carriage. Everyone's faces are filled with excitement, and they are chatting happily. Back on the first day of school, that evil Chi Master actually tried to kill all of us. What a bastard. Yeah, it seems like all the evil Chi Masters from the outside world are heartless monsters who don't value human life. This time, we must go there and eliminate this menace for the people. You're absolutely right. If we let them live another day, who knows how many more innocent people they might harm. Those damn heretics. I'll kill them all. Cough, cough. That said, could we keep our voices down while we're talking? Haven't you noticed that everyone around us is staring at us with strange looks? The crowd grew more and more excited as they talked, their hearts filled with righteous indignation. However, many passengers around them. At that moment, they were staring at them with a look as if they were mentally challenged, glancing at them from time to time. In fact, their voices weren't loud at all, they were speaking in a perfectly normal tone. However, the passengers around them still glanced at them a few times, as if they were looking at something cute. It was simply because everyone around them thought that the conversation between those teenagers in their late teens was utterly ridiculous. One moment they were talking about cultivating immortality. Then it's about demons, chi masters, and eliminating evils for the people. The dialogue is utterly absurd. It sounds like something straight out of a wuxia novel. Yet those teenagers, barely 17 or 18 years old, discussed it seriously for over an hour. In their eyes, those young people are probably obsessed with novels, otherwise how could they commit such a serious act of adolescent delusion? This is absolutely ridiculous. However, the young boys and girls paid no attention to the strange looks from those around them, continuing to chat idly. After all, they hadn't done anything wrong, nor had they been making a commotion. Why should they hold back? Just then, Zhou Tao, sitting by the window on the high-speed train, directly raised his phone and started a live stream. The title of the live stream was eye-catching. Foundation Building Cultivators Exorcising Demons and Upholding Justice. Welcome everyone to come and watch. The live stream had only just begun when over 10 viewers entered the chat room. Is the host serious about this title? This is obviously fake, isn't it? It's probably just a new streamer trying to be creative. You're right. They're probably dressing up as immortals, getting a few people to act out a script, then going live to compete. The show would be absolutely explosive. You call that a foundation establishment cultivator? I've got 2 golden in my crotch, I'm a golden cultivator, damn it. Hey, you up there, those 2 things you've got aren't exactly golden. What are you just sitting there for, streamer? Where's the script? Get moving and get it going. You're not even wearing a Taoist robe. What are you trying to be, some kind of fake immortal? Perhaps the title is well chosen. Within half an hour of Zhou Tao starting his livestream, over 100 people were already watching. Moreover, the audience in the livestream was highly engaged, joking around and chatting enthusiastically. But at that moment, another voice suddenly appeared in the livestream. I've seen this streamer before. Wasn't he the one doing anti-superstition livestreams? He was always shouting about believing in science. How come he's now doing live streams promoting feudal superstitions? Chapter 76, Please Believe in Science. Zhou Tao's livestream was attracting an increasing number of viewers. I remember now. This streamer used to be called Xiao Tao Takes You Beyond Superstition. How did it change to Dao Yi Takes You on a Journey to Immortality? Just a few months ago they were still debunking superstition, now they're promoting it? Let me explain it to everyone. In simple terms, this streamer previously had an account called Xiao Tao Takes You Against Superstition. During the live stream, they were preparing to expose the recent crowdfunding scam for building a cultivation university. However, the outcome was that the streamer was precisely divined by the scammer on the other side, who even remotely transmitted a pill into his hand. The show's effect was absolutely explosive. The streamer was completely baffled, believing he had truly encountered an immortal, and was so frightened that he immediately went offline and logged out. However, 4 months later, surprisingly, the streamer returned with a new account. What's even more bizarre is that this streamer once loudly proclaimed the importance of believing in science and opposing feudal superstitions, yet the name of their new account is Master Dao Takes You to See Immortality. From a streamer who opposed superstition to one who promotes it, who knows what he went through in those 4 months. Doesn't this mean that the cultivator the streamer encountered during that live stream was real? Is he doing all this now as a form of repentance? What a mess. I watched that live stream too and even transferred money to that crowdfunding message, but I didn't receive a single response. That's pure and simple fraud. 1. I'm also a victim. 1. I even suspect that the streamer is in cahoots with the scammer, deliberately staging a script to make viewers believe the scam text message is real. They're luring everyone into transferring money. I don't think it's that bad. I think the streamer is just trying to make a quick buck. They probably made enough money from the anti-superstition campaign, and now they're back to target people who believe in superstitions. Makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Ha, this streamer really changes expressions quickly. They're the ones who change faces, bro. Cover your face with an OK gesture. Making money, no shame in that. The viewers in the live stream were getting more and more excited. Zhou Tao looked at the screen filled with comments but didn't respond to any of the viewers' comments about him. Instead, he smiled and said, "Guys, the streamer is going to take on some evil demons today. Soon you'll get to see what a battle between cultivators looks like. If you haven't followed us yet, hit the follow button in the top left corner and give us a free like. Let's boost our popularity first." As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream instantly became lively. Ha, the money-making tactics are already starting so quickly? Confirmed. This streamer is definitely using a script to make money. Facepalm. A battle between immortals? This script seems kind of interesting. I'll follow it. Just as Joe Tao was live streaming, a short-haired girl from the Array Arts department sitting beside him furrowed her brows and asked him, "Joe Tao, didn't Sue teacher tell us to keep a low profile when using our magical powers? Isn't it inappropriate to be streaming live so openly?" Joe Tao shook his head and smiled. What's inappropriate about it? Everything on the internet is virtual. The content of my live streams is all scripted and special effects, it's all fake. The short-haired girl was a bit confused. Joe Tao held his phone screen in front of her. Don't believe me? Take a look. 666, the host actually admitted it herself. Do I even need to say it? It's not scripted or special effects, it can't possibly be real, can it? Ha, I already knew that. Including the live stream the host did over 4 months ago, it was all scripted and special effects. Good thing I'm smart and didn't believe it. The streamer just spilled the beans. The short-haired girl looked at her phone screen and her lips twitched. She thought to herself, Joe Tao really is a talented person. By attributing everything to scripts and special effects, and given that the internet is indeed a virtual space, he can easily claim that the real is fake. In that case, it seems there's really nothing inappropriate about it. Joe Tao faced the camera with a serious expression and smiled. Guys, the content of the upcoming livestream will be entirely scripted and enhanced with special effects. Please trust science and watch rationally. That's it. On this high-speed train, the young boys and girls chatted happily. Joe Tao was also chatting away with the viewers in the livestream. Until half an hour later, the loudspeaker in the carriage suddenly blared out the attendant's urgent voice, instantly shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Attention all passengers, there is a rockfall blocking the tunnel ahead, and the train's braking system has malfunctioned. Please remain seated and do not move around to avoid serious injury. As soon as the announcement was made, passengers in the dozen or so carriages of the high-speed train were startled at first, then turned to look out the windows. All they could see ahead was the tunnel in the mountains, completely blocked by a massive rock over 20 meters tall. Meanwhile, the high-speed train continued to race forward at full speed. It continued to speed along the tracks at over 200 kilometers per hour. See this. All the passengers on the bus were panicking. What's going on? How could such a large rock be blocking the tunnel ahead? We're doomed. The train can't slow down. At this speed, we'll all be crushed to death. A tunnel blockage and brake failure? How could such a coincidence happen? I don't want to die yet. What the hell is the driver doing? Hurry up and slow down, I don't want to die. How could this happen? My daughter was just born. On the high-speed train. Everyone was so frightened they didn't know what to do, their expressions filled with panic. Some even broke down in tears, screaming that they didn't want to die. For a moment, the train was filled with noise and chaos. But at that moment of despair, Zhao Kai from the refining system suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, stay calm. We've got this. We'll bring this train to a stop in no time. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining 15 young men and women also abruptly stood up from their seats. Chapter 77, this is simply asking for trouble. However, the passengers around them, upon seeing this, immediately wore expressions of contempt. Dozens of eyes, like they were looking at a cute little thing, all turned toward them. He thought to himself, at a time like this, how can these young people still be acting so crazy? With you guys around, you think you can stop this high-speed train soon? The driver and crew are helpless. What good ideas could a bunch of teenagers come up with? This isn't just bragging anymore. It's completely insane. The other passengers didn't think much of it, but they didn't say anything either. After all, at such a critical moment of life and death, who had the heart to worry about others? The flight attendants had already instructed everyone to stay in their seats, but those young people insisted on standing up. They were practically asking for trouble. If they want to die, let them go ahead. But at that moment, the young men and women merely exchanged glances and nodded to one another. Then, a male student from the refining system walked up to the car window. Without hesitation, he threw a punch. Bang! The bulletproof windows of the high-speed train were shattered with a loud bang. Glass shards scattered everywhere. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in, whistling loudly. Seeing this, the passengers around them were instantly stunned. What was going on? How is this possible? That's tempered glass. How could a human fist possibly break tempered glass? Moreover, that kid looked like he was only in his teens, and he didn't seem particularly muscular. How could he possibly shatter tempered glass with just one punch? Passengers around them were stunned and filled with disbelief. But soon, before anyone could react, an even more terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. There stood the same young man from the martial arts training system who had shattered the high-speed train window with a single punch. At that moment, he suddenly leaped out of the window. Immediately afterward, Behind him were 3 other male students from the refining system and 2 female students from the sword control system. They all followed suit and jumped out the window. At that moment, the passengers around them were completely stunned. Crazy. These young people must be crazy. You have to know that this high-speed train is traveling at over 200 kilometers per hour. Jumping out the window would be certain death. Even if you want to escape, this is just too stupid. This is clearly suicide. Zhou Tao's livestream was also buzzing with excitement at that moment. What on earth is this? Holy crap, someone jumped off the high-speed train? The high-speed train the anchor was on seems to have had an accident, but jumping out the window to escape is practically the same as suicide. That's incredible. The high-speed train was traveling at over 200 kilometers per hour, and they just jumped out. The scene must have been horrifying. Like the passengers in the carriage, many netizens were also deeply shocked by the scene. Everyone believed that this was an extremely foolish act, tantamount to courting death. But the next second, everyone was stunned to see. The 6 young people who had just jumped out of the window did not end up as they had expected, with their faces and bodies mangled beyond recognition. Instead, in the very instant they jumped out of the window, his entire body suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light. Beneath everyone's feet, a blue-tinged lightsword materialized. The 6 young people were actually standing on the lightswords, floating in mid-air. Then, the 4 male cultivators from the refining system clasped their hands together and shouted in unison. The celestial form manifests, summoning all laws. As soon as the words were spoken, and the law followed. A golden arm over 20 meters long suddenly materialized in the air and violently grabbed the rear of the moving train. 2 female sword-wielding students, their right hands formed into sword-like gestures, murmured a spell under their breath. A massive sword suddenly materialized at the front of the moving train. The gleaming blade pressed firmly against the front of the train, blocking its path. In that instant, 6 young men and women hovered in the air, swords in hand, their bodies radiating a mystical glow. Outside the car window, a dazzling display of light shone brightly, as if illuminated by divine light. The scene was utterly surreal. Seeing this scene, all the passengers on the train, as well as the many netizens in Zhou Tao's livestream, were all in an uproar. Chapter 78, You're telling me this is special effects? All passengers on the train, as well as the many netizens in Zhou Tao's livestream. At this moment, everyone was completely baffled. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their jaws dropping to the ground in disbelief. What was going on? Those teenagers who were 17 or 18 years old were actually flying through the air outside the window, wielding a lightsaber? His entire body was even emitting dazzling beams of light, casting a heavy, oppressive aura upon anyone who looked at him. What on earth is going on here? This scene completely defies common sense. It's completely unscientific. Suddenly, the passengers on the high-speed train felt a chill run down their spines, though they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. But the golden giant hand outside the window, along with the massive sword, still shone with brilliant mystical light. The facts were now staring them in the face, and they had no choice but to face reality. The reality is, those teenagers in their late teens are all gods. In this world, gods and immortals aren't just feudal superstitions, they're real. Just as all the passengers were utterly speechless with astonishment. Woo-woo! The high-speed train suddenly emitted a deafening braking sound. The high-speed train, which had been traveling at over 200 kilometers per hour, under the obstruction of that golden giant hand and that massive sword, its speed actually slowed down. Due to inertia, the passengers inside the train couldn't help but lean forward, hurriedly grabbing the handrails beside their seats. Soon, the dull sound of brakes faded away. The high-speed train racing along the tracks came to a complete stop just over 10 meters from the tunnel entrance. The front of the high-speed train was less than 10 meters away from the massive boulder, over 20 meters tall, that was blocking the tunnel. At that moment, both inside and outside the train, there was complete silence. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. All passengers on the train, regardless of age or gender, were left speechless with astonishment. Because each of their worldviews had been shattered. At this very moment, it all came crashing down. They never could have imagined it. The dozen or so young people in the train car, who seemed to be suffering from a case of teenage angst, could hardly be called young people anymore. They were clearly young gods. At the same time, the viewers in Zhou Tao's livestream were also instantly in an uproar. What the hell is going on here? Is this really a Foundation establishment cultivator? No, this scene, are you telling me it's scripted? Special effects? People are jumping out of high-speed train windows, and you're telling me this is special effects? Little cow standing on its head, sending up a hot air balloon. One monkey got activated, sending out a private jet too. Holy cow! This is absolutely insane. Is this special effects or real? I can't tell the difference. In the live stream, comments were flying everywhere. Small gifts kept popping up on the screen, leaving Zhou Tao dazzled. Watching the rapidly updating messages in the livestream, Joe Tao smiled contentedly at the camera. Guys, the script and special effects the streamer put together are pretty good, right? Did you enjoy watching it? If you think the streamer's live broadcast is great, give them a follow and send them some small gifts. Later on, the streamer will bring everyone an even bigger show. Joe Tao said this, but the viewers in the live stream weren't buying it at all. Script and special effects? I don't buy it. Chapter 79, Targeted by Demons and Evil Forces. Whose script is this? How dare they make the actor jump off a high-speed train? This is completely outrageous. If that's special effects, I'll eat my own poop on livestream. Netizens all found it hard to believe. Fortunately, the livestream's popularity continued to rise, and there were still many rational netizens who provided a reasonable analysis of the situation. I'm a special effects artist, so I have some authority on this. The footage the streamer just showed is indeed something that can be achieved with special effects. Everyone, please stay calm. Yes, while the streamer's special effects, graphics, particles, and rendering are top-notch, industry insiders like us can easily spot the traces of special effects. You're absolutely right. With AI being so advanced nowadays, these hyper-realistic special effects are indeed achievable. Everyone should keep their eyes open and avoid blindly following trends. Yeah, cultivating immortality sounds like a made-up story. I hope no one actually believes that, right? To be fair, this streamer's special effects are truly impressive. They're almost indistinguishable from the real thing. The tone of the chat in the live stream suddenly shifted. Everyone tacitly agreed that the previous scenes were all special effects. After all, the professionals had spoken. Plus, when it comes to cultivating immortality, it's just too ridiculous and fake. They wouldn't be so foolish as to believe that immortals exist in this world. However, on the other side, the hundreds of passengers on the high-speed train were thinking the exact opposite of the netizens in Joe Tao's live stream. After all, the fantastical scene they had just witnessed was something they had seen with their own eyes. Those young people are undoubtedly genuine immortals. Soon, the crisis has been resolved. Everything has returned to normal. The hundreds of passengers on the high-speed train, upon realizing that the group of teenagers were all immortals. Every pair of eyes in the carriage was filled with a complex mix of emotions. Everyone present rushed forward eagerly toward the young boys and girls. Immortal, can I add you on WeChat? My daughter is 16 years old, and here's her photo. Thank you so much for saving my daughter's life. Could you please leave me your contact information? I am the Vice President of Shuaning Group. Dear Divine Sister, may I have the honor of meeting you? Everyone on the high-speed train, regardless of age or gender, was scrambling to get the contact information of the young boys and girls. Everyone wanted to use this opportunity to meet a divine being. Cough, cough, Auntie, what does your daughter being 16 have to do with me? Lu Mang from the Sword Cultivation Department spoke solemnly, but suddenly lowered his voice. Are there any 18-year-olds? Preferably pretty ones. No need to thank me, it's my pleasure. Zhao Kai of the Refining Division scratched his head and laughed. Thank you, Auntie, but I can't accept the gift. If you need any pills, I can give you a few. Zhang Xiaolu smiled sweetly. Guys, isn't the acting of these extras amazing? Actually, they're all veteran actors I hired at great expense. Joe Tao held up a selfie stick and explained seriously. Inside the carriage, hundreds of passengers showed no signs of having just narrowly escaped disaster. Instead, everyone was in high spirits, making the entire scene bustling with excitement. At the same time, Xia Luyun of the Array Formation School stood alone on the roof of the moving train, his hair gently swaying in the wind. He gazed silently at the massive rock, over 20 meters tall, ahead in the tunnel, his brows furrowing slightly as he fell deep in thought. Suddenly, Lu Mang flew up, his feet planted on a wooden sword. Hey, Golden Mushroom, what are you doing here alone? It's lively down there. Why don't you go take a look? Lu Mang flew over to Xia Luyun on his sword and said with a smile. Xia Luyun glanced at him, then turned his head back and looked straight ahead. Don't you think what just happened was a bit strange? Lu Mang didn't react for a moment. Huh? Xia Luyun said indifferently. A train departs from this track every half hour, which means that half an hour ago, the high-speed train we were on was already followed by another high-speed train that had passed through this tunnel. This means that this rock must have suddenly appeared here within the past half hour. However, the rock is massive, and there are no signs of landslides in the tunnel ahead, so natural causes can be completely ruled out. If it were human-made, the rock would weigh at least thousands of tons, and no truck in the world could transport it. Upon hearing this, Lu Mang's expression froze. You wouldn't be suggesting that. Suddenly, a cold wind swept past, causing the trees and bushes ahead to rustle. Xia Luyun turned toward the direction of the cold wind, his expression growing solemn. It seems like we've been targeted by those evil cultists. Chapter 80, Cultivation reaches heaven-defying heights. The third day of the 7-day-long vacation at the Ethereal University. As evening fell, the sun set in a deep crimson glow. At the administrative building of the Ethereal University, in the president's office. Phew, finally done. Su-ming sat at his desk, moved the mouse, clicked the save button, and finally stretched lazily, closing the computer with a sense of relief. He had been busy for 3 whole days. He has finally managed to thoroughly plan out the content and schedule for the final exams at the elusive university a month from now. He is now just waiting for the students to finish their final exams, to assess the current cultivation levels and abilities of the students. Then, based on the assessment results, consider whether to organize a demon cleansing operation for the entire school during the summer vacation. Target the demons and evil spirits lurking in the shadows around the world. Launch a direct strike and eliminate them once and for all. Take advantage of this demon cleansing operation to gradually bring the ethereal university and its students into the public eye. Let the existence of the ethereal university be gradually revealed to the world. When the name of the ethereal university becomes renowned and known to everyone around the world, it will be time to start considering the second round of admissions for Pyongyang University. By then, cough, thinking too far ahead. Let's just stick to the plan and take it one step at a time. Su-ming coughed twice and stopped his wild imagination. It was simply too early to be thinking about such distant matters at this moment. The present him might as well take advantage of the fact that his current work is done and enjoy this rare vacation. Take a sword and travel around the world, see the magnificent scenery, explore mountains and rivers, and have some fun along the way. Spend the reputation points I've saved up over the past 4 months in the system store. Thinking of this, Su-ming smiled faintly. System, open the personal attributes panel. Mutter it softly under your breath. A fluorescent panel appeared in Su-ming's mind. Immortal Cultivation University System. Personal attributes. Name, Su-ming. Gender, male. Reputation points, 73,680. Cultivation realm, peak of the Golden Core realm. Number of students, 100. 73,680. Looking at this string of enormous numbers, Su-ming was thrilled beyond belief. He had saved up his reputation points for over 4 months. This includes the rewards from completing the newbie quests, plus the reputation points gained from the students' cultivation improvements, and the reputation points earned from achieving various accomplishments. All of that adds up to so much. It seems that all my hard work over the past 4 months has not been in vain. With so many reputation points, what should I buy? Su-ming rested his hands behind his head, lying back comfortably in his office chair, browsing through the system's reputation points store with a satisfied expression. High-quality swords and blades, divine artifacts, elixirs, and talismans were all quite impressive, but there was no immediate need to purchase any of them. He could simply buy what he needed when the time came. At the moment, there doesn't seem to be anything essential to buy. In that case, it might be better to use the reputation points to enhance my cultivation first. Su-ming muttered quietly to himself. The words fell. He directly found a feature called Enhance Cultivation in the system's reputation points shop. Enhance Cultivation Golden Core Realm Peak Stage to Nascent Soul Realm Initial Stage. Product type, none. Price, 2,000 reputation points. Note, as your cultivation level increases, the amount of reputation points consumed will also increase. Su-ming had already discovered this feature 2 months ago. By consuming reputation points, you can directly enhance your cultivation realm. It's absolutely amazing. This means that Su-ming's method of becoming stronger is extremely straightforward and direct. All he needs to do is teach his students how to cultivate immortality and gain reputation points to grow stronger. Become so powerful it defies the heavens. System, enhance cultivation. As soon as Su-ming finished speaking, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Would you like to spend 2,000 reputation points to purchase the enhanced cultivation feature? Yes. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has been upgraded to Early Yuanling Realm. The system sound had just faded away. Su-ming immediately felt a sense of peace and clarity, and the spiritual energy within his body suddenly became vast and pure. What a rush! Su-ming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But at that moment, the system's enhanced cultivation function had changed. Cultivation enhancement Early Yuanling Realm to Mid Yuanling Realm. Product type, none. Price, 10,000 reputation points. The required reputation points have skyrocketed 5-fold? That's way too exaggerated. But it's still acceptable. Currently, there are still over 70,000 reputation points remaining. System, continue to enhance cultivation. Ding! Would you like to spend 10,000 reputation points to purchase the enhanced cultivation feature? Yes. Ding! Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has been upgraded to mid-stage of the Yuanling realm. A sudden sense of clarity washed over Su-ming, and he felt his strength grow even stronger. There are still over 60,000 reputation points remaining, and the number of reputation points required to advance to the next level is 60,000? After this upgrade, there will be 1,680 reputation points remaining, which is sufficient for daily use. So, system, keep improving my cultivation. Ding. Would you like to spend 60,000 reputation points to purchase the enhanced cultivation feature? Yes. Ding. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has been upgraded to the peak stage of the Yuanling realm. Boom. Boom. In an instant, a golden light flashed over Su Ming's body. A fierce gust of wind erupted from his body with a thunderous boom. Su Ming felt his thoughts become clear, as if he had gained a deeper understanding of the principles of the heavens. He raised his hands in disbelief, examining them closely. Strange phenomena like ice, lightning, water, and fire swirled endlessly around his fingertips, humming loudly. Powerful. Incredibly strong. Is this the power of a cultivator at the peak of the Yuanling stage? Truly terrifying. In less than a minute, he went from the peak of the Golden Core stage to the peak of the Yuanling stage. This system is truly powerful. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, feeling the powerful force coursing through his body. But at that moment, Su Ming suddenly felt a dizzy spell, as if his entire body had become lightheaded. What's going on? Why is my head suddenly spinning? Su Ming furrowed his brows, looking somewhat surprised. Suddenly, a strange scene suddenly flashed through his mind. He saw himself standing atop a mist-shrouded mountain peak. Several handsome men with flowing robes and several elegant, otherworldly women of unparalleled beauty stood together, each bearing a long sword, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon. A gentle breeze swept by, causing their robes to flutter and their hair to dance lightly in the wind. Suddenly, those people turned their heads and looked in the direction of Su Ming's gaze, as if everyone was looking at him. Su Ming couldn't make out their faces, only vaguely discerning their outlines. What the hell is going on? Who are these people? What's happening in this scene? Su Ming looked completely bewildered, having no idea what was going on. Suddenly, the scene in his mind shifted. He saw another stunningly beautiful woman holding a long sword, standing amidst a sea of corpses and blood, her white robe stained with a few drops of blood. Her clear eyes held a hint of doubt, yet she looked at Su Ming with a calm and composed expression. True Lord, is it truly just to exterminate all the demons of the world? Wow! As soon as the woman finished speaking, the dizziness in Su Ming's mind vanished instantly, and he returned to his normal state. But as he sat there in his chair, he was completely baffled. Chapter 81, The True Lord of the Bright Moon. What the heck? What were those images just now? Why did I suddenly feel dizzy? Su Ming in the office was completely baffled, his face filled with disbelief. Could it be the system playing tricks? Su Ming muttered under his breath, then shouted at the system in his mind. System, what just happened? Is there a side effect to the feature in the reputation value shop that enhances cultivation? For example, does it cause hallucinations or something like that? As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a crisp response from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! This is the system. I was created by the supreme god of the 10,000 realms, Haiyuzhenjuan, with all his might. I am powerful and flawless, with no side effects whatsoever. Su Ming looked skeptical. No side effects? Then what were those images I just saw? Ding! Back to the host. This system is from the 10,000 realms. The system repeated the previous message again. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed. He almost forgot about his system. While its functions were indeed powerful beyond reproach, it wasn't particularly intelligent. It seemed that asking the system wouldn't yield any meaningful answers. However, he could make a very reasonable inference based on what the system had just said. In that mysterious scene earlier, the white-clad woman mentioned the word Xinjuan in what she said. And coincidentally, the system's response included the name Haiyuzhenjuan. Therefore, Su Ming could confidently make a bold guess. The scenes he had just witnessed were likely the memories of the system's creator, the true Lord of Bright Moon. And when this Haiyuzhenjuan created this system, he intentionally or unintentionally left those memory fragments within it. And as the host of this system, it's no wonder that I occasionally come across those memory fragments. Though this is just a guess. But Su Ming felt that the truth was probably not too far off. He let it go with a sigh of relief and didn't plan to pursue the matter further. After all, he now understood why those mysterious images had appeared and that they posed no threat to him. So there's no need for him to dwell on it anymore. Thinking of this, Su Ming pushed everything that had just happened out of his mind. He collapsed into the chair, lying back comfortably, and began to ponder where he would go on vacation during the upcoming days off. After working non-stop for 3 days, he had been eager to get out of the school and relax. And to be honest, although he had already become an immortal cultivator over 4 months ago, however, over the past 4 months, he had not lived a single day as a cultivator should. In novels, the protagonists who obtain systems which one of them doesn't start off pretending to be weak before revealing their true strength, enjoying a carefree and luxurious life every day? But what about him? He's clearly already a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Logically speaking, He should have already experienced the shocking and exhilarating plot where he is humbly flattered by a group of powerful and wealthy tycoons, leaving countless people in awe. But in reality, he still can't pull out a few cents from his pocket. He remains an obscure, ordinary person. Moreover, he has 100 students to teach, and every day he has to worry about preparing lessons and grading assignments. A true blue overworked office worker. If he's already living such a miserable life, who could stand it if he doesn't go out and relax and unwind? So, where should he go on vacation? Bali? Hawaii? Or perhaps explore the deepest part of the Mariana Trench to see the marine life down there? Su Ming furrowed his brows, deeply conflicted. But as his thoughts shifted, almost forgot that the system had reminded him a few days ago that the demonic energy in Antarctica was growing increasingly intense. Maybe he should go take a look. It could pass as a vacation? It does sound pretty interesting. Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Shortly thereafter, under the crimson glow of the setting sun on the summit of Jiuli Mountain, Su Ming's figure suddenly transformed into a dazzling beam of mystical light, slicing through the sky with a majestic momentum. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Chapter 82, The Students Pretending to Study Everywhere. The fourth day of the 7-day-long vacation at Pyongyang University. By now, the holiday is already halfway over. During the few days they've been back home, the young boys and girls haven't rushed to tell their parents about their plans for college. Instead, they eagerly began their wonderful vacation. While indulging in eating, drinking, and having fun, almost every teenager would go to great lengths to showcase their cultivation techniques, leaving everyone around them speechless with astonishment. Everyone takes advantage of this holiday to go around coughing, presumably to show off their skills. For example, there was a student from the cultivation system who, relying on the extraordinary reaction speed of a cultivator, he directly entered the professional competitions hosted by major online games. In team-based tower defense games like Honor of the Dead and League of Legends, he mastered every detail, executing critical plays like low-health comebacks multiple times, and leading his teammates to come back from a losing position. In first-person shooter games like PUBG and CSGO, he consistently uses a pistol, landing headshots with every shot, never missing a single bullet, leaving opponents too scared to even show their heads. In action games like Naruto Shippuden and Eternal Return, his gameplay is even more outrageous. He treats his opponents like toys, dominating every match and leaving them unable to land a single hit. During the holiday break, this student from the training program has won so many championship trophies in various game competitions that he can't even hold them all. The prize money he has won amounts to at least 2 million. And the outrageous moves he pulled off were so unbelievable that even professional players from any game would think he was cheating. But when he proved he wasn't cheating, it wasn't just the highly popular professional players, but even the game streamers who were all the rage online were instantly stunned. Because, in their eyes, that kid is really out of line. If it were just that he was good at one game, they might still understand. But that kid can play almost every game online and outperform top professional players with ease. This kind of game talent is unheard of, it's just too crazy. For a moment, the entire gaming community was completely turned upside down by that student from the alchemy system. Meanwhile, another female student from the Sword Control School has signed up for the most popular singing competition in the country. She skillfully used her spiritual energy to control the vibration frequency of her vocal cords, producing a voice as beautiful as heavenly music. The judges and audience members were all left speechless. Over the past few days since the holiday began, she has advanced effortlessly, directly securing a spot in the finals. In the final round, she once again stunned the audience, leaving even the highly acclaimed top-tier singers speechless and clapping in admiration. After all, from a professional perspective, that girl's voice is simply too beautiful, as if it naturally has reverb. Even the best techniques couldn't compare to it. Overnight, the girl from the sword-wielding department suddenly gained the attention of many top-tier singers and songstresses. Numerous entertainment companies rushed to extend offers to her, competing fiercely to sign her. The entire entertainment industry has been buzzing with excitement because of her arrival. Videos of her singing at the finals were edited by countless marketing accounts and posted online. Netizens were also full of praise, hailing her as the new star of the Chinese entertainment industry and the youngest diva of her generation. A significant number of people even became her fans on the spot, switching their allegiance to support her. Online, the popularity of the sword-wielding girl skyrocketed, quickly trending on social media and becoming an overnight sensation. There's also a male student from the Array Arts department. At a large magic competition venue, he simply performed magic under the guise of a magic show, showcasing various dazzling and spectacular spells. The magicians and audience members below were left speechless with astonishment. Everyone looked bewildered, thinking to themselves, what kind of magic trick did that kid just perform? Looks just like real magic? Is that thing really magic? That's it. The young boys and girls were enjoying their vacation with joyful hearts. Many industries and fields have been turned upside down by them. And aside from those students who are enjoying their holidays every day, the remaining students, even during the rare holiday, they never stopped doing serious work. For example, the 16 young men and women who set out to defeat the evil Chi Masters. At this moment, they, after enduring over 20 hours of arduous travel and relentless searching, we finally located the hideout of the evil Chi Master Yi Yuanzhong. At this very moment, in the depths of the mountains, the cold wind howls. 16 young boys and girls walk through the desolate mountains, their feet crunching on dry leaves, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation. They estimated they had about half an hour left. They'll reach their destination and engage in battle with those evil Chi Masters. Chapter 83, A Good Life Deserves a Reward. Ningbo Province. Lanying Mountain. Lanying Mountain is the largest uninhabited mountain in Ningbo Province. The mountainous region is vast, with lush forests and bamboo groves, dense foliage, and layered peaks and ridges, offering breathtaking views. However, the only drawback is that this is ultimately a barren mountain. Rarely visited by humans, overgrown with wild vines, the silence is tinged with a hint of mystery and desolation. Deep in the mountains, the cold wind cuts through to the bone. 16 young boys and girls walk lightly and slowly through the dense forest. Occasionally, the sounds of wind rustling through the trees and the chirping of insects and birds could be heard in the distance. Estimating another half-hour's walk, they should reach the hideout of those heretical Chi Masters. These evil cultists are truly skilled at hiding. They actually built a Taoist temple in this desolate wilderness, and it looks quite large. There must be over 1,000 people inside. That's right, so we must not let our guard down. After all, we only have 16 of us, and they outnumber us. We must be extremely cautious. Alright, let's proceed according to the plan we discussed earlier. Approach the Taoist temple slowly and quietly, don't alert them under any circumstances. Everyone stay alert. This operation is no joke, we might encounter danger at any moment, so we must not let our guard down. The young people walked along, whispering to each other. Everyone looked serious, even the usually carefree students were now focused and no longer smiling or joking around. In fact, the day before, a high-speed train they had been riding had been involved in an accident. The teenagers did not take any form of transportation but were instead taken by their classmates from the sword-flying department and flew through the sky at an altitude of 10,000 meters. By 8 o'clock last night, they had arrived in Ningbo Province. It took another hour to reach this desolate mountain known as Lanying Mountain. Then, they started at around 9 p.m. last night and continued until around 6 p.m. today. It took nearly an entire day to locate the hiding place of the evil sex Chi Master Yi Yuanzhong, the secluded Taoist temple on Lanying Mountain. And the reason it took so long to find it was entirely because Lanying Mountain was simply too vast. Moreover, the trees and vegetation are extremely dense, so those flying through the sky on their swords find it difficult to see what's happening on the ground. After finding that Taoist temple, the group did not intend to immediately charge in on their swords and wipe out all the evil Chi Masters. After all, the scale of that Taoist temple was enormous. There are probably over 1,000 evil Qigong masters hiding inside. Therefore, although they are cultivators, considering the overwhelming number of enemies and the potential for other unforeseen dangers, after discussing it, the young men and women unanimously decided they would pretend to be a wilderness exploration team that had accidentally stumbled upon the Taoist temple and approached the temple as ordinary people to see if they could infiltrate it. If they manage to infiltrate, they will be able to assess the overall strength of within the Taoist temple. Then, based on the assessment results, they would decide whether to take action immediately to eliminate the threat for the people. If you can't get in, then they'll have no choice but to resort to slightly more reckless methods. Just then, Zhou Tao in the crowd raised his phone and whispered into the camera. Family members, the live stream host is unable to speak at the moment. I will place the phone in my pocket and hide the camera to conduct a covert recording. Although this means I won't be able to interact with everyone, please understand. Moreover, the host guarantees that you will definitely witness an awe-inspiring spectacle that will leave an indelible impression on you for the rest of your lives. As soon as the words were spoken, the live stream viewers immediately became lively. Impressive. This script is actually quite interesting. They even went to the trouble of using hidden cameras. It looks so real. They're starting to add some showmanship, huh? Foundation building cultivators exorcising demons and upholding the way? This script is pretty interesting, and the streamer is really dedicated. They actually went out to the wilderness to live stream. It looks pretty authentic. Exactly, the streamer has done an excellent job with the script and setting, definitely worth a tip. Great work, definitely worth a tip. Zhou Tao glanced at the live chat but didn't pay much attention to it. He put his phone back in his pocket and adjusted the camera angle. His expression suddenly grew serious, and he became fully focused. Following the other students around him, he took steady steps and slowly made his way toward the Taoist temple shrouded in mystery and danger. Chapter 84, The plan is proceeding smoothly. Ningbo Province, Lanying Mountain. A Taoist temple named Wanhunguan was hidden deep within the dense and secluded mountains. Manhwa spans a vast area with a grand scale. The entire structure features gray tiles and white walls, exuding an ancient and elegant charm, and emanating an air of mystery at all times. The main entrance of Wanhun Temple. Moss-covered stone steps, weathered wooden doors. In the center of the wooden door hung a plaque with the 3 golden characters Wanhun in bold calligraphy. On either side of the door. Each was accompanied by a young man in his late 20s and a middle-aged man with a stubble on his chin. Both men had a sharp long knife tucked at their waists. At times they exchanged casual conversation, and at other times they discussed their cultivation practices. Just standing there leisurely, keeping watch at the door. However, just as the two were chatting and laughing, swoosh! Not far away, the sound of a dry leaf being crushed suddenly echoed through the air. The two heard the sound and immediately became alert. The young man in his late 20s had 3 eyes suddenly appearing on both sides of his face, staring intently in the direction of the sound. "Senior brother, it seems like someone is approaching." The young man frowned and said, "I'm not deaf. Quickly take your eyes off him and check the situation first." After the middle-aged man spoke, the young man finally closed his eyes. There was no trace of his eyes being closed on either side of his cheeks. The two soon spotted them not far ahead. There were over a dozen teenagers, both boys and girls, walking together in a group, slowly making their way toward the Wanhun Temple. "Look, what's that? Is that a temple? Are you blind? The sign says 10,000 Souls Temple. This is clearly a Taoist temple. Holy crap, there's actually a Taoist temple built in this remote wilderness? That's ridiculous. There are still people at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Shall we go take a look?" Not far away, young boys and girls were discussing the matter with astonishment on their faces. Seeing that the newcomers were just a group of children, the two standing at the door immediately relaxed. They had thought that a master of the Imperial Qi had found their way here, but to their surprise, it was just a group of children. There's nothing to worry about then. After all, they're just a bunch of kids. What threat could they possibly pose? However, the two of them still couldn't quite wrap their heads around it. This group of young people. How on earth did they find this place? If it was just a coincidence, that's too much of a coincidence. The two were still lost in thought. The young boys and girls chatted animatedly as they walked forward. "Masters, is this a Taoist temple? This place looks so magnificent. May we come in for a visit?" "Hello, masters. We're out here exploring the wilderness and unexpectedly stumbled upon your Taoist temple. Could we come in for a look? We promise we won't cause any trouble." Faced with the group's request, the two standing at the door exchanged uncertain glances. They then stated that they would first go ask the elders for their opinion and asked everyone to wait there for a moment. After speaking, the young man entered the Taoist temple, leaving the middle-aged man to guard the entrance. About 10 minutes later, the young man returned. He said we could go in to look around, but only for an hour. Upon hearing this response, the young boys and girls were filled with excitement. It seems so. The plan is going smoothly. Chapter 85, The Temple of 10,000 Souls. After the young boys and girls entered the 10,000 Souls Pavilion, a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a light blue Taoist robe. He spent over 40 minutes leading them on a tour of the entire Taoist temple. This included the pavilions, terraces, halls, and towers within the Taoist temple. They all went to explore it thoroughly. As a result, the young boys and girls had a pretty good grasp of the general layout of the Taoist temple. This Taoist temple is home to approximately 1,000 people. Although the number is large, most of them are only 2nd or 3rd level Qi manipulators, with strength equivalent to mid-stage Qi cultivators. 4th-tier Qi manipulators are extremely rare, and 5th-tier Qi manipulators are even more scarce. As for 6th realm Qi masters, it seems there isn't a single one. Judging from the current situation, the majority of the heretical Qi masters in this Taoist temple only possess the cultivation level of the mid-stage of Qi refining. The few strongest Qi manipulators at the 5th realm are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The 16 young men and women participating in this operation, all of them were at the mid-foundation stage of cultivation. The cultivation level of cultivators is measured in stages, with each stage representing a different realm and each realm representing a different world. Even a minor stage of advancement can result in a vast difference in strength. This means that the 16 of them, all at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, are more than capable of wiping out all the over 1,000 here in one fell swoop. However, this would undoubtedly be an extremely perilous and brutal battle. At this very moment, the middle-aged man in his 50s was enthusiastically introducing the library of the Wanhun to the young boys and girls. The young boys and girls stood in the center of the grand hall of the library. On the surface, they looked around with curiosity, but in reality, their minds were elsewhere, each of them calculating when to make their move. Phew! Suddenly, a red brick fell from the ceiling of the grand hall. In the blink of an eye, it crashed down toward the young men and women standing in the center of the hall. This scene unfolded far too abruptly. The people around them hadn't even had time to react. Suddenly, a red brick plummeted toward the ground at an alarming speed, coming within an inch of the head of a long-haired girl. In that split second, the disciples of the Taoist temple standing in all directions turned their gaze toward the long-haired girl, their expressions growing solemn. The young boys and girls, seeing this, couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety, deeply worried that the girl might be hit by a brick. However, just when everyone thought the girl would be hit on the head with a brick and end up bleeding profusely, suddenly, the girl gently raised her hand, moving so swiftly it was like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, she effortlessly caught the red brick, which contained immense kinetic energy and was just an inch away from her head. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of Taoist disciples surrounding them were all speechless with astonishment. But the next moment, the surprise on their faces vanished instantly. In their place was a look of furrowed brows and utmost vigilance. Just then, the young boys and girls sighed in relief for the long-haired girl. But the middle-aged man standing before them, who had witnessed everything, at that moment, he suddenly fell silent, his expression changed slightly, and he gave a cold smile with a darkened face. Ha ha! Although I don't know who sent you, you dare to intrude into my manhwa? Then do not blame me for being ruthless. Ha! As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, over 100 Taoist disciples dressed in light blue robes descended from the sky. In an instant, they surrounded the young boys and girls tightly. Every face was contorted with anger, teeth clenched in fury. Chapter 86, Ignorant and Arrogant. Upon witnessing this scene, the young boys and girls froze in shock, completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did this old man suddenly change his expression? Lu Mang was completely baffled. He looked at Xia Luyun beside him and asked, "What's going on here?" Xia Luyun rolled her eyes at him disdainfully, but before she could answer, Zhao Kai, standing beside him, mocked Lu Mang. "Are you stupid? Do you really think an ordinary person could react in time and catch that brick with their bare hands in that situation? That does sound somewhat reasonable." Lu Mang suddenly understood, but he still had his doubts. "But now that we've been exposed, what should we do?" As soon as Lu Mang finished speaking, Zhou Tao immediately stepped forward, holding a talisman burning with crimson flames between his fingers. His eyes flashed with a mysterious light, and he burst into a maniacal laugh. "What should we do? Of course, we should take them on." Zhao Kai raised the corner of his mouth, clenched his fists, and stepped forward. A golden light flashed over his body as he grinned widely and exclaimed, "Great minds think alike." Lu Mang refused to be outdone, quickly drew his sword, and shouted, "You think you can pull that on me? I'm here, and I'm the MVP of this operation. The MVP can only be me, Lu Mang the Great King." Upon hearing this, the other young men and women were also filled with righteous indignation. "You're right. Since we've already been exposed, why bother pretending anymore? Exactly, just get it done. Dante me, I'm going to fight 100 of them. You say you won't fight? Let's settle this with our skills." Seeing that group of teenagers, still grinning and joking around at a time like this, they clearly didn't take them seriously. The middle-aged man's face darkened instantly, feeling that those kids were far too arrogant and had no idea of their place in the world. The hundreds of disciples of the Wanhan monastery surrounding them were all extremely powerful third-realm qi manipulators. Surrounded by so many people, even a fifth-realm powerhouse would find it difficult to escape. And the group of inexperienced youths before him showed no signs of innate qi, clearly not even qualifying as first-realm qi manipulators. With such pitiful strength, how dare they still smile at this moment? You even dare to make such bold claims, saying you can take on 100 men alone? How foolish can one be? It's not just ignorance, it's sheer arrogance. Laugh now while you can. Wait until you taste the bitter consequences, I'll see if you can still laugh then. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, a fierce expression on his face, and coldly laughed, "Attack. Grab them." As he finished speaking, hundreds of Taoist disciples surrounding him suddenly erupted with an invisible aura, terrifying beyond belief. They were also deeply angered by the group of teenagers in their late teens standing before them. They couldn't help but wonder where these kids had gotten the nerve to act so arrogant and disrespectful. It's utterly foolish and arrogant. The crowd grew increasingly furious, furrowing their brows as their aura surged suddenly. Zheng. Everyone drew the long swords from their waists. Without hesitation, their eyes narrowed, and they swung their swords directly at the young men. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a smug smile. "You ignorant young upstarts, I'll see if you can still laugh." He sneered coldly, already envisioning the ridiculous sight of those little brats kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. But at that moment, bang! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. The sound shook the heavens and echoed across the sky. The middle-aged man, the over 100 disciples of the Taoist temple present, and the dozen or so young boys and girls were all startled by the sudden noise. Everyone instinctively looked up and turned toward the direction of the sound. Above the Wanhan temple, under the azure sky, a fireworks display erupted into the sky, forming two massive characters in the air, horizontal and vertical. Ethereal. For a moment, the flames were dazzling and brilliant. As they gazed at the strange fireworks in the sky, the middle-aged man and the disciples of the Taoist temple all looked astonished and puzzled. Everyone was murmuring questions like, "What's happening? What is that, and what's going on?" The young boys and girls, upon seeing this, couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts crying out in alarm. Because that firework was the signal flare that each of them had been required to carry on their person before arriving here. They had stipulated that whenever they encountered an emergency they couldn't handle alone, they must immediately fire the signal flare. At that very moment, signal flares exploded in the distance. This indicates that a student is in danger. What's going on? How did we lose one person? Did someone fall behind? Where's that kid Lin Feng? Why isn't he here? Stop dawdling. Let's hurry over and check on him. Lin Feng, he might be in danger. Chapter 87, Everyone Must Pay the Price. A few minutes earlier. One. At the entrance of an ancient-style pavilion named the Hall of Departed Souls. Lin Feng, carrying a wooden sword on his back, had only gone to the restroom for a moment. Upon returning, he found himself separated from the young boys and girls. How did everyone get so far ahead? Lin Feng muttered under his breath, then immediately activated his spiritual energy and released his divine sense, intending to investigate where his classmates had gone. However, as soon as his divine consciousness was released, he was startled to discover that the pavilion to his left, bearing the three characters Soul Hall, was emanating an extremely intense aura of malevolence. The aura was so intense that it made one's heart race with fear. Even Lin Feng, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, furrowed his brows tightly, feeling as though thorns were piercing his back. Such intense malevolent energy. I never expected that this Taoist temple would harbor such a powerful. Lin Feng couldn't help but gape in astonishment. He had suddenly come across a dark arts practitioner with formidable abilities. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to first reunite with his classmates, discuss the situation, and then act together. But as soon as he had made up his mind, his divine sense suddenly detected an extremely faint human aura coming from the Soul Hall next to him. Before Lin Feng could even wonder why an ordinary person would be here, the intense aura of death within the attic suddenly surged, erupting into a terrifying wave of murderous intent that sent chills down everyone's spines. Suddenly, Lin Feng's pupils contracted, and his heart skipped a beat. The evil Qi master inside the tower was planning to kill someone? That ordinary person is about to be killed? What should we do? Should I rush in to save them? But the evil Qi master inside seems really powerful. Can I beat him? But what if we don't go in? That ordinary person is doomed. What should we do? What should I do? The sudden turn of events left Lin Feng with a furrowed brow, torn between conflicting emotions. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly realized that, without knowing when, he had already drawn the wooden sword behind him and was holding it in his hand. He stared at the wooden sword in his hand, paused for a moment, then smiled faintly. What am I hesitating about? Am I really going to let something I regret happen again? As Lin Feng finished speaking, a mystical glow suddenly erupted from the wooden sword. His eyes narrowed, and with a light tap of his toes, his figure swiftly transformed into a blur, swinging his sword toward the gates of the Soul Pavilion. Bang! A sword slashed out, and a flash of mystical light appeared. In an instant, the gates of the Soul Hall were cleaved into 4 pieces. Lin Feng, holding his wooden sword, hurriedly focused his gaze inside the Soul Hall. In the center of the Soul Pavilion's main hall stood a young woman in her 20s, with an elderly man in his 70s or 80s standing before her. The woman was young in appearance, dressed in a white floral print dress. The elderly man had snow-white hair and beard, yet his every movement was graceful and devoid of any signs of age. Instead, he exuded an otherworldly aura and a natural air of authority that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. At that moment, what made Lin Feng's heart tighten was, the old man was emanating an extremely intense aura of malevolence, and in his hand he held a sharp long sword, poised to strike at the young woman's head. The evil Qi master before him was indeed intent on murder. Stop! Put down your sword! Lin Feng flew into a rage, his voice booming like thunder. Can't you understand human speech? Put down the sword immediately. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. As he spoke, the wooden sword in his hand erupted with a loud bang, igniting into a fiery red flame. The heat was intense, terrifying beyond belief. Upon seeing this, the old man's weathered face flashed a look of confusion. However, he paid no heed to Lin Feng's warning. The chilling aura within him suddenly erupted, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword toward the young woman in front of him. Oh no! Seeing that the other party didn't even acknowledge him, Lin Feng was startled. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy, wielding the wooden sword in his hand that shone with mystical light, and charged toward the elderly man with snow-white hair and beard. But at that moment, whoosh! Suddenly, 6 golden ropes appeared from all directions and swiftly flew toward Lin Feng. The 6 ropes moved at an incredible speed, and their sudden appearance was utterly unexpected. Even Lin Feng, who was at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm, couldn't react in time. Even Lin Feng, who was in the middle of the foundation establishment stage, couldn't react in time. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng was tightly bound by the 6 ropes, unable to move an inch. In a panic, Lin Feng quickly looked in the direction from which the 6 ropes had come. It turned out that 6 elderly men were hiding in the shadows. Their strength was roughly at the 5th realm level of Qi manipulation masters, equivalent to peak Qi cultivation stage cultivators. Who are these upstart youths? How dare they dare to intrude into my Wanhan monastery? Everyone, do not underestimate him. This kid is up to something. We must use our strongest magic to control him. Do not let him cause trouble. Elder, why make such a big deal out of this? He's just a young upstart. What could he possibly do? The 3rd elder is right. This kid isn't even fully grown yet. Why should we take him seriously? In my opinion, we don't even need to use the demon binding array. I can tie him up myself. The 6 old men chatted and laughed. Just then, bang! A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Feng's body, sweeping out like a mountainous tidal wave, its momentum as majestic as a rainbow. In an instant, the 6 ropes in her body were shattered into countless pieces. Seeing this, the smiles on the faces of the 6 old men vanished instantly. In their place was an expression of utter astonishment and disbelief. After all, the 6 of them had joined forces to cast the demon binding array, which even a powerhouse at the 7th realm couldn't escape. But now, he was easily freed in the blink of an eye by a teenager of 17 or 18? And he even shattered their prized demon binding rope. How is this possible? How could that kid possess such terrifying power? The 6 elderly men were utterly speechless. They had cultivated for over a decade and were well versed in the ways of cultivation. But the teenager before them, who was only 17 or 18 years old, had completely surpassed their understanding of what a cultivator should be capable of. The 6 elderly men were so astonished they hadn't even regained their composure. Lin Feng, however, had already gripped the sword in his hand once more and charged toward the elderly man with snow-white hair and beard standing at the center of the grand hall. But the next second, boom! A cold gleam flashed by. The young woman in her 20s standing in the center of the grand hall was instantly decapitated. Her head fell heavily to the ground, emitting a dull thud. For a moment, blood gushed forth, a sight to make one's heart race. It was obvious. Lin Feng was ultimately too late. Inside the vast hall of souls, all sounds suddenly ceased, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lin Feng stood motionless, his expression blank, as if he were a statue. A living, breathing human being. He was killed right before his eyes. Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and his mind went blank. But soon, feelings of guilt and anger surged forth like a flood. The anger in his heart raged like an unnamed inferno. You wicked practitioners of the, you truly deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Lin Feng was furious, raging like a madman. Having said that, he pulled out a wooden ball the size of a palm from his waist. He then silently recited a mantra, and the wooden ball shot into the sky with a whistling sound. The wooden ball broke through the roof of the Soul Pavilion and, under the azure sky, exploded into the dazzling characters Piao Miao. Lin Feng's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he shouted angrily. Today, everyone in this Taoist temple will pay the price. Chapter 88, Let You Die in Agony. Meanwhile, in the distant library, the young boys and girls were surrounded by over 100 Taoist disciples. The middle-aged man in the light blue Taoist robe wore an expression of unwavering determination on his face. But the next second, outside the door, the sky suddenly erupted with the dazzling characters mysterious. The surrounding Taoist disciples were still trying to figure out what was happening. Suddenly, a long-haired girl from the sword control school drew her sword, and in an instant, a cold gleam flashed from the blade. Immediately afterward, she swung her sword with force. Instantly, a wave of energy rippled out like water ripples. Its might was terrifying, utterly domineering. The hundreds of Taoist disciples surrounding him hadn't even had time to react. They were suddenly blown back 2 or 3 meters by the powerful gust of wind, crashing heavily onto the ground. Even the middle-aged man was knocked off balance by the force of the blast, nearly falling to the ground. At that moment, the middle-aged man and the over 100 Taoist disciples present all stared in disbelief, their hearts filled with astonishment. After all, everyone present was a third-realm Qi manipulator, none of them were ordinary individuals. Yet that 17 or 18-year-old girl had defeated them all with a single sword strike. Despite her age of only 17 or 18, that single sword strike contained an incredibly terrifying force, leaving over 100 of them completely helpless. How could that 17 or 18-year-old girl be so powerful? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Everyone present could only feel that the girl's strength far exceeded their understanding of cultivators. Each person's heart was in turmoil, filled with astonishment and doubt. At this moment, the young boys and girls no longer hesitated. Immediately, amidst the astonished expressions of over 100 Taoist disciples surrounding them, they rushed out of the library and ran toward the direction of the 2 ethereal characters in the sky. 2 minutes later, 15 young men and women quickly arrived at the Hall of Souls. What greeted their eyes was Lin Feng, standing in the center of the grand hall, holding a wooden sword and radiating anger. And on the floor of the main hall, there lay a headless corpse in a pool of blood. Beside the body, there was even a blood-soaked human head. Upon seeing this scene, the young boys and girls immediately sucked in a cold breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. Though they were cultivators. But this was the first time they had ever witnessed such a shocking and horrifying scene. How could one not be afraid? And just as the young boys and girls were still in a state of shock, everyone, don't just stand there. Today, we must eliminate every single one of these evil chi masters from this Taoist temple. Lin Feng suddenly roared angrily from the center of the Soul Hall. After speaking, he also told the students everything that had just happened. Upon hearing this, the fear in everyone's hearts vanished instantly. In their place arose a seething rage that burned with uncontrollable fury. They looked up and indeed saw the very culprit that Lin Feng had spoken of. An old man with snow-white hair and beard, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s. The long sword he held in his hand was still stained with fresh, crimson blood. And the expression on his face was utterly indifferent. As if what he had just done was nothing more than a trivial matter, rather than taking the life of a living person. Seeing this, the anger in the hearts of the young boys and girls erupted completely. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, using extremely offensive language to condemn the elderly man before them, whose hair and beard were completely white. In the face of the crowd's anger, the old man seemed utterly unconcerned, merely speaking indifferently. Young people, the power you wield does not seem to be innate. Who are you, exactly? Upon hearing these words, the 6 elderly men surrounding them were startled. The power they wielded was not innate chi. Did that mean those young people were not chi masters? They are not chi masters, yet they still possess extraordinary power. Could it be that there are cultivators in this world who do not utilize innate chi? How is that possible? Suddenly, Lu Mang drew his sword, his spiritual energy erupting from within, and roared at the old man with snow-white hair and beard. Who do you think we are? Do you even deserve to know? Zhao Kai's gaze was icy as he clenched his fists, his fingertips cracking loudly. Everyone, don't waste your breath on these people. Every second they live in this world is a waste of air. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Then, boom, sizzle, buzz. The 16 young men and women present drew their swords, took out talismans, and rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Each of them channeled their spiritual energy, manifesting extraordinary phenomena such as wind, fire, ice, and lightning on their bodies. In an instant, mystical light erupted in all directions, creating a fantastical and awe-inspiring scene. The powerful spiritual energy released a terrifying aura, instantly overwhelming the 6 elderly men inside the Soul Pavilion. They were so overwhelmed by the pressure that they felt dizzy and disoriented, unable to stand steadily on their feet. They were filled with horror. How could these young people be so incredibly powerful? Yet the elderly man in the center of the grand hall, with his snow-white hair and beard, remained completely unfazed. He simply exhaled deeply with a calm expression, and suddenly, an intense aura emanated from his entire body, sending a chill down everyone's spine. Immediately afterward, his face, neck, and arms, all over his body, gradually began to emerge, like a dense network of crimson veins, resembling vines, appearing utterly bizarre and utterly terrifying. This scene suddenly reminded the young boys and girls of the day they first arrived at the ethereal university, when that evil chi master had attempted to kill them all. The elderly man before them, in his 70s or 80s, bore an uncanny resemblance to the evil chi master from that day. This serves as proof. The other person was indeed the same as the one on the first day of school. They were all evil-hearted, murderous practitioners of the sect. However, what is causing the young boys and girls to furrow their brows at this moment is the malevolent aura emanating from the old man before them was so intense that it sent shivers down their spines, making them feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles. The opponent's strength had reached the highest realm of Chi Manipulation Masters, the 9th realm Chi Manipulation Master, equivalent to a cultivator at the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage. Yet all 16 of them were only at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. At that moment, the old man's eyes turned blood red, and he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. I never intended to be your enemy. But you persist in your hostility, even going so far as to threaten to annihilate the entire Wanhan Monastery. In that case, I can no longer spare your lives. My name is Yi Yuanzhong. I will make sure you die a painful death. Chapter 89, Fierce Battle, Retreat. Yi Yuanzhong finished speaking. The long sword in his hand emanated a fierce aura, and the sharp blade suddenly glowed with a chilling cold light. As he raised his sword, his figure suddenly transformed into a blur. Bang! A piercing sound split the air, and a surge of murderous intent erupted, directly swinging swords at the young boys and girls. Facing the intense aura of death emanating from Yi Yuanzhong's body, the young boys and girls felt a chill run down their spines. After all, each of them was only at the mid-stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Yet the elderly man before them, Yi Yuanzhong, who was in his 70s or 80s, possessed the cultivation level of a peak foundation establishment stage cultivator. In the cultivation realm of immortals, each realm corresponds to a world, and each stage corresponds to a celestial realm. Even a single stage of difference can result in an enormous disparity in strength. In other words, when it comes to one-on-one combat, a cultivator at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm has absolutely no chance of defeating a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. This is precisely what fills the hearts of young boys and girls with fear. But fortunately, they weren't alone. There were 16 of them. 16 cultivators at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm were facing off against a chi manipulator with the strength of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm. Their chances of victory are very high. But the prerequisite is, they must defeat him swiftly before he can rally all the disciples in the Taoist temple under his command to attack them en masse. Otherwise, the situation will become dangerous. The thoughts of young boys and girls are fleeting. They snapped back to their senses and immediately launched an all-out attack at Yi Yuanzhong, who was charging toward them with his sword drawn. Fiery symbol. Wind and thunder symbol. Shifting sands, break. Frost sword dance. Thousand stars perish, water mirror dragon roars, formation, begin. The 6 transformations of the mystic thunder. First transformation, the overwhelming thunder palm. The young men and women wielding swords had mystical light flashing on their blades, their spiritual energy surging, terrifying beyond belief. The students of the talisman school murmured incantations, releasing various powerful and awe-inspiring talismans that exploded toward Yi Yuanzhong. Students from the alchemy school executed each move with precision, unleashing terrifying spiritual energy with every punch, palm strike, elbow, and kick, attacking Yi Yuanzhong with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the students from the array formation system hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy, instantly deploying various dazzling arrays on the ground and in the air, manifesting ever-changing illusions, intending to directly suppress and kill Yi Yuanzhong. In that instant, the young boys and girls each unleashed their most proficient magical abilities. The entire scene was filled with mystical light, and the spectacle was truly awe-inspiring. But Yi Yuanzhong truly lived up to his reputation as a practitioner at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. The sword in his hand was as swift as lightning and as powerful as thunder. Clang! Boom! Bang! Suddenly, countless sword clangs and explosions rang out. Yi Yuanzhong's sword strikes were as powerful as the roar of a tsunami. In the blink of an eye, he effortlessly deflected the attacks of the young men and women. Seeing this, the young boys and girls were not to be outdone. They hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy and unleashed various magical techniques, once again charging toward Yi Yuanzhong with deadly intent. And so it went. The young boys and girls continuously unleashed a series of dazzling and spectacular magical techniques and supernatural abilities upon Yi Yuanzhong. Yi Yuanzhong, however, relied on the sword in his hand to repeatedly deflect their attacks. For a moment, the two sides engaged in an intense struggle. Before long, the aftereffects of the collision of magical power shattered the soul hall into pieces. The scene was instantly reduced to chaos. However, after a fierce struggle that lasted about 10 minutes, the young boys and girls began to show signs of fatigue. Everyone was panting heavily, feeling as though their limbs were filled with lead, growing extremely weak and sore. As a result, when they attempted to cast spells or use their supernatural abilities, their movements were no longer as smooth and effortless as before. In contrast, Yi Yuanzhong. At this moment, he was still as fierce as before. The sword in his hand emanated a terrifying aura, moving so swiftly it was dizzying to behold. Suddenly, Yi Yuanzhong seemed to notice this as well. His blood-streaked face twisted into a fierce expression, and the murderous aura around him surged suddenly. The sword in his hand unleashed a power that seemed capable of shattering the heavens and earth with every strike. Soon, the evenly matched balance between the two was completely shattered. At that very moment, Yi Yuanzhong pressed his advantage, seized the opportunity, and leaped forward. With a sword in his hand, he charged forward with overwhelming momentum, aiming straight for the throat of a short-haired female student from the sword control department. However, the girl's strength had already been completely drained, and she was utterly unable to defend herself against Yi Yuanzhong's swift and relentless attack. The young boys and girls around them, witnessing this, couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Because their strength was nearly depleted, they were utterly unable to block Yi Yuanzhong's sword strike. What should they do? That girl is going to die. This moment. The young boys and girls' hearts were racing, and they were terrified to the extreme. Chapter 90, The Revolving Door. As it turned out, the 16 young men and women of the Ethereal University. Not only did they underestimate the strength of the evil Qi master Yi Yuanzhong, but they also overestimated their own abilities. They never even considered it. The 16 cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage were ultimately no match for Yi Yuanzhong, who possessed the strength of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. It was precisely because of their misjudgment. That is why the short-haired girl from the sword-wielding division is likely to meet her end here. The young boys and girls watched helplessly as the scene unfolded before their eyes. Everyone was frantic with worry, but they were helpless and didn't know what to do. In the crowd, Lin Feng stared at the perilous scene before him, his pupils dilating instantly. In his mind, memories flashed by like a kaleidoscope. That year, he was 3 years old. He ran home angrily, pushed away the spoon his mother was feeding him with, and scattered rice all over the floor. But his mother didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled gently and asked him, "Little Feng, why are you so unhappy today? Can you tell Mom what happened?" Lin Feng puckered his lips, looking as if he was about to cry. The girl next door said her dad is a chef and can cook so many delicious things every day. She also said I don't have a dad and that I'm a kid without a dad. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Feng saw his mother gently stroke his head and smile tenderly. "Silly child, how could you not have a father? Xiaofeng's dad is a really important person. It's because of him that Mom and Xiaofeng aren't bullied by others and can live in such a warm little house. Xiaofeng's father is a true man, always protecting his mother and Xiaofeng very well." Lin Feng rubbed his teary eyes. "Really? Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Then, I want to be a man too. I want to protect Mom. I'll beat up all the bad guys who bully Mom." "Good, our little Feng is so brave. So, Mom's little man, should we finish this bowl of rice first? Only by finishing your meal can you grow up and protect Mom properly." I'll eat 2 bowls." That year, Lin Feng swore an oath to always protect his mother and never let anyone bully her. At the age of 4, Lin Feng fell ill. But he didn't want to go to that place called a hospital, so he could only make a big fuss at home. But his mother, as always, patiently explained to him, "Xiaofeng, be a good boy. If you're sick, you must go to the hospital. Once you go to the hospital, the doctor will cure your illness, and your little head won't hurt anymore." Lin Feng didn't believe that. But as it turned out, Mom seemed to be right after all. After staying in the hospital for a few days, his head really didn't hurt anymore. It turns out that as long as you go to the hospital, the illness can be cured. Later, he discovered that his mother received numerous phone calls every day. "Zhang Limei, when are you going to pay me back the 50,000 yuan you owe me? I'll give you another 2 weeks. If you don't pay me back by then, I'll find someone to kill you. You don't need to come back for the new year. You actually had a bastard behind our backs. Your mother and I can't bear the shame. Zhang Limei, you haven't paid rent for half a year. I'm warning you, if you don't pay the rent with interest this month, don't blame me for kicking you and your bastard son out. With only a middle school education, you want to work at our company? Get out of here before you make me laugh." Lin Feng didn't understand what they were saying. All he knew was that every time his mother finished those calls, her eyes were red. Lin Feng would always go up to her and ask, "Mom, what's wrong?" Then he could see his mother's warm, sunlit smile. "Mom's fine." When Lin Feng was 5 years old, several very tall men burst into their home. His mother hurriedly hid him in the wardrobe and told him not to make a sound or come out under any circumstances. "Zhang Limei, you've been dragging me around for a year over that 50,000 yuan. Now it's 100,000 yuan with interest. If you don't pay me back today, I'll take your life. Chengge, can you give me a few more days? Bang! Give her a break, you bastard. Her hard. I'll kill you. Ha!" The sound stopped abruptly for a few seconds. "Hey, you bastard, who the hell told you to actually use a knife?" "Yes, I'm sorry, boss. What should we do now?" "What should we do? Hurry up and run." Lin Feng was terrified by the commotion. Only after a long time passed without any sound from inside the house did he finally relax and crawl out of the cabinet. But as soon as he emerged, he saw his mother lying motionless on the ground, with a knife stabbed into her chest, blood gushing out. "Mom, what happened? Did those men bully you earlier?" Lin Feng asked blankly. Lin Feng saw his mother shake her head. "With my little man here, how could Mom be bullied? Mom is just sick." "Sick? Then I'll take Mom to the hospital. As long as we go to the hospital, she'll get better." Lin Feng grabbed his phone and dialed 120. The ambulance arrived shortly thereafter. In the ambulance, Lin Feng looked at his mother lying on the hospital bed and finally felt at ease. Suddenly, he heard his mother calling him softly, "Xiaofeng." Lin Feng hurried over to his mother. "What's wrong, Mom?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his mother's kind face break into a smile, just as warm and gentle as always. "Xiaofeng, Mom hopes that one day you'll be as amazing as your dad." "Xiaofeng, Mom will always love you." Lin Feng also smiled. "Mom, I love you too. Mom, once you're all better, I want to go to kindergarten. Can I, Mom? Mom, why aren't you talking?" Lin Feng waited for a long time but received no response, and the smile on his face gradually turned into confusion. He looked around at the doctors and nurses in white coats and asked in confusion, "Uncle and Auntie, why isn't my mom talking? Is Mom's illness very serious? How long will it take to cure her?" Everyone around them remained silent. Later, Lin Feng hadn't seen his mother in a long time. As he grew older, he gradually came to understand. It wasn't true that going to the hospital would always cure an illness. It turned out that his mother had already passed away. But he clearly remembered promising to protect his mother for the rest of his life. Memories flashed through Lin Feng's mind like a slideshow. He recalled his younger self. If only he hadn't been so weak, if only he hadn't been so timid. If only I could have rushed out of the closet at that moment. Would everything have turned out differently then? This incident has left Lin Feng unable to let go even to this day. It feels like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. 13 years ago. Because of his timidity and cowardice, he lost his mother. Just over 10 minutes ago. Due to his indecision, he allowed an ordinary person to be brutally killed by Yi Yuanzhong. Is that really the case now? Is he really going to stand by and watch his classmate die right before his eyes just because he's weak? How many times must he regret his actions? How many regrets must he leave behind before he can grow and become stronger? Is it really up to me? Am I really destined to be a coward for the rest of my life? If that is the case, then what's the point of cultivating immortality oneself? What's the point of it all? This moment. Lin Feng was suddenly overcome with overwhelming regret, feeling as though his heart was being torn apart. But it was precisely at this moment. He suddenly felt his thoughts become clear, and a warm current rose from his dantian, spreading throughout his body in an instant and circulating endlessly. The spiritual energy within his body surged instantly, becoming vast and pure. I've broken through? Suddenly, Lin Feng's face was filled with disbelief. But the situation was urgent, and there was no time for him to be surprised. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy, gripped the wooden sword in his hand once more, and charged toward Yi Yuanzhong, who was advancing with overwhelming momentum, swinging the sword directly at him. Chapter 91, One Strike, One Kill. At that critical moment, Lin Feng's aura suddenly surged, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body with a loud hum. Boom! He stepped forward, his figure transforming into a blur, creating a deafening sound as he sliced through the air. His entire body darted forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, swinging his sword toward the overwhelmingly powerful Yi Yuanzhong. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng swung his sword down, and the immense spiritual energy within his body surged out in an instant. This sudden strike caught Yi Yuanzhong completely off guard. By the time he reacted, the blade of Lin Feng's sword, flickering with crimson flames, was mere inches from his throat. Seeing this, Yi Yuanzhong's expression suddenly froze. His expression suddenly turned fearful, and he hurriedly stopped his attack, summoning all the malevolent energy within his body to block the sword with his own. But Lin Feng's sword strike seemed to contain a terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and severing rivers. As the sword struck out, a fiery explosion erupted. The light is bright and dazzling. When this sword struck the blade of the long sword held by Yi Yuanzhong with a solid blow. Bang! A flash of fire lit up the sky. A deafening sound followed. Yi Yuanzhong suddenly felt his palms go numb and tingle with pain, which quickly spread up his arms. His entire body was struck by a force as powerful as a raging storm or a tidal wave. The force was so great that his legs gave way, his feet left the ground, and he was violently thrown backward with a loud thud. Yi Yuanzhong lost his balance and quickly thrust his sword into the ground. But despite this, the sword blade still carved a 6 or 7 meter long trail on the ground before he slowly came to a stop. As soon as Yi Yuanzhong came to a halt, puff! A large mouthful of black blood spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, the intense, spine-chilling aura emanating from Yi Yuanzhong suddenly dissipated in an instant. His entire appearance now betrayed his advanced age, making him look utterly weak and frail. The man who had been so full of himself moments ago could now barely stand on his feet. His aged and frail face betrayed an expression of utter disbelief and extreme terror. Upon witnessing this scene, the 15 young men and women behind him were all filled with astonishment. What powerful spiritual energy! What a powerful sword strike! Lin Feng. He actually broke through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage just now. The young boys and girls found it increasingly hard to believe. After all, just moments ago, all 16 of them had been soundly defeated by Yi Yuanzhong, who possessed the peak strength of the foundation establishment stage, leaving them completely helpless. But now, Lin Feng, acting alone and wielding a single sword, managed to break Yi Yuanzhong's technique in an instant, causing him to retreat in defeat. It was a complete one-hit knockout. Although they knew that even among those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, there were still differences in strength. However, they never expected this. Lin Feng's peak foundation establishment stage completely crushed Yi Yuanzhong's peak foundation establishment stage. Lin Feng's peak foundation establishment stage is simply too powerful. The young boys and girls were briefly startled, but quickly regained their composure. Lin Feng, you're pretty impressive, breaking through at such a critical moment. Lin, don't just stand there. Take advantage of this opportunity and go finish him off. That's right, Lin Feng. At a time like this, you can't hesitate. Delay will only lead to trouble. Right, act quickly. We can't let that despicable guy escape using his tricks. The young boys and girls urged. Brothers, rest assured. My cultivation is now just one step away from the golden core realm. No matter what tricks that guy uses, he won't be able to escape my sword. Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly and said earnestly, I once acted like a coward long ago, so today, I will never be weak again. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and prepared to strike at Yi Yuanzhong. At that moment, the weakened Yi Yuanzhong struggled to his feet and pulled the long sword embedded in the ground with all his strength. Lin Feng's eyes hardened, thinking that Yi Yuanzhong still wanted to fight him. But the next second, clang! Yi Yuanzhong raised his hand and threw the long sword he was holding, which clanged to the ground. He then closed his eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his weathered face. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, unable to discern the other's intentions. But he couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. The opponent was now severely injured and greatly weakened. No matter what tricks he tried, he could never pose a threat to him. Lin Feng didn't hesitate. He channeled his spiritual energy, gripped his sword, and swung it toward Yi Yuanzhong. This sword strike was filled with boundless spiritual energy. A crimson flame danced along the blade, and a scorching heat wave erupted in an instant, causing the surrounding air to rise in temperature by several degrees. Seeing Lin Feng's incredibly powerful strike, the young boys and girls couldn't help but smile. They thought to themselves, this evil-hearted Yi Yuanzhong is finally going to be eliminated. However, at that moment, whoosh! A wooden sword, glowing with a deep blue light, suddenly flew out from the shadows. In the blink of an eye, it collided with a loud bang, forcefully deflecting the sword strike that Lin Feng had aimed at Yi Yuanzhong. Immediately afterward, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there! As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar figure also descended from the sky. The young boys and girls looked up in the direction of the sound. They saw a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, with a delicate and charming appearance, slowly descending from above the Soul Pavilion. Her hair danced gently in the wind, and her demeanor was as ethereal as a fairy. However, when the young men and women caught sight of each other's faces, they froze in place, utterly speechless. Because the other person was none other than. But rather, they were classmates from their prestigious university. Su Juyin from the sword-wielding department. Chapter 92, Arrival at Antarctica. The fourth day of the 7-day-long vacation at Pyongyang University. It is now just past 6 in the evening in the Great Xia Kingdom. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world in Antarctica, it was already past 11 p.m. However, due to the unique characteristics of the polar regions, Antarctica is currently experiencing the phenomenon of the polar day. For 24 hours a day, it is bathed in sunlight. At this very moment, Su Ming soared through the air, standing quietly at 1,000 meters above the ground. As far as the eye could see, ice-capped mountains towered overhead, blanketed in pristine snow, creating a scene of utter whiteness. Occasionally, a gust of wind sweeps across the landscape, whipping up the snow on the ground and filling the air with a vast, desolate whiteness. Such a snowy landscape is truly breathtaking. However, Su Ming had no heart to appreciate this breathtaking scenery at that moment. Firstly, as soon as he arrived here, his spiritual senses detected an extremely intense demonic aura. Antarctica was indeed as the system had warned it was teeming with powerful demons. Secondly, it was because he had been traveling for far too long and was utterly exhausted. It wasn't physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion. In fact, Su Ming had already set off for Antarctica yesterday afternoon. Given his current cultivation level at the peak of the Yuanling stage, even flying on a sword would be too slow for him. He was using the faster method of aerial flight. At his speed, he should reach the South Pole in about 4 or 5 hours. However, when he flew over the sea, a big problem appeared before him. He realized he had lost his bearings. Moreover, his phone had no signal, so he had no idea where he was, let alone which direction was south. So, Su Ming found himself completely lost in the vast, endless ocean. And this endless is not just an adjective, it is truly endless. As far as the eye can see, it's nothing but the deep blue sea. At that moment, Su Ming was truly dumbfounded. Therefore, he could only resort to the simplest method, flying across the sea at top speed while releasing his divine sense to scan for areas with lower temperatures. Then he continued to explore and advance in that direction. That's it. Su Ming spent the entire day and finally arrived at Antarctica. What was originally expected to be a 4 or 5 hour journey ended up taking a grueling 24 hours. How could this not be exhausting? Cough cough, although there were a few minor issues along the way, we eventually arrived at our destination safely. So, what's next? It's time to head to the place where the demonic energy is most concentrated and explore its depths. Amidst the howling wind and snow, Su Ming smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the tranquil and vast expanse of sea ahead. He could sense the demonic energy emanating from beneath the sea surface, more intense than anywhere else. He wondered what might be lurking beneath the sea. Su Ming curved the corners of his mouth, unable to suppress his anticipation. However, at that very moment, Su Ming's gaze inadvertently glanced over. He noticed that a massive ship was slowly making its way toward the sea surface where the demonic energy was most concentrated, over a kilometer away. What the hell is going on? There's a ship here? Su Ming was stunned. His body instantly transformed into a white streak of light and flew over to investigate. Only to discover. Wow! So this is a cruise ship. There were nearly 1,000 tourists on board, all of them foreigners. At that moment, there were 300 or 400 foreigners standing on the cruise ship's deck, each of them gazing around in wonder at the beautiful snowy scenery, chatting in a foreign language that Su Ming couldn't understand. However, Su Ming could tell from their expressions that most of what they were saying was likely expressions of surprise and admiration. As they watched, the cruise ship gradually approached the area of the sea where the demonic energy was most concentrated. Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of resignation in his expression. It seems I'll have to work overtime first. With that, he bent down and flew toward the cruise ship. At the same time, in the Great Xia Kingdom, at the Wanhun Monastery, the 16 young men and women in the Hall of Souls saw Su Juyin from the Sword Control Division slowly descending from the sky, and their faces immediately betrayed an expression of utter confusion. Because they clearly remembered. Su Juyin did not participate in this campaign against the evil Qi Masters. However, why is she here right now? How did she find this place? And more importantly, Su Juyin just used a flying sword to deflect the sword strike that Lin Feng had aimed at Yi Yuanzhong. She also shouted loudly, "Stop immediately!" What does this mean? Su Juyin, why did you help Yi Yuanzhong block that sword? Could it be that she's in cahoots with that despicable Yi Yuanzhong? At that moment, Su Juyin landed smoothly and stepped directly in front of Lin Feng, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she spoke in a pleasant voice, "Lin Feng, stop immediately." Lin Feng was still furious, and his voice betrayed a hint of excitement. "Su Juyin, what are you doing here? And why did you stop me? Are you on his side?" As soon as he said that, the entire hall fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Because of the question Lin Feng had asked, everyone present was eager to know the answer. Chapter 93, Tensions Run High. Facing Lin Feng's slightly angry questioning, Su Juyin bit her pink lips and spoke softly. "Lin Feng, I know what you're thinking, but please calm down and listen to me first." Lin Feng said impatiently. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to defend that guy? Just now, that guy killed an unarmed civilian with a single sword strike. We all saw it with our own eyes. If you defend him, you are shielding a wicked and evil heretic. Su Juyin, I advise you to step aside immediately, or else. Don't blame me for disregarding our classmates' feelings." Su Juyin furrowed her delicate brows and said again. "Lin Feng, please listen to me first. It's not what you think. Actually, Master Yi is a good person. And it's not just Master Yi, every single person in this Taoist temple is a good person. All of this is just a misunderstanding." As soon as he said that, the young boys and girls looked at each other in astonishment, their faces filled with surprise. "Su Juyin, do you know what you're saying? They're all ruthless assassins from the evil sect. How could they possibly be good people?" "That's right, Su Juyin, you must have been deceived by these people." "Good people? Have you forgotten the evil Qi master from our first day of school? He was so ruthless that he planned to kill all of us. These evil Qi masters have such wicked hearts. How could they possibly be good people?" "That's right. And yesterday, while we were on the high-speed train, those evil Qi masters tampered with the train, intending to kill us." The young boys and girls all spoke up in disbelief. "Misunderstanding? Then, Su Juyin, I ask you to open your eyes wide and look clearly. What is that?" Lin Feng shouted angrily, pointing the wooden sword in his hand at the body of the young woman in her late 20s who had just had her head severed by Yi Yuanzhong. The woman's head and body were separated, her body lying in a pool of blood, her white floral dress stained with large patches of blood. The scene was bloody and gruesome, a sight that was truly shocking. That was a human life. And just a moment ago, she was still a living, breathing person. But it was that guy. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed his sword at Yi Yuanzhong behind Su Juyin and shouted angrily. "It's the guy you're protecting behind you. You slaughtered a human life as easily as killing a chicken or a sheep with a single sword strike. How cruel and heartless you are. The facts are right before our eyes, and you're telling me it's all just a misunderstanding? Do you really think I'd believe you?" Su Juin's delicate face grew solemn. She was about to speak, but Yi Yuanzhong, standing behind her, spoke first in a hoarse, deep voice. "Miss Su, there is no need for you to speak on my behalf. The young Taoist priest is correct. I am indeed a wicked and unforgivable person. I have personally killed countless people in my lifetime, hundreds? Or perhaps thousands? I have grown so numb that I can no longer recall the exact number. The sins I have committed will never be washed away, not even in the next life. I am a wretch who deserves to die 1,000 deaths. If I die here today, it will be a just punishment for my crimes. Therefore, Miss Su, there is no need for you to defend me. Let this young Taoist priest handle it." Yi Yuanzhong's weathered face showed no trace of a smile or regret. His expression remained unchanged. His words left the young boys and girls completely baffled. What's going on with Yi Yuanzhong? At the brink of death, has his conscience finally kicked in? But now you're finally repenting? What were you doing all this time? In any case, it's too late for regrets now. Master Yi, you. Su Juyin looked puzzled. As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Feng interrupted her. Su Juyin, now that this guy has admitted to killing many people, what else do you have to say? Get out of the way. Don't waste any more time here. Otherwise, even if you're a classmate, I won't go easy on you. Su Juyin's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she said firmly. Lin Feng, I'll say it again. If you refuse to calm down and listen to my explanation, I absolutely will not move out of the way. Lin Feng twisted the tip of his sword, and the vast spiritual energy surging within him suddenly erupted, sending a fierce gust of wind erupting from his body. If I'm not mistaken, Su Juyin, you're only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, right? Do you really think you can stop me? Lin Feng said coldly. Su Juyin gripped the wooden sword in her hand tightly, her expression unchanged, and said calmly, how would I know unless I try? In an instant, the two stood facing each other, their spiritual energy erupting from their bodies, neither willing to back down. The air seemed to suddenly fill with a thick, explosive tension, the atmosphere as tense as a coiled spring. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly stepped forward, his body radiating a mystical glow, and swung his sword toward Su Juyin. Chapter 94, Tensions Run High. Lin Feng's sword strike was as swift as lightning and as powerful as thunder. A dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted from the blade, accompanied by a crackling sound, and with a thunderous crash, it struck toward Su Juyin. What a powerful strike! What a powerful spiritual energy! Lin Feng, who is at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, possesses such terrifying strength. However, he actually went so far as to harm Su Juyin like that? After all, Su Juyin's cultivation level is the same as theirs, only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. His sword strike was clearly aimed at killing Su Juyin. The young boys and girls around them couldn't help but look surprised. They never expected Lin Feng to strike so hard. But now it was too late to try to persuade or stop him. All they can do is pray in their hearts that Lin Feng will show mercy at the critical moment. Lin Feng's figure flickered and appeared before Su Juyin in an instant. The sword in his hand struck down with overwhelming force. Facing the sword strike, Su Juyin's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she immediately raised her sword to block. Seeing this, the young boys and girls around them gasped in shock. They couldn't help but curse inwardly. You must know that Lin Feng is currently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, his sword was imbued with an immense amount of spiritual energy, so even a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm wouldn't dare to block it head-on. Moreover, this sword strike has gathered an immense amount of spiritual energy. Even a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm wouldn't dare to block it head-on. However, Su Juyin, who was only at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment cultivation level, faced Lin Feng's sword strike without dodging, but instead chose to raise his sword to block it? How could that possibly block it? This moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. In their minds, many unpleasant images of Su Juyin had already begun to form. But just as everyone was worrying about Su Juyin, an utterly unexpected scene unfolded. Buzz! Su Juyin's expression suddenly grew serious. He immediately drew his sword and held it in front of him, using the wooden sword in his hand to block Lin Feng's powerful strike. When Lin Feng's sword blade struck Su Juyin's wooden sword, the ominous scenes that had flashed through everyone's minds did not materialize. Instead, Su Juyin's wooden sword managed to completely block Lin Feng's strike. The sword in Lin Feng's hand shone with a brilliant glow, its mystical light dazzling, and spiritual energy surged forth like a flood, overwhelming and terrifying. Meanwhile, Su Juyin's wooden sword emitted no dazzling light and showed no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever. Yet it was this ordinary, unremarkable sword, as ordinary as could be, that held the key to the battle. Yet it managed to block Lin Feng's sword strike, which was as powerful as a surging river. No matter how hard Lin Feng clenched his teeth and strained every muscle, he couldn't move the sword in his hand an inch further. The young boys and girls around him were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? You should know that Lin Feng's cultivation level has already broken through to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Meanwhile, Su Juyin's cultivation level is merely at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment stage. Although the mid-stage of foundation establishment and the peak stage of foundation establishment are only one minor stage apart, there is a vast difference in strength between them. This was clearly evident from their recent battle with Yi Yuanzhong. The 16 cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage, even when united, were no match for Yi Yuanzhong, who possessed the peak strength of the foundation establishment stage, and were consistently overwhelmed. This proves that even 16 cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage are no match for a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But now, Su Juyin, a student in the middle stage of foundation establishment, actually effortlessly blocked Lin Feng, a student at the peak of foundation establishment, with a full power sword strike. Moreover, it seemed effortless, and he didn't even use much spiritual energy. On the other hand, Lin Feng was straining every muscle, giving it his all, with a relentless surge of powerful spiritual energy erupting from within him. Despite this, however, his terrifying sword strike, however, could not even scratch Su Juyin. How is this possible? Su Juyin clearly only has the cultivation level of the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm. How on earth did she manage to block Lin Feng's sword strike? Could it be that she used some mysterious technique? Chapter 95, The Memory Retaining Symbol, The Truth. For a moment, everyone was filled with astonishment and disbelief, their faces brimming with disbelief. At that moment, Lin Feng also felt the same astonishment and confusion as everyone else. He found it hard to believe that Su Juyin, who was clearly only at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, could block his sword strike, which contained the power of the peak of the foundation establishment realm. How was this possible? How did she manage to do that? Could she have used some special technique? Never mind, forget it. Now, no matter what, we must deal with her as soon as possible to prevent Yu and Zhong, that old man, from taking advantage of the situation and escaping. I am currently at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How could I possibly fail to deal with someone at the mid-stage of the same stage? As the thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng immediately clenched his teeth and retreated several steps. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy once more, causing a mystical glow to erupt from the blade. His figure flickered, and he charged forward again, swinging his sword with overwhelming force toward Su Juyin. Since you insist on protecting that unforgivable criminal, don't blame me for being too harsh. That last sword strike was a slip-up on my part. If you think you're so skilled, try blocking this one. Facing Lin Feng's furious attack. This time, Su Juyin did not choose to draw her sword to meet the attack. Instead, she sheathed the wooden sword behind her back and tossed a talisman into the air. The orange-yellow talisman emitted a faint glow and floated in midair. This is a memory-preserving talisman, containing everything I have learned about the true nature of this Taoist temple. Lin Feng, please calm down and take a look at the contents of this memory talisman first, okay? Su Juyin said, then turned her gaze to the crowd behind Lin Feng and said softly, please believe me. Some things are not what they seem. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence for a long time. This was because Su Juyin's expression was extremely serious, showing no signs of lying. Soon, Lin Feng snapped out of it and said angrily, you think a single talisman can clear the name of that murderer? You're being far too optimistic. Moreover, who knows whether the contents of your talisman are true or false? Who knows if you fabricated the facts, turning black into white? Before Su Juyin could respond, Zhou Tao from the talisman department suddenly stepped forward. The content recorded in the memory retention talisman is the memories in the caster's mind, so there is no possibility of forgery. The effect of this talisman is to allow people within a certain range to see the memories recorded within it. Lin, I think we should first take a look at the contents of that memory retention talisman. After all, Su Juyin is our classmate. Continuing this internal conflict will not benefit any of us. Lin Feng was about to refuse, but the young boys and girls around him agreed with Zhou Tao's suggestion. They all urged Lin Feng to first take a look at the contents of the memory charm and understand the truth behind what Su Juyin had mentioned before making a decision. Seeing that everyone was saying the same thing, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before deciding to follow their advice. He sheathed his sword and urged Su Juyin to quickly cast the memory retaining. Su Juyin did not hesitate, silently reciting a mantra in her mind. The memory retaining floating in the air hummed and dissipated into countless specks of light. Immediately afterward, a flash of mystical light appeared. The 16 young men and women present suddenly began to see unfamiliar scenes flash before their eyes. The scene flashes back to 2 days earlier. That was the second day of the vacation at the Ethereal University. That evening, 7 terrifying demons appeared in the city center of Qihai City. As soon as they appeared, they launched an attack on a Chinese restaurant. Inside a private room at the restaurant, all 6 customers were killed, leaving behind only scattered limbs and fragments of flesh. Fortunately, Su Juyin arrived in time to slay all 7 demons, preventing an even greater disaster from occurring. But just then, a group of middle-aged men dressed in light blue robes, wielding sharp blades, rushed to the scene. Su Juyin noticed that these men were dressed in strange attire and emanated an extremely eerie aura. She immediately deduced that they were a group of evil chi masters, definitely not good people. Fortunately, although there were over 10 of them, they were all merely 4th realm chi manipulators whose strength didn't even match that of a cultivator at the peak of the chi cultivation stage. Therefore, Su Juyin no longer held back and directly confronted the group with a series of questions. Who are you? I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Meanwhile, the crowd had already been utterly impressed by Su Juyin's formidable strength, having single-handedly slain 7 demonic beasts. They were both terrified and utterly disbelieving. So he quickly showed weakness and assured them that they had no ill intentions. The leader, a middle-aged man with a bit of stubble, stepped forward urgently. He bowed respectfully to Su Juin and explained. Esteemed senior, my name is Chen Hai. I and the brothers behind me are all demon-subduing envoys of the 10,000 Souls Monastery. We are not villains. Please do not misunderstand, senior. Elder, you just slew the demon and rid the people of a menace. You must be a person of great kindness. Since that is the case, then we are not enemies with you, senior. We hope you will not misunderstand us. Su Juin was completely baffled. Wan Hungwan? Demon suppressor? Not a villain? What's all this mess? Are you suggesting that these evil chi masters, who emit such malevolent energy, could possibly be good people? Su Juin couldn't help but wonder. After all, the middle-aged man named Chen Hai standing before her looked completely serious, showing no signs of lying. Moreover, her spiritual perception could clearly sense that his heartbeat remained steady and there were no abnormal fluctuations in his aura while he spoke. This indicated that the other parties seemed to be telling the truth. Confused and perplexed, Su Juin asked directly, "Where is the 10,000 Souls Monastery? What is a demon suppressor? And why do you say you're not evil?" At this, everyone was left speechless. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Hai, a middle-aged man with a few stubble on his face, furrowed his brows and asked, "As a cultivator, how could you not know what the 10,000 Souls Monastery and the demon sealing envoy are? May I ask you a question, senior?" Su Juin looked skeptical. What question? The middle-aged man Chen Hai furrowed his brows and asked with a hint of caution in his expression. "May I ask, sir, which side are you on?" Su Juin was even more confused. Huh? Looking at the powerful and intimidating teenager in front of her, who was only 17 or 18 years old, she couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. At that moment, it wasn't just Chen Hai with a few stubble left on his face. More than a dozen middle-aged men dressed in light blue robes were all stunned at that moment. Chapter 96, Invitation to a Banquet. The dozen or so middle-aged men dressed in light blue robes present were all stunned at that moment. The expression on everyone's face was one of utter astonishment. They couldn't believe that this young girl, who looked to be around 17 or 18, possessed such terrifying strength. But seemed to have no understanding of the power dynamics among the cultivators of this world. More importantly, the other party doesn't seem to be taking sides. The current situation in the cultivation world is one of open and covert struggles among various factions, maintaining a certain relative balance. However, the young girl before them possessed strength that far surpassed everyone's understanding of what a cultivator was capable of. This meant that the appearance of this young girl before them, it is likely to shatter the delicate balance that has been maintained in the cultivation world for decades, causing a massive uproar. At this thought, everyone's heart skipped a beat. If only they could recruit this young girl into their Wan Hungwan. Then their faction of demon-subduing envoys would undoubtedly gain even greater influence in the cultivation world. Everyone thought the same thing in their hearts. At that moment, Chen Hai snapped out of it first and bowed respectfully to Su Juin. "Esteemed senior, our encounter here is indeed a fortunate coincidence. It is now dinner time. I wonder if you have had your meal yet. If not, would you honor us with your presence? We humbly invite you to join us for dinner." Su Juin paused for a moment. The group of mysterious, unidentified before her, seemed to harbor no ill will toward us? And it seems like you're planning to treat yourself to a meal? But you're not really close with them, so maybe you shouldn't. Go. Su Juin was about to refuse, but her stomach suddenly growled. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she bit her pink lips before suddenly changing her mind. "Let's just go have dinner. We should be any danger, right?" Half an hour later, the group of middle-aged men in light blue robes invited Su Juin to a luxurious restaurant with elegant decor. In the spacious restaurant lobby, "Chen-gu, do we really need to come to such an expensive restaurant?" A middle-aged man leaned close to Chen Hai and whispered, "Nonsense, can't you see who we're entertaining? But Chen-gu, can you really afford the bill?" "I definitely can't afford it on my own," but Chen Hai gave a mischievous smile and said, "But there's still you guys, right?" "Chen-gu, what do you mean? I really don't have much money left." "That's right, Chen-gu. We demon slayers don't make much money to begin with. We really can't afford to pay." "Shin-gu, you know me, I donated all my money to the disaster area. I really don't have any money on me." Everyone immediately grew anxious, but Chen Hai paid them no mind. "Enough nonsense. What we are doing now, on a small scale, is for the Great Xia Kingdom, and on a larger scale, it is for the entire world and all of humanity." At these words, everyone fell silent. Their expressions even carried a hint of solemnity. A moment later, in a spacious and luxurious private room, various dishes that were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious were neatly arranged on the dining table. For a moment, the aroma of the dishes filled the air. Su Juin sat alone at the dining table. Across from her, over a dozen middle-aged men dressed in light blue robes stood quietly in place. Su Juin sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. It was the first time she had ever eaten a meal while being stared at by so many people. Why don't you all sit down and eat with us? Su Juin smiled awkwardly. A middle-aged man chuckled and immediately got ready to sit down. But Chen Hai suddenly coughed twice and laughed. No need, senior. We've already eaten. The middle-aged man understood and hurriedly returned to his original position. Su Juin gave a sheepish smile, thinking to herself that these didn't seem like bad people after all. But why was that? Aren't evil chi masters all wicked people who do nothing but evil? Just like that evil chi master on the first day of school, that person was planning to kill them all. But this group of evil chi masters, why can they not sense any ill intent at all? Even went out of their way to treat me to a meal? Su Juin was utterly perplexed. Just then, the rich aroma of cooking wafted toward her. Never mind. Let's eat first and talk later. After about 10 minutes of hearty eating, Su Juin had devoured every last bite of the more than 20 dishes on the table. Everyone looked on in astonishment. They never expected the other person to be so petite yet able to eat so much. That's enough food for over a dozen people. Su Juin wiped her mouth, pursed her lips, then smiled gently and expressed her gratitude to everyone. Without further ado, she cut straight to the point and asked everyone the question that had been on her mind. Actually, I'm still very curious, where exactly is the 10,000 Souls Monastery? And what exactly is a demon suppressor? You are clearly evil chi masters, but why do you seem to be doing good deeds? Could you please tell me? Chapter 97, The Origin of the Imperial Chi Master. That's more or less the situation. If you have any further questions, please feel free to ask, and I will be happy to answer them. Chen Hai, with a few stubble on his face, spoke with the utmost respect. He had spent over 20 minutes meticulously explaining every detail about cultivators to Su Juin. After listening, Su Juin furrowed her delicate brows slightly, gaining a certain understanding of the current state of the cultivation world in the present day. However, it must be said that all of this left her utterly astonished. Because the entire matter was extremely complicated, many aspects of it sounded utterly implausible, even. Some aspects are downright terrifying upon closer inspection. According to Chen Hai, in fact, extraordinary beings with extraordinary powers have always existed in this world. Long ago, thousands of years ago, the fall of a meteorite from outer space brought a technique for cultivating extraordinary powers to the people of the world. At first, people merely discovered that the surface of the meteorite was adorned with rows of golden runes, which shone brilliantly and appeared mystical and extraordinary. After years of research, people gradually discerned the methods for cultivating extraordinary powers from those golden runic patterns. And so it was. And thus, extraordinary beings capable of wielding magical powers were born into this world. When people practice their techniques, absorb spiritual energy, and cultivate their innate chi, the extraordinary beings of this world are given a new name: Chi Masters. The Master of Chi possesses godlike powers, not only capable of achieving immortality but also able to control water and fire, summon winds, and bring rain. It is precisely because of the Yu Chi-shir's extraordinary abilities that they are so incredibly powerful. Therefore, in the ancient era of strict social hierarchy, the methods for cultivating extraordinary techniques were naturally only accessible to true high-ranking officials, wealthy merchants, and aristocrats. Ordinary people and even the average wealthy individual may never even hear of them in their entire lives. This has led to the extremely small number of individuals in the world who possess extraordinary abilities, known as Chi Masters. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. The main reason. This is because anyone who wishes to cultivate the innate Chi and become a Chi Master must practice Qigong to absorb spiritual energy. However, in this world, such a mysterious substance as spiritual energy simply does not exist. Only that extraordinary meteorite from beyond the heavens, shrouded in a dense aura of spiritual energy. Only within a 100-meter radius of the meteorite could one sense and absorb the spiritual energy by practicing their techniques. In other words, even if ordinary people obtain the cultivation techniques, they have no opportunity to absorb spiritual energy and become Chi Masters. This is the fundamental reason why Chi Masters are as rare as hen's teeth and virtually unknown. Actually, up to this point, everything still seems normal. However, the subsequent developments left Su Juin feeling increasingly uneasy. While everyone was still reveling in their new status as Imperial Chi Masters and the immense magical powers they had obtained, strange and unsettling events began to unfold. Many Chi Masters encountered problems during their cultivation or when using their innate Chi. Strange, worm-like, twisted black-red patterns mysteriously appear on their bodies, looking terrifying and extremely bizarre. What is even more unsettling is that, once this happens, the black and red patterns quickly spread throughout the entire body. Within the span of a single incense stick, the body will rot into a putrid, foul-smelling mass of flesh. Finally, that mass of flesh would transform into a monstrous creature, devoid of reason, within the span of a single incense stick, rising once more. And this bizarre situation is both unpredictable and incurable. Once it occurs, death is inevitable. Upon the occurrence of this incident, everyone who had cultivated the innate Chi was thrown into chaos. Some believe that the meteorite from outer space was an ominous object. They claim that the so-called spiritual energy is actually demonic energy that devours human hearts. They advocate immediately destroying the meteorite from outer space and the cultivation techniques related to the primordial chi to prevent bringing disaster upon the world. However, some people believe all of this is a test of becoming an immortal. Only those who can endure the trials have the qualifications to become immortals. On the contrary, they will rot into a pile of flesh and become a completely irrational monster. They firmly oppose the idea of destroying the celestial meteorite and the cultivation techniques. Such extreme ideas were initially rejected by the vast majority of people. But at that very moment, suddenly, strange and eerie creatures began to appear all over the world without any warning. These creatures possess the same innate energy as the Chi Masters. They pose a tremendous threat to the common people of the world and even to the entire world. This is precisely why many of those who initially advocated destroying the meteorites and the cultivation techniques have also changed their minds. They eventually came to believe that it was not the right thing to do, because they must rely on the power of the Imperial Chi Masters to slay those bizarrely shaped demons and safeguard the peace of the realm. However, many still cling to their original beliefs. They believe that the appearance of those monsters is all due to that meteorite from outer space. As long as the meteorite is destroyed, the monsters will no longer appear. However, this is merely a hypothesis, and no one can be certain of the truth. That's all there is to it. The two sides have different ideas. Half of them became evil Qigong masters. The other half became righteous Chi Masters. Evil Chi Masters advocate preserving the meteorites from outer space and their cultivation techniques, and are willing to risk rotting to death in order to continue cultivating their innate Chi. All for the sake of harnessing this mysterious power to eliminate demons and monsters from the world and ensure the safety and peace of all its people year after year. As a righteous Chi Master, I advocate the destruction of celestial meteorites and the abandonment of cultivation techniques, restoring the world to its pristine state. However, due to their ongoing conflict with the evil Chi Masters, they are forced to continue cultivating the innate Chi despite the risk of rotting and dying. Thus, the Chi Masters of the righteous and evil factions began an endless struggle. Even to this day, thousands of years later, this struggle continues unabated. However, that mysteriously powerful meteorite from beyond the heavens, due to the continuous emission of spiritual energy, its volume has been gradually shrinking at an extremely slow pace. By the time thousands of years had passed, the celestial meteorite had completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. However, the spiritual energy it emits is not confined to just 100 meters. It has already spread to every corner of Blue Star, with spiritual energy present everywhere. However, due to historical reasons and various other complex factors, Chi Masters remain largely unknown and extremely rare in this world. Out of the hundreds of billions of people in the world, there are fewer than 20,000 Chi Masters, with a ratio of approximately 1 in 500,000. Upon hearing this, Su Juyin finally understood that the dozen or so people in blue-green robes before her were not necessarily evil. Rather, it was due to the differing philosophies of the two sides that the distinction between the righteous and the evil factions had emerged. Although they are evil Chi Masters, they do not engage in evil deeds. Instead, they risk their lives at all times, facing the danger of being consumed by spiritual energy to slay demons and eliminate evil, protecting the people from harm. It's quite obvious. Although the names of the evil Chi Masters contain the character evil, they are actually all good people. That concludes the origin and background of the Chi Masters. Chen Hai then used concise language to explain the current state of the cultivation world. According to Chen Hai, perhaps it is because spiritual energy is widespread throughout the world. In recent years, the frequency of demonic beings appearing around the world has been increasing. Moreover, the power of these demons has also been growing stronger. From the very beginning, a single person could easily defeat dozens of demons. Now, it takes a team of 10 or more people working together to barely defeat a single demon. This has put increasing pressure on me. Moreover, they must travel to various parts of the world to slay demons and monsters while also keeping a watchful eye on the righteous Chi Masters who are plotting to sabotage their efforts. This has resulted in a severe shortage of personnel among the evil Chi Masters. Therefore, in order to allocate personnel reasonably, they were divided into two groups. One group is responsible for fighting and battling the righteous Chi Masters. The other group is specifically tasked with dealing with demons and monsters that appear around the world. To put it bluntly, it's all about slaying demons and eliminating evil spirits. And that's precisely why the latter has such a fitting name: Demon Suppressor. The current state of the cultivation world can be simply summarized as having three major factions: the righteous Chi Masters, the evil Chi Masters, and a mysterious organization known as the Company. The righteous and evil factions of Chi Masters have been locked in a fierce struggle for survival for thousands of years, with neither side willing to back down. And that mysterious organization known as the Company actually emerged suddenly in the past 2 years. The reason it is considered mysterious is that because people only know that all the employees in that company are chi masters with innate chi. As for the specific cultivation levels and abilities of those chi masters, what is the purpose of that company's establishment? No one knows. Fortunately, the company did not do anything that caused social unrest. Nor did it get involved in the conflict between the two factions of Qigong masters. Therefore, the Qi masters from both sides have not interfered with the company's development at this time. However, for some unknown reason, the Qi masters of both the righteous and evil factions have all inexplicably developed the same premonition. That company has probably been plotting something all along. The above is all the information Su Juyin obtained from Chen Hai. With this knowledge, the doubts that had been plaguing her mind were finally resolved. However, after hearing Chen Hai's words, a new problem arose at that moment, causing Su Juyin's scalp to tingle and her heart to race with fear. That was the spiritual energy emitted by the meteorite from outer space that Chen Hai had mentioned earlier, which had already spread throughout the world. And anyone who has ever practiced martial arts techniques to absorb that spiritual energy may develop blackish-red patterns on their bodies at any time, and within the span of a single incense stick, their bodies will rot into a pile of flesh, their death being extremely gruesome. What terrified Su Juyin was, although she was a cultivator, during her cultivation, she was no different from a chi manipulator, as she also needed to condense the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. As a result, could it be possible that I am also end up dying as a pile of rotting flesh? Su Juyin felt increasingly uneasy as she thought about it. But upon further reflection, the innate energy cultivated by a Yu Chi master and the spiritual energy cultivated by an immortal cultivator are simply worlds apart. The difference is vast and unimaginable. Although they appear to share the same origin, their essences are fundamentally different. Even though they are both forms of cultivation, and even if the techniques used are different, how could the power ultimately cultivated be so vastly different? So is it possible that the spiritual energy absorbed by a master of Qi during cultivation is fundamentally different from the spiritual energy condensed by cultivators during their practice, and that they are simply two different things with the same name? To verify this hypothesis, Su Juyin snapped back to reality, gave a faint smile, and looked at Chen Hai, asking, "Master Chen, would you mind demonstrating your cultivation technique now? Could you please circulate your energy, absorb the spiritual energy, and show me your practice?" Chapter 98, Demon Qi. What? Senior, you. Chen Hai, with a few stubble on his face, was a bit taken aback by Su Juyin's question. But he quickly changed his mind and decided not to ask any further questions. So he nodded, "All right, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to practice his cultivation technique, absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate himself. And it was precisely at this moment Su Juyin suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, her pretty face turning utterly horrified. Because she saw that around Chen Hai, countless black and red energy threads were constantly flowing in from all directions, continuously merging into his body. What exactly were those black and red energy threads? Are they the spiritual energy absorbed by the master of Qi during cultivation? But how could spiritual energy possibly be that kind of thing? Su Juyin was stunned. Those black and red energy threads made her feel uneasy for some reason. She couldn't describe those black and red wisps of energy with precise words. All she could sense was that those black and red wisps of energy were constantly emitting an evil, sickly, and eerie aura. Su Juyin had no idea what those black and red threads of energy actually were. But she was certain. Those things were definitely not spiritual energy. In other words, she was right. The spiritual energy absorbed by a master of the divine Qi during cultivation is fundamentally different from the spiritual energy condensed by cultivators during their practice, and that they are simply two different things with the same name? To verify this hypothesis, Su Juyin snapped back to reality, gave a faint smile, and looked at Chen Hai, asking, "Master Chen, would you mind demonstrating your cultivation technique now? Could you please circulate your energy, absorb the spiritual energy, and show me your practice?" Chapter 98, Demon Qi. What? Senior, you. Chen Hai, with a few stubble on his face, was a bit taken aback by Su Juyin's question. But he quickly changed his mind and decided not to ask any further questions. So he nodded, "All right, senior." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began to practice his cultivation technique, absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate himself. And it was precisely at this moment Su Juyin suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, her pretty face turning utterly horrified. Because she saw that around Chen Hai, countless black and red energy threads were constantly flowing in from all directions, continuously merging into his body. What exactly were those black and red energy threads? Are they the spiritual energy absorbed by the master of Qi during cultivation? But how could spiritual energy possibly be that kind of thing? Su Juyin was stunned. Those black and red energy threads made her feel uneasy for some reason. She couldn't describe those black and red wisps of energy with precise words. All she could sense was that those black and red wisps of energy were constantly emitting an evil, sickly, and eerie aura. Su Juin had no idea what those black and red threads of energy actually were. But she was certain. Those things were definitely not spiritual energy. In other words, she was right. The spiritual energy absorbed by a master of the divine chi during cultivation is fundamentally different from the spiritual energy condensed by cultivators during their practice. It seems so. His earlier worries were unnecessary. Phew. Su Juin let out a sigh of relief, and the serious expression on her pretty face relaxed considerably. You can stop now, Master Chen. Su Juin snapped back to her senses and said. Chen Hai opened his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Senior, what's going on? Su Juin pursed her pink lips and said hesitantly. Master Chen, I observed the spiritual energy you absorbed while practicing earlier. Pardon my frankness, but in this matter, I tend to agree with the views of the orthodox Qi masters. The spiritual energy you Qigong masters absorb is not so much spiritual energy as it is demonic energy that devours the human heart. Although I am not sure of the specific dangers, I believe that absorbing such a thing into one's body is not a wise decision. Therefore, if possible, I hope that Master Chen and the others will refrain from practicing any further. Of course, I'm just suggesting. Su Juin knew that as an outsider, it wasn't appropriate for her to make such a suggestion. Therefore, she added a sentence at the end of her statement. The dozen or so middle-aged men in light blue robes before them all froze for a moment upon hearing her words. Chen Hai was the first to snap out of it, bowing respectfully and smiling. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I understand now. The expressions on everyone's faces remained calm, as if they were not taking Su Juin's suggestions seriously. After a moment, Su Juin realized that her suggestion had been unnecessary. Because the people in front of her had already understood everything. The price of absorbing spiritual energy to become a Qi master is the constant risk of dying as a pile of rotting flesh. They had accepted this fate from the very beginning, otherwise, they would never have chosen to become Qi masters. How could I not have thought of such a simple thing just now? I even suggested they stop practicing altogether. I'm such an idiot. Soon, Chen Hai began to introduce Su Juin to the location of the Wanhan Monastery, where they resided, and how grand its scale was. He also briefly mentioned the remarkable achievements of the demon-subduing envoys over the years. In short, they kept showing Su Juin how powerful their evil Qi masters were. Then they keep hinting at Su Juin, encouraging her to consider joining their ranks. However, Chen Hai stopped mid-sentence. A phone rang suddenly. The middle-aged man with a crew cut next to him answered the call, and his brows immediately furrowed. He walked over to Chen Hai and interrupted his rambling. Chen Ge, there's a situation in Anzhou City. Chen Hai's voice abruptly stopped, and his expression immediately turned extremely serious. Damn it, why now of all times? He cursed angrily, then turned and bowed respectfully to Su Juin with a sheepish smile. Senior, the situation is urgent. Please forgive me for not being able to accompany you further. Demon beast attacks are always extremely urgent. To minimize casualties, we demon slayers must arrive at the scene immediately. I hope you can understand. Of course, I humbly request that you leave me your contact information. I will make sure to properly host you on another occasion. Demon beast attack? Upon hearing these words, Su Juin didn't hesitate for a moment, smiling lightly and saying, No need. I'll go with you. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is also my responsibility. Chapter 99, Master Yi. Late at night. A black jeep was speeding down the highway toward Anzhou City. The people inside the vehicle looked exhausted, each clutching a knife or sword, sitting in their seats and dozing off, with a somber atmosphere filling the entire vehicle. Su Juin could tell that everyone was clearly exhausted. However, despite this, they had immediately driven to the scene of the demon beast attack without hesitation upon receiving the call. Chen Hai, sitting next to Su Juin, pulled out a photo from his pocket at that moment. Under the bright moonlight streaming through the car window, he silently began to look at it. Chen Hai in the photo looked to be in his 20s. He has his arm around a young woman, and in his right hand he is holding a little girl who looks to be 3 or 4 years old. The little girl had a round face and was smiling adorably. Chen Hai noticed Su Juin's gaze. Please forgive me, Senior. This is my wife and daughter. Chen Hai laughed. I didn't realize it, but this photo was taken 20 years ago. 20 years ago? Su Juin was a bit surprised. Yes, 20 years ago. Chen Hai sighed. If the dog girl were still alive, she should be of marriageable age by now. Su Juin looked even more surprised. That's right, she's dead. She and my wife are both dead. I killed them both. Chen Hai said with a touch of melancholy. Su Juin was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Chen Hai continued to explain. Senior, please don't misunderstand. In fact, my wife and daughter are both Qi masters. Unfortunately, they are both unfortunate, as their bodies have developed those strange black and red patterns. To ensure they retain the appearance of ordinary people after death, I ended their lives with my own hands. I cut off their heads and sewed them back together a day later. It sounds terrifying, but at least they're still human, aren't they? Su Juin didn't say anything. After a long, heavy silence, she finally spoke up and asked, "Do all those who develop black-red patterns end their lives in this manner?" Shenhai nodded. "Yes, they usually choose someone they are closest to do it." Su Juin felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. She had killed the person closest to her with her own hands. She couldn't bear to imagine how painful it would be. Despite the fact that her parents had never shown her much care or concern throughout her entire life, they had always been fixated solely on her academic achievements. In fact, they even cruelly said that if she didn't get into a good university, they wouldn't acknowledge her as their daughter, words that were truly heartbreaking. But even so, if she were truly forced to kill her own parents with her own hands, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Shenhai added, "However, most of us in the are orphans who were raised by Master Yi from a young age. Therefore, many of us, after developing the black-red patterns, ask Master Yi to send us on our final journey." "Who is Master Yi?" Su Juin asked in confusion. "Yi Yuanzhong, the master of the Wanhan Monastery, and also the leader of our evil sect." "So he's killed a lot of people?" "Yes, Master Yi has killed countless people with his own hands. His own parents, wife, children, grandchildren, and siblings all were killed by his own hands." Shenhai's expression remained calm, but his tone carried a hint of respect. He also mentioned the many people he had raised at the Wanhan Monastery, whom Master Yi had also killed. Su Juin was utterly stunned, but remained silent at that moment. Shenhai sighed helplessly. From his closest relatives to the children he had raised with his own hands, tragedy had unfolded time and time again over the decades, never ceasing. We of the evil sect are well aware that Master Yi has been enduring suffering beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. You must understand that those were all the people closest to Master Yi. But whether it's me, Master Yi, or anyone else at the Wanhan Monastery, isn't all the suffering we've endured caused by those damned demons? If it weren't for those demons, how could we have risked our lives to become spirit masters? Our elders might think we're foolish, but if we don't do this, what will become of this world?" At this point, Shenhai suddenly grew solemn and bowed respectfully to Su Juin. "Senior, I can see that you are a person of great kindness. Therefore, I humbly request that you join our Wanhan Monastery. To eliminate the demons of the world, we need strong warriors like you, our esteemed predecessor." The sudden overture left Su Juin feeling at a loss. For a moment, she froze, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 100, Rescue Operation. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Shenhai gave a sheepish smile. "Senior, there's no need to rush with your answer. Please let me know whenever you've made up your mind." Su Juin remained silent, implicitly agreeing to Shenhai's suggestion. The rest of the journey passed in silence. About an hour later, everyone finally arrived at their destination, Anzhou City. It was late at night. Asan City. A large hotel in the city center. Long police lines have been set up around the hotel. Beyond the cordon, there were dozens of armored vehicles and police cars, along with hundreds of police officers armed with high-quality firearms. Shenhai led the group forward, but as soon as they approached, they were stopped by several officers in a stern manner. As Shenhai led the group closer, they were immediately stopped by several officers in a stern manner. Shenhai remained calm, quickly pulling out an ID from his waist and showing it to the officers. To their surprise, when the officers saw the three large characters "Demon Subduing Envoy" on the ID card, their brows furrowed instantly, and they wore expressions of utter disbelief. One of the younger officers even shouted angrily, "Everyone, there are a large number of wild animals that have entered the hotel ahead. The police are currently capturing and controlling the wild animals in the area. This matter is of critical importance to the safety and well-being of the general public. Therefore, regardless of your intentions, I urge you not to come here and cause any disturbances. Otherwise, we reserve the right to take compulsory measures against you on the grounds of obstructing law enforcement." Shenhai smiled upon hearing this, put away his credentials, lit a cigarette, and spoke softly. "Wild beasts? Is that what your superiors told you?" The young officer didn't respond but issued another warning. But before he could finish, a middle-aged police officer in black uniform suddenly walked over. "What's going on?" The middle-aged police officer, both in appearance and voice, exuded an air of maturity and composure. The young officer briefly explained the situation, and the middle-aged officer turned his gaze toward Shenhai and asked him to show his identification. Shenhai handed over the same ID he had shown earlier. The young police officers around them had expected their superior to lose his temper at the sight of this group of troublemakers. But to their surprise, the next moment, as the middle-aged police officer caught sight of the ID card in Shenhai's hand, a look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Immediately afterward, he immediately stood at attention, his expression solemn, and saluted Shenhai with an extremely standard military salute. Several young police officers were completely taken aback. What on earth was going on? What's going on here? And just as they were still stunned and unable to recover, the middle-aged police officer had already leaned close to Shenhai's ear and quietly explained the situation inside the hotel ahead. The situation was not complicated. In simple terms, dozens of demonic beasts resembling dogs, immune to blades and arrows, with tail spines and scales, have invaded the hotel ahead. Currently, there are 358 people trapped inside the hotel, all hiding in their rooms and awaiting rescue. After assessing the situation, Chen Hai wasted no time. He immediately led the group toward the tall, luxurious hotel ahead. Watching the crowd walk toward the hotel, several young police officers asked the middle-aged officer why they were letting them in. Could a dozen of them really subdue the wild beasts inside the hotel? The middle-aged police officer smiled but said nothing. Upon entering the hotel, the opulent atmosphere immediately enveloped them. Although the lights were bright, the silent environment kept everyone on edge. For no one knew whether a terrifying demon beast might burst out from some corner of the hotel at any moment. Due to the high number of trapped individuals, reaching 358, only a handful of energy masters arrived on the scene. After a moment's thought, Chen Hai quickly decided to have everyone split up and act independently. Given the current situation, the longer they delayed, the more dangerous the trapped individuals would become. Therefore, they must act swiftly to evacuate everyone from the hotel as quickly as possible. The operation begins immediately. Everyone rushed to different floors and began the rescue operation. "Senior, please stay here." Before leaving, Chen Hai looked at Su Juin with great respect, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Su Juin smiled gently. "Master Chen, I have said before, slaying demons and eliminating evil is also my responsibility. Since that is the case, this junior will gratefully accept your assistance." Chen Hai bowed with a smile, then hurried up the stairs to the hotel. After Chen Hai left, Su Juin looked around cautiously before quickly joining the rescue operation. Su Juin took the elevator to the 18th floor. As soon as the elevator doors opened, a demonic creature resembling a dog but covered in scales and tail spines lunged toward her with its blood-red maw wide open. Su Juin remained calm, slowly drawing the wooden sword from her back and striking downward with a flash of cold steel. A loud thud echoed through the air. The demon was decapitated, and blood gushed out as it fell to the ground. "What a stench!" Su Juin wrinkled her nose, stepped over the demon beast's corpse, and entered the corridor of this floor. Looking around, Su Juin was stunned. Because almost all the doors of the 20-odd rooms on this floor had been destroyed. The air in the corridor was filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. This gave her an uneasy feeling. Chapter 101, The Truth Comes Out. Su Juin shook her head, refusing to dwell on it further, and hurried forward to inspect each room one by one. But when she entered the first room, all she saw was a floor covered in blood and flesh, along with two severed heads, each missing half of their skull. Su Juin was terrified. After all, she was only an 18-year-old girl. She forced herself to suppress the fear and nausea in her heart and hurried to the next room. But the scene before her eyes was almost identical to the previous room. Next, Su Juin rushed to the third room and then the fourth room. After inspecting 22 rooms in a row, they were all identical. Su Juin felt like she was about to break down. There were over 20 rooms, with roughly 30 or 40 people, and tonight they all died, leaving behind nothing but scattered remains. This is utterly brutal and unforgivable. But at that very moment, "Help me! Someone, please help me! I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet." A piercing scream suddenly rang out. Su Juin heard the sound and hurriedly ran toward the direction it came from, ending up at the end of the corridor in a room. There, a demonic creature resembling a dog with scales and a spiked tail was slowly approaching a young man inside the room. The man was curled up in the corner, trembling violently with fear, his face contorted in a mix of despair and terror, crying out incessantly. "Huff!" But in the next second, a sharp sword light flashed by. The demon was instantly split in two, its body crashing heavily to the ground. The man froze for a moment, then instinctively looked up. There, a beautiful young woman with flowing long hair and a wooden sword in her hand appeared in his line of sight. The girl's collar and cheeks were stained with fresh blood, and the wooden sword in her hand emitted an otherworldly mystical glow. At that moment, the man stared blankly at the young girl, speechless and lost in thought. Chen Hai had assigned each person to a specific floor as part of the split-up plan, but he had not included Su Juin. Therefore, she had decided from the start that she would inspect every room on every floor, from top to bottom. Therefore, if no one can be seen in any room from top to bottom, it means the rescue operation has ended. Everyone has rescued the survivors and left the hotel. About 20 minutes later, after slaying 16 demons and confirming that there was no one left in the entire hotel, Su Juin knew that the rescue operation had come to an end. She hurriedly left the hotel as well. However, as soon as she stepped out of the hotel entrance, she saw a dozen ambulances with flashing emergency lights parked near the security cordon in the distance, along with dozens of medical personnel in uniform. The medical personnel had set up over 10 hospital beds and a range of medical equipment at the scene, and were currently performing emergency treatment on the injured lying on the beds. Su Juin hurried over. She discovered that the bed was occupied by several injured and trapped individuals, along with 3 severely wounded. At that moment, Su Juin looked around and suddenly noticed a problem. That was the evil Chi master who had come here with her. There should have been 16 or 17 of them. But now, with the 3 lying in hospital beds, there are only 7 of them. Where did the remaining nearly 10 people go? Also, where is Chen Hai? Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a crew cut walked up and said gloomily, "Senior, in this rescue operation, we managed to save 66 trapped individuals. 10 of our demon-slaying agents were sacrificed in the operation." Upon hearing this, Su Juin was stunned, because she had never imagined that the casualties from this rescue operation would be so severe. However, the person was killed. Why weren't there any bodies found inside or outside the hotel? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Juin's pupils contracted, and she suddenly understood. It turned out that her previous judgment had been wrong. The fact that the hotel was empty did not necessarily mean that all the trapped people had been rescued. There is also another possibility. That some of the trapped individuals, along with the rescue teams sent to save them, all perished inside the hotel. And the reason why no bodies were found inside or outside the hotel? Because their bodies had already been devoured by demons, leaving only a few scraps of flesh. Thinking of this, Su Juin took a deep breath, steadied herself, and looked around, but she still couldn't find Chen Hai anywhere. Since no one was present at the scene, he must also. Su Juin was thinking this when the balding middle-aged man spoke again. "Senior, Chen Go has something to say to you." The man with the crew cut led Su Juin to an ambulance. It turned out that Chen Hai was lying on the stretcher inside the ambulance. It was just that. At this moment, his breathing was weak, and the lower half of his body was gone, with only his right arm remaining. His face had only one eye, and both lips were gone, revealing a mouth filled with black blood, a sight that was truly terrifying. However, Su Juin, upon seeing this scene, felt not the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she felt a sense of emptiness in her heart, accompanied by a dull and oppressive feeling. "I hope you won't laugh at me," Chen Hai said weakly. "Actually, I still hope you'll seriously consider my previous request." Seeing Chen Hai in such a frail state, Su Juin was now absolutely certain that Chen Hai and his fellow were not the noble-sounding individuals they claimed to be. Recalling the plan they had made earlier to split up and act separately. In fact, this plan had a very obvious flaw. That is, splitting up would their combat strength, significantly increasing the danger of this operation. However, everyone present at the time, including Chen Hai, seemed to have overlooked this crucial point. But now that I think about it, Chen Hai and his group had been cultivating for decades. Their actions in slaying demon beasts must have been repeated countless times. With their wealth of experience, how could they possibly have overlooked something so obvious? Therefore, the most reasonable explanation is, perhaps they never considered their own safety from the very beginning. As Chen Hai said, the existence of these evil Chi masters is to slay demons and eliminate evil, to rid the people of harm. Su Juin quickly snapped back to her senses, furrowing her delicate brows, and said earnestly, "Master Chen, in truth, I am not alone, so please forgive me for not joining your 10,000 souls monastery. But please rest assured that our goal is the same as yours, to eliminate all demons and monsters from the world and protect the people." Upon hearing these words, Chen Hai, though now without lips, was seen by Su Juin to be smiling. "With your words, senior, I am content," Chen Hai said weakly. "Step aside. The patient is only suffering from severe blood loss. All his organs are intact. There is still a chance to save him. Step aside." Just then, 5 doctors rushed over, pushing a cart loaded with medical equipment and blood bags. But as soon as they reached Chen Hai's side, Chen Hai used his only remaining right hand to grip a sharp dagger tightly and instantly stabbed it through his own skull. In an instant, red and white fluids flowed out together. Chen Hai had completely lost all signs of life. Su Juin finally noticed that Chen Hai's arm was covered in black and red, worm-like, twisted patterns. It seemed that he wanted to die as a human being. At that moment, the middle-aged police officer in black uniform approached. He stood before Chen Hai's body and silently saluted in military fashion. The young police officers behind him also stood at attention, silently paying their respects to Chen Hai with solemn salutes. The silence at that moment was deafening. A few minutes later, the 4 remaining uninjured evil Chi masters, wielding their swords and blades, once again made their way toward the hotel entrance. Su Juin asked in confusion, "What are you going back in for?" Among the 4, a middle-aged man with a crew cut smiled helplessly. "Don't laugh at us, but when we were rescuing the trapped people, we tried our best to avoid the demons that escaped. That's why, out of the 17 of us, we only managed to kill 6 demons. According to the latest police report, there were a total of 22 demons in the hotel. We must enter now and eliminate the remaining 16 demons. Please rest assured, senior. Previously, we split up, which weakened our combat strength. This time, we will act together, and such a situation will never happen again." After hearing the other party's words, Su Juin furrowed her brows slightly and said calmly, "No need. Those 16 demons have already been dealt with." Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. They had sacrificed 10 men just to barely slay 6 demons. And the enemy actually managed to kill all 16 of them alone? After a moment of astonishment, everyone swallowed hard. Immediately afterward, they all bowed and clasped their fists toward Su Juin. Thank you for your help, senior. Memories end. Back to the present. 101. The 16 young men and women in the Hall of Souls suddenly found the images produced by the memory charms in their minds come to an abrupt halt. It had only been 3 or 5 minutes. They soon understood the entire situation. The origin and background of the Imperial Chi Masters. The current state of the spiritual cultivation community. The eerie spiritual energy. Yi Yuanzhong was forced to kill his own closest relatives with his own hands. And Chen Hai, who sacrificed his life for a noble cause, dying heroically. Various pieces of information intertwined in the minds of the young boys and girls, creating a complex web that left them momentarily unable to sort out their thoughts. However, the only thing they could be certain of at that moment was, although the names of the evil Chi Masters contain the character for evil, in reality, each and every one of them is undoubtedly a good person. At that moment, the young boys and girls couldn't help but look down at the female corpse whose head had been severed by Yi Yuanzhong. Sure enough, the corpse's arms were covered in strange black and red patterns. They finally understood that Yi Yuanzhong had not been indiscriminately killing innocent people. At this point, the truth has finally come to light. This moment, the young boys and girls fell silent, standing motionless in their places. Each of them was lost in their own thoughts, their faces betraying a complex expression. The atmosphere suddenly grew so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Not long after, a gentle evening breeze blew by, bringing a refreshing coolness. In the crowd, Lu Mang from the Sword Arts Department hesitated for a moment but eventually spoke up first to break the silence. So, all of this was just a misunderstanding? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng, standing across from Su Juin, sheathed his sword, slowly raised his hand to scratch his head, and said awkwardly, "It seems like it. Chapter 102, I am God. Do you believe me?" The 4th day of the 7-day-long holiday at Pyongyang University. Evening. The young boys and girls' plan to defeat the evil Chi Master ended in embarrassment. For no one had anticipated it. It turned out that the evil Chi Master was actually a good person who was constantly slaying demons and eliminating evil for the sake of the people. All of this was just a misunderstanding. Finally, in an awkward atmosphere, the young boys and girls sheathed their weapons and sincerely apologized to everyone inside the Wanhun Temple. As a gesture of apology, they also distributed numerous high-quality pills and talismans to those who had been injured in the altercation. Finally, in the end, the young boys and girls took advantage of the sun not yet fully setting. Under the dazzling glow of the sunset, they left the Temple of 10,000 Souls and departed from Lanning Mountain. And so it was. The plan of the young boys and girls to defeat the evil Chi Master has come to a complete end. However, when everyone descended the mountain, there was a look of disappointment on everyone's face. They had originally come with the intention of punishing the wicked and bringing justice, but they never expected their good intentions to lead to such unfortunate consequences. Not only did they end up fighting with their own people, but they also wasted so much time for nothing. How could they not be frustrated? But after feeling frustrated, everyone quickly realized a new problem. Since the evil Chi Masters were neither villains nor their enemies. Then, when they were traveling by high-speed train to Ningao province, who used a giant boulder to block the tunnel, intending to cause the train to derail and everyone on board to perish? At this thought, the young boys and girls' expressions grew somber. They knew that this was a question they wouldn't be able to answer anytime soon. After all, so much time has passed. But they are well aware of it. In this world, there are definitely enemies out there who are out to get them. And their enemies are in the shadows, while they are in the open. Those enemies hiding in the shadows may have already set their sights on them. However, they showed no signs of fear or panic. They simply felt that they must strive even harder in their cultivation. That's the only way. Only then can we stand invincible when we truly face the enemy next time. Moreover, as cultivators of the Ethereal University, they must never bring dishonor to their school. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Antarctica, soaring through the air, Su Ming spotted a luxurious cruise ship in the distance, slowly making its way toward the sea where the demonic energy was most intense. It seems I'll have to put in some overtime first. Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth and smiled helplessly. The next second, he leaned forward and flew toward the luxury cruise ship. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming entered the cruise ship's bridge. Inside the bridge, 3 middle-aged drivers with fair skin were leisurely sipping imported liquor while casually steering the vehicle. "Hey, guys, you can't drive any further. Please turn around and leave here immediately." Translation: Hey guys, you can't drive any further. Please turn around and leave here immediately. When Su Ming entered the driver's cabin, the 3 drivers did not notice him. It wasn't until he spoke in English that the 3 of them turned their heads in surprise and looked at him. One of them, a middle-aged driver with greasy hair, looked surprised and said, "Are you a tourist? How did you get here?" Su Ming was stunned by what he heard. Because he couldn't understand a word the other person was saying. The language the other person was speaking was neither Great Xia nor English. He had thought his English was decent enough to manage basic communication with foreigners. But to his surprise, the other person couldn't speak English at all. We're screwed. We don't speak the same language. What should we do now? Just then, Su Ming suddenly heard the system's crisp voice in his mind. Ding! Host detected in a language barrier situation. Would you like to spend 50 reputation points to purchase the mastery of all languages on Blue Star feature? Is there such a game-changing feature? And it only requires 50 reputation points? This system is pretty generous. Yes, let's buy it now. Ding! Purchase successful, item has been dispatched. Please check your inbox. The system message had barely finished speaking. Buzz! Su Ming felt a rush of heat in his head. The memories of nearly 7,000 languages flooded into his mind like a dam bursting. Su Ming stood there in a daze for a moment before suddenly gaining clarity. It turned out that the middle-aged driver with the greasy hair was speaking German. It means, who are you, and how did you get in here? Regarding this question, Su Ming didn't rush to answer. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth into a faint smile, walked slowly toward the three middle-aged drivers, and snapped his fingers with his right hand. Snap! The sound of snapping fingers echoed, and the next second, boom! Suddenly, a ball of flame the size of a basketball appeared beside Su Ming. The crimson flames burned relentlessly, casting rolling waves of heat that continuously struck the cheeks of the three middle-aged drivers. Immediately afterward, under the stunned gazes of the three middle-aged drivers, Su Ming reached his right hand into the flames, clenched his fingers lightly, and made a motion as if drawing a sword. As he pulled it out, a long sword formed from raging flames appeared in his hand. The intense flames danced wildly, never dying down, constantly unleashing their scorching power. In an instant, the entire cockpit was engulfed in a sea of crimson flames, turning everything blood red. At that moment, Su Ming held a flaming long sword in his hand, a faint, eerie glow emanating from his body. He smiled as he looked at the three people before him. I say I am God. Do you believe me? See this scene. The three drivers in the cab were instantly stunned. Chapter 103, A Convenient Task. Upon seeing the utterly unbelievable scene before him, the three middle-aged drivers with white skin in the driver's cabin were instantly dumbfounded. They were also shocked they couldn't close their mouths, staring blankly at Su Ming, who was holding a flaming long sword. At that moment, the worldview of the three people collapsed in an instant. Although they were unsure whether the teenager before them was truly God. But one thing was certain, the other party had definitely just cast a spell. The young man before him. He's actually a magician who can use magic. Magic exists in this world. It's actually real. Seeing the three of them all look utterly astonished, Su Ming knew that his simple and brutal method had clearly worked. And the effect was surprisingly good. In just a few seconds, it saved him the trouble of spending time explaining things slowly and immediately gained the other person's trust. Previously, his cultivation was low. To ensure his own safety and avoid a series of unnecessary troubles, he had no choice but to conceal his true identity as a cultivator. But now, his cultivation level has reached the peak of the Yuanling realm. Continue to bide your time? It's possible, but it's not necessary. Besides, if he keeps being so timid and hesitant, not only will it make it difficult for him to accomplish anything, but it will also directly hinder the pace of development and growth of the university. Therefore, in fact, Su Ming had already decided yesterday that he no longer needed to deliberately hide his identity as a cultivator. As for the consequences of such a decision, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. After all, on the current Blue Star, demons are about to awaken, and a disaster is inevitable. It is time for the cultivators to gradually emerge into the public eye. At that very moment, the middle-aged driver with greasy hair snapped back to his senses and said nervously, "Dear God, please ask him if we can help him." Su Ming had just purchased the Mastery of All Languages on Blue Star feature from the system. Therefore, he can now easily understand everything the other person is saying. The meaning of the other person's statement is, "Honorable sir, how may we assist you?" Su Ming smiled faintly and replied in fluent German. "I don't need your help, but I want you to understand that I am the one helping you right now. The waters ahead are filled with an extremely strong demonic presence. If your cruise ship sails into that area, it may be attacked by demons. At that time, everyone on board the cruise ship will perish. If you think I'm exaggerating, you can choose not to listen to me. But if you choose to believe me, please turn around and leave this place immediately." The three middle-aged drivers heard this and looked at each other in disbelief. After exchanging glances for a moment, they all turned their heads and, as if on cue, addressed Su Ming. "Thank you for your warning, sir. We'll turn around and head back immediately." As soon as the three middle-aged drivers finished speaking, they hurriedly turned around and pressed numerous buttons, then adjusted the ship's rudder. After a couple of minutes of hustle and bustle, Su Ming saw the cruise ship slowly begin to turn around. Just then, On the cruise ship deck, a sudden commotion erupted. Holy cow! What's with these Germans? Why did they change course? Didn't we agree to go forward to see the penguins? Ewing! What are you doing? Get the boat back. I paid for this. Why aren't you steering the boat toward that stretch of sea? I specifically bought a ticket to see the scenery there. This isn't what was advertised. Damn scammers, give us our money back, give us our money back. I'm going to file a complaint against this travel agency for false advertising. Hundreds of tourists standing on the deck to enjoy the snowy scenery are now unhappy. In the midst of the uproar, everyone was shouting to file complaints and demand refunds. Some went even further. They even gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and rushed toward the driver's cabin, shouting that they would beat the hell out of the crew members who were operating the ship. Seeing this chaotic scene, Su Ming had no intention of getting involved further. But just then, the middle-aged driver with greasy hair bowed respectfully and pleaded with him. "Honorable sir, could you please help us resolve this problem?" Su Ming smiled helplessly and replied without hesitation. "All right, it's no trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the long sword made of blazing flames into the air. Then, with a light tap of his toes, he leaped onto the blade of the sword. Immediately afterward, Su Ming, with his feet on a flaming long sword, flew directly out of the cockpit and hovered above the cruise ship's deck. Meanwhile, hundreds of foreign tourists stood on the deck. At that moment, they quickly noticed the sudden strange phenomenon in the sky. Chapter 104, Do Gods Also Have Different Races? Oh my goodness. Look quickly, Tianfei seems to be flying with a person. It's a young man with yellow skin. How did he do that? Is he suspended by wires? There were no such devices visible on the ship. That guy really seemed to be flying in the sky out of thin air. Oh my goodness, that's impossible. Hundreds of foreign tourists in the audience were stunned and cried out in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Ming, who was flying through the sky atop a flaming long sword, did not hesitate. His gaze sharpened, and he raised 2 fingers, slicing them through the air. "Golden dragon, appear!" he murmured softly. The next second. And so it was done. Suddenly, countless tiny golden light points appeared all around Su Ming. Those golden light points swirled and danced in the air, eventually coalescing into a dazzling golden dragon that circled endlessly around him. The dragon was enormous, its body shimmering with golden light, as bright and blinding as the July sun. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone on the deck was even more stunned. But they didn't have time to figure out what was happening. Roar! A dragon's roar. Suddenly, 1,000 layers of sound waves erupted, visible to the naked eye, causing the entire cruise ship to sway slightly. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. The sheer scale of the sound left everyone present utterly awestruck. A primal sense of awe and fear, rooted in biological instinct, surged inexplicably within everyone's hearts. At this very moment, the hundreds of tourists on the deck were suddenly thrown into chaos. Everyone froze in place like statues. The astonishment and horror in their hearts were already surging like waves. They couldn't believe that what was happening before their eyes was actually real. Such fantastical and magnificent scenes were something they had only ever seen on TV or in movies. In their minds, these mysterious and esoteric things are undoubtedly false and fictional, contrary to all physical principles and common sense. But now, their understanding has been completely overturned. Seeing the reactions of everyone on the deck, Su Ming knew the atmosphere was just right. He then directly enhanced his voice with spiritual energy, maintaining a calm expression as he softly exclaimed, "Demons lurk ahead. Those who fear death, depart quickly." Su Ming's voice was filled with authority, shaking the air and echoing endlessly across the vast expanse of the sea. And he didn't say this in any foreign language. Rather, it was spoken in the standard language of the Great Xia Kingdom. Because of the current situation, what he said no longer matters. All that matters is to do something that completely overturns everyone's understanding. Then the 3 drivers in the cab. They would then be able to explain everything clearly and logically to everyone, without facing any doubts. Oh my god. That young man is a god. There really are gods in this world. Yellow skin? Gods have races too? The god is from the land of cherry blossoms. No, I think they're more like people from the land of the bamboo. Could he possibly be from the Great Xia Kingdom? After all, people from the Great Xia Kingdom also have yellow skin. Absolutely not. People from the Great Xia Kingdom have slanted eyes. The deity in the sky is definitely not from the Great Xia Kingdom. You're absolutely right. The people of the Great Xia Kingdom are generally lazy and good for nothing, with low intelligence and poor moral character. The deity could never be from the Great Xia Kingdom. Ha, the gods are from the Great Xia Kingdom? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. A moment of silence followed. The crowd on the deck erupted in astonishment once more. However, some harsh words left Su Ming speechless. But he didn't take it too seriously. After all, in this world today, demons are about to fully awaken. When the disaster strikes, only the cultivators of the Great Xia Kingdom will possess the power to slay the demons and monsters. These people will finally realize who the true fools are. When the time comes. Ha ha. Su Ming smiled with interest and didn't think about it any further. Since he had already successfully forced the cruise ship carrying hundreds of people to turn back, he should now return to his primary task and head to the area ahead where the demonic energy is most intense. He decided to go down to the ocean floor to take a look. What on earth could be down there that emits such a strong demonic aura? Chapter 105, Exploring the Deep Sea. The snow-covered Antarctic continent. A vast expanse of calm, turquoise waters stretches out before us. Su Ming descended from the sky and instantly plunged into the sea. As he descended deeper and deeper, the light in the sea began to grow dimmer and dimmer. By the time he had descended to a depth of over 200 meters, Su Ming found himself completely enveloped in darkness, with no light whatsoever around him. All he could see before him was an eerie, pitch-black void. In truth, Su Ming had always harbored a certain fear of the deep sea. The endless darkness brings an overwhelming sense of the unknown, making one's hair stand on end. Thinking of this, Su Ming silently recited a mantra in his mind. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. The area within 100 meters around him was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Su Ming smiled slightly and continued to dive deeper. A short while later, Su Ming dived straight down to a depth of 12,000 meters in the deep sea. At that moment, he finally felt the pressure on his body growing intense. And it felt very obvious, as if he were wearing a thick iron suit, though this didn't affect him much. That said, though, after all, he was currently 12,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. He easing a pressure equivalent to 1,200 times standard atmospheric pressure. This is equivalent to each square meter bearing a pressure of 120 tons. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been crushed into mincemeat long ago. And keep in mind that the world record for a submarine's maximum diving depth is less than 11,000 meters. His current physical limits have already far surpassed the most advanced technological achievements of humanity to date. This is the benefit of cultivating immortality. It is also the capital that humanity will rely on to combat demons and monsters when future disasters strike. Su Ming continued to dive deeper. As the pressure grew increasingly intense, the demonic energy beneath the sea also grows increasingly dense. Soon, Su Ming descended another 3,000 meters and finally reached the seabed. At this depth of approximately 16,000 meters below sea level, the pressure was roughly 1,600 times standard atmospheric pressure, equivalent to a pressure of 160 tons per square meter. At this depth, not only would humans be crushed, but even trucks would be flattened. Su Ming was currently at the bottom of the sea, walking as if on flat ground. Looking around, he saw a vast expanse of strange-looking deep-sea creatures. These deep-sea creatures had sharp teeth and claws, with the smallest ones measuring 5 or 6 meters in length, giving off an overwhelmingly intimidating presence. However, based on Su Ming's understanding, due to the pressure, the deeper one goes beneath the sea surface, the fewer living creatures should be present. However, the current situation is as follows. At this moment, at a depth of 16,000 meters below the sea surface, the number of creatures he saw was greater than those found between 200 and 1,000 meters below the surface. This is clearly highly unreasonable. At this thought, Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of foreboding suddenly overwhelmed him. He quickly shifted his gaze to a fish with a mouth full of sharp teeth and released his divine sense to investigate. Sure enough, Su Ming sensed an extremely faint trace of demonic energy within the fish. It seemed the answer was clear. The deep-sea creatures that one sees before one's eyes are not actually what they originally look like. Rather, they were transformed into these bizarre and terrifying forms by the influence of that incredibly dense demonic energy. That dense demonic aura caused the marine life to mutate. This was the last thing Su Ming wanted to see. Because if things continued this way, these deep-sea creatures would attain cultivation within a few years and become true demon beasts. Looking around at the countless terrifying deep-sea creatures swarming densely in every direction, Su Ming pondered for a moment before sighing helplessly. It seems there's no other way. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand, shimmering with a brilliant glow. Then, Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he swung his sword without hesitation. In an instant, thousands of sword lights scattered in all directions, instantly illuminating the dark depths of the sea. Wherever the sword lights passed, the seawater was sliced open, forming a clear passageway. In an instant, sword light shone like a rainbow, stirring up mud and sand from the seabed and causing the water to swirl chaotically. Moments later, the sword light dissipated, and everything returned to calm. At that moment, the ocean floor was left with nothing but a pool of blood and the scattered remains of countless deep-sea creatures. Though one must admit, these deep-sea creatures also have the right to live on Blue Star. However, given the current situation, he should prioritize the human perspective and avoid being overly compassionate. Snapping back to reality, Su Ming immediately followed the direction where the demonic energy was most concentrated and hurried over. Dealing with these mutated deep-sea creatures alone wasn't enough. He must now eliminate the source of that intense demonic aura to put an end to this once and for all. Su Ming was thinking exactly that. But just then, he suddenly realized. The source of that intense demonic aura was now actively rushing toward him at an incredible speed. Chapter 106, The Deep-Sea Colossus, the source of the demon's aura. Suddenly, a massive creature resembling a catfish in appearance but as large as a basketball court suddenly emerged, opening its gaping maw and lunging toward Su Ming. In that instant, Su Ming stared intently and finally got a clear look at the massive creature's form and appearance. The creature's form was incredibly massive, its body as large as a basketball court, truly deserving the title of Deep-Sea Colossus. Its entire body was covered in scales that emitted a faint, eerie black glow, and its head bore 12 eyes, each as large as a soccer ball. A row of sharp teeth protruded from its mouth, densely packed and numbering at least 300. In addition, what is even more unsettling is that, at the edge of the deep-sea creature's mouth were two black tentacles that could extend and retract at will. On the tentacles, there were even remnants of flesh from various marine creatures. In this dimly lit underwater world, such a scene is more than enough to instill a sense of despair and fear in anyone. Even Su Ming couldn't help but feel a jolt of fear in his heart at that moment. But the next second, Su Ming gently raised his sword. A dazzling sword light suddenly flashed by. The sword light dissipated. The enormous, terrifying deep-sea creature before Su Ming's eyes had already been split in two and collapsed onto the ocean floor. After slaying this demonic creature, Su Ming furrowed his brows in surprise. Because he had just released his divine sense to investigate the area. He discovered that the demonic creature before him was already nearly as powerful as a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. He never could have imagined it. His university was still in its infancy, and the most advanced student there was only at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. But in this world, there have already been demons and monsters with the strength of the Golden Core realm. In that case, the crises facing the world are growing increasingly severe. They must also accelerate their development and growth at all costs. Otherwise, the entire world would be in grave danger. Su Ming knew it. All of this is imminent and cannot be delayed any longer. Su Ming quickly snapped back to his senses, his brows furrowing as he gripped the light sword in his hand even tighter. Because the massive creature he had just slain was not the source of that intense demonic aura. The source of that intense demonic aura was still rapidly approaching him. Just then, in the dim depths of the sea, thousands upon thousands of eyes flickering with a cold, eerie glow suddenly appeared, staring at Su Ming with an icy intensity. Su Ming looked around him. He then realized that the enormous creature he had just seen was not the only one. At that moment, his surroundings. There were countless deep-sea giants, each as massive as the colossal creature he had just encountered, swarming around him in a dense, impenetrable swarm. These deep-sea creatures came in various shapes and sizes, some resembling octopuses, others resembling shrimp, crabs, or snakes. Despite their different appearances. However, regardless of which one it is, they all possess the strength of a Golden Core stage cultivator, as well as an enormous, colossal physique and a terrifying, unsettling appearance. Su Ming stood alone, surrounded by thousands of deep-sea colossi. He felt as insignificant as a tiny ant. However, Su Ming said little, merely holding his breath and focusing his mind before raising his sword. In an instant, the sword's glow resembled a dragon, stirring the underwater currents into a whirlpool, sending waves crashing and surging. It took over 10 minutes. The seabed was already littered with corpses. The seawater was dyed crimson red, so thick it seemed impossible to dilute. In a single breath, he slew over 10,000 demon beasts with the strength of the Golden Core realm. Even Su Ming, at the peak of the Yuanling stage, had exhausted nearly half of his stamina at this moment. But he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. The entire seabed began to violently tremble. Immediately afterward, Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply as he was stunned to discover that the seabed beneath his feet had suddenly opened its eyes. Suddenly, Su Ming sucked in a sharp breath. This wasn't the bottom of the sea at all. It's clearly a massive eyeball as large as a mountain range. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, this was not the seabed at all. It is a gigantic eyeball, with a diameter of 10,000 meters. The eyeball moves extremely swiftly. As soon as it opened its eyes, dozens or even hundreds of sharp tentacles shot out from beneath it, swiftly lunging towards Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming was both startled and delighted. Astonished, because the eyeball was enormous beyond belief, and it possessed the power of a peak Golden Core cultivator. Joy, because the source of the intense demonic energy he had been searching for all this time was emanating from this eyeball. As his thoughts settled, Su Ming twisted his wrist, and the sword in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant glow. Once I've dealt with you, this journey to Antarctica will finally come to an end. Chapter 107, The Antarctic Journey Comes to an End. The fourth day of the 7-day-long vacation at Pyongyang University. Due to the phenomenon of the midnight sun, Antarctica experiences daylight throughout the entire day. A tranquil sea stretches out before us. Splash! Suddenly, a vast, chaotic torrent of water surged up from beneath the sea surface, its overwhelming might sending shivers down the spines of all who witnessed it. It happened in the blink of an eye. The sea surface was churned into a 100-foot-high wave by the endless chaotic currents. In an instant, the sea was churning with waves, and huge waves were crashing down. The scene was once grand and magnificent, with a force so fierce it seemed as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. At the same time, at a depth of 16,000 meters below the surface of this stretch of sea, Su Ming exhaled deeply, and the light sword in his hand suddenly transformed into countless sparkling points before dissipating. Finally, it's done. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked ahead with a pleased expression. Wherever his gaze fell, it was the corpse of that eyeball, which had been as long as 10,000 meters. At this moment, the enormous eyeball had already been reduced to thousands of pieces of flesh, covering the seabed within a radius of 10,000 meters. In the seawater, the blood was so thick and red that it couldn't be separated. Although this eyeball demon was only at the peak of the golden core stage, its size was simply too immense. Therefore, Su Ming had to spend a full 3 to 5 minutes. It took him that long to tear this eye demon into pieces and completely eliminate it. I must say, in one fell swoop, he slaughtered over 10,000 deep-sea demon beasts, including a colossal eyeball demon so enormous it left everyone speechless. Even Su Ming felt slightly exhausted at this moment. However, at least he hadn't wasted his efforts in vain. After nearly half an hour of effort, all the demons and monsters in this stretch of sea were completely eradicated by Su Ming, leaving not a single one behind. Furthermore, the source of that intense demonic aura has also been completely eradicated by Su Ming. At this moment, not a single trace of demonic energy remained in this stretch of sea. This means that this area of the Antarctic Ocean is now completely safe. However, Su Ming understood. This kind of safety was only temporary, because the revival of demons is ultimately inevitable. At least, the current Su Ming has no idea how to stop it. So all he can do is, and that was to quickly develop and expand the ethereal university, cultivate countless powerful cultivators, and together resist demons and monsters to protect Blue Star. This journey to Antarctica also made Su Ming realize that he must accelerate this process. After all, given the current situation, the growth rate of demons on Blue Star is much faster than that of the students at his ethereal university. It seems like I'll have to use this opportunity to give the entire student body a proper class meeting when I return. With this thought in mind, Su Ming nodded, his gaze suddenly growing more determined. Not long after, Su Ming's figure instantly transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished into the depths of the ocean. Now that the issues with the demon beasts and demonic energy had been resolved, it was time for him to return home. His journey to Antarctica had come to a complete end. He now plans to return home and truly enjoy his vacation time. For example, misappropriating funds. It should be about using school funds appropriately to enjoy a few good meals. It's a reasonable use. After a long time, in a certain stretch of ocean off the coast of Antarctica, within a radius of 10,000 meters, the sea surface had turned into a shocking blood-red color. The blood-red sea surface was churning with turbulent waves, with waves crashing like mountains. The entire scene resembled a hellish blood pool, a sight so horrifying it sent shivers down the spine. At the same time, Eagle Sauce Country, a heavily guarded, extremely secret base. In the core monitoring room, a group of staff members looked panicked, each of them rushing around frantically. All because of the footage being transmitted from the satellite. They saw a specific area of the Antarctic Ocean that had been under the highest level of surveillance all along. Amazingly, a vast area of sea spanning tens of thousands of meters had turned into a blood-red expanse. This terrified them greatly, because it meant that something was stirring beneath the sea. This is a highly alarming situation, and the potential harm it could cause is simply unimaginable. In the midst of chaos, everyone hurriedly entered the security key and retrieved the monitoring parameters for that area of the sea. However, when they saw the monitoring parameters, everyone was left speechless and frozen in place, because all the parameters displayed on the screen had suddenly turned into the Arabic numeral 0. This means all the things on the seabed have lost their vital signs. In other words, everything on the seabed is dead. Oh my god. This can't be happening. Holy. What on earth is going on? Oh, no way, this can't be real. For a moment, all the white-skinned staff members were so surprised they couldn't close their mouths. A moment later, everyone immediately reported the matter to their superiors. The response from higher-ups was simple. Immediately dispatch the most advanced submarines and special teams to Antarctica to thoroughly investigate this matter. No matter what, we must find out what happened there and what exactly is going on. Received the order. Everyone in this secret base, from top to bottom, immediately took notice and began working frantically yet orderly. Chapter 108, Cancer Fighting Pills Component Analysis. The fourth day of the 7-day long vacation at Pyongyang University. Late at night. The Great Xia Kingdom. In a state-of-the-art scientific research institute. Chen Xiulan, the mother of Zhang Xiaolu, a student at Pyongyang University. At that moment, she was sitting motionless on a chair, her face expressionless. Her eyes stared in disbelief at the experimental results report titled Analysis of the Components of Cancer Treatment Drugs in her hands, and she was already beginning to question the meaning of life. All because, after dozens of chemistry and biology PhDs worked day and night on experiments and research, they ultimately arrived at an extremely absurd conclusion, which was that the cancer medication pills her daughter Zhang Xiaolu had given to her husband Zhang Jianming just 2 days prior did not possess any molecular structure whatsoever. What does no molecular structure mean? It is common knowledge. Almost all drugs used in modern medicine belong to the category of organic compounds. This is because carbon and other elements form specific molecular structures, which cause specific medicinal effects when patients take the drugs. However, her daughter, Zhang Xiaolu, obtained cancer treatment pills from an elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang in China. Forget about molecular structure, these pills don't even contain atoms, the basic microscopic particles that make up matter. What does this mean? You should know that everything in this world is made up of atoms. At the microscopic level, atoms form molecules, and molecules combine to form matter. In other words, the existence of atoms is a necessary prerequisite for the existence of macroscopic matter. This means that in the macroscopic world, it is fundamentally impossible for matter to exist without atoms. Not only are there no molecular structures, but there are not even atoms. Yet objectively, it is a tangible entity. What on earth is this thing? At that moment, in the research institute's office, Chen Xiulan and her 20-plus colleagues were all utterly speechless. Strange. This thing is simply too strange. This can't be. This has shattered my understanding of chemistry. No, it's shattered my understanding of the world. Could it be that the testing equipment malfunctioned? This batch of equipment was purchased this year. Do you think that's possible? What's going on here? Who the hell can tell me what the hell this is? A macroscopic substance with not a single atom in it? I've been working in chemical pharmaceuticals for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever encountered such a strange phenomenon. Everyone was astonished and began to discuss it in whispers. Suddenly, a short-haired woman beside Chen Xiulan looked at her suspiciously. Xiulan, where did you get this thing? No sooner had the words left her mouth. The murmurs in the office came to an abrupt halt. Chen Xiulan's more than 20 colleagues all turned their gaze toward him at the same time. Chen Xiulan paused for a moment, hesitating before saying, "This was given to me by an old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang in China." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more astonished. Zhang? And a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Are you kidding me? I know almost all the truly talented Chinese and Western doctors both domestically and internationally, but I've never heard of such a talented doctor surnamed Zhang. Zhang? Could it be Professor Zhang Liangqing? It might actually be possible. After all, Professor Zhang Liangqing is a senior academician at the Great Xia Academy of Sciences, with both extensive experience and strong capabilities. That said, isn't Professor Zhang's specialty in chemical engineering? How could he possibly have the time and energy to research cancer drugs? Maybe Professor Zhang changed his research focus. Don't forget that Professor Zhang's undergraduate major was pharmaceutical chemistry, and he only pursued chemical engineering in graduate school. If it's Professor Zhang, then it's actually possible. That makes sense. Why don't we bring these cancer-fighting pills and go ask Professor Zhang for clarification? Even if they weren't developed by Professor Zhang, he's still a senior academician with far more experience and resources than we have. With Professor Zhang's expertise, he will definitely be able to figure out the strange phenomena associated with these cancer-fighting pills. As soon as the suggestion was made, everyone immediately agreed. Even Chen Xiulan, at that moment, believed that this might be the most viable solution to the problem at present. After a brief discussion, everyone immediately dispatched 5 or 6 people, armed with the cancer-fighting pills, and set off for the Great Xia Academy of Sciences to pay a visit to the esteemed academician Zhang Liangqing. That's a lot of trouble for you. I'll go home and ask my daughter if we can contact that old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang directly. As the initiator and head of this research project, Chen Xiulan said a few encouraging words before leaving the research institute. She quickly returned home. However, she discovered that her daughter, Zhang Xiaolu, had been traveling for 2 days and had not yet returned. Without hesitation, Chen Xiulan immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Zhang Xiaolu's number. The call connected quickly. However, the other end of the line seemed extremely chaotic, with loud noises and even a sudden shout. "Summon the mystical flames, transform the flames into a sword. Sword, come forth. It's just a wild boar demon beast at the peak of the chi cultivation stage. Let me show you how I'll slice you in two with a single sword strike, you wretched beast. Chapter 109, Confession. Listening to the shouts coming from the other end of the phone, Chen Xiulan felt completely baffled. What fire? What sword? Still at the peak of chi cultivation? Demon beasts? What the heck is going on here? Hey, Lulu. Why is it so noisy over there? Can you hear me? Chen Xiulan said into her phone. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaolu's delicate and pleasant voice came through. Hello, Mom. I can hear you. What's the matter? Before Zhang Xiaolu could finish speaking. Holy cow. This wild boar demon beast has some thick skin. One sword couldn't even kill it. Alright, 1,000 stars, 10,000 attractions, sword flame explosion, break. On the other end of the phone, a loud shout rang out once more. Chen Xiulan frowned and asked in great confusion, Lulu, what on earth are you doing over there? Why is it so noisy? Chen Xiulan frowned after hearing it and asked in confusion, Lulu, what on earth are you doing over there? Why is it so noisy? I'm at the movie theater watching a movie. Mom, what do you need me for? Zhang Xiaolu stammered. The movie theater? Watching a movie? Yeah, that's right. I'm watching a historical fantasy movie, and the sound in the theater is really loud, that's why it's so noisy. Is that so? All right. Chen Xiulan said doubtfully, Mom didn't call you for anything important. She just wanted to ask if you still have the contact information for that old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang you mentioned the other day? What? Why are you asking about that? Zhang Xiaolu asked in surprise. Last time, didn't I take the cancer medicine you gave your dad to have its chemical composition analyzed? Chen Xiulan explained that they had encountered some difficulties and that their team had already taken the pills to visit academician Zhang Liangqing at the Academy of Sciences of Daxia. However, I still want to contact the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner personally to see if we can invite him to answer some of our questions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu on the other end of the phone opened her mouth slightly, not knowing what to say. Originally, she had just wanted to make up a quick excuse to get out of it. But now, her own mother's research team had actually taken the pill she had refined and gone to the Great Xia Academy of Sciences. What should she do now? You must know that the Great Xia Academy of Sciences is the highest natural science research institution in the Great Xia Kingdom. It's a true national level institution. Oh no, oh no. This seems to be getting worse and worse. If this keeps up, it'll be impossible to resolve. After a moment of internal struggle, Zhang Xiaolu finally decided to tell her mother the whole truth. After all, she had come back on vacation this time, and she had to be honest about everything. Mom, there's something I need to tell you. What is it? Actually, Zhang Xiaolu spoke halfway through. It hurts. This damn wild boar demon beast. Even after it's dead, it still bites me. Zhang Xiaolu, can you give me one of the healing pills you made? I'm in so much pain I'm about to die. Wah! Good for nothing Lu Mang, you're whining like a dog over a minor injury. Sun Pang, don't you know who was the one crying like a baby just now over a minor scrape? You have the nerve to talk to me? You two stop arguing. There are still demonic energies around the demon beasts shouldn't have been completely wiped out yet. A demon beast is attacking. Zhang Xiaolu, get out of the way. Suddenly, a chaotic commotion erupted over the phone. Then, Chen Xiulan heard the phone disconnect with a beep. At that moment, Chen Xiulan was stunned. Her own daughter said she was watching a movie, but why was her name being called in the movie? What's going on here? At that moment, Chen Xiulan furrowed her brows slightly, and numerous doubts suddenly arose in her mind. She knew that her daughter was definitely hiding something from her. However, since calling wasn't convenient, she'd wait until her daughter came back and ask her about it properly. Chen Xiulan shook her head and stopped thinking about it, then simply washed up and went to bed. After all, she had been analyzing the chemical components of those cancer-fighting pills for the past 2 days and was simply exhausted. The next day, early morning. As soon as Chen Xiulan got out of bed, she saw the dining table covered with a large spread of dishes. Her daughter, Zhang Xiaolu, was sitting at the table. Lulu, when did you come back? Chen Xiulan asked in surprise. Mom, you're awake? Quickly sit down and eat breakfast. Seeing Chen Xiulan coming over, Zhang Xiaolu immediately stood up and said with a smile. Chen Xiulan was a bit surprised but sat down at the table and started eating. Lulu, sit down and eat too. Why are you standing there? Chen Xiulan said. Zhang Xiaolu chuckled, it's okay, Mom. I made so much food. You should eat quickly. Chen Xiulan looked suspicious, but since all the dishes on the table were made by her own daughter, she wouldn't let her daughter feel hurt. So she picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of green vegetable, and put it into her mouth. The vegetable was crisp, with just the right amount of saltiness and no strange aftertaste. It was quite tasty. However, strangely enough, this green vegetable clearly has no spiciness. But with the first bite, there's an intense heat that spreads throughout the body, as if a flame were burning inside. This sensation isn't about taste, it feels more like a psychological sensation? Chen Xiulan couldn't describe it. In short, it's very strange. Just then, Zhang Xiaolu chuckled beside him. Mom, do you feel a burning sensation in your heart right now? Chen Xiulan was utterly astonished. How did you know? Zhang Xiaolu pursed her lips and smiled. Alright, now imagine that your hands are covered in a burning flame that won't go out. What? Lulu, what are you talking about? Chen Xiulan felt her daughter was being completely unreasonable. But deep down, she couldn't help but imagine the scene her daughter had described. The next second, Chen Xiulan hadn't even had time to react. Whoa! In an instant, a bright flash of light suddenly appeared, instantly illuminating the entire living room in a fiery red glow. Startled, Chen Xiulan looked down. Her right hand, which was holding the chopsticks, was now covered in a ball of crimson flame, burning brightly and refusing to die out. Even more bizarrely, this ball of flame was extremely cold. Not only could one not feel any heat on one's hands, but even the nearby tissue paper couldn't be ignited. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xiulan was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 110, Pills? They're clearly elixirs. Seeing this utterly unbelievable scene before her, Chen Xiulan was completely speechless. Why were flames suddenly burning on her hands for no apparent reason? And how could the temperature of the flames be so low that they couldn't even ignite toilet paper? How is this possible? What on earth is going on? Just as Chen Xiulan was utterly perplexed, Zhang Xiaolu, standing beside her, spoke slowly and earnestly. Mom, actually, over the past 4 months, I haven't been attending West Zhou University of Science and Technology. Instead, I've been following a Taoist master, learning divine arts and practicing alchemy. Though it sounds far-fetched, I'm telling you the truth. The pills that cured my father's cancer were actually the spiritual elixirs I personally concocted. That so-called master herbalist surnamed Zhang doesn't even exist. Mom, I'm so sorry I lied to you. After saying that, Zhang Xiaolu lowered her head with a look of grievance on her face. At that moment, Chen Xiulan's mind was filled with the strange events that had occurred over the past few days. She connected each of these strange events one by one and finally understood everything. Of course, her worldview was completely shattered at that moment. She had spent decades studying natural science. Yet her own daughter was now telling her that magic existed in this world. How could this not drive someone to the brink of collapse? Chen Xiulan felt she couldn't accept this reality. But in the blink of an eye, she looked at her well-behaved and sensible daughter in front of her. The collapse in her heart vanished in an instant. She quickly regained her composure, looked at Zhang Xiaolu, and smiled gently, saying, Silly child, how could that renowned old Chinese medicine practitioner surnamed Zhang not exist? That's you, isn't it? But my Lulu isn't that old. She should be called the handsome young herbalist surnamed Zhang. Chen Xiulan's words made Zhang Xiaolu's heart skip a beat. Mom! She felt a warm sensation in her heart, her nose grew slightly stuffy, and she immediately embraced Chen Xiulan. So, Lulu, what were you doing last night? I was actually with a few classmates last night, hunting demon beasts in Linhai City. Demon beasts? Yes. Demon beasts are terrifying. But we're stronger than them, so don't worry about me, Mom. That's good. With all this talk of divine arts and demonic beasts, Chen Xiulan felt like her brain was about to shut down. But when she came to her senses, she smiled contentedly and said meaningfully, Lulu, you really are your mother's pride and joy. However, I still want to remind you that since you have this divine connection, you should follow the Taoist master and study diligently. Don't be lazy or slack off. Most importantly, always prioritize your safety, understand? If you're really tired, come home. Mom will always support you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu's eyes welled up with tears. I understand, Mom. Suddenly, the bright morning sunlight shone into the house. This small, square cottage is filled with warmth and coziness. At the same time, the Great Xia Academy of Sciences. In a large laboratory, 5 or 6 middle-aged researchers, their expressions tense and expectant, surrounded an elderly man with white hair, frail in appearance yet sharp-eyed. The elderly man held a stack of A4-sized printed experimental data in his hands, intently flipping through the pages. However, as time ticked by, the expression on the old man's face grew increasingly somber. Suddenly, a middle-aged researcher with a crew cut asked urgently, Academician Zhang, what are the experimental results? Why do you think this cancer-fighting pill exhibits such an unusual phenomenon? The white-haired old man did not respond. Instead, he tossed the experimental data aside, picked up a cancer-fighting pill, adjusted his glasses, and began examining it carefully in his hands. Moments later, the white-haired old man suddenly wore an expression of both astonishment and confusion. What the hell is this thing? This isn't a pill at all. It's clearly some kind of magical elixir made by a god. Chapter 111, the holiday is coming to an end, time to get ready to go back to school. The 5th day of the 7-day long holiday at Pyongyang University. By this point, the holiday was nearing its end. In just 2 days, students will return to school to continue their studies. Therefore, many students who live in other provinces and are far from the school have already purchased their plane tickets and train tickets and are preparing to depart for school. However, to be honest, during this 7-day holiday, almost every student had a fulfilling time. Many people took advantage of this rare holiday. They've called up their old classmates and are heading to shopping malls, night markets, KTVs, amusement parks, and other places to have a great time and relax. Occasionally, when they felt like it, they would even perform a few small magic tricks, leaving everyone around them speechless with amazement. For example, a student from the alchemy department participated in a street arm wrestling competition and defeated over 100 muscular men using just one finger, leaving the onlookers completely speechless. Another student from the sword-wielding system used his spiritual energy to control the mechanical arm of a claw machine, grabbing all the dolls in the store, leaving the shop owner speechless. However, at the same time, he also attracted the attention and screams of countless young and beautiful women, becoming the center of attention at the event. There was also a female student from the Cultivation system who went alone to an underground boxing gym to fight in illegal matches. Despite her petite frame, she managed to defeat dozens of physically imposing professional boxers in consecutive matches. Each of them was left with a black eye and a swollen face, beginning to question their very existence. Seeing this scene, everyone in the underground boxing gym was left speechless with astonishment. The entire scene erupted into chaos. Many people even gave the female student an extremely fierce nickname, Blood Rose. For a moment, in the vast underground boxing arena, every corner echoed with the shouts and cheers of the Blood Rose. Of course, besides those students who are enjoying their holidays to the fullest, there are still many students who have chosen to do something meaningful during this holiday. For example, Xia Luyun, Lu Mang, Zhou Tao, Lin Feng, Zhang Xiaolu, and 16 other students went to Lanying Mountain together to eliminate pests for the people. However, the outcome turned out to be a huge misunderstanding. However, the Wanhun Monastery provided them with intelligence about demon beast attacks. Based on that information, they immediately decided to split into 4 groups and rush without delay to the locations where the demon beast attacks were occurring, to slay the demons and eliminate the evil. Therefore, although the plan to eliminate the menace for the people encountered a minor setback along the way, however, in the end, they truly and genuinely slew the demon and rid the people of the menace. It was not all in vain. There's also Zhao Kai from the refining system. He single-handedly eradicated all the criminal gangs in their neighborhood. As a result, the neighborhood experienced unprecedented peace and harmony. In addition, even Sakura Chiyo, who was far away in Sakura country, did many meaningful things during this 7-day holiday. First, she slew a powerful demon during an exorcism, effectively saving the entire Sakura kingdom. Secondly, she discovered that many people in her country harbored deep-seated prejudices against the Great Xia Kingdom, viewing it as backward, insignificant, and deserving of contempt. Therefore, in response to this phenomenon, Sakura Chiyo called upon the entire Onmyoji community to organize an event promoting the culture of the Great Xia Kingdom, with the aim of eliminating the deep-rooted prejudices people hold against the Great Xia Kingdom. And due to her remarkable performance in the previous exorcism operation, as a result, she had already established an extremely high reputation throughout the entire Onmyoji community in Sakura country. As a result, the cultural promotion event organized by Sakura Chiyo to showcase the culture of the Great Xia Kingdom proceeded smoothly. As for the outcomes, it remains to be seen. After all, the time frame is simply too short, having only spanned a few days. However, despite the fact that the holiday was coming to an end and Sakura Chiyo would soon have to return to school, she could no longer continue with this activity. However, she had already made up her mind long ago. As long as the people of Sakura country still harbored prejudice against the Great Xia Kingdom, then such activities promoting the culture of the Great Xia Kingdom, she will continue to organize and carry them out indefinitely. In short, during this 7-day holiday, the 100 young men and women of Pyongyang University all spent their time very meaningfully and happily. As the holiday is about to end, they are all preparing to return to school. However, there are still a few students. At this moment, they were busy wrapping up some tasks before returning to school. For example, Wu Mengling from the Talisman department. 4 months ago, in a live streaming room selling talismans, she reminded viewers that all the talismans being sold were fake and urged everyone not to be deceived. Following this, she was subjected to online harassment and mockery. To clear her name, she posted that she would publicly sell 10 5 Thunder Charms in 5 months, on a first-come, first-served basis, with sales ending once all items were sold. The 5-month deadline had not yet been reached. However, over the past 4 months, her social media accounts have been constantly subjected to online harassment. Moreover, the words have become increasingly harsh, and the insults have grown increasingly vulgar. At this point, she simply couldn't take it anymore. So she spent half an hour drawing 10 5 Thunder Charms, intending to sell them in advance to prove her innocence. She decided that no matter what, she would put an end to this endless online harassment. Chapter 112, Publicly Selling 5 Thunder Charms at Fair Prices, No Cheating. The 5th day of the 7-day-long holiday at Pyongyang University. 6 o'clock in the morning. Wu Mengling had just gotten out of bed. She took out the 10 5 Thunder Charms she had spent half an hour drawing the previous night and snapped a few photos with her phone. Then she didn't hesitate. She immediately posted the photo on her social media account. She also added a caption. The 10 5 Thunder Charms promised 4 months ago were originally scheduled to go on sale next month, but the relentless online harassment has severely disrupted my daily practice. You must understand that as a newcomer to the path of immortality, my mental state is not yet strong enough to ignore all the rumors and slander. Therefore, in order to put an end to all this as soon as possible, I have decided to advance the sale of the 5 Thunder Charms. Sales will officially begin today. The specific sales method is as follows. Each 5 Thunder amulet is priced at 100 yuan, a fair price with no hidden fees. After purchase, please send me a private message with your address, and I will send the talismans to you via mail. Note, shipping costs are the responsibility of the recipient. Regarding purchase eligibility. The 5 Thunder Charms being sold this time are a modified version of the authentic 5 Thunder Charms, but their power is still sufficient to cause minor burns to an adult and poses a certain level of danger. Therefore, I will under no circumstances sell the 5 Thunder Charms to individuals with malicious intent or ulterior motives. Purchasers must proactively provide an official criminal background check to qualify for purchasing the 5 Thunder amulet. Furthermore, the purpose of selling the 5 Thunder Charms is ultimately to prove my own innocence. Therefore, anyone who purchases the 5 Thunder Charms may livestream the effects of the charms, and I will not restrict or interfere in any way. The above are all the rules for the sale of the 5 Thunder Charms. Finally, only 10 5 Thunder Charms are available for this sale. Quantities are limited, so act fast. The sale is now open. Alright, that should be all. After sending this long message, Wu Mengling smiled slightly and put down her phone with satisfaction. She was now waiting for someone to come and purchase her 5 Thunder Charms. Then she will finally be able to clear her name and put an end to all of this once and for all. As soon as the post appeared online, Wu Mengling put down her phone and went to eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, she returned to her desk in the bedroom and began to concentrate on flipping through a book titled Introduction to Symbols and Charms, taking notes as she read. For cultivators in the talisman department, in addition to their own cultivation, having a solid understanding of talisman theory is equally important. Therefore, spending at least 3 hours each day studying and understanding the theoretical knowledge related to talismans is a habit that all cultivators in the talisman department must cultivate. Immersed in the world of talismans, Wu Mengling found it hard to notice the passage of time. When she snapped back to reality, 6 hours had already passed. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's already 1 p.m. Let's log in and check how the 5 Thunder Charms are selling. Wu Mengling picked up her phone, checked the time, and immediately opened her social media app. Little did she know that as soon as she opened the app, Wu Mengling was instantly dumbfounded. All because there were now over 100 unread messages flooding her private messages. The screen was filled with red dots, making her eyes spin. There are actually so many people rushing to buy the 5 Thunder Charms? Wu Mengling felt a strange sense of joy. But the next second, she looked closely. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly. Because after she read the private messages, she realized what they said. It turned out that none of the hundreds of private messages were actually intended to purchase the 5 Thunder Charms. On the contrary, these private messages are all insults directed at her. Looking at the private messages, each one more vile than the last, Wu Mengling stared blankly with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded on the spot. What's going on? Why am I being insulted again? What did I do wrong this time? Why are netizens so aggressive these days? Chapter 113, Things have gotten out of hand. Wu Mengling was truly at a loss for words at that moment. At a loss for words, she could only carefully go through the private messages on her phone. She wanted to see what she had done this time to deserve being scolded again. Oni-chan. I thought you clown, had already deleted your account and left the internet. I didn't expect you'd dare to show your face again and bark like a dog. 100 yuan? First come, first served? A rush to buy? Who the hell cares about your worthless paper? I wouldn't even take it if you gave it to me. Covering my face and crying, okay gesture. I am the great god of the source. I have to admit, you're a pretty clever little clown. Selling each one for only 100, even 10 would only net you $1,000, not enough to even file a police report. You know how to scam people. Thumbs up. A cup of iced Americano. First come, first served, kid. Cover your face and make the OK sign while crying. If you want to make money, why not find a class to join? Acting like a loser, resorting to online fraud just for a measly $1,000? You're just a worthless beggar woman. Go die already. Little Lee doesn't eat cilantro QAQ. Sisters, is it really worth scamming people over such a small amount of money? You're embarrassing us girls. Pure cow and horse. Homepage school information unknown, likely a low-educated individual with limited capabilities, surviving by engaging in online fraud daily understandable. Covering face and crying. After reading over a dozen of the harshest private messages, Wu Mengling clicked back to the post she had just published and quickly scanned the comments section. It seems I was right after all. This clown really went to that Taoist master's livestream to drive traffic. Look, they've already started selling stuff. Each for 100 yuan, fair prices, no cheating, this is hilarious. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Is this really the castrated version of the 5 thunder symbol? You make it sound so real. If this piece of paper actually works, I'll eat a ton of it. Covering my face and crying. Humorous. Do you really think netizens are all innocent little cuties? Do you think we're all so easy to fool? I thought you were so clever. Turns out you're just selling stuff online. Are you afraid of getting beaten up in person? Ha, that's true. You even need to provide a criminal record check to buy it. Are you worried about encountering dangerous people and getting into trouble offline? Ha, I can't hold it in anymore, this clown. Try selling it offline if you're so good, kid. If you think I'm not real, you're done for. Covering my face and crying. What are you talking about? They're not stupid, they're obviously afraid of getting beaten up. Why would they go sell things offline? After reading the private messages and comments section, Wu Mengling finally understood why she was being criticized again. The main reason. This is because the method of selling the 5 thunder charms online has been mistaken by netizens as her fear of being exposed in real life. Additionally, she stipulated that only those who provided a criminal record check were eligible to purchase the 5 thunder charms, making the entire situation appear even more suspicious. Therefore, everyone believes that she is using this opportunity to make a quick buck. In response to this, Wu Mengling was truly speechless. She scrolled through the mocking and abusive comments on her phone, some even containing personal attacks, and the more she read, the angrier she became. Ah! This is infuriating. This is infuriating. This is infuriating. In no time, Wu Mengling was completely flushed. With her left hand, she pinched the air. Bang! A burst of crimson spiritual energy exploded from her palm in an instant. The residual force from the explosion shattered the water cup on her desk into pieces in an instant. She raised her hand, ready to slam it down on the desk. But the next second, she took a deep breath and calmed down. After all, she knew that if she landed that punch, breaking the desk would be the least of her problems. If she caused the entire floor to collapse, that would be a disaster. Phew! Stay calm, stay calm. Such an impatient mindset will not take you far on the path of cultivating immortality. You must remain calm and composed, unfazed by praise or criticism. Am I afraid of facing reality offline? Alright, then I'll change this sale to an in-person event right now. You're accusing me of raising funds illegally? So what if I'm raising money? Not only am I raising money, but I'm also going to increase the price of each 5 thunder amulet to 1,000 yuan. I'm going to raise money aggressively. As for the criminal record check, it's still required. This is a principle. Now, I see what you have to say. Wu Mengling acted without hesitation. She immediately organized her thoughts into words and posted them on her social media account. Little did she know that shortly after posting, she was criticized again. The insults were no different from before, still extremely offensive. The only difference is, she set the time for selling the 5 thunder charms for 7 p.m. today, choosing an abandoned chemical factory in a secluded area. So someone said, this clown knows he'll get beaten up offline, so he deliberately chose an extremely remote location and timed it for 7 o'clock. This way, those of us who have real work to do and need to go to work won't have time to deal with him. What a clever plan, huh? Wu Mengling didn't know what to say anymore. Anyway, no matter what she does, these netizens will always have something to say. Just then, Wu Mengling saw an interesting comment in the comment section. As soon as the comment was posted, it received over 700 likes. Ziyue Qingzhen. The culture of talismans must not be defiled. Since you clown, refuse to repent even now, let me teach you a lesson. My status isn't particularly noble, but I do have some fame throughout the entire province of Linyang. I will bring a few people with me and arrive at the location you mentioned on time. I want all 10 5 thunder charms. However, if the charms do not produce the effects you claimed after use, do not blame me for teaching you a lesson. Finally, I will be live streaming the entire process. Everyone is welcome to watch. Below the comments, there is also a photo of a luxury sports car, symbolizing the wealthy status of this netizen. Many netizens saw this and also began replying to the netizen's comment. Sun Xiao from Linyang province? The person himself? Support Sun Xiao in cracking down on online fraud. Teach that female beggar a lesson. The most righteous episode. Covering my face and crying. Sun Xiao has finally been exposed. This beggar girl is truly beyond redemption. Now she can't even back out if she wants to. Ha! Looking at these comments, Wu Mengling suddenly felt that things were starting to get interesting. Sun Xiao in the comments section, she knew exactly who he was. The eldest son of the Sun family group in Linyang province, a man of immense power and influence. Though he speaks and acts with extreme arrogance, he is not a spoiled rich kid but a true second-generation wealthy individual with both intelligence and real power. Wu Mengling never could have imagined it. She had actually provoked such a powerful figure. And the other party even openly stated their intention to teach her a lesson. Is this getting out of hand? But if that's the case, this farce should finally come to an end, right? Wu Mengling bit her lip, feeling a bit excited about meeting Sun Xiao later. Chapter 114, Sun Xiao. As evening fell, the sun set in the west. The sky is bathed in a golden red glow, and the clouds, illuminated by the afterglow, display a dazzling array of colors. The scenery of summer is always so captivating. However, there is one drawback. The evening breeze brought no coolness whatsoever. Instead, it was so hot that one was sweating profusely and feeling extremely irritable. At the same time, Lingdong province. An abandoned chemical factory. The chemical plant is in a state of complete disrepair, with rusted iron frames and equipment scattered everywhere. The scene is a complete mess. And amidst this chaos, at that moment, a group of about 10 people cleared out a clean platform. On the platform, there was a soft and luxurious sofa. Sitting on the sofa was a young man of distinguished bearing. The young man was wearing a pair of sunglasses and holding a cold drink in his hand, savoring it slowly. Every gesture and movement exuded the distinctive aura of someone in a position of power. Behind him, 8 towering bodyguards stood motionless, exuding an intimidating presence that made them seem impossible to provoke. On either side of him stood 2 beautiful women with fair skin and slender figures. One held an umbrella to shield him from the sun, while the other gently fanned her. Additionally, surrounding him were 6 other young men from wealthy families, all dressed in expensive clothing and adorned with luxurious accessories. Yet they all stood aside to sit on the same sofa as the young man. This scene clearly demonstrated the young man's noble and extraordinary status. But at that moment, Sun Xiao, it's already 6:50. Why hasn't that woman come yet? Could she have been scared off by you? A red-haired man suddenly spoke up beside the young man. Exactly, Sun Xiao, your comment was so intense that I was scared just reading it. Do you think that woman really ran away because of you? Another man with a crew cut chimed in. As soon as the two finished speaking, one of the black-clad bodyguards behind him immediately leaned forward and whispered into Sun Xiao's ear with the utmost respect. Mr. Sun, would you like me to go find someone for you now? Based on the IP address and other information she exposed online, it shouldn't be too difficult to find her. We could have her located within 2 hours at the earliest. The young man known as Sun Xiao slowly put down his cold drink and spoke softly. What's the rush? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe she'd dare to run away and not show up. The black-clad bodyguard nodded in response, then straightened his posture once more. Sun Xiao was right. With you personally handling this, how dare that woman try to escape? You're truly the boss, Sun Xiao. That's so bold. Ha! But to be honest, that woman really doesn't know a good thing when she sees it. She actually dared to scam money from someone like you, Sun Xiao. She has no idea who she's messing with. Yeah, and she even claimed to be selling genuine 5 thunder charms? She really thinks we're fools. What a scam. That woman must be mentally unstable, otherwise, how could she use such a low-level scam to make money? What's the difference between this and that cute little scam that was circulating all over the country recently, asking people to crowdfund the construction of a university for cultivating immortality? That woman even dared to scam Sun Xiao. Her nerve is truly astonishing. The 6 wealthy young men surrounding him immediately began to flatter Sun Tianyu. But Sun Tianyu paid them no mind at all. Instead, he turned to one of them, a white-haired teenager holding a phone and live streaming the scene, and gave him instructions. Keep an eye on the live stream. Don't let anything go wrong later. The young man with white hair nodded repeatedly. Got it, Mr. Sun. That's how it is. More than 10 people were just standing there in the sweltering abandoned chemical factory, waiting quietly. At that moment, in the live streaming room of the white-haired youth, however, it was bustling with activity. Holy crap! Is that Sun Xiao? Those people beside him are all well-known second-generation rich kids in the province. I never expected them to be so humble in front of Sun Xiao. These people are way too good at brown-nosing. This is hilarious, ha! Wake up, you don't even have the chance to flatter the people who are flattering Sun Xiao Ma. Where's that clown girl? Did she really get scared off by Sun Xiao? Yeah, it's already 6:50, and she still hasn't shown up. If that woman really got a lesson from Sun Xiao, she deserves it. Who told her to get involved in online fraud? And she even claimed she could draw real talismans? That's complete nonsense. Ha! Let's see what kind of talismans that woman brings later. That beggar woman is truly extraordinary. Let's see how she handles this. Perhaps it was because Sun Tianyu was a top-tier tycoon, so he was already very popular. As a result, the livestream's viewership continued to rise, with over 10,000 people online. The livestream was flooded with comments, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Time ticked away second by second. But the camera never captured a glimpse of the clown girl. As the over 10,000 viewers in the livestream and Sun Tianyu at the scene grew increasingly impatient. It was 6:58 p.m. Everyone finally saw it, not far from the abandoned chemical factory. There was a young girl with long flowing hair, riding a small bicycle, slowly making her way toward the chemical plant. Under the setting sun, the young girl's delicate face was bathed in sunlight, making her appear exceptionally beautiful. Seeing this, the audience in the livestream were all stunned. See this. Chapter 115, The Deal. Is someone coming? No, but that clown girl is actually pretty cute. You're right. She's so pretty, why would she go online to scam people? The two above are clearly being controlled by their greed. Their values are as messed up as their looks. Being good looking isn't an excuse for committing online fraud. Ha, these beautiful women with high looks are so arrogant all day long. I just love watching them get beaten up and see their humiliating, begging for mercy expressions. The guy above speaks bluntly, but this woman is truly extraordinary. I'm curious to see how she'll handle this. I can't wait to see the talismans she brought. What on earth are they? Ha ha. I'm waiting for Sun Xiao to step in and give that woman a good thrashing. The live stream was filled with flying comments, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Sun Tianyu, sitting on the sofa, was also captivated by the young woman riding a bicycle toward him. At that moment, he took off his sunglasses and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, he felt no great emotion inside. After all, he had seen so many beautiful women, all kinds of the most exquisite ones. If he had to say, the two beauties by his side were slightly more attractive than the young girl. Soon, the young girl rode her bicycle up to Sun Tianyu. Sun Tianyu was suddenly taken aback. Because the girl before him looked to be around 17 or 18, with a delicate and fragile build. Standing alone before such a large group of unfamiliar men, she showed not the slightest hint of fear. This woman is pretty bold, isn't she? Soon, the young woman walked up to Sun Tianyu and smiled, saying, "You're Sun Xiao?" "That's right, I am." Sun Tianyu sneered and slowly stood up. "You're the woman who sells the 5 thunder charms online?" Wu Mengling nodded slightly. "Yes, it's me." Sun Tianyu smiled. "Alright, since we're both here on time, let's not waste any more time. Just go ahead and sell me that so-called 5 thunder amulet you mentioned. I want all 10 5 thunder charms. Here's $10,000 in cash. Count it and give the money to her, Xiaoli." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the black-clad bodyguards behind him stepped forward and handed a stack of cash to Wu Mengling. Upon seeing this, Wu Mengling's gaze involuntarily lingered for a moment. Because her family's circumstances were actually quite poor, and they could certainly be classified as a low-income household. The most cash she had ever seen in her life was only a few $1,000s. Seeing this thick stack of 10,000 yuan bills, she suddenly felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Is it joy? Or excitement? Or surprised? She couldn't explain it herself. Sun Tianyu across from her noticed Wu Mengling's gaze and a look of contempt flashed across his eyes. He was all too familiar with the other person's reaction and gaze. It was the same desperate, insatiable reaction a poor person has when they see money. He had just felt that the other person seemed a bit different. But now it seems. The young girl before him was no different from the two women by his side. All of them were extremely greedy individuals. Both pitiable and laughable. Sun Tianyu snapped back to his senses, snorted disdainfully, and said in a slightly contemptuous tone, "Madam, I can give you the money. But you should know that my money isn't that easy to come by. If we strike a deal and you sell me those 10 5 thunder charms, and they don't produce the effects you claim after use, don't come crying to me for a lesson. Got it?" Chapter 116, Mockery. Wu Mengling remained unfazed, smiling as she said, "These matters have already been clarified online, so there is no need to repeat them here. If there is any fraudulent behavior in the sale of the 5 thunder charms I am offering, I will take full responsibility. However, before proceeding, I would like to see proof of your clean criminal record. Otherwise, I will cancel this transaction." Sun Tianyu couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. A money-grabbing scoundrel, and now he's trying to put on an act? Ha, that's kind of funny. No problem. Sun Tianyu sneered disdainfully and said, "Xiaoli, show her the item." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the black-clad bodyguards behind him responded with a yes. He then handed another document to Wu Mengling. Wu Mengling carefully reviewed the document. After confirming it was not forged, she pulled out 10 orange-yellow talismans from her waist. The talismans were adorned with various patterns and designs, appearing utterly bizarre. Sun Tianyu took one look and burst out laughing in frustration. The things this woman had brought out were not talismans at all. They're clearly just a bunch of nonsense, meaningless scribbles. As everyone knows, genuine talismans are composed of 3 parts: the talisman head, the talisman core, and the talisman foot. Below the talisman head, the name of the deity being invoked is usually written, along with an imperial edict, signifying the invocation of the deity's power. Next, the matter being requested is written, ending with characters such as gang, jing, or hua, which form the core of the talisman. Finally, draw the cross symbol at the bottom of the talisman to complete the entire talisman, which is called the talisman foot. A genuine talisman must include all these components. These include the necessary patterns and text. And what about the talisman that the woman in front of him had taken out? Not only did they lack the essential components of a talisman: the talisman head, talisman core, and talisman foot. There aren't even the necessary words, just some mysterious patterns and designs. Let's not talk about anything else. Without any text, which deity did you summon with this talisman? What is its purpose? You don't even know the most basic things. What the hell is this thing? What else could it be but gibberish? This woman is insulting talismans. It's utterly ridiculous. At that moment, the over 10,000 viewers in the livestream also burst into laughter upon seeing this. Is this some kind of talisman? Are you kidding me? This clown is unbelievable. She just scribbled a few lines with elementary school level art skills and calls it a talisman, then has the nerve to sell it for money. This woman has me laughing out loud. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Sun Xiao's expression, he's speechless. Sun Xiao, hurry up and deal with this clown girl. I can't take it anymore. The live stream was flooded with comments. Are you sure this is a talisman? Sun Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. Whether it's a talisman or not, you'll know once you use it, Wu Mengling replied with a smile. Sun Tianyu smiled and didn't want to argue further. He would wait a while until he got the talisman in his hands, then see how this woman dared to talk back. Alright, you can keep the $10,000. As soon as Sun Tianyu finished speaking, Wu Mengling directly took the thick stack of 1,000 yuan cash from the hands of the black-clad bodyguard. Here you go, these 10 talismans are yours. Wu Mengling carefully put the cash away, then handed the 10 castrated versions of the 5 thunder talismans in her hand to Sun Tianyu. Sun Tianyu instructed the black-clad bodyguard to retrieve the talismans and hand them to him. He picked up a talisman, flipping it over and over in his hands, examining it closely. The more he looked at it, the more he wanted to laugh. This is a worthless talisman. This woman really thinks she's cute. She's fooling us. It seems like today is just not going to work out. I'll have to teach her a lesson. So, how do you use this 5 thunder symbol? Will 5 bolts of thunder strike down after using it? Sun Tianyu sneered. It's simple. Just whisper the 8 words: heaven and earth's primordial unity, 5 elements thunder summon, and that's it. Wu Mengling smiled, but you're not an immortal cultivator, you have no spiritual energy within you. Shouting this incantation alone is useless. Therefore, before that, you must first fulfill a prerequisite condition. Bought the symbol but can't use it? What are you talking about? You're not an immortal cultivator, so you don't have spiritual energy inside you? She came up with such a ridiculous excuse. This woman is really funny. Sun Tianyu, who knew he had been deceived, didn't get angry but laughed instead and asked, "Oh? What are the prerequisites?" Chapter 117, I'm giving you a chance. It's simple. Wu Mengling said, pulling out a plastic bottle the size of a fist from behind her and handing it to Sun Tianyu with a smile. Just drink this bottle of water. This bottle of water contains spiritual energy condensed from the essence of heaven and earth. Drinking it will grant you temporary access to spiritual energy. In this way, when you utter the incantation, the talisman will be successfully activated. Looking at the plastic bottle in front of him, filled with a pale blue liquid. Glancing again at the other person's serious expression, which showed no signs of deception, Sun Tianyu froze in place. A moment later, a surge of anger welled up in his heart, and he said angrily, "After all that, you're just playing with me?" Wu Mengling looked puzzled and asked, What did I do to tease you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a white-haired man beside Sun Tianyu sneered coldly. "Stop pretending. With your little tricks, do you really think we can't see through you? That bottle of water you're holding, it's poisonous, isn't it?" Knowing that his lie would be exposed and having no way to deal with Sun Xiao, he arbitrarily made up the excuse that using talismans required certain prerequisites, intending to poison Sun Xiao. "See? I was right, wasn't I? I've seen your little tricks too many times. Don't even mention Sun Xiao, even I can see through them. You're absolutely right." What angered Sun Tianyu was precisely this point. He could overlook being cheated out of money. Insulting his deeply cherished symbolism culture, he can forgive. But this woman, she actually planned to poison him. This was something he could never tolerate. He had only intended to teach this woman a lesson, making her apologize in front of the netizens. But now, for those intending to endanger his life. His methods won't be so gentle then. If he lets the other party leave here unscathed, wouldn't that be letting go of a potential threat that could endanger him at any moment? Suddenly, ha! The 8 tall, muscular black-clad bodyguards behind Sun Tianyu rushed forward with a loud commotion, blocking Wu Mengling's path. Wu Mengling was stunned, thinking to herself, how did these people come up with this? But rich people seem to be a bit more cautious than ordinary people? You're really shameless, aren't you? Seeing that you're about to be exposed, you're desperate enough to try to poison Sun Xiao. You think your worthless life is worth trading for Sun Xiao's? You're dreaming. Sun Xiao has no grudge against you. I never thought you, such a despicable woman, would be so heartless as to try to kill Sun Xiao. Sun Xiao, we can't let her off so easily today. The 6 wealthy young men surrounding them all shouted angrily. The audience in the livestream was also in an uproar, hurling insults at Wu Mengling. They called her a beast and a beggar woman. Call her stupid and wicked. She's a social parasite. Just go die already. Wu Mengling ignored the insults from the wealthy young men and calmly explained to Sun Tianyu. I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that this bottle of water is definitely not poison. Sun Tianyu chuckled. Guarantee? What guarantee do you have? Why don't you take a sip first and show me? Wu Mengling said, there's only 1 bottle of the elixir, just enough for you to use 10-5 thunder charms. If I drink it, there won't be any left. Here we go again with all this nonsense. In the end, isn't it just that you don't even dare to drink it yourself? Sun Tianyu was now completely certain that there was definitely something wrong with that bottle of water. He snorted coldly, his expression fierce as he laughed. You dare not drink? Haha, I never expected you to be so cruel. We have no quarrel, yet you dare to use poison against me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. You guys, go tie her up. As soon as he said that, the 8 tall, muscular black-clad bodyguards immediately advanced toward Wu Mengling with an intimidating demeanor. The wealthy young men standing nearby saw this and smirked coldly, waiting to watch the show. The live stream's viewership skyrocketed, with over 20,000 people flooding in instantly. A total of over 30,000 netizens were all excited at that moment, cheering for Sun Xiao's amazing performance. Everyone was waiting to see the beggar woman being thoroughly defeated by Sun Xiao, crying uncontrollably and begging for mercy on her knees, a truly humiliating sight. However, at that moment, facing 8 burly men who were 2 heads taller than her, Wu Mengling showed no sign of fear. Instead, she slowly pinched an orange-yellow talisman between her fingers, pursed her lips impatiently, furrowed her delicate brows, and spoke in a cold tone. It seems I've given you face. You won't listen to reason, insisting on interpreting my words in the worst possible light. Since that's the case, I'll just have to resolve the issue in the simplest way possible. The way of the Tao manifests in myriad forms. Blazing flames consume the heavens. The true flames of extreme fire annihilate all evil. Chapter 118, Sun Tianyu's Regret. The way manifests in myriad forms. Blazing flames consume the heavens. The true flames of extreme fire annihilate all evil. Chapter 118, Sun Tianyu's Regret. The way manifests in myriad forms. Blazing flames consume the heavens. The true flames of extreme fire annihilate all evil. Wu Mengling's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she uttered a soft command. The next second, and the law follows the words spoken. Suddenly, the orange-yellow talisman between her 2 fingers rose without a breeze, floating into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it burst into flames and was completely consumed. Immediately afterward, behind Wu Mengling, dozens of small flames the size of a palm suddenly appeared, floating in the air. Boom! In an instant, dozens of small flames erupted simultaneously, expanding into massive fireballs with diameters of approximately 2 meters. Above the fireballs, spiritual energy swirled, and waves of heat rolled in. In an instant, dozens of fiery fireballs erupted simultaneously, blazing with intense, blinding light. This crimson glow seemed to rival the sun itself. At this moment, it even overshadowed the golden glow of the sunset, illuminating the entire abandoned chemical factory, dyeing it a vibrant red. At that moment, behind Wu Mengling, dozens of massive fireballs, fierce and blindingly bright, hung in the sky like the sun. The intense flames erupted with scorching and searing power. The moisture in the surrounding air evaporated instantly. The surrounding air instantly becomes extremely dry. At this moment, a crimson flame hangs in the sky, blazing brightly. Surging heat waves, unbearably scorching. The scene was once spectacular and surreal. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present, this included the 8 muscular black-clad bodyguards approaching Wu Mengling, the 6 wealthy young men, and Sun Tianyu along with the 2 young beauties by his side. At that moment, everyone was completely stunned. Everyone froze in place, too shocked to speak. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. But the scorching heat waves were still relentlessly beating against their faces, making them feel unbearably hot. The dry air around them made their throats sore and itchy, making even breathing feel dry and raspy. All of this made them realize the scene before their eyes was not a dream, nor was it a hallucination. It's real. The young girl in front of him, who was only 17 or 18 years old, had actually used divine magic. She's actually a cultivator. In this world, there are actually gods and immortals. The talismans dissipated, and his words became law. Fierce flames engulfed the sky, searing the heart and lungs. The techniques of this young girl are absolutely terrifying. In that instant, everyone present was speechless. The worldview they had spent over 2 decades painstakingly building had crumbled to pieces. The 8 black-clad bodyguards, seeing this, immediately stopped in their tracks and stood motionless, dared not move an inch. The terror in their hearts surged like a raging tide. The 6 wealthy young men behind them, upon seeing this, immediately wore expressions of disbelief, freezing in place, unable to move. At that moment, their hearts were pounding wildly, and they were terrified beyond belief. Because they could clearly feel it. Those dozens of fireballs in the sky could probably reduce them to ashes in an instant. And earlier, in an attempt to flatter Sun Tianyu, they had used extremely offensive language to insult the young woman standing before them. If the other party were to become upset as a result, then they're all finished. You must know that the other side is a genuine deity. At this moment, the 6 wealthy young men had completely lost their usual arrogant demeanor. Even though they were incredibly wealthy and stood at the pinnacle of society, they were now just ordinary people. But in the presence of that young girl before them, they were so lowly they weren't even worth a fart, they were nothing at all. Sun Tianyu stood by his side. At that moment, he stood motionless, frozen in place like a statue. He never could have imagined it. The young girl in front of him could actually draw talismans. Symbols and spells, these absurd things actually exist in reality. The young girl before me, who looks to be around 17 or 18, is actually a divine being. His current state of mind is quite complex. First, he is very afraid. Because he had been looking at the other person with a look of contempt and disdain. He also spoke very rudely, not only making threats but also mocking him. Secondly, he deeply regretted his actions. He shouldn't have provoked this young girl. He certainly shouldn't have posted online saying he'd teach her a lesson. The other party is a true deity, they could take his life with a single flick of their finger. How could he possibly stand a chance against him? Finally, he felt like he was about to break down. Because, for him, he is synonymous with the upper echelons of society. Don't even mention ordinary people. Even those renowned tycoons and countless high-ranking officials fawn over him and obey his every command. He is so dazzling, so high above everyone else. But now, facing that teenage girl of 17 or 18, his lofty self-respect and his arrogant disdain for everything. At that moment, it vanished in an instant. He felt utterly insignificant and humiliated in the other person's presence, like a joke. No matter how much wealth he possessed, let him possess a noble status above all others. But in the presence of the young woman before him, yet it remains a complete and utter joke. All of this. All because the other party was an immortal cultivator. The lives of these ordinary people were in the hands of the other party, who could decide their fate with a single thought. To provoke such a figure. How could he not be afraid, regretful, or break down? Just as everyone at the scene was still in a state of shock. Over 30,000 online viewers were watching the live stream, eager to see Wu Mengling exposed and interrogated. At this moment, the internet is ablaze with reactions. Chapter 119, begging for mercy repeatedly. In the live streaming room. At this moment, people were frantically typing question marks. The screen was instantly filled with question marks. This continued for about a minute. The question marks in the comments gradually disappeared. However, instead, it was countless astonished comments that left people speechless. What did I just see? This clown girl actually used divine magic? No way, she's serious? Is this for real? Am I seeing things? The person above is really bold, daring to call someone a clown now. 1. They're not afraid of dying. I'm Feng Fu. Are there really immortals in this world? No way. How is that even possible? I'm going crazy, this isn't scientific. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Outrageous, absolutely outrageous. You can't even tell there's any special effects or AI involved. I'm completely baffled. This is amazing. This is truly incredible. For a moment, the live stream was flooded with comments. The main screen is in complete chaos. A total of over 30,000 netizens. At this moment, everyone is completely baffled. Everyone's worldview is on the brink of collapse. All because of what just happened. It's simply too mind-boggling. It's so unbelievable that it's completely beyond the realm of science, and it's so absurd that it's beyond comprehension. In an abandoned chemical factory, Wu Mengling gently raised her right hand, and on her slender, soft, and snow-white arm, a faint crimson glow suddenly appeared. Her hand moved gently. The dozen or so massive fireballs suspended in the air, exuding a formidable aura, also began to move in response. Can we communicate properly now? Wu Mengling remained unfazed, glancing at the dozen or so people led by Sun Tianyu, and spoke calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed that everyone was looking at her with expressions of sheer terror. What's with the expressions on your faces? I'm not going to kill you. Hearing Wu Mengling utter the word kill, everyone present immediately sucked in a cold breath, startled by the shock. Even Sun Tianyu, who had experienced countless major events, was no exception at that moment. Though I am an immortal cultivator, I am by no means one who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent or bullies the weak. Wu Mengling spoke, then flickered her right wrist, gently flicked her palm, and murmured the word disperse under her breath. A dull thud echoed through the air. The dozens of massive fireballs suspended high in the sky instantly disintegrated into countless sparks and vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, everyone present felt a slight sense of relief. But their entire bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. Just then, "This fairy, I didn't mean to insult you earlier. It was all that Sun Tianyu fellow who instigated me. Please don't kill me. Spare my life." "That's right. It was all Sun Tianyu's fault. He made us do it. Please spare us. Fairy sister, please don't kill me. My family is very wealthy, I can give you anything you want. Fairy sister, I'm sorry, I really am. Please don't kill me, I don't want to die." Those 6 wealthy young men dressed in fine clothes. At that moment, they had completely lost their usual air of superiority. They all humbled themselves like servants, kneeling on the ground with a thud and begging for mercy. Wu Mengling watched as they trembled with fear, their tears nearly spilling over. But she still decided to tease them a little more. After all, these rich kids, judging by their arrogant demeanor just now, must be incredibly cruel to others in their daily lives. Are you implying that I'm narrow-minded, petty, and overly concerned with trivial matters? Wu Mengling smiled brightly, her pretty face cold as ice. Chapter 120, Immortals Among Men. No, no. Fairy sister, you are as beautiful as a fish sinking in water, as graceful as a moon hiding behind a cloud, with skin as white as jade and a face as fair as a flower. You are slender and graceful, kind-hearted, and understanding. Moreover, you possess extraordinary powers and immense magical abilities. How could you possibly be that kind of person? That's right. Fairy sister, you are so beautiful and gracious. Please spare us and let us live. I don't want to die. Fairy sister, please have mercy on me and spare my life. I promise I'll never dare to offend you again. 6 wealthy young men knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy with desperate cries. Wu Mengling gave a cold smile. All right, get up. I'm not some kind of evil cultist. How could I possibly take your lives over something so trivial? I just wanted to remind you not to be so arrogant and look down on others in the future. We are all human beings. Since we are fellow members of the human race, we should show more kindness and less malice, shouldn't we? Actually, when she said the last 2 sentences, Wu Mengling felt a bit uneasy. Because she had never lectured anyone before. But at this very moment, the atmosphere had reached this point. She felt she should say something harsher. As soon as Wu Mengling finished speaking, the others immediately felt as though they had been granted a pardon and hurriedly agreed. Yes. Fairy sister, your teachings will be forever engraved in my heart. Fairy sister, you are correct. I will definitely be kind to others from now on. Yes, yes. Fairy sister, we truly know we were wrong. See this. Wu Mengling finally smiled and said in a delicate and pleasant voice. It's good that you know you were wrong. Mr. Sun, do you have any further questions regarding this transaction? Or, regarding the 10-5 thunder charms I sold to you, do you have any concerns or questions? Upon hearing this, Sun Tianyu finally snapped out of his daze. However, he was still shaken, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. His eyes were vacant, and he spoke in a trembling voice. No, there's nothing left. Mr. Sun, can you retract the statement you made on social media accusing me of being involved in online fraud? Wu Mengling asked. I'll take it back. I'll do it right away. Sun Tianyu hurriedly agreed, showing none of his usual arrogant and condescending demeanor. The statements I made online earlier were purely false and defamatory, and I deeply regret my slander against you, the immortal. You, the immortal, possess profound magical powers and an unparalleled understanding of talismans. I humbly beg you to forgive my previous offense. Wu Mengling smiled and said. No problem, no problem. It's getting late. Since the transaction is complete and the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I'll take my leave. Oh, right. Mr. Sun, please use those 5 thunder charms with caution. Although they are merely a weakened version of the genuine 5 thunder charms, their destructive power still poses a certain level of danger. Everyone, farewell. Wu Mengling glanced at everyone present. She then turned and rode away on a bicycle, leaving the abandoned chemical factory behind as the sun set. Her long hair danced gently in the setting sun. Her figure gradually faded away into the twilight of the evening. Watching Wu Mengling's receding figure, Sun Tianyu and the others froze in place once again, each of them filled with astonishment and doubt. Firstly, they couldn't believe it. In this world, there are actually gods and immortals. This was beyond their comprehension, completely shattering their worldview. Secondly, they couldn't imagine it. The young girl who had just appeared clearly possessed incredibly powerful divine abilities and could easily have been a deity living among mortals. Money and power were nothing more than trivial possessions that she could obtain with the flick of a finger. She could have done as she pleased in this world of ordinary people. But reality was, her mode of transportation is a plain, ordinary bicycle. The clothes she wears are all cheap items bought from street vendors. This was something they simply couldn't understand. Why would the other party be so humble and low-key? How did they resist the temptations of power and money? This is completely contrary to human nature. Sun Tianyu and over a dozen others were in a state of turmoil, their minds racing and unable to find peace. Just then, the two young, beautiful women beside Sun Tianyu. At that moment, their faces were expressionless, and their eyes flickered with a look of sorrow. What made them feel downcast was, the young woman who had just passed by was nearly the same age and appearance as them. But the other party could actually make Sun Shao, the renowned figure from Linyan province, show her such reverence and respect. Yet the two of them could only serve and flatter Sun Shao like lowly servants. In contrast, how dazzling that young girl was. And they were like ordinary pebbles, dull and insignificant. Why, when they are all human beings, all young and beautiful women? Why is the gap between people so enormous, so absurdly large, and so hard to accept? This world. Is there really such a thing as fairness? Under the setting sun. Two young, beautiful girls, their complex thoughts lingering in their minds. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room. Hello, fairy sister. I didn't mean to offend you. It was my mistake earlier. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. Fairy sister, hello. I did not mean to offend you. The matter from before. In the live stream with over 30,000 viewers. After witnessing that utterly baffling scene, everyone was left speechless. At the same time, they also realized the gravity of the situation. As a result, the live stream was flooded with a sea of comments pleading for forgiveness. The screen is filled with rapidly refreshing comments, making it hard to keep track of everything. However, in reality, many of the netizens who posted these comments had only been watching the live stream for a short time and had no understanding of the full context of the situation. The vast majority are simply following the trend. Those netizens who have actually posted comments or sent private messages to insult Wu Mengling. Now, they no longer bother to beg for forgiveness. Instead, I hurriedly exited the livestream and quickly deleted all the comments and private messages I had posted earlier. Then, they quickly deactivated their account on that social media platform. For a moment, a significant uproar erupted online. That's it. The online bullying incident involving Wu Mengling has come to a complete end. Soon after, Wu Mengling returned home, lay on the sofa, and took out the 10,000 yuan she had earned from selling the 5 thunder charms. She pursed her pink lips and gazed thoughtfully at the heavy wad of cash in her hands. It took half an hour to draw the talismans and 2 hours to sell them. In total, it took less than 3 hours, and I made a net profit of 10,000 yuan. I never expected selling talismans to be so profitable. If I were to open a shop specializing in the sale of talismans, I'd be rich. Chapter 121, The vacation is over, back to school. Luxury handbags, luxury watches, luxury cars, and mansions. Wu Mengling couldn't even imagine it. If she really opened the only shop in the world selling talismans, how rich she would become. After a moment of excitement, Wu Mengling quickly calmed down and dismissed the idea. After all, she knew. If something like a talisman were to suddenly appear in the outside world, it would inevitably cause immeasurable upheaval and chaos in society. Therefore, she cannot act so recklessly. At least not yet. If she really wants to start a business selling talismans, then she would first need to obtain permission from the University of the Mysterious. After obtaining Sue's consent, she must also carefully consider and select the methods and rules for selling the talismans. Ensure that the talismans do not disrupt the normal order of society. I have only just embarked on the path of cultivation, so it is best not to dwell on such matters too soon. My top priority now is to focus on my cultivation and master the more advanced techniques of talismanic arts. Wu Mengling's beautiful eyes narrowed as she casually placed the 10,000 yuan in cash on the coffee table. She then returned directly to her bedroom, sat down at her desk, picked up a copy of Beginner's Guide to Symbolic Charms, and began flipping through it with single-minded focus. The next day. Today is the 6th day of the 7-day-long holiday at Piaomiao University. The holiday is now drawing to a close. Many young students from Piaomiao University who live far from campus have already packed their belongings in boarded trains or planes to return to school. Meanwhile, those who live closer to the school have also started packing their belongings, preparing to return early. After all, these past few days since the holiday began, they've done everything they wanted to do and pretended to be everything they wanted to be. Staying at home is no fun either, it's just boring. I might as well go back to school early. We can exchange ideas with our classmates about cultivation and practice our spells together. This is way more fun than staying cooped up at home all day. That's it. The 7-day-long holiday at the Ethereal University has come to a complete end. Despite this, there were still a few students lingering on campus, reluctant to let go of the holiday. Take Shin Weiwei from the Department of Talismans, for example. She had just returned home for the holiday. She discovered that her brother, Shin Tianzi, whom she relied on for everything, had been beaten so badly that 7 of his teeth were knocked out. Now he can't even eat properly. Upon hearing this, Shin Weiwei felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. Filled with rage, she had intended to go and demand justice for her brother. With her cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, no one could stop her. But the problem is, her brother refused to tell her who had done it. Whenever she brought it up, her brother would say that the other party was someone they couldn't afford to provoke no matter what. Since the incident had already occurred, he should just endure it and not dwell on it, lest it attract even greater trouble. Shin Weiwei could tell that her brother was clearly afraid of the other person. Therefore, even now that it was almost time to return to school, she still had no idea who the bastard was who had beaten her brother so badly. She had planned to use this vacation to go and demand an explanation for her brother. But now it seems there's no time left. However, she wasn't in a hurry. She'll have plenty of time to track down the jerk who beat up her brother when she goes home next time she has a break. Not only that, those who frequently bully her brother will also be dealt with individually. Not a single one will be spared. Although their family is poor. But that doesn't mean they deserve to be bullied. Besides Shin Weiwei from the Talisman Department, Tang Xioro, who had chosen 6 cultivation-related courses, also felt that the 7-day holiday was far from over. During the 7-day break, she first spent over 5 million yuan to purchase some new professional equipment. For example, a mass spectrometer, a Raman spectrometer, a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and a superconducting quantum interferometer, among others. Then they purchased 2 tons of refined steel and, using the forging techniques of alchemists, forged a boiler half a person's height. Additionally, they crafted over 100 pipes of varying lengths, thicknesses, and inner diameters. She had originally planned to use the 7-day holiday to develop this fully automatic alchemy machine. However, judging by the current progress, 7 days are far from enough. First, there are some technical issues that need to be addressed. After multiple experiments, she discovered that when spiritual energy is converted into spiritual power, it generates a special vibration that interferes with the electromagnetic waves in the oscillation circuit, causing various electronic components to malfunction. As a result, it is impossible to monitor and control the device using electronic equipment. What about fully manual mechanical control? Since the process of converting spiritual energy into spiritual power is extremely complex, the operation of this device is extremely cumbersome. Even the slightest mistake can cause a spiritual explosion, significantly increasing the danger level. Therefore, this approach is absolutely unacceptable. Additionally, the device also has issues of mismatch in energy conversion and load calculation. In addition to theoretical and technical issues, Tang Xioro hasn't even finished welding and assembling the pipes for the device yet, let alone conducting operational tests. So, in summary, these 7 days were simply too short for Tang Xioro to complete the development of the fully automatic alchemy machine. However, Tang Xioro didn't lose heart and didn't feel anxious about it either. After all, scientific research is not something that can be achieved overnight. Since issues have arisen, then she should return to school to cultivate her spiritual practices diligently, study more about cultivation, and use that knowledge to resolve those issues. She believed she could definitely do it. That's it. All 100 young men and women of the Ethereal University. With hearts full of excitement, they gradually returned to school over the final 2 days of the holiday. The path to enlightenment is long and arduous. They have only just begun their journey toward cultivating their foundations, and the vast and boundless path to immortality has only just begun. The path ahead is still long and full of possibilities. How could they possibly be content to stop here? Having obtained the divine opportunity, one should devote oneself to cultivation and cherish it dearly. The next day. The 7th day of the 7-day long-term program at Pyongyang University. Today is the last day of the holiday. Deadline is 8 p.m. All 100 students of PO University have returned to campus. The campus, which had been quiet for 7 days, is now illuminated by vibrant lights. On the sports field, people were engaged in martial arts duels. In the classroom, people are discussing and exchanging ideas. In the library, people are intently reading books on cultivating immortality, martial arts techniques, and supernatural abilities. No matter where you go, the air is filled with the joyful laughter and vibrant energy of young boys and girls. The campus, which had been quiet for 7 days. Finally, it has come alive once again. Since classes resume tomorrow. Su Ming is currently sitting in his office, preparing for tomorrow's lesson plan and presentation materials. Despite the short 7-day holiday, a lot had happened, especially the revival of demons and the matter involving the evil sex chi masters. Before class tomorrow, we must first hold a class meeting to do some ideological work with everyone. Night. A full moon hung high in the sky. The moon is bright and the wind is clear. In the early hours of the morning. Xinzhou Province. The 48th floor rooftop of a certain group's skyscraper. A young man with sharp eyebrows and piercing eyes, dressed in a dark blue suit, stands at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the bustling city below, illuminated by countless lights. Beneath his feet lay 100 meters of open air. A fall would undoubtedly result in a gruesome death. Yet the young man showed not a trace of fear. Instead, he faced the gentle evening breeze and wore a relaxed, contented smile on his face. He raised his right hand slightly and made a half-clenched fist gesture. Whoosh! From the center of the luxurious dining table on the rooftop, a wineglass filled with red wine suddenly shot toward him with a whoosh. The next second, it came to a sudden halt above his palm and slowly fell into his hand. Throughout the entire process, the surface of the red wine in the glass remained perfectly still, not even a ripple disturbed its calm surface. The young man gently swirled the wine glass in his hand, preparing to take a sip. But at that moment, a brilliant crimson light suddenly appeared in the night sky, slicing through the darkness like a falling meteor, hurtling toward the young man. In the blink of an eye, the crimson red light fell onto the roof of the corporate building and vanished into the darkness. Immediately afterward, a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a wine-red long dress, with a slender yet curvaceous figure, emerged slowly from the shadows, her high heels clicking softly on the floor. Her flawless face was adorned with a faint smile, and every expression exuded elegance and grace, making her so beautiful that one couldn't help but be captivated and enchanted. On this rainless night, this stunningly beautiful woman held a crimson straight-ribbed umbrella adorned with rose patterns, slanting it over her fragrant shoulder, and slowly made her way toward the young man standing by the building. Chairman, everything is ready. What should we do next? The stunning woman stopped in her tracks, standing behind the young man, her voice soft and melodious. Upon hearing this, the young man smiled slightly without turning his head. Facing the evening breeze, he turned the wine glass upside down and poured out all the red wine inside. Let the world descend into chaos first, he said with a smile. Chapter 122, Class Meeting. The holiday has ended. Piaomiao University has resumed normal classes. However, Su Ming had learned that quite a few things had occurred during the holiday. Therefore, on Monday morning, Su Ming gathered all 100 students in the school and held a class meeting. Do you all remember the demonic creature that tried to kill all of us on the first day of school? In the vast lecture hall, Su Ming's loud voice echoed throughout every corner. He finished speaking. The young boys and girls, who had been whispering to each other, suddenly sat up straight. It seems that everyone has not forgotten. However, from everyone's current perspective, the power of that demonic entity is so weak it's not even worth mentioning. However, in reality, that demonic entity is not an individual but belongs to a mysterious organization known as a company. According to reports, this company is a sinister force that has gathered a large number of such evil entities. Although it is currently unclear what the organization's true intentions or objectives are. However, it is certain that the organization will not engage in any benevolent activities. Instead, it is constantly plotting to carry out brutal and violent terrorist attacks around the world. This is evident from the demonic entity that appeared on the first day of school and the ordeal endured by Sakura Chisaki, a student from the Talisman Department, during the holiday period. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the young boys and girls in the audience did not seem surprised at all. Because of these things. In fact, the news had already spread among their classmates the night before. Although the organization called the company has not yet had any direct conflicts with our university. However, the other party is, after all, a disciplined and evil organization, and our university is undoubtedly in an adversarial relationship with them. Therefore, I urge everyone to remain vigilant and take this matter seriously from this point forward. Always keep in mind the philosophy and motto of our university, and when necessary, step forward to confront challenges and eliminate evils for the benefit of the people. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is to ensure your own safety first. That is the first thing I want to discuss in this class meeting. The second thing. As you all know, there has always been a group of cultivators in this world who are very similar to us cultivators, known as Chi Masters. Although Chi Masters are divided into two factions, the righteous and the evil faction is not a heretical cult. The division into two factions stems from differing philosophical beliefs. Evil-aligned Chi Masters are, in fact, selfless individuals who sacrifice their lives for a noble cause. As for whether the righteous Chi Masters are also good people, due to the limited information currently available, the actual situation remains unclear. However, regardless of the circumstances, I hope that everyone will exercise caution and avoid acting impulsively or making hasty decisions when encountering external practitioners in the future. After all, the divine abilities of cultivators like us are far too powerful. A single misstep could inflict severe harm on external cultivators. Although our university advocates fighting against evil and eliminating corruption, we must never kill the innocent indiscriminately. At this point, Su Ming paused for a moment, his expression growing serious. Next, I will discuss the third and most important matter of this class meeting. Do you all remember that back when we first started at Pyongyang University, I mentioned that demons have always existed in this world? In recent years, strange phenomena have been occurring with increasing frequency, and the activities of demons and monsters have become increasingly rampant. And by now, the situation has reached a point where it can no longer be described as rampant. Last night, I used the Qiankuan evolution decision to analyze the current situation. The simulation results indicate that the demons and monsters of this world are expected to fully revive within a year, bringing chaos and turmoil to the entire globe. Chapter 123, A Brilliant Future. As soon as he said that, the young boys and girls in the audience immediately burst into a chorus of sighs and whispers, discussing the matter among themselves. After all, demons have revived and are wreaking havoc upon the human world. The people are suffering, and the world is in chaos. Such things were something they had only ever seen in novels or on television. Who would have thought that it would happen now? Such a terrifying and bizarre disaster is about to befall them. In truth, I also know that saving the world and protecting all beings is indeed a distant and confusing goal for those of us who have only recently embarked on the path of cultivation. Su Ming continued speaking, and the students below quietly fell silent. But reality was harsh. The reality is that, despite the fact that the top few students in our school have already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage in their cultivation, however, many demons and monsters in this world have already cultivated to a level equivalent to that of cultivators at the golden core stage. Therefore, the current situation is extremely dangerous and by no means optimistic. A catastrophic disaster capable of devastating the entire world could strike at any moment. There's not much time left for us to hesitate and be confused. Su Ming said this. The young boys and girls in the audience furrowed their brows slightly, their expressions growing more solemn. It seemed as though they were carefully considering every word Su Ming had spoken. Of course, every student at our university enjoys absolute freedom. You are free to choose not to join the ranks of those striving to save the world. But what I want to tell everyone is, our PL University is the only university in the world that teaches people how to cultivate immortality. Therefore, from the very beginning of its establishment, our university has borne a heavy mission and responsibility. As students of the prestigious university, in this vast and boundless world, among all the people under heaven, there are only a mere 100 of you cultivators. You are special, irreplaceable, and indispensable. Therefore, I still hope that everyone will stand together with the school, sharing both its successes and its challenges. As our school motto states, we must truly strive to keep an eye on the world and care for all beings. Supporting the good and punishing the wicked, we take the lead without hesitation. Su Ming's voice rang out clearly and forcefully, like the sound of a great bell, shaking the air and echoing throughout every corner of the classroom. He shouted the 16-character school motto with a solemn expression. Then, amidst the solemn expressions of all the students, he slightly raised the corners of his mouth and smiled gently. Students, the lights of millions of homes across the world depend on you to protect them. After listening to Su Ming's passionate speech, the young men and women in the audience, who were full of youthful vigor and had a touch of teenage idealism, paused for a moment, their eyes darting around. Beneath their calm facades, their hearts were slowly beginning to boil with excitement. With eyes on the world and hearts for all beings, supporting the good and punishing the wicked, we take the lead without hesitation. The lights of a million homes depend on them for protection. Great! Well said. They have finally embarked on the path to immortality. If they are still content to live a mediocre life, always meek and submissive, then wouldn't their pursuit of immortality be in vain? Having chosen the path of immortality, they should strive for grandeur and create a legacy that will echo through the ages. With disaster looming, what could be more thrilling or cooler than saving the world and protecting humanity? And besides, as cultivators of the ethereal university, they should naturally share in the school's honor and disgrace, and jointly bear that heavy responsibility and mission. Su Ming's brief words, just over 20 characters, now felt like a meteorite crashing down, shaking everyone to their core. In an instant, it instantly ignited the youthful passion of the young men, filling their hearts with a blazing fire, burning fiercely and intensely. At that moment, the vast lecture hall fell completely silent. But the resolve that each person silently made within themselves was deafening and earth-shaking. At that moment, the expression on every student's face grew serious and focused. Seeing the change in the expressions of the students below, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this class meeting was a great success. The first and second items were to introduce students to the current situation of spiritual practitioners around the world. A corrupt organization known as the Company, along with the two factions of righteous and evil Chi Masters, form a tripartite alliance. The third matter is to warn everyone to take their cultivation seriously, prepare for the future to resist demons and monsters, and save the world. Actually, this third matter isn't just Su Ming exaggerating or spreading alarmist rumors. It's because he actually used the Qiankuan evolution technique to simulate the process last night. Moreover, the system even popped up a notification specifically reminding him of this matter. Within a year, the demons will surely be fully revived. A devastating catastrophe is inevitable, and humanity stands on the brink of extinction, with the situation growing increasingly dire. Last night, Su Ming saw this warning message and was immediately startled. After all, the demons have revived. This isn't something to take lightly. Take the demons that appeared in Antarctica last time, for example. If they were to appear in large numbers in towns and rural areas, then, for humanity, it would be an absolutely devastating blow. That is why he deliberately saved this for last and emphasized it for so long. The purpose was to motivate the students to work even harder in their cultivation, to prepare adequately for the future and withstand demons and monsters. After discussing these 3 points, the main content of this class meeting has been covered. In the next half hour, Su Ming first summarized everyone's cultivation progress over the past 4 months. Since the start of the semester, everyone had been highly motivated in their studies, and their cultivation levels had improved rapidly. Therefore, Mr. Su Ming has given everyone very high praise, commending all the students in the school and encouraging everyone to continue their efforts. Immediately afterward, Su Ming briefly explained the final exam schedule and related matters. The final course schedule is the same as usual. The only difference is, during the final week of the semester, there are no classes. Instead, students are given time to review the cultivation knowledge they have learned throughout the semester. Those who have not yet mastered the techniques and mantras should make every effort to understand them as soon as possible. Students who are still unfamiliar with sword techniques and fist techniques should practice them until they become proficient. Finally, I would like to emphasize that the final exam this semester is very important. Please make sure to prepare thoroughly and take it seriously. I will base my final grades on your exam results to decide whether to announce the existence of our ethereal university to the world during this winter break. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, the crowd below was immediately startled, and everyone became excited. Announce the existence of the elusive university to the world. This means that when they wield their divine powers, they no longer need to hide them. Billions of people around the world will know that they are cultivators with extraordinary powers. Those who once mocked, bullied, and looked down on them will undergo a complete transformation in their attitude toward them. Their lives will rise to new heights overnight, becoming incredibly brilliant and dazzling. How could something even more thrilling than a feel-good novel not be exciting? We all understand that this decision holds immense significance both for the future development of our university and for each and every one of us as students. Therefore, in this final month, I hope everyone will study hard, practice diligently, and strive to achieve an excellent score on the final exam. Alright, that concludes today's class meeting. Please take some time to reflect on what was discussed. Class dismissed. As Su Ming announced the end of class, the young boys and girls in the classroom looked slightly startled, their minds racing with thoughts, as if they had made up their minds about something, unable to calm down for a long time. That was it. The class meeting after returning to Pyongyang University ended just like that. All the cultivation majors resumed their regular classes. The 100 young boys and girls of the entire school have also continued on their arduous journey toward immortality. Each of them was fully aware of this in their hearts. What awaits them next? A brilliant future filled with immense challenges and a solemn mission. Chapter 124, Cultivation Levels. First year at Pyongyang University, first semester. The final month of the semester. At this point in time, it has been over 4 months since the start of the semester at the elusive university. Time has moved from September to January. The weather has also transitioned from the sweltering summer to the biting cold of winter. The end of the semester is approaching. Aware of the importance of the final exams, the young students are studying and practicing with much greater diligence and enthusiasm than usual. Monday morning is the specialized cultivation class for the sword cultivation department. Light snowflakes drifted through the air, and a biting cold wind swept across the sword-wielding practice square. The 32 young men and women of the sword-wielding department stood there, clad only in their thin robes. However, each of them had a radiant complexion and brimmed with vitality, showing no signs of feeling the cold. They stood in neat rows of 4 across and 8 deep, their eyes fixed intently on Su Ming, who was hovering 2 meters above the ground, his sword suspended in midair. Su Ming cleared his throat and addressed the students below in a loud, clear voice. I believe that after 4 months of study, every student has developed their own understanding of sword control. However, I can clearly tell you that your current understanding of swordplay is not really understanding at all. You are merely holding the sword in your hands, channeling spiritual energy, and swinging it around recklessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd below looked confused and skeptical. Seeing this, Su Ming smiled slightly and continued. Hearing this, I know many of you are unconvinced and think I'm talking nonsense. But please don't rush to question or refute me just yet. After this lesson, you will have a completely new understanding of sword control. Upon hearing this, the audience below focused intently, their attention fully engaged. Before class began, I introduced a new concept to everyone, the levels of cultivation. So, what are the levels of cultivation? In fact, besides our own cultivation realm, there's also something called cultivation levels that measure how strong we are as cultivators. It represents our understanding and comprehension of the Tao. We cultivators have 5 cultivation levels in total, and each profession has its own distinct cultivation levels. For us sword cultivators, the cultivation levels, from lowest to highest, are sword technique, sword art, sword intent, sword melody, and sword way. As can be seen, the higher the cultivation level, the deeper the understanding of the way of the sword and the way of heaven. Therefore, for us cultivators, both cultivation realm and cultivation level are equally crucial. In simple terms, the true strength of cultivators is determined by cultivation realm, which sets the lower limit, while cultivation level determines the upper limit. Starting from today's lesson, we will begin learning the basic cultivation level of sword techniques in sword manipulation. Su Ming's voice was firm and authoritative, yet it carried a hint of warmth. As soon as he finished speaking, the young boys and girls in the audience perked up immediately, pricking up their ears and listening intently. 4 hours later, as Su Ming announced the end of class and assigned the homework, the 32 young men and women of the Sword Arts Department quickly organized their class notes and hurried to the school cafeteria for lunch. Today's class had been particularly enlightening for them. However, some parts remained difficult to understand. With the end of the semester approaching, they must make the most of their time to understand and master the material to avoid falling behind in their studies in spiritual cultivation, which could affect their final exam results. As for meals, try to eat quickly and save some time. The young men and women of the Sword Arts Department all thought the same thing. At that moment, Lin Feng furrowed his brows slightly as he walked alone toward the cafeteria. After finishing this class, he finally figured out what had happened that day at the Wanhun Temple. Why could Su Juin, who was at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, block his full-power sword strike from the peak of Foundation Establishment? That's right. It's precisely because of what Mr. Su taught in this class. The level of cultivation. It was mostly because Su Juin's cultivation level was higher than his, which made up for the gap in their cultivation realms and blocked his sword strike. Who would have thought that the girl named Su Juin? Her cultivation talent is truly no joke. Watching Su Juin, with her long hair flowing in the wind, walking ahead not far away, Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, and the determination in his eyes grew even stronger. Suddenly, he ran after her and caught up to Su Juin, standing beside her and speaking earnestly. Su Juin, I won't lose to you in the final exam this time. Regarding Lin Feng's actions, Su Juin and Chen Xinyan beside her were both stunned, completely baffled by the situation. Lin Feng. Come on, keep it up. Su Juin gave a shy smile and nodded blankly. Chen Xinyan suddenly realized what had happened, gave a playful chuckle, and teased. Lin Feng, you wouldn't still be holding a grudge against our Juin for easily blocking your sword, would you? You're still upset about it, aren't you? I never thought a big man like you would be so petty. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Lin Feng glared at Chen Xinyan angrily. So what? I just made a mistake that day. Next time, that will never happen again. Chen Xinyan sneered. Oh, look at you, so arrogant. Just wait until the final exams, or you'll end up getting your head chopped off by our family's 2 swords. Oh, I remember now. The final exam was not divided by major, it was a school-wide elimination tournament where students competed in pairs. Lin Feng, don't get eliminated too early, you won't even get the chance to face our Juin. Better not cross paths with me either, or I'll use the simplest, most straightforward symbol magic to hang you up and beat you senseless. Lin Feng retorted defiantly, you think you can beat me? With a single sword strike, I'll reduce your talismans to ashes. Chen Xinyan snorted coldly, turned her head away, and quickly left, pulling Su Juin's hand with her. Juin, let's go quickly. Don't talk to that stingy guy. Su Juin felt incredibly embarrassed and hurriedly followed Chen Xinyan's footsteps away. Watching the two of them walk away, Lin Feng lost himself in thought, his gaze growing increasingly determined. Midday. The vast cafeteria of the Ethereal University was filled with the aroma of food. Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, Xia Luyun, and Li Feiyan were sitting together at the same table. Lu Mang picked up a piece of braised pork, put it in his mouth, chewed it a couple of times, and instantly wore an expression of pure enjoyment. This braised pork is really delicious. Not only is it delicious in taste, aroma, and appearance, but it also contains spiritual energy. The food at our school is simply unbeatable. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his expression froze, and he turned his head with interest toward Li Feiyan. Hey, right, Li Ge, I suddenly remembered something. Aren't there 2 factions of Qi masters in our world, the righteous and the evil? Li Ge, you used to be a Qi master. Which faction did you belong to back then? Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai and Xia Luyun, who were standing nearby, both turned their gaze toward Li Feiyan. It was obvious. The question Lu Mang asked is one they also want to know the answer to. Chapter 125, Preparing for the Final Exam. Li Feiyan shook his head coldly. I'm not entirely sure either. The sect I joined at the time claimed to be a righteous school of Qi masters, but their actions and behavior were quite different from what we typically associate with a righteous sect. Lu Mang was confused. Different? What do you mean? Xia Luyun, standing nearby, also looked puzzled. Can you give a specific example? Li Feiyan said. The situation is rather complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a few words. Once you experience it firsthand, you'll understand naturally. Lu Mang said doubtfully. Is it really that complicated? Li Ge, how much do you know about your sect? Li Feiyan replied calmly. At the time, I was among the disciples with the worst qualifications and least potential in the sect, so I knew very little and only superficially. All I know is that the sect I belonged to at the time was the most prestigious sect in the entire world of Qi masters. The leader of our sect was also one of the top-tier masters in the entire Qi cultivation master realm. So powerful that even I, as I am now, might not be his match. Hearing this, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Xia Luyun all stopped eating and looked up in surprise. Lu Mang exclaimed in astonishment. Better than Li Gu? How is that possible? You're the strongest in our class in terms of cultivation and strength. And you're even at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. In the cultivation system of the Qi Masters, there are actually cultivators whose strength surpasses even those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage? Xia Luyun furrowed his brows and said. According to the corresponding relationship between the cultivation levels of Qi Masters and cultivators, a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage should be equivalent to a Qi Master at the 9th realm. Stronger than a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Stronger than a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. This means that the Qi manipulator has surpassed the highest realm of Qi manipulation. Can a Qi master who has surpassed the highest realm of Qi mastery still be called a Qi master? Li Feiyan smiled. A few days ago, you went to the 10,000 Souls Temple and learned about the origin of the Qi masters. It was all so bizarre and confusing. Therefore, in my opinion, those external Qi masters might not be as bad as we think. Lu Mang swallowed hard and stammered. I never expected there to be such a powerful individual among the Imperial Qi Masters. We used to underestimate the Qi Masters, but now it seems we need to change our perspective. We absolutely must not underestimate our enemies. Zhao Kai nodded. Yeah, we should be more careful in the future. Underestimating the enemy isn't a good habit. The conversation ended there. The three fell silent for a moment. Each of them felt a chill run down their spine and decided to abandon their overconfidence. But at that very moment, Li Feiyan finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, took a sip of tea, and smiled calmly and indifferently. That said, there is no need to be overly alarmed. Let things take their natural course. The three of them all turned their gaze toward him. They were surprised by his composure and calmness. The atmosphere fell silent once more for a moment. It was Lu Mang who snapped out of it first and broke the silence. Hey, right, Li Ge, what did you do during the holiday? I didn't see you post anything in the group chat, and you didn't go to the 10,000 Souls Temple on Laniying Mountain either. Li Feiyan smiled faintly. You go and eliminate the evil for the people. I, of course, will go and eliminate demons and uphold justice. All three were startled. Lu Mang exclaimed in surprise, exorcising demons and upholding justice? Where is that? What kind of demons are they? Li Feiyan didn't answer but smiled and changed the subject. Let's eat quickly. After dinner, we'll study and practice together. With the final exams approaching, we must make the most of our time to identify and address any gaps in our knowledge to ensure we are well prepared for the exams. Seeing that Li Feiyan had already said that, the three of them didn't feel comfortable asking further, and they weren't particularly curious either. They quickly finished their meal and followed Li Feiyan to the school playground, where they began reviewing and practicing their skills. It was 11 p.m. Girls' dormitory. After practicing all day, Louis, Lin Muxue, and Tang Shiro decided to treat themselves to a late-night snack. So Tang Shiro went to the self-service food machine in the cafeteria and selected a variety of spirit-infused ingredients. For example, Xianlong tendon, white flame bear paw, Sanyan wolf ribs, blood scale shark fillet, electric mangrove beef slices, imperial bloodgrass, purple danshan, and so on. They planned to have a hot pot dinner in the dormitory as usual. Cleaning the ingredients is very convenient. Chen Xinyan used her spiritual energy to levitate the ingredients in the air, and then Tang Shiro cast a water-attracting talisman. As for the heat source, it is still provided by Lin Muxue through her array formation. That's how it is. The three of them ate their midnight snack in the dormitory. Soon, the dormitory was soon filled with the aroma of hot pot, making everyone's mouth water. The three of them ate the hot pot while chatting casually. The atmosphere was pleasant and enjoyable. But just then, Tang Shiro suddenly brought up an interesting topic. Hey, who do you think will be the top student in the final exam this time? Chapter 126, the final exam arrives as scheduled. Louis carefully fried a piece of vegetable, picked it up with her chopsticks, dipped it into the sauce, and placed it in her mouth. As she savored the flavor, she smiled gently and said, There are a total of 100 people in our school, but only 3 have reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. They are Schwer, Li Feiyan from the Sword Control Department, and Lin Feng. They are the three most skilled, so I'm sure the top spot in the final exam will go to one of them. However, Lin Feng only broke through a few days ago, so his true strength is definitely weaker than Shuer and Li Feiyan. As for Shuer and Li Feiyan, my intuition tells me that Shuer must be the more powerful one. Tang Xiaoro giggled and said playfully. That makes sense, just like I thought. He. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Lin Muxue and smiled mischievously. Shuer, you must win first place. Don't let me any down. Lin Muxue gave a faint, cool smile. You really think too highly of me. Our school is full of talented individuals. Thinking about getting first place isn't that easy. You may admire my cultivation level, but don't forget that the final exam isn't just about practical skills. The final exam consists of 3 parts. These are a theoretical written exam, a practical test, and a practical assessment, which account for 20%, 30%, and 50% of the total score, respectively. Even if I were lucky enough to score full marks in the practical assessment, my weaknesses lie in the theoretical written exam and practical test, so securing first place would be very challenging. I actually think that Li Feiyan from the Sword Cultivation Department, Zhang Xiaolu from the Alchemy Department, and Chen Xinyan from the Talismans Department are the 3 students to watch. Lin Muxue said, then turned her gaze to Lui and Tang Xiaoro beside her and smiled. Ni, who specializes in the cultivation system, and Xiao Rou, the only one in the entire school who chose the Immortal Science Department. All of you could be the top scorer in this final exam. Upon hearing this, Lui and Tang Xiaoro's eyes narrowed instantly, and they immediately denied it could be them. In response, Lin Muxue merely smiled faintly. The outcome is still uncertain. How can one be so quick to belittle oneself? But thinking about that now is pointless. We'll see how it turns out in the end. Lui and Tang Xiaoro nodded in agreement with Lin Muxue's words. The 3 fell silent for a moment before quickly changing the subject. But each of them couldn't help but wonder in their hearts who would ultimately come out on top in the final exam. After all, this is the first final exam at the Ethereal University. It is also their first test since they first embarked on their journey into the realm of immortality. The significance of this is self-evident. Soon, the 3 changed the subject and chatted happily. While enjoying the hot pot, they shared amusing stories about their studies and training, as well as some gossip about certain male and female classmates at school. Or they discussed which students had gotten into another argument, leading to a magical showdown where they clashed spells, causing mystical lights to shoot everywhere and the sky to grow dark. They even chatted about things outside of school, such as which celebrity in the entertainment industry had recently appeared in a TV drama or held a few concerts. Or perhaps a women's clothing brand had released some new stylish clothes and dresses. In short, they don't miss a single topic that ordinary girls love to talk about. For a time, the dormitory was filled with the aroma of hot pot and laughter. In fact, except for Lu Yi and her dormitory, every student in the entire school would eagerly discuss who would be the top scorer in the final exam during their free time after class. And everyone's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Everyone believed it was Lin Muxue from the Formation Arts Department, Li Feiyan of the Sword Control School, Lu Yi of the Refining School, Zhang Xiaolu from the Alchemy Department, Chen Xinyan from the Symbol and Amulet Department, and Tang Xiaoro from the Cultivation Science Department. These 6 students are the most likely candidates to secure first place. It's obvious. The competition for this final exam is extremely fierce. This has everyone in the entire school eagerly anticipating the results. The next day, Tuesday, the professional course on cultivating immortality will continue as scheduled. In the morning, it is the cultivation specialty class for the alchemy department. The vast alchemy classroom was filled with forging benches. Su Ming first explained the cultivation levels of alchemists to the 8 young men and women of the alchemy department. He then got straight to the point and began the new lesson. For us alchemists seeking to elevate our cultivation levels, a solid foundation of knowledge is of utmost importance. In today's lesson, we will discuss the different effects of the 7 mysterious slaughter fires on various forging materials. After the specialized course on weapon forging in the alchemy department, soon it was afternoon, and the alchemy department's cultivation class began. In the spacious alchemy classroom, Su Ming first explained the cultivation levels of alchemists, then proceeded to the main topic. The advantage of alchemists lies in alchemy and the use of elixirs. In the first 4 months, we have gained a basic understanding of the fundamental principles of alchemy. Starting from today's lesson, I will guide you in deepening your understanding of alchemy principles. As for how to use the elixir, that is something we will consider in the next semester. Tuesday ended, and soon it was Wednesday again. In the morning, there was a specialized class on immortality cultivation for the Talisman Department, and in the afternoon, there was a specialized class on immortality cultivation for the Array Department. Thursday and Friday. These are the general education course on cultivating immortality and the homework review class for grading assignments. Finally, there are 2 days of self-study classes on the weekend. That's it. In the final month of the semester at the Ethereal University, The courses in various cultivation specializations continued as usual, proceeding in an orderly fashion. 100 young boys and girls are also striving and fighting as they always have. Accompanying them, there was hard work and effort, conflicts and contradictions, as well as laughter and warmth. Time flies. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. The long-awaited first semester final exams of the first year at the prestigious university have finally arrived. All 100 young students across the school are now filled with anticipation and excitement. Everyone was eagerly anticipating their own scores and wondering who would claim the top spot in this final exam. Of course. What young boys and girls are most curious about. But what they really want to know is whether Mr. Su will reveal the existence of the elusive university after this final exam. After all, this matter holds immense significance for each and every one of them. Chapter 127, The Mysterious University Exposed. The Army is Coming? Let's start with the conclusion. Su Ming's plan to establish a cultivation university without prior approval has reached its final stage today, the day before the final exams. Finally, it can be confirmed that it has been a complete success. Su Ming never would have dreamed it. The highest official of the Great Xia Kingdom had actually come to Jiuli Mountain in person to express friendship and recognition toward him. The story begins 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Su Ming, sitting in his office, sent the schedule for tomorrow's final exam to the class group chat, then lay down on the sofa to rest. He opened his phone and started scrolling through news articles and short videos. But not long after, his expression gradually grew solemn. It was because he had discovered something. Recently, there have been more and more bizarre and terrifying incidents exposed online. Shocking. 10 empty corpses found in a residential complex. The manner of death is bizarre. Giant snake with a human head slaughters innocent residents. Special effects or real footage? Horrifying. 8-legged monster attacks people in a shopping mall, creating a bizarre and bloody scene. Terrifying. A black goat with 3 human heads? Suspected scientific experiment. A lizard man appears at a subway station. Is it a movie or reality? Such news in short videos are truly unsettling and spine-chilling. Compared to a few months ago, the frequency of such incidents has been increasing steadily. In the past, such incidents only occurred once or twice a month. Now, however, there are nearly a dozen incidents every month, with the frequency increasing by more than tenfold. Not only that. Previously, any terrifying or bizarre incidents that were exposed would be censored or deleted within minutes. The impact was negligible. But today, once such incidents are exposed, the relevant platforms simply don't have enough time to delete or block the content before it spreads wildly. Countless people saved and shared the information, sparking intense online discussions. The situation escalated rapidly to the point where it became uncontrollable. In an instant, the online discussion was intense and even caused quite a panic. Oh my goodness. There are 30 eyes on my head, the back of my head, and my face. Is that even human? At a restaurant near us, over 60 people died during a banquet. The crime scene was littered with fish scales and mucus. It's utterly bizarre. The same thing happened in our town. For 5 consecutive nights, people were found dead under mysterious and gruesome circumstances, as if the place were haunted. Now, almost everyone in the town has fled to the city, and no one dares to stay behind. It's truly terrifying. Everyone, don't spread panic. In recent years, domestic security has been poor, and an increase in crime rates is quite normal. Exactly. Stop being so superstitious. All these strange incidents are just people trying to play tricks. Regarding those strange and bizarre events, there are various opinions circulating online. Many netizens have even come up with countless scientific and reasonable explanations. But Su Ming was well aware of the truth. Those shocking and horrifying bizarre events were actually the work of demons. In summary, over the past few months, there have been significant changes, and Su Ming can clearly sense that the demons are reviving, and the time when they will bring chaos to the world may be approaching sooner than expected. If things continue in this manner, perhaps not even half a year, the demons will fully awaken. A devastating disaster. It's about to strike. In response to this, Su Ming was quite perplexed. After all, the final exams at the ethereal university hadn't even ended yet. He had no idea about the students' cultivation levels and whether they were truly capable of taking on the heavy responsibility of slaying demons and protecting the world. Additionally, more importantly, they have never had any official contact with the Great Xia Kingdom up to this point, let alone receive official recognition and support. If the university were to act rashly, would the extraordinary power that shocks the world cause panic and misunderstanding among the official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom? Could this lead to armed conflict between the military and the cultivators? Modern firearms possess overwhelming destructive power, while cultivators wield abilities far beyond the comprehension of the world. If these two were to clash in battle, the result would undoubtedly be a bloodbath, leaving both sides severely weakened. This is undoubtedly contrary to Su Ming's original intention when he founded the Immortal Cultivation University. Therefore, This kind of thing absolutely cannot happen. But the biggest problem lies here. What can be done to avoid such a situation? Over the next half hour, Su Ming racked his brain for solutions. However, no matter what method he tried, there were always some flaws in the execution. Nevertheless, just as Su Ming was feeling overwhelmed by this dilemma, an unbelievable event occurred. Suddenly, Su Ming suddenly sensed that over 1,000 people were approaching the ethereal university from outside Jiuli Mountain. Startled, Su Ming quickly released his divine sense, covering an area of 3 kilometers in all directions. Finally, he was astonished to see. Outside Jiuli Mountain, there were currently over 100 armed helicopters and fighter jets circling endlessly in the sky. On the highway outside the mountains, there were even more than 100 green armored vehicles and tanks, lined up in neat formations, moving toward the summit of Jiuli Mountain in a massive convoy. For a moment, the sounds of armored vehicles, tanks, and the roar of aircraft blended together. The scene was grand and imposing, shaking the heavens and the earth. Seeing this scene, Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Why are the troops here? They're even driving armored vehicles, tanks, and even fighter jets? What a huge operation! Suddenly, Su Ming's pupils contracted, and his heart gave a sudden jolt. Pyongyang University has been exposed? The authorities have now deployed troops. Are they planning to use military force to violently suppress the mysterious university? At this thought, Su Ming's brows furrowed tightly, and his expression changed drastically. He dared not hesitate for a moment, immediately channeling the spiritual energy within his body. In an instant, he transformed into a shower of sparks and vanished from the office in the blink of an eye. The next second, Su Ming's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Jiuli Mountain. He looked solemn, his aura soaring through the air. Without hesitation, he flew directly toward the highway outside Jiuli Mountain, where over 100 armed vehicles were advancing in a mighty procession. Soon, as the lead armored vehicle led the convoy and was about to enter the foothills of Jiuli Mountain, Su Ming's figure suddenly appeared and blocked the path in the middle of the road. Upon seeing someone, the massive convoy finally began to slow down. Immediately afterward, hundreds of armored vehicles and tanks suddenly disgorged thousands of fully armed soldiers, each holding real firearms and ammunition. Although Su Ming was unaware of the specific models of those weapons, but he recognized them. Besides modern rifles, there were rocket launchers, howitzers, and mortars. Those things weren't to be taken lightly. Just one glance is enough to make anyone feel intimidated. In that instant, hundreds of fighter jets armed with advanced missiles were constantly circling above Su Ming's head, their deafening roar covering an area of over 10,000 meters. Meanwhile, on the ground, Su Ming faced over 1,000 fully armed, highly trained soldiers, as well as over 100 new armored vehicles and over 100 advanced tanks that resembled steel beasts. Such a massive steel formation was enough to send a chill down anyone's spine. Just look at that spectacle. Don't even mention this tiny Jiuli Mountain. Many of the countries surrounding the Great Xia Kingdom could probably be conquered in one fell swoop. Su Ming was well aware of this. The firepower across from them if they really opened fire now. Even if we can't inflict any substantial damage on the university, it will definitely disrupt the school's order, making it extremely difficult for him to continue teaching. Thinking of this, Su Ming dared not delay. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to amplify his voice and shouted loudly, "Everyone, please remain calm. Whatever the matter is, we can discuss it calmly. I believe this matter can be resolved peacefully. There is no need to make such a big deal out of it. This is not beneficial for any of us." Su Ming's voice echoed through the sky, but he stopped mid-sentence. "Salute!" Suddenly, amidst the ranks of thousands of soldiers, a deafening, thunderous voice suddenly erupted. Su Ming looked in the direction of the sound. At the front of the ranks of over 1,000 soldiers stood a middle-aged military officer dressed in green uniform, adorned with numerous medals. At that moment, he looked solemn and dignified, gazing intently at him and saluting him with a military salute. Immediately afterward, the thousands of soldiers behind the middle-aged military officer also raised their heads and stood tall at that moment, adjusting their stances and facing Su Ming with solemn expressions, all saluting him in unison with great reverence. Whoosh! This moment, time seemed to stand still. The entire scene. How solemn! Solemn! Shocking! And Su Ming, however, stood there with a blank expression, completely bewildered. What the hell is this? What the hell is going on here? Chapter 128, The Official Stance of the Great Xia Kingdom. Before Su Ming could figure out the situation, among the vast ranks of soldiers, 7 or 8 elderly men dressed in administrative jackets, exuding an air of authority without needing to raise their voices, emerged with smiles on their faces. When Su Ming saw the appearance of those elderly men, his face froze in shock, and he was so astonished that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. For those elderly men were none other than they were the official leaders of the entire Great Xia Kingdom, known to all 2 billion people. Several elderly men slowly approached Su Ming and then bowed to him with the same solemn respect. After the ceremony concluded, the highest official of the Great Xia Kingdom, who led the delegation, smiled warmly and solemnly at Su Ming. "Comrade Su Ming, you have worked hard. The official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom will always provide unconditional support for your work, no matter what the circumstances. Comrade Su Ming, the future of the Great Xia Kingdom and indeed the future of the entire human race rest on your shoulders." This very moment, Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. But the next second, Su Ming suddenly saw the light, and many things became clear to him. He quickly regained his composure but remained silent. His expression grew solemn and serious. He raised his right hand and returned a standard, solemn military salute to the other person. As a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom, Su Ming's military salute spoke volumes, undoubtedly the most appropriate and solemn response at that moment. It was a far better response than any flowery or eloquent words. This moment, at the foot of the majestic and solemn 9-layer mountain, though no words were spoken, yet it speaks volumes. Then, the matter came to an abrupt end. The official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom did not engage in any discussions with Su Ming, nor did they make any demands of him. After completing the formalities, expressing goodwill, and uttering those 3 phrases, all personnel, including ground forces and air forces, quickly departed from Jiuli Mountain. The official delegation from the Great Xia Kingdom arrived with great fanfare and departed with equal pomp, leaving no trace behind. Julishan quickly returned to its former tranquility. Everything seemed as though nothing had ever happened. Time returns to the present. Despite the utterly surreal and hard-to-believe events that had unfolded just 2 hours earlier. Nevertheless, it did indeed happen. Receiving official support and recognition from the Great Xia Kingdom left Su Ming deeply moved. Unconsciously, he felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders grow even heavier. At the same time, he finally figured it out. Why had his plan to establish an immortality cultivation university, which he had implemented without proper authorization, proceeded so smoothly? From the very beginning, when he sent out text messages nationwide to crowdfund the construction of the Cultivation University. Later, they raised 3 billion yuan in construction funds, hired construction teams to build the campus, and launched the official campus website to begin admissions. Finally, they officially began offering courses in cultivating immortality. Everything had gone too smoothly. Logically speaking, every single thing in this situation should have been impossible to go off without a hitch. In fact, according to conventional logic, it is simply impossible to achieve. First, mass text messages would need to be sent nationwide to crowdfund the construction of a university for cultivating immortals. Su Ming remembered that at the time, everyone thought it was a scam text message. There were even countless victims who came forward with ample evidence to prove that it was all a scam. This eventually led to the incident gaining significant attention online, with the topic becoming extremely popular. In theory, this situation should be considered a major fraud case. The authorities are certainly aware of this and would not fail to take action. But the result is, this sensational nationwide fraud case quietly faded into obscurity. The authorities not only failed to arrest Su Ming, they haven't even released any information about opening an investigation. It's as if they were completely unaware of the matter. And there's also the 3 billion yuan in school construction funds that Su Ming raised through crowdfunding. Such a large cash flow is clearly illegal fundraising. Moreover, the bank card Su Ming used to receive payments was registered under his own name. In theory, in such cases, the time from arrest to imprisonment should not exceed 24 hours. But what was the outcome? Hey! Guess what? Nothing happened at all. Su Ming remains at large. Cough, cough, I spoke too soon. It should be still safe and sound. Is that reasonable? Obviously not. There are also cases of illegal land occupation, unauthorized construction, and private schools being set up without proper authorization. How could such things be done without anyone noticing? In short, over the past few months, there have been far too many unreasonable incidents. However, no matter how unreasonable the events may be, Su Ming remains unharmed. He had always been busy building the school, teaching, and caring for his students, leaving him no time to think about anything else. He simply attributed all the unreasonable things that happened to good luck. But Su Ming now understands. There's no such thing as luck or bad luck. It's all just a matter of whether you're prepared or not. It's the official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom who have been secretly supporting Su Ming from the very beginning. This is why Su Ming's plan has proceeded smoothly from start to finish. However, there was one thing Su Ming still couldn't quite figure out. That was why the official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom would help him. Even the highest-ranking official personally came to Jiuli Mountain today to express praise and condolences to him. From the grand scale of the event, it is clear that the other party holds him in the highest regard and fully acknowledges his achievements. What on earth is going on here? Could it be that the authorities have actually known all along that demons lurk in the shadows of this world? And are willing to believe that what I am doing is genuinely for the sake of saving the Great Xia Kingdom and the entire human race? Su Ming sat in his office, his brows furrowing slightly. However, after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. After all, the official statement had already been made. Instead of speculating here, it would be better to find a time to go directly to the official department and ask for clarification. Since the official authorities of the Great Xia Kingdom trust us so much, then I certainly shouldn't take this trust for granted, should I? Therefore, I should focus on running the university properly and teaching the students how to cultivate immortality. Let the plan continue to proceed smoothly. And the most urgent task at hand is to ensure that the final exams are completed as soon as possible. Based on the final exam results, we will consider whether to make the existence of Piao University public during this winter break. This is of critical importance for the admissions process for the next academic year. If the existence of Piao University is made public, the structure of this world would undoubtedly undergo a profound transformation in no time. I wonder what the world will look like then. Come to think of it, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Su Ming stroked his chin, and a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Chapter 129. Final exams begin. The next day. Early morning. It was the middle of winter, with heavy snow falling and a cold wind blowing. The vast province of Shizhou had long been covered by merciless ice and frost, transforming it into a winter wonderland. Even the towering Jiuli Mountain, far from the city, was not spared. At the same time, snowflakes drifted like cotton, and the university campus was shrouded in a blanket of snow. 100 young boys and girls are about to take their first final exam. This final exam is of great significance. I hope everyone will take it seriously, perform to the best of their ability, and strive to achieve a score that will make them proud. At the same time, I would like to remind everyone to strictly adhere to the exam room rules. Any violations will be handled in accordance with school regulations. In the vast lecture hall, Su Ming stood at the podium with a stern expression, his voice loud and clear, exuding an air of authority. He scanned everyone in the classroom, his gaze so piercing it seemed as though he could see through everything. As soon as he finished speaking, the young boys and girls in the classroom immediately sucked in their breath, and no one dared to meet Su Ming's gaze. After all, each of them clearly remembered School Rule Number 72, those who cheat during exams or violate exam room discipline will be subject to a severe warning. Severe warning. This is no joke. If you accumulate 3 serious warnings, you will be expelled from school and permanently lose your eligibility to pursue cultivation. Such a severe punishment. It immediately sent a chill down the spines of the young boys and girls present. A few students who had planned to cheat were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they immediately abandoned their plans to cheat. In fact, such severe penalties had previously been collectively questioned by the students. After all, it's just cheating, right? To actually receive a severe warning is clearly excessive. But Su Ming's response was, at any school outside the university, cheating on exams will result in the inability to graduate and obtain a degree certificate. However, our university is a university dedicated to cultivating immortality, so it should naturally be even stricter than schools in the outside world. After all, the knowledge we cultivate is meant to be applied in real-world situations. If we can't even answer the questions on the exam about magical techniques, then what will happen in real combat when we face a critical moment and forget how to perform those techniques? The price you pay might be your life and the end of your path. This answer left the young men and women speechless. It also made them realize once again that their current identity was not only that of students, but also that of cultivators. Cultivators walking along a path that is both breathtakingly beautiful and incredibly perilous. Students who don't study hard may fail to graduate and struggle to find employment. But if they don't study hard, the cost could be their lives. Ring. Suddenly, the crisp school bell rang. Su Ming, standing at the lectern, smiled faintly. It's time for the exam. The final exams for the first semester of the first year at Piaomiao University have officially begun. The first component of the final exam is the theoretical written test. Now, begin answering the questions. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Suddenly, the young boys and girls sitting upright at their desks each found 2 A3-size test papers suddenly appearing on their desks. One was a test paper. One is an answer sheet. Of course. Each person receives an exam paper corresponding to the cultivation specialty they have chosen. Students in the Sword Control Department receive the Sword Control Department final exam questions. Students in the Refining Department receive the Refining Department final exam questions. The same applies to other courses. At this point, Su Ming waved his hand. A faint blue light screen suddenly appeared in front of the blackboard in the classroom. 2 lines of text appeared on the screen. Time remaining until the exam ends. 2 hours. The next second, the countdown begins. 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Watching the time start to decrease, the young boys and girls finally realized that the exam had truly begun. No one dared to waste any time. They all picked up their pens and lowered their heads, focusing intently on their exam papers. Final exams. It's officially started. Sword Wielding Series Final Exam Questions. Section 1, Multiple Choice Questions, 2 points per question, total 30 points. Question 1. In actual combat, how many sword styles are involved in the Frost and Snow Sword technique? Which one is the most important? A 3-type sword circling form. B 3-type sword splitting style. C 6-type sword splitting style. D 6-type sword wrapping style. Question 2. If a cultivator A at the peak of the foundation establishment stage uses the sword technique Blazing Sword Rain, and another cultivator B at the mid stage of the foundation establishment stage uses the sword technique Thunderous Slash, and the two clash, what would be the outcome? Cultivator A would win. B. The cultivator wins. C. Both lose. D. Cannot be determined. Question 3. Part 2. Fill in the blanks, 2 points per question, 20 points total. Question 1. There are 7 basic sword techniques that sword cultivators must master, which are, and. Question 2. The key to the Crimson Flame sword technique is to first utilize spiritual energy, then cover the sword in your hand with a layer of spiritual energy flames. Question 3. Section 3, short answer questions, 5 points per question, 20 points for the last question, total 50 points. Question 1, 5 points. Please briefly describe the basic skills that a sword-wielding cultivator needs to master. Question 2, 5 points. Please briefly describe the principles of the Star Flash sword technique. Question 7, 20 points. Analyze the principles behind the sword techniques of the Frost Snow Sword and the Crimson Flame Sword. Based on your understanding, try to combine the two to create a new sword technique. Refining System Final Exam Questions. Section 1, Multiple Choice Questions, 2 points per question, total 30 points. Question 1. Question 15. Part 2, fill in the blanks, 2 points per question, 20 points total. Question 1. Question 10. Part 3, short answer questions, 5 points each, with the last question worth 20 points, totaling 50 points. Question 1. Question 7, 20 points. The Xianlei Lu Bian is an extremely powerful martial art technique, and its second transformation is called Fu Lei Zhang. Please provide a detailed description of the execution process of the Fu Lei Palm, starting from the activation of spiritual energy. Based on your understanding, summarize the advantages and disadvantages of the Fu Lei Palm technique. Attempt to eliminate the disadvantages of the Fu Lei Zhang technique, enhance its advantages, and create a brand new martial arts technique. Alchemy Department Final Exam Questions. Section 1, Multiple Choice Questions, 2 points each, total 30 points. Part 2, fill in the blanks, 2 points per question, 20 points total. Section 3, Short Answer Questions, 5 points each, with the last question worth 20 points, for a total of 50 points. Question 7, 20 points. Based on all the alchemy knowledge you have learned this semester, develop a completely new type of elixir and use rigorous reasoning and calculation to prove its feasibility and reliability. This is an exam question from the final exam at Pyongyang University, and its format is identical to that of ordinary schools. The only difference is, the exams in regular schools test academic knowledge such as math, physics, and chemistry. However, the exams at the Ethereal University are entirely focused on cultivation knowledge. Time ticked away, second by second. In the large lecture hall, 100 young boys and girls quickly got into the groove. They leaned over their desks and began answering questions with intense concentration. In the spacious classroom, all that could be heard was the soft scratching sound of pencils on answer sheets. Soon, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, the first part of the final exam, the theoretical written test, came to an end. The young students put down their pens voluntarily and walked to the front of the classroom in an orderly fashion, handing their exam papers and answer sheets to Su Ming. Su Ming carried the exam papers and answer sheets back to his office. Meanwhile, the teenagers left in the classroom couldn't resist comparing their answers. The brothers from the Sword Arts Department, is the answer to question 10D? Are you crazy? Choose D? Such an easy question, it's obviously C. I chose C too. What? C? I'm screwed, I chose B. Girls, the sixth fill-in-the-blank question on the alchemy exam, isn't it spirit explosion reaction? I'm not sure. I filled in the principle of spiritual leap residual waves. You guys are so good. I couldn't do that question at all. Louis, what did you choose for the last 5 multiple choice questions in the practice exam? Ha? Me? I chose B, C, D, A, and C. I just picked them randomly, I don't know if they're correct. Dak? We picked the same. I'm just like Louis. We're good now. I got all 5 of the hardest multiple choice questions right. Oh no, I can't match any of your answers. I made so many mistakes too. Sigh. In the classroom, groups of young boys and girls gathered together, discussing the answers. Some looked worried, while others smiled happily. One side is filled with joyful shouts and cheers, while the other is filled with cries of despair. The lively atmosphere felt like everyone had returned to their middle school days, brimming with the energy of youth. However, just as the young boys and girls were engrossed in their conversation. Suddenly, all the phones in the room began to ring simultaneously with the familiar sound of WeChat message notifications. Everyone instinctively pulled out their phones to check and were instantly stunned. Pyongyang University Freshman Group. Su-Ming, everyone, the results of your theoretical written exams have been graded. You can download the files and check your scores and rankings on your own. Su-Ming, the final theory exam scores XLSX has been uploaded. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned. The exam results were out less than 20 minutes after the exam ended? That was so fast. Mr. Su corrected it so quickly. Amazing. The young boys and girls were filled with excitement and anticipation. They quickly downloaded and opened the file that Su-Ming had sent. Everyone searched anxiously for their scores and grades. 20 seconds later. I actually got 15th place in the class. Ha! Damn it! I knew I did badly. I came in 73rd in the class. I feel like dying. 55th in the class, average grades, I'm satisfied. Impossible. How could I be last? There must be a mistake. Come on, man, don't joke around. I know exactly what your level is. You're last, and I'm second to last. We're two peas in a pod. The classroom erupted once again. But soon, everyone's attention shifted to the top scorer of the exam. After all, in any exam, aside from one's own performance, the top scorer is undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Speaking of which, who came in first this time? I'm not sure, but I'll check the documents and find out. Damn it! The first one is actually Chapter 130, the second part of the exam practical application. The top-ranked student in the class is actually Tang Xiaoro from the Cultivation Science Department. She scored 98 points. Everyone stared at the phone screen in astonishment. At this result, they were both surprised and felt it was only natural. After all, as the only student in the entire school to choose the Immortal Science Department, Tang Xiaoro was always the fastest learner during theory classes. Even the two students with the highest cultivation levels in the class, Li Feian and Lin Muxue, couldn't match her. When it comes to learning theoretical knowledge, they are all a step behind her. Everyone knows this deep down. Tang Xiaoro's ability to learn theoretical knowledge is simply mind-blowing. And the first part of the final exam just happened to be on the theoretical knowledge she excels at. Therefore, it was only natural that Tang Xiaoro came in first place. No wonder it's Tang Xiaoro, she's truly amazing. It's not just impressive, you should know that Tang Xiaoro's department, the Cultivation Science Department, requires students to take 6 specialized courses: sword cultivation, body cultivation, artifact forging, pill refining, talismans, and array techniques. The course load is 6 times ours. This means the exam covers 6 times as many knowledge points as ours. Wow, the exam is harder than mine, and their scores are higher than ours? That's unbelievable. Yeah, Tang Xiaoro's theoretical knowledge is indeed more solid than any of us. However, when it comes to magical techniques and cultivation levels, that is her weak point. In the end, what truly matters for cultivators is the strength of one's own abilities. No matter how well one masters theoretical knowledge, it is nothing more than empty talk. This is not just my personal opinion. Mr. Su has set the theoretical written exam to account for only 20% of the final grade. The subsequent practical assessment and practical examination account for 30% and 50% of the final grade, respectively. This indicates that Mr. Su also believes that cultivation strength is the most important factor for cultivators. In summary, in subsequent exams, I do not hold high hopes for Tang Xiaoro. Her final overall score is unlikely to be very satisfactory. A short-haired guy with a muscular build began to analyze the situation. The few male classmates beside him listened and nodded in agreement, finding his words reasonable. However, their conversation was overheard by Lin Muxue, Lui, and Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro, however, didn't seem to care much about it. However, Lin Muxue, standing nearby, narrowed her eyes and walked directly up to the group of male students, her expression as cold as ice, and said, "I don't think Tang Xiaoro needs you to watch over her. Whether her final exam results are satisfactory or not is not something you can determine with just a single statement. We are all classmates, so I hope you understand the importance of respect." As soon as he said that, the short-haired guy from the cultivation system and the few guys beside him were all stunned, looking at each other in disbelief. By the time they had regained their composure, Lin Muxue had already left the classroom with Tang Xiaoro and Lui. Zhou Tao from the talisman department saw this and burst into laughter. "To ha ha. Gao Xiang, now I know why your ex-girlfriend cheated on you, huh?" Upon hearing Zhou Tao's words, Gao Xiang, with his short haircut, immediately flew into a rage. "Zhou Tao, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Tao couldn't help but laugh. "In front of so many people, you're teasing a girl. Are you just low in emotional intelligence, or are you just plain clueless?" Gao Xiang heard this and his expression immediately turned gloomy, his face looking extremely unpleasant. He immediately retorted, "I was just telling the truth. I didn't mean to deliberately belittle Tang Xiaoro. How am I being emotionally unintelligent and lacking common sense? Sigh, well, if you're happy, that's all that matters. Zhou Tao sighed helplessly. After saying that, he also left the classroom. Gao Xiang remained standing where he was. Although he appeared stubborn on the surface, deep down he couldn't help but think seriously about it. The next day, the second part of the final exam, the practical test, officially began. The first group to undergo the practical assessment is the 32 students from the Sword Arts department. Early morning. It was snowing heavily, and the cold wind was howling. The vast sword training square was already covered in a thick layer of ice and frost, making it extremely cold. The 32 young men and women of the sword-wielding department stood in perfect formation, arranged in 4 rows of 8, with 10 meters between each row. On the ground in front of each of them, each had a wooden sword deeply embedded in the ground. Only 1/3 of the wooden sword remained above the ground. One thing worth noting is, despite wearing only thin garments, the crowd felt no chill whatsoever. On the contrary, their faces were rosy, and they were full of energy. At that moment, Su Ming, standing at the front of the line, counted the number of people. After confirming that everyone was present, he enhanced his voice with spiritual energy and announced in a loud voice. The practical test for our sword control department is not complicated. Do you see the wooden sword stuck into the ground in front of each of you? No matter what method you use, all you need to do is pull the wooden sword out of the ground. The scoring criteria are simple: the shorter the time, the higher the score. Are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin the exam. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a massive pale blue light screen appeared above his head. A 5-minute countdown appeared clearly on the screen. Seeing this, the young boys and girls looked panicked and immediately realized that this exam still had a time limit. So everyone stopped standing around dumbfounded. Instead, they hurriedly lowered their heads, focusing all their attention and thoughts on the wooden sword deeply embedded in the ground before them. Suddenly, a short-haired boy said nothing. He grabbed the sword hilt and attempted to pull the wooden sword out with brute force. But no matter how he channeled all the spiritual energy within his body, exerting every ounce of strength he had, straining until his face turned red, the wooden sword on the ground didn't budge an inch. Something's wrong with this sword, the short-haired boy exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale, and they immediately realized that the sword on the ground had definitely been tampered with by Mr. Su. After all, with that male student's cultivation at the mid-stage of the foundation establishment realm, his arm strength was at least 10 tons. If it were an ordinary sword stuck in the ground, a force of 10 tons would never be able to pull it out. At this moment, everyone stared at the wooden sword before them, lost in thought. Everyone forced themselves to stay calm and began to think hard about how to draw the sword. Soon, the young boys and girls looked at the wooden sword stuck in the ground and simultaneously thought of an absolutely feasible solution. The sword-wielding practice square was covered in snow, and the ground beneath their feet was more like ice than soil. The wooden swords for this exam are stuck in the ice. They could easily use a fire-based spell capable of generating high temperatures to melt the ice around the wooden sword. In that case, the wooden sword could be easily pulled out. Thinking of this, the young men and women hurriedly gripped their sword hilts with both hands, simultaneously channeling their inner spiritual energy, preparing to draw their swords. However, just as everyone was about to cast their spells and draw their swords, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, a blinding golden flash of light erupted, accompanied by scorching, searing heat waves that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound in astonishment. They saw that Li Feiyan had already drawn the wooden sword from the ground. The wooden sword in his hand was burning with an extraordinary, crimson flame. Like divine fire from the heavens, it danced, flickered, and erupted with a blinding, heart-searing power. Even more shocking is, a massive ice pit appeared on the ground in front of Li Feiyan. Seeing this, everyone gasped in shock, instantly realizing what had happened. Li Feiyan wasn't just drawing his sword. He clearly used an incredibly powerful fire-based spell to blast open the ice surface that Su Teacher had personally tampered with using his own magic. This is essentially breaking Su Teacher's spell outright. What's even worse is, they had only just thought of using fire-based magic to pull the wooden sword out. Li Feiyan, however, had already taken the initiative and put his idea into action. Whether it was the agility of his thinking, or the strength of one's techniques, Li Feiyan has far surpassed them all. Unbelievable. This is just too damn incredible. Everyone was speechless, and couldn't help but marvel in awe. Not bad. Su Ming saw this and nodded with satisfaction. Li Feiyan, your score is 98. You may now leave the exam room. Li Feiyan smiled faintly. Got it, thank you, Mr. Su. With that, he left the sword fencing practice square amid the astonished glances of the crowd. However, Li Feiyan had only taken a few steps outside. He heard Su Ming's joyful voice coming from behind him. Very good. Su Juin, your score is 96. You may now leave the exam room. Li Feiyan, upon hearing this, instinctively turned his head to see which fire-based spell Su Juin, the student ranked just below him, had used to pull out the wooden sword. But when he looked closely, a rare look of astonishment flashed across his eyes. Because he noticed that the wooden sword in Su Juin's hand was neither engulfed in flames nor emanating any scorching heat. There were also no traces of melted ice on the ground in front of her. Only a thin sword mark remained on the ice. All of this proves the opponent neither used fire-based spells to melt the ice nor employed other methods to damage the ice and widen the cracks. Instead, they managed to pull the wooden sword out without damaging the ice surface in the slightest. However, the ice surface had indeed been tampered with by Su teacher using his magic. And yet, the wooden sword was pulled out so effortlessly. This is simply impossible. How did she do it? Li Feiyan furrowed his brows in confusion. Chapter 131, Su Juin's father's abusive rant. After a moment of confusion, Li Feiyan suddenly understood. It must be because Su Juin's cultivation level is higher than mine. Although my cultivation has reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, my cultivation level in sword manipulation is still stuck at the most basic stage of sword techniques. Meanwhile, Su Juin, a student at the mid-foundation establishment stage, wields a sword that may have transcended the realm of technique, reaching the realm of law, and is thus referred to as sword technique. With ease, he could draw the wooden sword, demonstrating such an enigmatic and extraordinary technique that it was impossible to fathom. The cultivation level of sword manipulation is indeed profound and endless. Li Feiyan couldn't understand Su Juin's sword techniques, but he was deeply shaken and murmured to himself. It seems that my first place in this exam is just an empty title. He smiled slightly. The real winner was her. For Li Feiyan. Although he was the top scorer in this exam. But deep down, he had already accepted that he had been defeated by his female classmate named Su Juin. After all, his sword was indeed no match for hers. His score was higher than his opponent's simply because the exam rules stipulated that the shorter the time taken to draw the sword, the higher the score. However, Su Juin's method of drawing the sword was clearly more skillful than his. However, this aspect was not included in the grading criteria for the exam. Therefore, from this perspective, he undoubtedly lost completely. However, Li Feiyan felt no trace of displeasure in his heart. Because he wasn't afraid of losing. What he fears is not being able to see himself clearly. There is nothing more terrifying than being unable to see oneself clearly. Tomorrow is the final exam, the practical assessment. While there's still time left, I should hurry back and practice a few more sword techniques. Li Feiyan smiled faintly, turned around, and silently left the sword practice square. At 8:30 in the morning, the practical examination for the sword-wielding department came to an end. All the results were compiled into an electronic spreadsheet and shared in the class group chat. The sword practice square was blanketed in heavy snow. Looking at her second-place ranking in her major, Su Juin couldn't help but feel genuinely happy. At that moment, she was smiling like a pure, flawless white lily. Chen Xinyan, upon hearing of her excellent grades, immediately sent a WeChat message, praising Su Juin endlessly. Su Juin didn't pretend to be modest either, but simply said that she was indeed very satisfied with her performance. After all, a score of 96 would easily place her in the top 10 even when compared to the entire class across all majors. In this highly competitive exam, this is definitely a great result. However, just as Su Juin was feeling happy, her father, Su Jinyan, suddenly called her. Su Juin stared at the phone screen. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed instantly, and her expression grew incredibly complex. After a few seconds of hesitation, Su Juin finally decided to answer the call. "Hello, Dad, what's the matter?" Su Juin asked in a calm tone. On the other end of the line came Su Jinyan's stern voice. "Hello, Juin, Dad has something urgent to ask you." Su Juin asked in confusion, "What's the urgent matter?" "Dad wants to ask you, where are you right now?" "I'm at school." "What's up, Dad?" "School? Which school?" "Me, I'm here." Su Juin hesitated. She really didn't know how to answer this question. Just then, Su Jinyan on the other end of the phone suddenly erupted in anger, shouting harshly. "Humph! Su Juin, you have some nerve. How dare you keep it from me and skip school for an entire semester? If it weren't for the principal of 3rd middle school contacting me earlier to ask why you hadn't reported to school all semester and whether you had transferred to another school, I wouldn't even have known about this. I never would have imagined that you good for nothing, would dare to keep it from me and skip school for an entire semester. Tell me the truth, where have you been wandering around for the past 4 months? Your grades are poor, and you're not making any effort that's bad enough. You're a girl, and you're being so rebellious. Do you want to drive me and your mother to our graves?" Hearing this, Su Juin felt a sharp pain in her heart. She remained silent for a moment before explaining. "Dad, I wasn't fooling around. I didn't go back to study at number 3 middle school because I went to another school. The final exams have already started at school these past 2 days, and I'll come back once they're over." Su Juin's words, Su Jinyan didn't believe a single word, still furious. You're nothing but a scoundrel. Now you've even learned to lie. You're full of lies. You went to another school? Then tell me, what's the name of the school you went to? I'll go to your school myself and ask the principal to verify it. Let's see if you're really at school. Su Juyin frowned and said, I can't say anything right now. According to school regulations, students are not allowed to disclose the existence of the ethereal university to the outside world, or they will face severe punishment. Therefore, Su Juyin was fully aware that no matter how distressed or wrong she felt at that moment, she absolutely must not reveal the truth to her father. Su Jinyan was furious. Haha, you still can't say it? I think you're running out of ideas, aren't you? Alright, I don't want to waste my breath on you anymore. You, hurry up, immediately, right now, get your butt back home. Otherwise, you'll never come back, and I'll disown you as my daughter. Day after day, you show no ambition whatsoever, spending all your time indulging in pleasure. Now you're not even trying to improve yourself, and you're skipping school behind your parents' backs. I can see you're never going to amount to anything in this life. I wonder what kind of karma I accumulated in my previous life to deserve such a useless daughter like you. Sigh. Su Jinyan's words cut deep, and Su Juyin could barely bear to listen anymore. In her clear eyes, tears were beginning to well up. But Su Jinyan was still cursing angrily. Su Juyin, I have warned you solemnly. If you fail to get into a decent university in this year's college entrance exam, our father-daughter relationship will be severed forever. You're such a good-for-nothing daughter. You'll only bring shame to the family. I don't want you. You worthless thing, you're going to drive me to my grave. Before Su Jinyan could finish speaking, Su Juyin clenched her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, and interrupted him. Dad, don't say that. Dad, don't say another word. Wait until the final exams are over tomorrow, and I'll bring the report card back to you the day after tomorrow. I need to go to the library to prepare for tomorrow's exam. I'll hang up now. Bye. Listening to the sound of the phone being hung up, Su Jinyan on the other end of the line was so angry he was grinding his teeth. He was furious because other people's children were well-behaved and obedient, while his own daughter was utterly rebellious. What made him even more furious was that the children of his relatives and friends were all outstanding, having all been admitted to top universities in the country, with bright futures ahead of them, shining as brightly as stars in the sky. Meanwhile, his own daughter struggles to even meet the minimum requirements for a bachelor's degree and shows no ambition whatsoever. Such a disappointment. Such a failure. How could he not be angry? Oh, what a disgrace. Su Jinyan shook his head and sighed, feeling utterly disappointed. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Juyin headed straight to the school library. She sat at her desk, just as she always did, fully focused and engrossed in flipping through professional books related to swordplay. Just as she had said. She needs to prepare well for tomorrow's exam. No matter what, she must get good grades and bring the report card home to show her father. That's right. It's the Cultivation Achievement transcript from the Ethereal University. Meanwhile, 7 Seas City. In the principal's office of Chihai City 3rd Middle School. The school's academic director, Mr. Zhang, was being summoned for a meeting by the principal himself, and the tone was extremely stern. Mr. Zhang, you have been a teacher for 10 years. But now, I strongly advise you to pack your things and leave immediately. You've been fired. The principal sat at his desk, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice, his expression and tone both extremely serious. Standing before him, Mr. Zhang was completely taken aback. Principal, I don't understand at all. Is it really because I called the parent of the student named Su Juyin and informed them that their child hadn't come to school to register? Is that really the reason you want to fire me? The principal snorted coldly. So, you know what a stupid thing you did, huh? Mr. Chen, I'll be blunt. Even if you are passive and lazy in your educational work, neglect your duties, or even abuse your public authority for personal gain, engage in bribery, I can tolerate all of that. But the foolish thing you just did is absolutely unforgivable. That's the bottom line. Upon hearing the principal's words, Mr. Chen was completely speechless. Such extremely malicious behavior could be tolerated. But you can't tolerate him making a phone call to a student's parent? Or is this a matter of principle? What on earth is going on here? Chapter 132, Practical Testing of the Refining System. Mr. Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't tell whether it was the principal who had lost his mind or himself. He never could have imagined it. The principal actually fired him over such a trivial matter, using a completely unreasonable excuse. Just because of this trivial matter, you want to fire me? Zhang teacher was utterly baffled and couldn't believe it. The principal slammed his palm on the table in a fit of rage and shouted. I have emphasized this to you many times before. That student named Su Juyin who didn't show up at school, don't bother with her. Don't bother with her. And under no circumstances should you contact her parents or inform them of this matter. Why can't you understand what I'm saying? This is a major matter that the higher-ups personally came to my doorstep and repeated to me no fewer than 10 times. Do you know who the leader who came to my door was? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. He's the governor of our province, a high-ranking official. Now, do you still think this is a minor matter? Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he couldn't help but gasp in shock. A deputy director level position? Even a high-ranking official of this level has personally intervened. Who on earth is this student named Su Juin? Even more baffling is the fact that the matter that the senior leader had repeatedly emphasized was simply not to inform the student's parents that she had not reported to school. How is that possible? What the hell is going on here? Mr. Zhang felt like he was about to lose his mind. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with anything. He couldn't figure out what logical connection there was between the two. This is utterly absurd. He once thought he must be dreaming. But the dizzying sensation told him that it was all happening in reality. It's fake, definitely fake. Principal, you're joking with me, right? Mr. Zhang snapped back, his expression blank. The principal didn't respond, but continued to stare at him with a stern expression. In fact, Mr. Zhang knew very well that the principal, who was always serious and proper, would never joke around or lie. But he still couldn't bring himself to believe that it was true. This can't be true. I'll call the Education Bureau right now to clarify this. Even if you're the principal, you have no authority to fire me directly. Mr. Zhang said this while rushing out of the principal's office in a panic. But as soon as he stepped out of the office door, 6 uniformed police officers cuffed his hands. Zhang Luwen, right? We're from State Security. You're suspected of endangering the public safety of the Great Xia Kingdom. Please come with us. The police officer showed his ID and spoke in a calm tone, uttering a sentence that carried a heavy sense of authority. At that moment, Mr. Zhang's brain completely shut down. Watching Mr. Zhang being led away, the principal's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. In fact, even he hasn't figured out what's going on yet. All he could recall was that, in the days leading up to this, the high-ranking officials had visited his home multiple times, wearing solemn expressions and speaking in a tone of deep concern, to inform him of the matter with the utmost seriousness. This matter concerns the very safety and security of the entire Great Xia Kingdom. He must do whatever it takes, even at the cost of everything, to ensure the work is done properly. This left him feeling utterly shocked and confused. Because he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. A 17-year-old high school girl with an ordinary background, average academic performance, and as ordinary as they come. How could she possibly be connected to national security? This is utterly incomprehensible. I've never heard of such a thing. How strange. After living for decades, this is the first time I've ever encountered such a strange occurrence. I wonder what those higher-ups are thinking. The principal took a sip of tea and sighed in utter confusion. A myriad of doubts swirled in his mind, causing him great distress. The ethereal university. After the practical examination of the Sword Control Department concluded, the practical examination of the Alchemy Department began at 9 o'clock in the morning. Our refining system's practical examination was straightforward and uncompromising. Do you see that massive 5-element stone beside me? What you need to do is unleash all your strength and deliver your most powerful punch at this 5-element stone. Finally, I will evaluate everyone based on the extent of the cracks on the 5-element stone. The exam will officially begin in 10 minutes. You now have ample time to think about how to throw that punch. As Su Ming finished announcing the exam rules, the candidates in the training system on the playground began discussing among themselves. Holy crap, I never thought the practical test for our training system would be about who's stronger and has harder fists. This is way too simple and brutal. Simple and brutal? Think about it again. That thing is made of 5-element stone. You're right, it's 5-element stone. You're absolutely right, it's the 5-element stone. The 5-element stone is incredibly hard and can only be destroyed when attacked simultaneously by the 5 elemental energies of wind, fire, ice, thunder, and water. This means that the punch we deliver must simultaneously unleash the 5 spiritual energy attributes of wind, fire, ice, thunder, and water. Furthermore, each elemental energy attribute released should have as equal a force as possible to achieve a delicate balance, thereby inflicting the greatest possible damage on the 5 elements. These theories are easy to analyze, but putting them into practice is another matter entirely. Is as difficult as climbing Mount Everest. Yeah, to achieve all that, we need to have an extremely precise and detailed control over spiritual energy. That's just too difficult. Just being able to simultaneously unleash 5 different spiritual energy attributes is already difficult enough, and now we have to balance those 5 forces as well. Damn it, are the exam questions for our cultivation system going to be beyond our level? Damn it, isn't this exam question way beyond our curriculum? Exactly, this is way too hard. Everyone was discussing it, repeatedly saying how difficult it was. However, just when everyone was still looking gloomy, in a lineup that was almost entirely male. With her slender figure and skin as white as snow, Louis had already made her way to the front of the line, standing before the massive 5-element stone. She looked at Su Ming with a gentle smile. Mr. Su, I'm ready. Can we begin the exam now? At that moment, less than half a minute had passed since the preparation time began. Su Ming was slightly startled, but then smiled and nodded, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yi didn't hesitate for a moment, swinging her fist out decisively. As her slender, fair hands clenched into fists, the girl who had previously looked soft and adorable suddenly transformed into a domineering and formidable figure. In the blink of an eye, she was a completely different person. Boom! Sizzle! Hoo! In an instant, the 5 spiritual energy attributes wind, fire, ice, thunder, and water manifested and bloomed on her right arm and fists. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by a dazzling display of vibrant multicolored mystical light. She struck out with a single punch, as swift as thunder, with the force of 1,000 pounds, containing a terrifying power that struck fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. The next second, bang! All that could be seen was flying debris and dust everywhere. When the dust settled, everyone looked closely. The 5-element stone before Lu Yi, which had been twice her height, had completely vanished, leaving nothing but a pile of powder on the ground. Seeing this scene, the remaining 22 male students in the training program were all left speechless. One after another, they were speechless with astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Chapter 133, I told you to forge weapons, and you make a handgun? The practical test is over. The boys were all dumbfounded. They hadn't even figured out how to throw a punch yet. But Lu Yi had already completed the exam ahead of schedule. Moreover, with just one punch, she shattered the incredibly hard Wuxuan stone in an instant. It shattered into pieces, sending dust flying everywhere. To understand the rules of this exam, one only needs to evaluate the extent of the cracks in the 5-element stones to determine the score. However, Lu Yi shattered the 5-element stone into a pile of and a heap of powder with a single punch. This performance far exceeded the scoring criteria for this exam. Such power. Such mastery over spiritual energy. It's just way too terrifyingly powerful. Is this even human? Damn it, anyone dare to tell me that Lu Yi is a sweet girl again? This is no match for me. Am I just pretending to be a cultivator? Why, when we're all men in our 20s and supposedly specializing in physical cultivation, can we not even match a single woman? Everyone began to exclaim in astonishment. Everyone found it hard to imagine. If Lu Yi had landed that punch on herself just now, the outcome would have been terrifying. Not long after, the practical testing of the refining system was successfully completed. Lu Yi easily secured first place in the exam with a score of 98. Zhao Kai came in second with a score of 95. The remaining students also scored quite well, with all scores ranging from 80 to 92. Su Ming was very satisfied with this. After all, everyone in the class scored above 80, which indicates that the students' foundational physical training is already very solid, even excellent. It seems that my hard work over the past 4 months has not been in vain, Su Ming said with satisfaction. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The practical examination for the alchemy department officially began. The practical examination for the alchemy department consists of the following content. Within half an hour, refine a pill that can temporarily enhance one's cultivation strength. The better the efficacy and the fewer the side effects, the higher the score. After Su Ming announced the exam requirements, the young men and women of the alchemy department immediately got into the zone, fully focused on developing their alchemy strategies. Soon, the 11 alchemy furnaces in the alchemy classroom were gradually lit by the young boys and girls. Everyone was extremely serious and began refining the elixir in an orderly manner. Phew! Boom! Sizzle! Since everyone has different approaches to refining pills, therefore, the reactions produced in the alchemy furnace are also different. Some choose to use lightning-attributed spiritual energy to dominate the entire alchemy process, causing electric arcs to burst forth inside and outside the furnace, accompanied by crackling sounds. Others, however, opt to refine the elixir using ice-attributed spiritual energy, causing the temperature around the alchemy furnace to plummet sharply, condensing into frost and creating an extremely cold environment. For a moment, the alchemy classroom was filled with spells manifesting the spiritual energy attributes of wind, fire, water, ice, and thunder. The entire scene was bathed in a dazzling glow, so bright it was almost blinding. Half an hour later, the young boys and girls were exhausted and covered in sweat, and the exam had come to an end. Despite the exhaustion, Su Ming remained deeply satisfied with the outcome of the exam. Because the exam scores of all the alchemy students were above 82 points. Among them, a girl named Zhang Xiaolu achieved an impressive score of 97 points. This was because the medicinal pill she had refined had effects that were perfectly suited to the content of this exam. The pill she had concocted not only temporarily boosted her cultivation power by 15 times. Moreover, they have almost no side effects, truly deserving the title of perfect. As for the remaining students, the potency of the pills they refined could only enhance their cultivation strength by a maximum of 13 times, and the side effects were also relatively noticeable. Nevertheless, the pills they refine far exceed the passing standard and can be considered excellent. Afternoon. It was still snowing heavily, with the cold wind howling. The practical examination content for the alchemy department is to forge any weapon within 2 hours. The more practical and well-suited the weapon, the higher the score. As soon as Su Ming finished announcing the exam content, the 8 male students from the alchemy department, along with Tang Xiao from the cultivation science department, immediately focused their attention and began brainstorming ideas for forging weapons. Due to the special nature of her major, Tang Xiao had to attend all 6 of her professional courses every day. Therefore, for this practical examination, she must participate in the practical component of each of her specialized courses. The content of this exam is not simple. Within just 2 hours, one must forge a weapon that is both practical and well-suited for use. However, there are countless types of weapons in the world. Which one is the most practical and best suited for the task? Moreover, the answer to this question is obviously still a matter of personal preference. This left the 9 candidates present feeling torn. However, they were given little time to think. Within just over 10 minutes of designing the weapon's form and conceptualizing the principles of its energy flow, the 9 candidates rushed to begin forging their creations. Melting raw iron, infusing spiritual energy, and casting spiritual iron. Hammering, infusing spirit, sharpening the edge, forging complete. The entire process of weapon forging can be summarized in just 2 sentences. However, the difficulties and intricacies involved can only be truly understood by those who have personally experienced the process of refining artifacts. 2 hours later, the exam came to an end. The 9 candidates present were all exhausted, gasping for breath, and drenched in sweat. The exam results came as a surprise to Su Ming. Because the students in the alchemy department all have extremely high alchemy skills. Everyone's scores are above 85. The highest score was achieved by a boy named Zhang Daniu. The 9-foot-long sword he forged was swung through the air with a single stroke, unleashing a colossal and intense flame that erupted instantly, slicing through the sky and leaving a blinding crimson trail of flame in its wake. Its might was terrifying, sweeping away all in its path. Blazing flames, scorching hot, striking fear into the hearts of all who behold them. In response, Su Ming awarded it a high score of 96 points. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the weapons forged by Tang Xiao left everyone speechless. After all, no one had expected it. Tang Xiao actually managed to forge a handgun. That's right. It's the kind of handgun that can fire bullets. Unlike ordinary handguns, the handgun forged by Tang Xiao is made from spirit iron, making it far more durable and robust than ordinary handguns. The bullets fired from it, imbued with spiritual energy, have significantly greater speed and power than those from ordinary handguns. The pistol was quite comfortable to handle. However, its operating principle is the same as that of a conventional handgun. The firing pin strikes the primer of the bullet, and the kinetic energy generated by the explosion of gunpowder propels the bullet forward. This has little to do with the art of weapon forging practiced by cultivators. Although the idea is good, it ultimately strays from the main topic. After some compromise, Su Ming could only give it an 85. This left Tang Xiao at the bottom of the class in the practical assessment of the alchemy department. However, after Su Ming explained the reason for the deduction to Tang Xiao not only showed no signs of disappointment or sadness, but instead looked as though a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. She excitedly said to Su Ming, "Thank you, Mr. Su. I understand now." After saying that, he hurriedly left the exam room. Su Ming didn't know why Tang Xiao was so excited. But he had a premonition. The other party was probably up to something else that would catch him off guard. 3:30 p.m. The practical examination for the talisman department officially began. The exam content is extremely simple and straightforward. Within half an hour, draw a lightning-attracting talisman. The stronger the power generated by the talisman, the higher the score. As soon as Su Ming finished announcing the exam rules, the young boys and girls on the playground immediately furrowed their brows. For the exam's content was neither easy nor simple, it was just right. As we all know, the talismans used by cultivators are composed of 2 parts, talisman paper and talisman patterns. Symbolic patterns are special symbols that contain the laws of the heavens and the will of the cultivator. When different symbol patterns are combined in various ways on a talisman paper, they can give rise to countless mystical and profound magical techniques. But the problem is, as one of the most basic talismans, the thunder summoning symbol has thousands of possible combinations of symbols that can be drawn. However, each combination of patterns results in a thunder summoning symbol with varying levels of power, and some can even be described as vastly different. Therefore, what was causing the talisman writing candidates present to scratch their heads was, which talismans to combine in order to maximize the power of the thunder summoning talisman? Regarding this question, some candidates racked their brains, tried every possible solution, and wasted dozens of talismans. Others frowned deeply, standing motionless in place, growing increasingly frantic, until just 3 minutes before the exam ends, when they finally summoned their spiritual energy to begin drawing the talismans. Others remained calm and composed from the start, drawing the talismans with clear thoughts and in an orderly manner. Soon, half an hour passed, and the exam ended. Su Ming began to grade each of the lightning-attracting talismans drawn by the crowd. The result was that every student in the class scored above 85 points. After all, the lightning summoning symbols the students drew were indeed quite powerful. As soon as the talismans were released, a blinding white lightning bolt instantly descended from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar and a crackling sound. The sheer force of the display is enough to send shivers down your spine. That's right. This is the average level of candidates in the talisman and amulet department. As for those with top grades, there are Zhou Tao and Sakura Chio. They're two lightning summoning talismans. The former summoned a crimson thunderbolt imbued with fire-attributed spiritual energy. The latter summoned the frost thousand-ton thunder, which emanated ice-attributed spiritual energy. The thunder-summoning talismans of the two of them were more than 3 times as powerful as those of the others. Therefore, Su Ming awarded them 95 points. The most outstanding performer in this exam was the girl who demonstrated her talent for talismans on the first day of school, Chen Xinyan. The thunder-summoning talisman she drew actually summoned the 5 elements Crimson Heaven Thunder, which emanated the 5 elemental energies of ice, fire, water, wind, and wood. As soon as she released the talisman, the heavens and earth trembled, and in an instant, the sky grew dark and the heavens were shrouded in black clouds. Immediately afterward, a massive multicolored lightning bolt suddenly struck down from the heavens, shaking the earth and filling the skies with a deafening roar. Upon witnessing this scene, the students were all speechless, staring in disbelief. Even Su Ming couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Chen Xinyan, this student, truly deserves to be someone who can comprehend the thunder Dao patterns out of thin air. Such an exam is no match for her. Therefore, Su Ming awarded Chen Xinyan a high score of 98 points. 4:30 p.m. The final exam for the Cultivation major, the practical assessment for the array formation department, has also begun. Candidates must design and set up a spirit gathering array within 2 hours. As the name suggests, a spirit gathering array is essentially an array that gathers spiritual energy from the surrounding area. The rule for evaluating performance is simple. The more concentrated the spiritual energy gathered by the formation, the higher the score. As Su Ming finished announcing the exam content, the young boys and girls on the playground immediately became serious. However, they did not rush to begin setting up the formation. Instead, they all fell into deep thought, sketching out rough designs for the spirit gathering formation in their minds. An array, in essence, is formed by the combination of multiple array patterns. Different array patterns possess different powers and embody different principles and truths. When they are combined in various ways, they can produce countless incredibly mysterious and powerful abilities. This is the principle behind how formations can achieve specific effects and functions. Therefore, when arranging an array formation, the choice of array patterns and the method of combination directly affect the strength of the formation. Therefore, before arranging an array formation, it is essential to carefully consider every detail and think it through thoroughly. This is the fundamental quality that every array formation cultivator must possess. 2 hours later, the young boys and girls had already set up their respective spirit gathering arrays on the playground. Su Ming began to evaluate them one by one. The results were still quite satisfactory to him. Everyone in the class had set up their spirit gathering arrays quite well. Almost all of them can make the spiritual energy within the array 15 to 3 times denser than the outside environment. Therefore, Su Ming gave very high scores, with everyone scoring above 86 points. Among them, Xia Luyun stood out with the highest scores. The spirit gathering array he designed could concentrate spiritual energy within the array to about 5 times its normal density, producing remarkable and extraordinary results. Even his classmates couldn't stop praising him. Su Ming also gave it a high score of 96 points. However, his score was not the highest. The student with the highest score in this exam is actually a girl named Lin Muxue. The spirit gathering array she set up could make the spiritual energy within the array 10 times denser than that outside. As soon as the array was activated, spiritual energy from all directions instantly transformed into countless white threads of energy, surging into the array like a flood. The countless white threads of energy also stirred up wave after wave of relentless, powerful gales, howling loudly. The wind was so strong it nearly knocked people off their feet. In addition to that, the structure of this formation is also incredibly ingenious. It clearly uses only the most common array patterns and the simplest combinations, yet it produces results that surpass even the most complex formations. Even Su Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise at this. He found it hard to believe that the formation had been set up by someone who had only been practicing for less than half a year. Such a profound understanding of formations is something that even someone with extraordinary talent would typically need at least 3 years to achieve. This girl named Lin Muxue truly lives up to her reputation as one of the top students in the class. Indeed, she has extraordinary potential and should not be underestimated. Her future is likely to be limitless. Su Ming's lips curved into a smile, and he smiled with satisfaction. Finally, given Lin Mushue's outstanding performance, Su Ming did not hesitate to award her a perfect score of 100 points. That's right. In this practical exam, Lin Mushue ranked first and achieved the highest score in the entire school. At this point, the practical examination of the 6 gates of immortality cultivation had all been successfully completed. Tomorrow, the final component of the end-of-term exams at the Ethereal University is about to begin the practical assessment. Once the practical assessment is complete, the final rankings for this semester's grades will finally be revealed. And that is precisely why all 100 young men and women of the Ethereal University were now filled with excitement and anticipation. This is it, the practical exam is tomorrow. If I'm unlucky and end up facing Li Guo right off the bat, what am I going to do? Stay positive. Think about it this way, if you end up facing that good-for-nothing Lu Mang in your first match, wouldn't that basically mean you're already through to the next round? That does make a bit of sense. What sense does that make? Sure fatso, you're just a alchemist. Where do you get the confidence to think you can beat me? I'm at least a sword master, you know? With your skills, do you think I'd just randomly attack you? Ha, you really think we alchemists are all pushovers? Alright, since you're not convinced, let's settle this on the battlefield tomorrow. You two amateurs, stop talking trash. If you've got the time, you'd be better off practicing more. You're right. The practical exam is tomorrow. Anyone up for heading to the field together? We can practice and warm up first. I specialize in the system, I'll go with you. I'm in the talisman school, I'll go too. Let's go, everyone. Let's all go out and practice together. The boys headed to the playground one after another, preparing to practice and spar with each other in advance. Meanwhile, girls' dormitory. At that moment, the girls were also heading to the classrooms of various cultivation specialties in groups, preparing to practice the magical techniques they were unfamiliar with once more. On their way to the classrooms, they couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. The practical exam is tomorrow, and I'm so nervous. What should I do? Rather than being nervous, I'm more curious about how well I actually perform and what rank I can achieve. Speaking of rankings, who do you think will be first in this exam? Based on the current situation, the top spot is likely to go to either Li Feiyan or Lin Mushue. Just as I thought, this final exam will definitely be a head-to-head race between the two of them for first place. No way. Chen Xinyan is also really good at symbol magic. I actually think she has a good chance. The final exam competition is intense this time. I can't wait to see who will come in first. The girls chatted idly, their hearts filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Su Ming, who was analyzing the students' exam results, was also feeling a bit curious at that moment. Who would be the top student in this final exam? Li Feiyan from the Sword Arts Department? Lin Mushue of the Formation Arts Division? Chen Xinyan from the Talismans Division? Lu Yi of the Alchemy System? Or perhaps Zhang Xiaolu from the Alchemy Department or Zhang Dania from the Weapon Forging Department? To be honest, even Su Ming dares not to say who will be the first. After all, he was well aware that these students all possessed extraordinary potential and talent. In their respective fields, they are all top-tier talents. Despite their impressive results in the first 2 exams, Li Feiyan and Lin Mushue secured first and second place respectively. However, the first 2 exams only account for 50% of the total score. The remaining 50% will all be determined in tomorrow's practical assessment. In short, tomorrow's exam accounts for a very high percentage of the final grade. Therefore, even students who perform slightly below average in the first 2 exams still have a chance to turn their fortunes around and pass tomorrow's exam. It seems like tomorrow's exam will be quite exciting. Su Ming smiled faintly. In addition to that, actually, what Su Ming is more concerned about now is that the final results of tomorrow's final exam will finally be released. He can finally make an accurate assessment of the students' overall abilities. If the assessment is passed, then he could freely announce the existence of the Ethereal University to the world during this winter break. This is what Su Ming is most looking forward to right now. Chapter 134, The Final Exams Are Over. January 12, 2025. In the depths of winter, the vast province of Shizhou was blanketed in a layer of white snow, transforming the landscape into a winter wonderland. The biting cold wind and icy snow seemed to be warning the millions of people in this city of something. Today, the first semester final exams for the 2025 class of Pyongyang University have finally come to an end. As for the process and results, let's start with the former. On the evening before the practical assessment, Su Ming made last-minute changes to the exam rules. The original one-on-one advancement system, where scores were based on final rankings, was changed to candidates fighting against mid-stage demon beasts individually, with scores determined by the time it took to defeat the demon beasts. The reason for this change is as follows. because Su Ming considered that the former might involve many unfair factors. For example, if two students with vastly different abilities were matched against each other in the first round, this would undoubtedly be highly unfair to the weaker student. As a result, the student would only be able to achieve the lowest grades. They wouldn't even have the opportunity to compete against students of comparable ability. Therefore, Su Ming could only temporarily modify the exam content. Each student was required to fight a demon beast of the same size, species, and cultivation level, with scores determined by the time it took to defeat the demon beast. This not only controls variables but also ensures absolute fairness. It can also allow students to gain some experience in battling demon beasts during this exam. After all, in this world, demons are about to awaken. This generation of cultivators is destined to fight in battle against the demonic beasts. Gaining some experience in battling demon beasts beforehand will only benefit them. This way, it's a win-win situation. Now let's talk about the results of the exam. This practical assessment exam was held on the school playground. 100 students spent 6 hours and successfully defeated all the demon beasts, successfully completing the exam. Overall, the students' performance was quite commendable. The vast majority of students scored above 80 points. The few students with weaker abilities also scored well above the passing line, reaching over 70 points. Meanwhile, the students with the highest scores and the best performance, as expected, they were all the people Su Ming had always held in high regard. They are as follows. Li Feiyan of the Sword Control Division, who defeated a demon beast in 8 seconds, scoring 100 points. Formation Arts Division, Lin Muxue, defeated demon beast in 9 seconds, 100 points. Symbol and Scroll Division, Shen Xinyan, 36 seconds, 96 points. Sword Control Division, Lin Feng, 58 seconds, 95 points. Sword Wielding Style Su Zhuyin, 1 minute 3 seconds, 95 points. Lian System, Louis, 1 minute 15 seconds, 94 points. Training System Zhao Kai, 1 minute 27 seconds, 94 points. Fu Lu Department, Zhou Tao, 1 minute 35 seconds, 93 points. Fu Lu Department, Zhou Qiyu, 1 minute 36 seconds, 93 points. Alchemy Department, Zhang Xiaolu, 1 minute 39 seconds, 93 points. Formation Department, Xia Luyun, 2 minutes 5 seconds, 90 points. Alchemy Department, Zheng Dainiu, 2 minutes 12 seconds, 90 points. The students who scored 90 points or above are these 12 individuals. Additionally, to Su Ming's surprise, Li Feiyan and Lin Muxue's performance in this exam was simply too outstanding. In just 8 or 9 seconds, they effortlessly defeated the demon beast at the mid-foundation establishment stage. It was almost an instant kill. This resulted in both of them tying for first place. Even compared to the second place finisher, it was a landslide victory. Although Su Ming knew they were exceptionally talented in cultivation. However, he never imagined that their combined strength had already reached such an absurdly high level. In response to this, Su Ming was both surprised and deeply gratified. At that moment, it seems he now understands why teachers always favor students with good grades. Finally, here are the final grades for this semester's final exam. After Su Ming compiled and organized the results of the 3 exams for the students, the final overall scores and rankings for the end-of-term exams will be announced 2 hours after the exams conclude. That means right now, at 8:20 p.m., they're fresh off the press. To allow students to view their exam results as soon as possible and provide an opportunity to reflect on the final exam, Su Ming decided to gather all 100 students in the classroom and hold a class meeting. At that very moment, in the vast lecture hall, the young boys and girls sitting in their seats were all whispering to each other, discussing animatedly, and chatting enthusiastically. Every face was radiant with excitement and anticipation. I'm so nervous. The results are about to be announced. Yeah, I've been studying for over 4 months. I really want to know how many points I got. During the practical exam, I made too many mistakes casting spells incorrectly and using the wrong techniques. I'm definitely doomed for the final exam. Me too. When I saw that snake-like demon beast, my legs were shaking uncontrollably. Due to nervousness, my spiritual energy scattered while I was controlling the sword, and it took me a full 3.5 minutes to finally kill the demon beast. Sigh. Speaking of today's practical exam, Li Feiyan and Lin Muxue were absolutely amazing. One sword chi transformed into a form, piercing through 10,000 hearts. A dual-form ultimate array, a realm of ice and fire. The scene was breathtaking. Su Zhuyin is pretty cool too. During the practical exam, her sword moves were as swift as the wind and as powerful as thunder. Every move was as smooth as flowing water, executed flawlessly. She didn't use much spiritual energy but instead relied solely on her masterful sword techniques, striking the demon beast one blow after another until it lost all vitality. The performance was absolutely breathtaking, just like the sword masters in the movies. When it comes to visual appeal, who can compare to Louis from the alchemy system? When she fights demon beasts, her punches, palms, elbows, knees, kicks, pulls, and collisions are all accompanied by ice, lightning, or fire-attributed spiritual energy. The visual impact of each blow landing on the target is so intense it makes your blood boil. It's hard to believe such terrifying combat techniques could be performed by a girl. Speaking of which, this final exam was truly thrilling. I wonder what the final rankings will be. Just as the young boys and girls were chatting excitedly, Su Ming, standing at the lectern, cleared his throat and spoke aloud. Everyone, please quiet down. Now, I will announce the final overall scores for this semester's final exams. That's all. The young men and women in the audience fell silent at once. 100 pairs of eyes turned simultaneously toward the projection screen on the blackboard. Everyone held their breath at that moment, their expressions tense and excited. For a moment, the classroom suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Soon, Su Ming moved the mouse and opened the document. On the projection screen, an Excel spreadsheet appeared prominently. Clearly arranged on it were the final grades and final rankings of every student. And when everyone saw their own grades and rankings, all 100 students in the classroom were suddenly thrown into chaos. Chapter 135, The Mysterious University is Revealed to the World. Final exam results. First place, Formation Department, Lin Muxue, 148 points. Second place, Sword Control Division, Li Feiyan, 147 points. Third place, Shen Xinyan of the Symbol and Scroll Division, 140 points. Fourth place, Su Zhuyin from the Sword Control Department, 137 points. Fifth place, Sword Control Division, Lin Feng, 135 points. Sixth place, Louis of the Refining System, 1,345 points. Seventh place, Zhou Tao from the Symbol System, 134 points. Eighth place, Alchemy Department, Zhao Kai, 1,335 points. Ninth place, Symbol System, Sawa Chio, 132 points. 10th place, Alchemy Department, Zhang Xiaolu, 131 points. 21st place, Xia Luyun from the Array Formation Department, 1,255 points. 22nd place, Alchemy Division, Shi Guanqi, 125 points. 23rd place, Sword Control Du Yuhang, 1,245 points. 55th place, Wu Mengling from the Talismans Department, 113 points. 76th place, Xiaoxian Science Department, Tang Xiaro, 1035 points. 77th place, Alchemy Department, Sun Xiaohui, 103 points. 91st place, Sword Control Department, Lu Mang, 96 points. 92nd place, Alchemy Division, Xia Yuyao, 955 points. 93rd place, Alchemy Department, Wu Feng, 945 points. 99th. 100th. Looking at the final exam results on the projection screen, the teenagers in the classroom were all stunned. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. There was an uproar. Everyone present was instantly thrown into chaos. 148 points? Lin Muxue is first place. Li Feiyan is also very strong. Only 1 point behind Lin Muxue. Oh no! I knew I didn't do well. I didn't even get 100 points. I actually ranked in the top 20 in the entire grade. That's awesome. 118? I did so well. Oh no! I only got 93 points, just barely passing. I did so poorly, I feel like giving up. Oh no! For a moment, the young boys and girls were filled with joyful shouts, while others were overcome with sorrow. The entire classroom was bustling with noise and excitement. The final results of this final exam were actually pretty much what Su Ming had expected. Li Feiyan and Lin Muxue, these two students, are sure to rank at the top. After all, their cultivation levels are currently the highest among everyone. They have been at the peak of the foundation establishment stage for over 2 months. Breaking through to the golden core stage is likely just a step away. The performance and rankings of the other students also fully matched Su Ming's expectations of them. This included Tang Xiaro from the Cultivation Science Department. In fact, Tang Xiao's talent in cultivation is only average, or even below average, among all the students. This time, she only ranked 76, achieving a mid to lower tier result, which was entirely within Su Ming's expectations. But Su Ming was well aware of this in his heart. Tang Xiao's strength and potential as a student were far beyond what could be judged by ordinary cultivators. She is more like a scholar among cultivators. And the measure of a scholar is usually his knowledge and research achievements. Both of these qualities require a long period of accumulation. However, Tang Xiao had only studied the basics of cultivation for 4 months. At present, Tang Xiao has only studied the basics of cultivation for over 4 months. Perhaps it will take until the end of the next semester, or even a year or two, before she can accumulate enough knowledge to make a breakthrough and discover something truly unexpected. As the thoughts settle, Su Ming smiled slightly, cleared his throat, and prepared to give his final evaluation of the semester-end exam. As soon as he began to speak, the young boys and girls in the audience fell silent on their own accord. Su-ming looked at everyone present and spoke slowly. First, I would like to congratulate everyone. You all did very well on the final exam. Many students excelled in this exam and achieved commendable results. However, a small number of students did not perform as well as expected in the final exam. However, you should not be discouraged. I believe that through this exam, you have identified the areas where you need to improve. Going forward, all you need to do is reflect more, practice diligently, and you will eventually grasp the subtleties and rise again. I am confident that in the next exam, you will achieve results that will satisfy you. Additionally, I hope that students who perform well will not become complacent or arrogant. Those who did poorly should not give up or lose heart. The path to enlightenment is long and arduous. And the world is full of uncertainties. A single final exam does not define who you are, nor does it determine the course of your entire life. Therefore, please remain steadfast in your resolve, overcome all obstacles, and continue on the path of cultivation. With that said, the 100 young boys and girls in the classroom furrowed their brows slightly, deep in thought. The abstract and elusive term Dao Xin flashed through their minds in an instant. It seemed to leave a faint trace, yet it also seemed to leave nothing behind. Finally, I have 2 announcements to make. Su-ming's expression changed slightly, and he said solemnly. First, given the excellent performance of everyone in this final exam, after careful consideration, I hereby solemnly announce. Our university no longer needs to deliberately hide from the outside world. I will announce the existence of our ethereal university to the world during this winter break. With those words spoken, the audience was left speechless. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Announcing the existence of the ethereal university to the world. They certainly understand what this means. For individuals, all the bullying, contempt, misunderstandings, and injustices they have endured will vanish into thin air. Everyone's attitude toward them will undergo an unimaginably massive transformation. For the world, it is not just the Great Xia Kingdom, but the entire landscape of all nations and the entire world that will undergo a complete transformation. A brand new era is about to begin. This moment, the young boys and girls were utterly astonished. Their hearts were racing with excitement, anticipation, and even a touch of nervousness. On the podium, Su-ming's expression grew increasingly serious as he spoke in a solemn tone. Now, let's talk about the second matter. Does everyone still remember the content of the last class meeting? In today's world, strange phenomena are occurring frequently. It is predicted that the demons of this world will fully revive within a year and bring chaos to humanity. At that time, it will not only be the Great Xia Kingdom but the entire Blue Star that will be plunged into a cataclysmic disaster, turning the world into a living hell. Fortunately, this final exam has proven that everyone has grown into capable cultivators who can stand on their own. With your current strength, you are more than capable of defeating the vast majority of demons and monsters at this stage. Therefore, this winter break, I plan to launch a demon-slaying campaign aimed at eliminating demons and monsters, and eradicating those that are beginning to resurface before they can gain strength. At the same time, we will declare the stance of our university to the world. The establishment of our university is not merely for the rise of the immortal path, but for the future of all humanity. We will always uphold our motto, keeping our eyes on the world and our hearts with all beings, upholding justice, and punishing evil, and defending the indomitable spirit of our human race. Su-ming's words sent a wave of excitement through the crowd, leaving everyone feeling inspired and passionate. Of course, this exorcism event was still entirely voluntary. Whether to participate or not is entirely up to each individual. However, I still hope that everyone will take on this important responsibility, stand together with the school through thick and thin, and move forward together. Finally, I will reiterate my previous statement. Su-ming raised the corners of his mouth in a meaningful smile. Students, the lights of a million homes in this world depend on you to protect them. After hearing Su-ming's serious and solemn words, the expressions of the young boys and girls grew more serious without them even realizing it. After all, they knew. The revival of demons is no laughing matter. Just reading novels and watching anime can make you feel the danger and brutality. Let alone in real life, where the situation would undoubtedly be far more complex and brutal than anything depicted in novels or anime. Perhaps this time. They're serious this time. This is the moment. The young boys and girls fell silent for a long time. Each had their own thoughts and feelings, their minds racing with 1,000 thoughts. 10 o'clock at night. The class meeting just ended. This marks the official conclusion of the first semester of the first academic year of the 2025th class at Pyongyang University. With the winter break now upon us, Su-ming also sent out his blessings in the WeChat group. Pyongyang University, Freshman Discussion Group. Su-ming, everyone, fellow students, this semester's cultivation studies have come to an end. Congratulations to all of you for growing from cultivation newbies into qualified cultivators. Su Ming, I have already said everything I needed to say during the class meeting earlier, so I will not repeat myself here. Su Ming, it is now 10 p.m. Everyone may pack their belongings and leave the school premises on their own. Su Ming, finally, I wish everyone a pleasant winter break. As soon as Su Ming's message was sent out, the group chat erupted instantly. Zhang Xiaolu, happy winter break, Teacher Su. Flowers. Gao Xinpeng, have a great winter break, Mr. Su. Bowing. Tang Xiao, happy winter break, Mr. Su. Grinning. Lu Mang, happy winter break, Mr. Su. Dog head. Louis, happy winter break, Mr. Su. Cute. In the principal's office. Looking at the rapidly updating messages in the WeChat group, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a warm glow in his heart. In fact, this winter break's demon exorcising operation was not something Su Ming had come up with on a whim. Rather, it was a promise he made long ago during the crowdfunding campaign to build the school, vowing to slay demons and eliminate evil for the sake of the people. With the help of enthusiastic supporters, the campus of the immortal Cultivation University has now been completed. The students' cultivation levels are now fully capable of standing on their own. Therefore, whether it is to keep a promise or to protect your own interests, Su Ming had no choice but to launch this demon extermination operation, eliminating those demons that were gradually reviving before they could gain strength. Now, eliminate as many demons as possible. When the demons and monsters fully revive in the future, they will face fewer of them. In summary, the launch of this exorcism operation is now inevitable. Their battle against demons at the Ethereal University has officially begun. Thoughts linger here. Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward as he smiled with anticipation. I wonder how much of a stir this demon exorcising operation will cause in society. Night. The moon is bright and the stars are few. The cold wind whistles, and heavy snow falls. On this bitterly cold night, all 100 students of the Ethereal University were eager to return home, their faces radiating with excitement and joy. They paid no heed to the biting cold, hurriedly packing their belongings. In the midst of the snowy night, they couldn't wait to leave school and return home. They knew. This time, they are going home. The people and things around me, everything will be different. An ordinary night, destined to become extraordinary because of the departure of the young boys and girls. Chapter 136, The Exorcism Operation begins. January 19, 2025. In the depths of winter, the entire Great Xia Kingdom was already blanketed in snow, with the entire country transformed into a frozen wasteland, covered in a blanket of snow. The gray sky is constantly drifting with large snowflakes, accompanied by biting cold winds. I don't know why. People always feel that this winter seems colder than usual. Today, it was the 7th day after the winter break at Piaomiao University. During these 7 days, all 100 students of the Ethereal University no longer concealed their identities as cultivators from those around them. Instead, when faced with decisions, they resolved matters with their immortal arts. Just lay all your cards on the table, no more pretending. Take, for example, a male student named Gao Haoyu from the Talisman Department. Due to the thick snow on the village road, both pedestrians and vehicles were prone to slipping, posing significant safety hazards. So, in full view of everyone, he leaped into the air, soaring 30 meters high. Immediately afterward, he chanted a spell, releasing a burst of flames into the air, which melted all the snow on the village road with a loud boom. This scene. Everyone in the village was left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment, and their speech slurred. Many of the older, more superstitious villagers even exclaimed that a divine being had descended from heaven and hurriedly prostrated themselves in worship. Meanwhile, many of Gao Haoyu's peers were utterly stunned by the scene, their worldview shattered in an instant. Then, over the next few days, every day, people would arrive at Gao Haoyu's home carrying large fish, meat, and expensive gifts to pay their respects. Among them, there were no shortage of attractive girls of the same age who approached him, their words clearly revealing their admiration. Many elders who had long since left the village, achieved success in the city, and now held positions of power and wealth, also returned to the village one after another, carrying large amounts of expensive gifts to rush to Gao Haoyu's home. That's how it is. The name Gao Haoyu. It spread throughout the surrounding villages overnight. In response to this, Gao Haoyu couldn't help but marvel at how many benefits cultivating immortality had brought. 4 months ago, his family was practically non-existent in the village. Sometimes there were even rumors that their ancestral graves were cursed, and that their family had been poor for generations and would never amount to anything. But now, all those who once looked down on him now greet him with smiles and flattery. The change was simply too great. It's hard to even imagine. Such temptation, if one's resolve is not firm, one might be blinded by desire and greed. No matter what, I must hold firm to my principles and remain true to my moral compass. Gao Haoyu, a practitioner of talismanic arts, said with a determined look in his eyes. There was also another female student named Wu Mengmeng from the alchemy department. It was all because her mother caught a cold and went to the hospital once, but unexpectedly ended up being scammed out of over 1,000 yuan. Out of anger, she decided to refine a truckload of small qi-gathering pills and distribute them for free at the hospital entrance. These pills enable the user to automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth, sufficient to cure all illnesses in ordinary people. Her purpose was simple: to steal all the patients from the hospital, leaving them with no place to seek medical care and no money to pay for it, ultimately forcing the hospital to close down completely. The truth is exactly as Wu Mengmeng had imagined. That large hospital, which was always crowded with patients and had to accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 patients every day. Within less than a day, it became completely deserted, with not a single patient left. All because the large truckload of pills Wu Mengmeng had refined was completely snapped up in less than 6 hours. Whether they were suffering from terminal illnesses like cancer, leukemia, AIDS, or ALS, or common ailments like the common cold, fever, or high blood pressure and gout, all of them are completely cured within 3 hours of taking the medication. And there were absolutely no side effects. Once this incident occurred, everyone in the hospital was completely devastated. After all, they were all highly educated intellectuals. Of course, they understand that incurable diseases can never be cured by a single pill. But the reality is, that tiny pill actually cured the terminal illness. And the effects kicked in within 3 hours. Even more astonishingly, that pill wasn't just capable of curing a single incurable disease, it could cure any disease. It truly deserves to be called a cure-all. This is absolutely impossible in medicine. This is completely unscientific. And those who took Wu Mengmeng's pills and were completely cured of their illnesses after taking them. Everyone was deeply grateful to Wu Mengmeng, filled with admiration, and hailed her as a living divine healer, worthy of being enshrined in the ancestral temple. That's how it is. The reputation of Dr. Wu Mengmeng. Within half a day, it echoed throughout the entire city of Shanghai. Many people even turned the incident into copy and posted it on various social media platforms. It quickly garnered a significant amount of traffic and caused quite a stir online. Finally, over the next 7 days, Wu Mengmeng received countless plaques of gratitude from patients and a total of over 10 million yuan in gratitude donations. In just 7 days, she has become a millionaire. In response to this, Wu Mengmeng was also surprised. Who would have thought that cultivators wanted to make money? It's almost as easy as drinking water. This batch of qi-gathering pills was even subpar. If I could refine medium-grade or high-grade qi-gathering pills and sell them through online platforms, I can't even imagine how profitable that would be. But anyway, compared to making a lot of money, I still think cultivating immortality is more suitable for me, hee. Wu Mengmeng smiled sweetly and said so. There was also a male student from the sword arts department named Xin Yao. On a whim, he went to the set of an ancient-style wuxia drama and ended up becoming an extra. However, when it came to scenes requiring wirework or special effects that could only be achieved through post-production, Xin Yao found it too troublesome, almost a waste of effort. So, he did it right there on the entire set, in front of hundreds of people. He demonstrated what it truly means to wield a sword in mid-air, what it means to seal the heavens with ice and flame, and what it means for sword energy to surge and collide. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present was instantly stunned. One by one, they froze in place, so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. In the vast filming location, all sounds came to an abrupt halt, leaving the place completely silent. After a moment of silence, the entire scene erupted into a frenzy. Then, the screenwriter and producer of that ancient-style wuxia drama immediately revised the script overnight. The original male lead, a top-tier superstar with over 20 million fans, was directly replaced with Xin Yao, who has no fame and not a single fan. And yet, despite this, the top-tier superstar not only didn't utter a single word of complaint but also gifted him a priceless present worth millions, all just to befriend him. The cold and stunning female lead in the drama, a top-tier female celebrity with over 10 million followers online. She also displays an unimaginable passion toward Xin Yao. Additionally, the entire crew, numbering several hundred people, including both the director and the producer, everyone treated Xin Yao with the utmost respect and reverence. No matter when, they always greeted him with a smile. In response to this, Xin Yao felt that all of this was simply too damn exaggerated. Because he could clearly feel it. This wasn't acting anymore. It's a group of wealthy and influential members of high society going out of their way to entertain him and keep him happy, despite being utterly astonished. But Xin Yao couldn't help but find it rather amusing. Himself. Maybe this could be an opportunity to experience what it's like to be a celebrity in the spotlight. Just thinking about it. You know it's going to be an absolutely fascinating experience. Not bad, not bad. I was already handsome to begin with, and now I'd become an immortal cultivator, and not just any immortal cultivator, but the coolest sword cultivator around. It's as if the heavens are on my side. Since that's the case, I don't mind becoming an international superstar who's famous all over the world and has an incredibly high popularity. Interesting, truly interesting. Ha! Shen Yao of the Sword Control School gave a mischievous smile and said with great interest. That's it. Over the past 7 days since the winter break began at the Ethereal University, every student, for various reasons, has displayed a wide array of magical abilities in full view of everyone. This has made their identities as cultivators impossible to hide any longer. And the impact this had on each of them was the sycophantic flattery and relentless fawning from those around them. The wealth was so abundant it was dazzling, and the power was so immense it was beyond imagination. And countless attractive men and women of high social status and wealth, actively pursuing you with passion. These are things they once dared not even dream of. Now they are within easy reach. Such a smooth and enjoyable life leaves every student in awe. As for this matter, each of them has their own unique perspective and interpretation. Usually, after the winter and summer breaks, the class chat groups always become unusually quiet, with hardly anyone speaking. But the freshman group chat at Piao Miao University is different. Although winter break has already begun, and the students have all returned home and are no longer on campus. However, the atmosphere in the group remains lively. Is as lively as ever. Even on the 7th day after the winter break, which is today, it's no exception. Piao Miao University Freshman Group. Zhou Tao, video file. Zhou Tao, pahaha. Guys, come and see who this is. I'm laughing so hard I'm crying. Zhou Tao, Shen Yao, the clown Shen Yao, your ridiculous videos have been filmed and posted online. Zhou Tao, with your pathetic skills, your spells are so ugly, yet you still have the nerve to show them off? You're really just making a fool of yourself, ha. Lu Yi, smiling secretly. Su Juin, question. Do you hang? That's really funny. I'm covering my face and crying. Shen Yushi, may I ask, what is Shen Yao's background? Zheng Ken, I didn't even have the courage to finish watching the video, it was way too awkward. Covering my face and crying. Sun Yuan Jie, ha. Lu Benwei, aren't these two sword techniques just pure flash and no substance? Lu Benwei, the spiritual energy released is all channeled into those flashy, dazzling lights. In reality, it has little to no actual destructive power, it's just for show. Du Junwei, Shin brother, when it comes to showing off, you're the real expert. Lu Mang, everyone, stop laughing. I really need this thing. Lu Mang, Shin Yao, how did you do those two moves? Shin Ge, teach me, please. Dog head. Zhou Tao, they're just putting this weakling Shin Yao in his place. Thumbs up. Shin Yao? Shin Yao, what are you all laughing about? Shin Yao, jealous of my good looks, kids? Show me your teeth. Shin Yao, Zhou Tao, especially you worthless piece of trash, what gives you the right to judge me? Shin Yao, the demon exorcising operation begins tomorrow. You're still on my team. Shin Yao, you call me a rookie now, but when we're actually fighting demons, don't come begging me to save your life. Shin Yao, when the time comes, it'll be crystal clear who the real newbie is. Zhou Tao, acting like a fool, making a scene, then covering your face and crying. Hua Zhengyan, I think Shin Xiong still has some real talent, he just likes to put on a show, ha. Shin Yao, Hua Zhengyan, roses. In the new student group, the students were joking and laughing, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Even Su Ming, who was feeling overwhelmed by the pressure of the demon's revival. At this moment, he too was infected by the cheerful atmosphere in the group, and his mood eased slightly. However, he might be a bit disappointed. Because next, he has to announce something important. Su Ming. Everyone, the demon purification operation will officially begin tomorrow. According to the rules, this operation will be conducted in teams, with each team consisting of at least 4 people. Each team may choose its own destination from the abnormal locations I have provided, locate the hidden demons, and completely exorcise and eliminate them. After the demon exorcising operation concludes, I will evaluate everyone's performance and award each participant with varying quantities of elixirs, magical artifacts, and other rewards. Finally, I would like to emphasize once again the safety issues related to this operation. This exorcism operation is, after all, your first real-world combat experience and your first time facing genuine demons. Therefore, safety must be taken extremely seriously. At all times, everyone must prioritize their own safety above all else. In case of an emergency, do not hesitate to use the shadow escape charms I have distributed to each of you. The talismans will immediately teleport you back to the school campus area, ensuring your safety. Su Ming, that is all I have to announce. Su Ming, finally, I wish everyone a successful demon slaying mission and a triumphant return. As Su Ming finished sending his message, the students all replied that they had received it. Su Juin, received. Cute. Shen Yao, got it. Feeling proud. Lu Mang, got it, got it. Grinning. Wu Mengling, got it. Yay. Zhao Kai, got it. Muscle. Zhou Tao, got it. Keep it up. All the replies were the same, leaving Su Ming feeling overwhelmed. This was evident from the excited and enthusiastic comments. The students must have been looking forward to this exorcism operation for a long time. In fact, it's not just them, even Su Ming is eagerly anticipating this demon exorcising operation. After all, this time, the university did not choose to cover up or conceal the incident. Instead, every student was able to freely display their magical abilities. Plus, there are those locations where demons and monsters hide, mostly in crowded places like shopping malls, stations, and restaurants. This means that the students' battles will take place in full view of the public. Their battles against demons and monsters will be watched by millions of spectators. There is no doubt about it. The exorcism operation conducted by the Ethereal University this time will undoubtedly bring unprecedented shock to the entire world. Shock the world. Su Ming's anticipation. That was the moment he had been waiting for. How much will the world change? The transformation of the global landscape is inevitable, though the specifics remain unknown. How people will view cultivators and the Ethereal University in the future. In the office, Su Ming gazed out the window at the vast expanse of snow, his mind filled with thoughts. Chapter 137, Chance Encounter with an Old Classmate. Night. Gimnam Province. This must be the Imperial Bar, right? It looks like the abnormal location we're responsible for cleaning up this time is this bar. Wow, this place is pretty fancy. Even the entrance is decorated like a palace. Are you kidding me? This bar is famous in Gyeongnam Province for being a high-end entertainment venue. It's just a bar, but it's bigger than many large shopping malls. Just to get in once, the entrance fee alone is $10,000. Unless you're a genuine wealthy individual, you simply can't afford it. What? Just the entrance fee is $10,000? Goodness gracious, poverty has truly limited my imagination. It was 11 p.m., the cold wind was howling, and snow was falling heavily. The streets were bustling with people and lit up with bright lights. Shin Yao of the Sword Arts Division. Zhou Tao of the Talismans Division. The alchemy system is associated with Gao Yan. Alchemy Department, Zhang Xiaolu. The four of them were currently standing not far from the bustling entrance of the Emperor's Bar. They were discussing the battle plan for the exorcism operation, each contributing their own ideas. At that moment, Gao Yan, the head of the refining division, furrowed his brows. Does that mean we have to enter this bar and spend 10,000 yuan on admission tickets? Zhang Xiaolu furrowed her delicate brows. The tickets are 10,000 yuan each. We can't afford that much. Gao Yan said, that's right. Without money, how can we get in? The demon's aura is emanating from inside. Only by entering the bar can we accurately locate where the demon is hiding. Zhou Tao grinned triumphantly and said, that's easy. Just bring the boss out here and tell him we're here to slay demons and eliminate evil. Don't worry about him not believing us, we can just show off a little magic. Upon hearing this, Shin Yao immediately retorted. You're such a loser, Zhou Tao. You're so stupid, and you don't even believe it. Do you think if we cast spells right now, those demons would sense the fluctuations in spiritual energy and become more alert? Or would they just run away from here? Although Shin Yao's tone wasn't very pleasant, what he said made sense. So Zhou Tao could only respond without complaint. Well, in your opinion, how should we go in? Shin Yao chuckled, pulled out his phone, and showed the balance on his bank card, saying proudly, that's easy. Of course I'm buying tickets to go in. Seeing the bank card balance displayed on Shin Yao's phone screen, Zhou Tao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu were all slightly startled. Zhang Xiaolu widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, 21,000? Shin Yao, when did you become so wealthy? I thought your family was considered impoverished. Didn't you have to borrow money from relatives to pay for high school tuition? Shin Yao laughed, things are different now. This is the fee I earned from filming a few days ago. How about it? Isn't that impressive? Zhang Xiaolu looked puzzled. Filming? Film fee? Shin Yao, exactly. Anyway, I'm now a minor actor, and my fame will definitely grow, and my pay will keep going up. Plus, seeing Shin Yao talking non-stop, Zhou Tao quickly interrupted him. Stop. I'm talking to you, Shin Yao. You're a cultivator, yet you spend all your time thinking about becoming a celebrity, a trivial matter. Don't you feel ashamed? We're not interested in your stardom. Since you have the money, just go buy a ticket and get it over with. Don't waste time on nonsense. We'll send you the ticket money in a few days. But if we delay even a second in slaying the demons here, the people will face even greater danger. Shin Yao blared at Zhou Tao with a scowl. No, who says cultivators can't be celebrities? I want to be one, is that not allowed? Forget it, I'm not going to waste my time arguing with a noob. Come on, guys, let's go in now. I'll cover the entrance fee. With that said, everyone looked at each other and nodded, then walked toward the Emperor's Bar. As soon as the four of them entered the lavishly decorated reception hall, an air of opulence and extravagance immediately enveloped them. The people coming and going around them were mostly dressed in stylish attire and exuded an air of sophistication, clearly indicating their wealthy and prominent backgrounds. In contrast, Zhou Tao, Shin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu were all wearing inexpensive clothes that could be put together for just a few $100s. At that moment, the four of them stood in the hall, forming a stark contrast with the crowd around them. Like a few drops of ink spilled on a blank sheet of paper, they stood out like a sore thumb, drawing all eyes to them. At this moment, all four of them had only one thought in their minds. If only they hadn't become cultivators. They would never have had the opportunity to even set foot in such a place, let alone enter it. Because such places are simply too far removed from the lives of ordinary people. After a moment of astonishment, everyone quickly regained their composure. However, Xinyao was the first to walk up to the front desk and said to the receptionist, "Hello, beautiful lady, there are four of us." The front desk lady was extremely attractive, with a professional smile on her face. "Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation letter." "Invitation letter?" "Yes, sir. We have a private event today, and you need an invitation to enter." The front desk lady maintained her smile and said politely, "I'm sorry, but without an invitation letter, you won't be able to enter." "I see." Xinyao frowned, thought for a moment, then smiled at the front desk clerk. "Beautiful lady, what do you think about this? The tickets here are 10,000 each, right? I'll pay 5 times the price, 20,000 for the four of us. Could you possibly make an exception?" The front desk attendant maintained her polite smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but you can only enter with an invitation letter." Upon hearing this, Xinyao turned to the three of them, spread his hands helplessly, and shook his head. "This is bad. Someone has reserved the entire venue, and you need an invitation to get in. I offered 5 times the price, but they still wouldn't let me in." Zhang Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise. "What? Private event?" Xinyao sighed with a smile. "Yeah, I wonder who the top rich guy is who can even book out this bar. This one night alone must have cost tens of millions. Wow, I can't even imagine. Gao Yan, it seems we need to think of other ways." Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. He looked at the receptionist and asked, "Who are these people?" The receptionist replied, "Mr. Liu, these gentlemen have just arrived, but they don't have an invitation letter." Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu turned his head and glanced up and down at the four men, a fleeting look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Gentlemen, I'm afraid we can't let you in today. The venue has been reserved, and without an invitation, we can't grant you access." Mr. Liu smiled and said, "While there's still time, you should leave quickly. Don't cause a scene and make everyone unhappy. Is that okay?" Mr. Liu's words were laced with a hint of disdain, and his tone carried a threatening undertone. Even the four inexperienced students could discern the underlying meaning in his words. As soon as Zhou Tao heard what the other person said, he immediately became displeased. "What do you mean by that? We clearly didn't do anything. Why are you making it sound like we're being unreasonable and trying to force our way in?" Manager Liu feigned surprise. "Oh, so that's not the case? Then it seems I misunderstood. I'm sorry. But speaking of which, young man, your hot temper is exactly what I expected from someone like you, poor and arrogant." "Ha!" Manager Liu emphasized the words poor and arrogant heavily, with the curve of his lips betraying his contempt, and his eyes didn't even glance at Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao, seeing this, clenched his teeth in anger, unable to contain his fury. However, Zhang Xiaolu, who was standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve and whispered to Zhou Tao using her divine consciousness, "Zhou Tao, don't act impulsively." Zhou Tao's anger flared up, and he replied to Zhang Xiaolu using his mental transmission as well. "This guy is clearly trying to humiliate us. He thinks we're just ordinary people and easy to bully. People like him think they're better than everyone else just because they have money. They look down on us ordinary people from the bottom of their hearts. In the past, I had no choice but to endure it, but now that I'm a cultivator, why should I put up with this?" Zhang Xiaolu said, "I know all that, but we have a mission to complete. We mustn't act impulsively." Zhou Tao sneered. "Impulsive? Don't worry, I'm perfectly calm right now. Even without using my spiritual energy, I can still give this guy a good lesson," Zhou Tao said, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to act. Upon seeing this, Manager Liu immediately laughed disdainfully. "Oh, are you planning to start a fight? You said you weren't here to cause trouble. Well, I won't be polite anymore. Call some security guards and throw these 4 punks out." As soon as Mr. Liu finished speaking, 7 or 8 burly security guards with menacing expressions surrounded Zhou Tao and the others with an intimidating aura. "You little punk, I'll see how many of you can take on one of us," Manager Liu sneered from the side. But at that moment, "Zhou Tao? What are you doing here?" A familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Tao turned his head in surprise. He didn't expect that. "I actually ran into an old acquaintance here. The only awkward part is that those few familiar faces were all his high school classmates. The one who just called his name. Even Zhang Yao, who had a major unpleasant encounter with him." Chapter 138, Demons Emerge, Chaos Erupts. A 9,000-word chapter. Zhou Tao still remembers it clearly to this day. None of his high school classmates looked up to him. They excluded him, isolated him, and mocked him openly and behind his back. Even at the graduation party, no one invited him, and it was the homeroom teacher who told him to go. And Zhang Yao. Zhou Tao had always believed she was the only friend he had made during his 3 years of high school. In the end, she actually thought he liked her and warned him not to get his hopes up or daydream. To put it bluntly, every one of his high school classmates, especially Zhang Yao, they all looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts, seeing him as a poor kid from the county seat who would never amount to anything. Therefore, at a time like this, running into old acquaintances, and not just 1 or 2, but 5 or 6. This was quite embarrassing for Zhou Tao. Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu, who were standing nearby, were also stunned for a moment. Soon, Zhou Tao's old classmates came walking over. The young man leading the group had the most distinguished demeanor. He held the keys to a BMW in his hand and wore a Rolex worth tens of thousands on his wrist. From his attire alone, it was clear that he must be a wealthy second-generation heir. However, the person in question is not Zhou Tao's high school classmate. But if you really want to know, Zhou Tao actually knew him and had met him once. It was at the graduation party when Zhang Yao confronted Zhou Tao and advised him not to harbor any illusions. It was this young man right in front of them who drove up in a BMW X5 to take Zhang Yao away. Soon, the young man and Zhou Tao's 5 or 6 old classmates arrived at Zhou Tao's group. "Mr. Liu, what's going on? Why is there such a commotion as soon as I walked in?" The young man asked with his hands in his pockets, smiling. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's earlier air of superiority vanished instantly. In its place was an expression of utmost humility and politeness, as he smiled broadly and said, "Hey, Mr. Hao is here. Please come in, please come in. Look, there are a few rule breakers causing trouble. They didn't have an invitation from Mr. Qin, yet they insist on barging in. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Alright, how good, you guys go in first. I'll handle this here and join you for drinks once I'm done." In response to Mr. Liu's enthusiasm, the young man known as Hao Gu remained surprisingly calm. No rush. He spoke slowly, turning his head to look at Zhang Yao, who was holding his arm, her skin as white as snow. "Yao Yao, I thought I heard you call someone's name just now. Do you know them?" Zhang Yao was dressed in a white dress with light makeup, exuding a gentle and elegant demeanor, her appearance graceful and beautiful. Her gaze fell on Zhou Tao, but a fleeting expression of disgust flashed across her brow. "He's my high school classmate, the one I mentioned to you earlier. As for the others, I don't know them." After Zhang Yao finished speaking, the young man shifted his gaze back to Zhou Tao and the others. After sizing them up for a moment, he looked at Zhou Tao and asked, "Hey, who are these guys next to you?" Zhou Tao didn't think much of it and replied directly, "They're my university classmates." "What's the matter? University classmates? Yeah, what's up?" The young man pondered for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Alright, since Yao Yao is your classmate and the 3 of them are your friends, we all know each other and are friends, right? Ha! Mr. Liu, you said they were trying to force their way in. That doesn't seem likely, does it? Could it be a misunderstanding?" Upon hearing this, Manager Liu's expression froze instantly. He never would have imagined that these few young men actually knew Sun Zhanghao. He froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and smiled apologetically with keen insight. "It's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Since these young brothers are friends of Brother Hao, then what happened earlier must have been a misunderstanding. Ha! Gentlemen, I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I was merely following protocol. I hope you can understand." As soon as Mr. Liu finished speaking, Zhang Yao, standing beside Sun Zhanghao, immediately shot Zhou Tao a disapproving glance and pursed her lips, saying, "Zhou Tao, someone went out of their way to help you, and you can't even say thank you?" Sun Zhanghao smiled. "Hey, Yao Yao, we're all just out having fun. Don't make the atmosphere so serious. Just have fun. Mr. Liu, it's getting late. I'll take these guys inside. This time, Mr. Liu shouldn't stop us, right?" Mr. Liu hesitated, looking very reluctant. "How good, this might not be appropriate. After all, this is Qin Xiao's place." "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll give Mr. Qin a call right now and let him know. I'll make sure you won't be put in a difficult position," Sun Zhanghao said as he pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Xiao's number. "Hello, Qin Xiao, can I bring a few more people to tonight's event?" "Sure, just let the manager here know." Sun Zhanghao handed his phone to Manager Liu. As soon as Manager Liu heard the voice on the other end, his expression froze, his heart racing with tension. He cautiously replied, "Alright, I understand, Mr. Qin. No trouble, ha. Beep." The phone hung up. Manager Liu hurriedly smiled apologetically, indicating that everyone could come in, and repeatedly apologized for the poor reception, asking for their understanding. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu, who had been standing by for a while without saying much, were all a bit stunned. Gao Yan transmitted his thoughts to the 3 of them. "What's going on here? Can we go in?" Xin Yao, "Sure, Zhou Tao. I didn't expect you to have such strong connections." Gao Yan, "Yeah, and it seems like your old classmate is a pretty decent person. Not only did he help us resolve a tricky situation, but he's also willing to take us in for free. Zhou Tao frowned. I don't know this person well. Although he did help us, if you're going to say he's a good person, let's just drop it. His words and actions exude an air of superiority. Even when he helped us earlier, it wasn't out of kindness, but simply to show off his own nobility and uniqueness. Such a self-important rich kid doesn't deserve to be called a good person. Zhang Xiaolu, not all rich second-generation kids are like that, are they? Zhou Tao, you're just stereotyping. They were kind enough to help us, and I think your old classmate is a pretty decent person too. Xin Yao, I agree. I'm telling you, Zhou Tao, why are you so petty? Zhou Tao smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Since none of you believe me, we'll just wait and see. In truth, Zhou Tao wasn't really angry with Sun Zhanghao, he was just a little annoyed. After all, although the other party was indeed not a good person, they had objectively helped them. Let's go, buddy. The nightclub is about to start. Let's get in quickly. At that moment, Sun Zhanghao stuffed his hands into his pockets, nodded at Zhou Tao, and gestured for him to follow. Zhou Tao and the others didn't hesitate either, and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Manager Lu watched their backs as they walked into the bar. His smile vanished instantly, and his eyes flashed with malice. He muttered to himself. A bunch of ignorant, poor country bumpkins, don't they know who they are? How dare they dare to shout at me? If it weren't for sheer luck that Sun Zhanghao suddenly showed up to protect you, I'd have beaten you so badly you wouldn't even be able to cry. The path to the bar leads through a very long corridor. In the brightly lit corridor, Zhou Tao and the others followed closely behind Sun Zhanghao and his group, walking at a leisurely pace. Sun Zhanghao really has some connections. He was able to call Qin Shao directly and ask for his help. A single phone call can get Qin Shao to help out. Hao Gu must have some serious connections. No wonder he's Hao Gu. Along the way, Zhou Tao's high school classmates kept flattering Sun Zhanghao. As Sun Zhanghao's girlfriend, Zhang Yao couldn't help but laugh uncontrollably upon hearing those words. Meanwhile, Sun Zhanghao, though feeling immensely proud inside, remained calm on the surface, completely ignoring the flattery of the crowd. He glanced at Zhou Tao, who was following closely behind, and asked with a smile. Since you're Yao Yao's high school classmate, which university are you attending now? Zhou Tao replied indifferently. I failed the college entrance exam and only got into a junior college in Blue Cherry City. A junior college? Are you kidding me? Of course not. As soon as Zhou Tao finished speaking, Sun Zhanghao fell silent. But after a moment, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile. This time, though. However, amidst the smile on his face, there was a faint hint of contempt and disdain. No big deal, lack of education isn't important. After all, there are plenty of ways to make money in this world. Going to a vocational college might not be very useful, but that doesn't mean you're worthless, right? Ha! Sun Zhanghao said half-jokingly. Oh, right, we've been talking for so long, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sun Zhanghao. My family runs a restaurant business, and the Ruijin Grand Hotel in Nanwan District is owned by my family. Since you've already graduated from a vocational college, I assume you must have your family's support to be so carefree. May I ask what your family does for a living? If Sun Zhanghao had spoken politely before, then these few sentences were clearly spoken with ill intent. First, they subtly mocked Zhou Tao's educational background. Then he deliberately brought up his family background and asked what Zhou Tao's family does for a living. But Zhou Tao's attire clearly showed that his family was ordinary and had no background at all. So Sun Zhanghao's intentions were clear. He wants to humiliate Zhou Tao in front of everyone present and elevate himself in the process. But Zhou Tao and the others aren't pushovers either. With their keen observational skills as cultivators, they could easily notice the subtle expressions on Sun Zhanghao's face as he spoke. Combined with the few words he had said to Zhou Tao, they finally realized. This rich second-generation heir named Sun Zhanghao seemed to be exactly as Zhou Tao had described, not as good as he appeared. Zhou Tao replied casually, No, my family is from a small county, and my parents are both factory workers. Sun Zhanghao feigned surprise. No way, bro? Your parents are just working for others, and you dare to come to this bar? As he finished speaking, a red-haired man beside Sun Zhanghao laughed. Brother Hao, Zhou Tao, and I were high school classmates. His family is indeed just an ordinary working-class family in a small county town. As for attending a vocational college because his family was backing him up, that's completely untrue. His family was actually quite poor, and they had to pay the tuition fees in installments over several months. Oh, I see, Sun Zhanghao looked at Zhou Tao and laughed. You're pretty bold, aren't you? With your family's circumstances, you still dared to come to a place like this to spend money. Zhou Tao's other short-haired high school classmates sneered disdainfully. It's just vanity talking. Your family is so poor you can't even afford to eat, yet you insist on pretending to be someone you're not and coming here to play. It's all about taking a few photos to post on social media, showing off to his college classmates and poor relatives, and trying to look cool. A man with a center parting laughed loudly beside him. Ha, it's like this, we know Zhou Tao very well. Back then, his family was poor, but he insisted on stuffing money into our experimental class. It's the same as now, it's all because he's too vain. Once someone started, Zhou Tao's other old classmates couldn't hold back anymore and began to harshly criticize him as well. Ha! And every time there was an exam, he was always at the bottom of the class. In the end, the entire class got into top-tier universities, but he was the only one who ended up at a vocational college. It's absolutely hilarious. Ha! That's true, and this guy has some serious nerve. He's the only loser in the class, yet he still had the nerve to stay in our class for 3 years. I'm embarrassed for him. I remember back then, the whole class agreed that Zhou Tao would never amount to anything in his life. Now look at him, he's still just a loser, living in poverty. That guy even tried to pursue Yao Yao back then. I wonder where he got the confidence to think he could compete with Hao Gu. You're comparing him to Hao Gu? He's not even worthy of being compared to him. It's an insult to Hao Gu. Yeah, don't you know who Hao Gu is? What does Zhou Tao even amount to? Everyone's words were harsh. Even Zhou Tao hadn't expected that his old classmates would dare to speak ill of him to his face. However, upon closer inspection, everyone's cheeks were bright red, and there was a faint smell of alcohol on their bodies. They must have already been half drunk before arriving here, which is why they didn't care about his feelings at all. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, who had been holding onto Sun Zhanghao's arm the whole time, was wide awake. She didn't say anything to mock Zhou Tao. She merely shot Zhou Tao a disdainful glance, snorted coldly in her heart, and thought to herself that her choice back then had indeed been the right one. Zhou Tao, this uneducated, backgroundless poor schmuck, will never amount to anything in this lifetime. In contrast, only someone like Sun Zhanghao, who is wealthy and influential, can provide her with the life she desires. Everyone mocked Zhou Tao, but Sun Zhanghao not only didn't stop them, he actually enjoyed hearing them belittle Zhou Tao to elevate himself. He patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder, shook his head, and sighed, saying, "Sigh, buddy, I won't comment too much on your situation. I'll just give you this advice: do what you're capable of. Some circles aren't places you can just grit your teeth and force your way into. Got it? I brought you into this place today, but please don't try to force your way in again in the future. To be honest, it's a bit embarrassing. Do you understand?" Sun Zhanghao finished speaking and swept his gaze over Xinyao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu, excluding Zhou Tao. His words were filled with a condescending and lecturing tone. "Alright, buddy, I've said all I need to say. Since I've already brought you guys here tonight, have a good time and enjoy yourselves. I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out. Oh, and one more thing, just a reminder. Those who are here tonight, regardless of their status or position, are not people you can afford to provoke. So don't even think about trying to strike up a conversation or make friends. If you embarrass yourself, that's one thing, but if you get into trouble with someone, that's a whole different story. Although you all attended a junior college, you should still be able to understand this basic principle, right?" Sun Zhanghao smiled broadly, his expression tinged with a condescending air of superiority, a mix of mockery and disdain. With that, he led the group forward, leaving Zhou Tao and the others behind. Seeing this, Xinyao could no longer contain himself. He transmitted his thoughts to Zhou Tao using his divine sense. "Damn it, Zhou Tao, what kind of people are your old classmates? The way you're groveling at the feet of a rich second-generation heir is exactly like the plot of a brainless short drama. It's utterly ridiculous. Gao Yan, spill it. Do you know some big shot who's going to show up and back you up later?" Zhang Xiaolu pursed her pink lips. "Jokes aside, don't you think Zhou Tao is pretty pitiful? After all, they've been classmates for 3 years, and now he's actually talking bad about him to his face. That's really heartbreaking, isn't it?" Xinyao and Gao Yan fell silent, because they suddenly realized that their joke seemed a bit inappropriate. After all, they had experienced something similar with Zhou Tao. The only difference is that Zhou Tao is dealing with old classmates, while they are dealing with relatives and family members. Zhou Tao smiled indifferently. "It doesn't matter, I'm used to it. Saying I don't care at all is impossible, but our primary mission here is to slay demons and eliminate evil. As for pretending to be weak to outsmart them or showing off to humiliate each of them, there will be plenty of opportunities for that later. In any case, we've already successfully entered the bar, so let's proceed with the original plan." Upon hearing this, Xinyao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu immediately grew serious. After exchanging glances, they no longer dwelled on it and hurried into the bar. Since demons are extremely sensitive to fluctuations in spiritual energy, to prevent alerting them and causing the demons to escape secretly. Therefore, in this exorcism operation, we cannot directly use spiritual energy to search for the demons' whereabouts. The simplest and most effective method to pinpoint the exact location of the demons is, without a doubt, the only viable option. That is to observe and wait. Wait patiently nearby for the demon's restlessness, and capture the moment when its demonic energy is at its peak. Use your divine consciousness to directly lock onto the demon's hiding place. This was the battle plan employed by Zhou Tao's team. Soon, Zhou Tao and the other 4 finally arrived at the Imperial Duke Bar. However, it was their first time at a bar. They were stunned by the scene before them. The bar was adorned with gold and green, colorful lights flickered frequently, and the DJ's music was so loud it was deafening. Countless young people dressed in stylish clothes danced and drank to the beat. Looking around, one could even spot dozens of stunningly attractive dancers and male models, dressed in revealing outfits, performing sensual dances. The entire scene was absolutely electric. Zhou Tao was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. Wow! Is this what a bar is like? Xinyao, not bad, not bad. I like this place. Gao Yan, it feels pretty noisy. Zhang Xiaolu furrowed her delicate brows. There are way too many people here. The venue is roughly the size of 2 football fields, and there must be close to 2,000 people here. If we end up fighting demons later, these people will definitely get caught in the crossfire. Should we evacuate everyone first? Xinyao smiled and said. Evacuate? On what grounds? To slay demons and eliminate monsters? This won't work. Not only will we be called crazy, but we might also stir up public anger and get kicked out. If we really cause such a commotion, it might alert the demons and allow them to escape. Zhang Xiaolu said in confusion. What should we do? If we really fight the demons, so many people will get hurt. Before Zhang Xiaolu could finish speaking, Zhou Tao replied confidently. That's easy. Let's divide the work. I'll face the demons head-on with Gao Yan, and you and Shen Yao will protect the civilians. That should work, right? Shen Yao grinned. Oh, you're in agreement with me for once. Zhou Tao is right. Given the current situation, this is the most appropriate solution. Zhang Xiaolu thought for a moment and nodded. It seems we have no other choice. After finalizing their battle strategy, the group decided that there was nothing else to do for now. Why not explore the area and see if they could find any clues about the demons in advance? But just then, Shen Yao suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, look, look! Zhou Tao, the loser, all your old classmates are over there. Everyone followed Shen Yao's finger and looked in that direction. They saw Sun Zhanghao and Zhou Tao's old classmates sitting in the VIP area at the front of the bar. The booths there were surrounded by a circle of dazzling crystal chandeliers, casting a vibrant yet soft glow that contrasted sharply with the ordinary seats around them, making the entire bar stand out. Sitting next to Sun Zhanghao were Zhang Yao, Zhou Tao, and a few of their old classmates. There were also 6 or 7 well-dressed, sophisticated young men from wealthy families. They were sitting in a circle, drinking imported liquor and playing games. In their words and actions, they showed great respect for Sun Zhanghao. There was even a hint of flattery and sycophancy in his manner. Zhou Tao didn't even glance at Shen Yao. He turned his head and walked toward the crowded area of the bar. Where they sit is none of my business. I need to go explore the area. Bye. Gao Yan, it's so great to be rich. If I hadn't chosen the path of cultivation, I'd be so jealous. Never mind, I'll go explore too, see if I can find any traces of demons or monsters. Zhang Xiaolu, I'll go too, but this bar is way too big. Besides the main hall we're in now, there's an entertainment zone, a food court, a party zone, and a relaxation area. We should split up and explore separately. Gao Yan nodded in agreement. Shen Yao, hey! Why are you all leaving? Alright, let's see who can find the demon first. Quickly! Zhou Tao, Shen Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu quickly split up and headed to different areas of the bar. They planned to casually explore while keeping an eye out for any signs of demons. An hour later. 12:30 a.m. At this time of night, the nightlife is just getting started. The crowd is growing, and the atmosphere is reaching its peak. The entire venue is buzzing with excitement. However, what disappointed Zhou Tao and the others was, they spent a full hour at this emperor's bar. They had been almost everywhere. But there was no sign of the demon. Not even the slightest hint of anything unusual was found. Zhang Xiaolu returned to the main hall, which was the most crowded and noisy area, found a high stool at random, sat down, and pouted in frustration. Sigh, it's too hard to find. I give up. Let's just stick to the original plan and wait and see what happens. No sooner had she finished speaking. A red-haired man with a glass of wine in his hand, his face slightly flushed, grinned at her and walked straight toward her. Zhang Xiaolu looked at him in confusion, before she could ask what he wanted. Little did she know what would happen next. The red-haired man actually reached out and touched her body. Zhang Xiaolu saw this and immediately dodged to the side, grabbing the man's wrist with her right hand while pinching a pill between her left fingers and hiding it behind her back. Her eyes narrowed, and she furrowed her brows in anger, shouting, "What are you doing? Get away from me!" With that, he let go of the other person's hand and pushed them away. The red-haired man twisted his wrist and grinned wickedly. "Hey, beautiful, you're pretty strong, aren't you? I wonder if you're as strong in bed." Zhang Xiaolu clenched her teeth and forced down her anger. "Before I get angry, I advise you to get out of my sight immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." The red-haired man shrugged it off. "Oh, you've got some attitude. How much for the night? 5,000? 10,000? You just want money, don't you? Don't worry, if you take care of me properly, I can afford to pay whatever you ask." But with your looks and figure, your market value is at most 5,000. I'll pay 3 times that 15,000 for one night. How about it? Are you tempted? Zhang Xiaolu clenched her fists and glared angrily. I'll say it one last time, get out of my face and stop disgusting me. The red-haired man lost his patience and immediately burst into a tirade. What the hell do you think I am? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Try it again if you dare. Are you so tough, huh? You're just a cheap whore out there selling yourself, yet you dare to act pure in front of me? I'll you to death tonight. And I'll make sure you beg for mercy. The red-haired man was extremely arrogant. But he stopped mid-sentence. Bang! Suddenly, a fist flew over from the side and slammed heavily into his face. You! At that moment, Xinyao rushed over and landed a punch, knocking the red-haired man off balance. He stumbled backward a few steps before falling to the ground. Soon, Zhou Tao and Gao Yan also stepped forward, blocking Zhang Xiaolu's path. The red-haired man snapped out of it, pushed himself up, and stared at Xinyao in disbelief. You dare hit me? You dare hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? I hit you because I wanted to. Xinyao roared angrily, making as if to continue swinging his fist, but was stopped by Zhou Tao and Gao Yan. Xinyao finally relented, snorted coldly, and said, "Get out of here." The red-haired man stood up, his anger turning to laughter. Tell me to get lost? You're just a worthless loser, and you dare to talk to me like that? You talk too much. Get out of here, or do you want to get beaten up? Ha, you talk big. Come on, hit me again, try it. Come on, hit me here. It seems like you're looking for a fight. Xinyao, filled with righteous indignation, confronted the red-haired man. But at that moment, Sun Zhanghao and Zhou Tao's old classmates had just returned from the leisure area and happened to discover the scene as they passed by. Zhang Feixian? Why did you come all the way here just to use the restroom? Oh, isn't this Yao Yao's old classmate? Sun Zhanghao noticed the awkward atmosphere and asked directly, what's going on between the two of you? The red-haired man named Zhang Feixian turned his head and called out, Brother Hao, before recounting what had just happened. However, in his account, he casually brushed off his own harassing behavior and instead deliberately emphasized that he had been punched, as if he were the victim. Sun Zhanghao and the others, upon hearing this, immediately rolled their eyes at Zhou Tao and the others. I said, Zhou Tao, what kind of friends have you been associating with? They resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Do they have any manners? Exactly. Your friends must be from the countryside too, right? They have no manners. It fits my impression of people from the countryside and college students: uneducated, unskilled, uncultured, and ill-mannered. Ha, so there's a reason why they're poor. Exactly. You're a girl, so you must have behaved improperly and caused others to misunderstand you. Facing the crowd's insults, Zhou Tao and the others suppressed their anger and didn't utter a single word. At that moment, Sun Zhanghao stepped forward. He adopted a condescending posture, as if he were a high-ranking official, and sneered at Zhou Tao. Buddy, didn't I warn you not to cause trouble? What's the matter? My words don't hold any weight with you? As he spoke, he pulled out a bank card from his waist and said, Never mind, after all, my friend was at fault first. There's 200,000 yuan in this bank card. Consider it compensation for the beautiful lady. However, you also assaulted my friend, so I will hold you accountable for that as well. I can give you the 200,000, but you must first apologize to my friend. Then this matter will be settled. Do you understand? If we're talking about what happened earlier, Sun Zhanghao and the others merely looked down on and belittled Zhou Tao and his group. Now, however, the other side was clearly bullying them. It was clearly that red-haired man named Zhang Feixian who harassed Zhang Xiaolu first. However, Sun Zhanghao immediately pulled out 200,000 yuan and told them to apologize to Zhang Feixian first. This act of using money to trample on someone's dignity and attempt to invert right and wrong. What else could it be but humiliating and bullying people? Seeing Sun Zhanghao's arrogant and domineering demeanor, and the people around him, with expressions of disdain and contempt on their faces, Zhou Tao, Xinyao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu finally saw the true faces of these people. First were Zhou Tao's old classmates. In truth, they looked down on people like Zhou Tao, who had come from a small county town, from the bottom of their hearts. Because whether it's family background or education, they are something Zhou Tao could never hope to catch up with. Moreover, since they lived in a big city with relatively affluent family backgrounds, they looked down even more on Zhou Tao, who came from a small county. In their eyes, Zhou Tao and his 3 college classmates had no connections, no education, and no skills. They'll never amount to anything in their lives. I'll always be stuck at the bottom of society, struggling to survive, with no dignity or status whatsoever. And as for Sun Zhanghao, this man, his extraordinary background and family ties have given him the right to be arrogant and look down on others. In his eyes, people like Zhou Tao were lowly and insignificant, while he was superior and noble beyond compare. He looked down on all ordinary people, yet he took pleasure in using his power to belittle or bully them, all to highlight his own exceptional status and satisfy his sense of superiority from his lofty position. Zhou Tao and his friends are all post-2000s. They have watched countless mindless, feel-good novels and short dramas. They thought that the plot where rich second-generation kids bully others only existed in those stories. But now it seems. Sometimes reality is often more unexpected than movies and novels. Seeing that the other party remains silent, Sun Zhenghao gave a sinister smile. Not saying anything? Fine, then I'll take that as you not wanting to apologize to my friend. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you any face. With that said, everyone around was so startled by Sun Zhenghao's icy expression that they all sucked in a cold breath. After all, Sun Zhenghao had connections throughout the entire Jinan province. The last person who angered him so much is now suffering from depression and is constantly threatening to commit suicide. Everyone quickly snapped back to reality, but they couldn't help but sneer in disdain. They were now extremely curious. What will be the fate of Zhou Tao and his college classmates after provoking Sun Zhenghao on the spot? At that moment, even Zhang Yao sneered with extreme contempt, her gaze cold and mocking, as if she were mocking Zhou Tao. However, just as everyone was waiting to see Zhou Tao and his three friends make a fool of themselves, in the vast bar, a series of screams suddenly erupted one after another. Ah! What's that? The head is gone. That thing bit off the person's head. Run! Run fast! In an instant, everyone in the bar screamed and scattered, rushing toward the exits. The entire scene instantly descended into chaos. The chaotic commotion left Sun Zhenghao and the others stunned and bewildered. When they finally reacted and turned to look, their pupils suddenly contracted, and they felt a chill run down their spines. For their gaze had fallen upon something terrifying. A bizarre creature with the head of a wolf and the body of a human, its pupils a blood-red hue, its entire body engulfed in eerie green flames, opened its gaping maw and charged toward them, clutching a long sword emitting black sparks. At that moment, Sun Zhenghao and the others were completely speechless. They didn't have time to think about what was happening before their eyes. They could only keep screaming inside their heads, "We're definitely going to die." In his mind, even the gruesome vision of them being sliced in half by that eerie entity had already begun to take shape. But just as they were despairingly awaiting death, a dazzling golden light suddenly swept toward them, revealing a familiar figure. The figure was enveloped in dazzling crimson lightning, and a lightning-infused spear materialized in its hands. With the spear's blade, it deflected the black sword swung by the strange entity with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The clash of swords and spears erupted into a deafening explosion. The crimson lightning surging around that figure suddenly became wildly violent, with countless tiny electric arcs darting wildly through the air, filling the air with a constant crackling sound. For a moment, a brilliant crimson lightning bolt illuminated the sky, leaving the entire scene shrouded in an otherworldly aura. And just at that moment, Zhou Tao was surrounded by crimson lightning, resembling a deity descending from the heavens. Holding a lightning-infused spear, he stood firmly before the crowd and turned to address them. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and run." Chapter 139, Unexpected Turn of Events. Things are looking bad. Watching Zhou Tao's back shrouded in lightning and thunder. At this moment, Sun Zhenghao and the others stood there with blank expressions, their minds momentarily frozen. The terror in their hearts felt like a meteorite crashing into the ocean's surface, instantly triggering a massive wave that thundered through their minds. The worldview they had painstakingly built over the course of decades crumbled to pieces in an instant. Because what was happening before their eyes had far exceeded their understanding of the world. Impossible. What is that monster? Why are there lightning bolts floating around Zhou Tao? What on earth is going on here? This doesn't make sense. This is impossible. Everyone was mentally shattered, unable to believe what was happening in this world. There were actually demons and immortals in existence. The monsters and immortals described in movies and novels. They actually exist in real life. What's even more astonishing to them is Zhou Tao, whom they had completely overlooked from start to finish, was utterly unremarkable. He was actually a divine being with magical powers. What on earth is going on here? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. For a moment, Sun Zhenghao and the others stood there in stunned silence, feeling both disbelief and utter horror. Just as they were trembling with fear, their faces pale and still shaken by the ordeal, Zhou Tao, standing before them, already held a lightning-charged spear in his hand, and walked slowly toward that strange creature with a wolf's head and a human body, its appearance grotesque and terrifying. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, revealing a calm and composed smile. After all that trouble, it was just a demon beast at the mid-stage of chi cultivation. "Don't anyone else intervene. I'll handle this one." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly pinched a talisman that glowed with a dazzling golden light and threw it into the air. The talisman rose without a breeze, as if guided by invisible threads, floating gracefully in mid-air. Then, Zhou Tao raised his thunder-lit spear, which crackled with electricity, and gently touched the floating talismans with the spear tip. In an instant, the talismans vanished like extinguished stars, humming as they transformed into countless specks of light, merging into the long spear in his hands. Hum. Zzz. The arc of electricity on the long spear suddenly became wildly violent, and golden runes appeared on the spear's body, shimmering with a dazzling glow. Immediately afterward, Zhou Tao's brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately tapped his toes lightly, drawing his gun and charging forward. Then came the thunderous gunfire, followed by flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. Wherever the gun tip points, suddenly, countless bursts of electric arcs, each carrying the 5 elemental energies of ice, fire, water, wind, and wood, erupted and darted wildly through the air. The 5 vibrant mystical lights intertwined and collided, erupting in deafening roars that caused the surrounding air to tremble. The next second, bang! A dazzling array of multicolored mystical light flashed by. Suddenly, a dull explosion echoed through the air. Everyone looked up again. The strange creature with the head of a wolf, a human body, a sharp beak, and fangs that had appeared earlier. At this moment, only half of its body remained standing on the ground. The surrounding tables and chairs were covered in greenish flesh and sticky liquid. The entire scene was horrifying. Seeing this scene, Sun Jianghao and the others were completely dumbfounded. One by one, they stood frozen in place like statues, their expressions filled with terror beyond words. Instantly defeated. That terrifying creature, whose mere presence was enough to send them reeling in fear, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to even walk or breathe. And it was instantly defeated by Zhou Tao with a single move. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel their pupils contract sharply, a chill running up their spine and straight to the top of their head, making their scalp tingle. At that moment, besides surprise, there was actually more fear and regret. Surprise. Because in their minds, Zhou Tao was just a poor kid from a small county town who would never amount to anything in his lifetime. But in reality, he can control lightning, master spells, and is a divine being with extraordinary powers. The stark contrast between the two left them utterly unable to believe that what they were seeing was real. But the strong smell of blood in the air constantly reminded them that everything that had happened was real. No matter how much they tried to disbelieve it, no matter how many times they told themselves it was impossible, it won't change the fact. Fear. It was because Zhou Tao's magical abilities were simply too terrifying, with such devastating power that it was truly shocking. And regret. Because they had provoked Zhou Tao not just once, but multiple times. Zhou Tao's high school classmates were now pale-faced and filled with terror. They never could have imagined it. Zhou Tao, who had always been mocked by them for his poor grades and poor family background, and who they had always believed would never amount to anything in life. Now he is a powerful deity with formidable magical abilities. And just moments ago, they were still flattering Sun Jianghao and berating Zhou Tao. If only they had known this earlier. Even if you gave them 800 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. They suddenly realized that the sense of superiority they had always felt toward Zhou Tao was utterly ridiculous. Sun Jianghao wasn't much better off at that moment, though he was a wealthy second-generation heir. But when faced with Zhou Tao, his pride in his wealth and status, his lofty status and self-respect, and his connections and background, which were more than enough to make him look down on everyone else. At this moment, he was nothing but a joke in Zhou Tao's eyes. Not even worth a laugh. He's just a mortal, what does he have to compete with a god? And just a moment ago, he actually humiliated the other party in every possible way and even threatened not to show any mercy. Just thinking about it made Sun Jianghao filled with regret. He wished he could slap himself dozens of times. At that moment, his heart was racing, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He was more afraid than he had ever been before. Because he knows it all too well. This time, he had truly provoked someone he could never afford to provoke. And at this very moment, Zhang Yao's expression was equally filled with terror. But deep down inside her, besides surprise, fear, and regret, there was another emotion lurking beneath the surface. The gaze directed at Zhou Tao also revealed a subtle, barely perceptible shift. Everyone's thoughts flashed in an instant. When they came to their senses, they noticed that the crimson lightning swirling around Zhou Tao had already vanished, and he had returned to his ordinary human form. However, the commotion caused by his earlier spell to slay the demon was too great, and the scene was extremely dazzling and exaggerated. There were nearly 2,000 people in the bar, and almost all of them witnessed the scene with their own eyes. So everyone present. After a moment of stunned silence, there was a sudden uproar. Impossible. I must be dreaming. This can't be real. How could this be? It must be an illusion. A god. That young man is a god. He saved us. Impossible. There really are gods in this world? Ha, we're saved. The gods have come to our rescue. For a moment, the entire bar was filled with deafening screams. One move and it's over? Sigh, what a letdown. Zhou Tao ignored the voices around him. Instead, he sighed slightly in disappointment and turned to walk back toward Xinyao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu. Xinyao nearly lost his composure upon hearing this. You need advanced spells to kill a mid-level demon beast? You're just showing off. Zhou Tao retorted angrily, you don't know anything. This is called not underestimating your enemy. Do you understand caution? Shen Yao mocked, cautious? Give me a break. I think you're just trying to show off. Zhang Xiaolu said cautiously. Zhou Tao is right. We should be cautious. I'm sure you've all felt it too, there's more than one demon in this bar. Gao Yan looked around and frowned, saying, judging by the demonic energy around us, there are roughly 50 demons here. Fortunately, their cultivation levels are only at the mid-stage of qi refining, posing little threat to us. Shen Yao pondered for a moment and said, then what we need to do now is simple. We just need to evacuate everyone from the bar as quickly as possible, then eliminate all the demons here. This demon cleansing operation will be successfully completed. Zhou Tao laughed. Shen Yao is right, but there are too many people here. To better protect the civilians during the evacuation, we should split up and act separately later. Shen Yao shot Zhou Tao a sideways glance. You're right, Zhou Tao. Let's each take responsibility for a section and protect everyone as they evacuate, preventing any demonic creatures from attacking and injuring anyone. After speaking, Zhou Tao and Shen Yao exchanged a stern glance. Zhou Tao, pretend to be a dog. Shen Yao, noob. The two exchanged insults, neither willing to back down. Gao Yan and Zhang Xiaolu, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. They thought to themselves, these two idiots are acting like 3-year-old children. Zhang Xiaolu gave a shy smile on her pretty face. Well, there's no time to waste. Let's get started right away. As soon as she finished speaking, the four of them quickly divided up the areas they would be responsible for protecting with just a few more words. They then nodded to each other and began their mission. But as soon as they took a few steps, plop! Turning around, they saw Sun Zhenghao suddenly kneel heavily before them with a thud. Tao Gu. There are a few more immortals. Earlier, I, Sun Zhenghao, was blinded by my own arrogance and failed to recognize your true worth. It was my mistake. I apologize sincerely. Sun Zhenghao said. Don. Without hesitation, he slammed his head into the ground, making a loud thud. I do not expect forgiveness, but I beg Tao Gu and the esteemed immortals to overlook my transgression and spare my life. I truly know I have erred. Please, I beg you, please spare me and let me live. Sun Zhenghao knelt on the ground, dared not lift his head, and had completely lost the arrogant demeanor he had displayed earlier. Instead, he looked as humble as a servant, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. At that moment, where was the slightest trace of the arrogant, self-important heir to a wealthy family he once was? But at that very moment, Zhou Tao's high school classmates hurriedly imitated Sun Zhenghao, running over and kneeling directly before Zhou Tao and the others. Brother Tao, esteemed masters, we were disrespectful earlier. We know we were wrong. We apologize. Yes, it was our fault for speaking out of turn. We are truly sorry. We will never do it again. That's right, Tao Gu, we'll never dare to offend you again. Please spare us. Tao Gu, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me. The crowd knelt on the ground begging for mercy, looking utterly humiliated, their voices trembling with tears. Zhou Tao and the others, upon seeing this, felt that the scene before them seemed a bit too exaggerated. They never imagined that their status as cultivators would scare someone so badly. Zhou Tao was the first to snap out of it and spoke up. Alright, everyone, get up. Since I just saved you from that demonic sword, it means I never intended to kill you in the first place. Your actions are indeed despicable, but we are not some demonic cult. How could we possibly kill you over such a trivial matter? Zhou Tao said, glaring fiercely at the red-haired man named Zhang Feixiang and snapping. You, on the other hand. You should indeed apologize to my friend properly. Zhang Feixiang was so scared that he jumped up, turned around, and knelt down in front of Zhang Xiaolu, begging for mercy. Divine sister, I was wrong just now. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. He kept bowing his head while slapping himself hard across the face, the sound echoing loudly. Zhang Xiaolu just watched silently, letting the other person slap his face until it was red and swollen without saying a word to stop him. After all, she knew very well in her heart. The arrogant and domineering rich kid in front of her must have ruined countless ordinary girls in his daily life. In other words, if she weren't an immortal cultivator, or if it had been another girl who was harassed today, how tragic would the outcome be? Zhang Xiaolu frowned, a rare hint of coldness flickering in her eyes. Stop it. I forgive you. The red-haired man, Zhang Feixiang, upon hearing this, bowed his head frantically as if he had been granted a pardon, repeatedly thanking her. Shen Yao smiled and said, All right, get up. No need to kneel. There are still over 50 demons hiding in this bar. If you keep dawdling around here, you might not even have a chance to escape later. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. Sun Zhenghao and the others heard this and were so frightened that they sucked in a cold breath. At that moment, the others didn't have time to think about such things. After muttering a few words of thanks and begging for mercy, they hurriedly fled toward the bar's exit. Meanwhile, Zhou Tao immediately used his spiritual energy to amplify his voice, informing everyone in the bar that the demons hadn't been completely eliminated and urging them to leave immediately. At the same time, he reassured everyone not to worry, as the four of them would each take responsibility for a section and ensure everyone's safe evacuation. Nearly 2,000 people in the bar heard this. At first, there was a wave of fear and tension, but once they realized what was happening, they rushed toward the bar's exit, shouting words of thanks and gratitude as they fled. Soon, the crowd in the bar began to evacuate in an orderly manner. Zhou Tao and his three companions also prepared to begin their operation according to plan. But just then, a commotion suddenly erupted near the nearby emergency exit. What's going on? Why can't we get out? What is that red light barrier? I can't break it even by hitting it. It's harder than steel. What's going on here? It's magic. It must be magic. We're trapped inside this light barrier and can't get out. How could this happen? I don't want to stay here. I want to get out. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The crowd suddenly became panicked. Zhou Tao and the others heard the commotion and were startled. They hurriedly took a few quick steps forward to investigate. The crowd around them saw this and immediately rejoiced, making way for them to pass, shouting, "The little immortal has arrived. They're saved." However, when Zhou Tao and the others released their spiritual energy to investigate, they immediately furrowed their brows and revealed expressions of utter horror. This was because the red energy barrier blocking the exit was emitting an extremely intense aura of malevolence. So intense that even with their mid-foundation establishment cultivation, they felt a chill run down their spines. Judging by the intensity of the malevolent energy, the person who cast the spell to create this red light shield, at least a ninth realm chi manipulator. His strength is equivalent to that of a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Thinking of this, Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu's expressions grew solemn, and tension began to build within each of them. Because they realized the current situation was extremely dire, far beyond their expectations. The enemies they face may not be limited to demons alone. There is also a 9 realms chi master whose power surpasses theirs. At this moment, Zhou Tao and the other three looked solemn and restless. It seemed that this exorcism operation won't be so easy. There are demons in this bar tonight, and it's definitely not just a coincidence. Chapter 140, A Powerful Enemy. Everyone around them fixed their gaze on Zhou Tao and his group. Seeing the solemn expressions on their faces, the fear in their hearts was instantly ignited. After all, this was the current situation. They had no choice but to rely on the 4 teenagers, aged 17 or 18, before them if they wanted any chance of surviving and leaving this place. But at that moment, the 4 of them also looked troubled. This meant that the current situation was extremely tricky, even for them. Even the one with divine abilities, the only one who could save them, is starting to feel anxious. Then what about the rest of them? Tonight, aren't they doomed to face certain death? What's going on? Even those few minor deities are helpless against this red light barrier? Don't scare me. Are we trapped here and can't get out? It's over, everything's over. We're all going to die here. What should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. The crowd panicked, and the entire scene once again descended into chaos. Zhou Tao and his team looked serious. They first tried to calm everyone down, assuring them that they would do everything in their power to ensure everyone's safety and that there was no need to worry. Upon hearing this, the panic among the crowd began to subside slightly. Zhou Tao furrowed his brows and immediately communicated with Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu using his divine sense. What should we do now? How did a Qi master appear here? And it looks like a 9th rank Qi master. Xin Yao, a 9th rank Qi manipulator, is as powerful as a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while the 3 of us are only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. How can 3 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators possibly fight against a peak-stage foundation establishment cultivator? We have no chance of winning. Zhang Xiaolu, I remember last time on Lanning Mountain, even when we had 16 of us at the mid-foundation establishment stage, we couldn't defeat Yi Yu and Zhong, who was also a 9th realm Qi manipulator. The difference in strength is just too vast. Gao Yan was filled with righteous indignation. Even if we have no chance of winning, we must go. There are nearly 2,000 lives at stake. If we really can't win in the end, we can use the shadow escape charms that Su teacher gave us to return to the campus and retreat safely. Zhang Xiaolu looked uneasy. What about the ordinary people in the bar? As you said, there are nearly 2,000 lives at stake. Zhang Xiaolu looked uneasy. But what about the ordinary people in the bar? As you said, there are nearly 2,000 lives at stake. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, and Gao Yan all looked stunned. Yeah. If the situation is truly beyond repair, they do have the shadow escape charms to retreat safely. But what about the nearly 2,000 ordinary people on the scene? They're trapped here with no way out. Are we just going to leave them here to die? But if you don't run away, given their current strength, they are destined to meet their end at the hands of a 9th realm Qi manipulator whose strength is on par with that of a foundation establishment peak stage practitioner. If things really come to that point, then, no matter how they choose, it seems they cannot make the perfect choice. Faced with this dilemma, everyone is torn inside. Gao Yan clenched his teeth. If it really comes to that, then fleeing will be our only option. If we die, the 2,000 people here will still die. But if we survive, there may be a chance to save countless lives in the future. Gao Yan's words were cruel. But they were also the truth. Compared to the lives of millions of people, the lives of 2,000 people are insignificant. But the problem is, the lives of 2,000 people. That's life, isn't it? Does that mean they're not worth mentioning just because there are fewer of them? Aren't they human lives too? Zhou Tao's brows furrowed. Damn it. Since things haven't reached a dead end yet, let's not dwell on it for now. The top priority right now is to protect the people on site and minimize casualties. Gao Yan, exactly. It's too early to think about the worst case scenario. As cultivators, we can't afford to be cowards before the battle even begins. No matter who the enemy is, we must give it our all. Xin Yao, you're right. Let's fight first and see what happens. If it really comes to that, we can make a decision then. Zhang Xiaolu bit her lip. Let's take it one step at a time then. After discussing their plan, Zhou Tao and the others immediately sprang into action. First, they used their spiritual energy to enhance their voices and calm everyone down. Then instruct everyone not to stand too spread out, but to form 4 lines, with 500 people in each line, standing as close together as possible. Then the 4 of them would each take responsibility for protecting one column. Only in this way can they better ensure everyone's safety. The 2,000 people present, upon hearing this, did not have time to think twice and hurriedly followed instructions. For each of them understood. Now, their only hope for survival lies with those 4 young boys and girls. Besides cooperating, they couldn't think of any other way to save themselves. Soon, nearly 2,000 people at the bar began to divide themselves up on their own, gathering into teams as Zhou Tao and the others had instructed. However, before long, an unexpected incident occurred. Zhou Tao and his team had originally planned to have the 2,000 people split into 4 lines, with 500 people in each line. In this way, the 4 of them could each protect 500 people. However, the current situation is that the 2,000 people present did not divide themselves into 4 equal groups. Instead, the vast majority of them rushed to Zhou Tao's side. Meanwhile, the people gathered around Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu numbered less than 300 in total. Especially Zhang Xiaolu. Perhaps it was because she had a gentle and cute appearance, coupled with her slender figure. She looks completely incapable of providing any sense of security. As a result, only a handful of people dared to stand by her side, just 6 in total. As for why most of the crowd chose to rush over to Zhou Tao's side? It must be because the demon with the head of a wolf and the body of a human that was just killed was slain by Zhou Tao. People only saw how powerful Zhou Tao's magical abilities were, so they naturally believed him to be the most reliable and the one who could provide the greatest sense of security. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tao's competitive spirit kicked in, giving him a momentary sense of satisfaction. He glanced at Xin Yao not far away and smiled with a hint of amusement. See that? That's what you call real ability. Unlike certain people who spend all day just putting on a show. As soon as he finished speaking, he changed the subject and addressed the crowd around him in a loud voice. Everyone, listen to me. I am just one person with limited abilities. I cannot protect all of you. My 3 friends are also exceptionally powerful cultivators. Please trust them. I can only protect up to 500 people here. Please join my friends for safety. They are equally capable of protecting everyone. Zhou Tao finished speaking and added a few reassuring words to calm the crowd. After listening to him, the crowd hesitantly made their way over to Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu. It took 2 or 3 minutes. The crowd reluctantly followed Zhou Tao's plan and formed 4 lines of 500 people each around the 4 of them. However, the 500 people standing beside Zhang Xiaolu, almost everyone looked uneasy, occasionally casting envious glances at the crowd around Zhou Tao. Some were even whispering to each other, murmuring under their breath, their words filled with doubt about Zhang Xiaolu's abilities. But at that moment, sigh. A demon with the head of a wolf and the body of a human suddenly swung a sword down from the ceiling. The blade, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, piercing sound, and directly swung toward Zhang Xiaolu. This single strike, as fast as lightning, powerful and forceful. The 500 people standing beside Zhang Xiaolu's eyes widened in terror, their hearts pounding in fear. They feared they would meet their end at the monster's blade. But the next second, Zhang Xiaolu acted swiftly, grabbing an empty wine bottle nearby and hurling it at the demonic creature that was swinging its blade toward him. She then formed her fingers into a sword-like gesture in front of her body. As the empty wine bottle neared the demon, she uttered a soft command, break. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the empty wine bottle suddenly exploded. The shards of broken glass flew like blades, tearing the demon's limbs and body to pieces, with flesh and blood flying everywhere. The overpowering stench of blood filled the air instantly. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone around Zhang Xiaolu was left speechless. They couldn't believe their eyes. A girl who looked so innocent and adorable actually possessed such terrifying methods. She casually tossed an empty wine bottle, instantly killing the massive, muscular monster. It's absolutely terrifying. Everyone present couldn't help but swallow hard, their uneasy expressions instantly replaced by shock. At the same time, they finally realized how superficial their previous judgment based on appearances had been. Soon, the crowd, having come to their senses, no longer whispered about Zhang Xiaolu. The looks they cast at Zhang Xiaolu were now filled with admiration and awe, and they felt a sudden sense of security. However, Zhang Xiaolu did not let her guard down. Instead, she became even more vigilant. She furrowed her delicate brows and casually reminded the people behind her to stand closer and not stray too far from her. For at that moment, she could sense that the aura of demons and monsters around her had suddenly become incredibly intense. Suddenly, Gao Yan shouted from a short distance away, "Everyone, be careful! The demons are above us!" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao, Gao Yan, Zhang Xiaolu, and the 2,000 people present all looked up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the ceiling. All they could see was the pitch-black ceiling. Dozens of pairs of eyes, glowing with a crimson, eerie light, were densely packed across the ceiling, flickering like ghostly flames that refused to die out, sending a chill down one's spine. Upon closer inspection, dozens of bizarre-looking demons flickered in the darkness, baring their fangs and drooling, emitting deep, muffled growls. Their eyes seemed locked onto their prey, staring intently at everyone present. The 2,000 people present were instantly terrified, their faces turning deathly pale as they couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Everyone was so frightened that their pupils dilated and their legs went weak. At that moment, they felt as though they had been transported into a bizarre and grotesque bloody horror film. At any moment, they could be ripped open and dismembered by those hideous, monstrous creatures. The terrifying scenes from horror movies were flashing wildly through everyone's minds. But at that very moment, they weren't watching a movie, it was happening to them in real life. How could anyone not be afraid? How could one not despair? At this moment, the entire bar was filled with an atmosphere of fear and despair. Just then, sigh, roar. Dozens of bizarre demons suddenly descended from the ceiling, opening their bloodthirsty maws and wielding weapons such as swords, hammers, and sickles, charging directly toward everyone below. Whoosh! A large group of demons and monsters plunged down like raindrops, moving at an incredible speed. Everyone present was instantly terrified, their bodies going limp, their minds going blank, each believing they were certain to meet a gruesome end there. However, the next second, Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu suddenly transformed into 4 blurry figures. Each was surrounded by swirling lightning arcs, holding lightning spears in their hands. Holding a light sword, radiating brilliant light. Enveloped in crimson flames, fists strike with a howling wind. Using fingers as swords, words become law. Then, bang, sizzle, boom. All that could be heard were countless deafening sounds that never ceased. Countless beams of mystical light shone brightly across the entire scene. Zhou Tao and his 3 companions leaped into the air, slicing through the demonic creatures with ease, leaving none of the attacking demons alive. A rain of blood poured down throughout the entire bar. Hundreds of demonic limbs and arms were scattered on the ground, and countless pieces of flesh were splattered everywhere. For a moment, the bar was filled with a strong, pungent smell of blood. The entire scene resembled a living hell, shocking and blood-soaked beyond belief. Every person present had their faces covered in fresh blood. Just as their hearts were racing and their faces were filled with panic, before they could even celebrate their survival, a cold, aged laugh suddenly echoed in each of their ears. Ha, the young are truly formidable. Indeed, the young are truly formidable. You've killed so many of my battle beasts, I was originally very displeased. However, the strength of the 4 of you young ones has truly brought me great comfort. Therefore, I intend to spare your lives, on the condition that you accompany me in a game. If you win, I will let you leave safely. If you lose, you will all die. The voice was authoritative, and the last sentence was utterly cold, sending a chill down one's spine just hearing it, as if one had fallen into an ice cave. What was that sound? Who was speaking? Where is the sound coming from? What's going on? Don't scare me. The crowd was startled and began looking around frantically, trying to find the source of the voice. Upon hearing the sound, Zhou Tao and the others felt their hearts skip a beat, their brows furrowing tightly. They immediately communicated using their spiritual awareness. Zhou Tao, they're here. A 9th rank chi manipulator. Gao Yan, I can't sense the enemy's location. What should we do now? Xin Yao, did I hear that correctly? The enemy said they want to play a game with us? Could this be a trap? Zhang Xiaolu, I don't think so. Given their strength, they wouldn't go to such lengths to deal with us. Though we don't know what they're up to, with our current strength, fighting them head-on would be certain defeat. Let's agree for now and see what they're really up to, then we can adapt accordingly. Zhang Xiaolu's suggestion was agreed upon by the 3 of them. He then proceeded to calm the emotions of everyone present. Once the scene had quieted down, the 4 of them bowed simultaneously, with Zhang Xiaolu speaking on behalf of everyone, addressing the emperor with the utmost respect. Please calm down, senior. We were just trying to save someone and didn't know those demons were your battle beasts. Please forgive us. Since this matter was my fault, we will accept whatever punishment you deem fit, and we will have no complaints. If the senior wishes to play a game, we will accompany you to the end. As for the outcome of victory or defeat, we will fully comply with your wishes. With that said, there stood an old man with the demeanor of an immortal, dressed in a black Taoist robe, his feet treading on leaves manifested from the primordial chi, slowly descending from the ceiling. Though his face was wrinkled, it was radiant with a healthy glow, showing no signs of old age. His stern expression exuded an air of natural authority, commanding respect without uttering a word. You young ones, at least you know better. The old man quickly walked up to Zhou Tao and the others, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone present. I have always kept my word. If you win the next game, I will let you leave alive. But if you lose, you will all die. This game is a matter of life and death for you, so I will give you 3 minutes to prepare yourselves mentally. 3 minutes later, the game will officially begin. The old man finished speaking. A chill that seemed to solidify into substance erupted from his entire body, spreading throughout the entire bar in an instant. No, it can't be. The oppressive aura of that old man is actually stronger than that of the 4 little immortals. We're doomed, completely doomed. We're going to die. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. How did I end up in this situation? Why am I so unlucky? The crowd was so terrified they were on the verge of breaking down, and many even started crying on the spot. The terrifying and bizarre demons that had appeared earlier had already shattered their worldview into pieces. Now, another terrifying old man has appeared, intent on killing them. The sense of oppression is 100 times stronger than that of the demons earlier, and even stronger than that of the 4 little immortals. This has pushed them, who were already trembling with fear, to the brink of complete mental collapse. The bar once again descended into chaos and commotion. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The old man in the black robe grinned and said coldly, "Time's up. Now, the game begins." Chapter 141, The Death Game. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu's hearts instantly sank. Next, I began to announce the game content. This game will be played in a best-of-3 format. The first game is called Life or Death Coin. The old man's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. With a flick of his wrist, a golden coin appeared out of thin air, floating in mid-air. One side of the coin represented life, the other death. The rules are simple. Among the 2,000 people present, you must select 5 challengers to complete the coin toss challenge. The challengers simply toss the coin, and regardless of whether it lands heads or tails, the challenge is considered successful. However, challengers who toss tails will be eliminated by me. Only those who successfully throw down the gauntlet will be able to coexist peacefully. You have 10 minutes to complete the challenge. If 5 challengers complete the challenge within 10 minutes, you win the game. Otherwise, you lose. The rules of the game have been announced. Now, the timer starts. The old man spoke succinctly and to the point, without a single unnecessary word. After speaking, he crossed his arms behind his back and watched the crowd with interest. As long as you toss the coin, the challenge is considered successful. In that case, the first game is almost a sure win. You make it sound so easy, but the person who flips tails really does die. Who would be willing to take that risk? Yeah, the probability of a coin landing heads or tails is 50-50. Who would gamble with their life? Let the lucky one go. I'm unlucky, please don't make me go. Why should I risk my life to be the challenger? I don't owe any of you anything. Why should I sacrifice myself to save you? Why can't you sacrifice yourselves to save me? Don't look at me, I'm not going. I don't want to die yet. Everyone present was discussing the matter. However, everyone was shifting the blame onto one another, unwilling to risk their lives by stepping forward as the challenger. Just then, Zhou Tao and the other 4 didn't hesitate for a moment and bravely stepped forward. However, Zhou Tao was the first to step forward toward the elderly man. "I'll go first." Saying this, he grabbed the golden coin floating in the air and tossed it into the sky with a flick of his wrist. Immediately afterward, Zhou Tao's brows furrowed slightly. His right hand formed a sword-like gesture, and a white thread as thin as a strand of hair shot out from his fingertip, swiftly connecting to the uncirculated side of the golden coin. The next second, snap! The coin hit the ground. Since Zhou Tao had transformed his spiritual energy into a white thread of qi, it was firmly connected to the coin's uncirculated side. Therefore, he could easily control the coin so that the raw side would inevitably appear when it landed. And that is indeed the case. After the coin landed, sure enough, it was the side with the unfamiliar character facing up. Zhou Tao looked at the old man. "This isn't a foul, right?" The old man, with his hands behind his back, smiled faintly. "As long as no one else intervenes, it's not a foul." Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's brows furrowed immediately. In truth, this coin-tossing game was child's play for the 4 cultivators. With a simple trick, they could ensure that the coin always landed with the head side up. As a result, 4 challengers successfully completed the coin-tossing challenge. As for the remaining challenger, Despite being selected from the crowd of ordinary people present, they could still stand by and use their magic to assist them, achieving the same effect. However, it now appears that this method is no longer viable. According to the old man's instructions, they cannot intervene to assist the coin-tossing challenger. In other words, if you want to win this game, there will always be an ordinary person facing the risk of death to take on the role of the challenger. No matter what, someone must take on this risk. In my thoughts, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu. They also followed Zhou Tao's approach and successfully completed the challenge. The crowd present witnessed this and exclaimed in astonishment. But soon, fear once again appeared on their faces, and everyone began to push and shove, arguing with one another. For among all those present, not a single person was willing to take that risk. Not a single person. Time passed second by second. The crowd on the scene continued to argue, flee, and shift blame onto one another. Time passed quickly. But even as time dwindled down to the final 2 minutes, among the 2,000 people present, yet not a single person was willing to step forward as the challenger. Who's going to step up? We're running out of time. Why are you all so selfish? Even if you die, your life could save 2,000 of ours. You're all a bunch of cowards who only care about your own lives. Then why don't you go? You're so ugly, it wouldn't matter if you died, right? You, get up there. My father is the richest man in Shizhou City. Why would I risk my life for something like this? Don't you know who I am? The bar was bustling with noise. And just as everyone was pushing and shoving, arguing with one another, in the crowd, a teenage girl pushed her way through the chaotic crowd and walked straight up to the old man. She raised her hand and took the golden coin floating in the air. She stared at the coin in her hand, her expression growing solemn. At that moment, everyone present was utterly astonished. Who would have thought there was actually someone so fearless, willing to sacrifice their own life for others? The scene fell into complete silence. A moment later, a commotion erupted. Everyone was praising the girl, calling her a beautiful and kind-hearted person. However, Zhou Tao and the other four were startled, their faces filled with suspicion. Because the girl who stepped forward to become the fifth challenger was none other than, it was Zhou Tao's old classmate, Zhang Yao. They never expected it. Zhang Yao, who had just been so sharp and sarcastic. Now she is actually willing to risk her own safety to step forward as the fifth challenger. Why has she suddenly become so selfless and noble? Zhou Tao was even more puzzled by this. In his impression, Zhang Yao is a heartless, opportunistic, and extremely selfish person. From the day of the graduation party, the words she spoke to Zhou Tao, or what she and son Zhang Hao did to Zhou Tao just now, it's clear that she's just that kind of person. But now, she seemed like a completely different person. She was willing to risk her own life to step forward as the fifth challenger and save strangers she didn't even know. Why did she do that? Thoughts come and go in an instant. Everyone came to their senses. But they saw Zhang Yao so nervous that cold sweat was beading on his forehead. But she clenched her brows, gritted her teeth, and tossed the golden coin in her hand. Clink! The coin hit the ground. Luckily, the coin landed heads up. Zhang Yao, who had been so tense that her face had turned pale, finally exhaled deeply upon seeing this, and her solemn expression relaxed slightly. Her face bore a look of excitement as if she had narrowly escaped death, and she turned her head to glance at Zhou Tao and the others. But she said nothing, silently returning to the crowd. Not bad. You won the first game. Without giving the crowd a moment to rest, the old man's icy voice rang out once more. The next game is called the 10 Death Pact. The rules are straightforward. From the 2,000 people present, you must select 10 warriors to sacrifice themselves. In other words, if 10 corpses appear before me within 10 minutes, you win the game. Otherwise, I win. Now, the timer starts. As soon as he said that, everyone present immediately erupted into chaos. Select 10 people to sacrifice themselves? How could there be such a cruel game? This isn't a game at all. It's clearly just toying with us. He's doing this on purpose. He never intended to let any of us go. Everyone was in a state of panic. At that moment, the old man spoke again in a sinister tone. Just a friendly reminder, if you win this round, you win the entire game, and I will let all of you leave alive. But if you lose, your last chance is to win the third game. And as for the third game, I might as well give you a heads up. The third game is called Life or Death Showdown. The rules are that if all of you present can work together to defeat me, you win. Otherwise, I win. At that point, if I win 2 out of 3 games, everyone present here will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. The third game worked together to defeat him? What kind of ridiculous game is this? If we can beat him, why would we need to play these meaningless games with him here? Since the third game is impossible to win, the first 2 games can't even be called games, they're just him toying with all of us. This is utterly unreasonable. This isn't a game at all. It's clear that if we don't do as he says, we'll all die. You're right, but if we do what he says, only 10 of us will die, and the other 2,000 can all survive, right? Someone, think of a plan quickly. Which 10 people are willing to sacrifice themselves? Step forward now, or we'll all die. Everyone looked terrified and began to discuss the matter heatedly. Zhou Tao and the others never expected the old man to be so shameless. However, given the current situation, they couldn't act yet. If they provoke that old man, none of the bystanders will survive. But if we don't act, are we really going to sacrifice the lives of 10 people to save the remaining 2,000? Zhou Tao and the other three looked solemn, unsure of what to do. Even if they wanted to calm everyone down and prevent them from arguing, they didn't know what to say. He wants 10 bodies, so why don't we just kill 10 people? If we kill 10 people, all 2,000 of us will be saved. Are you serious? How can you say such a thing so calmly? You're right. We only need to kill 10 people. Kill 10 people. You fat pig. You're fat and ugly, and even if you die, it won't matter. You'll just be saving resources for society. Go die. Come on. Come kill me. I'll see who among you can beat me. That woman is petite and cute. She should be the easiest to kill, right? What are you doing? Stay away from me. Don't come near me. Give me the knife. You can't do it. Let me do it. What's with those looks? I'm doing this to save all of us. You should all thank me. What are you looking at me for? Don't come near me. Don't kill me. I don't want to. Just as Zhou Tao and the others were at a loss, the 2,000 people present seemed to have gone mad. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they brandished various weapons, beginning to act in an extremely manner. Perhaps the fear that had been building up inside them for so long had finally burst forth like a flood, completely overwhelming their rationality. Their minds were consumed by a single kill. Only murder is the only way to survive. In the blink of an eye, someone was shouting wildly in a heated argument. Someone was screaming hysterically. Someone was crying and begging for mercy. Others were screaming in agony. A cacophony of sounds intertwined, rising and falling, sharp and piercing. Just a moment. The situation on the scene completely spiraled out of control. The entire bar was like a disturbed beehive, in complete chaos. When Zhou Tao and the others finally reacted and were about to take control of the situation, however, they saw a blood-soaked, muscular man dragging the body of a petite girl with twin ponytails out of the crowd. Chapter 142, Madness and Chaos. Everyone present looked on in shock, instantly startled into gasping in horror. There lay the girl with the two ponytails, her face unrecognizable, covered in blood, her throat slit open in a gruesome gash. Her pupils were dilated and lifeless, clearly having lost all signs of life. She was now nothing more than a lifeless corpse. Slap! The muscular man dragged the girl's body to the old man's feet, then said nothing and walked back into the crowd like a zombie. As soon as he turned back, a fat man with his abdomen slit open and his body covered in knife wounds was carried by 7 or 8 people and brought before the old man. The man's eyes were lifeless, and he lay motionless, clearly already a corpse. Immediately afterward, the body of a short, slender man was carried up. Then came a slender young woman wearing a floral dress. Everyone present went completely wild. For a moment, one corpse after another was brought before the old man. Zhou Tao and the others couldn't even stop them. Before the old man, 10 horribly mutilated bodies were neatly arranged, creating a scene that was utterly spine-chilling. Just then, there was another female corpse, its flesh torn open, being dragged by a man and a woman to the old man's feet. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tao immediately enhanced his voice with spiritual energy, his voice booming like thunder. Enough! 10 people have already died. Stop this madness, you lunatics! Hearing the commotion, the crowd finally realized that enough people had already died. Don't kill me. There are already enough people dead. None of us need to die anymore. Please, don't kill me. There are 10 bodies now. We've won. We've won. We don't have to die. Ha! I killed 2 people, I saved everyone. The crowd was in an uproar, and the scene was chaotic. Ha! Congratulations to everyone for winning the game. I always keep my word. Now, you may leave. As the old man finished speaking, the red light shrouding the exit of the bar vanished in an instant. The crowd on the scene was filled with excitement. They rushed toward the bar exit as if they had been granted a pardon. In an instant, everyone scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. The scene was chaotic and noisy. About 3 minutes later, all 2,000 people present fled the scene. The scene suddenly became deathly quiet, utterly silent. At that moment, the entire bar was now empty except for Zhou Tao, Xin Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu, who remained motionless in their original spots. They gritted their teeth, seething with anger, their eyes fixed intently on the old man before them, their fists clenching tighter and tighter. The old man, seeing this, gave a cold smile and spoke with a mocking tone. Why do you young people look so upset? Just a moment ago, they were addressing you as senior, but now they've changed their tune so quickly? You won my game, and I kept my word and spared your lives. Shouldn't you be happy instead? Happy? This old man is a completely insane devil. First, he released demons and monsters, plunging the crowd into terror. Then, they sealed off the exits with a light barrier, further intensifying the crowd's panic and despair. They then devised a life or death game to completely shatter everyone's psychological defenses. He drove everyone present to the brink of madness. He completely brought out the selfishness in human nature. In the end, without breaking a sweat, he killed 11 people. That's 11 lives. Such a cruel and cunning plan. Such a malicious heart. What else could it be but utter madness? Zhou Tao was furious, raging like a madman. You beast. You're nothing but a beast. Xinyao held a long sword in his hand, his body radiating a mysterious glow, his face dark as he glared at the old man. Let's all attack together. Today, no matter what, we must take that old man's life. Gao Yan stepped forward, his fists bursting with spiritual energy, and flames erupted, exactly what I was thinking. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. But the old man remained calm, paying no heed to the crowd's anger. Instead, he sneered disdainfully. Why do you young men wish to lay hands on me? From start to finish, I have never killed anyone. The 11 bodies before me, not a single one was killed by me. If you wish to seek justice, you should at least provide me with a proper reason. Zhou Tao immediately cast a talisman, which instantly transformed into countless crackling red lightning bolts swirling around his body. A thunderous hum echoed as a lightning-clad spear materialized in his hand. Gripping the spear tightly, he roared with fury. Enough nonsense! You beastly creature used a deranged game to kill 11 people, and now you dare to argue that you are innocent? You evil, heartless monsters, every last one of you deserves to die. The old man laughed coldly. Ha, if you young people insist on thinking that way, I can do nothing about it. After experiencing the game just now, can you really not see that the people you worked so hard to save are, in essence, no different from the demons you speak of? Cowardice, selfishness, cruelty, and indifference. The people you risk your lives to protect are exactly like this. To survive, they would kill each other without mercy or remorse, their hideous faces indistinguishable from those of demons. Is such a hideous group of people truly worth your utmost effort to protect? Xinyao blared angrily, no longer bothering to waste his breath on them. In a fit of rage, his body swiftly transformed into a blur, raising his sword and swinging it directly at the old man. Under the enhancement of spiritual energy, the long sword in his hand burst into a brilliant glow, resembling an agile light dragon, emitting a series of humming sounds. In an instant, the sword's momentum was fierce, tearing through the air, and the sound of the wind breaking was like the roar of a dragon, deafening. Facing this overwhelmingly powerful sword strike, the old man stood his ground, not even flinching. With a casual flick of his palm, he unleashed a powerful innate chi, which shattered Xinyao's technique with a loud boom, sending him flying backward in an instant. Fortunately, Xinyao quickly thrust his sword into the ground to steady himself, narrowly avoiding a fall. At such a young age, you already possess such formidable strength. I must admit that you young ones truly possess extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, in my presence, you are no more than ants. The old man raised his head slightly, his tone brimming with arrogance. I am indeed interested in taking you as my disciples, but on the condition that you must serve me faithfully for the rest of your lives. I never take disciples lightly. Becoming my disciple means you will become a powerhouse who stands above all others. Power, wealth, status, everything will be within your grasp. To be my disciple is an honor. What do you think, young ones? Zhou Tao burst out laughing upon hearing this. Go to hell. You old fool, you think you're fit to be our master? Don't you know your own worth? You're talking big. The old man didn't get angry, but instead smiled. Looking at your skills, you don't seem like you're from some random school. Tell me where you learned your skills, and I'd like to know your master's name. How does he compare to me? Zhou Tao snorted coldly. You should be grateful our master isn't here. Otherwise, before you even had a chance to speak, you'd already be dead. Ha! You young upstart, you're bragging so much you'll choke on your own words. The old man burst into laughter, thinking Zhou Tao was just bluffing and talking big. After all, he was one of the strongest warriors in the entire Great Xia Kingdom. Both the righteous and evil factions of Qi Masters are powerless against him, and even that company dares not provoke him lightly. He is the ultimate martial arts master of the Great Xia dynasty. No one can kill him. How could he possibly be as easily killed with a single blow, as that young man claimed? It's utterly ridiculous. Xinyao stood up, and the spiritual energy of the sword in his hand erupted once more. This old man talks too much. Everyone, let's attack together. Don't waste any more time. No problem, I'll go first this time. Gao Yan didn't hesitate for a moment. Flames erupted violently around his body, surging several feet into the air. The flames on his fists resembled a roaring fire beast, and he immediately leaped forward, slamming his fists fiercely toward the old man's head. Xinyao followed closely behind, his sword emanating a chill as he launched another attack at the old man. Zhou Tao instantly darted behind the old man, his crimson lightning spear, shrouded in electric arcs, thrusting directly toward the old man's chest. Zhang Xiaolu silently recited a spell, forming her right hand into a sword-like gesture in front of her. In the air, she condensed dozens of green light needles, which swiftly flew toward the old man. The four of them now unleashed their true abilities, aiming to kill the old man together. But the next second. How presumptuous! The old man merely hummed lightly, and the vast innate chi within his body surged forth like a flood, erupting with a thunderous roar and unleashing a devastatingly intense aura that swept everything in its path. The aura condensed into a tangible force, forming a pressure as heavy as a mountain range, completely shattering Zhou Tao and his three companions' attack. At that moment, the spiritual energy emanating from their bodies dissipated in an instant. The attacking motion came to an abrupt halt, and the entire person felt as though they were bearing the weight of 10,000 tons, instantly being crushed to their knees on the ground. Their face contorted into a hideous grimace, and even breathing became an agonizing struggle. A sense of fear began to arise in the hearts of everyone present. He was too strong. The opponent's strength is far beyond theirs. Even just casually releasing their innate chi, the overwhelming pressure alone was enough to instantly shatter their powerful attack. The opponent's strength is likely even greater than that of Yi Yuanzhong, who is also a chi master of the ninth realm. The gap in strength between them and the opponent is simply too vast. But the thought of fear flashed through the minds of the four in an instant. They had refrained from attacking the old man earlier to avoid endangering the bystanders. Now that the crowd has already fled, they can freely use their magic. Even if this battle is hopeless, they can still use the shadow escape scroll to retreat safely. Therefore, they have no reason to fear at all. They can unleash their full strength and fight without holding back. Everyone's eyes were as sharp as knives, their expressions unwavering and resolute. The old man withdrew his innate energy, and the crowd slowly rose to their feet as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Then, their spiritual energy erupted once more, preparing to launch another attack on the old man. Seeing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across the old man's weathered face. Enough! You are being so tactless that I am losing patience. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You may not appear to be reckless, but despite knowing the vast disparity in our strength and having no chance of victory, you still insist on fighting me. I presume you are not seeking death. Rather, you must possess some sort of escape technique, confident that you can flee unscathed from my grasp, correct? In that case, you could fight me without any risk. The old man snorted lightly and sneered. How naive. I advise you to abandon this idea immediately. Otherwise, I will first drive you all away and then slaughter everyone living on this street. As upright individuals, you certainly don't want to see such a thing happen, do you? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao and the other four were immediately stunned. They never imagined that their thoughts had been so easily read by the other party. That old man is indeed no pushover. The old man swept his gaze across the crowd and laughed coldly. I now give you two choices. 1. You may choose to oppose me. If you do, I will not only kill everyone living on this street, but I will also hunt you and your families down until every last one of you is dead. No one will be spared. 2. Become my disciple and swear eternal loyalty to me. Now I give you 3 minutes to decide. Once the time is up, I will assume you have chosen the former. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao and the other three were so enraged that their eyes widened in anger, and their fists clenched tighter and tighter, but they were powerless to do anything. Though they were cultivators, they were still human, and humans inevitably had their weaknesses. Even if they can harden their hearts and disregard the lives of strangers. But that old man intended to harm their families. It was utterly despicable. But make them swear allegiance to a demonic cult and commit acts that defy heaven and harm humanity? They simply cannot do it. They can't fight back, and they can't run away. What are we to do? Shen Yao furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. You despicable coward. The old man laughed indifferently. On the path of cultivation, those who are not despicable have all perished. If you were to become my disciples, you must learn this lesson as well. Zhou Tao and the other three glared angrily at the old man in the black robe before them, feeling both furious and despairing. They never expected the old man to be so despicable. They never imagined they would find themselves in such a difficult predicament. No matter which option they chose, it would lead to extremely dire consequences. At this moment, Zhou Tao and the other four were in agony, cold sweat pouring from their bodies, their expressions as solemn as could be. The 3-minute countdown ticked away, second by second. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and Zhou Tao and his three companions felt their nerves tightening, their emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. However, at that critical moment, a clear female voice echoed faintly from behind the crowd. I'll give you two choices. 1. Die peacefully at my hands. 2. Killed by me in despair. Now, it's your turn to make a choice. Chapter 143, The Final Showdown. That sudden voice was cold and indifferent, yet ethereal and delicate, clear and pleasant to the ear. Zhou Tao and the three others heard the sound and felt as though the clouds had parted, revealing a ray of light in the darkness warm and bright. The tense and despairing atmosphere was instantly shattered. The four of them suddenly looked bright-eyed, filled with joy. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to look. There stood a young girl, about 17 or 18 years old, with long hair flowing like a waterfall and skin as white as snow. She walked toward them slowly, her expression indifferent. The girl wore a gray-fitted t-shirt paired with a black layered long skirt. With each step she took, the hem of her skirt gently swayed, showcasing her graceful figure in all its splendor. She resembled a cold and elegant fairy stepping out of a painting, exuding an icy aura that kept everyone at arm's length. Her eyes were as cold as stars, and though her footsteps were light as feathers, they sounded like heavy hammers, creating a sense of overwhelming pressure. Upon witnessing this scene, Jotao and the other four were initially taken aback, but their expressions quickly brightened, and a thrilled smile spread across their lips. For the girl who had just appeared was none other than. She was their classmate from their ethereal university. From the Array Formation Department. Lin Muxue. It's Lin Muxue. Lin Muxue, what are you doing here? Jotao and Gao Yan were both shocked and puzzled. Before Lin Muxue could answer, Zhang Xiaolu suddenly said, I sent a WeChat message asking Lin Muxue to come over. Calling for backup? Zhang Xiaolu, that's a clever move. Such a simple way to break the deadlock, how did I not think of that? Xin Yao grinned, but it didn't matter. Now that Lin Muxue was here, that old beast was as good as dead today. The old man, however, found the situation highly amusing. It was merely a young girl with no strength to lift a chicken, and the innate energy emanating from her body was pitifully weak. Despite being such a weakling, those young men seemed to regard her as their savior and even boasted that they would make sure he met his end. What else could it be but ridiculous? Another young girl? The old man smiled wickedly. This is good. I have a disciple with insatiable lust. I can take you in as his servant. Rest assured, once you follow my disciple, I guarantee you will enjoy a life of wealth and luxury. Lin Muxue's eyes were as cold as ice, her expression as still as water, as if she hadn't heard a word the old man had said. She simply took light, graceful steps, moving slowly and steadily toward the old man. Shadow, open. Suddenly, Lin Muxue's red lips parted slightly, her voice barely audible. But as soon as she finished speaking, buzz! An invisible force surged forth from her body like a towering black wave, sweeping through the bar with overwhelming force. In the blink of an eye. In the vast bar. The room temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point, and the moisture in the air was instantly condensed and evaporated. Phew! In the originally enclosed bar, a cold wind began to blow, and black snowflakes began to fall, giving off a sense of coldness. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to crack as if frozen, emitting a faint crackling sound. Though faint, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet bar. Then, only to see that black shadows gathered on Lin Muxue's hands, slowly coalescing into two slender long swords shrouded in eerie shadows. The blades of the swords were formed from thick, ink-like shadows, with flowing shadows surging and swirling, emitting a faint, eerie glow. Eerie and illusory. Icy and extraordinary. See this. The old man immediately sucked in a cold breath, his heart crying out in alarm. Terrifying. The power emanating from that little girl is truly terrifying. He had cultivated for over 100 years and was now one of the strongest individuals in the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet, despite this, at this moment, he still felt an unprecedented fear. Every inch of his skin began to tremble and shake, sending chills down his spine. Impossible. What on earth is that thing? That's not innate chi at all. How could such a bizarre and powerful force exist in this world? Run. You must run. The old man was so terrified he was on the verge of breaking down. After all, the power the other party had displayed far exceeded his understanding. The last shred of reason in his mind told him. The force before him was far beyond his ability to resist. Run. Only by running can we survive. The old man's once lofty demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer terror. He was too overwhelmed to even consider how the young girl before him could possess such terrifying power. Instead, he immediately summoned all the spiritual artifacts and treasures on his body, simultaneously releasing the vast, ocean-like primordial chi within him. Whoosh! In an instant, swords, spears, fans, bottles, mirrors, and other magical artifacts swiftly flew out from the old man's body, filling the air with a dazzling glow. The old man's body was engulfed in surging killing intent, and the vast primordial energy surged forth, unleashing a devastating power that shook the entire bar to its core. Facing this overwhelming force, Zhou Tao and his three companions immediately felt their breathing grow labored and their bodies grow heavy. Every inch of their skin was being pierced by the terrifying aura, causing an excruciating pain. They couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. The old man's strength was indeed too powerful. If the other party had intended to kill them earlier, if they weren't careful, they wouldn't even have a chance to use the shadow escape symbol to return to the campus and would die at the hands of the enemy. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Earlier, the old man hadn't even used his full strength, and they had naively believed they were capable of fighting him head-on. Now it seems that was basically suicide. The old man before them was likely at the peak of the chi manipulation master realm, on par with cultivators at the golden core stage. These few cultivators at the mid-foundation establishment stage are as weak as ants in the presence of their opponent. Zhou Tao and the other three swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down their spines as they thought about it. Boom! Suddenly, the old man's magical artifact shattered the ceiling of the bar in an instant. The walls on all four sides were also shattered by the overwhelming force, leaving countless cracks. In an instant, the sound was deafening, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. This is it. The old man looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing with a sudden burst of overwhelming aura. His body shot upward with a whoosh, transforming into a golden beam of light that shot straight into the clouds, moving so fast it created a piercing sonic boom. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The old man's figure vanished from Zhou Tao and the other three before their eyes. The other party's speed was so fast that they couldn't even see clearly. Did they run away? Everyone looked shocked and worried that the old man had run away. However, the next second. Phew! Boom! A body emitting a faint golden glow suddenly plummeted downward, crashing into the bar floor and creating a massive crater. Dust filled the air for a moment. The dust quickly dissipated. Zhou Tao and the other three looked closely. In the huge pit, the old man in the black robe lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. A black-shadowed long sword had pierced through his throat, and another black-shadowed long sword had pierced through his heart. Bright red blood gushed out from the wounds, flowing steadily. Zhou Tao and the other three looked on in shock. What's going on? The old man fled so quickly that they couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Lin Muxue not only caught up instantly but also defeated the opponent in an instant? You must know that the old man was a 9th-rank Shi manipulator. Killing them was as easy as crushing an ant. However, Lin Muxue, the student, actually took down the old man with a single move. That's way too over the top, isn't it? Shadow, disperse. Lin Muxue murmured softly, and the temperature in the bar immediately returned to normal. The black snowflakes quickly dissipated, and all the strange phenomena vanished without a trace. She then slowly walked over to Zhou Tao and the other three, smiled brightly, and said, "Sorry everyone, I encountered some trouble on the way, so I arrived a bit late. Are you all okay?" Zhou Tao and the other three snapped out of their surprise and shook their heads to indicate they were fine. Lin Muxue smiled coldly, "As long as you're okay." As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly, the sound of sirens erupted, quickly surrounding the entire bar from all directions. "It seems we should leave," Lin Muxue said. "If the police discover us, we'll be in trouble." Zhou Tao and the other four nodded in agreement. After all the commotion earlier, the entire ceiling of the bar had been blown off by that old man. It would be no surprise if the police showed up. But before leaving, everyone walked over to take a look at the old man. The two black blades piercing through the old man's throat and heart began to slowly fade away. The old man's expression was complex, and it was impossible to tell whether he was surprised, frightened, or unwilling. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused, and his consciousness began to fade. Even the blood flowing from his wounds grew scarce. He was about to die. But before he dies, his old eyes fixed intently on Lin Muxue, and he struggled to utter a few words. "Impossible. How could I possibly die? What the hell are you?" Before the old man could finish his sentence, his neck snapped, and he breathed his last breath. Seeing this, Zhou Tao and the others finally felt at ease and left. At this point, the demon exorcising operation carried out by Zhou Tao, Shen Yao, Gao Yan, and Zhang Xiaolu has been successfully concluded. Although the matter was resolved somewhat anticlimactically. The old man had tormented them for half a day, but when Lin Muxue stepped in, she took him down in an instant. But at least the outcome was favorable. Their exorcism operation was successfully completed in every way. As they walked down the corridor leaving the bar, everyone agreed that the exorcism operation had been unexpected, but fortunately, thanks to Lin Muxue's assistance, they had been saved. Lin Muxue had a cool demeanor but was very approachable and down to earth. She insisted that helping one another was simply the right thing to do among classmates. Zhou Tao and the others were also generous and immediately extended an invitation, offering to treat Lin Muxue to a lavish meal. Lin Muxue smiled and politely declined, saying she had an urgent matter to attend to. Everyone was puzzled and asked what could possibly be so troublesome for Lin Muxue to consider it a hassle. Lin Muxue didn't answer but changed the subject, saying that everyone should gather again after the exorcism operation was over. Noticing that Lin Muxue didn't want to answer, the others didn't press the matter further. So they decided to review the entire exorcism operation, analyzing what they had done well and what they could have done better. Not long after, everyone left the Emperor's bar and walked out the front door. However, the crowd had only taken a few steps outside. A familiar voice suddenly came from the side, "Please wait." Everyone was startled by the sound. They instinctively turned their heads to look. It was actually Zhou Tao's old classmate, Zhang Yao. She didn't leave but has been waiting for them at the bar entrance the whole time. Zhang Yao hurried to the front of the crowd, her hands fidgeting with the hem of her clothes, her eyes darting around, and she stammered, "Thank you for saving me earlier. I did something very wrong to you all before, and I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me." Zhang Yao said this, then bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to everyone present, her attitude and tone utterly sincere. Everyone was stunned. They wondered what was going on with Zhang Yao today. First, during the game with that old man earlier. Originally sharp-tongued and extremely selfish, just now, she was willing to risk her life and step forward as the fifth person to flip a coin, to save those strangers who had nothing to do with her. When did she become so selfless and courageous? And now here we are. She, who was once so arrogant. Now she's actually humbling herself to apologize to them? What's going on here? How did Zhang Yao's attitude change so quickly? Also, in that desperate situation, everyone was so terrified that they felt like their hearts were breaking. After being released by the old man, everyone wanted to get as far away from that dangerous place as possible. The over 2,000 people present quickly scattered and were soon out of sight. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao. She seemed to have stayed at the entrance of the bar. Not only did she not flee like the other 2,000 people. Instead, they risked their lives and remained at the entrance, waiting for them to come out. Was the purpose merely to express gratitude and apologize to them? This doesn't seem quite right, does it? Everyone was puzzled by Zhang Yao's behavior, but they didn't bother to think too much about it. They bluntly stated that slaying demons and eliminating evils and ridding the people of harm was their duty and there was no need for thanks. As for her previous offensive behavior, they didn't even bother to take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao's solemn and guilty expression eased slightly. She hesitated for a moment before speaking hesitantly. Zhou Tao, I have something I want to talk to you about privately. Is that okay? Facing Zhang Yao, Zhou Tao's expression was neither annoyed nor friendly. He spoke calmly. There's no need to say it separately. Just say what you want to say. Despite Zhou Tao's words, Shen Yao, Gao Yan, Zhang Xiolu, and Lin Muxue felt the atmosphere was awkward, so they decided to leave first. After exchanging brief farewells, everyone departed one after another. Soon, at the entrance of the emperor's bar, only Zhou Tao and Zhang Yao stood facing each other. Thud. Suddenly, Zhang Yao knelt down with a thud in front of Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao was completely taken aback. What are you doing? Get up. Zhang Yao lowered her head, her expression pained, her voice trembling. Zhou Tao, I'm sorry. What happened earlier was my fault. I'm the one who should apologize to you. Actually, on the day we graduated from high school, I didn't mean to treat you that way. You know, even though I grew up in a big city, our family was just an ordinary one. I dream of climbing the social ladder and living a life that others envy, one that is incredibly dazzling. I got close to Sun Zhanghao just to make my own life better. My previous indifference toward you was merely an attempt to curry favor with Sun Zhanghao. But, no matter how hard I try to please others, I have never truly been heartless towards you. On the day we graduated from high school, all those harsh words were spoken by my best friend. Earlier, when Sun Zhanghao and the others mocked you like that, I didn't say a single harsh word. I have never once spoken harshly to you from start to finish. I do not deny that I have hurt you. I just want to say that I have never truly hated you. I only pretended to be indifferent to you to please others. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao's expression turned serious. Because upon further reflection, he realized. It seemed that things were just as Zhang Yao had said. The other party had indeed never spoken to him in such a harsh manner. On the day of high school graduation, all the harsh words were spoken by her close female friend. Earlier at the bar, all the harsh words were from other old classmates. So, what do you want to say? Zhou Tao asked in a flat tone. Zhang Yao's eyes welled up with tears, and her voice trembled as she spoke. I know that I, as an ordinary person, probably don't even deserve to speak to you. But I still want to say it. I'm sorry, Zhou Tao. I'm truly sorry. I don't ask you to forgive me, I just hope you won't hate me. Is that okay? Zhang Yao cried so hard that her tears fell like raindrops on a pear blossom. Zhou Tao couldn't tell if she was acting, showing genuine emotion, or both. Zhang Yao was such an enigmatic person. Stand up before I answer you. Zhou Tao said, though I am a cultivator, I do not consider myself superior. We are all human beings and should be equal. There is no need for you to act as if you are inferior. If you hate me, I'll keep kneeling here. Until you no longer hate me. This is what I owe you. Zhou Tao sighed helplessly. Alright, as an immortal cultivator, as long as you don't commit any heinous crimes, I won't truly hate you. As a cultivator, if you don't do anything that goes against heaven and earth, I won't truly hate you. If you don't hate me as an immortal cultivator, what about yourself? Do you hate me? I don't dislike you, but I don't have any particular feelings for you either. Zhou Tao said indifferently. Alright, you can stand up now. As long as you don't dislike me, that's enough. Zhang Yao's eyes welled up with tears, and she gave a faint smile before slowly standing up. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be going now. Zhou Tao said. Zhang Yao smiled slightly and shook her head, nothing else. Then I'll be going. Zhou Tao said, then left without looking back. At this moment, he felt nothing for Zhang Yao. No affection, no annoyance. With his mindset as an immortal cultivator, he wouldn't hold a grudge over such a minor matter for the rest of his life. But as soon as he had taken a few steps, he heard Zhang Yao's cries again from behind him. "Zhou Tao, can we still be friends?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao suddenly understood. So that's why Zhang Yao did all of this. He is now an immortal cultivator. Therefore, Zhang Yao has changed her mind and wants to be friends with him again. So everything that happened earlier was just an act? From the very beginning, risking my life to step forward as the 5th coin flipping challenger. Later, he risked his life again by staying at the entrance of the bar to wait for them to come out. Finally, he humbled himself to apologize to them, even kneeling down alone to admit his mistake. Everything Zhang Yao did. All of it was done to change her impression of him, in order to rebuild their friendship and gain a cultivator as a friend. In this way, she could live the kind of life she had described, one that was envied by others and incredibly dazzling. I see. That explains everything. Zhou Tao smiled slightly, gaining a clearer understanding of Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao wasn't just cold and selfish, she was also sharp-tongued and mean. At the same time, she is extremely cunning and bold. Just the fact that she dared to step forward and become the 5th person to toss the coin as a challenger, how many people could actually do that? Consider the circumstances just moments ago. If the coin had landed on the wrong side, he would have been killed by that old man. To risk one's life just to leave a good impression on others, isn't that the height of bravery? Zhou Tao couldn't help but marvel inwardly, but he didn't dwell on it too much. Immortals act as they please. If you ever find yourself in danger, I will come to your aid. But the word friend need not be forced. Zhou Tao didn't even look back, leaving only those words behind as he gradually walked away. Watching Zhou Tao's departing figure, Zhang Yao's delicate face broke into a faint smile. In truth, she knew that Zhou Tao had already seen through her intentions. But it didn't matter. Since the other party didn't point it out directly and refuse outright, that means there's still a chance, right? The sliver of opportunity one risked my life to secure. No matter what happens, I must hold on to it tightly. No matter what, I will climb my way up, step by step. Step by step, I will climb to the very top. I, Zhang Yao, will never settle for an ordinary life. Zhang Yao clenched her fists tightly, her gaze as intense as a burning flame that never dies, fiery and unyielding. Night. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the cold wind howled. After helping Zhou Tao and the others escape, Lin Muxue returned home early. It was now 3 o'clock in the morning. However, Lin Muxue had no intention of resting at that moment, because she now had a very troublesome matter to attend to. Chapter 144, The Strange Auction. Lin Muxue was very anxious now, because last night, her parents told her. Her younger sister, Lin Xie, hasn't been to school for a month. Moreover, the phone has been unreachable, and we have been unable to contact her. The person has completely disappeared. Lin Xie is 1 year younger than Lin Muxue and is currently a freshman at Heian University of Science and Technology. But just a few days ago, the school suddenly called. They said Lin Xie hasn't been to school for a month. Over the past month, her university roommate has been helping her sign in for every class. As a result, the school only recently discovered this situation, since skipping school for a month is a serious matter. Therefore, the school directly contacted the parents to inquire about Lin Xie's whereabouts and the circumstances surrounding the situation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yongda and Guo Li were instantly panicked. As her parents, they had no idea where Lin Xie was. After some discussion, they decided to report it to the police. However, after searching for 3 days using various methods, the police still couldn't find any trace of Lin Xie. This left Lin Yongda and Guo Li even more panicked, spending each day in such distress that they could only wash their faces with tears. However, to avoid worrying Lin Muxue, they never told her about it. Until last night, when it could no longer be kept hidden. They finally told Lin Muxue the entire truth about Lin Xie's disappearance. Upon hearing this, Lin Muxue immediately grew anxious. After all, if the missing person isn't found within 72 hours, as time goes on, the chances of finding the person are extremely slim. Therefore, Lin Muxue dared not delay. She immediately headed to the university where her younger sister, Lin Xie, was studying Heian University of Science and Technology. After contacting the university administration, he went directly to the dormitory where Lin Xie was staying. In the library of the Ethereal University, Lin Muxue learned several spells for tracking people. She had hoped to use those spells to find some clues. But just as she released her divine sense, she was startled to discover the dormitory where her younger sister Lin Xie was staying was actually emitting a faint demonic aura. And the source of that demonic aura, it was actually the bed where her younger sister, Lin Xie, was sleeping. What was going on? Why is there a demonic aura emanating from Xie's bed? Could there really be demons lurking within this university? Have the demons from the outside world become so bold and rampant now? Lin Muxue found it increasingly hard to believe. She couldn't help but grow even more worried. After all, given the current situation, her younger sister, Lin Xie, It is highly likely that she was unfortunately abducted by demons hiding within this university. Moreover, the person has been missing for over a month now. Her younger sister, Lin Xie, is probably filled with terrible images, which made Lin Muxue dare not continue to dwell on them. Instead, she released her divine sense once more and carefully observed the direction of the demonic energy. The demonic energy emanated from Lin Xie's bed, then made its way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. At the entrance, it split into 4 streams, each heading in the directions of east, southeast, southwest, and north. The demonic energy was deliberately dispersed to create a false trail, thereby concealing its true destination and movements. It is quite obvious. That demon was not stupid, on the contrary, it possessed a certain degree of intelligence. This left Lin Muxue with no other choice. She could only follow the demonic aura in the 4 directions it had led her and search each one in turn. Specifically, she needed to fly along the demon's trail using her sword, releasing her divine sense to perceive the surrounding environment, especially those places most suitable for demons to hide. Once she detects a similar demonic aura again, it means she has found the right location. Having finalized her plan, Lin Muxue immediately sprang into action. From last night until now, she followed the demonic aura's trail and had already searched the east, southeast, and north directions. Unfortunately, she found nothing. And it was precisely this that was causing Lin Muxue such anxiety. Her younger sister had been kidnapped by demons over a month ago, and her whereabouts were still unknown. The 4 possible locations of the demon's trail have been searched, but no trace has been found. At present, only the southwest direction remains unexplored. If this time also yields no results, my thoughts are at this point. Lin Muxue's heart sank, and her clear eyes grew solemn. A sense of unease and heaviness began to spread throughout her heart. But at that moment, suddenly, the sound of Guo Li's low sobs came from outside the door. "It's okay, stop crying. We have to believe in Shiyu. She'll be fine." Lin Yongda comforted her. "You make it sound so easy. Xie has been missing for over 30 days. Crying here won't help. What we need to do now is trust the police. They'll definitely find Xie." "Trust them? It's been days, and we haven't heard a single thing. How am I supposed to trust them? I'm talking to you." Lin Yongda shook his head and sighed deeply. A man in his 40s, yet at this moment, his eyes were red and teary, and his voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. "It's all my fault. If only I had paid more attention to Xie, made a few more calls, I wouldn't have waited so long to discover she was missing. Xie, my daughter, please be safe." Through the door crack, Lin Muxue saw her parents crying in unbearable grief. Her heart tightened, and she furrowed her delicate brows before pushing open the door and walking toward Lin Yongda and Guo Li. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll bring Xie back." Lin Muxue's eyes were as cold as stars, and her expression was calm as water on her icy cheeks. Before Lin Yongda and Guo Li could react, Lin Muxue opened the door and left the house, leaving them stunned in disbelief. Late at night, heavy snow was falling, and the cold wind was biting. In the quiet night sky, Lin Muxue stood atop a black-shadowed long sword, her form transforming into a dark silhouette as she soared swiftly through the bustling city sky. Her spiritual awareness covered an area of 3 kilometers in all directions. As she moved forward swiftly, she also carefully observed the situation on the ground. Huff! The cold wind in the sky was particularly fierce. Countless sparkling snowflakes flew toward them, landing on Lin Muxue's flowing hair and thin clothing. Lin Muxue felt time passing quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During that time, she flew over numerous commercial districts, residential areas, factories, schools, and other densely populated locations. However, she did not find anything. This made Lin Muxue frown even more deeply, and her heart grew increasingly anxious. Just then, buzz! Lin Muxue's pupils contracted sharply, and she abruptly halted her movement. It appeared. That demonic aura appeared within her spiritual perception. Lin Muxue's eyes narrowed, and she immediately shifted her gaze toward the direction the demonic aura was coming from. Where her gaze fell, it was a massive, extremely conspicuous building on the ground. "That's the place." Lin Muxue didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy, wielding the ink-shadowed long sword as she dove downward. At the same time, on the ground, at the entrance of a grand, luxurious high-end hotel, 2 muscular, intimidating men in black stood at the entrance, their eyes burning with intensity. Their builds were at least twice as large as an average person's, with bulging muscles and veins standing out prominently, resembling fierce giants that instilled a sense of overwhelming pressure, making one dare not approach them. Just a single glance, it was enough to terrify the passers-by around him, causing them to flee in panic. Just then, a group of people arrived at the hotel entrance. A wealthy young man driving a luxury car worth tens of millions led over 30 bodyguards armed with steel pipes and clubs, storming toward the hotel with an intimidating presence. However, the 2 men in black remained unfazed by the overwhelming odds. Instead, they spoke with a firm tone, resolutely refusing to allow the wealthy young man to enter. The rich second-generation heir was so angry that he bared his teeth, but even so, he dared not lay a finger on the two men in black. After all, he was well aware of the situation. The hotel in front of him, named Yangya Yuding, was no ordinary hotel. Even high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants couldn't just walk in. The two men in black standing before them were also no ordinary individuals. They were the legendary cultivators rumored to possess an extraordinary, otherworldly power within their bodies. Despite the bodyguards surrounding him, each carefully selected from countless brutal octagon cage fights and capable of taking on 10 opponents alone. But if it came down to an actual fight, it wouldn't last 10 seconds. His 30-plus burly bodyguards would all be knocked down. If the other side were to act even more ruthlessly, his bodyguards would probably all be killed on the spot. The rich second-generation heir's gaze grew fierce, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, but he was completely powerless to do anything about it. Just then, in the crowd, a young girl with flowing long hair, a detached expression, and not a single snowflake on her body slowly pushed her way through the crowd and walked toward the hotel entrance at a leisurely pace. Surprisingly, behind the young girl floated two slender black blades formed from shadowy figures. The blades were adorned with swirling shadows and faintly glowing edges, while around the blades, strange black snowflakes materialized, swiftly drifting down and vanishing into thin air. The rich kid and his bodyguards were completely dumbfounded. He thought to himself, how strange is that girl? There were two black shadows floating behind her, shaped like knives. What on earth were those things? Before they could react, Lin Mushue had already reached the hotel entrance and stopped in front of the two men in black. "I'm here to find someone." Lin Mushue's face was as cold as ice, and she didn't even bother to look up at the two black-clad men as she spoke. And this brief, matter-of-fact statement caused the two men in black standing at the hotel entrance to feel a sudden chill run down their spines, causing them to gasp in shock. The two men, who had previously exuded an intimidating and menacing aura, now suddenly revealed expressions of sheer terror and disbelief. Their entire bodies deflated like a punctured balloon, and the imposing aura that had once surrounded them vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat poured from their foreheads, and their entire bodies trembled violently, visible to the naked eye. There was a silence that lasted over 10 seconds. One of the men in black finally gathered his courage and spoke in a trembling voice, "Please come in." Lin Mushue didn't respond but walked straight into the hotel entrance. She could feel the demonic aura growing stronger and stronger. This meant that her younger sister, Lin Xie, was in this hotel. As Lin Mushue walked into the hotel, the two men in black at the entrance finally let out a sigh of relief. The two of them were still shaken by the ordeal. That was terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Is she also a practitioner? But how could a cultivator's power be so terrifyingly strong? Even the aura they emit is enough to make one feel as though they are being pierced by needles, making breathing extremely difficult. What's even more deadly is, in the situation just now, they felt that if they said the wrong thing or showed even the slightest expression that might offend the other party, they would be instantly eliminated. There was absolutely no possibility of resistance or escape. In this world, how could there be such a powerful cultivator? The two black-clad men were utterly terrified, unable to recover their senses for a moment. Both of them were holding walkie-talkies in their hands. But as they looked at the walkie-talkies in their hands, they weren't sure whether they should report the matter to the hotel. After all, the young woman they had just encountered was utterly terrifying. They certainly didn't want to get involved in any trouble. At that moment, the rich second-generation guy standing nearby was completely speechless. What's going on? Why did those two men in black put that woman inside? And they spoke in such a respectful tone, as if afraid of offending the other party. After all, his family is the wealthiest in Dongzhou City, with immense wealth and influence. Even someone as distinguished as him couldn't enter the hotel without showing his ticket. But that woman simply said she was going inside to find someone. The two men in black respectfully let her in. What the hell is going on here? The rich second generation was astonished. The over 30 bodyguards around him were also looking at each other in disbelief. Voices echoed around them, "What's going on? Why did you let that woman in? What's going on here?" Everyone was filled with dissatisfaction and confusion. The two men in black at the door paid no attention whatsoever. Instead, they exchanged a knowing glance. One of the men looked terrified. "I have a bad feeling about this, senior brother. Let's get out of here quickly. Those people inside are all evil and deserve to die." Exactly what I was thinking. Given the current situation, escaping for our lives is the only sensible choice. The other black-clad man nodded in agreement. The next second, the two of them didn't hesitate. They immediately rushed out of the hotel entrance at a brisk pace, leaving behind the rich second-generation heir and his entourage of bodyguards, who were left standing there completely dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Lin Mushue walked into the hotel. All she could see was opulence and grandeur. The extent of the luxury and extravagance was completely beyond her imagination. After a moment of astonishment, she calmed herself and continued to sense the presence of that demonic aura. Following the direction of the demonic energy, she walked through a corridor and arrived before a silver iron door. Two black-clad men were also standing at the entrance. The difference was, the two men in black before him appeared to be middle-aged. The innate energy emanating from their bodies is significantly more robust than that of the two black-clad men at the hotel entrance. Lin Muxue released her divine sense to penetrate the iron door. The sounds inside the door were extremely chaotic. Countless voices were shouting. It seemed as though an auction was taking place inside. And she was now certain of it. Her younger sister, Lin Xie, is inside. At that moment, the two middle-aged men in black at the door saw Lin Muxue and their expressions changed instantly, revealing a serious look. "Little girl, how did you get in here? This isn't a place you should be, young lady. You should leave immediately, or else." Two middle-aged men in black stared at her with fierce eyes. But before they could finish speaking, they were interrupted by Lin Muxue's cold voice. "Open the door." Upon hearing this, the two middle-aged men in black frowned. Without saying a word, they immediately demanded them to open the door in a commanding tone? What a bold statement! Such an arrogant and disrespectful attitude caused the expressions of the two to darken instantly, and a flash of savage intent flickered in their eyes. How dare you? Daring to come here and cause trouble? I see you're asking for trouble." Whoosh! One of the middle-aged men in black was furious, but he stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed by with a whoosh. Then, the middle-aged man in black stopped speaking abruptly. His expression and movements froze in that instant. The next second, boom! The head of the middle-aged man in black slowly slid off his neck and fell to the ground with a thud. For a moment, head and body separated, blood gushing out. Upon witnessing this scene, another middle-aged man in black standing nearby was completely stunned. The fear in his heart swept over him like a tidal wave. His face was pale with terror, and even his breathing began to tremble wildly. Suppressing the fear in his heart, the middle-aged man in black dared not hesitate for a moment. Hurriedly fumbling for the keys, he obediently opened the iron door. As soon as the door opened, Lin Muxue walked straight inside. But just then, a shadowy figure flashed by once more. Puff! Dawn! The middle-aged man in black also had his head severed, and blood gushed out uncontrollably. Walking through the iron gate, Lin Muxue passed through another corridor. At the end of the corridor hung a golden curtain, on which were boldly written two large characters in ink. Heavenly Calamity. Heavenly Calamity, that must be the name of this heretical cult organization. Lin Muxue didn't think twice, she simply pushed aside the curtain and walked inside. However, the scene behind the curtain left her utterly shocked. What caught Lin Muxue's eye? First was a brightly lit, vast auction hall with tiered seating, capable of accommodating 1,000 people. The entire auction hall was packed to capacity, with every seat occupied by a distinguished and wealthy individual. Under the glow of the lights, everyone in the hall was filled with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on the auction podium below, shouting and cheering at the top of their lungs. The entire venue was filled with the sound of voices, bustling with activity. Then there was the extremely luxurious auction podium. At the center of the auction podium stood a crystal-clear glass cage. Inside the cage, a young girl of 17 or 18, beautiful and pitiful, was curled up inside, her clothes in tatters, her neck tightly bound by a black iron chain. Her expression was both tense and despairing. Even more bizarrely, beside the cage, a young woman dressed in a red long dress, with an ethereal and graceful appearance, stood smiling as she introduced the auction item imprisoned within the crystal cage. What is this? Lin Muxue furrowed her delicate brows, filled with astonishment and doubt. But what truly shocked her was not this. It was that she was now absolutely certain she hadn't seen it wrong. Her own sister, Lin Xie, was currently on the auction stage. But the girl imprisoned in the crystal cage was not her sister. The girl dressed in a red dress, holding a microphone and standing aside, speaking eloquently about the auction items, was her sister, Lin Xie. Chapter 145, Sisters Reunited. Upon seeing the bizarre scene before her, even Lin Muxue, who was usually so composed, couldn't stay calm at that moment. Because no matter how one looked at the current situation, her younger sister, Lin Xie, it seems she has already become involved with this heretical cult organization. What on earth is going on here? Lin Muxue furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed. Just then, Lin Xie, dressed in a red dress, picked up the microphone on the auction podium, smiled, and began to introduce the auction item with poise and confidence. Distinguished guests, the next item I will introduce is undoubtedly the most stunning piece of the day, a cat demon with 90% human blood. As soon as she finished speaking, swish! Dozens of spotlights across the venue all turned their beams toward the center of the auction podium. The crystal-clear glass cage shimmered with beautiful colors under the intense light. The cat demon inside the cage was so frightened that it shrunk back, two fluffy animal ears suddenly appearing on its head, and an orange-yellow tail instantly extending from its back. Every detail of its body was clearly visible to the thousands of bidders in the auction hall. The cat demon's skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely carved like a work of art. Her amber eyes sparkled with a lively glow, and her smooth black hair fell naturally, with a few strands playfully draped across her full chest. Her tattered clothes, paired with a pitiful expression, were utterly irresistible. This cat demon not only possesses a face that could topple a kingdom, but also has unique abilities. Lin Siye walked over to the crystal cage and continued her introduction. If you need a caring maid, her keen senses can promptly discern your needs and fulfill all your desires and fantasies. In addition, as a cat demon, she possesses agility and strength far surpassing that of ordinary humans. In the face of danger, her sharp claws can instantly tear through an enemy's throat. With her exceptional night vision and heightened senses, she becomes your most reliable bodyguard, safeguarding your safety. Lin Siye swept her gaze across the intense stares below and raised her eyes with a smile. With her, you will not only enjoy an ultimate sensory feast but also gain a loyal guardian. Such a rare gem is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't miss out, distinguished guests. This rare treasure has a starting bid of 69,980,000, with each bid increment must be no less than 3 million. The auctioneer's words fell silent. The crowd erupted into chaos. A beauty. What a stunning beauty. I'll offer 75 million. I'll offer 80 million. No one better try to outbid me. I'll go up to 100 million. 150 million. This cat demon is mine. The crowd below was nearly scrambling to bid as quickly as possible. The entire auction hall was chaotic and deafening. Watching Lin Siye speak eloquently on the auction podium, Lin Muxue felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. Her expression grew icy cold, and a flash of uncontrollable anger flickered in her eyes. Her once kind and understanding younger sister. Now, just a few months later, she has become this way and is associating with evil and corrupt individuals. How could she not be heartbroken? How could she not be angry? Lin Muxue took a deep breath to calm herself down. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint, and she immediately took a step forward, walking toward the auction podium under the astonished gazes of those around her. Upon reaching the auction podium, Lin Muxue lightly touched the ground with her toes and gracefully leaped onto the stage, landing steadily in front of Lin Siye, who was dressed in a red gown. Lin Siye, come home with me. Lin Muxue's face was as cold as ice, her tone icy and stern. Lin Siye on the auction platform was startled by the sound. Turning her head, she was speechless for a moment, nearly dropping the microphone she was holding. Sis? What are you doing here? How did you get in? Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Siye was completely speechless, her face filled with disbelief. I'll say it again, come home with me. Lin Muxue's expression was serious, and her tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Facing Lin Muxue's firm tone, Lin Siye not only didn't get angry, but instead showed a nervous expression. Sis, please go down first. We can talk about it later. I'll do whatever you say. Please leave this hotel first, okay? Lin Siye, I'm not here to negotiate with you. I'll say this one last time, come home with me. Lin Muxue's expression remained indifferent, her gaze as cold as ever. At that moment, the crowd below the auction podium suddenly grew restless. What's going on? Who is that woman? Who let her go up there? This is just pure chaos. Who's the reckless fool who dared to come here and cause trouble? Where's the organizer? Get that out of here. The crowd below erupted in anger, cursing loudly. The entire auction hall became chaotic and noisy. Seeing this, Lin Siye immediately frowned, her expression growing increasingly tense as she looked at Lin Muxue with a look of panic on her face. Sister, I'll explain everything to you. Please go out first, okay? I'm begging you. This place isn't like the outside world, it's not somewhere just anyone can come and cause trouble. Sis, just listen to me this once, okay? Just this once. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Lin Siye was so nervous she was about to cry. But Lin Muxue remained completely unfazed, speaking calmly. Since I am here, you have no reason to feel afraid. All the evil spirits here are already on their deathbeds. Lin Siye's beautiful face was filled with shock and disbelief. She never imagined that the words demons and evil spirits would come out of her sister's mouth. Her own sister. Could he possibly know where this place is? But she said those heretics were already on their deathbeds. That's a bit too unrealistic. You must know that the Tiansha Pavilion is one of the top 5 cultivation sects in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, with countless powerful cultivators within its ranks. The sect master of the Tiansha Pavilion is rumored to be an 8th realm chi manipulator, a true top-tier powerhouse. With such overwhelming power, the Tiansha Pavilion is truly formidable. My own sister actually said they were all already doomed. What else could that be but unrealistic? It seems so. His own sister must have also joined some cultivation sect and, like her, become a chi master. However, due to her limited understanding, she has no idea how terrifying the Tiansha Pavilion truly is. That's why she spoke such unrealistic words. After all, even the top cultivation sect within the Great Xia Kingdom wouldn't dare to speak so casually. No way. We can't let my sister continue being so selfish anymore. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Lin Xia's brows furrowed as the innate energy within her body surged forth, preparing to use force to stop Lin Muxue. However, but at that moment, Lin Muxue suddenly turned around to face the thousands of bidders below, her gaze indifferent as she scanned the crowd. Her face was as cold as ice, and her lips parted slightly. Everyone present, I give you 3 minutes to produce evidence proving that you are not demons or heretics. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Lin Mushua's voice was cold and indifferent, yet clear and loud, instantly drowning out all other sounds in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire auction hall erupted into chaos. Chapter 146, The Master of the Tiansha Pavilion makes an appearance, enraging the entire crowd. Where did that yellow-haired girl come from? She actually dared to come here to die. Who does she think she is? How dare she be so arrogant? Does she really think she's some kind of hero who punishes evil and promotes good? I don't think she's here to cause trouble. She looks more like she's here to get herself killed. You want me to show you proof? And then kill me? That's the funniest joke I've heard all year, huh? This talks big, but she's not very smart. Where are the people from the Heavenly Punishment Pavilion? Hurry up and get that woman out of here. Facing Lin Mushua's harsh words, the crowd below didn't get angry but instead laughed. After all, this was the territory of the Tiansha Pavilion. A weak woman with no strength to lift a chicken, whose innate chi is pitifully weak, dares to threaten to kill them? This is no longer mere arrogance or brazen lies. It's utterly ridiculous. They weren't about to get into an argument with a mentally unstable lunatic. On the auction platform, Lin Xia was instantly terrified by Lin Mushua's actions, her face turning pale as she kept exclaiming in her mind. Sis, have you lost your mind? Do you know where we are? Get out of here. I'll handle the rest. Hurry up and leave. Go. Lin Xia was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, terrified beyond belief at that moment. Regardless of whether her sister was ignorant or had lost her mind. But she dared to act so brazenly on the territory of the Tiansha Pavilion. Her ultimate fate. You'll either die or be skinned alive. The surrounding sounds were deafening, but Lin Muxue remained unfazed, calm and composed. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures suddenly descended from the sky. Two middle-aged men dressed in blue robes landed steadily on the auction platform. The two men were surrounded by a swirling aura of innate energy, their brows furrowed into a shape, giving them a fierce and menacing appearance, exuding an air of authority. The two stood on either side of Lin Muxue, one on the left and one on the right. One of them, a middle-aged man with a sullen expression, spoke in a cold tone. Young lady, you dare to come to my Tiansha Pavilion and cause trouble so brazenly. That's rather rude of you. Alright, I don't care which school or sect you come from, nor do I care what your purpose is for coming here today. Kneel down and apologize to all the distinguished guests present, then cut off your right arm. We will show mercy and spare your life. The middle-aged man spoke, then handed a sharp iron sword to Lin Muxue. We will give you 3 minutes to consider. Once the time is up, don't blame us for being ruthless. Lin Muxue raised her eyes to glance at the two middle-aged men, but her expression remained indifferent, and she did not utter a single word in response. Lin Xia, standing beside her, was so frightened that her heart was pounding wildly. Seeing that her older sister hadn't responded, she immediately knelt down on one knee, pleading on her sister's behalf. But just then, Lin Muxue reached out and took the iron sword handed to her by the two middle-aged men. It seems this young lady knows her place. One of the middle-aged men in blue robes sneered, however, for the sake of appearances, please kneel down first and apologize to all the distinguished guests present, then cut off your right arm to show your sincerity. Put. That woman is so eager to cut off her own arm she must be truly afraid. I thought she was so tough, but as soon as the people from the Tiansha Pavilion showed up, she immediately backed down. Ha, weren't you being so cocky just now? You gave up so quickly? Now you're scared? Too late. Everyone present burst into laughter. The two middle-aged men in blue robes on the auction platform also shot disdainful glances at them. But the next moment, bang! Lin Muxue raised her sword and struck down, the blade as fast as lightning, slicing through the air in an instant and erupting into a deafening sonic boom. Two middle-aged men in blue robes saw the danger and were startled, their pupils contracting sharply. They tried to move to dodge, but it was already too late. The sharp blades sliced through their flesh in an instant. Thud. Dong. Only two dull sounds could be heard. Two middle-aged men dressed in blue robes were decapitated on the spot, their heads rolling on the ground. In an instant, blood gushed forth, and the dead refused to close their eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the thousands of bidders in the audience froze instantly. Just a moment ago, the crowd was laughing wildly, but now their smiles had vanished in an instant. What had happened? That woman actually killed 2 envoys of the Tiansha Pavilion with a single sword strike? You must know that those 2 attendants were 5 realm chi manipulators, among the strongest in the cultivation world, chosen from thousands. And that mad woman on the auction platform, who looked to be in her late teens, actually killed both of them with a single sword strike? How is that possible? How could that crazy woman take down 2 5th realm chi masters with a single move? That's impossible. The crowd below was speechless, utterly stunned. On the auction platform, Lin Xia, standing nearby, was also completely dumbfounded. Her astonishment was no less than that of the thousands of spectators below. She simply couldn't believe it. Her own sister had killed 2 enforcers of the Tiansha Pavilion with a single sword strike. How is that possible? How did she do it? Just as everyone in the crowd was left speechless with astonishment, a deep, aged, and authoritative voice suddenly echoed throughout the auction hall. You insolent upstart! How dare you dare to come to the territory of the Tiansha Pavilion to cause trouble and commit violence? You are utterly arrogant and have no sense of your place in the world. If I do not tear you to pieces today, you will truly believe that the Tiansha Pavilion has no one to stand against you. No sooner had the words left his mouth, 2 elderly men in white robes appeared, each standing on a flying sword, slowly gliding toward them. The elder on the left had snow-white hair and beard, deep-set eyes, and hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of natural authority without needing to raise his voice. The elderly man on the right, also dressed in white, has a face wrinkled with age, a fierce and menacing appearance, and his brows betray a look of extreme cruelty. The 2 of them hovered in the air on their swords, looking down on Lin Muxue on the auction platform from above. They seemed like deities descended from the heavens, gazing down at the mortals below with cold, indifferent eyes. Upon seeing this, the thousands of wealthy bidders in the hall were instantly filled with joy. It was the master and deputy master of the Tiansha Pavilion. I never expected that today's small auction would allow me to catch a glimpse of the 2 elders in person. What a lucky day! The innate chi of the 2 sect masters is so powerful that even sitting here, one can feel the overwhelming pressure. It's absolutely terrifying. An 8th rank chi master and a 7th rank chi master, are these the elite few chosen from 10,000 in the cultivation world? As the rumors suggest, even a single glance is enough to send a chill down one's spine. That madwoman must have used some underhanded trick earlier. She was just lucky to launch a surprise attack and kill 2 Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion elders with the strength of 5th rank chi manipulators. But now that the main and deputy sect masters of the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion have arrived, I'll see what tricks she has left up her sleeve. Exactly. In the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and tricks become meaningless. No matter what tricks that madwoman has up her sleeve, now that the 2 elders of the Tiansha Pavilion have arrived, she is doomed today. This is going to be a good show. I hope that woman doesn't die too quickly. The audience began to murmur. On the auction platform, Lin Muxue raised her eyes to look at the 2 white-robed elders hovering in midair, her face as cold as ice, and asked, So, you 2 are the leaders of this heretical cult organization? It seems that today, I have no choice but to kill both of you. As soon as he said this, the entire venue erupted in anger. Chapter 147, Instant Kill. As soon as Lin Muxue finished speaking, the crowd below erupted into a storm of anger. They mocked her for being so stubborn even as she faced certain death, calling her ignorant and arrogant beyond belief. Standing beside Lin Muxue, Lin Xia felt her heart sink to the depths of despair, completely hopeless. After all, those 2 were the masters of the Tiansha Pavilion. One is an 8th rank chi manipulator, and the other is a 7th rank chi manipulator. Just a single glance is enough to send a chill down one's spine. Even such a powerful being, whose cultivation level is so high it takes your breath away, has come forward. There's absolutely no chance of any turnaround in this situation. If it had been the attendance of those 2 5th realm chi manipulators earlier, she might have been able to plead for mercy. But now, facing the 2 masters of the Tiansha Pavilion, even if she were to commit suicide right before their eyes, they would never show mercy or spare her life. Because in the eyes of a powerful figure like the master of the Tiansha Pavilion, she was nothing more than a lowly insect with no influence or authority. Whether her sister had just launched a surprise attack or used some underhanded trick, it all boiled down to a lucky break that allowed her to kill those 2 Tiansha Pavilion attendants. But now, she was facing the 2 masters of the Tiansha Pavilion. Even if she still had more tricks up her sleeve, she wouldn't stand a chance. It's over. This time, it's completely ruined. And it's her own sister who dares to provoke the other party at this critical moment. This will only make her die faster. There's no hope. He's going to die. Both me and my sister will die here today. Lin Xia's face was as still as death, completely hopeless. At that moment, the white-robed old man hovering in mid-air with a face full of wrinkles spoke without hesitation. He immediately released the vast primordial energy within his body, condensing it into a blazing sword of fiery flames in mid-air. The fiery sword was surrounded by swirling heat waves, and the blinding flames instantly bathed the entire auction hall in a golden glow. The arrogant young upstart, even at the brink of death, still dares to speak so boldly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. To die by my hand, you should consider yourself honored. Scarlet light slays the soul, flaming sword pierces the heart. The old man uttered a soft cry. Whoosh! In an instant, the blazing sword in the sky, enveloped in surging waves of heat, resembled a sun that had broken free from the constraints of the heavens. Trailing a long trail of flames, it erupted with terrifying power, capable of shattering everything in its path, and hurtled straight toward Lin Muxue. Wherever the fire sword passed, the air seemed to be torn apart by flames, emitting a piercing screech that deafened the ears. What a powerful technique! Is this the true strength of a 7th-ranked chi manipulator? Truly terrifying. Terrifying. It's almost like the work of a divine being. That crazy woman is as good as dead. Ugh, she died so miserably. Seeing this, the crowd below gasped in astonishment. A cold smile appeared on everyone's lips. In their minds, they had already envisioned the gruesome scene of Lin Muxue's tragic death. On the auction platform, Lin Xie was so desperate that she trembled all over, and her mind was filled with a whirlwind of thoughts. In the blink of an eye, the flaming sword, its blade flickering with intense heat, whistled through the air and darted toward Lin Muxue, aiming straight for her head with a fierce thrust. However, just when everyone believed Lin Muxue was certain to die, Lin Muxue remained as cold as ice. With a casual flick of her right hand, a soft, faint glow erupted from the palm of her hand. Though the glow appeared delicate, the moment it touched the blazing flame sword, it transformed into an impenetrable barrier, firmly holding the sword in mid-air, preventing it from advancing even an inch. Then, clang! All the strange phenomena above the flaming sword vanished in an instant, transforming into an ordinary iron sword that clanged to the ground. How is this possible? The old man in the white robe, with wrinkles all over his face, stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with disbelief. How could this lowly young girl possibly have so easily deflected his sword strike? Before the old man could react, Lin Muxue's palm erupted with a dim glow, which in an instant transformed into a black-shadowed long sword, its blade emanating a chilling aura. With a sudden whoosh, it shot toward the white-robed old man who was hovering in mid-air, his face wrinkled, and broke through the air. Those present only saw a faint glow flash by. Upon looking again, the elderly man in white robes, his face wrinkled, had his skull pierced by the black-shadowed long sword. For a moment, blood gushed out like a fountain, showering the air with a rain of blood. Bang! The white-robed old man, who had been soaring through the air with his sword, suddenly plummeted from the sky like a kite whose string had been cut, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the old man's eyes were wide open, his face still bearing a look of terror, but his pupils had long since lost their luster, devoid of any sign of life. Beside him, another white-robed old man, equally skilled in sword flying, with white hair and beard, saw this and his expression suddenly changed drastically. He suddenly sucked in a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine, and thought to himself, this is bad. The fear in his heart was like a meteorite crashing into the ocean surface, unleashing a towering wave that instantly engulfed and overwhelmed his entire body. He had cultivated for over 100 years, yet he had never witnessed such a powerful and domineering force. What on earth was that thing? Who on earth is that girl? No way. We absolutely must not confront that power head-on. We must escape. At that moment, the white-robed old man with snow-white hair and beard, his thoughts racing, immediately released the vast, surging primordial energy within his body. Golden light erupted from his entire body, unleashing a terrifying pressure that made everyone feel as though they were sitting on pins and needles. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed all the innate energy within his body, intending to escape from this place as quickly as possible. But just then, only Lin Muxue on the auction platform remained expressionless, extending her 5 fingers toward the white-robed old man with snow-white hair and beard, then gently curving them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Around the white-robed old man, dozens of chains formed from black shadows suddenly appeared out of thin air, instantly wrapping around the old man and binding him tightly. Immediately afterward, Lin Muxue quickly clenched her 5 fingers into a fist. The dozens of black chains binding the white-robed old man began to tighten violently. The next second, bang! A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The white-robed old man, who had been soaring through the air on his sword, with his hair and beard as white as snow, suddenly exploded into a massive blast of energy, his entire body erupting in a blinding flash of light. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scene was incredibly bloody. Silence. Dead silence. This moment, in the vast auction hall. Clearly, there were over 1,000 people seated there. Yet it was so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. The scene was completely silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone present, including Lin Xie on the auction podium and the cat demon imprisoned in the crystal cage, was completely still. Everyone froze in place, their expressions wide-eyed and speechless. This was... What's going on? The young girl on the auction block, who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. She managed to do it all in just 1 minute. He consecutively eliminated two of the most powerful Qi masters within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. One of them was a 7th-rank Qi manipulator, an 8th-level Qi master. Such two individuals, capable of founding their own schools and establishing a new lineage, are truly the pinnacle of martial arts masters capable of creating a unique cultivation style. Yet they were both defeated in a single move by that young girl? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. At this moment, the shock in the hearts of everyone present was like a 100-meter-high wave crashing wildly against the depths of their souls. And just then, Lin Muxue on the auction podium cast a cold glance at the crowd below and spoke again in an icy tone. There are only 2 minutes left. Those who cannot produce evidence to prove they are not demons or heretics will die here. Lin Muxue remained calm, her expression as still as water, her voice soft and even. However, this ordinary, mundane statement. Yet it strikes like a bolt of lightning. It sent everyone in the auction hall into a state of utter panic. Chapter 148, Slaughter them all, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. As soon as Lin Muxue finished speaking, the crowd below was instantly terrified, their faces turning pale, hearts racing, and cold sweat pouring down their brows. They finally realized. The young girl on the auction platform, who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. From start to finish, she wasn't speaking recklessly, nor was she putting on a show, and she certainly wasn't joking. We truly intend to do it. If they cannot produce evidence to prove that they are not heretics or evil spirits, their fate. They will undoubtedly meet the same fate as the two masters of the Tiansha Pavilion, dying a disgraceful death here. You must know. Even the two top-tier experts from the Tiansha Pavilion were effortlessly eliminated by that young girl. What about the rest of them? Are no different from ants, completely powerless to resist. The enemy wants to kill them. It's easier than crushing an ant. This means that this is now their only way out. They have no choice but to follow the other party's instructions. Within 2 minutes. Present evidence to prove you are not a demon or an outsider. This is the very place that left everyone present tense and despairing. What evidence will they present? What can prove that I am not a demon or a heretic? At this point, the crowd began to grow restless. There wasn't enough time. Mr. Lee, the butler, hurry up and get me a certificate of no criminal record, immediately. Right now. That's impossible. How could such a thing be proven? No, I can't stay here. I have to get out of here quickly. You fool, save your strength. Even the master of the Tiansha Pavilion, an 8th-rank Qi manipulator, couldn't escape from that woman. Do you really think you can? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I have no grudge against her. Why does she want to kill me? What kind of monster is she? What should I do? I don't want to die. The crowd below was in an uproar. Everyone's expressions grew increasingly tense and desperate. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly plunged into chaos and panic. On the auction podium, Lin Xie, dressed in a red gown, wasn't in much better shape at the moment. Like everyone else in the crowd, she was utterly astonished and terrified beyond words. Because the Lin Muxue before her was simply too unfamiliar to her. She was astonished that her sister possessed such formidable strength. She was also afraid that her sister might kill her in the same way she had killed the two sect masters of the Tiansha Pavilion. She wasn't sure if her sister's words also included her. If she couldn't provide evidence to prove she wasn't a demon or an outsider. Your own sister. Would she also kill her? Lin Xie's eyes flickered, and her body trembled slightly. Soon. 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Below the stage, thousands of people dressed in expensive clothes, all wealthy and influential, began shouting and presenting evidence to prove they were not demons or heretics. I have a clean criminal record. You can't kill me. I donate 10 million every year. I'm not a demon or a heretic. I'm a good person. I am a doctor. I have saved countless critically ill patients. This banner was given to me by the patients' families. I am not a demon or an evil spirit. I used my own money to establish a charitable organization that helps many people every year. I am a good person, you cannot kill me. The crowd below rushed to present evidence. The scene was chaotic. And facing the endless crowd below, Lin Muxue's expression remained as cold as ice. She looked at everyone in the hall and spoke indifferently. I regret to inform you that not a single one of you here is anything but a demon or a heretic. Therefore, you will all die. As soon as he said this, the audience erupted into a commotion. What do you mean by that? I've already presented the evidence. How dare you call me a heretic? I've already presented the evidence. Exactly. What gives you the right to say that? I'm a renowned doctor who has saved countless lives. I'm a philanthropist, how could I possibly be a demonic cultist? How dare you say that? The crowd below erupted into heated arguments. They simply couldn't understand why, despite having presented all the evidence, the other side was still insisting that they were heretics. In the face of everyone's rebuttals, Lin Muxue paid no heed. Her gaze was icy cold. With a flick of her wrist, countless slender needles formed from black shadows suddenly materialized out of thin air in the auction hall. Each of those black needles was sharp beyond belief, with shadowy currents flowing within them, constantly emitting a chilling, eerie aura that made one's hair stand on end. Then, only Lin Mushue's eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured a spell incantation. The next second. And so, words become law. Whoosh! Countless black shadows darted out like black lightning, instantly tearing through the air and emitting a sharp sonic boom as they pierced straight toward everyone present. Ah, my eyes. My hands. Don't kill me, please don't kill me, ah. Help! Someone, please help! For a moment, countless black shadows darted wildly through the vast auction hall, flying frantically in all directions. Piercing screams echoed continuously, their sharp, ear-splitting sounds reverberating through the air. The scene was instantly filled with flying flesh and blood. The sight was so gruesome and horrific that it was unbearable to look at. However, it was only a moment. In the vast auction hall, everyone on the auction podium lay sprawled haphazardly in pools of blood. The surrounding walls and ceiling had been stained a deep crimson by the blood. The entire scene. A scene of utter devastation. After confirming that everyone had been killed, Lin Mushue murmured the word disperse, and the countless black shadows in the air vanished in an instant. At that moment, the entire auction hall finally fell completely silent. Seeing that all the evil spirits had been completely expelled, Lin Mushue slowly turned to face Lin Siye, her expression cold and stern. Lin Siye, it's your turn now. Lin Siye was terrified upon hearing this. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, her mind filled with the horrifying scenes of the crowd being brutally slaughtered at the auction just moments ago. When she saw Lin Mushue suddenly turn to look at her, she dared not even glance at Lin Mushue, instead backing away in fear. Seeing Lin Siye's reaction, Lin Mushue furrowed her delicate brows and said, Lin Siye, are you afraid of me? Do you think I would kill you the same way I killed those people? Upon hearing the word kill, Lin Siye trembled even more violently, but she didn't know how to respond. Lin Mushue said, are you really curious to know why I would ask everyone to prove that I am not a demon or an evil spirit, which is almost impossible to do? After all, even if someone can prove they've done many good deeds, that doesn't prove they're not a bad person. These two things are not mutually exclusive. For example, a wealthy merchant who is generous and kind-hearted may, in secret, be a ruthless murderer. Therefore, evidence of good deeds does not directly prove a person's goodness or wickedness. However, in the end, when everyone present produced evidence to prove that they had done good deeds, I resolutely declared that none of them were good people, but rather demons and heretics. Are you curious to know why I was so certain just now? What was the basis for my judgment? Lin Siye froze, her frightened expression tinged with confusion. It was obvious. What Lin Mushue said was precisely the question she had been eager to ask. Lin Mushue paused for a moment, her eyes coldly fixed on Lin Siye. The answer is simple. The reason I made such a tricky demand and such a hasty judgment is that it was all because of you. Chapter 149, as long as you turn back, I will always be behind you. Lin Siye's frightened face was filled with doubt, her voice trembling. It's all my fault? Lin Mushue remained calm and continued. That's right. It's all your fault. I'm sure you've noticed too. The tricky request I made earlier and the hasty judgment I made were actually insufficient to accurately determine whether the people present were demons or not. On the contrary, it is highly likely to wrongly accuse innocent people, leading to the unjust killing of the innocent. This is indeed the case. The judgment I made earlier actually has no basis whatsoever. It was merely to convey to you that I intend to kill everyone here. This is to test your reaction. Lin Siye was so scared that her heart was racing. She was completely confused. Test my reaction? Lin Mushue said. Yes. Because I know you've always been kind-hearted since you were a child, and I believe you wouldn't stand by and watch me commit such a heinous act. Moreover, no matter what, you know better than I do what kind of people are attending this auction. So I'm waiting for your response. If you step forward to stop me, it means there are good people among those present, and I cannot kill the innocent indiscriminately. On the other hand, if you do not step forward to stop me, it means that everyone sitting here is evil and wicked, and I need not show any mercy. The outcome is clear. Your reaction is the latter. So, I didn't hesitate to take action. Upon hearing this, Lin Siye's expression froze, and she was instantly stunned. She never could have imagined it. Everything her older sister had just done was all because of her. Her own sister had actually used her reactions to determine whether the people present were evil spirits or not. Lin Siye was utterly astonished. But at the same time, another even bigger question arose in her mind. Why had her sister done that? You must understand that everything his sister did earlier had an important prerequisite that cannot be ignored. This prerequisite is undoubtedly a significant flaw. And this prerequisite is that Lin Siye is still a kind-hearted person at this moment. If this premise holds true, then things would be as her older sister had said. Even if there were the slightest possibility of innocent lives being lost, she would step forward to stop it. Only when she was absolutely certain that everyone present was a demon or an evil entity would she remain where she was, unmoved. However, if this prerequisite is not met, the situation would escalate to the point where, even though Lin Xie was fully aware that there were good people present, she still refused to step forward to stop her sister, Lin Muxue, from indiscriminately killing innocent people. Or, even if she knew that everyone present was evil and corrupt, she would still step forward to stop her sister and protect the evil and corrupt individuals present. Therefore, this premise is a major flaw. Only when this prerequisite is met can one's own sister make the right choice and thus avoid killing innocent people indiscriminately. This is what confuses Lin Xie. Why was her older sister so certain that she, Lin Xie, was still a kind-hearted person? Why does her own sister believe her so much? Lin Xie furrowed her brows and asked in a trembling voice, "Why? Why do you trust me so much?" Lin Muxue's cold face was as icy as frost, and she spoke softly. "Because I am your older sister, and you are my younger sister. That's all there is to it." Lin Muxue's words were like a heavy blow, causing Lin Xie's heart to tremble violently. She glanced around and said, "But what if you're wrong? What if I've long since ceased to be a good person and have become a demonic heretic?" Lin Muxue's gaze was firm and resolute as she said decisively, "If it's wrong, then it's wrong. If it's wrong, I'll be with you through it all." Lin Xie was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Lin Muxue said, "Actually, I know that what I just did could have caused a major mistake, but I don't care. The only thing I've ever cared about is you. If you truly become a demonic cultist, I would still make the same choice based on your reaction. Even if it ultimately leads to the senseless slaughter of the innocent, I am willing to stand by your side, sharing the blame and consequences together. Even if it means dying to atone for our sins, with my life and principles destroyed, I would do so willingly." Lin Muxue's gaze was piercing, and her words were firm and resolute. "Lin Xie, remember this. No matter what happens, I will always be your older sister. Whether the path ahead is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, or an abyss 1,000 feet deep, as long as you look back, I will always be right behind you." Boom! Lin Muxue's words struck Lin Xie like a thunderclap, exploding in her ears. It was also like a sharp sword, deeply piercing her heart. A sudden jolt ran through her heart, her gaze grew unfocused, and she stood there speechless, her eyes wide with shock. Thousands of words rushed to her lips, but she didn't know how to begin. Before I knew it, Lin Xie's eyes turned slightly red, and tears glistened in her clear eyes. Just then, Lin Muxue spoke again, "Lin Xie, come here." Lin Xie didn't say a word, but instead quietly sobbed as she cautiously walked up to Lin Muxue. Then, Lin Muxue, who had been stern and cold as ice, suddenly broke into a smile, spread her arms wide, and embraced Lin Xie. In that instant, Lin Xie could no longer control her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She cried. Clinging to Lin Muxue's embrace, she cried so hard that her tears fell like raindrops on pear blossoms. Lin Muxue remained silent. She simply held Lin Xie tighter. Lin Xie clung tightly to Lin Muxue, sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister, they killed Gao Yuan. I had no choice but to come here. But these people are too terrifying. They're not ordinary people at all. I can't do anything against them. Since I've come here, I can't escape. I have no choice but to stay and work for them. Sister, I'm so sorry. I'm truly sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, but I was so scared, I was truly terrified. For the past month, I haven't had a single day of rest. Every day has been filled with worry and fear. I'm really scared, so scared, so scared." Lin Xie cried uncontrollably, while Lin Muxue listened quietly. When Lin Xie's emotions had calmed slightly, she spoke in a gentle voice. "It's okay, everything's fine now. Shiyu, let's go home." At this moment, there is complete silence. In the auction hall littered with corpses, the two sisters clung tightly to each other. All the grievances and misunderstandings between them melted away into tender affection, vanishing like smoke into the air. Before leaving the hotel named Yangyai Yuding, Lin Muxue swiftly beheaded the cat demon imprisoned in the crystal cage on the auction platform. According to her younger sister, Lin Xie, this cat demon, though it appears harmless to both humans and animals. However, before the people from the Tiansha Pavilion captured it, it had already lured and killed dozens of men using its stunningly beautiful face. Such a dangerously harmful demon. Lin Muxue would certainly not show any mercy. However, what's interesting is, the cat demon from earlier actually put on a pitiful act, looking so wronged and utterly deserving of sympathy. Unfortunately, Lin Muxue and her younger sister Lin Xie were both girls and wouldn't be swayed by its tricks. But if they were two men, the cat demon might actually succeed. Leave the hotel. Lin Muxue took Lin Xie and hailed a taxi to go home. On the way, Lin Xie talked nonstop to Lin Muxue, venting her grievances. She explained why she had gone missing and why she had joined the Tiansha Pavilion, an evil and heretical organization. He told Lin Muxue everything in detail. The entire course of events left Lin Muxue deeply astonished. Chapter 150, Demons Lurk Within, and Demons Rampage Without. According to Lin Xie, she was arrested and taken to the Tiansha Pavilion purely by accident. It all started because her best friend Gao Yuan's boyfriend owed a huge amount of high-interest debt. In the end, they couldn't repay the debt, so they lured Gao Yuan to this hotel to provide sexual services to wealthy individuals as repayment. Upon learning the truth, Gao Yuan naturally refused to comply and fought desperately against the beasts in the hotel, determined to escape. However, during her escape, Gao Yuan stabbed a disciple of the Tiansha Pavilion with a knife. Enraged, the disciple accidentally killed Gao Yuan. Of course, these things were only revealed to Lin Xie after she was captured and brought to the Tiansha Pavilion, where she officially became a disciple of the Tiansha Pavilion. And the reason she became a disciple of the Tiansha Pavilion was entirely due to coercion. After Gao Yuan was killed, since no one could contact her, her family immediately reported the incident to the police. However, at that time, no one knew that Gao Yuan had already been murdered. Therefore, the police continued to investigate Gao Yuan's case as a missing person case. Additionally, since the police have made no progress, Lin Xie has been constantly worried about this matter. Coincidentally, she suddenly remembered that Gao Yuan had mentioned earlier that she planned to come and experience this hotel with her boyfriend. She then arrived at the hotel named Yangya Yuding. However, when she mentioned the name Gao Yuan to the hotel front desk staff, several middle-aged men dressed in black robes rushed out, knocked her unconscious, and tied her up. Originally, she too would have become a tool for the Tiansha Pavilion to make money by providing sexual services. However, an elder from the Tiansha Pavilion happened to discover her, noting her exceptional cultivation potential, and decided to take her in as an outer disciple of the Tiansha Pavilion. Lin Xie had no choice at the time. To protect herself from harm, she had no choice but to join the Tiansha Pavilion and align herself with them. Fortunately, as a new outer disciple, she had no access to the deeper teachings of the sect. Over the past month or so, she had only been doing menial tasks. She has not been directly involved in the heinous deeds of the Tiansha Pavilion. That is all. That is the entire course of events. However, what puzzled Lin Muxue was, she had clearly sensed demonic energy in her younger sister's university dormitory. And it was through that demonic aura that she was able to track down her sister's whereabouts. However, in her sister's account, there was not a single mention of demons or monsters. What was going on? Since her sister's disappearance had nothing to do with demons, but rather she had gone to that hotel on her own accord. Then what about that demonic aura? How could there be demonic energy on his own sister's body? Lin Muxue was utterly perplexed. But she wouldn't doubt her sister or think the worst of her. Instead of overthinking it, it's better to just ask and find out. However, since her younger sister had just narrowly escaped danger, it would be better to give her some time before asking her about it. In addition, Lin Muxue was also very surprised. She never expected this. These external cult organizations were so massive in scale, with their background powers so vast they could be described as capable of covering the sky with a single hand. They secretly operate a brutal black market industry, yet they dare to openly operate such a large hotel, threatening, extorting, kidnapping, and murdering people. Despite constantly committing heinous crimes, they have managed to evade justice and live in impunity. This is utterly brazen and lawless. Who would have thought that the world today has become such a mess? She remembered what Mr. Su had said before. The demons and monsters in this world would likely fully revive within half a year, bringing chaos and destruction to the human realm. At that time, there will be evil spirits and heretics within, and demons and monsters causing chaos without. I truly wonder what the world will become. Lin Muxue sighed to herself, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure for the first time in her life. Lin Muxue and Lin Xie returned home. Lin Yangda and Guo Li, who had been so anxious at home that they were on the verge of depression, were startled for a moment upon seeing Lin Xie, then burst into tears of joy, weeping uncontrollably. Guo Li rushed over and embraced Lin Xie, while Lin Yangda also hurried to her side, constantly wiping away his tears. The two of them kept repeating words of concern and tenderness, but they were so excited that their words came out in a jumble. When the two asked Lin Xie why she had gone missing and where Lin Muxue had found her, Lin Xie hesitated, stammering and unsure of what excuse to make up. But Lin Muxue suddenly stepped forward and told them the entire truth about what had happened. She also revealed everything she knew about the demons, chi masters, and heretical cultists involved in the entire incident without holding anything back. In any case, the demons in this world will be completely revived within half a year. Therefore, there was no need for her to keep this a secret from anyone, especially her parents. By letting them prepare themselves mentally in advance, they will be able to adapt to the changes in the world more quickly. As for what Lin Muxue said, Lin Yangda and Guo Li naturally didn't believe a single word of it. They even began to suspect that their eldest daughter had lost her mind. But when Lin Muxue released her spiritual energy, a dim glow erupted from her entire body, causing the temperature in the living room to plummet to freezing point, accompanied by a steady fall of crystal clear black snowflakes. Lin Yangda and Guo Li were speechless, their worldview shattered in an instant. Evening. To celebrate the return of their second daughter and the eldest daughter becoming a fairy with magical powers, it was a double celebration. Lin Yangda and Guo Li were extremely generous. They directly took Lin Muxue and Lin Xie to a high-end Chinese restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. The two of them couldn't stop smiling, their faces beaming with joy. After all, one of his own daughters had become an immortal, and the other had become a chi master akin to an immortal. Which parent wouldn't be proud and happy? In the restaurant, Lin Muxue and her family of 4 were gathered around the table, enjoying a sumptuous meal while chatting and laughing, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Amidst the laughter and joy, the gloom between Lin Xie's brows gradually faded away. After eating and drinking their fill, Lin Yangda and Guo Li, who had to work the next day, went home to rest first. Meanwhile, Lin Muxue took Lin Xie to the nearby mall to do some shopping and relax. They spent about half an hour there. Seeing that Lin Xie was in a much better mood, Lin Muxue finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Since her sister's disappearance had nothing to do with demons, but rather her own decision to go to that hotel. Then what about the demonic presence she discovered in her university dormitory? On her own sister's body. Why is there demonic energy present? Chapter 151, Get Out of Here. My wife and I have important business to attend to. After hearing Lin Muxue's question, Lin Xie finally remembered this matter. Lin Xie told Lin Muxue. Actually, it was just a few days after Gao Yuan was murdered. As Gao Yuan's close friend, she was targeted by the Tiansha Pavilion. They took advantage of her absence and added a certain type of insect like demon beast to her usual meals. The people of the Tiansha Pavilion referred to it as a poisonous insect. Through these poisonous insects, they could monitor the thoughts of anyone who consumed them. Once they discover that the other party has learned something they shouldn't know, they can control the poisonous insects and cause them to die suddenly and secretly from various sudden illnesses. With modern medical technology, not a single trace can be detected. Moreover, she is not the only one who has been cursed. Gao Yuan's parents, her younger brother, and anyone close to her have all been cursed by the people of the Tiansha Pavilion. Of course, these things were only revealed to her after she was forced to become a disciple of the Tiansha Pavilion. As Lin Xie spoke, her brows were filled with hatred. It was clear that she despised the actions of the Tiansha Pavilion, this heretical and evil organization, with every fiber of her being. After listening to Lin Xie's explanation, Lin Muxue finally understood where the demonic aura on her sister's body had come from. However, at the same time, a surge of uncontrollable anger welled up within her heart. After a moment of silence, Lin Muxue furrowed her brows slightly and asked again, Shiyu, do you know where the main headquarters of the Tiansha Pavilion is? Lin Xie's pretty face was filled with astonishment. Sis, what are you planning to do? Lin Muxue turned to look at Lin Xie, her clear eyes as cold as ice, and slowly uttered 4 words. Slay demons, purify evil. Night. Heavy snow was falling, and the cold wind was howling. Lingdong Province. A luxury hotel. Beautiful lady, I can't wait any longer. Take off your clothes quickly. Let's get this over with. In the room, Lu Mang looked at the young woman in front of him, wearing a nightgown that highlighted her curves, and urged her impatiently. The woman before him had long, flowing hair, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. Her snow-white skin was so soft it seemed almost translucent, and her slender yet curvaceous figure made her undeniably one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. As Lu Mang finished speaking, the woman froze for a moment before suddenly revealing a look of sheer terror. Who are you? I'm warning you not to come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll call the police. Call the police? Ha ha. Lu Mang gave a wicked smile. Even if the king himself came today, he couldn't save you. I'm going to deal with you today, no matter what. What do you want? Don't come any closer. What do you want? Of course, I want to have sex with you. Ah! The woman screamed in terror, her voice shrill and piercing. But at that moment, a muscular man with a sturdy build rushed out of the bathroom in a hurry. What's wrong, honey? What happened? Who the hell are you? What do you want? Get out of here right now. As soon as the muscular man emerged, he spotted Lu Mang with his sinister intentions and immediately shouted at him. However, Lu Mang merely snorted coldly and laughed. Brother, you're really bold, telling me to get out? Do you know who I am? In all my years, I've never seen anyone so fearless. The muscle-bound man heard this and flew into a rage. Daring to barge into his room, openly harassing his woman, and finally even threatening him with such arrogance. He's been in the underworld for so many years and has never encountered someone so brazen. The muscle-bound man's face darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with malice as he said, Kid, from the way you talk, you're also in the underworld? Spit it out, where do you belong? You're so cocky, dare you give me your name? Lu Mang sneered disdainfully. Oh, you're still in the underworld? But brother, these aren't things you should be asking about right now. If you don't want to die, get out of here immediately. I've got important business to attend to with your wife. Seeing his woman being teased like this, the muscle man's anger was completely ignited. He was so enraged that he clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in fury. The woman was terrified, like a frightened little bird, and quickly hid behind the muscular man, her face filled with fear as she whined, "Honey, that guy must be crazy, right?" The muscular man turned his head, looking at the woman's anxious and pitiful expression, and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, honey. I'm here. I'll never let him." He stopped mid-sentence. Suddenly, whoosh! Bang! A flash of crimson light streaked across the sky, suddenly unleashing a deafening roar that split the air. The muscular man didn't even have time to react. A long sword gleaming with a cold, menacing light suddenly shot out from outside the door, accompanied by countless crimson lightning bolts, instantly piercing through the head of the stunningly beautiful woman. In an instant, flesh flew everywhere, and blood gushed out. Seeing this scene, the muscular man's voice suddenly stopped. His entire expression changed drastically, and he was completely stunned. Chapter 152, There's actually someone who can fly on a sword? At that moment, the muscular man's face turned pale with fear, his entire body frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. With his heart pounding wildly, fear swept over him like a tsunami, instantly engulfing his entire body. Death, he was dead. Blood. It's all blood. What is that sword? What are those red lightning bolts on it? What on earth is going on? Looking at the bloody and gruesome scene before me, the muscular man was instantly terrified, his face turning pale, his pupils dilating, and his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, his hair stood on end, and his entire body trembled so violently that his legs were too weak to support him. However, upon witnessing this terrifying scene, Lu Mang remained remarkably calm. He pursed his lips, his expression almost speechless. "I'm really impressed. Hey, Li Gu, you've almost killed all the demons in this hotel by yourself. Can't you just give it a rest? I finally found one after searching everywhere, and you came out to steal the kill. That's a bit too underhanded of you, don't you think?" Lu Mang looked utterly dejected. As soon as he finished speaking, outside the door, Li Feiyan, with crimson lightning flashing from the corners of his eyes and a wooden sword strapped to his back, slowly walked in. With a faint smile on his stern face, he said, "Sorry, I'll let you go first. I promise I won't interfere." Lu Mang sighed helplessly, "Sigh. I'm truly defeated. Being beaten in a game is one thing, but being beaten in real life is another." Li Feiyan smiled indifferently. "Alright, stop complaining. There's no demonic energy in this hotel. The demons should have all been exorcised. However, Zhao Kai and the others just called to say there are still demons nearby. Let's hurry over to help them." Ding dong. A WeChat notification suddenly sounded, and Li Feiyan instinctively picked up his phone to look, but his expression immediately changed. They seem to be in trouble. I'll go help them first. You stay here and see if there are any demons left behind. If not, come over here quickly. As Li Feiyan finished speaking, a mystical glow began to emanate from his body. He narrowed his eyes, raised two fingers in a sword-like gesture, and the tips of his fingers twitched slightly. Boom! A flaming sword suddenly appeared, hovering in midair beside him, emitting rolling waves of heat, blazing with intense heat. Li Feiyan didn't hesitate for a moment. He lightly touched the ground with his toes, effortlessly leaping onto the sword's blade. With a whoosh, he rode the sword through the window, flying directly out of the hotel's 16th floor. His figure was as swift as lightning, transforming into a crimson streak of light in the night sky, leaving a long trail behind him. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Seeing this scene, the muscular man standing nearby, still shaken from the ordeal, now had a frozen expression, completely dumbfounded. That person was stepping on a sword and flying out from the 16th floor? That's flying with a sword? No, that's impossible. How could a person possibly fly? That's impossible. The scene before his eyes, defying all logic, shattered the muscle man's worldview. He felt certain he must be dreaming. But his clear mind kept reminding him. All of this is actually happening. In this world, there are actually people who can fly on swords. At that moment, the shock in the muscle man's heart was like a towering wave, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. Suddenly, Lu Mang coughed twice and smiled mischievously at the muscular man. Cough cough. My friend, aren't you curious about my name? To be perfectly honest, I am a sword-wielding cultivator from the ethereal immortal sect. I cannot stand those who commit evil deeds and act tyrannically. I have descended to this realm to slay demons, purify evil spirits, and punish the wicked. Wait a moment, I seem to recall you mentioning something earlier. You're part of the underworld, aren't you? Chapter 153, This is all I have to say. Take care of yourself. As Lu Mang finished speaking, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted all around him. 6 long swords, each emitting dazzling golden light, suddenly materialized beside him, hovering in mid-air with their tips pointing directly at the muscular man's head. The sight before him was so terrifying that the muscular man was completely petrified. His face was filled with fear, his legs gave way, and he collapsed with a thud at Lu Mang's feet, begging for mercy with a trembling voice. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Honorable immortal, I am a good person, I truly am. The muscle-bound man before him was a thug from the underworld who must have bullied many people in his daily life. Seeing the other party kneel humbly, Lu Meng showed no mercy and continued to beat him mercilessly. You're scared to look like this, that means you've got something to hide. You still dare to call yourself a good person? I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please spare my life. I will reform myself and start anew. Please give me another chance. The muscular man was so terrified that his voice was trembling. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the lifeless body of his girlfriend lying beside him. In a pool of blood, her head was mangled and exposed, a sight that was truly horrifying. The bloody and terrifying corpse made him even more terrified. Despite his towering and muscular build, he suddenly broke down and burst into tears on the spot. Give you a chance? It's not impossible. Then call the police right now and turn yourself in. Confess everything you've done. Lu Meng sneered. If you dare to withhold even the slightest detail, I think you should know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the muscular man sucked in a sharp breath, quickly pulled out his phone, and dialed the emergency number, speaking frantically. I'm turning myself in. I'm turning myself in. Yes, it was me who had someone break the migrant worker's leg a few days ago. I also organized the mass brawl in the Southern District, and the female college student from the Business and Technology University, I was the one who assaulted her. My name is Wu Hao. I am currently staying at the Kaiyang Hotel in the southern part of the city, on the 16th floor, room 22. Come and arrest me. Come and arrest me. I want to turn myself in and start a new life. The muscular man screamed hysterically. The police officer who answered the phone on the other end was completely stunned. These days, there are still criminals who are so eager to turn themselves in? He had never encountered such a strange situation before. In the hotel, the muscular man was now both tense and afraid, wishing the police would show up immediately and take him away. After all, being taken away by the police would mean at most a decade or so in prison, and with good behavior, he could even negotiate a reduced sentence. But if you stay here, I'll probably die without even knowing how. The horrifying sight of my girlfriend's lifeless body beside me is proof. Seeing the muscular man's intense reaction, Lu Meng was startled. I was just trying to scare him, but I didn't expect him to actually turn himself in? And he has done so many heinous crimes. You're truly a beast. Lu Meng grew increasingly angry. His brows furrowed, and he kicked the muscular man in the face. Go to hell. You're a beast. The muscular man's imposing frame was suddenly knocked to the ground by the much smaller Lu Meng with a single kick. His gaze once again fell upon the terrifying corpse in the pool of blood, and his face turned pale with fear. He began to beg for mercy frantically. Don't kill me. Please, I don't want to die. Spare me. I'll be a good person for the rest of my life. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Since you've already turned yourself in, let the law deal with you. Manifest, entangle. Manifest, bind. Lu Meng uttered a soft command, and a blue light rope suddenly appeared, binding the muscular man tightly. Alright, now stay here and wait for the police to arrive. I still have to go slay demons and eliminate evil spirits, so I'll be on my way. Oh, right, I forgot to explain why I had to kill her earlier. Lu Meng looked at the young woman's body lying in a pool of blood and explained. The woman you call your wife is no longer human. She is a demon in human form who feeds on human blood to cultivate her powers. To verify this, it's quite simple. This demon lacks a spine and has a long, stitched scar on its back. If you don't believe me, you can tear open her clothes and take a look. That's why I said you're brave for daring to tell me to leave. If I were to leave, you'd be the one lying on the ground right now, and your death would be even more gruesome. In that case, I guess I'm your savior. I hope you will truly live a good life from now on and not betray the kindness I showed you by saving your life. Young man, I have said all I can. Take care of yourself. Lu Meng spoke, then stepped onto a flying sword, turned without looking back, and broke through the window, flying away on his sword. Under the cover of night, his figure transformed into a blue-black glow, vanishing into the sky in an instant. Only the muscular man remained behind, his face expressionless, his gaze unfocused, unable to discern whether he was in shock or truly repentant. The dialogue, tone, expressions, and movements were all executed with flawless precision. Not bad. The one just now was very well acted. The only downside is that there weren't enough people watching. In the stormy night sky, Lu Meng flew through the air on his sword, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. But the next moment, his brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of doubt arose in his heart. Li Gu said that Zhao Kai and Jin Jinju had run into some trouble, but those two are both at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. At the peak of the foundation establishment stage, cultivators may have the same cultivation level as a 9th-rank chi manipulator, but their true strength far surpasses that of a 9th-rank chi manipulator by a significant margin. If two peak stage foundation establishment cultivators find an opponent troublesome, just how powerful must that opponent be? It seems we need to hurry over and take a look. Chapter 154, All Eyes on Me, I'm an Immortal Cultivator. Night. 8 o'clock. At this hour, the city sheds the hustle and bustle of the day and welcomes a different kind of bustle under the neon lights. A large shopping mall. At this time of day, the mall is at its busiest and most bustling. The vast shopping mall is teeming with people, bustling and crowded, with a cacophony of voices and an extraordinary atmosphere of excitement. Shoppers came and went, each with a smile on their face, and laughter could be heard everywhere. However, in this lively and joyful atmosphere, inside a milk tea shop, Li Feiyan, Xia Luyun, Zhao Kai, and Lu Mang were sitting around a table, but none of them seemed happy at all. Each of them furrowed their brows, wearing a solemn expression. So, what should we do now? Zhao Kai was the first to break the silence. Lu Mang slammed his fist on the table and couldn't help but explode in anger. That demonic energy is spread all over the mall. We can't find it using demonic energy. This is way too cunning. We must find the demon quickly, otherwise, everyone in this mall will be in danger. Li Feiyan paused, furrowed his brows, and said, I can sense that the demon's power is very strong. Lu Mang heard this and immediately widened his eyes in astonishment. Are you serious? Even you, Li Ge, think it's that strong? Is its power really that absurd? Zhao Kai said, since Li Ge has said so, we should be extra cautious from now on. No matter what, better safe than sorry. That's true, but what should we do now? How can we get to the bottom of this? Lu Mang said, turning to look at Xia Luyun beside him. Hey, golden needle mushroom, say something. You're usually the most observant. Have you thought of any ideas? Xia Luyun had long since grown immune to the nickname golden mushroom. He composed himself, then raised his gaze to the three of them and spoke slowly. In your opinion, given the current situation, who is the prey, the cultivators or the demons? Zhao Kai looked confused. Prey? What does that mean? Lu Mang was equally baffled. What prey? What are you talking about? At a time like this, stop being so cryptic. Just say what you mean. Only Li Feiyan, with his usually cold expression, showed a slight change in his expression as he looked at Xia Luyun and asked, what do you plan to do? Xia Luyun's eyes flickered as he replied, go downstairs and put on a show. No sooner had he finished speaking. Many customers in the milk tea shop immediately cast disdainful glances at them. Everyone stared at them as if they were cute little kids. I thought to myself, these guys must be obsessed with reading novels, right? They've been saying some really cheesy stuff the whole time. Talking about cultivating immortality and demonic energy and such. What a mess. You're acting all serious, like you mean it. Don't they feel embarrassed when they say these things? Sigh. It seems so. Online novels are indeed harmful. 5 minutes later. Shopping mall, first floor. Two young women were walking hand in hand, holding cups of milk tea, chatting and laughing as they strolled through the streets. Let me tell you something super funny. Earlier, when I was buying milk tea, I came across a few guys who were discussing novels in the milk tea shop, talking about things like foundation building stage, immortals, and demons and demonic energy. I felt so embarrassed for them. And to make matters worse, those guys were actually pretty good looking, but their brains just weren't working right. Reading a novel and actually bringing the things from the novel into real life, that's just completely obsessed. Hey! Look, it's that guy over there. He's even carrying a wooden sword on his back. Following the direction the girl pointed, Lu Mang stood in the center of the shopping mall, a wooden sword strapped to his back. The area was bustling with people, making it the busiest part of the entire mall. Just then, Lu Mang's lips suddenly curled into a faint smile. Without another word, he immediately stood on the stool he had brought over earlier. He looked at the bustling crowd passing by and raised both hands above his head, shouting at the top of his lungs. Alright, everyone, look this way. Look at me, look at me. I have an announcement to make. I am an immortal cultivator. Lu Mang's voice boomed so loudly it shook the heavens. Plus, he was standing on a high platform. He stood out like a sore thumb in the middle of the mall. As soon as he finished speaking, instantly, he drew the attention of the hundreds of people passing by, all of whom turned their gaze toward him in unison. Those around him witnessed this scene. They were all stunned into silence. Chapter 155, Look behind you? Then you look behind you first. Seeing this scene, hundreds of passers-by were instantly stunned. It wasn't that they believed what Lu Mang had said. Rather, they were astonished that Lu Mang dared to shout so loudly in public. After all, people with severe social anxiety disorder are a dime a dozen on short video platforms. However, in real life, many people encounter them for the first time, which inevitably makes them feel a bit novel and quite interesting. As a result, many people passing by can't help but take a curious second look. Some even take out their phones to capture this interesting moment. As for what Lu Mang just said, among the hundreds of bystanders present, no one believed him. They just assumed he was trying to attract attention by making up some dramatic lines for the show. After all, it's the 21st century now. Feudal superstitions that go against science are no longer believed by many people. Still talking about cultivating immortality? That's ridiculous. The young man in front of me is probably a short video blogger who relies on his social media skills to gain attention. One day he might be an immortal cultivator, the next the Emperor of Heaven, and the day after that, Qin Shi Huang, the first Emperor of China. It's all about the hype. The more outrageous you make it, the better the show. That guy is a social media addict. Run, run. That guy is definitely filming a video. I don't want to be recorded and posted online. Ha, is that guy really that cheap when it comes to filming videos? He can't even afford to buy a 9 yuan 9-cent shipping included Taoist robe, yet he ties a broken wooden sword to his back and claims to be an immortal cultivator. He can't even act convincingly. I dare not laugh. I thought he was part of a special group. In the bustling center of the mall, passers-by were joking around, treating Lu Mang as nothing more than a source of entertainment. No one was willing to stop and acknowledge him. After glancing curiously for a moment, they all smiled and walked away, taking a detour to avoid him. Lu Mang paid no heed to the indifferent reactions of the crowd. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and continued to shout. I am an immortal cultivator from a centuries-old family dedicated to exorcising demons. There is no demon in this world that I cannot slay. To all present, I can assure you with the utmost responsibility. There is a bold and reckless demon, ignorant of the world, currently hiding within this shopping mall. However, there is no need to panic. As a cultivator from a demon-slaying family, I will ensure everyone's safety and prevent that demon from harming even a single hair on your heads. If he dares to show himself and harm anyone, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces, grind his bones to dust, and scatter them to the winds. He will meet a gruesome end at the tip of my sword. Lu Mang's voice rang out loud and clear. But the people around him had completely ignored him by now. He was just a social media influencer who made videos by exploiting his social connections, a common sight online. A quick glance was enough. There was nothing worth paying attention to. Everyone around him shared this opinion, quickly moving past him and going about their business, shopping, walking by without giving him a second glance. However, just as everyone ignored Lu Mang and hurried past him, in the bustling, noisy center of the crowded shopping mall, amidst the constant flow of people, a young girl wearing a JK uniform and 2 ponytails slowly walked toward Lu Mang's back. Her walking posture was extremely peculiar. Although both her legs were perfectly healthy, she limped when she walked. He was stiff, as if he had just learned to walk. She quickly walked behind Lu Mang, her cute face twitching slightly, and spoke as if it were difficult. Hey, do you know what you just said? Lu Mang heard this and was taken aback. The voice behind him sounded sweet, but the tone was odd, as if the speaker was a bit slurring their words. He turned around and saw the young girl in the JK uniform. He paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled wickedly. Ha, finally found you. The young woman, upon hearing this, didn't get angry but instead smiled, her smile stiff and grotesque. Hey, kid, I see you're the one who's bold and ignorant. Don't you know your place? You lowly humans are always talking about slaying demons and eliminating evil, and you're always willing to sacrifice yourselves to the death to do so. It's so stupid and ridiculous. Unfortunately, you have met me today. I am perfect. No matter how many people you bring, you won't stand a chance. No matter how many people you bring, I will kill them all. The JK girl laughed wildly, her facial muscles twisting in an eerie manner, looking as though she was certain of victory. Lu Mang snorted derisively. Humph, really? Then take a look behind you. The JK girl heard this and felt a chill run down her spine. She instinctively turned around and was immediately startled. 3 teenagers, around 17 or 18 years old, had somehow appeared silently behind her without her noticing. The middle one, with a cold expression, held a wooden sword in his hand, the tip pointing directly at her forehead. The JK girl's expression darkened instantly. She clenched her teeth and turned her head to look at Lu Mang, who was grinning maliciously. Ah, kid, why don't you take a look behind you first? Lu Mang froze upon hearing this, as his spiritual sense suddenly detected an extremely intense demonic energy fluctuation behind him. He turned his head and was instantly terrified by the scene behind him, his pupils contracting sharply as he sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 156, Skin Rips Open, Revealing the True Form. Lu Mang's face turned pale with fear. Because when he turned around, he saw, behind him, a bustling hot pot restaurant where every seat was occupied. Hundreds of diners are enjoying their hot pot while chatting with family and friends at their tables, creating a lively and harmonious atmosphere. But what's terrifying is the hundreds of customers inside that hot pot restaurant. Each person had a thin thread tightly wrapped around their neck, formed from the primordial energy of the universe, emitting a blood-red demonic glow. Those strands tightly wrapped around the necks of everyone in the hot pot restaurant, then emerged from the restaurant and converged into a blood-red rope as thick as a thumb, extending all the way to the hand of the JK girl. Ha, did you see that? All I need to do is move my finger slightly, and those people will all have their heads severed instantly, dying horribly on the spot. You human cultivators are always spouting about righteousness and morality, meddling in others' affairs and pretending to be heroes, aren't you? Well, today I'll show mercy and be the good guy for once, and grant you your wish. JK the girl's face twisted into a maniacal grin as she sneered. Now, the four of you, commit suicide in front of me immediately. Otherwise, I will kill everyone in that restaurant right now. I advise you to act quickly. Otherwise, everyone in this mall will die because of you. In that case, you won't be heroes, you'll be the murderers of your own people. Make your decision quickly. Do you want to be murderers or heroes? The choice is yours. Looking at the demonic, twisted, and hideous face before them, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan all furrowed their brows. They never expected that this demon would dare to threaten them with the lives of ordinary people. Although such plot devices are commonplace in novels and TV shows. But in real life, they were encountering it for the first time. Even as cultivators, they had no idea what to do at that moment. However, just as everyone looked perplexed, Xia Luyun, standing nearby, curled the corners of his mouth into a carefree smile. Ha, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. The JK girl was taken aback. Kid, what are you laughing at? Xia Luyun snorted coldly and laughed. I think you might have misunderstood. We didn't come all this way to be heroes and save those powerless mortals. We came here with a single purpose, to eliminate demons, uphold justice, and take your life. We don't care how many people you kill in this mall. We don't care at all. Whether you kill anyone or not, you will die here today. You dare to threaten us with the lives of a bunch of ordinary people? That's utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the JK girl's expression froze instantly. She never imagined that these few human cultivators before her would care so little about the lives of others. How could this be possible? Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan, who were standing nearby, also looked at Xia Luyun with astonishment after hearing this. They hadn't expected that either. Xia Luyun actually said such a cold-hearted thing. But at that moment, Xia Luyun suddenly gave Li Feiyan a meaningful glance. Li Feiyan immediately understood. The spiritual energy within his body erupted in an instant, condensing into an icy sword shrouded in cold mist in the air. With a whistling sound, it surged forward with the power to split mountains and cleave seas, directly piercing toward the forehead of the JK girl. The JK girl, seeing this, finally realized she had been tricked. In an instant, her eyes suddenly turned blood red. Her once fair and delicate skin instantly cracked open. Blood and mucus mixed together, violently spraying in all directions. Her body rapidly swelled and grew larger. In the blink of an eye, the JK girl completely shed her human form, revealing her true appearance. It was a demonic creature standing 5 meters tall, with a spider-like head and a human body, covered head to toe in scales. Its hands were twisted into claws, and 8 tentacles covered in black spikes protruded from its back. Its swollen head resembled a ball, with 13 compound eyes scattered haphazardly across its face. Its gaping maw stretched all the way to its ears, and its fangs dripped with saliva, making it an utterly terrifying sight. The demonic creature had just revealed its true form. In the bustling center of the shopping mall, where people were shoulder to shoulder and elbow to elbow. In the crowd, countless people's pupils suddenly contracted, and their expressions changed drastically. Piercing screams echoed through the air, suddenly erupting like a tidal wave. Chapter 157, Demons appear in the shopping mall, causing chaos. In the center of the shopping mall, the demon that suddenly returned to its original form. The passers-by around them froze in place, their minds going blank. Immediately afterward, all sounds around them suddenly ceased. The bustling shopping mall suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. After a moment of silence, there were hundreds of onlookers present. Everyone's faces turned pale, revealing expressions of sheer terror. In the center of the entire shopping mall, instantly, a commotion erupted. What on earth is that? A monster. There's a monster. Ah! What on earth is that thing? There's a monster. Run, run. Ah! In an instant, screams erupted in the center of the mall. People from nearby shops, restaurants, and clothing stores were quickly drawn to the commotion outside. When they turned to look, they were all so frightened that their hair stood on end. In an instant, there were thousands of people in the entire shopping mall. Everyone looked terrified, like startled birds, scrambling to flee in all directions. The entire scene instantly descended into complete chaos. Everyone present. At this moment, everyone's worldview is being shattered into pieces by the enormous, hideous, and terrifying demon before their eyes. A wave of shock and fear swept over them in an instant. They felt as though they were dreaming, or that some kind of illusion must have overtaken them. After all, in this world, how could such terrifying creatures possibly exist? That's the kind of monster or demon you only see in novels or movies. Yet the utterly real things around them forced them to confront reality. Reality is what it is. In this world, demons and monsters, which originally only existed in fictional works, are actually real in the real world. For a moment, everyone's hearts were shattered, the scene was chaotic and noisy, and confusion reigned supreme. At that moment, the demon opened its blood-red maw and effortlessly crushed the ice sword that Li Feiyan had summoned with his magic. But at the same time, Lu Mang seized the moment when the demon's attention was diverted. Without hesitation, he drew his sword. The wooden sword in his hand was suddenly covered with clear streams of water. With a loud splash, a cold, sharp glow flashed by. It severed the crimson light rope clutched in the demon's hand completely. The countless thin threads controlled by the demon, which had been around the necks of countless people, quickly dissipated and vanished. Seeing that his spell had been broken, the demon with the spider's head and human body, whose appearance was disgusting and terrifying, flew into a rage. Enraged, the 13 compound eyes on its face twitched uncontrollably, and its muscles convulsed in an extremely bizarre manner. A demonic crimson glow suddenly erupted from his body, and a bone-like object filled with malevolent energy materialized in his hand. He roared furiously. "You brat, you've completely enraged me. Today, I'm going to kill everyone in this mall. Then I'll skin you alive, rip out your bones, and eat you piece by piece while you're still alive." As soon as these words were spoken, the demon's aura suddenly surged. The crowd in the shopping mall heard the sound and were instantly terrified, their faces turning pale as their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. However, facing the demonic and intimidating threat, Xia Luyun snorted coldly and laughed with utter disdain. "Enough, stop pretending. I've seen right through your little schemes. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually scared to death right now. You know very well that even if you fight with all your might, you're no match for us. If you fight us, you're as good as dead. So you're putting on this angry act not because you truly intend to kill us, but merely to intimidate us and then escape while we're distracted." With that said, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan were all taken aback, thinking to themselves, Xia Luyun can even tell that? But that demon was clearly seething with anger, and the demonic aura emanating from its entire body was so dense that it formed an oppressive force, making one feel as though they were being pierced by needles and shivering uncontrollably. Where was there even a hint of fear or the slightest desire to flee? Xia Luyun, you little rascal. Could he be up to something again, trying to distract the demon's attention? Chapter 158, The Demon Rages, Unleashing a Bloodbath. The three were puzzled. Just then, the demon with the head of a spider and the body of a human paused for a moment, then burst into a loud, shrill, and eerie laugh. "Pooh ha ha. Boy, I must admire your imagination. I'm afraid? You want to run away? Do you know what you're saying? Where do you get the confidence to think I'd be afraid of you weak human practitioners? It's so stupid it's laughable, ha." Watching the demon remain calm and composed, its arrogance unchecked, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan finally confirmed it. That little rascal Xia Luyun was indeed up to something again just now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Xia Luyun spoke again, coldly laughing at the demon. "Oh? Is that so? Since you're not afraid, why don't you make a move now? Since you're not afraid, why did you use those ordinary people to threaten us just now? Enough, stop pretending. Your acting is really terrible. Actually, from the moment we quietly approached you from behind, you've been scared. Because you quickly realized that we humans are not ordinary practitioners. Therefore, you never even considered attacking us from the start. Instead, you planned to escape at the first opportunity." Xia Luyun paused for a moment and smiled. "I must admit, you know yourself well. You're the smartest demon I've ever encountered. But not smart enough. Now, put away your poor acting and face reality. The reality is that we won't give you any chance to escape. Today, you are doomed." As Xia Luyun finished speaking, in the chaotic and noisy shopping mall, thousands of people, their faces filled with terror, were frantically trying to escape. Their eyes inadvertently caught sight of Lu Mang and the others. What? Those young men have gone mad. Not only are they not running away, but they dare to stand right in front of that monster. Why aren't they running? That's a real monster, it could kill someone. Aren't they afraid of dying? Didn't you see? It was that young man who cast a spell to summon an ice sword, which revealed the demon's true form. Those young men aren't ordinary people either. Let's not worry about them. Let's get out of here quickly. The young man who just spoke claimed to be an immortal cultivator, and it seems he wasn't just bragging after all. This world has gone mad. Immortals are actually real. In the chaotic crowd, people were rushing to escape. But in the panic, some couldn't help but start murmuring. After hearing Xia Luyun's words, Lu Mang looked again at the demon with the spider's head and human body. His expression remained utterly calm, showing not the slightest hint of fear. "I said enoki mushrooms, and you still haven't figured out that I wasn't falling for your trick? That move of yours doesn't work either." Lu Mang laughed. "In my opinion, let's just stab him to death with our swords. It'll save us time." Before Lu Mang could finish speaking, Xia Luyun continued to sneer at the demon. "Give up. There's no point in struggling. I advise you to end your life immediately. At least you'll die with some dignity. If you wait for us to act, you will die a miserable death." Upon hearing this, Lu Mang was about to mock Xia Luyun again for his miscalculation. Suddenly, the demon's composed expression shattered in an instant, giving way to a look of extreme tension and fear. The next second, boom! Dawn! That demonic creature stood 5 meters tall, with a spider-like head and a human body, its appearance terrifying and spine-chilling. Without hesitation, it crashed to the ground with a thud. "Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me! I'll never eat people again, and I'll never kill anyone again. Please spare me. I don't want to die yet. What do you want? Money or women? I can give you anything you want. I'll give you anything you want, just please don't kill me. I beg you." The demon, with a voice filled with tears, knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy, looking utterly humiliated. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan were all taken aback. What was going on? How did this demon suddenly kneel down and beg for mercy? Xia Luyun, that young man, didn't deceive us but spoke the truth? Lu Mang looked completely baffled. Because he had just said that Xia Luyun's move wouldn't work, he never expected to be proven wrong so quickly. At that moment, Xia Luyun looked at the demon with a cold expression and laughed indifferently. "When you were killing humans, did you care about their endless pleas for mercy? Don't waste your time. I told you, you're dead today. Rather than being killed by us, it would be better to take your own life and die with dignity. We are giving you this opportunity as an act of great mercy. We hope you will not be ungrateful." With that said, the demon with the head of a spider and the body of a human suddenly became enraged, clawing and snarling. Why? Why won't you let me go? Alright, if that's the case, I'll die taking a few people with me. The demon's voice was hoarse and terrifying. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised the sharp bone spike in its hand and transformed into a black shadow, charging toward the densely packed crowd of ordinary people frantically fleeing for their lives. He was ready to unleash a massacre. Chapter 159, Instantly Defeating Demons and Monsters, the entire crowd cheers. In the blink of an eye, the demonic creature grinned maliciously as it approached a young girl wearing a school uniform and a high ponytail. The girl was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her delicate face trembling with fear. In the demon's hand, the sharp bone spines glinted with a cold, eerie glow under the light, about to pierce the young girl's chest. But at that moment, boom! Bang! In the middle of the shopping mall, a blinding red light suddenly erupted, bathing the entire shopping mall in a fiery red glow. In an instant, a massive flaming sword, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, suddenly descended from the sky. With a deafening roar, the sword plunged to the ground like a falling star, severing the demon's arms that held the bone spears high in the air. The charred limbs spattered sparks. The massive sword, engulfed in intense flames, was now deeply embedded in the ground, erupting in rolling waves of heat, scorching the air. Seeing this, thousands of people on the scene were left speechless in an instant. The entire mall fell silent once again, with only the demon's piercing screams echoing through the vast space. "Ah! I'm sorry, don't kill me, don't kill me. Give me another chance, and I'll take my own life right now." The demon's voice trembled as it conjured a long needle shrouded in malevolent energy in the air, preparing to take its own life. However, Xia Luyun, whose body was radiating a fierce glow, suddenly narrowed his eyes and sneered coldly at the demon. "Sorry, I was lying to you just now. You've harmed so many people, how could we let you die so easily? I deliberately delayed to set up an array that can kill you with a single strike. Now that the formation is complete, you can go to your death. The mystical void is extinguished, the azure thunder returns to its grave, the formation is activated." Xia Luyun murmured a spell under his breath. The next second, and so it was done. Only to see Xia Luyun's fingertips suddenly manifest a series of array patterns, swirling like flowing flames. Immediately afterward, a circular formation over 10 feet wide suddenly appeared before him with a loud boom. As the mystical light flickered, the center of the formation was filled with thunder and lightning. Green lightning arcs danced like silver snakes, intertwining and erupting into bolts of lightning as thick as bowls, crackling and dazzling the eyes. Then, Xia Luyun murmured a single word, "Break." In an instant, a gigantic hand formed from countless bolts of thunder suddenly shot out from the center of the formation, carrying the overwhelming power to shatter everything in its path. It unleashed a series of violent winds, instantly gripping the demonic creature with its spider-like head and human body. Then, the giant hand's 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and countless lightning arcs erupted like chains, violently tearing into the demon. "Ah!" The demon with the head of a spider and the body of a human let out a piercing scream. Its scales shattered inch by inch in the thunderstorm, and dark green demon blood mixed with charred flesh sprayed into the air. The demon was tortured like this for a full 30 seconds. Its massive body finally exploded into a shower of blood and charred limbs under the crushing force of the thunderous giant hand, dying instantly. Dead beyond all hope of resurrection. Only the lingering scent of burning mixed with the residual might of thunder lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. At that moment, in the center of the vast shopping mall, once again, it fell into complete silence. Thousands of onlookers were present. Everyone was speechless, amazed beyond words. The words "unbelievable" seemed to be written all over their faces. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. A chorus of gasps and sighs erupted, suddenly erupting like a tidal wave. Was the monster killed? Am I dreaming? Just now, that young man used lightning magic? The flaming giant sword in the azure thunder array. That young man is truly an immortal cultivator. No way. There are actually immortals in this world? I'm about to lose it. This isn't scientific at all. Is that the magic of an immortal cultivator? It's more intimidating than any modern firearm. It's terrifying. Aren't those the same guys who were at the milk tea shop earlier? I thought they were just obsessed with reading novels, but it turns out they're actually cultivators. Impossible. This can't be true. There are actually immortals in this world? In the center of the shopping mall, the people who had been frantically trying to escape stopped in their tracks. Approximately 1,000 pairs of eyes, filled with shock, stared at the scene. All eyes suddenly turned toward Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, Li Feiyan, and Xia Luyun. Exclamations of surprise poured out in a steady stream. Many people even pulled out their phones, hurriedly recording the scene before them. This moment, everyone in the venue's perception of the world was completely overturned, and their worldview was completely refreshed. Suddenly, amidst the noisy crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. Those young men saved us. They are heroes. As soon as he said that, everyone around him immediately agreed. Yes, they were the ones who defeated that monster. They are the heroes. That's right, they're heroes. Heroes. Hero. Hero. In the vast shopping mall, thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices loud and clear, creating a scene that was truly awe-inspiring. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, Li Feiyan, and Xia Luyun, standing in the center of the mall, were all taken aback. Then, the corners of their mouths turned up slightly, and they smiled broadly, feeling a warm glow in their hearts. At that moment, they felt that everything they had done was worth it. They suddenly understood. Why did Zhao Kai always talk about wanting to be a great hero? Maybe that is the meaning of being a hero, I suppose. Just then, the girl next to him, wearing a school uniform and a high ponytail, cautiously walked over to Xia Luyun's side. Her face was slightly flushed, her eyes darting around, and she softly said with a blush, "Xia, thank you for saving me earlier. May I ask if I can add you on WeChat?" Chapter 160, Demon Exorcism, Sword-Wielding Departure. Exorcism of Demons. In the vast shopping mall, the tense atmosphere had already dissipated. Facing the cute girl with a high ponytail in front of him, Xia Luyun's expression froze, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Mang saw this and couldn't help but mock him inwardly. He thought to himself, Xia Luyun, this kid is usually quicker on his feet than anyone else. Who would have thought that when he encountered a pretty young lady, he would be so flustered? What a loser! As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Lu Mang hurried forward to intervene, shouting loudly, "Hey! Little sister, what are you doing? My brother doesn't touch minors. Aren't you trying to make my brother commit a crime? Alright, go home and study hard. Come find my brother when you're an adult. What do you think?" The girl's cheeks, already flushed with a faint blush, suddenly turned bright red, like peach blossoms drenched in morning dew. She hurriedly took a step back, clutching the straps of her backpack tightly with both hands, lowering her head, her voice as soft as spring willow catkins. "Yes, I'm sorry. It was rude of me. I'll go now. Thank you for saving me earlier, big brother." The girl said this, then lowered her head and hurried away in small steps. But just as she had taken 2 steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran back to Xia Luyun. Then she took a pastry wrapped in plain silk from her school uniform pocket, held it out with both hands, and said shyly, "This is my favorite osmanthus cake. Please accept it, older brother." Xia Luyun stared blankly for a moment before finally taking the pastry from the other person's hand. "Oh, thank you." After speaking, the girl turned and ran out of the mall as if she were a frightened rabbit, with a white teddy bear hanging from her backpack swinging back and forth in the air. Xia Luyun stared at the teddy bear on the girl's backpack, his eyes flickering for a moment as if recalling something, lost in thought. At that moment, Lu Mang gave Xia Luyun a mischievous smile and teased, "Enough, mushroom. Stop staring. She's still a minor." Xia Luyun glared at Lu Mang disapprovingly, then turned to Zhao Kai and Li Feiyan and said, "Since the demons have been eliminated, we should leave this place as soon as possible. We don't want more people to gather here and make things complicated." Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, and Li Feiyan all nodded in agreement. Then, the 4 of them immediately touched the ground with the tips of their toes, leaping into the air, with a long sword shrouded in mystical light suddenly appearing beneath their feet. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, 4 piercing sounds echoed through the air. The figures of the 4 instantly transformed into a dazzling streak of light. Under the astonished gazes of thousands of onlookers, they directly flew through the air on their swords and swiftly departed from the crowded shopping mall. It's sword flying. Those young cultivators have flown away on their swords. How cool! I wish my boyfriend were that handsome. I'm so jealous. Those young guys are already cultivators, while I'm in my 30s and still haven't paid off my mortgage. Sigh. I still can't believe that cultivators are actually real. Amazing, amazing, amazing. There are actually immortals in this world. This is unbelievable. I have to post the video I just took online. It's definitely going to go viral. Exclamations of surprise erupted. The entire mall once again became noisy and chaotic. Many people couldn't wait to share what they had just seen and heard. They share their experiences in the form of videos, photos, or text on social media and short video platforms. In a short period of time, the crowd was astonished and amazed. The onlookers lingered, reluctant to leave. The atmosphere of shock lingered for a long time. In the night sky, heavy snow is falling. Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, Li Feiyan, and Xia Luyan flew side by side on their swords to celebrate their successful completion of the demon exorcising mission for the 5th time. Lu Mang suggested going to a high-end restaurant to treat themselves. He also stated that he would treat everyone tonight, so there was no need for anyone to be polite. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kai looked at Lu Mang in confusion. A high-end restaurant? How high-end? Lu Mang chuckled. For 4 people, a meal would be around 10,000 yuan. Not expensive. Zhao Kai was stunned. 10,000 for a meal? Not expensive? Where did you get so much money? Lu Mang replied, of course I earned it with my own hands. We're cultivators now, making money isn't that difficult, is it? Zhao Kai, upon hearing this, was about to ask another question. But upon further reflection, if cultivators truly wanted to make money, it would indeed be easier than drinking water. Alright, you're being generous for once, so I'll follow your lead tonight. Zhao Kai smiled and said. Alright. Let's hurry up then, or that restaurant might close. Lu Mang said. With that said, the 4 of them flew through the air on their swords, heading swiftly toward the restaurant Lu Mang had mentioned. However, no one noticed. At that moment, Zhao Kai's face gradually took on a pensive expression, as if he were calculating something. It was 11 p.m. In a luxurious high-end restaurant. In a private room, Lu Mang, Zhao Kai, Li Feiyan, and Xia Luyan were sitting at the same table. At the table, there was a table piled high with all sorts of delicacies they had never even seen before. The 4 of them chatted idly while enjoying the feast. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Hey, Golden Needle Mushroom, how did you come up with that method to lure the demon out just now? Suddenly, Lu Mang, while munching on a pig's trotter, glanced sideways at Xia Luyan. Chapter 161, The Phantom Light Group. Xia Luyan took a sip of bone broth and explained slowly. Actually, the principle is quite simple. Have you noticed that all the demons in this world are incredibly arrogant? After all, in terms of raw power, demons and monsters are far stronger than human cultivators, or chi masters. Therefore, in their perception, dealing with us humans is as easy as pinching a finger. Killing us is simpler than killing an ant. In their eyes, they are hunters, and we are the prey. But in reality, we are not chi masters, nor are we practitioners. We are cultivators who have never appeared in this world before. Those demons are inherently arrogant, and since they have never encountered cultivators before, it is only natural that they would mistake us for practitioners or chi manipulators, believing they could kill us effortlessly. But the truth was exactly the opposite. The truth is, we are the hunters, and they are the prey. It is precisely because of this information gap that I am confident that with just a little provocation, by putting on a show, those demons will inevitably reveal themselves. For example, if an ant jumps up and says it's going to beat you up, could you resist the urge to crush it? After hearing what Xia Luyan said, Lu Mang and Zhao Kai immediately wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. Li Feiyan, however, remained relatively composed. Because as soon as Xia Luyan suggested that Lu Mang should act, he had already figured everything out. But his thinking. In the end, he was still one step behind Xia Luyan. This was something he couldn't help but admire. How did you figure out that the demon wasn't planning to fight us but was trying to escape instead? Lu Mang asked again. Xia Luyan replied. To be honest, this is just my guess. Because the arrogant demons would actually use hostages to threaten us, and after all that talk, they still didn't attack us. This is completely different from the demons we've encountered before. So I dare to speculate that this demon was smarter than the others and had already realized that we were not ordinary cultivators. But by the time it realized this, it was already too late. In order to survive, he could only try not to show any weakness and feign anger to intimidate us, preventing us from acting rashly, and then take the opportunity to escape. At first, I wasn't sure, but when I tested him and saw that his tricks had been exposed, the demonic energy surrounding him suddenly became chaotic for a moment. Therefore, I was certain. That demon never intended to fight us from the start, it was always planning to escape. So I went along with it and chatted with him for a few more minutes. He thought his acting was flawless and that his delaying tactic had succeeded, but in reality, I was merely using the situation to buy time and set up a trap that would easily defeat him. This is what they call being outwitted by one's own cleverness. That's why I said that demon was clever, but not clever enough. After hearing this, the 3 were deeply shaken. Sure enough, people only give themselves the wrong names, they never call themselves by the wrong nicknames. Lu Mang being called Xia Luyan Golden Mushroom isn't just random nonsense. With sharp wit and meticulous thinking, every detail of his surroundings and enemies was clearly understood by him. Such meticulous thinking and strategic planning, what else could it be but enoki mushrooms? Speaking of which, Xia Liuyun's strength was only second to last among the four of them, barely stronger than Lu Mang. At the Ethereal University, he was merely of an average to below average caliber. But even Zhao Kai, or even Li Feiyan, they didn't want to face an opponent like Xia Liyun, because Xia Liyun is simply too skilled at scheming. Even if they ultimately win with overwhelming force, they will never gain the slightest advantage over their opponents. This is the aspect of Xia Liyun that they cannot help but admire. So detailed. Too detailed. Enoki mushrooms, I'm really starting to admire you more and more. Here, I specially ordered this garlic chive mushroom dish for you. Eat it while it's hot. Lu Mang placed a plate of fragrant and delicious garlic chive mushrooms in front of Xia Liyun and said half-jokingly. Xia Liyun smiled, enough with the enoki mushrooms. Tomorrow, our mission is to go to town to eliminate the thugs and criminals. Be careful when you go. Lu Mang pretended not to understand. What does this have to do with me? I'm not a thug. You, on the other hand, were staring at that young girl for ages. She's not even of age yet. You're the real thug here. Xia Liyun ignored him. After pondering for a moment, he turned his gaze toward Li Feiyan and asked. Hey, right, Li Gu. Earlier at that milk tea shop in the mall, didn't you say that the demonic aura was very strong and its power was formidable? Even you said it was a powerful demon, yet I managed to defeat it with a single strike. What's going on here? Upon hearing this, Li Feiyan's eyes flashed with a fleeting look of panic that was almost imperceptible. He smiled faintly and said, I must have misunderstood. Is that so? All right. Xia Liyun said. Actually, Xia Liyun could tell that the other party had clearly caught the hidden meaning in his words. But since the other party chose to keep it hidden, he didn't plan to ask any further questions. Just then, outside the private room, several young waiters gathered at the door, whispering to each other. Are the guests in that private room filming a movie? Why are they constantly talking about immortals and demons? It doesn't seem like it. They're actually claiming to be immortals and even talking about slaying demons and monsters. I'm about to die laughing. In my opinion, they've probably gone mad from reading too many novels. I agree. Midnight. The four of them were full and satisfied. After a brief farewell, they each returned home. Sitting in the taxi on the way home, Li Feiyan took out his phone and opened an unfamiliar message. The two bold lines at the top immediately caused his brows to furrow, and his expression grew increasingly somber. Since the ways of heaven are unjust, I shall take control of the cycle of reincarnation. Esteemed fellow cultivator, the Phantom Light Group eagerly awaits your joining. Chapter 162, Chat Group, Shared Demon Slaying Achievements. January 25th. The weather was cloudy. A gray sky is filled with large snowflakes. The vast snowy landscape is breathtakingly beautiful. Today marks the 6th day of the exorcism operation at the Ethereal University. These 6 days may not seem very long, but they are actually quite significant. Many students have already successfully completed numerous exorcism missions during these 6 days, slaying countless demons and evil spirits. Everyone has gained a wealth of combat experience in the demon-slaying missions they participated in, experience that cannot be learned in the classroom. Those who have completed the exorcism missions cannot hide their excitement and joy at having successfully carried out their tasks. They eagerly shared their most memorable moments from their demon-slaying adventures in the Pyongyang University freshman group chat. As a result, since the winter break began, the Pyongyang University freshman group has remained lively and active. On the contrary, everyone has been incredibly active, sharing photos and videos in the group, and chatting enthusiastically every day. The level of excitement is comparable to the Spring Festival. For example, it's already 3 a.m. However, in the freshman group chat of the Ethereal University, messages were still coming in non-stop, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. Kaohsiung University Freshman Discussion Group. Lu Benwei from the Sword Arts Department, video file. Yujian School. Lu Benwei, guys, check this out. In the video, Lu Benwei is in the wilderness, using wood to build a tripod taller than a person. In the center of the tripod, a fire was burning on the ground, with a large piece of meat hanging above it. It was sizzling and dripping with oil, looking incredibly tempting. Lu Mang of the Sword-Wielding School, 666, don't call me when you're having barbecue. Alchemy Division. Wang Xiaoman, what kind of meat is this? It looks weird. Sword Control Department, Lu Benwei, smiling with a sideways glance. Yujian School. Lu Benwei just killed a wild boar demon beast. It ran down to the village at the foot of the mountain and killed several elderly people and children. If I don't skin it and eat its meat, I'd be betraying the innocent villagers it brutally murdered. But I must admit, the meat is truly delicious. Moreover, the meat contains a faint trace of spiritual energy. While it may not be of much use to us cultivators, it is definitely a great tonic for ordinary people. This leg is mine. The rest of the pig, I'll roast it later and take it down to the village to share with the elderly. Most of the elderly in this village are empty nesters, and some even help their children take care of their grandchildren. Their living conditions are very difficult. I can't help with much else, but I hope that the meat of this wild boar demon beast can help improve their health. Fu Lu School's Zhou Tao, Brother Lu is amazing. I'll give you a thumbs up. Alchemy Department, Wu Wan Yao. I'll share what I've been up to these past few days as well. Recently, many people in my hometown have suddenly been diagnosed with terminal illnesses, and doctors and experts are unable to determine the cause. After investigating, I discovered that a python demon beast has been lurking in the reservoir near our village, and the demonic energy it emits has contaminated the entire reservoir. Fortunately, I managed to kill it with a magical pill in time. As for the villagers who had contracted terminal illnesses, I cured them using the small qi condensation pill. Alchemy Department's Zhang Xiaolu, well done. Thumbs up. Alchemy Department, Wu Wenyao, thank you for the kind words, Master Zhang. Grinning. Zheng Daniu of the Alchemy Department, I also killed 2 wolf-shaped demon beasts and a demon in my hometown. Sword Control Department, Yi Chen, I eliminated 5 demonic cultists, 3 demonic beasts, and a tiger-shaped demon beast at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, all within the city limits. Array Arts Division Jiang Wenshu, 6 days and killed so many? Chen Gu is really impressive. I've been working non-stop for days and only managed to kill 5 demonic beasts. Refining Systems Louis, everyone is so skilled. So far, I've only managed to eliminate 6 demon beasts at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Sword Control System Lu Benwei, what the heck? Demon beasts at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage? You killed 6 of them? Louis, do you not consume any mana when fighting? How did you last so long? As soon as Louis's message was posted, it immediately drew gasps of astonishment from several classmates. After all, Louis's cultivation level was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet she managed to consecutively slay 6 demon beasts of the same cultivation level. Her stamina seems endless, it's absolutely unbelievable. Chapter 163, Immortal Cultivator? Spreads across the internet. The Symbol and Talisman School's Zhang Hao. Surprised expression. Impressive. A few days ago, our team worked together to kill a demon beast at the Foundation establishment stage. We're still exhausted from the battle. Louis actually killed 6 in a row? That's terrifying. Is this the true power of the top-tier players in the cultivation system? Lin Feng of the Sword Control System, I thought killing 3 Foundation establishment stage demon beasts in a row was already pretty strong, but there are still masters out there. I'm speechless. Zheng Ken of the Symbol and Scroll Division, I admit you're all strong, but I saved 2 beautiful girls who were being harassed by demons yesterday, and they've invited me out to dinner tonight. Smirk. Sword-wielding School's Qin Yushi, me too. A few days ago, I saved 2 rich and handsome guys, and they've been confessing their feelings to me every day. I'm about to lose my mind. Speechless. Fu Lu Department's Zhou Tao, you two are the real pros. I'm truly impressed. Covering my face. Sword Control School Lu Mang, impressive. Formation Arts Division, Sun Yuanjie, 2 scummy guys and a scummy girl, ha! In the freshman group chat at 3 a.m. The young boys and girls were chatting happily, and the atmosphere was lively and vibrant. However, perhaps it was because I had been busy slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits lately. Almost no one noticed the magical abilities they displayed while slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits. Those scenes, with their bursts of mystical light and fantastical imagery, they have been captured on camera by many witnesses and shared on various social media platforms and short video apps. Once the content was posted, without exception, all of them received massive exposure and went viral online. And this time, those videos are no longer being blocked or taken down by the authorities. Instead, they seem to be protected in some way, and no matter how disturbing or terrifying the content may be, they cannot be reported and removed. For a time, the entire internet was buzzing with intense discussions about those mysterious and enigmatic videos. Netizens are divided in their opinions. True or false, or true, no one can say for sure. Before you know it, the actions of these young boys and girls quietly shocked netizens across the country. Even the entire world. Everything has quietly begun to change. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Shizhou Province. Linshan Garden Community. Shen Weiwei of the Fu Lu sect had just finished slaying a demon beast at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and her clothes were still covered in dirt, which she hadn't had time to change yet. She was then called by her older brother, Shen Tianze, to go to a barbecue restaurant outside the residential complex to eat barbecue. This barbecue restaurant had excellent food and was always bustling with customers on weekdays. Plus, it's currently the evening rush hour. At this time, the store is packed with customers, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. In such situations, queuing is usually necessary. However, when Shen Tianze called Shen Weiwei over, he had already been waiting in line for over an hour. So when Shin Weiwei arrived, she only had to wait for 2 or 3 minutes before the two of them entered the store and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Shin Tianzi scanned the QR code at the corner of the table and started ordering. As soon as he finished, he handed his phone to Shin Weiwei. Tell her to order whatever she wants and not to be polite. However, Shin Weiwei took the phone and looked at it, only to be completely stunned. Because she noticed that her brother had ordered all sorts of expensive dishes. Lamb chops, oysters, squid, and even 2 Australian lobsters. It all adds up to nearly $1,000. Bro, why did you order so much? The two of us can't finish it all, and it's way too expensive. It's almost 1,000 yuan. Shin Weiwei exclaimed in surprise. Shin Tianzi chuckled. If you can't finish it, just pack it up and take it home. It's okay to treat yourself once in a while. It's not like you eat this well every day. Shin Weiwei shook her head. Let's not. You work hard to earn money, so let's just have a few skewers of grilled meat. There's no need to spend so much. Shin Tianzi laughed. Hey, Weiwei, I know how to manage money better than you do. You don't need to worry about it. And to be honest, I'm about to close a big deal in the next few days, with a commission of $5,000, which will be deposited into my paycheck next month. Earning this much money, I want to treat our family's only college student to a nice meal and treat myself as well. That's not too much to ask, is it? Seeing that Shin Tianzi had said that, Shin Weiwei no longer felt disappointed and smiled faintly. Alright, since you've said it, let's splurge tonight. After ordering the food, the two poured themselves 2 cups of tea and began drinking. Just then, the conversation among the customers at the nearby tables couldn't help but catch the attention of Shin Tianzi and Shin Weiwei. Speaking of which, have you seen those videos that have been circulating online recently? They say there are some immortals, it's just too ridiculous. Chapter 164, I'm not joking, I'm really an immortal cultivator. I've seen it before. I'll show it to you. Look, there's a young girl, completely covered in lightning, flying down from the sky on a sword. With a single strike, she sliced a monster with a wolf's head and a human body into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The video quality is so clear that I can't even tell if it's special effects or real. What's there to tell apart? This is clearly AI generated. Do you really believe there are immortals in this world? It does look pretty convincing, but those videos are definitely AI generated. The traces are too obvious. No way, you just make stuff up. Where are the AI traces? I can't see any. Another table. Take a look for yourselves. This video is pretty real, right? A young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, is floating in mid-air above a swiftly flowing river. She casually waves her right hand a couple of times, and instantly, an ice spike thicker than a train plummets from the sky, piercing the monster in the water, which resembles a squid, and killing it instantly. I've seen this video. The incident happened near Nanbin Road, not too far from here. Others filmed it later, and that thick ice spike is still stuck in the river. That's unbelievable. Are there really immortals in this world? Impossible. I think these videos are probably just special effects created by someone trying to stir up hype. Even with the best special effects, they couldn't achieve this level of realism. It's just too realistic. The video doesn't look fake, but I don't believe there are immortals in this world. I agree. I can't tell if it's real or fake, but I know for sure that there are no immortals in this world. The surrounding customers began to discuss it among themselves. In fact, the topic everyone was discussing was something Shin Tianzi had been seeing frequently online in recent days. However, as an atheist, he would never believe that there are immortals in this world. However, he found the videos entertaining and quite interesting. Suddenly, Shin Tianzi snapped back to reality and looked at Shin Weiwei, asking casually, "Hey, Weiwei, have you seen those videos that have been trending online lately? I saw a lot of heated discussions online, with people saying that there are immortals in this world. What about you, Weiwei? What do you think? Do you think there are really immortals in this world?" In response to Shin Tianzi's question, Shin Weiwei didn't hesitate, smiled slightly, and said firmly, "Of course there is. And I'm one of them. The cultivators in those online videos are actually my friends." The university has now lifted the rule prohibiting students from disclosing information about the school to the outside world. Additionally, Professor Su has encouraged them to actively promote the existence of Piao University. Furthermore, her current cultivation level has already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. No one in this world can pose a threat to her. Therefore, Shin Weiwei no longer needed to hide her identity as a cultivator from anyone. Moreover, the other party was her own older brother. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianzi's expression froze instantly. But after a moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Weiwei, how did you manage to joke while keeping such a straight face? I almost believed you." Shin Weiwei laughed lightly. "Brother, I wasn't joking with you. I'm serious." Shin Tianzi grew angry and pursed his lips. "Weiwei, tell me the truth. Have you recently become obsessed with reading cultivation novels? I never expected a girl like you to enjoy reading male-oriented novels." Seeing that Shin Tianzi still didn't believe her, Shin Weiwei couldn't help but sigh with a smile. Her spiritual energy surged within her, and she was about to casually perform a small spell to prove herself. But just then, a phone rang suddenly. Shin Tianze instinctively reached for his phone to answer it. But when he saw the name displayed on the screen, his expression froze and the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. Wei Wei, please sit here for a moment. I'll go answer the phone. Shin Tianze looked a bit nervous, but he forced a smile on his face. Having said that, he grabbed his phone and ran outside the barbecue shop, hesitating before answering the call. Hello, Mr. Ma? What's the matter? Manager Ma's voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Xiaoxin, I remember you were talking about a client surnamed Lu recently? Alright, send me the client's information now, and I'll handle the rest of the business with him. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianze immediately became flustered. His expression was extremely grim. Because the thing he feared most had finally happened. This Manager Ma is trying to steal his clients again. Chapter 165, Manager Ma. Shin Tianze remembered it clearly. This Manager Ma used the same excuse last time. Just one sentence. And that's how he snatched away the client he had been diligently following up on for months. Not to mention the months of wasted time. In the end, he didn't get a single penny. The last time was the same. Last time was the same. This is the third time. This moment. Shin Tianze felt like he was about to break down. Over the past few months, he had to accompany that customer drinking every few days, often drinking until 3 or 4 in the morning. Even when he felt dizzy and his stomach ached terribly, he still had to greet the customer with a smile. On a daily basis, the customer would call him like a dog, and he would come running whenever summoned, bowing and scraping like a servant, with no dignity whatsoever. He had thought that Manager Ma would let him off after stealing a few customers from him. But he never imagined that the other party would become increasingly bold and aggressive. Stealing once or twice wasn't enough. Today, I actually have to rush for the third time. You know that's a big order with a $5,000 commission. He only has about $1,000 left on him now. Not even enough to pay next month's rent. Due to long-term alcohol abuse, his last physical examination report showed that his liver function had already developed serious problems. He was counting on that money to pay for his medical treatment. But as things stand now, his expectations. This time, it's going to be a disappointment again. Mr. Ma, I've been following up with this client for over 3 months now, and Shin Tianze was so flustered he was nearly desperate, but he still wanted to try one last time. But the other party impatiently interrupted him. What do you mean? I told you to send me the customer's information, so just send it to me. Why are you talking so much? Manager Ma, can you give me a cut of the commission from this client? I don't want much, just 20,000 yuan will do. How much? 2,000 yuan? Shin Tianze, are you really daring enough to ask for that much? Manager Ma, this money is really important to me. Please give me 2,000. $2,000? You're dreaming. Why should I share my money with you? Please, Mr. Ma, I really don't have any money on me right now. I've been drinking with clients and my liver is in bad shape. I need that money to save my life. My sister is still in college and needs money every month. Manager Ma, please, just give me 2,000. Facing Shin Tianze's humble plea. On the other end of the phone, Manager Ma was driving while laughing disdainfully. Don't bother me with all that nonsense. No matter how pitiful you make yourself sound, it's none of my business. Alright, I'm already at the entrance of your residential complex. I'll come find you myself later to get it. Beep. As he heard the phone hang up, Shin Tianze's face turned ashen, and he felt a buzzing in his head, wishing he were dead. Suddenly, a white Mercedes-Benz drove up and came to a slow stop in front of Shin Tianze. The door opened. A middle-aged man in a suit got out. Hey, Shin Tianze, you were complaining so much on the phone earlier, but here you are, enjoying yourself and eating barbecue. Were you just putting on a show for me? The middle-aged man walked straight up to Shin Tianze and laughed mockingly. Shin Tianze was so flustered by this that he didn't know what to do. He never expected Manager Ma to actually come looking for him in person. And he came so quickly, not giving him any time to react. It seems like this time, he's completely out of luck. Mr. Ma, can't you make an exception just this once? I really need that money. Shin Tianze was still planning to plead for mercy. However, Ma Weidong, dressed in a suit and tie, kept his hands in his pockets, looking down on him with an extremely impatient expression and rolled his eyes at him. Enough already. Stop wasting my time with all this nonsense. I've heard it all before. Hurry up and send me the client's information. Don't waste my time, I've got other things to do. Manager Ma, please, I'm begging you. Stop. I'm telling you, Shin Tianze, don't be so ungrateful. You didn't even finish junior high school, what gives you the nerve to think you deserve a commission? I didn't want to say it so harshly, but you've been dragging this out, just making things difficult for yourself. If you feel wronged and can't accept it, then quit your job and get out of here. At least I won't have to see you and get annoyed all day long. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianzi lowered his head, so humiliated that he dared not even look at the other person. Though his heart was filled with countless feelings of resentment and anger, he dared not show any of it at that moment. He was so desperate he was about to cry. His fists clenched tighter and tighter, his nails digging into his palms, yet he dared not utter a single word in response. But at that moment, a clear, pleasant voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother, the barbecue is ready. Come in and eat with us." Shin Tianzi turned his head and saw that it was his younger sister, Shin Weiwei, walking over. Chapter 166, Workplace Bullying. At that moment, as soon as Ma Weidong, dressed in a suit and tie, saw Shin Weiwei, his eyes widened in shock. He stared at Shin Weiwei without restraint, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, Shin Tianzi, is this the sister you've been talking about? I never expected someone like you to have such a beautiful sister." Noticing the other person's hostile gaze, Shin Tianzi quickly stepped in front of Shin Weiwei. "Mr. Ma, I don't want the commission. I'll send you the client's information right now." Ma Weidong pushed Shin Tianzi aside and laughed. "Hey, little Shin, we can discuss this, can't we? I have a meeting coming up shortly, and all the attendees are senior executives from the company. Could you have your sister accompany me and help me hold back a few drinks to maintain the atmosphere? After it's over, you can take whatever commission you deserve. I won't compete with you for that client. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Shin Tianzi immediately waved his hand to refuse. "No need, Manager Ma. My sister doesn't drink. She..." But before he could finish, Shin Weiwei stepped forward and interrupted him. "It's okay, brother. I can go." Shin Tianzi immediately scolded her. "What are you going to do? Go inside and eat first. There's nothing for you here." Ma Weidong said, "Little Shin, your sister said she's fine. Why are you worrying so much? She's a grown woman now. It's not appropriate for you to be so overprotective." Shin Tianzi hurriedly said, "Mr. Ma, my sister is still young. She really doesn't drink." "She..." Shin Weiwei smiled sweetly and interrupted again. "Oh, brother, it's okay. You work so hard all the time, let me help you out every now and then. Look at you, Xiao Shun. Your sister is so considerate." Ma Weidong extended his hand with a wide smile. "Hello, Xiao Shun. My name is Ma Weidong. I'm the Deputy General Manager of the Southwest Region Sales Department at Manhwa Group, and I'm also your brother's superior. If you don't mind, you can call me Dong Gu." Shin Weiwei looked at the hand extended toward her. In truth, she really wanted to shake it. But she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself and would end up crushing the other person's palm into a pulp. So she could only smile sweetly and say, "Hello, Mr. Dong. My name is Shin Weiwei." Shin Weiwei's voice was sweet, and as soon as Ma Weidong heard it, his eyes immediately gleamed with greed. "Hello, Weiwei. Vivi, it's getting late. Since you're willing to come with me, let's get in the car and leave right away." Shin Weiwei smiled sweetly and said, "All right, Donga," she said. Before Shin Tianzi could even stop her, Shin Weiwei had already sat down in the passenger seat of Ma Weidong's car. "Shin Weiwei, get out of the car immediately. Don't go. Did you hear me? My work doesn't need your help. This isn't your concern." Shin Tianzi panicked and rushed over to open the car door, intending to pull Shin Weiwei out of the passenger seat. After all, he knew exactly what kind of person Ma Weidong was. Plus, he was a man himself. He naturally understood what the other person meant by accompanying him to drink. If his younger sister went tonight, something bad will definitely happen. However, sitting in the passenger seat, Shin Weiwei smiled faintly. "Oh, brother, it's really nothing. If you're worried, you can come with us. Right, Donga? Ha? Go with us? That's not a bad idea. Come on, Xiaoxin, get in the car too." Ma Weidong looked very unhappy. But Shin Tianzi kept insisting, so he had no choice but to give in. If it came down to it, he could always call a few people to escort him out. It's no big deal. Seeing that Shin Weiwei insisted on going and refused to listen to reason, Shin Tianzi had no choice but to follow along reluctantly. If things turned out badly, he would be able to respond promptly. In short, he would never let his sister go on such a dangerous journey alone. Along the way, Ma Weidong drove while boasting about his status and position to Shin Weiwei in the passenger seat. He boasted about his annual salary, the number of people under his command, and his influence within the company. He also boasts about how many wealthy tycoons he has met and how close he is to them. Every word he spoke was a display of his status as a social elite and successful individual. Shin Weiwei couldn't help but admit it. This Ma Weidong had a way with words, making everything sound so convincing. If it were her in the past, or any other girl from an ordinary family, she might have been swayed by his words. But now, though, everything is different now. Though she didn't care at all, Shin Weiwei still pretended to be admiring, occasionally chiming in with a few words. Seeing this, Ma Weidong's expression grew increasingly smug. However, Shin Tianzi, sitting in the back seat, began to grow concerned. His younger sister was still so naive. What if she really fell under Ma Weidong's spell? However, Shin Tianze was unaware that his concerns were actually unnecessary. In fact, Shin Weiwei had long known that her older brother, Shin Tianze, was frequently bullied at work. In simple terms, it was workplace bullying. In the past, she was powerless and couldn't do anything about it. Later, she entered a prestigious university but was restricted by the school's regulations. But now, she happened to come across her older brother being bullied by his superior. This time, she would never stand by and do nothing again. Given that workplace bullying is rarely the work of a single individual, but rather the result of a toxic culture that has been ingrained throughout the entire organization over time. Otherwise, his brother would not have reported it to higher-ups multiple times without any resolution to date. That's why Shin Weiwei agreed to go with Ma Weidong to tonight's drinking party. It was all for this opportunity. To go to his older brother's workplace and meet those so-called high-ranking officials. Have a proper discussion with them. Of course. How should this be explained? She's the one who decides. Chapter 167, Better Than Others? Can I kill you then? Night. Heavy snow was falling, and the wind was bitterly cold. Inside a high-end luxury restaurant. Mr. Wang, the new energy project you launched last year in the western part of the city has now become a provincial benchmark. Even the leaders from the neighboring city have come to learn from you. Your vision and expertise are something we can only aspire to. Hey, Director Lee, don't tease me. When it comes to real power, who can compare to you? All the key project approvals for our entire group company are in your hands. Which subsidiary isn't eagerly waiting for your approval? As for my new energy project, without your support, it wouldn't have been able to get off the ground so smoothly. Mr. Wang is being too modest. Your work capabilities are well recognized by the headquarters. It won't be long before this little city of Quanfeng can contain you. Mr. Lee is right. Let's all raise a glass to Mr. Wang. I'll drink this one, and I hope Mr. Wang will continue to support me in the future. Everyone, please don't say that. The success our company has achieved today is the result of the collective efforts of all departments. Therefore, this toast should be offered by me to everyone. In the spacious private room, the dining table was laid out like a grand banquet, overflowing with an array of delicacies from land and sea, a feast for the eyes. At the table, a dozen or so middle-aged men in formal attire were seated around a table, raising their cups in a toast and chatting animatedly. Shin Tianze was feeling quite anxious at the moment. At the same time, he is also very excited. Because the person sitting next to him was? All of them were high-ranking officials he had only heard of by name but had rarely had the opportunity to meet in person. He couldn't imagine it. He never thought he'd have the chance to sit down and eat with these high-ranking officials. Noticing Shin Tianze's surprised expression, Ma Weidong teased with a smile. Little Shin, I know you don't know what to say in this situation, but there's no need to be nervous. Keep your mouth shut, drink more, and just try to get familiar with the leaders. It's all about making a good impression and seeing the world. After saying that, he shifted his gaze to Shin Weiwei beside him and smiled maliciously. Weiwei, little sister, drink as much as I do later. Go ahead and drink freely. Make a good impression in front of the leaders. If you can leave a good impression on the leaders, this isn't just your brother's opportunity, it's yours too. A dinner like this is something most people wouldn't even be able to attend. What do you think, Weiwei? How has Dongge been treating you? Shin Weiwei put on a grateful expression and nodded, saying, Yes, Dongge, you're so kind. As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Tianze hurriedly interjected, Weiwei, drink less later. Don't get drunk. Just drink in moderation. Shin Tianze was naturally very worried at the moment. Because tonight's dinner gathering is all men, and the only woman present is his younger sister. Moreover, all the people present were high-ranking officials, and they occasionally cast strange glances at his sister. If his sister gets drunk tonight, something bad is bound to happen. Upon hearing this, Shin Weiwei smiled softly, I know, big brother. I know my limits. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline glanced at Shin Tianze, then looked at Ma Weidong with a puzzled expression. Little Ma, who is that young man next to you? I've never seen him at work before. Ma Weidong replied with a flattering expression. Mr. Wang, this is our sales representative from the sales department, Shin Tianze. He was just hired last year. He insisted on coming to see the world today, and I couldn't refuse him, so I brought him along. The one next to him is his sister, Shin Weiwei. She's still in college and mentioned that she'd like to work at our company in the future, so I thought I'd bring her along too, so she can meet everyone and gain some experience. Mr. Wang, with his Mediterranean-style haircut, glanced at Shin Tianze and then fixed his gaze on Shin Weiwei, smiling and saying, College students are great. Young and full of energy. I think we should all take a cue from Xioma and bring along a few young, attractive women when we go out to eat in the future to liven up the atmosphere. What's the point of a bunch of guys sitting around eating together? Everyone agree? As soon as he said that, everyone immediately began to flatter and ingratiate themselves. Their words were interspersed with some vulgar remarks disrespectful to women. Moreover, he kept talking nonstop in front of Shen Weiwei, completely disregarding her feelings. This really annoyed Shen Weiwei. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a square face looked at Ma Weidong and asked, "Little Ma, the salesman next to you named Shen Tianze, if I recall correctly, he didn't even graduate from junior high school, did he?" As soon as he said that, everyone present was immediately taken aback. Some people even nearly spit out the soup they had just taken into their mouths. What the heck is that? He didn't even finish junior high school? Xiaoma, why did you hire someone like this into the company? Yeah, Xiaoma, we're at least a listed company. Hiring someone without even a junior high school education isn't exactly appropriate, is it? The name Shen Tianze has never appeared in our finance department's bonus calculations. It seems he's been here for so long without closing a single deal. His business skills are truly lacking. Xiaoma, be more careful when hiring people in the future. Don't just hire anyone. For a moment, everyone spoke at once, criticizing Shen Tianze harshly. Every word and phrase felt like sharp blades, mercilessly slicing away at Shen Tianze's self-respect. And Shen Tianze knew full well that he was of lowly status and had little influence. Even if he felt wrong deep down, in such a situation, he could only bow his head humbly and dare not utter a single word in response. Ma Weidong, standing nearby, merely gave Shen Tianze a mocking glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. However, just as everyone was looking down on Shen Tianze and not giving him the time of day, Shen Weiwei, who had remained seated the entire time, speaking little and keeping to herself. Her once playful and adorable face suddenly turned as cold as ice. His gaze was icy, and his voice pierced through the crowd's noise like an ice pick. Please quiet down, everyone. I would like to ask our leaders a question. Does your company operate under the principle that the higher one's position, the greater one's authority, and thus one can disregard ordinary employees and trample on their dignity with impunity? Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell into complete silence. Everyone looked completely bewildered. A dozen pairs of eyes turned toward Shen Weiwei all at once. Shen Tianze was also stunned. What was his younger sister trying to do? Could she be trying to stand up for me? But that's just not smart. Those people weren't ordinary people, and his sister was just a weak little girl. What she did not only had no effect but was also asking for trouble. Her own sister is just too naive. Shen Tianze felt a surge of emotion, but he knew he couldn't let Shen Weiwei continue speaking, or else she would be the one to suffer. Ma Weidong beside him was also completely baffled. He never expected Shen Weiwei to suddenly ask such a question. He thought to himself, this little girl must have lost her mind. Just as both of them were about to stop Shen Weiwei from doing something foolish, Wang Zong, with his Mediterranean-style haircut, suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, young lady, you're quite bold. Since you asked, I'll answer you seriously. You're right. People in our position do have the authority to decide the fate of many people. Seeing that Mr. Wang's words were too blunt, those around him were about to remind him, but Mr. Wang waved his hand, indicating it was fine. He continued. In this world, there are huge gaps between people. With a single word, I can boost the entire economy of Quanfeng City, and with another, I can put your brother out of a job. I have this power, but ordinary people do not. This is the gap. Power and status are the ironclad rules that divide society into classes. I know you're trying to tell me that people should be equal, that even if we have great power and high status, we shouldn't humiliate your brother to his face. But in reality, this is simply impossible, because in this world of the strong preying on the weak, people are inherently divided into higher and lower, noble and base. I have power and status, which means I am nobler than you and your brother, who are mere commoners. As for the dignity you speak of, people like you and your brother, lowly commoners, have no dignity to speak of. What harm does it do to insult you a little? Do you believe me when I say that if I slap you twice right now, you wouldn't be able to do a thing to me? Wang Zong's tone was arrogant beyond measure. Every word and action revealed his superiority and arrogance as someone in a position of power. He didn't even bother to acknowledge Shen Tianze and Shen Weiwei, who were mere commoners from the lower classes. Everyone present was intimidated by Wang Zong's words. Everyone stood there speechless, too stunned to speak. Seeing this scene, Ma Weidong felt a pang of dread in his heart. He had originally planned to bring a beautiful woman over, get her drunk, and then take care of these leaders properly. But this little girl must have something wrong with her. She was fine just a moment ago. I never expected him to change his attitude so suddenly. And he even spoke disrespectfully to Mr. Wang, the most influential person present. Now he'll be implicated too. Upon hearing Wang Zong's words, Shen Tianze felt as though every word was piercing his heart. He knew better than anyone else what Mr. Wang was talking about. But for the other party to say it so bluntly now is nothing short of humiliating him to his face, slapping him and his sister in the face. But despite this, he still dared not speak up. He simply clenched his fists tightly, letting his nails dig into the palms of his hands, but he dared not utter a word in response. But at that moment, Shen Weiwei's expression was calmer than everyone else present. She raised the corners of her lips slightly, her face as cold as ice, and smiled indifferently. Oh? Is that so? Since you think that having power and influence makes you superior and allows you to trample on the dignity of ordinary people at will, does that mean I can now kill all of you? As soon as Shin Weiwei finished speaking, she immediately channeled her spiritual energy, causing a burst of mystical light to erupt from every part of her body. She gently raised her hand, and between her two fingers, a blue talisman formed from condensed spiritual energy suddenly appeared, as clear and translucent as ice crystals. The talisman rose into the air without a breeze, then exploded with a loud bang, forming dozens of ice needles glowing with a chilling cold light, which shot toward everyone present at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, those ice needles suspended themselves all around the crowd. The tip of each ice needle was firmly aimed at the vital points of everyone present, emitting waves of icy coldness. For a moment, the entire private room was bathed in a mystical glow, the temperature plummeted, and moisture instantly condensed into frost, spreading rapidly across the walls, floor, and furniture. At that moment, Shin Weiwei, just like a deity wielding the power of ice and snow descending upon the mortal realm. Surrounded by a cold, shimmering aura, the chill is overwhelming. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone present, including Shin Tianzi, Ma Weidong, and Wang Zong, who had been so arrogant just moments ago. At that moment, all of them were completely dumbfounded, their minds going blank in an instant. Chapter 168, A Divine Being? The entire crowd was stunned. Upon witnessing this utterly unimaginable scene before them, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Everyone was speechless, so astonished that their jaws nearly hit the ground. The shock was overwhelming. Like a towering tsunami, it swept in all at once. What's happening? Why is that little girl covered in a golden glow? Also, what are these dozens of thin needles that look like ice? How can they float in the air out of thin air? What on earth is going on here? Could this be some kind of divine magic? The little girl in front of me actually used divine magic? But how is that possible? How could there possibly be gods in this world? It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. The worldview they had spent decades building up. At that moment, it was shattered into pieces by the scene before my eyes, which defied all scientific knowledge. They desperately wished they were dreaming. But the dozens of sharp ice needles beside them were constantly emitting a cold temperature, washing over their skin. That feeling was as real as it could possibly be. It forces them to acknowledge reality. The reality is, there are actually gods in this world. And the young girl before me looks to be around 17 or 18 years old. Is a genuine immortal. Is that Mr. Wang? I'll give you another chance. Reorganize your thoughts and answer my question properly. Shin Weiwei's gaze grew icy, and as her fingers twitched slightly, the dozens of slender ice needles floating in the air began to tremble. It seemed as though they were about to pierce the bodies of everyone present in the next instant. Shin Weiwei's words snapped everyone out of their astonishment. But immediately afterward, fear erupted like a floodgate bursting open, instantly engulfing everyone's bodies. Everyone wore expressions of terror beyond compare. So terrified that even the muscles in their faces were trembling. Especially Mr. Wang, who had a receding hairline. Earlier, his tone was the most arrogant. He even threatened to slap Shin Weiwei twice. In the course of their conversation, filled with disdain and mockery, he was used to bullying his subordinates on a daily basis. Plus, he holds a high position and wields significant power. Almost no one dares to defy him or go against him. But he never expected it. Someone of such high status and nobility. Even today, he has hit a brick wall. No, that's not right. What kind of hard rock is this? It's clearly a massive mountain towering thousands of meters high, so vast it's intimidating. The young girl before me, who is only 17 or 18 years old. She's actually a goddess. Just a flick of his fingers. He unleashed a divine technique capable of instantly killing everyone present at any moment. And yet, just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, even daring to threaten to slap the other person twice. This was practically asking for trouble. You must know that the other party is a god. With just a flick of his finger, he could take his life. The power and status he once boasted about were nothing but nonsense in the face of the other person. At this moment, Mr. Wang, with his Mediterranean haircut, broke down on the spot. There was no trace of his earlier arrogant and condescending demeanor. He was scared like a dog with its tail between its legs. With his heart pounding wildly, his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His face turned as pale as paper, and he didn't even have the courage to beg for mercy. The middle-aged men around him, dressed in administrative jackets and exuding an air of authority without needing to raise their voices, weren't much better off.